Reborn into a realm where communion with elves is attainable, Yang Fan finds himself on the brink of inheriting a dojo. However, his initial elf, a timid and exceedingly frail Ralts, threatens to shatter his aspirations as the dojo's evaluation approaches. In this pivotal moment, he is unexpectedly bestowed with a Pokémon nurturing system. Your Ralts, weighed down by the burden of its own frailty, has chosen to undergo a dark metamorphosis, evolving into Kirlia. Your Buniri exuberantly wishes to dance with you, presenting you with a treasured Mega Stone. Your Milotic, after sharing a bath with you, has triggered a skill enhancement, augmenting all water-type moves by 30. Chi. The only dojo I have yet to conquer is Yang Fan's. Lon. Brother Fan's Pokémon hold him in such high regard. I truly envy him. Before long, many observed that the once dilapidated dojo had mysteriously ascended to prominence, standing tall at the zenith of both realms, occasionally hinting at the presence of legendary Pokémon within its confines. Chapter 1. Something is awry with my Pokémon. At the Haishur Dojo, once celebrated as the premier all-attribute dojo within the entire league, challengers surged in like an unending tide. Yet now, gazing upon the crumbling state of his dojo, Yang Fan could not help but exhale a heavy sigh. Having been reborn with the memories of his past life, he gradually reconciled with this reality over the past 18 years. However, this world harbors creatures beyond the realm of conventional comprehension. Pokémon. Yes, those entities capable of unleashing electrifying bolts of 100,000 volts. Yet this is not solely a Pokémon world. It is a reality that has interwoven with the realm of Pokémon, where individuals traverse between the two realms through unique portals. This is also the reason for the current disappearance of Yang Fan's parents. At the tender age of 10, due to the collision of worlds, numerous portals emerged, leading to uncharted destinations. As the league's most distinguished dojo master couple, Yang Fan's parents willingly undertook the endeavor of exploring these portals, never to return. To this day, their whereabouts remain shrouded in mystery. The league merely provided a certificate of their disappearance along with a monthly stipend that barely sustains Yang Fan himself. As the former heir of the dojo, he possesses a Ralts bestowed upon him by his parents. Thus, during his school days, Yang Fan was compelled to juggle multiple jobs merely to afford Ralts' sustenance. Now, having reached the age of 18, Yang Fan, who has resided in the dojo for as long as he can remember, received a notification from the league last month. The message conveyed that should Yang Fan decline the position of dojo master, the Haishur Dojo would be disbanded, leaving him to face expulsion. Should he choose to inherit the dojo, the league would randomly assess its qualifications following his college entrance examination. Failure in the evaluation would result in the dojo's dissolution. At that moment, Yang Fan found himself utterly forsaken, devoid of a sanctuary to call his own. Ralts, what course of action should I pursue? He murmured, cradling Ralts tenderly in his embrace while gently caressing its head. He had long since relinquished any fantasies regarding inheriting the dojo. Merely sustaining himself and Ralts was a formidable endeavor, let alone partaking in battles. Could anyone genuinely entertain the belief that the mere consumption of berries could empower a Pokémon for combat? Such a notion was nothing more than a misguided fable propagated by the League to exploit impressionable youth. Ralts, endowed with the ability to perceive emotions through the horn adorning its head, sensed Yang Fan's distress and shared in his turmoil, even contemplating the possibility of escape. Very well, Ralts, do not despair. I shall never relinquish my commitment to you. Embracing Ralts tightly, Yang Fan stepped into the dojo. These fleeting days of residence were invaluable, and he resolved to treasure them. Upon entering the dojo, the stark contrast between its exterior decay and the immaculate interior was striking. Ralts, amuse yourself for a while as I prepare a meal. After placing his backpack and Ralts upon the sofa, Yang Fan set about tidying the space before making his way to the kitchen. With limited financial resources, Ralts could only partake in the same meager sustenance as Yang Fan. This regimen hardly contributed to Ralts' growth, merely sustaining its fundamental life functions. Nevertheless, it was evident that both Yang Fan and Ralts had acclimatized to this lifestyle. Yang Fan felt a profound gratitude that Ralts had not forsaken him, as it likely would have in a different household. Upon entering the kitchen and grasping the frying pan, a mechanical voice resonated coldly within his mind. Ding! Detecting Ralts' low spirits, the host is on the brink of expulsion. The Pokémon nurturing system is now initiating. System activation successful. Taken aback by the sudden, chilling voice, Yongfan contemplated whether this was his proverbial golden finger, his system. Despite the voice's intrusion, Yongfan's expression remained largely unruffled. Having traversed 2 lifetimes and witnessed the caprices of fate, he regarded the system's appearance as an unforeseen stroke of fortune. Yet, what purpose does this system serve? Just as he contemplated further inquiries, the system interjected once more. Your Ralts, noticing your preoccupied demeanor, wishes to assist in the kitchen. Due to insufficient ability, its psychic power automatically enhances, fully restoring its energy. Ralts? Psychic power enhancement? Energy fully restored. Yongfan turned to witness Ralts levitating towards the kitchen, having likely mismanaged its speed during its initial attempt at floating, colliding directly into Yongfan's embrace. What is this? Ralts can employ psychic power to levitate. Yongfan was astounded by this transformation. It was noteworthy that, due to financial constraints, Ralts had never received proper training and had been unable to utilize psychic power since its inception. Furthermore, as it had not consumed authentic Pokémon food, its energy reserves were nearly depleted, rendering it incapable of employing any skills or abilities. Yet now, in a remarkable twist of fate, Yongfan affectionately rubbed Ralts' diminutive head, feeling a swell of confidence regarding his potential to inherit the dojo. If it were indeed feasible to elevate Ralts' prowess without reliance on rare treasures and peculiar berries, then inheriting the dojo might not be an unattainable dream after all. Ralts believed it had caused more trouble than assistance, inadvertently injuring its master, and had instinctively acquired the healing wave. Lalalas is truly endearing. Yongfan gazed at the somewhat anxious Lalalas, feeling the ache in his chest gradually alleviated by the healing waves. Lalalas, thank you. You are simply delightful. Due to your commendation, Lalalas desires to slumber with you tonight. This, Yongfan was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly Lalalas's wish? Since he did not respond, Lalalas's spirits have waned, and she has automatically entered a state of melancholy. Current darkening progress, 10. What on earth? Hey, she's already darkening. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yongfan promptly acquiesced to Lalalas. Lalalas, we shall sleep together tonight. Lalu. Yongfan uttered these words with unwavering composure, indicative of his shameless mastery reaching an extraordinary zenith. You have fulfilled Lalalas's request, and she is elated. Darkening progress has risen to 20. What? Why has the darkening progress deepened? Yongfan felt somewhat speechless, but as long as Lalalas found joy, that was what truly mattered. After dinner, Yongfan devoted some time to playing with Lalalas. During this period, nothing particularly unusual transpired. Lalalas remained much the same as before, with no significant changes. The only discernible difference appeared to be an enhancement in her physique and aptitude, rendering her even more affectionate towards Yongfan. Lalalas, it's growing late. I'm going to take a shower now. Tomorrow I must attend school to select a Pokémon. Yongfan waved goodbye to Lalalas and proceeded towards the bathroom. Ding! Lalalas is exceedingly enthusiastic about sharing a bath with you. Attention! Attention! Should you refuse, there exists a significant risk of Lalalas's defection. Just as Yongfan was on the verge of stepping into the bathroom, he abruptly halted. Upon turning around, he beheld the fervent desire gleaming in Lalalas's eyes, obscured by her hair, nearly causing him to lose his balance. I never anticipated that you would possess such a character, Lalalas. My Pokémon is exhibiting peculiar behavior. Chapter 2. I could only think of joyful matters. Ralts, rise and shine. As Yongfan gently patted the Ralts nestled upon him, he rubbed his eyes and gradually sat up. He could not afford to be late today. For those devoid of Pokémon, it was a momentous occasion. After all, it was the day they would receive their very first Pokémon at school. Families like Yongfan's, who could boast of having their own Pokémon from such a tender age, were indeed a rarity. Ralts. The awakened Ralts still bore a hint of morning grumpiness, yet upon gazing at Yongfan's handsome visage, it lay there, entranced. All right, time to get up. No more daydreaming. Yongfan patted Ralts' small head, accustomed to her whimsical behavior. Last night, after Yongfan had carried Ralts into the bathroom, the incessant chimes of the system notifications had not ceased. It was only this morning that Yongfan grasped the intricacies of the system, murmuring Ralts' data in his mind. An ethereal panel of information materialized before Yongfan's eyes. Pokémon Ralts. Type, Psychic. Ability, Synchronize when other Pokémon inflict burn, poison, toxic, or paralysis upon itself. It inflicts the same status on that Pokémon. Hidden ability. Telepathy. This Pokémon does not incur damage from attacks by its own allies and can communicate with its trainer. Potential. Champion. Strength, Elite. Skills. Telekinesis, Teleport, Confusion, Heal Pulse, Dream Eater, Future Sight, Shadow Clone, and Charm. Note. Corruption level reaches 70. Note. This Ralts is exceptionally unique. With an immeasurable future ahead. This panel encapsulates all of Ralts' current information, and for Yang Fan, it was a fortunate revelation. Due to the overwhelming number of system alerts the previous night, he had scarcely noticed Ralts' growth. Elite? That's a commendable beginning. In this world, Pokémon rankings are classified with meticulous precision, delineating them into 7 tiers: beginner, normal, elite, gym, champion, and master. The Pokémon Yang Fan would be acquiring at school today were all in the beginner stage, adeptly cooperating with trainers without any disobedience. To become a gym leader, the primary requirement is to possess 3 Pokémon of gym level. Having completed his preparations, Yang Fan, with Ralts in tow, set off towards school. Usually reluctant to remain in her Pokeball, Ralts preferred to be cradled in Yang Fan's arms throughout the day, which often led to numerous inconveniences. Hey, isn't that our young master? Out and about again with that worthless Pokemon. Yang, are you coming today? I still need 2 more hands to clean up the Snorlax droppings. Such was the daily routine for Yang Fan. For the initial 2 years following his parents' disappearance, the locals treated him with a semblance of courtesy, but once the League's missing persons notice was issued, their demeanor transformed into one of disdain. Stripped of the identity as the son of the Sea City gym leader, it had been quite a feat for Yang Fan to survive with Ralts up to this point. Yet, these remarks seemed trivial to Yang Fan, who had grown accustomed to them over the years. Ignoring the harsh cacophony, a melodious voice called out to him from behind. Yang Fan, you're quite early today? Recognizing the voice, Yang Fan turned, resigned. The newcomer sported a rosy oval face, large, radiant eyes, and lustrous. Shoulder-length, black hair, truly a strikingly beautiful girl that would capture anyone's admiration. Miss Shun, the school bell. Please refrain from acting overly familiar. Yang Fan rolled his eyes and shot her a charming glance. Oh, come on. We're practically childhood friends. Shin Shirlu gazed at Yang Fan with her large, watery eyes, appearing quite endearing. Spare me your theatrics. Speak plainly. Yang Fan, unfazed by her beauty, continued his steadfast march towards school, cradling Ralts. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shin Shirlu's eyes, yet she quickly donned a cheerful demeanor, trailing behind Yang Fan. Hey, brother Fan. I merely wish to inquire which Pokémon you intend to choose today. Pokémon. I'll decide based on the circumstances. Yang Fan pondered momentarily before responding. Truthfully, he had no idea what Pokémon to select, as he was still unable to adequately care for Ralts and needed to devise a means to earn money. Noticing Yang Fan's disinterest in further conversation, Shin Shirlu fell silent, accompanying him to school at a leisurely pace. Yang Fan had long since acclimatized to her presence. They were indeed childhood friends, as Shin Shirlu's parents had been travel companions of Yang Fan's parents, leading to their companionship from an early age. After Yang Fan's parents vanished, he had sought out Shin's father, but the latter had been reticent, unwilling to discuss matters. Yang Fan had not pressed for answers, and subsequently, the relationship between their families had grown distant, with only Shin Shirlu remaining unchanged. Yang Fan had warned Shin Shirlu numerous times that being seen with him would invite scorn, but she appeared indifferent, and he let it be. Before long, they arrived at the school entrance. Shirlu. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously groaned. Here we go again. At the school gate stood a flamboyantly dressed individual, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Li Ming, I'm not familiar with you. Please address me as classmate Shun. Classmate Shun, I have something to discuss with you. Li Ming fiddled with his green, side-swept bangs, provoking an involuntary chuckle from Yang Fan. Are you laughing at me? Li Ming glared at Yang Fan with his small, beady eyes, filled with fury. Not at all. I merely recalled something amusing. Yang Fan, holding Ralts, feigned innocence. Nonsense. You were clearly laughing. Li Ming bellowed. Scrutinizing Yang Fan's expression, you're enjoying this. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Yang Fan could no longer contain his mirth. Can you imagine a creature with the visage of Swampert, adorned with a shock of green hair, prancing about before you? Yang Fan, you better keep your distance from Shirlu, or one day, you might just vanish. Li Ming shouted in a fit of fury. Ding. Ralts, having overheard the threat towards her trainer, reached a corruption level of 100. Ralts successfully blackened. Evolution imminent. A radiant white light shimmered before the onlookers. Kirlia. The evolved Kirlia emerged, having successfully undergone its transformation. Chapter 3. You are all pretending to be foolish geniuses. What? Yang Fan's Ralts actually evolved. This worthless Pokémon managed to evolve. Yet even as an evolved Pokémon, it hardly warrants cultivation. Indeed, Psychic-type Pokémon hold no value for training whatsoever. A growing crowd gathered at the school entrance. All familiar with Yang Fan, though his fame was hardly commendable. Yang Fan, even if your trash Pokémon evolves, it remains a piece of trash. Yang Fan was utterly perplexed as to why, in this world, the perception of Psychic-type Pokémon was so disparaging. Everyone deemed them as worthless. Hadn't anyone informed them that Psychic types were symbols of rarity and strength? However, Swampert, it suited Li Ming all too well. Yang Fan, just watch. This is my Swampert, which has already reached the normal level. Li Ming grinned, his expression eerily reminiscent of the Swampert on display. Normal level? Li Ming's strength is truly terrifying. Who could blame him for being born into such a fortunate lineage? He is the heir of the second dojo in Haishur. The second dojo of Haishur? Who holds the first position then? Well, isn't that person currently battling him? It seems today Yang Fan's Pokemon might meet its demise here. Alas, how could a perfectly decent Pokemon be reduced to a mere ornamental psychic type? Yang Fan is truly pitiful. The disparity in the crowd's attitude towards Yang Fan and Li Ming is stark. Both are heirs to their respective dojos, yet the current gap is monumental. Haha, Yang Fan, you are just like your wretched parents, a complete waste. Li Ming has never felt such exhilaration as he does now. Typically, he and Yang Fan maintain a respectful distance, though many often compare him to Yang Fan, usually to Yang Fan's detriment. Today, he has finally found the opportunity to teach Yang Fan a well-deserved lesson, and how could he not revel in that? Once you lose your Pokemon, I shall see how you dare compete with me for sure, Lu. The greed in Li Ming's eyes grows ever more insatiable, being at such a youthful and impetuous age. Amidst the adulation of the crowd, he slowly descends into madness. Soon Shirlu will belong to me alone. What did you say? Originally intending to bide his time until Lalus fully evolved, and then to resolve matters peacefully, Yang Fan's expression now turns utterly chilling, instilling a sense of dread. Yang Fan, Shen Shirlu, standing behind him, calls out in concern. She has not witnessed this expression on Yang Fan's face for quite some time. The last time was shortly after Yang Fan's parents had gone missing, when someone dared to say that they deserved their fate in front of him. That day, she witnessed Yang Fan severing both his arms and a leg, mercilessly beating those two adults into the Pokemon Center. It is worth noting that Yang Fan was only 10 years old at that time. If it hadn't been for Shun's father arriving on the scene to stop him, those two would likely be 6 feet under by now. Ignoring Shen Shirlu, Yang Fan fixates on Li Ming, his gaze akin to that of a tiger poised to pounce. Huh, I say you are just like your worthless parents. A complete waste. Li Ming reiterates his previous words with deliberate malice. Who? Yang Fan struggles to temper his emotions. He does not wish to be overwhelmed by this surge of anger. Kairu Lien. Psychic. Kairu. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, an indescribable energy begins to coalesce in the void. Psychic? What sort of technique is this? I've never heard of it. Could it be that Yang Fan has been rendered foolish by Li Ming's taunts? The crowd watches in confusion as the two Pokemon stand off. Yang Fan, are you out of your mind? Is there even such a move? Li Ming laughs maniacally, then suddenly commands his Pokemon, Swamp King, Earthquake. Boom. Just as the crowd is puzzled, before Swamp King's Earthquake can even be unleashed, an invisible attack sweeps over it in an instant. Following a pained cry, Swamp King collapses, clutching its head, rendered unconscious. One move, just one move, and Li Ming's ordinary Swamp King has been defeated. This must be a trick. How could this be? The teacher said psychic Pokemon are all worthless, didn't he? Li Ming's Swamp King couldn't withstand a single attack. What on earth is this psychic move? Could it be an ultimate move akin to Solar Beam? The spectators are left in stunned silence, utterly shocked by the unfolding events, challenging their very beliefs. No way. My Swamp King is just an ordinary type. Li Ming can hardly fathom the outcome before him, failing to notice that Yang Fan is now slowly approaching him. Yang Fan, you must have cheated. Yes, you must have cheated. Slap. Before Li Ming can finish his protest, Yang Fan raises his hand and strikes him across the face. You dare hit me. This slap, powerful and heavy, sends Li Ming's frail body sprawling to the ground, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Bang. Boom. Bang. Yang Fan, stop. You might just kill him. Yang Fan grips Li Ming by the collar with his left hand, while his right hand delivers slap after slap to Li Ming's face. At this moment, it is difficult to ascertain Li Ming's humanity. One glance at Yang Fan's right hand reveals the blood seeping from it, a testament to the force behind his strikes. Kill him? Impossible. How could I let him die? Yang Fan offers a chilling smile to the person who just spoke, his bloodied hand and gleaming white teeth rendering him even more menacing, causing that individual to faint from fear. Kirlia. Healing wave. As the words leave his lips, Kirlia's green healing wave envelopes the already unconscious Li Ming. Yang Fan. You've gone too far. Li Ming, now slurring his words in a desperate plea for mercy, finds his entreaties utterly worthless in Yang Fan's eyes. You should have anticipated this outcome when you insulted my parents. Just as Yang Fan prepares to continue his assault, a soft sensation brushes against his right side. Brother Fan, please stop. A fleeting moment of clarity flickers in Yang Fan's eyes, and he suddenly breaks free from Shun Shirlu's grasp. The force of his movement causes her to stumble back, nearly losing her balance. Miss Shun, we are not close. Please refer to me by my name in the future. Thank you. With that, Yang Fan kicks Li Ming aside. He retrieves a tissue from his bag to wipe his hands, takes Kirlia's little hand, and strides towards the school entrance. The previously congested entrance now parts to make way for him. Brother Fan, aren't you coming out yet? Shun Shirlu, left behind, watches Yang Fan's retreating figure, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, before she rushes to follow him. Meanwhile, the crowd is left in awkward silence, unsure of what to make of Li Ming's fate. So, should we inform the teachers? Huh, what? I know nothing. Didn't I just wake up? How did I end up at school so quickly? Hey, did you eat breakfast? Huh, breakfast? Let us go together. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people immediately scatter like birds and beasts. You all are truly the masters of feigning ignorance. Chapter 4. I will rebuild the Haisher Dojo. Haisher First High School. Auditorium. Ding. Kirlia believes her strength to be insufficient, prompting her trainer to take matters into his own hands, breaking through to the dojo level. Lalu no? Now it's Kirlia. Has she become stronger again? Kirlia, thank you. We will definitely revitalize the dojo. Kairu. Yang Fan affectionately ruffles Kirlia's head. The newly evolved Kirlia appears distinct due to her dark transformation, setting her apart from other Kirlia who wear pure white dresses. In contrast, Yang Fan's Kirlia dons a black gauzy dress, her legs adorned with sheer black stockings, exuding an alluring aura. This has led many, despite their fear of Yang Fan after the recent events, to frequently cast glances in his direction, eager to witness the uniqueness of his Kirlia. However, Kirlia pays them no mind, clinging to Yang Fan and refusing to let go, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. Now, before selecting Pokémon, I must emphasize a critical point. A very serious brawl occurred at the school gate today. Following discussions by the school committee, it has been decided to revoke Yang Fan's qualification for the college entrance examination and issue a severe reprimand. Simultaneously, Li Ming must issue a public apology and cover all medical expenses. On the podium of the auditorium, the corpulent principal passionately condemns Yang Fan, having already demeaned him to the status of scum in the lower echelons of society. Yang Fan, step forward and apologize. After delivering his grandiloquent speech, the director seizes the moment to angrily chastise Yang Fan. In an instant, nearly all eyes in the auditorium converge upon Yang Fan and Kirlia. The entire world has descended into an extraordinary silence. However, Yang Fan felt no particular sensation. He calmly rose to his feet and slowly made his way to the podium. Suddenly, he flashed a grin at the director of education. Apologize? Why should I apologize? The director, looking utterly incredulous, gazed at Yang Fan. Under normal circumstances, any student hearing such words would obediently admit their fault and offer an apology. How could it be that this tactic had no effect on Yang Fan? Wasn't his qualification already revoked? Yang Fan, still smiling nonchalantly, indicated otherwise. However, he abruptly shifted his focus, fixing his gaze on the director before turning to Li Ming, seated in the front row of the assembly hall. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. The healing prowess of Pokémon in this world was astonishing. It had recovered so swiftly. Yet, Yang Fan could clearly perceive the resentment and desire for vengeance in Li Ming's eyes. But allow me to say this. Grasping the microphone, Yang Fan directed his attention towards Li Ming. I shall not partake in your so-called tests, yet I can still reach heights you dare not imagine. I will restore the dojo. I will reclaim the glory that belongs to the Haisher Dojo. By then, I hope certain individuals will take heed. Each word he uttered resonated throughout the grand hall, silencing it to the point where a pin drop would be audible. The venomous glare Li Ming cast upon Yang Fan suggested he would devour him whole. Those words were a veiled insinuation that the second dojo of Haisher had illegitimate standing. having risen to its current stature only due to the disappearance of Yang Fan's father, the dojo master. Yet, the truth of the matter remained shrouded in mystery. Yang Fan. You the director was left speechless, incensed by Yang Fan's remarks. Enough. The elderly principal intervened, putting an end to this farce. The director, despite his fury, had no outlet for his rage and was left to swallow his indignation. With a venomous glare directed at Yang Fan, he muttered, "Just you wait, Yang Fan. You may return." The principal sighed, casting a wistful glance at Yang Fan before descending from the podium. Once upon a time, he had harbored great expectations for this young lad from the Yang family. However, after Yang Ye's disappearance, Yang Yi was, after all, Yang Fan's father, though the latter was unaware that the principal was an old acquaintance of his father. Yang Fan cast a mocking glance at the rotund director before turning away from the podium. Yet, before he could reach his seat, a chime sounded. Your Kirlia, inspired by your impassioned speech, has realized its own inadequacy and has chosen to evolve into Gardevoir. The Kirlia seated beside Yang Fan underwent yet another transformation within the confines of the hall. What? Yang Fan's Kirlia evolved again. How can it be so swift? Even bug-type Pokémon do not evolve at such a pace. It seemed Yang Fan truly had the chance to restore the dojo. You think too highly of him. Even if his Pokémon are powerful, can they reach the level of a dojo master after the college entrance examination? Not to mention, he requires 3 dojo-level Pokémon. Indeed, to me, Yang Fan is merely a jester. Hearing the conversation behind her, Shun Shirlu shot a fierce glance at the two, admonishing, silence. The pair, taken aback by the glare of the esteemed school belle, instantly fell silent. Everyone knew that Shun Shirlu's family was quite formidable, someone even the likes of Li Ming, the dojo heir, needed to curry favor with. Brother Fan, I believe in you. Shun Shirlu gazed at the spirited young man striding down from the podium, her thoughts swirling. Yang Fan, having noticed the situation with Kirlia, returned to his seat without hesitation, waiting patiently for its evolution. Gardevoir. As the blinding light dissipated, a stunning Gardevoir, adorned in a flowing black gown with a bow embroidered on its chest, graced the eyes of the onlookers. Gardevoir, congratulations on your evolution. Yang Fan beamed with pride and joy as he regarded the Pokémon, now nearly as tall as himself. Gardevoir immediately embraced Yang Fan, guiding his large hand to rest upon her head. Stunned, Yang Fan reciprocated the gesture, gently stroking her head. Damn, I'm feeling envious. Is this truly a Pokémon? It's more like a girlfriend. Sated. I've had my fill of this dog food. Even if Yang Fan does not inherit the dojo, having such a Pokémon is more than enough. Just look at how beautiful and powerful her Pokémon is, and then glance at my own Miss Magius. I'm wallowing in self-pity. Observing the affectionate interaction between Yang Fan and Gardevoir, many were filled with envy, exclaiming their jealousy as they rushed towards the area designated for receiving Pokémon. Yang Fan, seeing the crowd jostle together, was reluctant to expend effort to push through. He couldn't help but recall his earlier, somewhat melodramatic declaration. Even with his thick skin, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, sensing her trainer's emotions. Gardevoir covered her mouth with a giggle. Yang Fan, caught in the moment, shyly poked Gardevoir's head with his finger. Gardevoir, aware of her misstep, stuck out her little tongue and buried her head in Yang Fan's embrace, refusing to rise. Yang Fan, your Pokémon. Shun Shirlu, panting and clutching 2 Pokeballs, rushed to Yang Fan's side, withdrawing one of the balls and casting a somewhat aggrieved glance at Gardevoir. Am I really inferior to his Pokémon? Yang Fan, noticing Shun Shirlu's demeanor, instinctively placed his hand atop her head. This is Brother Fan's warmth. Shun Shirlu's large eyes suddenly glistened with moisture, fixated on Yang Fan. Gardevoir, sensing a shift in the air, narrowed her crimson eyes dangerously at the woman before her. There are too many scheming individuals around my master. I must protect him fiercely. Chapter 5, Preliminary Selection Tournament. Alright, I know everyone is quite excited right now. However, please refrain from releasing your Pokémon in the school premises until you return home to a spacious area. The elderly principal addressed the exuberant graduates from the podium, issuing final reminders. This was primarily due to previous incidents where lax management led to students prematurely releasing their Pokémon, resulting in a catastrophic encounter with a massive Onix in a crowded area, causing significant casualties. Thus, the school had now instituted a clear policy that Pokémon must only be released in open spaces after being collected. Moreover, I have some splendid news for you all. Tomorrow, our Haishur High School will host a preliminary selection tournament. Students from nearby schools will also participate. Various prestigious colleges will observe and select outstanding candidates for early admission. The principal's words set off a frenzy among the already enthusiastic crowd. Ah, a preliminary batch. I thought there wouldn't be one this year. I must sign up tomorrow. My Pokémon is surely 1 in a million. Don't be absurd. Yours is probably just a Magikarp. Damn, yours is definitely a Caterpie. The noise in the auditorium reached a fever pitch, and the principal, aware of their excitement, chose not to continue speaking at that moment. Once the clamor subsided, he resumed. Naturally, there will be rules for the competition. In the interest of fairness and justice, only the Pokémon issued by the school today may be utilized. No using Pokémon acquired beforehand. We have records of every Pokémon and their trainers, so don't even think about cheating. Alright, students. Your secondary education has come to an end. I wish each of you a smooth journey as trainers in the future. Best of luck in tomorrow's competition. With that, the principal gradually made his way down from the stage, leaning heavily on his cane. The final moments are reserved for these students. Goodness, did you hear that? Nonsense. It's crystal clear. We have a chance to seize victory. The decision made by the Alliance is truly commendable. However, you all seem to be rejoicing a bit prematurely. Do you think the resources of Pokémon at Li Ming's dojo would be the same as yours? Indeed, you all are utterly blind to reality. What is merely a Caterpie for others today could very well evolve into a Butterfree by tomorrow. These two remarks instantly quelled the fervor of the impassioned youth. Nonetheless, one couldn't resist adding, but it seems Yang Fan is in a worse predicament than us. The group exchanged glances, seemingly in agreement. What does it matter how others fare? Mind your own business. Every day, meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Upon hearing someone gossiping about Yang Fan, Shen Shirlu transformed into a fierce tigress. Shanai Duo. Let us head home. Without paying much heed to the words of those around, Yang Fan took the hand of his companion, Shanai Duo. The narrow vision of these people is limited. Summer insects cannot discuss ice. With the nurturing system at his disposal, Yang Fan's future achievements are boundless. Not only as a dojo trainer, but even the ranks above, such as the quasi-champions, champions, and beyond, could serve as stepping stones for Yang Fan, possibly even surpassing the legendary champions, or perhaps the esteemed masters. Just as Yang Fan was about to step out of the school gates, Li Ming suddenly appeared from behind, accompanied by his entourage. What? You want to retaliate? Yang Fan inquired, observing Li Ming's still swollen cheeks, frowning slightly. You. Before Li Ming could utter a word, one of his lackeys, unable to contain himself, interjected with a curse. Bang! Haven't your family taught you to speak with civility? Just as the lackey's words hung in the air, Shanai Duo's eyes shimmered with a purple glow, and the insolent lackey was instantly knocked to the ground. The onlookers wiped the sweat from their brows, astonished at the sight of the writhing figure on the ground. Do you not know that when speaking to this gentleman, you should refrain from mentioning family? This morning, the boss had just received a lesson. Truly forgetful. Deservedly so. Li Ming gulped, saying, Yang Fan, if you register for tomorrow's selection match and defeat me, we shall wipe the slate clean. Wipe the slate clean? On what grounds? Yang Fan chuckled at the absurdity of it all. He truly began to question whether Li Ming had any sense at all. You provoke someone, then get countered. And finally tell them, let us have a rematch. If you win, we'll forget everything. Such a person must be out of their mind. Yang Fan had no intention of getting involved in such a convoluted scheme and turned to leave. Seeing Yang Fan walk away without a response, Li Ming's heart raced with anxiety. Had he seen through him? Gritting his teeth, he produced a card emblazoned with the emblem of the Pokémon Bank. Yang Fan, if you win tomorrow, this card contains 100,000. Consider it my invitation. He fervently hoped Yang Fan would agree. Otherwise, the price he was willing to pay would be in vain. After Li Ming was sent to the infirmary by Yang Fan, the director personally came to visit. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, concocting a plan to have the director swap Yang Fan's Pokémon for the weakest ones, ideally a Magikarp. He even promised the director, once I inherit the dojo, you will have absolute authority over High City High School. This was no jest. In each city, dojo trainers wield absolute power over their domains, and appointing a principal was merely a matter of words. Consequently, the director suggested a nefarious scheme. After swapping Yang Fan's Pokémon, he could reclaim his dignity during the public match the next day. Imagining Yang Fan begging for mercy was a source of delight for Li Ming. I accept. However, the contract must be submitted to the Alliance, and the funds on the card need to be transferred to the contract account first. Yang Fan pondered for a few seconds before agreeing. The dojo was still in a state of disarray, with numerous expenditures, and since a financial benefactor had emerged, why not seize the opportunity? He was well aware that Li Ming was not acting out of pure benevolence. Nevertheless, with the system at his disposal, he was prepared to face any challenge. Upon hearing Yang Fan's acceptance, Li Ming's face lit up with joy. Great. It's settled then. I'll take care of it right away. Fearful that Yang Fan might change his mind, Li Ming promptly transferred the funds to the contract account and handed his phone to Yang Fan for identity verification. It's settled then. See you on the battlefield tomorrow. With that, Li Ming and his entourage vanished. Yang Fan. Who were those people? Shin Daxiua followed Yang Fan, her curiosity piqued. Financial benefactors. Yang Fan responded with a mysterious smile, choosing to say no more. At the entrance of the High City Dojo, Yang Fan pointed uncertainly at a peculiar figure and turned to Shin Shirlu. Is that your father? Following his gaze, Shin Shirlu saw her father, dressed in black attire, sunglasses, and a hat, standing at the dojo's entrance like a bodyguard. Ah, Dad. It really is him. Yang Fan was left speechless by Shun's father's peculiar hobby. As an official inspector dispatched by the Alliance, he was tasked with covertly visiting dojos. If he discovered any abuse of power or arbitrary issuance of dojo badges, he could shut down the dojo. This was precisely why Li Ming fervently pursued Shin Shirlu. His family's dojo was a temporary establishment by the Alliance. If Shun's father could intercede favorably, it was possible for this temporary status to be revoked. Shirlu. Shun Yin approached quickly upon seeing the two. Xiao Fan is here too. Uh-huh. Uncle Shun. Yang Fan greeted first before falling silent. Shen Yin was aware that Yang Fan had traveled far and wide for his parents' sake and had been unable to assist him, thus harboring a sense of indebtedness towards the boy. Dad, what brings you here today? Shin Shirlu broke the awkward silence between the two. I need to discuss something with Xiao Fan, Shen Yin replied, removing his sunglasses and looking at Yang Fan. It's about the High City Dojo. The High City Dojo? Yang Fan cast a curious glance at Shen Yin. The dojo had become virtually defunct, and with the Alliance's inspection following the college entrance examination, this inspector had no business here beforehand. Uncle Shun, let us get to the point. What about the High City Dojo? Xiao Fan, I'll be brief. Shen Yin took a deep breath, gazing intently at Yang Fan. The Alliance has issued a mandate to clear idle dojos. All dojos will undergo reassessment within a week. Those that fail the assessment will be directly disbanded, and the High City Dojo appears on the list for reassessment next week. Shen Yin swiftly relayed the information he had to Yang Fan. The Alliance's decision to preemptively clear idle dojos was set in stone, and even his pleas were of no avail. What? How can this be? Shin Shirlu was even more agitated than Yang Fan and immediately pleaded with her father. Dad, can't you extend the deadline by a few days? Yang Fan is already quite capable. I can't help this time. Shen Yin shook his head in response. Xiao Fan, think carefully these days. It might be best to move out sooner rather than later. Shen Yin was reluctant to be so harsh on Yang Fan, who had just come of age and only hinted at it gently. Is that the matter? I understand. Yang Fan, upon hearing about the early assessment, remained largely unfazed, nodding to indicate his understanding. He then headed straight into the dojo, stating, Uncle Shun, thank you for your advice. However, I will not move. I will inherit this dojo. Yang Fan turned his head to Shen Yin, speaking each word with a seriousness and confidence that Shen Yin had never witnessed before. Brother Fan. At that moment, Shin Shirlu stood beside him, utterly astonished, as if the fearless Yang Fan she once knew had returned. You both should head back. I have matters to attend to, so I shan't see you off. Yang Fan waved his hand at the two and strode into the dojo without looking back, leaving the father and daughter in a state of bewilderment. Shirlu? Has there been a change in Yang Fan today? A change, you ask? Oh, Brother Fan's Larvitar evolved twice in succession into a Guard of War, and during its evolution into Kirlia, it even obliterated Li Ming's Swampert in an instant. Is that so? Perhaps he truly stands a chance. Upon returning home, Yang Fan immediately retrieved his Pokeball. This was the Pokémon he would use for his upcoming gym assessment, and he could not afford any negligence. Moreover, recalling his earlier words made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Gardevoir, prepare to welcome our new companion. Yang Fan gazed at the Pokeball on the table and pressed the button. A flash of white light erupted. Clap, clap. The sound of something striking the table reached Yang Fan's ears. What is this? Both he and Gardevoir stared in contemplation at the small, speckled yellow fish that was energetically bouncing on the table. Magikarp. At that moment, Yang Fan understood why Li Ming had insisted on betting with him today. That rascal must have swapped my Pokémon long ago. However, it seemed that Li Ming had truly shot himself in the foot. For one must know that Magikarp is a rather rare Pokémon in Hyshire, unlike the ubiquitous Magikarp. Furthermore, Magikarp's evolved form, Milotic, aligns far better with Yang Fan's aesthetic than Gyarados. Magikarp, I hope we can get along well. He gently lifted the Magikarp from the table and placed it into a long-unused fish tank at home. Instantly, the Magikarp thrived, becoming lively and animated. Ding. Due to your kindness, the intimacy level of your Magikarp has increased. Hearing the familiar system notification in his mind, Yongfan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He prepared dinner, cutting it into small pieces to feed the Magikarp. You must grow stronger quickly, without resources. I wonder how long it will take for you to evolve into Milotic. Yongfan voiced this sentiment with a hint of concern. The Magikarp swam in place for a while, and just as Yongfan began to feel puzzled, the following notification sounded in his mind. Your Magikarp feels disheartened by the dojo's lack of strength and has its potential elevated to the champion level. Your Magikarp understands your desire for her to become stronger and has its strength enhanced to the ordinary level. Your Magikarp does not disdain the dojo's lack of resources and has changed its method of increasing beauty to food feeding. What on earth? Yongfan tossed a small piece of food into the fish tank. Witnessing the Magikarp swallow it whole, he was astounded. Magikarp's beauty level 1. This was indeed real. Feeding it ordinary food could enhance its beauty level. Yongfan found himself at a loss for words. As is well known, when Magikarp's beauty level reaches a certain unknown standard, it will evolve into Milotic. In this world, Milotic ranks among the elite Pokémon, a rare gem that embodies both beauty and power. Furthermore, they had no inkling that Milotic would evolve from Magikarp. It appears that the Pokémon world has concealed certain truths from this realm. Otherwise, these commonly known facts would be well known to all. What if, during tomorrow's competition, Magikarp evolves before everyone's eyes? The thought of such delicious irony made Yongfan's lips curl into a smirk. It seems that tomorrow's competition will be quite entertaining. He eagerly anticipated Li Ming's expression upon witnessing Magikarp evolve into Milotic. Chapter 7. The Child of an Old Friend? The next day, as dawn broke, the competition venue in Haishur was already bustling with activity. The cacophony of vendors calling out filled the air. For this was a preliminary selection for early admissions, and discussions among novice trainers remained fervent. Yongfan, as usual, rose early and made his way to the registration desk for the competition. However, the long line before him left him momentarily dumbfounded. Are these people truly this fervent? Observing the serpentine queue encircling the battle facility, Yongfan was at a loss for words. It is crucial to note that the Pokémon battle facilities are not the dimly lit small dojo huts depicted in the animations. Viewed from a distance, Haishi's battle facility resembles a colossal football stadium, capable of accommodating thousands of spectators for a match. Each battle is a globally anticipated event, a sporting spectacle that captivates the attention of the entire world. Thus, it is evident that in this world, trainers are the biggest celebrities, and every formidable trainer is known far and wide. Xiaofan. Just as Yongfan stood at the end of the line, a voice from behind called out to him. Uncle Shun. He replied, surprised to see even the busy Shun Yin attending the competition. Are you here to register? Shen Yin inquired, his uncertainty evident as he glanced at the long queue before Yongfan. Did no one inform you that, as the heir of the dojo, you can use the special access route? Special access? No one told me. Seeing the confusion on Yongfan's face, Shen Yin recognized his genuine ignorance. Alas, it's also because Yang Yi and his wife left. Follow me. Clad in black attire and sunglasses, Shen Yin led Yongfan to an alternative entrance. There, only 2 guards adorned with the Alliance insignia stood watch, alongside a healthy-looking Arcanine. TSK. The Alliance truly has deep pockets, even employing such rare Pokémon as gatekeepers. Sir Shun. The guard acknowledged Shen Yin with a bow, then cast a glance at Yongfan. This is the heir of the Haishur Dojo, here to compete. Shen Yin replied. Understood. Please proceed. Upon hearing Shen Yan's explanation, the guards allowed them to pass without further verification. After all, Shen Yin was an inspector, and the title of dojo heir was not something one could casually claim. Each individual passing through the guards was under the watchful eye of no fewer than 5 miniature cameras and recording devices, with all data uploaded to the back-end terminal. If any issues arose, they would be promptly addressed by designated personnel. However, it was evident that Yongfan had successfully passed through. Once inside, Yongfan followed closely beside Shen Yin, several times on the verge of speaking but refraining. His feelings toward Shen Yin, who often looked after him, were indeed complex. As the dojo heir, you will directly participate in the dojo level selection match. After all, as the heir, your resources and experience surpass those of others. Shen Yin slowly explained to Yongfan. Fortunately, you and Li Ming are the only 2 in Haishur who will compete directly as dojo heirs. Hence, the match will be straightforward, one-on-one. By the way, I forgot to ask what Pokémon you received yesterday. In the resting area, Shen Yin sat upright, scrutinizing Yongfan. Truthfully, He held little hope for Yang Fan's performance in this match, considering Yang Fan's resources, which were on par with the average individual and even inferior. How could he possibly triumph over the affluent Li Ming? Magikarp. Yang Fan adjusted his state of mind earnestly. Magikarp is acceptable. What did you say? Magikarp? Shen Yan, who had just sipped tea, sputtered in disbelief, staring wide-eyed at Yang Fan. Magikarp. This is the same as the infamous useless Pokémon. How could Yang Fan dare? Xiao Fan, why not forfeit? Observing Yang Fan's reticence to provide an explanation, Shen Yan comprehended that Yang Fan spoke nothing but the truth and was not merely jesting. Why? Do you also harbor disdain for the ugly fish? Upon hearing Shen Yan's words, Yang Fan could not help but respond with a question. Before his rebirth, Yang Fan had fervently believed in a particular adage. There are no worthless Pokémon, only worthless trainers. Every Pokémon that comes into existence within this world does so for a reason, with each possessing unique abilities bestowed upon them. The role of the trainer is to maximize the potential advantages of these abilities. Alas. Shen Yan was utterly astonished by Yang Fan's declaration, and any notion of persuading him dissipated from his mind. Knock knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside the lounge. Yang Fan, puzzled, opened the door, revealing a familiar stranger standing at the threshold. Yang Fan paused momentarily. Are you Professor Oak? As an ardent enthusiast of Pokémon, Yang Fan naturally recognized this illustrious Pokémon professor, renowned in both worlds. Yet, how could such an esteemed figure, a veritable relic of the league, appear at the modest selection tournament in Haishur? Oh, Yang Fan. You know me? Professor Oak was taken aback that Yang Fan recognized him. He had merely stopped by to observe the prowess of the future gym leader while on his way back to the Pokémon world. He smiled and explained, I am here to watch the competition, so do not concern yourself with this old man. Yang Fan, do your best. Indeed, Professor Oak, Yang Fan responded, still somewhat astonished that a character from his past life's animation would materialize before him. It's been a while, Professor. While Yang Fan was momentarily stunned, Shen Yan hurriedly greeted Professor Oak. Ah, Shun, my boy, you are here as well? Professor Oak did not expect to encounter an old acquaintance during his visit. Ah, I merely brought the child of an old friend to participate in the competition. Shen Yan bowed respectfully to the elder, then turned to Yang Fan, Xiao Fan. Let us head to the competition venue to prepare. Yang Fan affirmed and proceeded toward the venue, initially hoping for further discourse with Professor Oak. Child of an old friend. Upon hearing Shen Yan's words, Professor Oak contemplated for a moment, exchanging a brief glance with Shen Yan as understanding dawned upon him. The two shared a tacit agreement and said little more, directly escorting Yang Fan to the competition grounds. Just as Yang Fan approached the venue, a thunderous cheer erupted. The enormous roar of the crowd reverberated, overwhelming the senses, as the overwhelming wave of shouts pierced through the air, causing discomfort to the eardrums. At that moment, Yang Fan realized he had unwittingly arrived at the competition's platform. With the entrance of Yang Fan and Li Ming, the spectators erupted into a cacophony of cheers. A throng of people densely packed around, while 8 massive screens hung from the arena's apex. Helicopters buzzed overhead, their cameras broadcasting the match across the screens, destined to reach the entirety of Haishur and beyond, to the league itself. This was the much-anticipated preliminary selection tournament. Chapter 8, Evolution, The Ugly Fish. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual preliminary selection tournament. I am your host, Lin. Standing atop the elevated podium, the host brandished a microphone, wildly waving his arms to synchronize the crowd's energy. Our first competitors have entered the arena. Let us welcome the future gym leaders. From Haishi's second gym, the son of Li Shi, Li Ming. Roar, roar, roar. Li Ming, Li Ming, Li Ming. The synchronized chanting of thousands created an overwhelming sensation. Even Yang Fan, who had witnessed countless stars' entrances in his previous life, felt a twinge of astonishment at such fervor. This spectacle of adoration was something he had only ever witnessed on television, never having experienced it firsthand. However, Li Ming, fully recovered, was evidently accustomed to this attention, proudly raising his hands in response to the crowd's cheers. Thank you, everyone. As Haishi's strongest gym leader, I will do my utmost. TSK. Just look at that statement. Your gym is merely Haishi's second gym, and you are already eager to usurp the Haishur gym? Yang Fan scoffed dismissively. However, the host soon introduced Yang Fan. And now, we have the son of the former Haishur gym leader, Yang Fan. Yang Fan. Who is that? Shoo. Instead of the anticipated cheers, the audience's jeers filled the air, causing Yang Fan to grimace. Alas, I hope Xiao Fan isn't affected by these jeers. Shen Yan mused anxiously from the spectators' platform. Such jeers are commonplace in competitions, stemming from a subconscious tendency for people to cheer for the powerful. Remaining unfazed by these sounds is, in fact, a crucial aspect of this contest. The two competitors are ready. Let us now commence the battle ceremony. The rules for this match adhere to the basic guidelines for novice trainers, with each competitor using one Pokémon. The battle concludes when a Pokémon can no longer fight, with strict prohibitions against inflicting fatal harm on any Pokémon or attacking the trainers. The host articulated these rules with precision, though the audience was already well versed in them, as this was a necessary step in every match. Li Ming and Yang Fan faced each other, each gripping a Pokeball in their right hand, crossing them in the air. This gesture represented the highest courtesy in league battles, a sight reserved for grand events. Yang Fan, as a gym leader's heir, was acquainted with such fundamental etiquette. Once the formalities were completed, Li Ming regarded Yang Fan with a peculiar smile, as if victory was already within his grasp. Li Ming, do not forget our agreement. Just as they were about to return to their respective safe zones, Yang Fan called out to Li Ming from behind. Noticing Yang Fan's lack of trepidation, Li Ming felt a pang of unease. Could it be that his Pokémon was not the ugly fish? All of Li Ming's earlier bravado evaporated, replaced by an indescribable anxiety. However, Yang Fan offered no explanations, simply returning to the rectangular safe zone at the back. This was to ensure that trainers would not be affected by certain expansive attacks during Pokémon battles. Upon reaching a dual platform, Yang Fan donned the headset provided, ready to issue commands for the upcoming battle. The noise of tens of thousands of spectators was overwhelmingly loud. Without the headset, his Pokémon would not hear his commands. Additionally, this method would enhance the host's commentary, allowing for analysis of the trainer's strategies, making the experience more engaging for the audience. Well then, I shall not hold back. Li Ming waved his hand, releasing his Pokeball, and a massive Onix, several meters long, materialized on the field. What an impressive sight. Li Ming's novice Pokémon is indeed a Rock-type Onix. This is a perfect match for Li Ming, the heir of Haishi's second gym, who specializes in Rock-type Pokémon. How will Yang Fan, as his opponent, respond in the face of this Rock expert? Yang Fan did not keep the host waiting, decisively tossing out his own Pokeball. Go, ugly fish, shine forth in this world. As a beam of white light emerged, the diminutive ugly fish, measuring only 80 centimeters, appeared, almost pitifully small compared to the towering Onix. However, the audience was well aware that the prowess of a Pokémon is not determined by its size, unless comparing Pokémon of the same species. However, the moment the ugly fish made its appearance, the entire venue erupted with excitement. A significant portion of the audience had never laid eyes on the ugly fish before and were engaged in hushed discussions among themselves. At this moment, the host hastily sifted through the information and spoke into the microphone with great enthusiasm. Contestant Yang Fan's Pokémon is the ugly fish, a remarkably resilient creature that thrives even in murky waters. Due to its tenacious vitality, this type of Pokémon is particularly rare as a subject of research. Its counterpart is the Magikarp. The commotion among the tens of thousands intensified, with countless spectators laughing uproariously. They had expected a rare and precious Pokémon, only to discover it was on par with the Magikarp. What does rarity matter if it lacks formidable combat abilities? It can only be treated like a mere ornament. Yang Fan, are you serious? Li Ming, fully aware of the situation, feigned surprise as he laughed into the microphone. In truth, he had known about Yang Fan's Pokémon type long before anyone else. I will reclaim the grievances from yesterday along with Shun Shirlu. Yang Fan, prepare to beg for mercy. Li Ming's eyes glinted with vengeful satisfaction as he fixed his gaze upon Yang Fan, seemingly envisioning his downfall. Little one, today this stage is yours. Shine brightly. Yang Fan paid no mind to the external jeers, his gaze tenderly fixed on the ugly fish that was energetically bouncing around the arena. The display also indicated that Yang Fan possessed a psychic-type Pokémon, Gardevoir, which had previously defeated Li Ming's Swampert in a single blow. Perhaps this match would yield unexpected surprises. The host skillfully stirred the atmosphere, fully aware of what the audience craved. Well then, let us begin. Ugly fish. This marked Yang Fan's debut before the public. The initial battle of his trainer career. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, and with millions watching on television, Yang Fan felt a surge of adrenaline. Having chosen the path of a gym trainer, he was determined to etch his name into the annals of history. Even as the cosmos shifts, his legacy would endure. Let the evolution commence. Shine forth with your brilliance. Ugly fish, evolve. Yang Fan commanded loudly. The ugly fish, sensing his encouragement, was satisfied with the atmosphere and willingly evolved into Milotic. Chapter 9, Milotic. Upon hearing Yangfan's words, the host was utterly flustered. The tens of thousands of spectators gazed in stunned silence at the battleground below. However, compared to the rising clamor from the audience, the host quickly regained composure and continued. In fact, it is not uncommon for a Pokémon in a disadvantageous position to evolve mid-battle and turn the tide. However, initiating evolution from the outset is exceedingly rare. It appears our contestant Yangfan has great confidence in his Pokémon. A dazzling white light enveloped the bouncing ugly fish. For Pokémon of this type possess only one opportunity for evolution. Evolution is akin to defying fate. After a night of constant feeding and mental coaching from Yangfan, the ugly fish had reached the pinnacle of its physical and mental state. In reality, the ugly fish could have evolved last night, but Yangfan had deliberately stifled its evolution. Now was the perfect moment. On this grand stage, the ugly fish, having reached its ultimate potential in every aspect, finally underwent the complete transformation at Yangfan's command. Meanwhile, the audience craned their necks to observe closely. In this world, Pokémon evolution is sacred, a moment eagerly anticipated by all. Except for certain special groups, few would suppress their Pokémon's evolution. Evolution signifies not only the growth of the Pokémon, but also indicates a profound bond between trainer and Pokémon. A successful evolution symbolizes that the Pokémon will emerge stronger than ever before. It has appeared. The evolution form of the ugly fish is the host. Entirely unfamiliar with this type of Pokémon, frantically searched through his notes. Yet every article indicated that there was no known evolution form for the ugly fish in this world. In other words, no one had ever successfully nurtured an ugly fish to evolve. Nonetheless, the host dutifully relayed all he knew. Audience friends, what follows is quite astonishing. In all records concerning the ugly fish, there is absolutely no mention of its evolution. This means that Yangfan's ugly fish will be the first in the world to successfully evolve in front of the public. The host shouted with all his might, elevating the atmosphere of the venue to new heights. Oh, ugly fish, go. Tens of thousands of spectators, completely unaware of what the evolution form of the ugly fish was, nevertheless shouted in unison. As the brilliance faded, Milotic's elongated figure unabashedly showcased its beauty. This is Milotic. When the host finally witnessed the evolution of the ugly fish, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This is the most beautiful Pokémon in the Pokémon world, Milotic. Ah! The highly anticipated evolution was finally complete. Upon seeing Milotic for the first time, a thunderous applause erupted, and a hoarse roar pierced the sky, sending the atmosphere into a frenzy. Yangfan surveyed the arena, the initial panic of facing such a grand occasion gradually dissipating, replaced by the joy of basking in the audience's attention and cheers. Standing on this stage, he felt as if he had become the center of the world. A surge of fighting spirit welled up within him, akin to a bomb on the brink of detonation. Milotic sensed Yangfan's fervent determination, its spirit uplifted, and its strength surged to gym leader level. Milotic, do you feel it too? Observing the successful evolution, with Milotic now towering over 7 meters, its form no longer inferior to that of a onyx, Yangfan suddenly felt a twinge of headache. Such a colossal Milotic could no longer fit in a home aquarium. It seemed that the 10,000 Poke dollars owed to Li Ming would primarily be used to restore the pool in the gym. For now, Milotic would have to reside within its Pokeball. Milotic transformed from a body marred by unsightly spots into a graceful figure, exuding confidence and pride far beyond the ugly fish it once was. Its robust serpentine body and fan-like tail spoke volumes of its extraordinary nature. So, Li Ming, are you ready? Milotic, begin. Yangfan aptly called Milotic's name, and she turned to nod at him. No longer did she possess the pitiful demeanor of a creature confined to an aquarium. She now exuded the poise of a noble woman. It seemed that Milotic had not distanced herself from her trainer despite this sudden evolution. The method of enhancing their bond the previous night had proven effective. Watching Milotic respond to his commands, Yangfan felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, Li Ming's situation was far from the ease Yangfan experienced. What should have been an effortless victory had now become an enigma due to Yangfan's unexpected evolution. Why? Why are Yangfan's Pokémon always like this? The previous Ralts was the same, and now this ugly fish. Yangfan's outdated gym deserved to be swept away like refuse. Li Ming's face, increasingly filled with rage, maintained a calm exterior. Must he truly resort to that? Li Ming pondered deep within, recalling the instructions given to him by Li Shi before he departed. This item must not be utilized unless absolutely necessary. The Sea City prohibits the existence of another gym, even if it is in a state of decline. The solemn admonition from his father resurfaced in Li Ming's mind. Regardless, I shall use it. This is for the sake of ultimate victory. Young fan, you shall never triumph over me. A peculiar test tube was inserted by Li Ming into a berry, which he then hurled with great force towards the onyx. Onyx, consume it. In truth, there are no explicit rules against the use of items in this competition. It is merely an unspoken understanding among trainers that such practices are seldom employed. After all, with so many spectators watching simultaneously, even if one were to win, the ensuing public opinion would hardly be favorable. Roar. The onyx, having swallowed the special berry, suddenly exhibited erratic behavior. We can observe that contestant Li Ming has opted to actively utilize a berry item. Is he lacking confidence in his water-type Milotic's ability to secure victory? At this moment, the host was keenly observing the situation in the arena, narrating the unfolding events with fervor. Onyx, rock slide. Aware that this potion should remain hidden from others, Li Ming initiated his assault, aiming for a swift resolution to avoid any suspicion. The narrative would merely suggest that his onyx was exceptionally trained, leading to an overwhelming victory over Yang Fan. However, while Li Ming's strategy seemed astute, Yang Fan was not one to follow his script. Watching as enormous boulders materialized from thin air beside the onyx, Yang Fan couldn't help but smirk. Every time I witness such phenomena, it seems utterly preposterous. Are these stones conjured from nothingness? Despite pondering the scientific validity of the situation, Yang Fan offered a slight smile to Li Ming and snapped his fingers. Milotic. Swift and decisive. In that instant, Li Ming felt a familiar chill run down his spine. Chapter 10. The Self-Destructing Onyx. Amidst the cheers and roars of tens of thousands, Yang Fan erupted in laughter and commanded his Milotic. Go forth. Milotic. Aquatail. Milotic let out a triumphant cry, as if celebrating its recent evolution, charging headlong into the torrent of boulders summoned by the onyx. Charging straight ahead. Onyx. Crush it. Li Ming was overjoyed to see Milotic show no inclination to evade the colossal falling rocks, opting instead for a direct assault. Yang Fan, oh Yang Fan, even after evolving, you are still merely an inept trainer. This is astonishingly fast. Milotic appeared to dance amidst the falling boulders. The host exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. The streamlined serpentine form navigated the cascading rocks with the grace of a butterfly. Faced with the massive boulders, a glimmer of disdain flashed in Milotic's eyes. During its time as a Phoeba, it had effortlessly maneuvered through various underwater obstacles to evade enemies. Now, the only difference was the sheer size of the stones. Imbued with elemental energy. Yet, having evolved, its body had become elongated and agile, significantly enhancing its speed. It was a being of the ocean, and even on land. It was not a mere onyx that could contend with it. The enormous boulders posed no impediment to Milotic, even when one or two obstructed its path. They were effortlessly shattered by its powerful tail encased in swirling water. In the blink of an eye, Milotic reached the side of the onyx. Seeing this, Li Ming's onyx displayed a flicker of panic, but the effects of the potion soon transformed its eyes into a fiery red. Upon witnessing Milotic's extraordinary speed, even Li Ming, who was otherwise unskilled, had to concede that the onyx would likely be unable to withstand the forthcoming assault. Thus, he made a decisive choice to endure the attack. Onyx. Harden. However, even the execution of its abilities was too sluggish. Dragon Tail. Yang Fan's command resonated at the very moment Li Ming uttered his own. As Milotic leapt high into the air, its massive tail shimmering with pulsating purple dragon energy, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The onyx's grayish-white rocky body barely managed to emit a dark flash in an attempt to bolster its defenses. Yet, ultimately, it was a fraction too slow. Under the onslaught of speed, Milotic's tail, accompanied by an overwhelming force, struck the joints of the onyx's segmented form with a resounding impact. With a graceful turn, Milotic landed delicately, and for a brief moment, time seemed to halt. Following a heartbeat of silence, the anguished cry of the onyx rang out. Its body was shattered into several segments, the rocky composition splintering under the immense pressure exerted by Milotic, collapsing to the ground in a disheveled state, eyes shut tight. In that instant, a profound silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. As tens of thousands of spectators stood in stunned disbelief at the outcome of the battle, even the microphone in the host's hand falling unnoticed to the ground. Is the competition over? Just as everyone assumed the dust had settled, even Li Ming felt resigned to his fate. The broken body of the onyx writhed on the ground for a moment, before its blood-red eyes abruptly opened, an unmistakable fury evident within. Observant individuals could clearly discern that the onyx was in a precarious state. The audience fell silent for a few seconds before erupting in confusion. What is this? The heir of the esteemed Sea City's second gym resorting to such despicable tactics? Does he take us for fools? Huh. If he resorts to such measures with his novice Pokémon, what of his other Pokémon? Observing the Onix's condition, Li Ming recognized his utter defeat. Devoid of any chance for reversal. The repercussions of being caught using forbidden items in this sacred arena were consequences far beyond what a mere gym heir could bear. Moreover, it would undoubtedly affect his father's gym, potentially leading to its immediate closure. It's over, it's over. I have lost everything. Young fan, this is all your fault. Why won't you concede? Why did you have to evolve? Why must that wretched Shinshirlu always be by your side? With his schemes fully exposed, Li Ming unleashed a tirade of insults towards Yang Fan. His words transmitted verbatim through the earpiece to the audience's ears. Goodness, what a love-struck fool. Alas, what a burdensome situation. His gym surely has no hope. It is destined for closure. The audience erupted into a cacophony of chatter, completely oblivious to Li Ming's desperate demeanor. Yang Fan, observing the unhinged Li Ming across the arena, frowned and cautiously scrutinized him. Just as the crowd was engrossed in discussing Li Ming, he erupted. Onyx, self-destruct. Li Ming commanded his Onyx to charge towards the audience, his words inducing terror in the hearts of all. Is he out of his mind? Stop talking. Run. That madman. Utterly deranged. The audience, frightened by the Onyx, scrambled to escape, their exclamations laced with curses. Amidst the panic and chaos, the security team outside would take some time to arrive, and there was no better strategy to counter such a desperate move than to minimize casualties as much as possible. Furthermore, self-destructing moves entail a sacrifice of the Pokémon's life, unlike in games where recovery is possible. Here, a self-destruct truly means the end, leaving nothing behind. Milotic, Whirlpool. Yang Fan's calm voice rang out, and those further away finally noticed that the boy nearest to the self-destruct zone exhibited no signs of panic whatsoever. A torrent of water cascaded from above, converging above Milotic's head, instantly expanding into a colossal whirlpool capable of engulfing the entire arena. Milotic, draw the Onyx into it. Then Hurricane. In this scene, reminiscent of a natural disaster, Yang Fan calmly directed Milotic. Under such dire circumstances, it was imperative to launch Onyx into the air to minimize casualties. As the whirlpool surged forth, the battered segments of Onyx's body were helpless against the fierce pull of the current, drawing it directly into the vortex's center. Simultaneously, a colossal tornado descended, further intensifying the whirlpool's might, transforming it into a waterspout that swept everything in its vicinity. Now, Milotic, protect. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated, leaving spectators momentarily dazed and deafened. After what felt like an eternity, the hushed murmurs of survivors began to emerge. Did we survive? Did he save us? What has become of that young boy? Chapter 11 concludes. Inside the Sea City battle facility, hundreds of thousands of spectators eagerly gazed at the arena shrouded in thick smoke from the explosion. Even the host's voice trembled with emotion. Contestant Yang Fan, he. At that moment of collective shock, a voice, aged yet commanding, echoed in some ears. Dragonite. Hurricane. Was that Professor Oak? He too was watching this match. Beside him stood Inspector Xinyan. Professor Oak, can you save Yang Fan? Upon sighting Professor Oak and Xinyan, the crowd fervently pleaded for Yang Fan's safety. Do not worry, Yang Fan will be fine. Professor Oak reassured the anxious masses, his insight as the first champion of the Pokémon League assuring him that Yang Fan had sought refuge behind the fallen rocks before the explosion. Coupled with Milotic's protection, he would face no grave peril. As Dragonite's small wings fluttered, the fierce winds swept across the battleground. Professor Oak, stop, stop. With the aid of the microphone, Yang Fan's breathless voice resurfaced. As the smoke cleared, Yang Fan, disheveled yet resolute, gazed at Professor Oak commanding Dragonite in the distance. Cough. Apologies. Professor Oak, caught in Yang Fan's gaze, sheepishly withdrew Dragonite. It had been so long since he'd commanded Dragonite that he miscalibrated its strength, wiping the non-existent sweat from his brow. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, no one in the arena noticed his fluster. All eyes were fixed on the young boy, dust-covered yet radiantly vibrant. Ah, Yang Fan, Yang Fan, Yang Fan. The roar of cheers began somewhat chaotically, but gradually harmonized into a unified chorus. The girls' cries were particularly piercing, sending painful vibrations through Yang Fan's ears as he wore his headset. This moment starkly contrasted with the earlier battle when the audience had chanted Li Ming's name. Now, everyone was celebrating Yang Fan. As a host, I have utterly failed by not announcing Yang Fan's victory sooner. I hereby declare the winner of the Sea City Gym's preliminary selection tournament, Yang Fan. The host's hoarse voice echoed in the air, punctuating the jubilant atmosphere. Countless spectators gazed at the screen, marveling at the unassuming young man who exuded confidence. Had yet another shining newcomer emerged? The heir to the Sea City Gym? It seemed this year's exchange tournament would be a fierce contest indeed. In the arena, Yang Fan was affectionately patting Milotic's head, showering her with praise. A glance revealed Li Ming, battered and bruised from the self-detonation of Onyx, being escorted away by the League's security. It appeared that imprisonment was inevitable, and his family's gym might suffer consequences as well. Xiao Fan, Xinyan called out, slowly descending from the stands alongside Professor Oak. Beside them stood an unfamiliar yet authoritative figure, whom Yang Fan did not recognize. However, Yang Fan noticed the League emblem pinned to the stranger's chest, indicating a high-ranking official. Xiao Fan, are you all right? Xinyan's immediate concern reached Yang Fan. I'm fine, Uncle Shun. Yang Fan was taken aback by this sudden display of care. His lingering resentment towards Shun Yin for concealing the truth about his parents' disappearance somewhat alleviated. After so many years, one must look forward. That's a relief. That's a relief. Shun Yin exhaled, patting his chest in relief. It was hard to imagine a man dressed as a bodyguard displaying such concern. Lord Shin, aren't you going to introduce us? The League official humorously interrupted their exchange. I completely forgot. Shun Yin slapped his forehead. Xiao Fan, this is General Qin Qianzhong, a high-ranking official of the League. Hello. Yang Fan, gym leader. General Qin addressed him, leaving Yang Fan momentarily stunned. Please, don't call me that. I'm not a gym leader. Just call me Yang Fan. He chuckled, trying to defuse the situation. All right, let's not linger here, or your fans might become impatient. Professor Oak interjected, observing the trio's intent to continue their conversation. Fans. I don't have any fans. Professor Oak, please don't jest. Yang Fan responded, feeling embarrassed. Indeed, we should take our leave. General Chun and Shun Yin shared amused glances. Hastily exiting through a side passage, Yang Fan was left standing there, bewildered. What was the meaning of this? He detested half-finished conversations. Yang Fan was still oblivious to the trials that lay ahead. Boom. Crack. Crack. Don't push. Don't push. Just as Yang Fan was lost in thought, a flurry of cameras surged towards him. What is this madness? Yang Fan, how do you feel after your victory? Yang Fan, can you explain how you knew that Magikarp would evolve into Milotic? Yang Fan, what is your stance on Li Ming's illegal use of Pokémon drugs? Yang Fan, do you currently have a romantic interest? How do you see it? I'll just sit here and watch. Also, isn't your questioning a bit too broad? Yang Fan was bombarded with queries from reporters, nearly overwhelmed by their relentless inquiries. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to fend off the relentless journalists and emerged from the battle facility, utterly exhausted. Xiao Fan, how did it go? Outside, Professor Oak, Xin Yin, and General Chun were watching him with amused expressions. How can you still laugh? Yang Fan shot them an exasperated glance before asking, what do you need from me? You wouldn't have waited this long for nothing, would you? Xin Yin, Professor Oak, and General Chun exchanged knowing glances, their smiles growing mischievous. Are you trying to set me up again? Yang Fan realized their intent and quickly attempted to escape towards the gym. Hey, how can we call it setting you up? We're only looking out for your best interests. Xiao Fan, just accept your fate. Under the night sky, the young man found himself being dragged away by three boisterous figures towards the bustling League Hospitality Center. Chapter 12, the League Exchange Tournament. Inside the League Hospitality Center, Yang Fan, seated in a private booth, eyed the sycophantic smiles of General Chun and Shun Yin with suspicion. So you sought me out because of the League Exchange Tournament happening in a month? To speak candidly, this preliminary selection for the exchange competition is aimed at identifying outstanding participants for future contests. The various prestigious universities in attendance are all striving for commendable results in this forthcoming exchange event, Chen Qianzhong explained to Yang Fan, seated across from him. The Alliance Exchange Competition? This was the first time Yang Fan had heard of such a tournament. According to Chen Qianzhong, it was essentially a friendly competition between their world and the Pokémon world. Naturally, while it was designated as friendly, each participating organization was fervently vying for the championship. Furthermore, the eligibility criteria required participants from Yang Fan's world to be newly graduated trainers, while those from the Pokémon world had to be novices with less than a year of travel experience. The championship prizes were to be jointly prepared by both worlds, comprising awards for individual and team competitions. According to insider information relayed by Yang Qianzhong, the prize for the individual competition was rumored to be an egg of a quasi-divine Pokémon. Yang Fan's eyes glimmered with contemplation as he resolved to participate in this competition, not merely for the accolades, but for a more significant reason. The system that had long been dormant in his mind had unexpectedly issued a task. Ding! The system detected that the gym of the host had yet to be fully reconstructed. To expedite the establishment of the gym, a continuous task has been initiated. Task 1. Participate in the Alliance Exchange competition as a gym leader. Task reward. A crystal containing the power of aura. Upon reading the system's task, Yang Fan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, though he managed to suppress his shock as he noticed the 3 individuals present were watching him intently. The reward was none other than the power of aura. It can be said that the power of aura is one of the most pivotal forces in the Pokémon world, comparable only to the powers of transcendence and permanence. Mastery of these 3 powers would undoubtedly elevate one's achievements to at least that of a champion, akin to the likes of Champion Dato, who wields the power of permanence, and Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. However, despite the bountiful reward, the task's requirements were not trivial. Firstly, it mandated participation in the competition as a gym leader. At present, Yang Fan had not passed the Alliance's gym assessment, meaning he was not yet an officially recognized gym leader. To pass the gym assessment, one needed 3 Pokémon that had achieved gym level status. Currently, his Shinado and Minus were at gym level, but he still required 1 more Pokémon. After a moment of silence, Yang Fan turned to Chen Qianzhong and inquired, "If I participate, can I do so as a gym leader?" Gym leader? Chen Qianzhong and Shun Yin exchanged glances, perplexed by Yang Fan's intention. "What I mean is, I wish to enter the exchange competition as a gym leader, not as a novice trainer," Yang Fan elucidated. "So, you want to challenge the gym leaders of the Pokémon world, am I right?" Dr. Ohm, who had been observing Yang Fan with a smile, interjected unexpectedly. "Are you serious?" Both Chen Qianzhong and Shun Yin asked in disbelief, turning to Yang Fan. "Indeed. To be frank, both of my current Pokémon have already reached gym level." Yang Fan articulated clearly. "If we were to participate as novice trainers, others would perceive it as taking advantage of the weak. Gym level? Is that even possible?" Shun Yin was utterly astonished, rendered speechless by Yang Fan's declaration. Even Dr. Ohm regarded Yang Fan with a look of incredulity. Only Chen Qianzhong, who was unaware of the circumstances, looked between the two with an innocent expression, not comprehending why they were so stunned. "Well, Qianzhong, perhaps we should let Yang Fan participate as a trainer after all," Dr. Ohm suggested, taking the lead in addressing Chen Qianzhong. "It's not entirely out of the question, but—" Chen Qianzhong hesitated. "If that's agreeable, then I shall participate," Yang Fan declared, placing his cup directly in front of Chen Qianzhong before he could continue. Thus, the somewhat bewildered Chen Qianzhong was persuaded to allow Yang Fan to compete as a gym leader. After a hearty meal, Dr. Ohm mysteriously summoned Yang Fan aside. "Doctor? What is it?" "Yang Fan, take this," Dr. Ohm said, handing Yang Fan a square object with an air of secrecy. "What is this?" Yang Fan inquired as he opened it to reveal a pristine Pokédex lying quietly inside. "Doctor, this." Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback by the Pokédex presented by Dr. Ohm. "This is for you." Dr. Ohm appeared somewhat disoriented, possibly due to having consumed a bit too much. "For me? Are you serious?" "This is a Pokédex." The Pokédex, also known as a qualification certificate, was not something so commonplace as depicted in the animations. In the Pokémon world, it was a special device prepared by each region's professor for the 3 chosen individuals of that region. Each chosen individual possessed a corresponding unique ability. For instance, Chi was known as the warrior, whose special ability allowed him to devise unexpected strategies in battle to secure victories. Moreover, the Pokédex served as a qualification to traverse between the Pokémon world and Yang Fan's world. It is crucial to note that traveling between the 2 worlds requires not only proof of qualifications from both alliances, but also recognition from the will of the world. The so-called will of the world refers to entities or objects obstructed during spatial travel, deemed to pose a significant impact or threat to the current world. If such entities are discovered even once, they will be permanently barred from crossing dimensions. Therefore, possessing a Pokédex could alleviate many of Yang Fan's issues, as both worlds extend similar privileges to holders of the Pokédex. Yang Fan. At the entrance, Shun Yin was calling for Yang Fan and Dr. Ohm. Yang Fan reluctantly tucked the Pokédex away and assisted the now unconscious Dr. Ohm back into view. "Let's call it a day." Shun Yin, his eyes slightly reddened, looked at Yang Fan, hesitating to speak. "What is it, Uncle Shun?" Yang Fan asked, puzzled by Shun Yin's demeanor. "Well, Yang Fan, about your parents." Shun Yin stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Finally, he steeled himself and handed Yang Fan a yellowed letter. "This is a final message from I and Xiao Feng. They wanted to give it to you once you came of age. I intended to find an opportunity to present it to you today, but—" Xinyan's mouth hung open, unsure how to proceed. Is that so? Yang Fan's expression remained unfazed. Having lived 2 lives and nearing 40 years in total, he had grown accustomed to the circumstances surrounding his parents in this lifetime. Silently, he accepted the letter and handed Dr. Ohm over to Qin Xinzhou. Thank you, Uncle Shun. General Cheng, I hope you can take care of the competition details. He placed the letter in a secure location and, after exchanging pleasantries, proceeded in the direction of the gym. Chapter 13, Legacy. A shock to the Alliance. Upon returning home, Yang Fan walked alone to his room. He placed the letter on his bedside table, reading it repeatedly with great diligence. Even his Shinado, who had always been affectionate towards him, seemed to sense Yang Fan's mood and quietly embraced him, refraining from their usual playful antics. Time passed by, second by second. When the morning sun streamed through the window and kissed Yang Fan's face, he realized that he had unknowingly drifted off to sleep the previous night. The letter lay scattered beside him, dampened by an unknown source. He carefully refolded each page and tucked them beneath the mattress. Shauna, the ever-watchful Shinado, having awakened early, looked at Yang Fan with concern. Don't worry, Shinado. It's all in the past, and I won't dwell on it. Yang Fan chuckled at Shinado's comforting demeanor. He then exited the room to prepare breakfast for his 2 Pokémon. Today was the day he would visit the Pokémon Bank to retrieve something important. Last night, Yang Fan had discovered through a letter that his parents had entrusted a Pokémon egg to the bank for his coming-of-age ceremony. Now that he had reached adulthood, he could claim the egg simply by presenting his identification card. Of course, the Pokémon Bank employed specialized methods for preserving Pokémon eggs. Otherwise, after all these years, the Pokémon within might have perished long ago. As Yang Fan prepared for this new chapter in his life, the news of his victory over Li Ming had already spread across the internet, following last night's events. Responses varied widely, but the most attention-grabbing headlines were featured prominently. Shocking. The heir of the declining Haisher Gym, the incredible rookie trainer Yang Fan. My encounters with the newcomer Yang Fan from Haisher. What is Yang Fan's connection to Professor Oak? Yang Fan's most beautiful Pokémon. Milotic. Exclusive report. Yang Fan's past life. The deluge of reports swept across the entire league, even infiltrating news segments in the Pokémon world. Trainers who caught wind of these stories began to take an interest in the Haisher Gym from another world. However, at that moment, Yang Fan remained blissfully unaware of his newfound fame. Grasping the hand of his Shinado, he set out for the Pokémon Bank. The Pokémon Bank, a cross-dimensional establishment developed through the collaboration of the Pokémon world and the human realm, facilitated all transactions between the 2 worlds. Moreover, it was said that the bank had an inseparable connection with the Hyrif Corporation in the Pokémon world. As a leading technology company, Hyrif Corporation monopolized the business of Pokeballs, move tutoring machines, healing items, and a plethora of other Pokémon-related products. Yet it was most renowned for its closely guarded secret, the Master Ball. Nevertheless, none of this concerned Yang Fan, as his sole objective was to retrieve the Pokémon egg his parents had left for him at the bank. Brother Fan, just a few steps out of his house, a familiar female voice called out to him once more. Hey, Shindashio, don't you have your own business to attend to? Yang Fan couldn't help but retort. Oh, I was just waiting for you. Who knew it would be such a coincidence? Shin Shirlu replied, her tone sweet and her gaze somewhat bashful. Fine. I can't argue with you. Here, wipe off your sweat. She pulled a tissue from her pocket and casually offered it to him. Unexpectedly, this action caught her off guard. Holding the tissue, Shun Shirlu gazed at Yang Fan with a blissful expression. Brother Fan, you finally care for me. I shall treasure this tissue forever. Hearing this, Yang Fan ignored her, casting her a sidelong glance before resuming his walk. Hey, Brother Fan, wait for me. Watching the figure of her crush, the girl hurried to catch up, promptly placing a hat and mask on Yang Fan's head. What is this about? Yang Fan protested, somewhat displeased. Oh, just bear with it. It's for your own good. Shin Shirlu insisted, disregarding his resistance. Surrendering to her firm demeanor, Yang Fan acquiesced. In truth, it had been a while since he had looked so closely at Shin Shirlu. Her lively and charming face retained a hint of baby fat, and beads of sweat lingered on her forehead from her recent exertion. For reasons he could not fathom, Yang Fan felt an unexpected rush of emotions and quickly averted his gaze. However, this only led him to notice her figure more clearly. He hadn't realized that, after years of neglect, this young lady had matured remarkably. Unconsciously, he swallowed hard. Just as he was about to raise his head, Shun Shirlu caught him in the act. Brother Fan, do you think I look good? She asked in a voice laced with allure, her words sending a shiver down his spine. What? I didn't see anything. Yang Fan laughed awkwardly, trying to dismiss the moment. Oh, is that so? What color is it? White lace? Never mind. It's getting late. We still have business at the bank. Realizing he had misspoken, Yang Fan quickly employed a distraction tactic, striding towards the bank in an oddly peculiar manner. Hey, Brother Fan. Shen Shirlu, observing his strange gait, felt her previously cheery demeanor suddenly turn crimson. She stomped her foot and hurried to follow him. Hello, sir. Here is your Pokémon egg. Thank you. At the Pokémon Bank, Yang Fan exited with the egg incubator in hand alongside Shen Shirlu. What species is this egg? She inquired, glancing at the brown-striped Pokémon egg nestled in his arms. I'm not sure. It must belong to one of my parents' Pokémon, Yang Fan replied, equally puzzled. Oh, I see. Shen Shirlu regarded him curiously, unable to comprehend why Yang Fan was different today. In the past, she had always been careful not to mention anything about his parents when speaking with him. To her surprise, Yang Fan had voluntarily brought it up. If it's your uncle and aunt's Pokémon, it must be quite powerful. Shen Shirlu marveled. Indeed, their Pokémon are all exceptionally strong. Yang Fan reminisced about his childhood, bouncing around on those Pokémon, and couldn't he help but chuckle. Gently stroking the incubator, he murmured, I wonder whose offspring you will be? Ding. The egg sensed Yang Fan's eager desire to meet it, and, fearing his disappointment, exerted itself to hatch. As Yang Fan walked, he was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification ringing in his mind. Without hesitation, he rushed into a nearby Pokémon Inn, dragging Shen Shirlu with him. Thus, they entered a room under the watchful gaze of the bewildered innkeeper. Shen Shirlu's thoughts were a whirlwind of strange possibilities. Look, what is it? Yang Fan replied, perplexed. What are you preparing? What do you mean preparing? Yang Fan pointed at the egg, which had begun to crack, looking at Shen Shirlu in confusion. So, you brought me to the inn just to witness the hatching of a Pokémon egg? Shen Shirlu's mood plummeted from elation to despair. What kind of Pokémon is this? This is a Bunnelby. It must be left by my mother's Bunnelby. Inside the inn, Yang Fan marveled at the newly hatched Bunnelby, still acclimating to its surroundings. The proximity between them unconsciously diminished, and as Yang Fan's breath brushed against Shen Shirlu's face, she suddenly became aware of the closeness. Her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her gaze began to flicker. What's wrong? Yang Fan noticed her unusual demeanor and placed his hand on her forehead. Ugh. As she watched his hand draw nearer, fine beads of sweat formed on Shen Shirlu's brow. What should I do? What should I do? Brother Fan is so handsome. I can't hold back. Shen Shirlu wrestled with her inner turmoil. You're not running a fever. Yang Fan's casual statement instantly doused her excitement. Without uttering another word, she sprang to her feet and dashed out of the room. Yang Fan, left with no choice, vacated the room, cradling the now weary Bunnelby. Hey, Shindashio, why did you suddenly go silent? Exiting the Pokémon Inn while holding the freshly hatched Bunnelby, Yang Fan observed the sullen expression on Shen Shirlu's face, utterly baffled. Is this how fickle teenage girls are? Yang Fan found himself utterly speechless at Shen Shirlu's abrupt change in demeanor. The tall, lumbering figure of Shen Shirlu was lost in troubled contemplation over Yang Fan's oblivious behavior, muttering under her breath. Yet, upon catching sight of Yang Fan's dazed expression, she couldn't help but chuckle to herself, exclaiming, honestly, how do you manage to make me like you so much? Huh, what did you say? Yang Fan, walking beside her, failed to catch her words. Nothing. You absolute clueless man, Shen Shirlu shouted. Just then, Yang Fan's phone rang. Hello? Xiao Fan. It's Dr. Oki. Aren't you at the dojo right now? I'll be right back. What's wrong? Let us discuss this in person when you return, Dr. Oki replied, glancing at the visibly agitated Shun Yin beside him. The atmosphere thick with a peculiar tension. Yang Fan could sense the gravity in the doctor's tone, indicating that something troubling had indeed arisen. Brother Fan, wait for me. Shen Shirlu called out as she noticed Yang Fan's hurried demeanor, but chose not to inquire further. About 10 minutes later, the duo arrived at the entrance of the Haisher dojo. In a somewhat secluded corner next to the dojo, Dr. Oki and Shun Yin were engaged in earnest conversation. Yang Fan hurried over, asking, What is going on, doctor? Xiao Fan, you're here. Dr. Oki waved away the smoke before turning to the still fuming Shen Yin. Understanding the unspoken cue, Shen Yin composed himself and said, Xiao Fan, this situation may be rather harsh for you. Let us get to the point. Uncle Shun, spare me the extraneous details. Yang Fan urged. Very well. The truth is, since you won the championship in the recent selection tournament, this news has reached many ears. Moreover, you mentioned last night that you intended to participate in the forthcoming exchange competition as a dojo trainer. Once your information was submitted, those with ulterior motives seized the opportunity to reject the application, citing that your dojo had not passed the league's scrutiny. They decided to conduct a qualification review of the Haisher dojo, scheduled for tomorrow at noon. Furthermore, this review will be broadcasted live. Xinyan laid bare the impending crisis, revealing that he had received this notification from the League that morning. As the Heisher inspector, he would accompany the League's senior reviewers during the assessment. What? This isn't fair. Shen Shirlu, who had been silently absorbing the conversation, could no longer contain herself. To her, this was a blatant injustice, clearly targeting Yang Fan. Shirlu, calm down. Let us see what Yang Fan has to say. Shun Yin admonished her, momentarily forgetting that he had reacted more vehemently than she had. An early assessment, you say? Yang Fan pondered aloud, his mind racing. Uncle Shun, does this assessment require only 3 dojo-level Pokémon? Yes, that is indeed the case. Xinyan confirmed. However, noticing Yang Fan's serious demeanor, he couldn't resist asking, Xiao Fan, do you truly have confidence in this? Dr. Oki regarded Yang Fan with astonishment. They both understood the gravity of Yang Fan's situation. Without any assistance, the likelihood of possessing 3 dojo-level Pokémon seemed almost fantastical. Even Dr. Oki, in his prime, had relied on substantial support to secure his first dojo-level Pokémon by the 2nd year of his journey. Yang Fan, however, was starting from scratch, and merely owning a Milotic was largely due to fortune. Xiao Fan, are you truly not joking? Dr. Oki asked, his gaze fixed sternly on Yang Fan. He feared that the young man might be naively overestimating his capabilities, as sudden fame could easily lead to hubris. Really, I am not, Yang Fan replied, somewhat exasperated, as he failed to comprehend why both men assumed he was jesting. All right, I'll be candid, Yang Fan continued. I also possess a dojo-level Shinado. What? After a brief silence, both Dr. Oki and Shun Yin stared at Yang Fan in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. By the way, Doctor, Uncle Shun, you haven't tea washed up yet, have you? Yang Fan remarked, pinching his nose in distaste, prompting Shin Shirlu to distance herself as well. No, when I received the news, I came straight here with the doctor. Shun Yin replied earnestly. That explains it. Let us head inside and clean up. The smell is quite overpowering. Yang Fan hastily opened the dojo door, ushering them in. Shauna, Milotic, Shinado Milotic. I'm back, Yang Fan called out as he embraced his Pokémon. For reasons unknown, after a night of bonding, Milotic seemed reluctant to return to its Pokeball unless specifically requested. However, when venturing out, Yang Fan allowed her the freedom to roam. Observing the dojo, which usually saw little traffic, both Shinado and Milotic tilted their heads in confusion at Yang Fan. This is Dr. Oki and Uncle Shun, who have come to inform us that our dojo might be disbanded, Yang Fan jested, eliciting a chuckle. Ding. Milotic sensed the potential dissolution of the dojo and, recognizing the staffing shortage, proactively invited Gyarados to join the dojo. Ding. Milotic sensed the impending crisis and, feeling the dojo's inadequacy, invited Gyarados to join. Ding. Shinado, perceiving the dojo's predicament, automatically advanced to the quasi-champion level. With an indescribable wave of psychic energy sweeping through the dojo, everyone stood in awe, gaping at Yang Fan's Shinado. Is this a breakthrough? Now that Yang Fan had claimed Shinado was dojo level, it had surged to the quasi-champion level. At this moment, Shen Yin was rendered speechless, merely gazing at Yang Fan with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Had his nephew truly grown to a point where even he had to look up to him? Meanwhile, Dr. Oki, after recovering from his shock, felt an immense sense of satisfaction towards Yang Fan. It had been a long time since he had encountered such an exceptional young talent. Even the most remarkable new trainers of the past few years paled in comparison to Yang Fan's rapid progress. It seemed that soon, Yang Fan would reach the level of renowned trainers like Sharona. With that thought, Dr. Oki contemplated whether it was time to share certain matters with him. Unlike the two elder figures' astonishment, Shen Shirlu was primarily filled with admiration for Yang Fan. However, just as everyone was mesmerized by Shinado's breakthrough, Yang Fan's Milotic dashed out of the dojo. Yang Fan initially intended to intervene, aware that wild Gyarados were social creatures known for their ferocity and hostility towards outsiders. If Milotic ventured into a Gyarados territory, it could lead to unforeseen dangers. Without further thought, Yang Fan grabbed a nearby Pokeball, including Milotic, and bolted after her. As he rushed out, he called back to Dr. Oki and Shun Yin. Doctor, Uncle Shun, I'm going to check on Milotic. You two rest here for now. Shen Shirlu wanted to follow, but was stopped by Shen Yin. Let him handle it. This is between him and his Pokemon. Reluctantly, Shen Shirlu sat down, pouting her lips in discontent. Meanwhile, Shen Yin and Professor Oak scrutinized Yang Fan's dojo. Upon witnessing the current dilapidation of the dojo, Shen Yin couldn't help but sigh. These years have truly been arduous for Xiao Fan. After speaking, he seemed to recall something, letting out a deep sigh and falling into silence. Professor Oak, shaking his head in lamentation, remarked, "That incident from years ago, alas. I should have a word with Xiao Fan when I find the time." Xin Shilu, listening to her father's conversation with Professor Oak, was left in a state of confusion. However, considering herself astutely intelligent, she refrained from voicing further inquiries at that moment. On another note, Yang Fan trailed behind a Milotic, accompanied by his Shinado. Yet, as they reached the estuary, Milotic suddenly leaped into the water, disappearing without a trace as if it had plunged into a bottomless abyss. Yang Fan stood anxiously on the shore, gazing at the tranquil surface of the sea, his brow furrowed with concern. Although Milotic was already a dojo-level Pokémon, recklessly intruding into the territory of a Gyarados could very well lead to a pursuit by the Gyarados clan's leader. Just as Yang Fan desperately sought traces of Milotic with Shinado by the seaside, a sudden tempest erupted far out on the ocean. The previously calm waters lost their composure. Becoming tumultuous, the surging waves violently battered the shoreline. In an instant, Shinado seemed to sense something, positioning itself protectively behind Yang Fan, its gaze fixated on the undulating shadow beneath the water's surface. What could it be? Noticing Shinado's intense focus, Yang Fan followed its line of sight. Below the surface, a colossal shadow began to enlarge in his vision. With a thunderous splash, a massive wave surged forth, crashing towards Yang Fan with overwhelming force. Before he could react, a purple light flickered in Shinado's eyes. All the splashing water was intercepted by an invisible psychic force, and even the terrifying wave failed to budge Shinado an inch. It appeared that having broken through to the Quasi-King level, Shinado's psychic abilities had become even more formidable. 5 seconds later, the curtain of water that had splashed ashore dissipated, revealing the full form of the shadow. It was a Pokémon resembling a dragon, its cavernous mouth perpetually intimidating its foes, and its jet-black back adorned with a majestic dorsal fin that appeared particularly imposing amidst the splashing water. Gyarados. Without a doubt, this was a shiny Gyarados. Although Gyarados was often mistakenly thought to possess dragon attributes due to its name, it is important to note that it inherently has water and flying types, with a fourfold weakness to electric-type attacks. However, if one were to underestimate this weakness, they might find themselves at a significant disadvantage in battle. This is yet another strength of Gyarados. Despite lacking dragon attributes, it boasts an extraordinarily diverse move pool. In other words, Gyarados can learn an array of techniques, surpassing even some dragon-type Pokémon, including moves of electric and fire types, which are generally incompatible with its own attributes. What truly caught Yang Fan's attention, however, was the sight of Milotic gracefully approaching from behind the Gyarados, eagerly waving its tail in greeting. Witnessing this scene, Yang Fan was momentarily entranced, murmuring to himself, "Could it be? Is this truly happening? Is there really a Pokémon that can sway the ferocious Gyarados?" At that moment, the Gyarados leaped into the air, landing directly in front of Yang Fan. With a resounding thud, the powerful Gyarados descended, its flying type allowing it to hover just above the ground. Yet it seemed as if an invisible force was holding it aloft. The violent tremors stirred up a cloud of dust as Gyarados cast a sharp glance at Yang Fan. Simultaneously, Milotic leapt from the water, displaying a contrasting elegance to the Gyarados' brutishness. It landed silently, stirring not a speck of dust, then lowered its head affectionately to nuzzle Yang Fan, while its tail deftly pointed to the empty Pokeball at Yang Fan's waist, and then glanced at Gyarados. Noticing Milotic's gesture, Yang Fan gently pulled it aside and quietly inquired, "Milotic, do you truly wish for me to capture this Gyarados?" Although he was already aware of Milotic's intention, Yang Fan held his own reservations. Given that the dojo had yet to pass inspection, he was still in dire straits financially. Even with the 100,000 poke dollars he had won from betting with Li Ming, most of it had been spent on improving the sustenance for Milotic and Shinado. Now, should he truly capture Gyarados, not only would he face the dilemma of where to house such a large Pokémon, but he also lacked the means to support it. Moreover, considering the sheer size of Gyarados, one could only imagine the quantity of food it would require. I truly cannot afford this. Chapter 16. Capturing the understanding shiny Gyarados. Observing Milotic's anxious demeanor, Yang Fan hesitated while contemplating the Pokeball at his waist. Noticing Yang Fan's indecision, Milotic turned to Shinado for assistance. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed once more. "Ding. Your Milotic feels perplexed due to your hesitation and seeks Shinado's aid." At Milotic's request, Shinado actively engages its telepathic ability. Just as the system's voice faded, a soothing voice resonated in Yang Fan's heart. "Yang Fan, just agree to Milotic. This big sister can prevent our dojo from being disbanded." This was Shinado communicating through thought. Shinado, capable of conversing with humans. This was something Yang Fan had never dared to imagine. It is known that, despite the formidable strength of psychic-type Pokémon, very few possess the ability to connect with their trainers on a mental level. In Yang Fan's recollection, only the gym leader Nagi from Goldenrod City in the Johto region could achieve such a feat. Most trainers only understand their Pokémon to a limited extent through a bond of tacit understanding, which is far less direct than Yang Fan's current interaction with Shinedo. Upon hearing Shinedo's words, Yang Fan ceased his hesitation, retrieving the Pokeball and tossing it towards the imposing shiny Gyarados before him. The moment the Pokeball made contact, a red light enveloped Gyarados, drawing it into the sphere. It then landed on the ground, the button at its center flashing red, rocking back and forth. 1 second. 2 seconds. On the 3rd second, the flickering light ceased, and the previously trembling Pokeball stilled. A wave of relief washed over Yang Fan, quickly replaced by exhilaration. Glancing at the delighted Milotic, he affectionately stroked its serpentine body, murmuring, "You truly are so understanding, Milotic." Capturing such a formidable Pokémon with such ease filled Yang Fan's heart with uncontainable excitement. Moreover, possessing a shiny Gyarados would undoubtedly resolve the crisis surrounding his dojo's inspection. Without further ado, Yang Fan stepped forward to retrieve the Pokeball, pressing the center button. "Come forth, Gyarados." A flash of red light burst forth from the Pokeball, and the magnificent shiny Gyarados let out a thunderous roar. "Gyarados!" Yang Fan, suppressing his inner excitement, focused intently on the majestic creature, mentally calling its name as he began to examine it closely. Only Pokémon captured by Yang Fan could have their various abilities displayed through the system's precise data panel. In contrast, he could only view the attributes and species of wild or other trainers' Pokémon. An ethereal panel materialized. Pokémon, Gyarados, shiny. Type, water, flying. Traits, overconfidence. Qualifications, champion. Strength, gym level. Skills, tackle, bite, ice fong, water tail, crunch. Note, a Magikarp, ostracized from its kin due to its unusual birth, inadvertently wanders the world alongside a Feeba. After the Feeba is captured, it voluntarily evolves into a Gyarados, possessing unparalleled destructive power, capable of brief flight, and exhibiting formidable offensive capabilities. Hiss, a wild, gym-level shiny Gyarados. Although Yang Fan had braced himself for shock, he was still taken aback by the Gyarados' lavish stats. Wild Pokémon achieving gym-level status through sheer effort are exceedingly rare, aside from the region-specific quasi-deities. Ordinary Pokémon, like Gyarados, seldom reach such heights. Even the leaders of their respective tribes are merely elite level. Indeed, shiny Pokémon either shine in battle prowess or in innate potential, with one aspect invariably being extraordinarily formidable. Yang Fan's shiny Gyarados encompasses both qualities, a true rarity in a sea of commonality. However, after capturing it, Yang Fan felt a twinge of anxiety. This, perhaps, is the meager sum remaining from his bets, barely enough to sustain this creature for 3 days. Truly, a penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. With wealth, one can indulge in wine and meat. Without it, every step is a struggle. Now, with 4 Pokémon in tow, Yang Fan profoundly understood the essence of this adage. Alas, he pondered whether there were any lucrative opportunities since the gym's reopening. Just as Yang Fan sighed inwardly, ding. Upon joining the gym, Gyarados deemed the current rations unsatisfactory and resolved to assist its trainer in rectifying the situation, presenting its treasured possessions to you. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Yang Fan quickly turned his gaze to Gyarados. At that moment, Gyarados roared at Milotic and Yang Fan, then plunged back into the sea, vanishing from sight. Left behind were Yang Fan, Shinedo, and Milotic, exchanging bewildered glances. Before long, Gyarados resurfaced, its gaping maw concealing an object it had safeguarded with great care. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Gyarados spat out the item, pushing it towards Yang Fan. This gazing at the inky black mass before him, Yang Fan found himself torn between amusement and exasperation. Gritting his teeth, he crouched down to sift through the pile. It was not that Yang Fan was overly fastidious. Rather, the object had likely languished at the ocean floor for an indeterminate period, encased in Gyarados' formidable jaws. The aroma was indeed overwhelming. However, thinking it was a memento from his Pokémon made him feel somewhat at ease. System, can you discern what this is? Staring at the dark object in his hands, Yang Fan truly had no idea what it could be. Ding. Item identification. Proof of the King, when carried by a Pokémon. It has a 10 chance of inducing fear in opponents. Certain specific Pokémon can evolve into new forms upon carrying it and leveling up. Proof of the King. Yang Fan scrutinized the item in his hands, utterly astonished. This is the Proof of the King? Surely you jest. The host need only cleanse the surface grime to ascertain its nature. The system's prompt echoed once more, leaving Yang Fan momentarily dumbfounded. Very well. I shall trust you this once. Milotic, use the weakest water gun. Yang Fan turned to Milotic and commanded. Sizzle. A thin stream of water erupted from Milotic's mouth. Although it was the weakest attack, it rivaled that of some small high-pressure water guns. As he held the object under the stream, the inky substance gradually washed away. The proof of the king revealed its true form, a base crafted from pure gold, adorned with delicate red emeralds. A glance made it evident that this item was of considerable value. My heavens, it truly is the proof of the king. Gazing at the proof of the king in his hand, then at the mass of unknown items on the ground, Yang Fan's gaze eventually shifted to the imposing Gyarados. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It's not that I lack effort. Rather, my Pokémon are simply too understanding. Chapter 17, Unpassable. I said so. The entrance to Hysher. After Yang Fan meticulously cleaned each of Gyarados' treasures, what once seemed like discarded refuse at the ocean's depths now gleamed with unique brilliance. The majestic proof of the king. Appearing ordinary, yet in reality, it was an extraordinarily valuable Everstone. A collection of over a dozen golden pearls, the favorites of Nouveau Riche. There were even items that the system could not currently identify. Note: unknown item, broken. Upon collecting the next fragment, unexpected events may transpire. When Yang Fan first glimpsed this item, he nearly returned it to Gyarados. The previous treasures had dazzled him thoroughly. Moreover, conservatively estimating, this entire collection could fetch a small fortune at the Pokémon shop. The most valuable among them being the proof of the king. The last time Yang Fan visited the Pokémon shop for provisions, he noted that such items began at a minimum of 1 million Poké-dollars. As for the proof of the king, a sought-after rarity, its worth had soared to astronomical heights. Such rare items were never sold directly in the Pokémon shop. Instead, they would be advertised a week in advance and auctioned off at a grand event. The last auction for the proof of the king had seen its price escalate to over 60 million Poké-dollars. However, Yang Fan had no intention of selling Gyarados' collected treasures just yet. While they were indeed valuable, they were also hard-earned possessions of Gyarados. Now that it had become his Pokémon, these items would remain as mementos in the gym. Should another Pokémon or individual earn Gyarados' approval in the future, Yang Fan might consider parting with them. For now, it was best to let them quietly gather dust in the gym. After packing everything up, Yang Fan slung the heavy bag over his shoulder and made his way back to the gym. If anyone were to discover that items worth millions had been unceremoniously tossed into a bag of seemingly random refuse, they would likely be infuriated to the point of apoplexy. Yet, it was clear that Yang Fan was not the type to be concerned with such matters. With Gyarados and Milotic returned to their Pokeballs, Yang Fan prepared to hurry back to the gym. After all, there were still people inside worrying about him, and he needed to return promptly. Inside the Hysher gym, as Professor Oak and Shun Yin engaged in casual conversation on the sofa, Shinshirlu found herself unable to wait any longer, peering longingly out the door, resembling a human-shaped stone waiting for her partner. Even Professor Oak couldn't help but tease Shun Yin. It seems your daughter is truly becoming a waiting stone. Hearing the playful banter, Shun Yin chuckled. I wouldn't mind at all. This child struts around the house like a peacock. Only Yang Fan can keep her in check. Unfazed by the light-hearted jests of the elders, Shinshirlu continued to gaze longingly down the street. Before long, Yang Fan's figure emerged on the horizon. Shinshirlu hurried to his side, fussing over him with concern. Professor Oak and Shun Yin exchanged knowing smiles at the sight. Youth truly is a splendid thing. Xiao Yan, is there truly nothing we can do about Yang Fan's situation? Professor, I wish I could help. However, the League's inspector has personally intervened. As a mere local inspector of Hysher, my influence is negligible. Hearing this, Professor Oak sighed deeply, murmuring to himself. Alas, this child has truly endured much. Doctor, Uncle Shun, have you managed to resolve everything? Just returning, Yang Fan emerged after a brief wash in the restroom and inquired. Yes, all is well. Do you still harbor any disdain for us two old men? Professor Okido responded with a smile. Shun Yin also feigned a playful attempt to swat at Yang Fan, raising his right hand. How could I dare? Yang Fan evaded Shun Yan's hand, then recalled something. Doctor, Uncle Shun, you needn't worry about the gym inspection. I can handle it. Both of them genuinely cared for him, prompting Yang Fan to share the truth about acquiring his Gyarados. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning that it was his Milotic that persuaded the Gyarados, for otherwise, given Professor Okido's nature, he would undoubtedly take the Milotic back to the Pokémon world for extensive research. Is that truly the case? Shun Yin asked, his tone laced with uncertainty. He found it hard to believe that Yang Fan could possess 3 gym-level Pokémon in such a short span. Ah, Xiao Fan has said we needn't fret. Professor Okido chided Shun Yin playfully, then turned to Yang Fan. Well then, I shall take my leave for today. Suddenly, an unusually intense ringing of a telephone interrupted Professor Okido's words. Noticing all eyes were on him, Shun Yin hastily retrieved his phone, without bothering to check the caller ID, and answered directly. Hello? Who is this? Shun Yin, you truly are a forgetful one, came a rather unfriendly voice from the other end. Recognizing the somewhat familiar tone, Shun Yin pressed his head in thought for a moment. You, Wang Wu. What do you want? His expression darkened as he recalled some unpleasant memories. Oh, what's this? Now that you've become an inspector, you don't even recognize your old classmates? Wang Wu's tone dripped with sarcasm. Inspector Shun, you wield quite the authority. Shun Yin suppressed the urge to retaliate. If you have something to discuss, please do so. If not, I shall hang up. With that, he genuinely prepared to end the call. Perhaps due to his overwhelming anger, he inadvertently switched to speaker mode. Don't hang up, old classmate. I'm coming to Haishur tomorrow. As the host, shouldn't you extend some hospitality? His voice, dripping with sarcasm, was heard by everyone present. Even the long-eared bunny, who had been comforting itself to sleep, now frowned in distress. Seeing this, Shun Shirlu quickly carried the long-eared bunny to Yang Fan's room and discreetly closed the door. You're coming to Haishur? What is your intention? A foreboding sensation crept over Shun Yin. Of course, it's because of our old classmate's gym inspection. As the inspector of Haishur, you haven't received the news yet, have you? Surely not. The mocking tone made Shun Yin extremely uncomfortable. However, old classmate, gym, inspection, tomorrow? All these coincidences connected in Shun Yin's mind, leading him to exclaim, You are the inspector sent by the Alliance? Correct. My old friend. Tomorrow's Alliance inspector is indeed me. Just a call to inform you. Tomorrow, Yang Ye's Haishur gym will not pass the inspection. No one can save it. I stand by my words. Chapter 18. I will uncover the truth. You, Wang Wu, are you truly going to take such extreme measures? Shun Yan's voice rose an octave, sharp and piercing, completely shedding the usual calm demeanor of the Haishur inspector. It was evident that Wang Wu had thoroughly enraged him. Upon hearing about the inspection, both Yang Fan and Professor Okido perked up, listening intently to every word. However, witnessing Shun Yin's furious demeanor, Yang Fan seized the phone and spoke up. Hello? Uncle Wang, is it? Shun Yin, you have someone else beside you? Who are you? Wang Wu reverted to his normal tone upon realizing there was another voice on Shun Yan's end. I am the heir to the gym you are inspecting tomorrow, Yang Fan. Yang Fan, the gym heir? There was a moment of silence on the other end before Wang Wu's voice resumed its sarcastic tone. Oh, I see. You are the worthless son of Yang Yi. What's this? Seeking Uncle Wang's mercy for your family's gym? Hearing this, Yang Fan nearly burst out laughing. Who do you think you are? It's true you're the Alliance inspector, but since when does an inspector decide the fate of a gym? While an Alliance inspector can indeed curb the indiscriminate expansion of gyms, that only applies if the gym has violated Alliance regulations. Once a gym meets the inspection criteria and adheres to the pertinent Alliance laws, even the highest-ranking Alliance inspector would be powerless. The essence of a gym lies in its possession of extraordinary strength, unattainable by ordinary individuals. An Alliance inspector is merely an official position within the Alliance, lacking substantial combat prowess. This is why some gym leaders can completely disregard the directives of the Alliance, even operating independently. Are you jesting? Yang Fan chuckled, then continued. Can you truly close the Haishur gym tomorrow? Or compel me to throw a fixed match? Wang Wu nearly broke under the weight of Yang Fan's unrelenting words. You, sharp-tongued little brat. Just as he was about to retort, Wang Wu restrained himself, evidently possessing some emotional control to have risen to the position of Alliance inspector. Kid, I hereby formally inform you. Tomorrow's gym inspection will be conducted by Gym Leader Li Shi of the Haishur Second Gym. I shan't say more. I look forward to the moment you plead for my mercy tomorrow. With a click, the line went dead, the sound echoing ominously in the room. Shun Yin's expression was one of deep gloom. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere, Yang Fan feigned a cheerful demeanor and said, Uncle Shun, you're not still upset, are you? Surely not. The illustrious Haishur inspector is reduced to this? You little rascal, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Shun Yin found himself disarmed by Yang Fan's playful mimicry. It must be said, that phrase was indeed a universal remedy for riling people up. However, Shun Yin looked at Yang Fan, hesitating before finally speaking. Xiao Fan, are you truly confident about passing tomorrow's inspection? Oh, come now. Uncle Shun, you must have faith in me. Yang Fan responded with a radiant smile. then turned to the composed Professor Okido. See, even the Dr. Isn't worried. So you can rest assured. You. Shunyan sighed deeply, murmuring. It seemed they could only rely on Yang Fan to face the challenge. He genuinely felt he could offer no assistance in Pokemon battles. Xiao Fan, did you just hear who the examiner is for tomorrow? At that moment, Professor Okido suddenly inquired. The examiner? Yang Fan blurted out, I think it's Li. Li sure. Shunyan also recognized the gravity of the situation. In his frustration with Yang Fan, he had overlooked Wang Wu's words. Now, he realized that Li Sure had been under investigation by the Alliance. So how had he suddenly become the opponent for tomorrow's gym examination? It seemed tomorrow's events were far more complicated than they had anticipated. Yang Fan recalled Li Ming, who had used banned substances during the competition, and now Li Sure appeared as his gym examiner. Everything felt unervingly coincidental. Xiao Fan, I fear I may not be able to attend the gym inspection tomorrow. Professor Okido observed Yang Fan's contemplative expression and shook his head. What's the matter, doctor? Yang Fan and Shunyan regarded Professor Okido with puzzled expressions. Originally, it was anticipated that I would return yesterday, but due to your competition. Professor Oak gazed affectionately at Yang Fan. In truth, my dear Fan, I was also aware of your parents' situation back then. Professor, Yang Fan interjected, interrupting Professor Oak. These matters belong to the past. I will uncover the truth on my own. Yang Fan looked into Professor Oak's eyes, speaking each word with resolute clarity. This was Yang Fan's final bastion of inner strength. Once, the issues surrounding his parents had driven a wedge between him and Shunyan. Now that he possessed the means to seek the truth, he naturally could not burden others further. Very well. Professor Oak observed the determination in Yang Fan's gaze and suddenly chuckled. You must put forth your utmost effort. If tomorrow's gym evaluation does not go well, I shall have to teach you a proper lesson. However, should you successfully inherit the gym, I shall prepare a grand gift for you. Professor Oak said mysteriously to Yang Fan. A mysterious gift? No need for that, Professor. You have already given me the Pokédex. Contemplating the Pokédex he had received from Professor Oak, Yang Fan felt a bit embarrassed to trouble him further. All right, it is settled then. I must take my leave. Professor Oak interrupted Yang Fan's refusal, rising unceremoniously and stepping outside. After just a couple of paces, he suddenly recalled something. Turning to Shunyan, he exclaimed, Oh, I forgot. Does Shirlu not wish to adapt to the work of a breeder at my research institute? Coincidentally, Nana May will be returning for the summer vacation. I can ask her to assist. Let Shirlu accompany me back. Upon hearing Professor Oak's words, Yang Fan was taken aback. Shirlu was going to intern? Why hadn't Tishi mentioned it to him? Reflecting on Shirlu's situation, Yang Fan turned to look at Shunda, who had just emerged from the room. At that moment, Shirlu's gaze towards Yang Fan was somewhat evasive, and he suddenly understood. The matter of Shirlu going to the Pokemon world must have been agreed upon long ago. She must have refrained from informing him out of concern for his feelings. Truly, what a foolish girl. Yang Fan shook his head and then dashed into the gym, retrieving the Everstone he had acquired earlier at the harbor. Take this with you. Yang Fan handed the Everstone to Shirlu and added, Take good care of yourself over there. With that, he walked directly into the gym. This was his final act of stubbornness, as he, who disliked farewells, left Shirlu gazing after him with a beaming smile. Chapter 19. I only called you to wake up. After Professor Oak and Shirlu returned to the Pokemon world, Shunyan exchanged pleasantries with Yang Fan before taking his leave. As the accompanying evaluator for tomorrow's assessment, he had quite a bit of material to prepare. Even though tomorrow's league evaluator was his old rival, he still needed to perform his duties well. Meanwhile, Yang Fan tidied up the gym. After all, tomorrow's gym evaluation would be broadcasted live. Though the gym was somewhat shabby, it was essential to leave a tidy impression. Gyarados, Milotic, Gardevoir. Let's get this gym in shape today. Yang Fan enthusiastically urged his 3 Pokemon. The gym's competition area was adjacent to Yang Fan's residence, separated by a wall. Strictly speaking, Yang Fan did not reside in the gym itself, but in a small house nearby. However, the signage for the Haishir gym connected the two as one. While Yang Fan and his Pokemon enthusiastically engaged in cleaning the gym, a particular post was generating heated discussions on the Haishir forum, even showing signs of breaking out of the local circle. The post boldly addressed Yang Fan and his gym. Graduate inheriting a gym? What does the league intend? This post painted Yang Fan's capabilities in a thoroughly negative light, reminiscent of the scolding delivered by the headmaster during the graduation meeting. Accusations included Yang Fan's disrespect towards teachers, physical altercations with classmates, and reckless disturbances of school order. There were even insinuations that Yang Fan had falsely accused his opponent Li Ming of using banned substances during the preliminary selection. These claims were perpetually gaining traction online. Merely an hour after the post's release, its popularity surged, nearing the top 10 hot topics. It is worth noting that only renowned trainers achieving outstanding rankings in particularly special competitions typically made it to the league's top 10 hot topics. Who would have thought that news of a mere gym heir from Haishur would land among the league's hot news top 10? Simultaneously, in Haishi's most luxurious hotel, a robust and earnest-looking man gazed adoringly at a languid figure sprawled on the sofa. "Brother Wong, we've made it to the hot topics top 10. The middle-aged man, with a sinister smile, swirled his wine glass, clearly pleased with the news. "You must ensure that little brat is brought down tomorrow." Wong Wu stood up, moving to the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel room, his gaze fixed on Yang Fan's gym in the distance, and suddenly gritted his teeth in anger. "You must bring that little brat down hard tomorrow." "Wait, that doesn't comply with league regulations, does it?" The man hesitated, clearly caught off guard. "Li Shi, your son has already been sent to league prison by him, and you still think about adhering to league regulations?" Wang Wu thundered at Li Shi. "Li Shi, you must understand. We are part of the organization. The league's regulations do not apply to us." Wang Wu's voice dripped with menace as he leaned closer to Li Shi. "Moreover, your son's predicament was your doing, wasn't it?" Wang Wu's eyes scanned the bustling streets below. The night had nearly fallen, and the vibrant lights of Haishur had begun to illuminate the surroundings. From the pinnacle of the tallest building, one could clearly survey the entire terrain of Haishur. "Indeed," Li Shi responded, drenched in sweat. He was well aware that such matters should not be trifled with. But who could have anticipated that his irresponsible son would dare to use it under the public scrutiny, driven by jealousy? "Thus, you know the rules of the organization. Your son's situation could very well turn out to be a blessing in disguise." Wang Wu's icy voice whispered in Li Shi's ear. In an instant, Li Shi was soaked in cold sweat. The rules of the organization were infinitely more brutal than the so-called league regulations. As Wang Wu had stated, the fact that Li Ming was still in league prison was a stroke of incredible fortune. Furthermore, the organization had declared that if he could successfully resolve the Haishur gym affair, his son's situation was not beyond negotiation. Negotiation? Li Shi seized upon that word. The possibility of negotiation indicated that there was still room for maneuver. He nodded fervently, "Yes. I shall exert every effort this time. Please rest assured, organization and Brother Wong." "Clever." Wang Wu chuckled, patting Li Shi's face, before returning his gaze to the bustling streets of Haishur. His eyes continuously sought the direction of the Haishur gym, softly murmuring, "Yang Yi, let your son repay the debts of the past." "Huh? Canceling the gym? Such a task is far from simple. Yang Yi, just wait for your son down below." Crack! The wine glass in his hand shattered, blood mingling with red wine as it flowed down Wang Wu's hand. In that moment, Wang Wu bore no resemblance to the sardonic figure he had portrayed during the phone call earlier. Now, he resembled a serpent stealthily observing its prey, poised to strike at any moment. The online buzz, under Wang Wu's manipulation, continued to escalate, rapidly approaching the top 3 trending topics. This meant that the situation had become nearly common knowledge among the populace, except for Yang Fan, who remained blissfully asleep. Exhausted from an entire day's cleaning at the dojo, Yang Fan succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep in the spectator seats, leaving his mobile phone in the adjacent room. The multitude of missed calls, numbering in the dozens or even hundreds, bore witness to the torment his phone had endured. Among the callers was not only Xin Yan, but predominantly Xin Shilu, who, even from the distant realm of the Pokémon world, had seen the post. It was evident that Yang Fan had truly garnered fame. Meanwhile, our protagonist continued to slumber soundly, accompanied by his loyal companions, Shinedo, Minato, and Gyarados. Even the newly hatched Jounin was nestled in Yang Fan's embrace, drifting off into a peaceful sleep. The following morning, the Haishur dojo found itself besieged by an overwhelming crowd, a veritable sea of humanity. The throng was so dense that the individuals within were swept along without having to walk, propelled by the tide of eager onlookers, all anticipating the results of the dojo's examination that day. Without an entry ticket to the Haishur dojo, they had no choice but to queue up early. Inside the dojo, Yang Fan felt the weight of his companions pressing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. He hastily opened his eyes to a bewildering sight. Jounin sprawled across him, while Minato and Shinedo leaned against his shoulders. Most notably, Gyarados' tail had unceremoniously struck his face. "You all, rise and shine," Yang Fan bellowed after taking a deep breath. Ding! Shinedo, roused from slumber by his loud call, awoke with a touch of irritation, and, in a bid to avoid future disturbances, instinctively learned to foresee the future. Ding! Minato, startled awake, resolved to return to her optimal state by mastering self-regeneration. Ding. Gyarados, feeling the ruckus and suffering from sore muscles after yesterday's labor, instinctively learned Iron Tail. I merely called for you to wake up. Chapter 20. Wanna enter? Pay up first. Haisher Dojo. Let us give it our all today, everyone. Yang Fan declared confidently, gazing at the 3 Pokémon within the dojo. No matter what formidable beings arrive today, I shall personally defend the dignity of the Haisher Dojo. Minato and Shinado nodded vigorously in agreement from below. Gyarados, however, kept roaring and casting a pitiful glance at Yang Fan. What does that mean? Yang Fan mused, a wry smile on his face as he regarded the despondent Gyarados. Unsure of how to respond. Yang Fan, Gyarados is hungry. The gentle voice of Shinado echoed within Yang Fan's mind. It was only then that he recalled Shinado had learned telepathy yesterday. However, hungry? Observing Gyarados' forlorn expression, realization dawned upon him. After a day of hard work, Yang Fan himself felt hunger pangs, not to mention the colossal Gyarados. He quickly reassured Gyarados. I'll prepare food right away. Open the door. Why is it still closed today? Just as Yang Fan was about to open the main door, the cacophony outside left him bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why is it so noisy outside? Cautiously, he peeked through a small crack in the side door, and what he beheld was a throng of people nearly dismantling the dojo's entrance. What the? Why are these people loitering at my dojo this early? Do they think they're at a vegetable sale? Yang Fan recognized several familiar faces in the crowd, those pesky tabloid reporters who had pursued him relentlessly after the competition 2 days prior. What on earth is going on? Yang Fan pondered as he closed the door. Aside from winning the selection competition recently, he couldn't fathom why the buzz surrounding him was so intense. Given the current fervor, it felt as if he had attained the status of a champion trainer. However, under the present circumstances, there was no way he could re-enter through the main door. He would have to rely on Shinado. Shinado, please teleport me to my bedroom to retrieve my phone. Yang Fan instructed his companion, then glanced at the still aggrieved Gyarados and added, and while you're at it, bring the Pokémon food from the table. Shauna. Shinado responded promptly, though she did not exhibit the earlier telepathy, indicating that her abilities were not constantly activated. In the blink of an eye, Shinado vanished from Yang Fan's view, the enigmatic nature of psychic Pokémon on full display at that moment. However, such instantaneous movement was rare among psychic Pokémon, and many did not possess this ability at all. This misconception led many in the world to regard psychic Pokémon as utterly useless, mere decorative entities in existence. Yet after this dojo examination, Yang Fan would unveil the terrifying potential of psychic Pokémon to the world. Shauna. Moments later, Shinado reappeared at the dojo, cradling a large pile of Pokémon food. Upon sighting the sustenance, Gyarados' eyes sparkled with delight as it dove headlong into the feast. Yang Fan paid it no mind, recognizing that Gyarados was indeed famished. Grabbing the phone from Shinado's hands, he found the screen filled with missed calls. What has transpired? Opening the message page, he saw that Xin Shirlu, Xin Yan, and even Professor Oak had sent him messages, all with the same content. Check out the Alliance Hot Topics. Alliance Hot Topics? What relevance did that hold for him? Skeptically, Yang Fan clicked on the link sent by Xin Shirlu. After reading the entire article in its entirety, his expression turned grim. The fool is me. Why on earth can't I recall having done any of this? Perusing the post that detailed an array of accusations, along with fervent interviews from involved parties, Yang Fan felt a wave of guilt wash over him. What delightful news this was. He considered those he had recently offended who possessed the power to sway public opinion within the alliance. Only that Wang Wu from yesterday came to mind. It seemed he was truly intent on making him suffer. Ding. A dojo trainer cannot permit rumors to proliferate. Issuing an emergency task. Emergency task. Achieve a flawless victory in this dojo examination and restore the dojo's reputation. Reward. Dojo Repair Device X1. Dojo Repair Device. Consumable. Capable of perfectly restoring the dojo to its optimal state in a short duration. TSK. Even the system could no longer tolerate the situation. Wang Wu. Li Shi. Mark my words. I shall graciously host you during today's dojo examination. After tidying up everything, Yang Fan opened the dojo's grand doors. After such a long wait, they finally swung open. Step aside. I want to see if the 18-year-old master possesses 3 heads and 6 arms. This prime news scoop is mine. As the door swung open, a swarm of people surged into the dojo. Shinado. Shauna. An invisible psychic barrier materialized at the entrance, preventing anyone attempting to force their way inside. Those at the forefront collided with the psychic barrier, leaving them dazed and disoriented. What does this mean? Yang Fan truly is as arrogant as the post suggested, daring to deny us entry. Report him. Yes. Report. This unscrupulous dojo must be shut down. Listening to this crowd, who exhibited no sense of guilt, young Fan could no longer contain himself. Gyarados. Ding. Your Gyarados, disturbed during its meal by the crowd, grew exceedingly irritable and awakened its hidden ability, Intimidate. Roar. A thunderous pressure descended upon the gathered crowd, rendering the scene utterly silent. As the might of the Gyarados manifested, all but the most seasoned of trainers present were instantaneously cowed, let alone the ordinary folk who lacked even the status of trainers. Some were so terrified by the dragon's roar that they collapsed to the ground, oblivious to the dampness that spread across their trousers. Now, this is the Sea City Gym. It is no place for your frivolous antics. Remember this. Furthermore, anyone wishing to report me is welcome to do so. Yang Fan stood at the entrance, his black Gyarados looming protectively behind him. This moment was inadvertently captured by an onlooker. The atmosphere had transformed. No one dared to utter a sound. Under Yang Fan's piercing gaze, the majority of the crowd scurried home to change their trousers. Only a handful of trainers managed to withstand the Gyarados' aura, intent on witnessing the scrutiny competition at the Sea City Gym. The remainder, those wishing to enter the gym, must first pay a fee of 300 coins. Yang Fan declared from the entrance, creating a small opening as he spoke. Chapter 21, The League Inspection. Must we still pay? The group at the entrance exchanged glances, as if they had just heard the most shocking news. What? Were you not here to visit the gym? Yang Fan retorted, his patience wearing thin. They had come to disrupt the peace at the gym so early in the morning, yet expected to enter without consequence. What were they thinking? The crowd fell momentarily silent, forming a striking wall at the gym's entrance. Enough. If you have nothing better to do, then go about your business, always idling away your time. With that, Yang Fan turned and shut the gym doors, leaving his Gyarados and Milotic to keep watch within. He then made his way alongside Shinado to the Pokémon shop in Sea City. It was still quite early, and the league inspection would not commence until around noon, granting Yang Fan ample opportunity to indulge in some shopping. Upon arriving at the Pokémon shop, Yang Fan noted the bustling atmosphere, a testament to Sea City's unique geographical position. However, he had not forgotten his essential attire, a hat and a mask. Otherwise, should he stroll into the shop brazenly, he would surely be overwhelmed by a throng of admirers. With a glance at the myriad of Pokémon supplies, he proceeded directly to the counter. Presenting 10 golden pearls collected by his Gyarados, he addressed the attendant. I shall sell these 10 pearls and select a few items in return. We will settle the total later. Please deposit the remaining funds into my Pokédex. After placing the pearls on the counter, Yang Fan moved to the shelves behind him, searching for the necessities at hand. At present, the most critical items were high-quality Pokémon food. A bag of premium Pokémon food cost 100 coins and could sustain a large Pokémon like Gyarados for a week. He decided to purchase 100 bags, which would qualify for home delivery. Additionally, he required Pokeballs, 200 coins each, and he opted for 50. Water containers? Pool cleaning balls. These were all intended for his Milotic and Gyarados. It was time to splurge. During the lean times, Gyarados and Milotic had been sleeping on the gym floor. Now that he had some financial leeway, it was time to enhance their living conditions. Upon returning to the gym, the delivery team from the shop had already brought all the items inside. The curious onlookers outside had yet to dissipate, particularly those with microphones and cameras. Yang Fan couldn't help but wonder aloud, aren't you tired? However, seeing that they had ceased their ruckus, he chose to let them be. During this time, Yang Fan did not dawdle. He diligently cleaned the gym's old water reservoir with the cleaning balls and refilled it, bringing great joy to his Gyarados and Milotic. Ding. Your Gyarados feels elated to return to the water, sensing the gym's gradual improvement and growing increasingly motivated. It has learned Blizzard. Ding. Milotic, witnessing your hard work in cleaning the pool, feels a desire to assist and has learned Ice Beam. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, his face glowing with admiration. My Pokémon truly care for me. Just as Gyarados and Milotic reveled in the joy of the pool, the crowd outside suddenly stirred with excitement. It must be them. The league inspectors. Wang Wu. Li Shi. Yang Fan gazed intently as a throng approached the gym. The man in a trench coat at the forefront was undoubtedly Wang Wu. Beside him stood the long-absent gym leader Li Shi. Following them was a considerable entourage of league media, cameras in tow. Quite the spectacle indeed. Yang Fan observed the uninvited guests with a growing smirk. Oh dear, must I, as the gym leader, personally welcome them? Upon reaching the Sea City Gym, Wang Wu approached with an overly cordial demeanor, hastening forward to grasp Yang Fan's hands. Are we so familiar? Yang Fan sidestepped Wang Wu's hands, replying coolly, his gaze catching a hint of regret in Wang Wu's eyes. Huh, a cunning old fox. Is this a performance for me? Despite Yang Fan's blatant disregard for his advances, Wang Wu maintained his cheerful demeanor, saying, "Oh, we cannot speak like that. We are all members of the league. After all, naturally, we are colleagues." "Colleagues? I have yet to pass the gym inspection," Yang Fan replied frostily. This man truly plays a double game. Speaking one way in public, another in private. Yet, when pretending before Yang Fan, he would choose to vanquish the charade. "Inspector Wang, let us begin. I suspect they can hardly wait." Yang Fan gestured toward the reporters behind Wang Wu. These league media were likely summoned by Wang Wu himself. Coupled with the previous day's online uproar, if he were to falter during today's gym inspection, Yang Fan feared he would be mercilessly ridiculed online. The consequences could be dire, potentially implicating his longtime supporter, Xin Yin. Therefore, losing this gym inspection was not an option. This was a battle for the dignity of the Sea City Gym. I shall not allow anyone to trample upon its honor. With that, Yang Fan strode purposefully toward the gym's arena. As this was a gym battle, the viewing area was not as expansive as that of Sea City's battle facilities. Yet it still spanned over 4 basketball courts in an open-air combat space. Had Gyarados and the others not been so fatigued from the previous day's cleanup, it would not have been so taxing. "Wang, what is this?" Li Shi whispered to Wang Wu, observing Yang Fan's demeanor. "Humph, an arrogant brat. Ignore him." Wang Wu scoffed, glancing at Li Shi. "Do not forget the matters I entrusted to you yesterday." "Understood. It's all prepared," Li Shi replied quietly. The two conspired discreetly. And to outsiders, it appeared as though the two men were merely engaged in hushed conversation. One of the cameramen whispered to his companion, "Do you think the inspector is interested in men?" His companion quickly covered his mouth. "Are you seeking death? Do you not remember what was said yesterday?" The cameraman suddenly recalled the terrifying events and likewise covered his mouth, lowering his gaze to the ground, fearful that Wang Wu would notice him. It was known that before selecting reporters, strict instructions had been given regarding today's events. Those who failed to comply had been whisked away by a group of men in black before the eyes of the crowd. The repercussions were beyond their imagination. Of course, all of this was conducted in secret, and these reporters were entirely under Wang Wu's control. In other words, these individuals all possess their own leverage against Wang Wu. They are far from virtuous. As Wang Wu and Li Shi entered the dojo, the live broadcast commenced. The much-anticipated dojo examination was about to unfold. Chapter 22. Haisher Dojo vs. Haisher Second Dojo. Haisher Dojo. Following the entrance of Wang Wu, accompanied by league media and the examination subject, Li Shi, the dojo inspection he personally elevated to the forefront of the league began its comprehensive live coverage. Of course, the scale could not compare to the match held by Yang Fan in the Haisher battle facility just 2 days prior. However, to enhance the live experience, dozens of drones took to the skies, capturing every angle without omission. Additionally, 2 vertical cameras were positioned on the battle platform to document the movements of Yang Fan and Li Shi. This was also a precaution to prevent trainers from cheating, ensuring incidents akin to what occurred with Li Ming would not recur. However, for certain individuals with ulterior motives, these measures were hardly a deterrent. Soon, with all preparations in place, the dojo examination officially commenced. As this was not a formal competition, there would be no referees or commentators. All battles transpired in the blink of an eye. Moreover, due to specific tactical considerations, typical dojo examinations did not warrant special narrators. This also marked the first dojo examination to be broadcasted live across the entire league. Naturally, this attracted numerous viewers online, particularly aspiring trainers eager to glean insights from the combat. Battles between dojo masters were rare occurrences in everyday life. Thus, as this highly anticipated duel was set to begin, the Haisher Dojo's league examination commenced. The examiner was the league's special inspector, Wang Wu. Due to the unique status of Haisher examiner Xin Yin, this examination would not be reflected in the feedback form. The assessment official was Li Shi, the master of Haisher's second dojo. The examination target was Yang Fan, the heir of Haisher Dojo. This battle would consist of 3-on-3, with a loss occurring when all 3 Pokémon were rendered unable to fight. During the battle, Pokémon could not be swapped, nor could items be utilized. Now, let the examination battle begin. Wang Wu stood solemnly at the examination platform he had set up, reading earnestly from the document in his hands. At this moment, the popularity of the league's live broadcast had already surpassed 10 million. Brothers, the match has begun. What the heck? Betting on Yang Fan pays 52-1. What does that mean? Brothers, here's your chance to strike it rich. Betting on Yang Fan's victory means a lifetime free from worries about food and drink. Get out of here, you upstairs. I clearly saw you betting on Li Shi. Exactly. Only a fool would bet on Yang Fan. Countless comments flooded the live chat. Due to public sentiment, nearly everyone was skeptical of Yangfan's prospects. Even the few dissenting voices were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming torrent of comments, unable to make a ripple. Simultaneously, amidst everyone's anticipation, the battle commenced. Hushu Tree. Go. With the press of a button on the Pokeball, a Pokémon resembling a bushy tree emerged onto the battlefield. Hushu Tree. A rock-type Pokémon. The only rock-type capable of learning the advanced grass-type move, Wood Hammer. It seemed Li Shi had made ample preparations against Yangfan's Milotic. Yangfan would not naively assume that his opponent would deploy such a Pokémon, knowing he possessed a Milotic. Since it was sent out, it undoubtedly had its purpose. Milotic, come forth. Yangfan gestured toward the adjacent pool. The elegant and lithe Milotic appeared on the field. The moment Milotic entered the fray, the viewer count surged by several million. People are invariably drawn to beauty, and Milotic epitomized that allure. Upon witnessing Yangfan's Pokémon materialize on the battlefield, Li Shi exchanged no further words. In a match where the dojo's very existence hung in the balance, there was no room for carelessness. Hushu Tree. Sharp stone attack. As expected, one could tell a professional from the first strike. This Hushu Tree was far from ordinary. Sharp rocks materialized in the air, glinting ominously. This attack was undoubtedly aimed at incapacitating Milotic. It is important to note that despite the League's regulations prohibiting excessive force during battles, unforeseen circumstances could occasionally arise. Whether such occurrences were truly accidental was a matter only the involved parties could ascertain. Milotic. Hurricane. Yangfan, recognizing his opponent's intent, would not allow them to succeed. In the face of the rapidly approaching sharp stones, Milotic's Hurricane could not entirely thwart the assault. Yet, Yangfan had no illusions that the Hurricane alone could suffice for defense. Aquatail. With the Hurricane mitigating the speed of the sharp stones, the water flowing around Milotic's tail could harmlessly knock the projectiles away. Rock Lock. Just as Milotic swiftly deflected the stones, Li Shi's command rang out once more. A colossal boulder loomed above Milotic, astonishing all onlookers. This Hushu Tree, under Li Shi's command, was truly formidable. Yangfan sensed the danger. Milotic could barely keep pace with Hushu Tree's speed. Moreover, with Rock Lock in play, Milotic's singular advantage of speed had vanished. Some viewers with a grasp of Pokémon battles analyzed the unfolding situation, preferring to rely on their observational skills rather than a commentator's narration to decipher the strategies at play. This allowed them to learn a great deal. However, was it really so simple for Yangfan's Milotic to be defeated? That would be woefully underestimating him. In this clearly uneven match, Li Shi's Hushu Tree was certainly a Pokémon of dojo-level caliber. Much like the battle between Yangfan and Li Ming, it boasted a natural level advantage. Yet, the ability to reverse the tide rested solely on the trainer's skill. Furthermore, Yangfan could not shake the feeling that something was amiss with the Hushu Tree opposite him. It had remained eerily silent since its entrance. Typically, Hushu Trees exhibited timid natures, often making whimpering sounds during battles. Could it be that Li Shi's Hushu Tree possessed extraordinary talent? Pushing these thoughts aside, Yangfan focused intently on Milotic, commanding, jump, jump. Surely I must have misheard. I can confirm the upstairs is not deaf. It is indeed a jump. Isn't that a signature move of Magikarp? Is such a skill even useful? Has Yangfan lost his mind? What if it's a feint? Let us watch and see. Under the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Milotic suddenly compressed its body, its serpentine form bending like a drawn bow ready to unleash its potential. At that moment, the Rock Lock descended from above Milotic's head. Dozens of boulders plummeted at free-fall speed. The sheer area of coverage left Milotic no avenue of escape. Chapter 23, Focused Power. Ascending to Perfection. Just as everyone believed Milotic was about to be crushed beneath the weight of the rocks, it sprang into action. From its days as a Feebas, it had leaped daily to evade various dangers, continuously jumping, and jumping. Its very existence seemed to revolve around leaping. The move jump was engraved in its essence, instinctively etched into its being. There was no need for training. It was simply second nature. This was the survival instinct it had honed as a Feebas. Crack. The ground beneath Milotic began to fracture, expanding gradually as it gathered strength. If one must undertake a singular endeavor, then let that endeavor be executed with unparalleled excellence. Focus intently. Erupt. Boom. Every part of the body channels its strength simultaneously, instinctive movements flowing forth naturally. Unconstrained by formality, the actions are simple yet exude confidence. Minus's physique resembles a soaring dragon, crashing directly into the descending rock blockade. Now is the moment. Water Tail. Just as Minos is about to collide with the rock blockade, Yang Fan commands Minos. With an unparalleled burst of impact, the water tail manifests an extraordinary power at this instant. The water flows like silk, entwining around Minos's tail fin. Then, with a sudden flourish, it swings fiercely at the encroaching rocks. Bang! The shattered rocks scatter everywhere. Even Wang Wu, seated at the review platform, is grazed by a fragment, leaving a visible gash across his face, starkly evident under the camera's gaze. Yang Fan. Wang Wu's eyes narrow with malice as he glares at Yang Fan from the podium, his inner fury escalating. He mutters, "Li Shi, make sure that brat pays dearly." However, this utterance goes unrecorded by the cameras, as the review platform is bound by regulations to only capture the matches. At this moment, no one pays heed to the unfolding drama at the review platform. In the live broadcast, all eyes are captivated by Yang Fan's Minos. Wow, Minos is incredibly striking. Yang Fan is audacious indeed. Who knew a leap could be employed this way? Today's match is becoming increasingly thrilling. Under the might of Minos's water tail, there are no obstacles. The massive rocks crumble as if they were mere tofu. Likewise, Minos gracefully descends to the ground, winning over a multitude of admirers. Ding! With the leap, Minos recalls fond memories of its days as a Magikarp and instinctively learns the move Rain Dance. Truly, my Pokémon is exceptional. Yang Fan's heart swells with pride at Minos's spontaneous acquisition of a new skill. He is no longer surprised. His Pokémon always strive to excel. Minos. Rain Dance. Amidst Li Shi's astonishment, Minos lets out a resounding roar skyward. The previously clear skies abruptly transform, particularly over Yang Fan's gym, which becomes shrouded in dense clouds. Gradually, droplets begin to fall upon everyone present. Rain Dance, a skill that alters the weather. Against a rock-type Pokémon like Isekai'd, it is undoubtedly a game-changing ability. Close in. Wood Hammer. Li Shi's face betrays his growing anxiety beneath the rain. He has completely lost the composure he once had. Initially, he had presumed Yang Fan's Minos to be merely at gym-level strength. How could it possibly master such a formidable weather-altering technique? Now he is truly frantic. Hearing the command, Isekai'd remains undeterred, charging towards Minos with a stoic expression. Yang Fan notices this too. There is something amiss with Isekai'd. Typically, it would shy away from even a water gun, yet here it stands resolute in the rain. Who are they trying to fool? Minos. Water gun. In the rain, the water gun's potency escalates, now resembling the force of a water cannon. Aimed directly at the advancing Isekai'd, the water gun surges forth. The momentum is relentless. Droplets scattering in all directions. The water gun, bolstered by the weather, strikes Isekai'd with tremendous force. The enhanced water gun halts Isekai'd in its tracks, its body nearly buckling under the assault. This exemplifies why rock-type Pokémon struggle to withstand water-type moves. Under the erosion of water-based skills, a rock-type Pokémon's body risks collapse, leading to irreparable damage. Yet, in the face of this dire situation, Li Shi seems oblivious, issuing no commands for evasion. Is he really not going to dodge? Yang Fan thinks this is excessively cruel. Isekai'd is in such peril, and yet, what a fool. This is entirely Li Shi's fault. Knowing full well that Isekai'd cannot endure prolonged exposure to water, he still sends it in? Isekai'd has issues too. You let your Isekai'd swim, just let it be. Contrary to what many might say, Yang Fan can sense Isekai'd's reckless determination. Even as it shows signs of imminent collapse, it persists in advancing towards Minos. Yang Fan, in the end, is not that heartless. Minos. Ice Beam. Once Minos ceases the water gun, Isekai'd's body loses its watery support. Its entire form, propelled by inertia, collapses to the ground, still inching towards Minos. Alas, what a pity. Yang Fan shakes his head with a sigh. Subsequently, icy energy gathers in Minos's mouth, and a swift stream of cold air envelopes Isekai'd. Under the previous water's cover, Isekai'd becomes completely encased in ice, forming a vividly lifelike ice sculpture on the ground. At this moment, the arena falls silent. Even the millions of viewers in the live broadcast refrain from sending any more comments. The sorrows and joys of humanity resonate in this instant. Yet, after Isekai'd is thoroughly encased in ice, Li Shi does not withdraw it. Instead, he retrieves another Pokeball. What does this mean? Isn't this a gym review? How? Wait. No way. Could it be that you all have blacked out too? Oh my gosh. I thought I was the only one experiencing this blackout. What on earth is happening? After Li Shi produces another Pokeball, Yang Fan notices that everyone present has simultaneously set down their recording devices. Even the drone, which had been circling moments ago, has vanished without a trace. This. Yang Fan directs his gaze towards Wang Wu at the review platform. Wang Wu, however, gazes back at him with a smile. Though the malice lurking in his squinted eyes is unmistakable. What does this mean? Yang Fan inquires coldly. What does this mean? Wang Wu can't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Eventually, he clutches his stomach, laughing uncontrollably, wiping away the tears from his eyes. Wang Wu looks at Yang Fan with amusement. Let me tell you what it means. Wang Wu's voice suddenly shifts, taking on a tone reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. Chapter 24, The First Signs of Fangs. Let me tell you why. Wang Wu's gaze turns fierce and cruel as he looks at Yang Fan, his right hand unnaturally rising to loosen his necktie. His head swivels like a lone wolf surveying the surroundings. No one dares to meet his eyes, except for Yang Fan at the podium, who furrows his brow, fixated on the now frenzied Wang Wu. Yang Fan, you should never have become Yang Ye's son. I once vowed to obliterate Yang Ye, but luck was on his side. He vanished in the Pokémon secret realm. But what about me? I will make everything he left in this world disappear, whether it be his gym or his family. At this moment, Wang Wu is no longer human. He has transformed into a vengeful spirit returned from hell, intent on incinerating everything associated with Yang Ye. With a swift motion, Wang Wu tears off his official review uniform, the remnants scattering like confetti. The first sight that meets Yang Fan's eyes is that of a beast-like torso. Yes, a beast. Or perhaps a Pokémon. Yang Fan's pupils constrict, his gaze filled with an indescribable disgust towards Wang Wu's physique. All present quietly avert their eyes, as if they had long anticipated this moment. You can't speak now, can you? Wang Wu revels in Yang Fan's gaze, relishing the moment. All of this is the doing of your father. I once possessed everything. Yet, it was that scoundrel Yang Ye who shattered it all. My entire existence has been obliterated. Even my wretched body has been reduced to this state. Why couldn't he simply turn a blind eye? Why did he have to meddle in affairs that did not concern him? Why does he remain unscathed? Only I am made to endure this torment. In Yang Fan's eyes, Wang Wu had completely succumbed to madness. The eyes of the beast, or perhaps some malevolent spirit, burned a blood red. Saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. Should this scene be witnessed by others, it would surely haunt their dreams. A roar, unrecognizable as human, erupted from Wang Wu's throat. The cameraman, upon hearing this sound, hastily abandoned his equipment and dashed toward the exit. Just as he reached the threshold, a familiar yet terrifying voice echoed in his ears. Where do you think you're running? Let me go? Help. Master Yang Fan. Save me. The cameraman frantically struck at Wang Wu, then bolted toward Yang Fan's location. He can't even save himself, let alone you. Wang Wu spat disdainfully, then lunged toward the cameraman. Boom. Crack. Yang Fan noted that the ground beneath Wang Wu had begun to fracture under the force of his leap. This spectacle genuinely astonished Yang Fan. Upon realizing he inhabited a world where spirits existed, he had prepared himself mentally for the darkness to come. Yet, the unfolding events far exceeded his expectations. Human bodies possessed certain organs of spirits. Menace. Yang Fan commanded the spirit to take action. In truth, a stringent law had always governed the world of spirits. All matters must be resolved by spirits alone, with trainers strictly prohibited from intervening. This law was upheld in this world as well. Everything must be resolved through spirits. Yet, from a young age, Yang Fan had been warned by his parents that the world of trainers was exceptionally cruel. Especially in the wild, one must always ensure they have a healthy spirit at their side. This was primarily to guard against spirit attacks, but more importantly, to shield against attacks from fellow trainers. In the wilderness, not many adhered to the laws of the League. Particularly in the current situation, Wang Wu could no longer be considered a trainer. He had devolved into a frenzied beast. Ice Beam. A beam of chilling light re-emerged, suffused with an arctic aura. Block it, Rumble Rock. As the ice beam was unleashed, a massive rumble rock appeared before Wang Wu, intercepting the icy assault. It was evident that this rumble rock shared a fate akin to the previous absurdity, its eyes vacant, utterly devoid of spirit and will. It had become a mere puppet in Li Shi's grasp. Just as the rumble rock shielded against Minus's attack, Wang Wu's actions shattered Yang Fan's imaginings once more. The cameraman was grasped by Wang Wu and hoisted into the air, then slammed mercilessly to the ground. Blood-red liquid began to seep slowly from the massive form of Rumble Rock. Wang Wu, Li Shi. Yang Fan gritted his teeth, the scene before him embedding itself deeply into his soul. What? Can't you withstand it? Wang Wu flung aside the blood-splattered figure, a look of twisted pleasure crossing his face. I endured far worse than this. All thanks to your father, Yang Yi. Ha ha. With bloodied hands, he continuously tousled his hair, resembling a demon incarnate. Enough. The game ends here. Yang Fan, the heir of the Sea City Gym, has failed the gym assessment and, in a fit of rage, attacked the league inspectors, resulting in his immediate execution. This outcome should suffice, no? As whispers reached his ears, Yang Fan's body trembled ever so slightly. Yet this was not fear. Rather, it was an exhilarating sensation rising from the depths of his being. Gazing at the crimson liquid nearby, he felt no discomfort, only a long-lost excitement. What was it that he craved? Observing the trembling Yang Fan, Wang Wu mocked. Oh dear, our gym heir seems to be frightened. Ha. Li Shi. Send him on his way. Battle Hammer Dragon. Double-edged headbutt. Li Shi summoned forth a colossal spirit resembling a small dinosaur, its eyes a fierce crimson. Charging directly at Yang Fan, the powerful hind legs struck the ground, sending shards of rock flying, a spectacle of might. Yet, Yang Fan remained rooted, head bowed, showing no inclination to evade. Minos attempted to intervene, but was obstructed by Wang Wu's rumble rock. Wang Wu watched eagerly as Yang Fan stood there, madness gleaming in his eyes as he envisioned Yang Fan being crushed by the Battle Hammer Dragon. Die, Yang Fan. Yang Yi, await your reunion below. Do not forget your benefactor. Chapter 25, Chaos. Just as Wang Wu prepared to witness Yang Fan's obliteration, his mouth fell agape in shock. He had never anticipated that Yang Fan, newly appointed as a gym heir, would possess 3 combat-ready spirits. At his age, without relying on family support, capturing 3 spirits was already a feat of genius, let alone cultivating them to a level of combat readiness in such a brief span. Captured spirits inevitably go through a rebellious phase, termed the nurturing period by trainers. Wild spirits possess a primal nature, and to engage in battle with trainers, a bond must be cultivated during this period. This is why extraordinary talents rarely emerge among independent trainers. Each captured spirit requires emotional investment. While those relying on family spirits have long since commenced tactical training, how could they possibly compete with those inheriting family legacies? How intriguing. I never expected you, so soon as a gym heir, to command a powerful spirit like Gyarados. And a variant, shiny Gyarados at that. However, you remain mere detritus, just like your worthless father, lacking sufficient strength, yet you dare to meddle. A gym-level spirit aspires to transcend? If that is the case, I shall claim this Gyarados for myself. It shall make for excellent research material. At this, Wang Wu's gaze shifted toward Li Shi. Li Shi, go all out. Under Wang Wu's command, Li Shi began to emanate an inexplicable aura. The eyes of Rumble Rock and Battle Hammer Dragon reflected brutality and madness, reminiscent of the earlier situation with Li Ming's Onyx. Both spirits began to growl lowly at Wang Wu. Humph, 2 gym-level miscreants. Do you wish to taste the effects of the potion? Upon uttering this, the previously frenzied Rumble Rock and Battle Hammer Dragon began to shrink back, trembling as if recalling some horrific memory. If others deemed him a miscreant, Yang Fan could accept it, even dismissing it with his strength. Yet, as he scrutinized closely, he noticed the myriad pinpricks hidden upon the 2 spirits, and the burn marks adorning the top of Battle Hammer Dragon's head. This recalled the earlier absurdities. A tempest of indignation surged within him, a fury that was almost unbearable. The heinous acts of torturing elves, conducting human experiments, and the research of illicit substances ignited a relentless fermentation of rage in Yang Fan's heart. Unlike the previous incident with the cameraman, he clenched his fists tightly, choosing silence over words. Gyarados, Hydro Pump. Sensing Yang Fan's inner turmoil, Gyarados let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. As a fierce representative among the ferocious Pokémon, Gyarados appeared even more menacing under the influence of Yang Fan's wrath. Countless vaporous droplets coalesced in the atmosphere, and in an instant, the venue was shrouded in a dense mist. The Hydro Pump surged forth like an artillery shell, aimed directly at Rampardos. If Rampardos were to be struck by the Hydro Pump, its singular rock type would be doubly vulnerable to the water type attack, potentially leaving it incapacitated. Li Shi, having served as a gym leader for years, was acutely aware of this reality. He understood water-type Pokémon even better than trainers who specialized in them. This is precisely why 1S adversary often possesses the keenest insight into 1S strategies. Rampardos, Zen Headbutt. Rampardos deftly deflected the Hydro Pump with an invisible force, charging towards the position of the attack. As Rampardos, infused with psychic energy, collided with the Hydro Pump, the water was forcefully deflected to either side. At that moment, as the water dissipated, Li Shi suddenly realized that the Milotic, which had been lingering near Yang Fan, had vanished. His own golem, affected by the potion, provided no warning. Damn. Although this potion significantly enhanced a Pokémon's strength, elevating Golem from mere gym level to a half step toward the elite level. It rendered the Pokémon a mere combat machine, devoid of any situational feedback during battle. Gyarados, Surf. Yang Fan's command resonated once more. Leisure immediately grasped the potential scenario. As a water-type Pokémon, if Milotic was nowhere to be seen, it could only mean one thing. It was hidden within the wave of Gyarados' Surf. Golem, Rampardos, Rock Slide. Yang Fan's expression betrayed no surprise, displaying a calm demeanor in light of Leisure's insight into his tactics. However, it was already too late. Milotic, Bounce. Then Ice Beam. Amidst the overwhelming tide, Milotic's form glided through the water like an ethereal dragon, moving gracefully through the waves. With a sudden leap, it unleashed the ice beam it had been charging, sending it hurtling towards the surf below. With the collaboration of Gyarados and Milotic, the wave broke through Golem and Rampardos' rock slide. The subsequent chill enveloped Golem and Rampardos, freezing a substantial portion of their bodies. Leisure's expression darkened, embodying the frustration of a rock-type trainer. Golem, Magnitude, Rampardos, Stomp. As a trainer of considerable prowess, having brushed against the threshold of the elite level, Leisure possessed vast battle experience. He understood that if the icy assault continued unabated, it would spell disaster. Both Golem and Rampardos, partially immobilized by the frost, simultaneously slammed their feet into the ground, using the reaction force to shatter the ice encasing them, even inflicting damage upon Milotic through the tremors. Gyarados, being a flying-type Pokémon, was naturally unaffected by ground-type moves. Thus, Leisure's target was clearly Yang Fan's Milotic. Seeking to target Milotic, a smile crept across Yang Fan's lips as he murmured softly and waved his hand. Milotic, Water Ring. Upon receiving the command, Milotic conjured a series of water rings that swirled around its body. Witnessing this, Wang Wu, who had been previously enthralled, erupted into laughter, mockingly deriding Yang Fan. You've got to be kidding me. I thought you had a strategy, but it turns out you're merely floundering. What gives you the audacity to have Milotic withstand the attacks of two Pokémon? Do you really believe that a gym-level Milotic can endure the signature moves of two half-step elite Pokémon? Truly pathetic. Leisure, crush it. Chapter 26. Who told you I lost? As Wang Wu's mocking words echoed, the ground beneath Golem and Rampardos erupted violently. The entire Heisher gym trembled, sending the onlookers scrambling for safety, too frightened to approach the gym guarded by the league personnel. Inside the gym, the ground beneath Golem and Rampardos crumbled. The shockwaves emanating from their respective attacks collided, causing damage to their own allies due to the area effect. Consequently, both Golem and Rampardos were momentarily shaken. The violent tremors unleashed a powerful shockwave, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris that filled the air, while the cacophony of the vibrations reverberated in their ears. Although the dust obscured visibility, Wang Wu's maniacal laughter continued to resonate throughout the venue. Ha! You didn't even think to dodge in the end? This is the champion of the league's preliminary selection, and it appears that Leisure, your son, is truly no better than a fool. Hearing Wang Wu's derision, Yang Fan lowered his gaze, yet a faint smile graced his lips as he could no longer contain his response to the mockery. Who told you I lost? What? The moment those words escaped his lips, Wang Wu's laughter abruptly ceased. Even Leisure widened his eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation obscured by the dust. Exclaiming incredulously, how is this possible? As the dust settled, the previously indistinct scene became clear to all. Milotic stood steadfast in its position, albeit somewhat weary. Yet its form remained unyielding. The seemingly insurmountable assault had inflicted minimal damage upon Milotic. In stark contrast, Leisure's Golem lay incapacitated on the ground, while Rampardos, though still possessing some battle capability, panted heavily, clearly on the brink of exhaustion. In the midst of their astonishment, Wang Wu and Leisure came to their senses, their disdain evident as they gazed upon the immobile Golem and the struggling Rampardos. Wang Wu stepped forward, disdainfully placing his foot upon Golem's head and spitting to the side. Utter rubbish. Completely useless. And you, Leisure, to be saddled with such a wretch. Even with enhancements, still unable to defeat a mere gym-level Pokémon. Just let it wither away. Useless. With that, Wang Wu forcefully kicked Rampardos, which was already gravely injured, causing it to collapse to the ground, unable to rise again. Wang Wu didn't even spare it a second glance. Leisure, though his eyes reflected a hint of pity, resolutely turned away. Witnessing Wang Wu's actions, Yang Fan's fury surged once more, igniting into a blazing inferno. Clenching his fists with icy determination, he regarded Wang Wu with the same disdain one might reserve for the deceased. Wang Wu, noticing Yang Fan's demeanor, chuckled derisively. What's the matter? Feeling sympathetic? Do you truly believe that these worthless creatures deserve such maltreatment? Or do you aspire to meddle in my affairs like your incompetent father, attempting to consign me to the Alliance's prison? Before Yang Fan could respond, Wang Wu, seemingly struck at a sensitive spot, erupted in a loud soliloquy. Do you think that merely possessing these two Pokémon grants you the moral high ground to condemn me, believing that such superficiality could lead to your victory? I concede that you are indeed a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Alliance. That astonishes me. Even now, I remain perplexed as to how you managed to preserve that Milotic. However, that is of little consequence. At this juncture, Wang Wu abruptly paused, a ghastly expression overtaking his features. Do you genuinely believe that, as an Alliance inspector, I lack Pokémon? Do you think I am akin to those inept individuals from the Alliance, who only dare to wield the organization's name as a weapon? For inspectors, Pokémon are a distant luxury, as the Alliance prohibits them from possessing their own due to the sensitive nature of their positions. After all, having access to most of the Alliance's confidential institutions raises concerns about internal theft, particularly regarding the origins of rare Pokémon, which are a part of an inspector's duties. Thus, the world, upon acquiring Pokémon, is not as peaceful and idyllic as it appears. Wang Wu kicked Li Shi off the command platform. A look of revulsion plastered across his face. Damn it, useless, unable to even defeat a mere child. Scram, and you dare to call yourself the gym leader of Haishur City? Spare us the embarrassment. Li Shi fell from the platform, landing squarely on his Tyrantrum, letting out a heavy grunt. Particularly, the leg that was kicked was now completely bent, showcasing that Wang Wu's current strength was akin to that of a fighting-type Pokémon. Yang Fan, you are indeed formidable, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with seasoned gym leaders. But do you truly believe you can leave here today? Wang Wu brandished two black Pokeballs with his right hand, hurling them with fervor while shouting, "Tear him apart, Cheetah and Houndoom." As two beams of white light flickered, a leopard-like Pokémon and a grayish-black wolf-like Pokémon materialized before Yang Fan. Wang Wu's face twisted with madness as he gazed at the two Pokémon, even scratching his own face in a frenzied manner. Both Cheetah and Houndoom have indeed reached the quasi-champion level, perfectly withstanding the effects of enhancement potions. Now, let us see what you can do. Furthermore, do not harbor hopes of rescue from Shun Yin. He is currently under strict surveillance by the Alliance. Is Uncle Shun under house arrest? Upon hearing Wang Wu's words, Yang Fan's eyelids narrowed as he meticulously assessed the current situation. With Uncle Shun confined, and Wang Wu so brazenly wreaking havoc in the gym, it unequivocally indicates that there are high-ranking officials within the Alliance covertly supporting Wang Wu, orchestrating such a grand assault on the Haishur gym without regard for public opinion. This implies that they harbor ulterior motives concerning the Haishur gym. Otherwise, Yang Fan did not believe he possessed such immense allure to compel Wang Wu and his associates to expend such considerable resources. Moreover, since the outset, those surrounding them had already begun to search frantically. It appeared there was no time to dawdle. If they truly discover something in the Haishur gym, it would not be anything trivial, given the extensive manpower and resources allocated to seek it out. Most likely, it pertains to the very item his father mentioned in the letter, something he must safeguard. Chapter 27. Evolution Beyond Evolution. Inside the Haishur gym, Yang Fan took a deep breath, observing the two imposing Pokémon across from him, silently recalling Milotic and Gyarados. As gym-level Pokémon, they were evidently at a significant disadvantage compared to the quasi-champion level Pokémon. Shenandoah. At Yang Fan's call, a Shenandoah clad in black materialized before Wang Wu. Suddenly, a series of notifications echoed in Yang Fan's mind. Ding. Your Milotic senses its weakness and voluntarily masters water-type skills, increasing the power of all water-type moves by 30. Ding. Your Gyarados, feeling the insult of being disregarded by the opponent, unleashes its fury, elevating its strength to the quasi-champion level. The gradual emergence of these notifications momentarily stunned Yang Fan. This spectacle did not escape Wang Wu's notice, who quickly derided him. What's the matter? Are you stunned? You truly are a worthless child. Knowing full well that psychic-type Pokémon are countered by my Houndoom and Cheetah, you still dare to bring it out for battle. Your years of study have clearly been in vain. Yang Fan fixed his gaze on the grotesquely contorted face of Wang Wu, opting not to retort. Just as he reached for the now fully evolved Gyarados and Milotic, another notification chimed. Ding. Your Shenandoah, feeling the sting of ridicule, is engulfed in rage. Achieving a 1000 completion of its dark transformation, mastering Mega Evolution to prevent further mockery. Ding. As you lack a Mega Stone, Shenandoah continues its dark transformation, mastering Mega Evolution without requiring a stone. The sudden emergence of these notifications left Yang Fan both amused and bewildered. Shenandoah is indeed considerate of me. It even accounted for my lack of a Mega Stone. He then fixed his determined gaze on Wang Wu and declared, what if it is countered? How about 2 quasi-champion level Pokemon? I only need Shenandoah to face them both. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Wang Wu erupted in laughter, nearly doubling over. Yang Yi, it seems your son has lost his mind. He is already spouting nonsense. Before Wang Wu could finish his sentence, Li Shi, as if witnessing an incredible event, exclaimed in disbelief. Yang Fan's cold voice reverberated throughout the gym. Bloom, beyond evolution, Mega Shenandoah. At that moment, Shenandoah began to radiate a kaleidoscope of colors. Its form continuously shifted within the glow, an intangible psychic force enveloping the entire arena, encompassing every object within. Wang Wu and Li Shi stared in disbelief at the evolving Shenandoah, their expressions a mix of incredulity as they shook their heads and shouted, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a Pokemon that has reached its final form evolve once more? This is utterly inconceivable. What Mega? What evolution beyond evolution? All eyes. Yang Fan. Do not engage in such tricks. Yang Fan refrained from responding to Wang Wu's inquiries, silently observing him with cold indifference, awaiting Shenandoah's ultimate manifestation and transformation. As Wang Wu, growing increasingly agitated, fixated his venomous gaze on Yang Fan, he hastily commanded his Pokemon. Hound him. Bite down. Cheetah. Malicious pursuit. Attack Yang Fan directly. Wang Wu was not a fool. Even if he did not comprehend why Shenandoah was suddenly evolving, the overwhelming aura radiating from Shenandoah enveloped in prismatic light could not deceive. The pressure it exuded was on par with, if not greater than, that of his Houndoom and Cheetah. Therefore, if he could severely injure Yang Fan, the trainer, during Shenandoah's evolution, it would be the ideal scenario. However, Yang Fan had already discerned Wang Wu's intentions. A slight smirk crept across his lips. Only now do you realize? It is too late. Shenandoah, Gigantamax. During its first Mega Evolution, Shenandoah required a brief moment to acclimate to its new form. This could lead to an extended evolution time, granting the opponent an opportunity to strike. However, Yang Fan's Shenandoah had mastered Mega Evolution in an instant. For her, it was merely a blink of an eye. For Wang Wu, the best opportunity has already slipped away. And now, Shenandoah has achieved its own Mega Evolution. Suddenly, all the vibrant colors vanish. A more enchanting and beautiful Shenandoah appears before everyone's eyes. The originally mysterious black dress, after Mega Evolution, transforms into something akin to an ancient Western princess gown, exuding even greater nobility and mystery. The 2 crimson plates on its chest are said to symbolize the heart of Shenandoah's complete liberation. Following this liberation of the mind, its superpowers have grown exponentially stronger. As it faces the 2 approaching Pokemon, Shenandoah raises its arms, placing them in front of itself. A tremendous wave of sound crashes forth, and a soaring melody resonates all around. Wang Wu covers his ears, watching as the massive sound waves repel the great hound and the cool leopard, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Remarkably, it has merely utilized a normal type move to nullify the attacks of the great hound and the cool leopard. This is truly astonishing. To reach such a level can only signify one thing. This Shenandoah, even if it hasn't reached the champion level, is perilously close, possessing at the very least the strength to crush quasi-champion level Pokemon. However, he is not without his chances. A sinister smile spreads across Wang Wu's face as he roars at Yang Fan, whose demeanor remains composed. So what if you've evolved? The Great Hound and the Cool Leopard are both quasi-champion level Pokemon, possessing an absolute advantage in type matchup. In a 2-on-1 scenario, I will not lose. With unshakable confidence, Wang Wu declares. Yang Fan, however, remains calm and composed, issuing a command. Shenandoah, use Swift Star. In the next moment, the alluring and enigmatic Shenandoah quivers its arms, summoning countless stars illuminated in pink to rush toward the positions of the Cool Leopard and the Great Hound. Witnessing the impending Swift Star, Wang Wu's expression swells with triumph. Ha! Yang Fan, why are you using normal-type moves instead of psychic-type moves? It seems you are aware that psychic-type moves are ineffective against dark-type Pokemon. But without your foundational moves, what do you intend to fight me with? Hearing Wang Wu's nonsensical taunts, Yang Fan calmly shakes his head. In this world, it is possible that the fairy type has yet to be discovered. Or perhaps it has been discovered within the Pokemon world but has not yet reached this realm. After Mega Evolution, Shenandoah's ability is Fairy Aura, which possesses the miraculous power to convert all normal-type moves into fairy-type moves. This is the confidence Yang Fan holds. For Wang Wu, It is simply the ignorance of the unknowing. Chapter 28. Did I ever mention I only have one quasi-champion level Pokémon? As the pink stars envelop the battlefield, an unexpected tremor stirs within Wang Wu's heart. Great Hound. Roar. Cool Leopard. Fong Strike. Tear this worthless Pokémon apart. I want you to understand. Worthlessness will always remain worthlessness. Do not think you can ascend to greatness through evolution. At Wang Wu's command, the two Pokémon prepare to pounce. As the sound waves of the roar reverberate, the cool leopard stealthily approaches Shinado, its claws gleaming with a menacing light, aiming for Shinado's weak points. Observing Wang Wu's desperate state, Yang Fan wears a mocking smile. Shinado, in them. Magical shine. Upon receiving Yang Fan's command, the red plate on Shinado's chest begins to gather an energy unknown to Wang Wu. As the radiant 7 colors emanate from Shinado, Wang Wu senses an impending disaster. Anger wells up on his face, but he also feels a sense of helplessness. Perhaps it is because he has never witnessed such a skill before. Or perhaps he has a premonition of the fate awaiting the Great Hound and the Cool Leopard. This straightforward, brute force attack is proving highly effective. By directly overpowering the opponent, it leaves them with no chance to retaliate. In a sense, this has already become a different kind of one-on-one battle. The 7 colors appear swiftly and vanish just as quickly. Under the blinding light, the Great Hound and the Cool Leopard emit anguished cries. Upon hearing these sounds, Wang Wu's eyes redden as he glares fiercely at Yang Fan, clenching his fists so tightly that his long nails dig into his palms. He bellows frantically at the Pokémon on the battlefield. Great Hound. Charge. Bind Shinado. Cool Leopard. Ambush. Attack the trainer directly. Hearing Wang Wu's commands, Yang Fan cannot help but sigh, his expression tinged with faint mockery and sorrow. Indeed, Wang Wu's rage and shame have once again validated the notion that villains will stop at nothing. As long as victory is attainable, they will resort to any means. Seeing Yang Fan's expression, Wang Wu becomes utterly frenzied, shouting, Why? Why do you look at me like that too? Yang Fan, I don't need your pity. You will die. As the Cool Leopard rushes toward him, Yang Fan unhesitatingly throws out the Pokeball containing his Gyarados. A torrent of water erupts from Yang Fan's side, completely repelling the Cool Leopard's assault. The formidable Gyarados re-enters the fray. Unlike the earlier situation against 2 quasi-champion level Pokemon, the Gyarados now exudes a commanding presence, brimming with an aura that suggests it is not to be trifled with, standing guard like the most devoted bodyguard beside Yang Fan. Attack the trainer? I'm afraid not. Did I ever say I only have one quasi-champion level Pokémon? Upon seeing Gyarados again, Wang Wu is left in disbelief and shock. The majestic Gyarados fixates its gaze on the Cool Leopard that just attacked, roaring ferociously as if it seeks to annihilate any Pokémon that dares to threaten Yang Fan. And at the moment of Wang Wu's hesitation, Shinado unleashes its power. Lunar Power. After being momentarily halted by the Great Hound, Shinado once again focuses its energy, conjuring a crescent moon that hovers in the sky before it descends rapidly upon the Great Hound. Boom! An unparalleled force sends the Great Hound soaring into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing the struggling Great Hound, Wang Wu finally comprehends the gravity of his situation, swallowing hard and recoiling in shock, shaking his head in disbelief. No, this is impossible. It can't be. Just a moment ago, it was merely a gym-level Gyarados. Why has it suddenly become a quasi-champion? This is a lie. It absolutely must be a lie. For Wang Wu, the power Yang Fan exhibits is beyond his imagination, rendering it difficult for him to accept. Once the hunter, he has instantaneously become the prey. Moreover, before arriving in Haishur, he had made a solemn oath within his organization to bring back the data left by Yang Yi at the Haishur gym. For this objective, the organization had even specially allocated 2 quasi-champion level Pokémon, both of which he could command, sharing a tacit understanding. With these 2 Pokémon, evenly sure, who had served as gym leader for many years, was no match for him. Yet now, faced with Yang Fan, who had only just graduated and taken over the gym, he finds himself utterly outmatched, without any capacity for resistance. The very heir to the gym, whom he despises, possesses not 1 but 2 quasi-champion level Pokémon. And inexplicably, Shinado continues to evolve, its power teetering on the brink of champion level, firmly suppressing his 2 Pokémon. Not to mention, there is also a shiny Gyarados that has broken through in the heat of battle, though he is consumed by rage. However, Wang Wu did not completely lose his composure. Instead, he donned the familiar smile he often wore. As the one tasked with the mission, despite being unable to resolve his personal vendetta, he believed that as long as he could procure what the organization needed, everything would be well. According to the organization's instructions, The items left behind by Yang Yi would likely be communicated to Yang Fan either through letters or verbal accounts. Given the abrupt nature of Yang Ye's disappearance, it was highly probable that the information would be relayed in written form. Thus, that particular item would undoubtedly remain within the dojo. Recalling the words of a certain esteemed figure within the organization, which had been searching for this item for many years, he realized that Yang Yi had inadvertently brought it out while exploring the secret realm of the spirits and had entrusted it to Professor Okido for research. Yet, for reasons unknown, Professor Okido had returned it to Yang Yi. Consequently, the organization had spent years studying how to harness the power of this item. Upon entering the dojo, he had already dispatched someone to search for its whereabouts. With this thought in mind, Wang Wu quickly regained his focus and looked at Yang Fan with a beaming smile. "Little Fan, is it? In fact, your father and I were once very good classmates. You bear quite a resemblance to him. I'm sure Yang Yi would be delighted to see you." He added, "What just transpired was merely a friendly spar. I may have exerted a bit too much force." Though, while such a statement might seem somewhat shameless, Wang Wu was certainly no fool who relied solely on flattery to ascend the ranks within the organization. Undoubtedly, at this moment, his demeanor, even engaging in casual conversation with Yang Fan, was merely a ruse to buy time. Chapter 29, The Z Move. Wang Wu's singular aim was to delay, just prolonging the encounter. As long as he could stall until he found the mysterious item left by Yang Yi, everything would be worthwhile. Moreover, prior to their arrival at the Haisher Dojo, the organization had informed him that there would be a liaison waiting outside. Once the item was secured, the liaison would facilitate their escape, at which point the repercussions with the alliance would be of no concern. In response to Wang Wu's barrage of inquiries, Yang Fan paid him no mind, commanding his Shinado, once more, unleash lunar power upon the Houndoom. Gyarados, utilize Whirlpool. Trap the cheetah. Do not let it escape. Simultaneously, he retrieved a Pokeball, bringing his Milotic back onto the field. Milotic. Employ, recover, to regain your strength. Stay vigilant, and be prepared to strike. After directing all his Pokémon, Yang Fan's lips curled into a slight smirk, casting a mocking glance at Wang Wu. "Trying to buy time? Do you believe I would grant you that opportunity?" In that instant, the smile on Wang Wu's face vanished entirely, revealing the lurking ferocity and terror within. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. He then shouted with all his might, "Houndoom, use, bite, with all your strength. Cheetah, flee and evade the whirlpool." Yet, it was futile. Wang Wu, forcing himself to command his Pokémon, found their strengths no longer on the same level. The crescent moon in the sky descended like a meteor towards Houndoom. Although Houndoom attempted to struggle and rise again, its eyes reflected nothing but utter fear as it gazed at Shinado. In another part of the arena, facing the swift cheetah, Gyarados remained still, merely intensifying the whirlpool it had just conjured, enveloping the entire area surrounding the cheetah. With no escape route, the cheetah was swept into the whirlpool, powerless to extricate itself. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Fan gestured decisively, his gaze intense. "Milotic, aim at the cheetah and unleash Ice Beam." At this moment, having restored much of its strength through the water currents and recovery, Milotic's icy breath intensified, resembling the coldest beam of energy on the planet, racing towards the cheetah ensnared in the whirlpool. This Ice Beam, augmented by its mastery of water-type skills, showcased a substantial improvement in its control over ice-type techniques. Now trapped within the whirlpool, the cheetah had no means of evasion. Should it be struck by this Ice Beam, it would undoubtedly be frozen solid, rendering it incapable of battle. Houndoom, Flamethrower, block the Ice Beam. Just as Wang Wu found himself at a loss, a familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "SCZ." The Ice Beam and Flamethrower collided, neither yielding to the other. The two forces maintained a tense stalemate at their intersection. Then, with a resounding boom, as the explosion echoed and water vapor filled the arena, a shadowy figure emerged from behind the door. Observing Yang Fan, the figure first displayed a peculiar smile, tauntingly remarking, "Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. To force our latest experimental Pokémon into such a state, I must say you are formidable. I've never encountered a trainer quite like you." However, the figure paused and turned to Wang Wu and Li Shi, adding, "Nevertheless, we have acquired what we sought, thanks to your father Yang Ye's assistance. I have high hopes for you. Would you consider joining us?" Upon hearing these words, Yang Fan's pupils dilated in shock. "So, they found the item? Is what my father mentioned the very thing in their possession?" Noticing the object in the figure's right hand, Yang Fan's expression turned grim. "It seems you are unwilling to join us. Very well, but we must take our leave now. Take care of yourself." The figure then tossed several Pokeballs from his pocket, his demeanor fierce. "Kabutops, Electrode. Wheezing. Self-destruct. What? Self-destruct? At the mention of this move, Yang Fan could no longer remain calm. He had witnessed the devastating power of self-destruct during his match against Li Ming, where Li Ming's Onyx had only been of ordinary strength. Now, nearly every one of these Pokémon was at least of elite caliber. The simultaneous use of self-destruct by so many Pokémon indicated that this individual was intent on leveling the Haisher dojo to the ground. Wang Wu, Li Shi, come here. We must move at once. Undoubtedly, this shadowy figure sought to exploit the chaos of the self-destructs to escape the Haisher dojo. The item left by his father had fallen into their hands. Furthermore, the ability to leave the dojo in an instant suggested they had a machine capable of teleportation, akin to Psychic-type Pokémon, but one that could transport 3 individuals simultaneously. If the machine was to be activated, it would require time, at most 5 seconds. For Yang Fan had already witnessed the glowing self-destruct Pokémon beginning to swell before him. His mind raced with strategies. The power of self-destruct was formidable, and with such numbers, their escape seemed nearly certain. Was there truly no opportunity? To watch helplessly as they absconded with the critically important item left by his father? Just as Yang Fan berated himself internally, the ever-enthusiastic Flufftail, who had been resting within its Pokeball, suddenly leaped out. Its fluffy ears quivered, and its body bounced energetically towards Wang Wu and the others. Flufftail! Yang Fan shouted desperately, attempting to call Flufftail back. Yet, in an instant, Flufftail kicked its Pokeball aside, sending it flying who knows where. Come back. Flufftail! The recently emerged Wanyuan ear was evidently no match for any of the sprites before it. Such a reckless dash towards them was akin to courting death. Ding! Your Shinado perceives your desire to protect Wanyuan ear and actively harnesses spatial manipulation. Ding! Your Baku Long senses Wanyuan ear hindered by the ice blocks on the field and proactively activates Flame Jet. Ding! Your Minus feels Wanyuan ear is in need of assistance and takes the initiative to employ Assist. Witnessing all the sprites present striving for Wanyuan ear's safety, Yang Fan found himself momentarily stunned. Ding! Wanyuan ear senses your unwillingness and hope for her, realizing that she cannot remain passive. She actively masters a Z-move derived from Quick Attack, one that does not require Z-crystals. Ultimate Invincible Charge. Chapter 30, Thunder Zone, the Dancing Wanyuan Ear. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, a flicker of joy briefly illuminated Yang Fan's face before vanishing. Could it be that Wanyuan ear has comprehended a Z-move? In contrast to the ordinary skills that sprites can learn, Z-moves are truly extraordinary and unique. Moreover, Z-moves come with specific restrictions. Trainers must wear the corresponding Z-ring and place special Z-crystals within it. In the Alola region of the Pokémon world, trainers can activate the power of Z-crystals through their Z-rings, allowing their sprite's skills to undergo a qualitative leap, transforming into entirely new techniques. These techniques are referred to as Z-moves. Each type has its corresponding Z-move. Furthermore, in the Alola region, there exist Z-crystals specifically tailored for certain sprites. Such Z-moves, exclusive to particular species, are even more formidable. However, the Z-move that Wanyuan ear has mastered is of the normal type, Ultimate Invincible Charge. Though its power may not rival that of some exclusive Z-moves, it is still an incredibly terrifying force for a normal type sprite. Most crucially, Wanyuan ear has attained this through Quick Attack, endowing the Z-move with a swifter speed than that of Quick Attack itself. This means that, with the assistance of Shinado and the others, they might just navigate through the self-destruct zone. Yang Fan quickly regained his composure and waved his hand to command Shinado and the others. Shinado, use Trick Room on Wanyuan ear. Minus, use Assist, then intercept the Black Houndoom with Water Pulse. Wanyuan ear, utilize Quick Attack with all your might. Given that Z-moves have a time constraint for usage, they must be employed at the right moment. If they were to use the Z-move immediately, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of Wang Wu and his associates, likely resulting in even more severe consequences. Shinado, can you use Teleport? Yang Fan inquired of Shinado, who had just employed a spatial skill. Yang Fan, that's impossible. The gym contains a special force field that prevents accurate localization for teleportation. The answer from Shinado deep within his heart caused Yang Fan's brow to furrow. It appeared that the organization behind Wang Wu was far from simple. Not only could they disrupt the psychic-type sprite's teleportation, but they also sealed off Shinado's ability to use it. Now, all hopes rested upon Wanyuan ear. Boom! A fierce flame jet swept away all obstacles in Wanyuan ear's path. With the speed of a full-powered Quick Attack, Wanyuan ear approached Wang Wu and his companions like a brilliant meteor. In less than a second, Wang Yuan ear had already reached the self-destructing sprite's vicinity. Wang Wu, glancing at the rapidly approaching Wang Yuan ear, could hardly believe his eyes. The shadow, whose features were obscured, momentarily froze, muttering, "Is this madness?" No matter how fast Wang Yuan ear is, it cannot possibly pass through the self-destruct zone unscathed. Moreover, Wang Yuan ear is at best an average level. Even a slight brush with the self-destruct's aftermath would lead to severe injury. In the midst of incomprehensible astonishment, the figure suddenly bellowed, "If you wish to seek death, don't blame me." Black Houndoom, quick attack, to intercept Wang Yuan ear. At the command of the shadowy figure, Black Houndoom's form darted swiftly to Wang Yuan ear's front. The speed at which it covered such a distance in a mere instant indicated that this Black Houndoom was at least a quasi-champion. Bang! Just as Black Houndoom was about to collide with Wang Yuan ear, a powerful wave sent it hurtling away. Minos, who had been closely monitoring Black Houndoom, had made her move. Witnessing the futile effort of Black Houndoom, the shadowy figure cursed under his breath. "Damn it! Black Houndoom, return!" The figure withdrew Black Houndoom into its pokeball. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan ear was drawing ever closer to Wang Wu and his group. All sprites self-destruct. At the shadow's command, the sprites that had been gathering power finally reached their limit. Boom! The blinding light of the self-detonation first caught Yang Fan's attention, followed by a violent gust that nearly swept Shinado and Minos off their feet. The terrifying shockwave obliterated part of the Haishir gym, racing toward the advancing Wang Yuan ear. In the next moment, as Wang Yuan ear was about to be engulfed by the explosive white light behind it, Yang Fan strained his eyes to see ahead, watching Wang Yuan ear, which appeared to him like a shooting star. Wang Yuan ear. Now is the time. Ultimate invincible charge. Clenching his fists, Yang Fan, undeterred by the encroaching white light, stared intently at Wang Yuan ear, tears streaming down his face, filled with anxiety for her. To rely on the speed of quick attack to forcefully penetrate the self-destruct zone seemed utterly preposterous. A fool's dream. Yet, aided by the unity of the sprites, this impossibility transformed into a miracle. As the self-destructing shockwave rushed toward Wang Yuan ear, she suddenly soared into the air, resembling a butterfly dancing on the edge of a blade. Her body radiated resplendent golden light as she sprinted towards Wang Wu and the others with all her might. Quick attack. At this moment, it had already metamorphosed into ultimate invincible charge. The terrifying speed produced a deafening sonic boom, and Wang Yuan ear's body began to ooze blood from the strain. However, the most astonishing aspect was that the fearsome shockwave generated by the self-destruct could not keep pace with Wang Yuan ear's fleeting form. At that moment, Wang Yuan ear's gaze was resolutely fixed on the spot where Wang Wu and his companions were located. Her focus locked onto a single target, the package held by the shadowy figure, bathed in radiant golden light. Each step cast aside the impending shock of the self-destruct behind her. This scene left Wang Wu, Li Shi, and the mysterious figure utterly dumbfounded. Impossible. This cannot be. How could a sprite possibly dash through the attacks of a self-destruct skill purely by speed? This was a blatant violation of the rules. This was utterly unreasonable. Wang Wu shouted in a frenzy. "No, this force. This is the power we have longed for and pursued." After the initial shock, the mysterious figure's eyes gleamed with fervent intensity. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, this is the power left by Yang Yi that can overturn the world. The organization's dream is about to be realized." Upon hearing the figure's words, Wang Wu and Li Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, their legs trembling involuntarily. Could this youth truly be so powerful? Chapter 31. I merely made the most correct choice. Wang Wu and Li Shi gazed at Yang Fan in the distance. A figure that resembled a demon, and an inexplicable fear surged within them. The notion of a further evolution beyond evolution itself. 2 quasi-king level Pokémon. Even the power that the organization had long sought was manifesting in this exceedingly youthful boy. The terror exuded by Yang Fan had transcended the imagination of all. A mysterious figure fixated on the impending self-detonation zone occupied by Wang Yuan ear, his expression gravely tense. He then regarded Wang Wu and Li Shi beside him with a contemplative look. Wang Wu, Li Shi. Yes? What is it, sir? Due to the 3 of us, the current load on the teleportation device is excessively high. Hence we need to delay for a moment, since He Lu Jia has been recalled into its Pokeball. Releasing it would only prolong the teleportation time. Therefore, I must trouble you to hold them off for a while. Whatever it takes, no matter the cost. We must bring this item back to the organization. As long as we secure it, the organization will remember your contributions. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wang Yuan ear, radiating with resplendent golden light, surged through the perilous self-detonation zone. her cold gaze fixed upon Wang Wu and the others. The cutesy demeanor she displayed before Yang Fan was nowhere to be seen. Now, despite her diminutive size, she appeared even more fearsome than Yang Fan in the eyes of the onlookers. Upon hearing the words of the mysterious figure, Wang Wu and Li Shi exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they positioned themselves in front of the figure. They stared at the rapidly approaching Wan Air, their faces betraying their apprehension, uncertain of how to proceed. However, they were bereft of any Pokémon capable of battle at this juncture. Should Wan Air interrupt the teleportation, they would have no chance of escaping again. If the Alliance were to discover their actions, dire consequences awaited them, at the very least, a lifetime spent in prison. Moreover, the gym examination that had originally been broadcasted across all channels had been unilaterally halted by Wang Wu. Were it not for the organization's insistence on uncovering the remnants left by Yang Fan's father, this matter would have been forcefully suppressed. At that moment, the Haisher gym had already been breached by the official Alliance forces. Thus, to them, the concept of being confined in the bleak, oppressive confines of an Alliance prison was akin to a fate worse than death. At that moment, Li Shi, serving as an Alliance examiner, found no trace of the ease he had experienced upon first entering the gym. Faced with the charging Wan Air, he felt no desire to fight. He had come to realize in earlier battles that Yang Fan's strength surpassed anything they could fathom, rendering them incapable of resistance. Furthermore, without any Pokémon, Li Shi was not like Wang Wu, who had undergone body modifications. Should Wan Air collide with him, he would undoubtedly be left with lifelong injuries. As Wan Air approached the teleportation array with a thunderous sonic boom, if the teleportation were interrupted, none of them would escape unscathed. Not only would the organization's years of effort be in vain, but he would likely find himself imprisoned as well. Contemplating this, the mysterious figure cast a malevolent glance at the trembling Wang Wu and Li Shi before falling into silence. Suddenly, the figure produced 2 syringes from his coat and thrust them forcefully into Li Shi's body. "You, what are you doing?" Li Shi turned. Incredulity etched on his face as he looked at the figure. This scene caught even those hiding nearby off guard. No one had anticipated that the mysterious figure would turn on one of their own. Before anyone could react, the syringe administered Li Shi was rendered completely unable to speak. His body paralyzed. The figure then kicked Li Shi out of the teleportation array, while Wang Wu, his face twisted in a snarl, confronted the figure. "Are you out of your mind?" The figure took a deep breath, his eyes betraying an unsettling calm as he regarded Wang Wu. "I am not mad. I am merely making the most prudent decision. You know full well that Yang Fan's strength far exceeds ours. Even if we all charge together, how long could the Pokémon we have left withstand, let alone defeat him directly? If the teleportation is interrupted due to an overload, and we fail to retrieve the item, all the organization's efforts over the years will be for naught." The figure remained eerily composed, perhaps even disturbingly so. Upon hearing this rationale, Wang Wu gradually regained his composure. Looking at Li Shi, who had lost consciousness, any semblance of pity vanished from his eyes. This man, who had wagered everything, had been abandoned by the very organization he trusted. Perhaps he had foreseen this moment the instant he chose to join the organization. At that moment, in both the figure's and Wang Wu's minds, only the item mattered most, a device capable of empowering Pokémon to unleash formidable moves even in their weaker stages. This had always been the organization's intent and the ambition of its members. Should they lose such a treasure today, they would likely be unable to stir trouble for a considerable time to come. "Shinado, are you ready?" Yang Fan now. The force field is beginning to weaken. Deep within his consciousness, Yang Fan fixated intently on the package behind the figure, urging himself to remain calm. One final moment, the teleportation array began to activate. Just as anticipated, Wan Air suddenly appeared before Wang Wu and the others, dazzling light flickering at their feet. "Now is the time. Shinado, teleport." Shana. An inexplicable spatial fluctuation erupted as Wan Air collided with the teleportation array. The entire array began to tremble, its light flickering erratically. "Damn it." Boom. Wang Wu, having been struck at the edge of the teleportation array by Wan Air, gritted his teeth in fury as he glared at the petite creature before him. Just as he reached out to throw this interrupter out of the array, Wan Air transformed into a streak of light, vanishing back into Yang Fan's Pokeball. This was Wan Air's ability to flee. In that instant, a mysterious and elegant figure materialized behind the figure. "What? Hey Lu." Before the figure could retrieve the Pokeball, Yang Fan exclaimed, "Shinado, switch place." Another spatial fluctuation occurred. Appearing behind the figure, Yang Fan snatched the package from the figure's astonished gaze. Shortly thereafter, Hey Lu Jia manifested, No, stop. Recognizing his familiar foe, He Lu Jia lunged at Yang Fan, forcefully knocking him out of the teleportation array's range. In midair, Yang Fan instinctively grasped onto something. No. An anguished wail erupted. A figure was unexpectedly pulled out of the teleportation array by Yang Fan. Chapter 32. The concerns of the crowd at the Alliance headquarters in Linnan City. The teleportation array located deep within the city suddenly illuminated with a blinding white light. In the next moment, a figure appeared within the array. This was none other than the mysterious figure from the Haisher Gym, still panting heavily, his body trembling slightly. In the instant when Wan Air had charged with overwhelming force, he had felt an almost suffocating terror. Unlike Wang Wu, who had undergone body modifications, he couldn't afford to be struck by Wan Air. Not only would it pose a risk to his life, but it could also damage the teleportation array, leading to his inevitable imprisonment in the Alliance's prison. Moreover, his identity would undoubtedly be exposed, and for someone like him, openly defying the Alliance's authority. Being confined in an Alliance prison would mean that even if the organization sought to rescue him, he would never see the light of day again. For a lifetime, I shall remain imprisoned within these confines. The figure slumped to the ground, their garments thoroughly drenched in cold sweat. Surveying the desolate surroundings of the teleportation array, a dazed expression overtook their features. That scoundrel, Wang Wu. It seems he was pulled away by Yang Fan at the last moment. Although the arrival of Shinado had prepared him psychologically, the realization struck him with a wave of dread. Wang Wu, as one of the high-ranking members placed by the organization within the Alliance's inspectors, was the sole survivor who had successfully undergone the transplantation into a Pokémon body. The capture of Wang Wu by the Alliance would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to their organization. At that moment, the door to the teleportation chamber swung open. A striking beauty clad in a crimson coat gracefully entered. Observing the figure slumped on the ground, she offered a somewhat mocking inquiry. Oh, is that not our esteemed General Zhang? What happened? Have you lost all regard for your image after just a few days? Where are the items from Haisher Gym? The individual referred to as General Zhang merely shook his head with a bitter smile, seemingly immune to such taunts, his eyes still reflecting the terror instilled by Yang Fan. Witnessing her colleague in such a state, the beauty grew increasingly anxious, squatting down to confront General Zhang directly. Zhang Long, what on earth is going on? The items from Haisher Gym are crucial to our plans. Moreover, this incident has escalated to such a degree that our organization is now in a precarious position. I've heard that the upper echelons of the Alliance have already begun to take action. The initially dazed Zhang Long felt the emptiness in his gaze slowly dissipate upon hearing her words. He symbolically reached for his waist. But as his fingers brushed against the spot, his face drained of color, his hands abruptly halting midair. This can't be. The beauty, perplexed by Zhang Long's strange behavior, inquired, "What's wrong? Is your waist giving you trouble?" Ignoring her question, Zhang Long leapt from the ground, continuing to search his pockets with growing horror, tears beginning to well in his eyes. Suddenly, the beauty, struck by a realization, felt beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Time passed, perhaps a minute, before Zhang Long's frantic movement ceased, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, muttering in disbelief. No way. When did this happen? Suddenly recalling the moment of teleportation when Yang Fan had snatched something from him, his eyes widened in shock, and he cried out in disbelief. In the depths of the organization in Linnan City, a chilling scream echoed, Yang Fan. Simultaneously, at Haisher Gym, the dense dust and smoke resulting from the Pokémon's self-detonation gradually dispersed. Within the gym, only a few massive craters remained as evidence of the ferocity of the recent battle. At the edge of the arena, Yang Fan lay unscathed beneath Shinado. The explosion's power had been overwhelming. Just moments ago, there had been comrades of Wang Wu and the others who had been abandoned. But now only a scattering of individuals showed signs of life. Those without Pokémon protection had almost entirely been reduced to dust. Yang Fan's head remained foggy, his eyes painfully dry and bloodshot, threatening to burst. The pain from the impact by Black Lugia persistently reminded him of his precarious physical condition. This is quite exhilarating. After a couple of coughs, Yang Fan began to acclimate to his current state. A tingling sensation began to spread throughout his body, unbearably itching. Beside him, Shinado was focused intently, emanating a pink glow as it healed Yang Fan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Milotic was gathering droplets of life water to soothe its cracked lips. After some time, Yang Fan finally mustered the strength to sit up. Despite lingering pain, his major injuries had been fully healed. Rising to his feet and surveying the gym, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he had imagined, the explosion's force had utterly devastated the gym. leaving only partially destroyed spectator stands as remnants of what had once been a battleground. His Pokémon had also suffered little in the way of injury. Just as Yang Fan prepared to investigate further, the Pokédex in his pocket suddenly emitted a call. He retrieved the device and answered the call, only to be met with the tear-streaked visage of Professor Oak filling the screen. A trembling voice filled with urgency followed. "Hello, Xiao Fan. Are you alright? Are you still in the gym? I'm on my way." Seeing Professor Oak's distressed appearance brought an unexpected sense of tranquility to Yang Fan. With a pained smile, he replied, "Doctor, I'm fine. Don't you trust me yet? Also, have you prepared the gifts for the gym inspection?" Upon hearing Yang Fan's lighthearted banter, Professor Oak gradually relaxed. However, he inadvertently noticed the blood trickling from Yang Fan's trembling body, causing him to lose composure. "Xiao Fan. Wait, I'm coming right now." He promptly ended the call. Yet before Yang Fan could put away the Pokédex, it rang again. "Hello? Xiao Fan. Are you okay?" Came the trembling voice of Shun Yen from the other end. "I'm fine, Uncle Shun," Yang Fan responded with a smile, glancing around once more. With a hint of exasperation, he added, "Uncle Shun, we might need some Miss Junsha to manage the scene at the gym." "Miss Junsha?" Shun Yen expressed surprise. In Yang Fan's world, Miss Junsha and Nurse Joy existed, albeit in far fewer numbers than in the Pokémon realm. Chapter 33. What a young man. Shun Yen had never anticipated that Yang Fan would summon Miss Junsha. Did something dire happen? Before Shun Yen could inquire further, Yang Fan continued, "By the way, Uncle Shun, remember to gather several Miss Junsha, about 10 or so, and bring along some of the Alliance's security personnel. 10 or more." Shun Yen, deep in thought, nearly jumped at the mention of needing so many Miss Junsha. It was known that in their world, Miss Junsha typically did not mobilize without severe Pokémon incidents. What situation could possibly require over 10 of them? Wouldn't that imply capturing all the criminals in Haishur? How could a mere boy, freshly inheriting a gym, apprehend every single criminal? Though Shun Yen harbored doubts, his concern for Yang Fan's well-being prompted him to respond quickly. "Understood. Xiao Fan, are you really alright?" And regarding your gym inspection, before he could finish, the busy signal interrupted the call. With a wry shake of his head, Shun Yen utilized his position as an inspector in Haishur to prepare for the swift deployment of Miss Junsha to assist at Haishur Gym. Meanwhile, Yang Fan felt a sense of relief as he looked at his completely wrecked phone due to the explosion. He sighed in exasperation, pocketed the device, and began to move toward Wang Wu and Li Shi, who were situated at the edge of the explosion zone. At that moment, Wang Wu appeared disheveled, his bare torso no longer resembling that of a human, his sunken chest suggesting several broken ribs. Before him, Li Shi was now entirely engulfed in darkness, his body trembling slightly, as if signaling that he had yet to relinquish his last breath. As Yang Fan stepped forward, Wang Wu, gritting his teeth against the pain, revealed a grotesque visage and began to mock Yang Fan incessantly. "Ha ha cough. Ha ha ha. Yang Fan, what does it matter if you have caught me? The organization has already secured that item. Soon, I shall emerge from prison. The entire world will belong to us. Cough cough. And when that time comes, I will return all the suffering to you. All of it. Cough cough cough." Wang Wu's frantic screams erupted, his exertions causing blood mixed with unknown fragments to pour from his mouth. Even now, he still harbored a semblance of hope for his organization. However, upon hearing Wang Wu's utterly impotent words, Yang Fan could only shake his head in disbelief. "I truly do not comprehend how you have survived this long. Why didn't my father send you to prison all those years ago?" Yang Fan sighed, producing a black parcel from his pocket. "Is this what you were talking about?" The moment Wang Wu laid eyes upon the object in Yang Fan's hand, his eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets. His body continued to writhe on the ground as he screamed at Yang Fan in a frenzy. Why is that item in your possession?" Wang Wu shouted uncontrollably, struggling to reclaim the object from Yang Fan. Yet, the damage from the self-detonation had rendered him incapable. It was a miracle he had not perished already. Now, he could do little more than squirm on the ground, utterly powerless against Yang Fan. At that moment, Wang Wu truly grasped the essence of despair. Previously, due to Yang Ye's actions, he had been targeted by the Alliance for illicitly selling Pokémon, leading him to join a mysterious organization in a desperate bid for survival. It was during that time that he had undergone the transformation into the Pokémon form he now inhabited. But now, none of that mattered. The sacrifices he had made were all in pursuit of revenge against Yang Yi, and to secure a position of power within the organization, aiming for the pinnacle of success. Thus, even though Yang Fan had pulled him from the teleportation array and thrust him into prison, he remained unfazed. After all, once the organization acquired the item, they would undoubtedly rescue him, their loyal subordinate. Yet, All these hopes hinged on the organization successfully retrieving the mysterious item left behind by Yang Yi. But now, everything had changed. Without obtaining that object, the organization had no chance of turning the tide, no means to control the formidable powers embodied by Yang Fan, and thus could not seize dominion over the world. He, too, would be eternally confined within the Alliance's prison, never to see the light of day again. With this thought, Wang Wu's eyes dimmed, his body convulsing uncontrollably. He had lost. Completely lost. He had failed to exact vengeance upon Yang Yi and was powerless even against Yang Ye's son. Ultimately, the organization, which he had relied upon as his trump card, had been utterly defeated by Yang Fan. All because of him, the person standing before him, whose strength surpassed all imagination. Witnessing Wang Wu's resignation, Yang Fan took a deep breath and shook his head. At this point, no further words would change the outcome. The facts had been established. The Alliance had dispatched personnel to the Haisher Gym, and the entire sequence of events had stemmed from the mysterious parcel in his possession. Yang Fan recalled the words left by his father in a letter. This item must be preserved at all costs. Do not entrust it to anyone. It harbors the greatest secrets of the Pokémon world. Shaking his head, he buried these thoughts deep within. As for his father's claim regarding the greatest secrets of the Pokémon world, Yang Fan was indifferent. In his rebirth, he had already uncovered countless secrets unknown to the world of Pokémon. Silently securing the parcel, Yang Fan opened the doors to the gym, awaiting the arrival of Ms. Junsha from the Alliance. Furthermore, he certainly would not surrender the item to the Alliance, especially since even a figure like Wang Wu, an Alliance inspector, was affiliated with the organization. Handing it over could result in its disappearance or theft under various pretexts in mere moments. Just like in the Kanto region of the Pokémon world, where out of 8 gym leaders, 5 were members of Team Rocket, and 6 of the 8 cities housed underground bases for the organization. It was utterly unfathomable. If the Pokémon world could not guarantee absolute safety from the Alliance, how could he expect the same in his own world? The item his father referred to as a secret of the Pokémon world was undoubtedly safest in his own possession. Standing at the threshold of the gym, the warm and comforting rays of the setting sun bathed Yang Fan in their glow. At that moment, the onlookers gathered outside the gym began to turn their attention toward him. The scattered sunlight illuminated the somewhat disheveled, yet smiling youth. Ignoring the grim scene within the gym, anyone present would inevitably exclaim, "What a serene time it is, witnessing such a spirited young man." Chapter 34. The Alliance is shocked. This gym leader is no ordinary individual. Before long, a considerable crowd had gathered at the entrance of the Haisher Gym. Whether it was the blood-stained Yang Fan or the dilapidated gym behind him, both bore witness to the intensity of the so-called Alliance Gym inspection battle. Inside the gym, Milotic and Gyarados were resting in the pool. Fortunate that the recent self-detonation had not affected this area. Otherwise, Yang Fan would have been troubled about where his Pokémon would spend the night. Meanwhile, Sinead remained vigilantly guarding Yang Fan, as if the previous battle had been mere child's play for her. After several minutes, Professor Oak and Shun Yin finally arrived at the Haisher Gym, albeit somewhat late. Shin Yin, clad in his usual black attire, exuded an air of urgency. Upon seeing Yang Fan, Professor Oak's previously tear-streaked face transformed, regaining the composure befitting a scholar. Yet only Yang Fan knew that the slight tremor in Professor Oak's body revealed he was far from calm. However, the most striking presence belonged to the multitude of identical figures trailing behind Shin Yin, Ms. Junsha, and her cadre of identical companions, each accompanied by a Houndoom. The moment they appeared, they captured the attention of many. Upon arriving at the gym, Houndoom became exceedingly agitated, and the expressions of Ms. Junsha and her companions grew solemn. Once Professor Oak and Shun Yin entered the gym, the two well-known figures in Haisher could not help but twitch their brows at the sight before them. As terrifying possibilities crossed their minds, they scrutinized Yang Fan's body with a meticulousness that belied their previous calm demeanor. "Xiao Fan, are you truly unharmed?" Professor Oak inquired, studying the still smiling Yang Fan with skepticism. "I'm perfectly fine, Professor. I told you everything over the phone. I'm all right," Yang Fan replied. Meanwhile, the accompanying Ms. Junsha and her companions stifled their nausea as they searched the gym with their Houndoom for something. As the crowd anxiously awaited, an older Ms. Junsha approached Yang Fan's side. "You, gym leader Yang Fan, are you truly unharmed?" she asked incredulously. "I'm fine," he assured her. Yang Fan smiled gently and shook his head. Observing his dismissive gesture, Miss Junsha stared at him as though he were an extraterrestrial being. "Miss Junsha, may I inquire what exactly transpired?" "Miss Junsha, what caused the series of explosions within the gym?" A number of reporters from the Alliance were incessantly pressing for answers at the entrance of the gym. However, it was clear that Miss Junsha was in no mood to accommodate them. Junsha, what on earth happened here? Dr. Ohm broke the awkward silence that enveloped Yang Fan. Taking a deep breath to steady her astonishment, Miss Junsha replied, "In our investigation, it is unequivocally evident that a self-detonation of Pokémon above the ordinary level has occurred here." What? Above the ordinary level? Miss Junsha, you must be jesting. Upon hearing her response, both Dr. Ohm and Shun Yin expressed their astonishment in unison. The reporters at the gym's entrance leaned in, eagerly listening as if they were sharks catching a whiff of blood. Yes, I too find it hard to believe. But this Master Yang Fan. Furthermore, there may have been more than one self-detonating Pokémon. Junsha hesitantly articulated her conclusion. After years in the profession, this was her first encounter with such a scene. Multiple ordinary level and even elite level Pokémon self-detonating, and afterward, appearing as though nothing had happened. What? The media representatives present were utterly flabbergasted. They re-evaluated the young man they had previously criticized as utterly inept before the gym inspection. A single individual had not only defeated the second gym leader of Ocean City, Li Shi, but had also confronted several self-detonating elite-level Pokémon. Moreover, he had even uncovered a mysterious organization within the Alliance. This incident was extraordinarily shocking. Although such achievements might not seem remarkable to some trainers, it was widely acknowledged that Li Shi, a veteran gym leader, had remained stagnant at the gym level for years. Yet, here was an 18-year-old boy, scarcely a week into inheriting the gym, adorned with such an array of accolades. It was nothing short of astonishing. Feeling the mixed gazes of admiration and confusion from the crowd, Yang Fan instinctively scratched his head and coughed before responding. Well, it's not that big of a deal, right? After all, many have said that as long as you have hands, you can run a gym, haven't they? Hearing this, Dr. Ohm nearly exploded with indignation, glaring at the media before him, though he refrained from saying more. Given his stature, it was not his place to admonish these reporters. The Alliance would soon appoint personnel to address these individuals. Under Dr. Ohm's fierce gaze, the media felt utterly embarrassed, with some of the more timid ones scurrying away like frightened mice. Watching them flee in disarray, Dr. Ohm turned to Yang Fan, his admiration unmistakable in his eyes. He then scrutinized the Shinado behind Yang Fan. With his extensive experience in the world of Pokémon, he could easily discern that Shinado's strength was extraordinary, at least at the Quasi-King level, and remarkably stable at that. Furthermore, as he had anticipated, the Milotic and Shiny Gyarados in the gym's pool also possessed considerable power, with the Shiny Gyarados even reaching the Quasi-King level. To think that a newly appointed gym leader would possess 2 Quasi-King level Pokémon, this was something that would leave no one inclined to believe. Just as Dr. Ohm was about to continue his inquiry, a younger Junsha approached the elder, whispering something serious in her ear. The older Junsha then addressed Dr. Ohm. Dr. Ohm, this situation is quite extraordinary. The member of the mysterious organization we apprehended is none other than Li Shi, the gym leader of Ocean City's second gym. We found the organization's insignia on him. Moreover, there is also a cadre from the mysterious organization. At this point, the elder Junsha hesitated as she glanced at Yang Fan. What is it? Dr. Ohm asked with a serious demeanor. This time, he was here as an investigative envoy for the Pokémon World Alliance, and it was imperative for Miss Junsha to report to him first. This cadre has undergone Pokémon body transplantation. Miss Junsha gritted her teeth as she revealed the shocking truth. Upon hearing about the Pokémon transplantation, Dr. Ohm's pupils constricted, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he regarded Yang Fan. So, does this ultimately tie back to that organization? Miss Junsha looked at Yang Fan with equal astonishment. This young man, who had just recently assumed the role of gym leader, was indeed remarkable. Chapter 35, Yang Fan. I believe the title of champion suits you better. Dr. Ohm took a deep breath, suppressing his internal shock and queries, and addressed Junsha within the gym. Unless there are extraordinary circumstances, detain all these members and return them for trial by the Alliance Pokémon Court. As for those Pokémon, he glanced at the several Pokémon lying on the ground. Their fate's uncertain, pausing momentarily. For now, send them to the Pokémon Center. We will do everything possible to heal them and then train them anew, seeking out new trainers for them. After all, they are innocent. They merely followed the wrong master. Dr. Ohm directed with authority, swiftly organizing the apprehension of the organization members and the care of the Pokémon with just a few decisive words. After receiving orders, Miss Junsha promptly had all the members detained and loaded into vehicles. Shunyan also departed to accompany Miss Junsha to report to the Alliance, leaving Dr. Ohm and Yang Fan in the gym. Doctor, why not take a moment to rest inside? Yang Fan opened the door to a room adjoining the gym, inviting Dr. Ohm. No, little Fan, I still have some matters to attend to. I must return immediately. Dr. Ohm waved his hand in response. He had postponed some research processes upon receiving news of the dramatic explosion at the gym and had rushed over without delay. Now that the situation at the gym was resolved, he needed to return to the Pokémon world. Little Fan, the Alliance will send specialists to handle the gym's affairs. They should be arriving shortly. Glancing at the time, Dr. Ohm nodded and spoke to Yang Fan. All right, Doctor. Yang Fan nodded slightly, having anticipated Dr. Ohm's remarks. After all, this was the first live broadcast of a gym inspection, which not only had been interrupted, but had also revealed the presence of a mysterious organization. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for the Alliance to dispatch personnel to address this matter. Then I'll take my leave. I'll call you in a couple of days. Don't think I'll forget about the promised gift. Dr. Ohm squinted at Yang Fan, then bid farewell and took the Alliance vehicle back. After watching Dr. Ohm depart, Yang Fan stretched and prepared to return to his room for a much-needed rest. Today had been eventful, and both he and his Pokémon required time to recuperate. Not to mention, the task of repairing and cleaning the gym would be a monumental undertaking. Once back in his room, Yang Fan greeted Shinado and, as soon as he lay down on the bed, fell into a deep slumber. When he opened his eyes again, the outside world had plunged into darkness. The ever-watchful Shinado was nowhere to be seen. Shinado, Yang Fan yawned, stepping out of his room while repeatedly calling for her. However, upon reaching the living room, he found Shinado standing vigilantly to the side. A shadow flickered on the sofa, continuously bringing something to its mouth. Who could it be? Yang Fan jolted awake, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the figure. You're awake. The figure turned upon hearing Yang Fan's voice, still munching on ice cream from the table. Cynthia? Upon recognizing the face, Yang Fan couldn't help but exclaim. This illustrious champion of the Sinnoh region was the dream goddess of nearly every trainer. With her striking figure, graceful features, and somewhat adorably naive demeanor, combined with her title as Sinnoh champion, Cynthia effortlessly secured her place as the most beloved trainer in the Pokémon world. You know me, gym leader? Cynthia looked at the newly awakened Yang Fan, her expression one of surprise. She was aware of her fame in the Pokémon world, yet in Yang Fan's realm, she had not garnered much recognition. Yes, Professor Oak has mentioned you, Yang Fan replied, resorting to the professor's name for cover. Oh, is that so? Cynthia observed Yang Fan with a skeptical smile, clearly unconvinced by his answer. However, she wasn't there to investigate him, so she brushed it off with a light laugh. Shall we head to the gym, then? Cynthia proposed, standing up with an air of authority befitting a champion. It's no wonder that her Pokémon, Shiny Gardevoir, had been so vigilant moments ago. At this point in her life, Cynthia was at the pinnacle of her career, having ascended to champion status at a young age. Her brilliance was her everyday reality. All right, Yang Fan replied, not wishing to prolong the conversation, and led Cynthia to the adjacent gym. Although several hours had passed since the battles that day, remnants of the Pokémon clashes lingered in the air. Upon entering the gym, Cynthia shed the demeanor of a young girl she had displayed at Yang Fan's home and began to scrutinize her surroundings with utmost seriousness. Yang Fan nodded in approval. This was the true essence of a Sinnoh champion. He pondered why the League had sent a champion merely for the capture of members of a mysterious organization. 3 elite-level Pokémon self-destructed. After careful observation, Cynthia uttered slowly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Yang Fan. The self-detonation of 3 elite-level Pokémon. Even she, present at the scene, could not claim to have escaped without a scratch. What more could be said for a mere gym leader like Yang Fan? Moreover, she noted that at the edges of the self-detonation zone, there were traces of a massive energy residue. This energy field was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Why would such phenomena manifest around Yang Fan? In that fleeting moment, Cynthia realized she could not fathom Yang Fan at all. Despite just inheriting the gym, he possessed a near-legendary Gardevoir and seemed to withstand the self-destruction of elite-level Pokémon unscathed. Now, a previously unseen energy field appeared. All of this plunged Cynthia into a profound state of disbelief. How could a youth of this age wield such power? Surely, in a few years, he could become a champion himself. Suppressing her astonishment, Cynthia gazed thoughtfully at the seemingly indifferent Yang Fan and spoke. Yang Fan, are you truly just a gym leader? Hearing the incredulity in her tone, Yang Fan, though puzzled by her inquiry, responded, Indeed, and I'm not even certain if I've passed the gym evaluation yet. Reflecting on his gym assessment, Yang Fan felt a sense of resignation. Sensing his tone of exasperation, Cynthia could not help but exclaim, Yang Fan, I believe you would be better suited as a champion. Chapter 36. Refusing Cynthia, I do not wish to be a champion. After Cynthia had finished inspecting the gym, they returned to Yang Fan's residence. The moment they entered, Cynthia eagerly invited him. Yang Fan, have you truly given no thought to coming to Sinnoh? With your prowess, becoming a champion, there would be merely the beginning for you. In fact, I might even become your champion someday. As Yang Fan poured her a cup of tea, he settled onto the sofa, listening to Cynthia's precarious proposition. What do you mean by I might become your champion? Please, such statements could lead to misunderstandings. Yang Fan smiled wryly at Cynthia, realizing that the renowned Sinnoh champion was just an ordinary person at heart. Stripped of her exalted status, Cynthia was simply a young woman. Can I call you just Cynthia? Yang Fan interjected, interrupting her perilous dialogue. Of course, Cynthia replied, slightly taken aback but quickly recovering. Cynthia, I want to be leaving this gym. At this declaration, Cynthia was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated such a straightforward rejection of her invitation. Normally, no one would refuse her requests. It was surprising that her first rejection would occur in this modest gym within another world. However, recognizing her own impulsive words, Cynthia composed herself and looked at Yang Fan, eager to hear his reasoning. This is my home, the place where I grew up. It is also the only inheritance from my parents. Yang Fan explained. Although the benefits of becoming a champion were appealing, as the heir to the Haisher gym, he could not abandon his responsibilities. This stubbornness, or perhaps obsession, was intrinsic to Yang Fan. Upon hearing his explanation, Cynthia felt a twinge of guilt. She had not realized the depth of Yang Fan's commitment to remaining the gym leader. Yet, it was precisely this resolve that compelled her to invite him so fervently. Once calm, Cynthia took a sip of her tea and asked, So, Yang Fan, are we friends now? Yang Fan was caught off guard by her sudden question but quickly replied, Of course. Having a champion as a friend is something I could only wish for. I believe in you, Yang Fan. It won't be long before you become a champion. Seeing Cynthia's unwavering faith in him, Yang Fan felt a mix of disbelief, interpreting it as mere mutual admiration among friends. Cynthia, feel free to ask me anything. Cynthia, now more direct after acknowledging their friendship, inquired, Is your gym currently just you? Yang Fan took a sip of water and explained, Yes, it's just me for now. This response left Cynthia momentarily speechless, before she asked in surprise, Just you? If I recall correctly, your gym has yet to pass the evaluation? Uncertain of Cynthia's meaning, Yang Fan could only respond truthfully, Yes, today was supposed to be the evaluation. But as you know, seeing Yang Fan's resigned shrug, Cynthia suddenly recalled her own mission for the day and slapped her forehead. Oh, I'm so sorry. How could I forget? Yang Fan, did you know there is another assessment after the gym evaluation? Another assessment? Yang Fan was genuinely bewildered. No one had informed him of this. Isn't it sufficient to merely pass the gym evaluation to inherit the gym? Why has a new assessment emerged? Observing Yang Fan's demeanor, Cynthia could tell he was utterly unaware of the subsequent matters following the gym evaluation. She promptly elucidated, the gym evaluation merely assesses the strength of the gym leader. Successfully passing it symbolizes your entitlement to inherit this gym. However, to establish a gym and acquire the benefits and subsidies from the league, an additional evaluation is required, which mandates the presence of at least 5 gym apprentices. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan grasped Cynthia's implication. To elevate the Haisher gym, he would indeed need to recruit over 5 individuals to serve as gym apprentices. Contemplating the arduous journey ahead on his path to becoming a gym leader, a wave of resignation washed over him. Ding! The system detected that the host has successfully passed the gym evaluation and needs to recruit gym apprentices. Thus, a continuous task is announced. Task 2. Successfully recruit gym apprentices. Task reward. 1 unknown legendary Pokémon egg. Gym apprentices cannot be recruited haphazardly. The system will conduct a qualifications assessment for potential apprentices, and only those who pass will be counted towards the gym apprentice quota. Upon hearing the system's notification resonate in his mind, Yang Fan could hardly remain seated. The previous special abilities from system tasks were already quite bountiful, but this time, the reward was a legendary Pokémon egg. In Yang Fan's recollection, the so-called legendary Pokémon eggs could potentially belong to certain divine beasts. Of course, they might also be the eggs of unique Pokémon, such as Dragonite or Tyranitar, which are sometimes referred to as legends. However, the strength of these Pokémon is indeed formidable. Noticing Yang Fan's visibly excited expression, Cynthia frowned slightly. Could it be that he was so elated at the simplicity of the gym evaluation? Given Yang Fan's strength, finding a few gym apprentices would be a trivial task with no difficulty whatsoever. Yet, if Yang Fan carelessly recruited a few apprentices, Cynthia might re-evaluate her perception of him. After all, gym apprentices are not mere tools for the gym's examination. They are real individuals. Each gym apprentice takes pride in the strength of their gym, while conversely, the prowess of the apprentices also reflects the gym's might. Both aspects are complementary. If Yang Fan were to recruit apprentices merely for the sake of the league's subsidies, Cynthia's view of him would certainly not remain as it is now. Realizing he had momentarily lost composure, Yang Fan quickly straightened up and said, "I apologize. I was just thinking of something delightful." "Delightful? What could that possibly be?" Cynthia inquired, furrowing her brow. "It's about the gym apprentices you just mentioned. I thought of a rather splendid candidate, and oh, I believe you might know them as well." Cynthia looked somewhat bewildered. "You know them too? You're not suggesting you want to recruit those Elite Four champions, are you?" Chapter 37. Confirmation of Gym Leader Identity for Participation. Pondering the individuals she was familiar with, all of whom were Elite Four champions, Cynthia was thoroughly flustered. Was Yang Fan joking? Understanding the direction of Cynthia's thoughts, Yang Fan felt compelled to clarify. "It's not as you envision. Besides, whether they are willing to become gym apprentices is an entirely different matter." Upon hearing Yang Fan's explanation, Cynthia finally relaxed. However, she scoffed at the notion of willingness. "If you were to present that special energy I just discovered at the gym, I assure you they would come knocking at your door." Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken. "What did you have in mind?" Cynthia asked curiously. To be honest, she couldn't think of anyone among her acquaintances who could competently serve as a gym apprentice. They were either already Elite Four champions or too young to be considered trainers. Observing Cynthia's inquisitive expression, Yang Fan provided his answer. "Gardevoir." "What?" Upon hearing the name escape Yang Fan's lips, Cynthia could hardly believe her ears, leaping from the sofa in shock. "Yang Fan, are you serious?" She leaned closer, inquiring earnestly. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Fan had already seen through her demeanor. "Cough, cough. Please, remain calm." Yang Fan, nearly choking on his own saliva, hurriedly coughed and diverted his gaze elsewhere. "What do you mean remain calm? Are you genuinely considering recruiting that crazy woman?" Seeing Cynthia's unusual excitement, Yang Fan adopted a serious demeanor, pressing her back onto the sofa as he earnestly declared, "I am indeed serious." Cynthia was at a loss for words upon hearing Yang Fan's affirmative response. Upon learning of his intention to recruit Gardevoir, she secretly wished he would simply recruit a few random individuals to fill the role of gym apprentices. In her eyes, there was hardly anyone who understood the chaotic nature of that young lady, who could unleash catastrophic powers at the slightest provocation better than she did. Once upon a time, when Cynthia was pioneering her path, she lived alongside Gardevoir for a period. However, upon her arrival, Gardevoir, oblivious to Cynthia's prowess, referred to her as the maid. At that time, Cynthia had yet to become the Sinnoh champion, but being young and brimming with ambition, she could hardly tolerate such indignity. Without a moment's hesitation, she retaliated against Gardevoir. The moment Gardevoir felt slighted, her psychic abilities spiraled out of control, demolishing the entire battle castle. Since then, Cynthia had refrained from engaging Gardevoir in earnest battles, always limiting their encounters. Gardevoir, too, seemed aware that she was no match for Cynthia, discarding the maid title. However, after each defeat, Gardevoir would still wreak havoc somewhere, unleashing her unparalleled psychic powers. This was precisely why Cynthia was so agitated upon hearing Yang Fan's intention to recruit Gardevoir. "Rest assured, I am well aware of Gardevoir's temperament in my decision to recruit her. I will handle everything." Yang Fan, noticing Cynthia in a daze, gradually explained. He was acutely aware of the consequences that could arise from Gardevoir's powers going haywire. However, given the system's requirements for recruiting gym apprentices, he felt compelled to give it a try. Yet, Cynthia remained oblivious to Yang Fan's underlying thoughts, solemnly suggesting, "Why not become one of the Elite Four in Sinnoh instead? The league's champions can also possess gyms, and there are no restrictions on the number of apprentices." Cynthia's words were remarkably straightforward. From her perspective, with such exceptional strength, Yang Fan had no need to take this risk. With such terrifying power, wouldn't it be more appealing for him to be an Elite Four member? While her suggestions stemmed from a desire to develop Sinnoh, she also wished to shield Yang Fan from potential harm due to the recruitment of gym apprentices. Becoming an Elite Four member would certainly not be the pinnacle for Yang Fan. Only the ultimate champion, and the path beyond champions, would serve as his true stage. However, regarding Cynthia's renewed invitation, Yang Fan did not respond immediately. In comparison to being an Elite Four member, he preferred to be a carefree gym leader in Haishur, free from the burdens of league meetings and myriad tasks. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, he need not fret about the advancement of his Pokémon strength, as he required far fewer resources. Upon encountering Yang Fan, a profound silence enveloped the room. It was only then that Sharona recalled Yang Fan's recent rejection. For a fleeting moment, The atmosphere in the living room was eerily awkward yet tranquil. However, Yang Fan felt no discomfort. Instead, he was engrossed in contemplating how he might persuade Gardevoir to join his dojo. After all, as a noble lady, it was unlikely she would come to his dojo without any ulterior motive. Moreover, who could ascertain the system's requirements? Should they not align, he could hardly proclaim, "The dojo no longer requires your services. You may leave." Such a revelation would surely tarnish both his and the High City Dojo's reputations. Ding ding ding. The melodious chime of the telephone shattered the awkwardness, pulling Yang Fan from his reverie. Upon seeing the caller ID, he promptly answered the call. "Hello, Uncle Chen." Yang Fan initiated the conversation. "Xiao Fan, it's been ages. Are you well?" Qin Qianzhong responded with hearty laughter. He had just received news regarding the online situation and had hastily called. "I'm fine. Uncle Chen, what could possibly go wrong with me? Let others say what they wish." Yang Fan replied nonchalantly, his indifference further endearing him to Qin Qianzhong. "Xiao Fan, I have already registered for the exchange competition under the name of the High City Dojo. You can rest assured about that." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan was elated. It meant he would soon acquire the power of aura from the system's rewards. "Thank you, Uncle Chen. I'll treat you to drinks next time we meet." "Sure thing, Xiao Fan. I'll hold you to that drink. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I'll send the competition details to your phone shortly." After hanging up, Sharona observed the beaming expression on Yang Fan's face and casually inquired, "Yang Fan, are you going to participate in the exchange competition?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Yang Fan replied, perplexed by Sharona's interest in the competition. "I happen to be one of the judges for this exchange competition. What do you think?" "You're a judge for the exchange competition?" Yang Fan exclaimed, gazing at the somewhat smug Sharona in astonishment. He had never anticipated that this seemingly unreliable woman would hold such a position. What with that incredulous expression? "Why can't I be a judge? I am, after all, the Sinnoh champion. What's wrong with serving as a judge for an exchange competition?" Seeing Sharona's cheeks puff up in indignation, Yang Fan, rather mischievously, reached out and pinched her cheeks. To his surprise, he found the texture quite pleasant. However, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze inadvertently meeting Sharona's. With a hint of regret, he withdrew his hand and, adopting a serious tone, remarked, "Indeed, your prowess as a champion more than qualifies you to judge the exchange competition." Sharona, observing Yang Fan's feigned calmness, could not help but smile slightly. For reasons unbeknownst to her, when Yang Fan's hand brushed against her face, it did not evoke the usual aversion she felt when approached by men. Instead, it felt as though she was reconnecting with an old friend, familiar and comfortable. "All right, enough of the pretense." Sharona chuckled lightly, casting a playful glance at Yang Fan. Realizing Sharona had seen through his diversion, Yang Fan sheepishly smiled. Yet, Sharona did not allow him the opportunity to explain. "Now, Yang Fan, are you aware of the rules for the exchange competition you are participating in?" With Sharona shifting the focus back to the competition, Yang Fan answered honestly, "I'm not familiar with the rules, as this is my first time participating." Upon hearing this, Sharona wore an expression of knowing anticipation. After all, Yang Fan was a newcomer who previously had no idea about the prerequisites for opening a dojo. The exchange competition will be conducted in a full 6-on-6 battle format. The other rules are the same as those in regular competitions. No use of Pokémon items allowed. Yang Fan fell into contemplation upon Sharona's words. 6 Pokémon for a full battle? As it stood, including the recently hatched Jigglypuff, he only had 4 Pokémon. When would he manage to capture 2 more? Yang Fan had always believed in the philosophy of quality over quantity when it came to Pokémon. It was better to have fewer well-trained Pokémon than to capture many without proper care. Noticing the contemplative look on Yang Fan's face, Sharona realized she had spoken enough for the evening. She stood up, stretching elegantly, her graceful curves perfectly showcased before Yang Fan. However, he was not in the mood to appreciate the scenery. "All right, Yang Fan, it's getting late, I must return." Upon hearing Sharona's intention to leave, Yang Fan blurted out, "It's too late. Why not stay here for the night?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized the potential implications of such an invitation. Sharona was none other than the illustrious Sinnoh champion. Had he truly invited her to stay? Was he courting disaster? Raising his gaze to apologize, he was met with Sharona's teasing expression. "What? We've only just met, and you're inviting me to stay here?" Isn't that a bit too fast-paced? Understanding the underlying humor in Sharona's words, Yang Fan quickly waved his hands dismissively, feigning impatience. "Hurry up and leave. If you stay here, I fear for my virtue." Sharona felt a tinge of embarrassment at his reaction. She had never spoken so brazenly to any other male before. Why was it different with Yang Fan? Setting aside her fluster, Sharona turned serious. Young Fan, you must be cautious of a few individuals in the exchange competition. They might even surpass me. As she spoke, Young Fan listened intently to the names she mentioned. While he was confident in his abilities for the competition, understanding his opponents was crucial. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory. One is Isekai'd, the gym leader of the Kanto League. The other is Yubaba, the gym leader of the Johto League. These two are currently the only ones I find inscrutable, Sharona said, shaking her head gravely as she uttered their names. Since becoming champion, she had seldom encountered individuals who eluded her understanding. In the realm of Pokémon, the only ones she regarded with caution during the exchange competition were these two. Hearing these names from Sharona, Young Fan could only feel speechless. Come on, you're mentioning two major bosses here. Isekai'd needs no introduction. He is the real mastermind behind Team Rocket and the primary beneficiary of the Mutuo project. His three executives, Aoki, Natsum, and Masaki, are all gym leaders in the Kanto League, and he even captured the legendary birds of that region. Furthermore, as a wielder of the formidable Tokiwa power, his prowess is not to be underestimated. And as for Yubaba of the Johto League, he is an even more enigmatic figure. He forcibly captured both Ho-Oh and Lugia, and even devised the GS Ball to capture Celebi. All of this proves that Yubaba's combat strength is far beyond what one might expect from a mere gym trainer. Young Fan had never anticipated that this competition would involve an encounter with such formidable adversaries. Before he could respond, Sharona continued, aside from these two gym leaders, other formidable gym leaders, such as Xiaobo and Qianli, should not pose much of a challenge for you, given your strength. Upon hearing these words, Young Fan's lips twitched. Both Xiaobo and Qianli are of the caliber of reigning champions, although they do not hold the title. Their prowess certainly exceeds the threshold of championship status. All right, I've said all that I needed to. After finishing her words, Sharona patted Young Fan on the shoulder, offering encouragement akin to that of an elder. I will seize the championship in this exchange competition. I shall defeat every single one of those you mentioned. I intend to stand at the forefront of all, even if it means shattering myself in the process. I will not retreat a single step. The normally poised and elegant Sharona, who often appeared as a noble lady, felt a peculiar warmth in her heart upon hearing Young Fan's resolute declaration. It reminded her of a time in her childhood when her grandmother asked about her future aspirations. I will ascend to the pinnacle of the Sinnoh battle arena. Even if I perish in the arena, I shall not falter. This was a vow she had made in her youth. Observing the spirited and unwavering youth before her, Sharona inexplicably believed that this boy would undoubtedly stand at the forefront of all. Chapter 39, The Generous Riolu. After bidding farewell to Sharona, Young Fan returned to his room, contemplating the opponents he would face in the upcoming exchange competition. Although he did not fear encountering them on the battlefield, his most pressing concern was the insufficient number of Pokémon. Without 6 Pokémon, he likely wouldn't even gain entry to the exchange competition. Pokémon. Who would have thought that after passing the gym assessment, this would still be a problem? The mere thought of not having a full team of 6 Pokémon caused Young Fan a headache. Never mind. Sleep. Tomorrow I will explore other places. With this thought, the troubled Young Fan buried himself under the covers and fell asleep. Early the next morning, just as Young Fan was preparing to rise and ready his Pokémon along with breakfast, he was drawn by a sudden commotion outside his door. Turning to look out the window, he saw a large crowd gathering at the gym entrance, clamoring about something. What were these people thinking? They had just been chastised by Professor Okido and Miss Junsha yesterday, yet here they were again, seeking excitement. Disregarding them, Young Fan continued with his own tasks. Just then, an unexpected phone call rang through. Hello? Uncle Shun? Hello? Xiao Fan. Are you at home? Xin Yan's voice came through, breathless, as if he had something urgent to discuss. Yes, I'm at home. What is it, Uncle Shun? Young Fan inquired, sensing the urgency in Xun Yan's tone, which was unusual for his character. Xiao Fan, come down quickly. I need to talk to you. Before Young Fan could ask further, Xun Yan hung up. What could it be? So secretive. Young Fan murmured in confusion. Nevertheless, he quickly opened the door and made his way to the gym entrance. Upon spotting Young Fan, the crowd surged toward him like a swarm of sardines. Just as Young Fan was about to instruct Shinado to block the crowd, a commanding voice echoed through. Everyone, step back. Maintain a safe distance. A figure clad in the official attire of the League approached alongside Xin Yan. Behind them, League officials kept the throng at bay, ensuring they remained 10 meters away. Xiao Fan. This is Chun Wanshan, the head of gym affairs for the League. As they reached Young Fan, Xun Yan introduced the imposing figure with utmost seriousness. Greetings. Young Fan. What brings you here? Young Fan, recalling their prior introductions, asked uncertainly. Hello, gym leader Young Fan. I am here specifically to address the incident regarding the High City Gym's review from yesterday. Chun Wanshan's official demeanor prompted Yang Fan to adopt a more formal stance as he responded. Then, Mr. Chun, what is the outcome of the High City Gym? You, gym leader Yang Fan, have successfully apprehended several members of the mysterious organization, including one of its senior officials. Furthermore, you have defeated the former second gym leader of High City, Li Shi. Thus, the gym review has been passed. Additionally, due to the rampant destruction caused by the mysterious organization, the High City Gym will undergo professional repairs, with all expenses covered by the League. Furthermore, gym leader Yang Fan is commended and awarded a League-exclusive Pokémon egg along with special funding for the gym. Chun Wanshan pronounced the League's rewards for Yang Fan and the High City Gym with great clarity. At that moment, Yang Fan noticed a specialized camera aimed in their direction. Understanding the League's intent to rehabilitate its image after the infiltration by the mysterious organization, Yang Fan decided to play along. After all, despite being deceived by Wang Wu and these so-called League officials, the rewards being offered were indeed substantial. Moreover, with such fanfare surrounding his accolades, the League would be unlikely to retract their gifts. Thank you for the League's rewards. I will continue to strive diligently to pass all League assessments and successfully establish the High City Gym. Yang Fan earnestly addressed the camera. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, admiration flickered in Chun Wanshan's eyes. This young man has potential. Subsequently, he handed Yang Fan a specialized Pokémon bank card along with a Pokeball. Making a subtle gesture with his hand, the cameraman promptly retracted all equipment, joining the team, maintaining order at the scene. Gym leader Yang Fan, well done. Not at all. Mr. Chun is truly the master of performance. As Yang Fan and Chun Wanshan exchanged pleasantries, Xinyan could no longer contain himself and interjected. Enough with the theatrics. Xiao Fan, Wanshan is brother Qian Chang's elder brother. Just call him brother Wanshan. Upon hearing Xinyan's explanation, Yang Fan realized the resemblance between Chun Wanshan and Chun Qianchong and promptly exclaimed, Brother Wanshan, thank you so much for this. Ah, it's nothing. You deserve it. We have official matters to attend to, so we cannot linger. Chun Qianchong gestured towards the crowd of onlookers. Yang Fan understood the implication. It seemed the League was quite serious about addressing the media's reckless remarks. Well then, Brother Wanshan, Uncle Shun, please do go ahead with your duties. All right, take care. Xiao Fan, be sure to visit Professor Okido when you have the chance. Shun Yin reminded Yang Fan as they departed, taking with them a significant portion of the crowd. Yang Fan, feeling somewhat exasperated, returned home. He placed the Pokeball gifted by the League on the table and recalled the rewards from completing the system task, promptly retrieving them as well. The dazzling azure crystal shimmered brilliantly on the table, signaling its exceptional nature. The storage crystal for the aura power. Yang Fan gazed at the object excitedly. This was aura power. It was rumored that trainers who could harness aura power achieved at least the status of champion. Just as Yang Fan was about to grasp the crystal to absorb its energy, the Pokeball unexpectedly trembled. A small, dog-like Pokémon materialized in a flash of white light beside the aura power crystal. This is Riolu. Seeing the newly appeared Pokémon, Yang Fan couldn't contain his joy. He had not anticipated the League would be so generous as to include a Riolu as part of the reward. Just at the moment when Yang Fan was lost in thought, Riolu reached out and touched the crystal that stored the aura power. In that instant, the room was filled with radiant light. The azure glow enveloped Riolu completely. A notification from the system echoed in Yang Fan's mind. Ding, you're Riolu. Having received the aura power crystal from you, has had its potential elevated to champion level and its strength enhanced to that of a quasi-king. Ding. Due to an inability to fully absorb the aura power, Riolu has shared a portion of its aura with you. How generous of Riolu. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yang Fan's lips. Chapter 40. Journey to the Pokémon World. Ding. Riolu has shared the remaining aura with you, awakening your own aura. Upon hearing the system's notification, the sense of dissatisfaction in Yang Fan's heart gradually dissipated. Though he could not fully absorb the aura power, Riolu's gain was not far removed from his own. After all, it was his Pokémon. The stronger it became, the better. Moreover, he had not left empty-handed. Thankfully, this little creature knew a thing or two about gratitude, returning what it could not absorb. Watching Riolu, now asleep after its absorption, Yang Fan recalled it back into its Pokeball. At that moment, the Pokédex suddenly chimed. Hey, little fan. The familiar voice of Professor Oak resonated from the other end. Ah, Professor, Yang Fan responded with a smile. If nothing is amiss on your end, could you come to my research lab? Huh. Yang Fan was taken aback by Professor Oak's sudden invitation. Why was he being summoned to the Pokémon world all of a sudden? Sensing Yang Fan's confusion, Professor Oak boomed. It's the gift I promised you earlier. Gift? Recalling the present Professor Oak had mentioned after the gym audit, Yang Fan hurriedly waved his hands. Professor, really, there's no need. Upon hearing Yang Fan's refusal, Professor Oak quickly urged, all right, hurry over. I have some matters to attend to, so come as soon as you can. With that, he abruptly ended the call. This? Yang Fan chuckled helplessly as he retrieved the Pokédex. Sigh, I should pack up and prepare for the Pokémon world. With that thought, Yang Fan immediately sprang into action, recalling all his Pokémon, including Gyarados and Milotic, back into their Pokeballs. He explained to Shinedo that all Pokémon must remain in their Pokeballs when traveling to the Pokémon world. Reluctantly, Shinedo allowed itself to be returned to its Pokeball. Once everything was in order, Yang Fan prepared to head to the Pokémon Plaza. As the holder of the Pokédex, he possessed the privilege to traverse the Pokémon world at any time, unlike others who needed to report their travels a month in advance. Moreover, that was merely the notification. Waiting for confirmation to enter the Pokémon world would require approval from the League. All in all, it could take over a month to arrange such a journey. After registering his information in the Pokédex, Yang Fan set off for the Pokémon Plaza. A hum of profound spatial fluctuations emanated from the plaza. Even from the entrance, Yang Fan could sense the terrifying aura of the spatial tunnel. At the center of the plaza, a luminous sphere, several meters in diameter, floated in midair, shimmering with countless rays of light. After passing through the Alliance's inspection at the plaza, under the guidance of the inspectors, Yang Fan noticed many individuals suddenly vanishing or appearing out of thin air, all wearing identical wrist devices. After signing a series of documents, Yang Fan stood before the passageway of the tunnel with his Pokédex in hand. Glancing back towards the direction of the Haisher gym, he waved nonchalantly. Goodbye, Haisher. Here I come, Pokémon World. Yang Fan murmured to himself. Then, with a leap, he vanished into the tunnel. Kanto Alliance. Outside the renowned aquatic arena in Huailan City. This is truly different, Yang Fan exclaimed, holding a unique commemorative item from his journey, curiously surveying his surroundings. Unlike the atmosphere of the real world, the streets of Huailan City were bustling with people, yet there was no sense of discomfort from the crowd. Instead, there was a unique sense of upliftment. Perhaps this was the distinguishing feature between the real world and the Pokémon world. As he strolled through the city center, he found no towering skyscrapers, only a number of quaint shops and small houses. While enjoying a slice of cake, Yang Fan suddenly noticed a crowd gathering not far ahead. Curious about what they were observing, eager to find out, he quickly finished his cake and squeezed into the throng. Come one, come all. Do you know about Yang Fan? The gym leader from another world? His shiny Gyarados evolved from a Magikarp, and my Magikarps are siblings to his. A girl's voice rang out from the crowd. Yang Fan felt an inexplicable charm in her voice, but what amused him more was the fact that she was using his name to deceive others. As the saying goes, one should share the spoils. If someone were to profit from his name, they ought to share at least half with him. However, observing the throngs of people surrounding the girl, Yang Fan quietly sighed. It seemed that no matter the world, there would always be those drawn to spectacle. Subsequently, he pressed the button on his Pokeball, and a black, enchanting Shinedo appeared on the street. Shauna. Upon appearing, Shinedo pouted and began to act spoiled towards Yang Fan. He had promised to release her the moment they arrived in the Pokémon world, but he had been so dazzled by the sights that he had completely forgotten. Shinedo, I'm sorry. Yang Fan sincerely apologized, grasping Shinedo's small hand and shaking it earnestly. Shinedo, having been charmed by Yang Fan's unabashedness, accepted his apology. Shauna, I'll need your help. Pointing towards the crowded gathering, Yang Fan relied on Shinedo's psychic abilities to part the way for him. The people on either side began to glare at Yang Fan with indignation, but suddenly they realized something, their expressions shifting to surprise. It seemed they recognized him. Yet the girl in the crowd remained oblivious to the fact that the real Yang Fan was approaching, continuing to entice people to purchase Magikarp. Finally, Yang Fan caught sight of the great deceiver. With chestnut hair cascading down her back, she wore earrings fashioned from gym badges. Upon seeing the girl, Yang Fan immediately recognized her, the one who had been called the evolving person by Professor Oak. Xiaolan, having lived in Masera town since childhood, she had escaped after being kidnapped by the masked man disguised as Lu Bo. Since then, she had relied on skills of thievery, disguise, and mechanical modification to sustain herself. However, this time, she might find herself ensnared by Yang Fan. The tricks that could fool ordinary people seemed full of loopholes to Yang Fan. Such a beautiful girl. Yet, alas, a thief. Yang Fan sighed deeply. The girl before him stiffened upon hearing his voice. Chapter 41. The Scoundrel Yang Fan? A stir began to ripple through the crowd. As residents of Huailan City, they were quite familiar with Pokémon gym battles. They had recognized Yang Fan, who had attained a modest degree of fame during the earlier audit battle at the Haisher Gym. After all, being a gym leader capable of opening columns for alliances in 2 worlds single-handedly, Yang Fan could hardly maintain a low profile. Upon uttering those words, the people around began to revel in the misfortune, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. The deceived individual glared furiously at the girl. "What are you talking about?" The girl, attempting to evade the situation, forced a smile as she looked at Yang Fan. Don't you recognize me? Just a moment ago, you claimed your Magikarp is a sibling of my shiny Gyarados." Yang Fan chuckled, pointing at several lively Magikarp in the pool before the girl. It was careless, utterly careless. Who would have thought the real deal would confront her? The girl's expression turned ashen, her face betraying her distress as she pondered how she had made such a blunder. Is he really? Yang Fan. Yes, he is the gym leader responsible for the Pokémon organ transplant surgeries. Wow, I thought those were just tall tales from the Alliance. I never imagined the real deal would be so young. My boy is about the same age, yet he spends all day gaming at home. Hey, haha, Annie, such is the disparity of the world. More and more people began to recognize Yang Fan. As a gym leader with an Alliance column, his status had risen to that of Xiaoxia, the gym leader of Huailan City. Consequently, many who had initially gathered to observe the spectacle subtly blocked the girl's escape route, preventing her from fleeing. Some even pulled out their phones, ready to alert the authorities. As the encirclement tightened, anxiety surged within the girl. However, at that moment, she began to compose herself. Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground, sitting like a duck, her pale arms covering her face as her shoulders trembled, and a chorus of sobs erupted. "Wah, are you truly this heartless?" The girl's wails reached Yang Fan's ears, sending shivers down his spine, a foreboding feeling creeping in. He frowned, trying to discern what the girl was attempting to portray, and inquired, "What on earth are you saying?" Witnessing the unfolding drama, the onlookers, sensing deeper implications, hastily set aside their phones and became engrossed in the spectacle. Crystal tears streamed from the corners of the girl's bright eyes. The scene was heart-wrenching, evoking tears from all who beheld it. Yang Fan, upon witnessing her tears, felt a sense of foreboding and thought, impressive. This girl is undoubtedly a master of theatrics. As Yang Fan stood in stunned silence, the girl lifted her head, gazing deeply at him as though conversing with a long-lost partner. With her sorrowful, doe-like eyes glistening with tears, she implored, "Why must you treat me this way, Ah Fan?" The girl called Yang Fan's name with such familiarity, devoid of any embarrassment, her words laden with despair as she struggled to confront the partner who had abandoned her. The surrounding onlookers began to believe her performance was genuine. I don't think I know you," Yang Fan asserted, feeling the situation was spiraling out of control. "Don't know me? Huh. So now you don't even recognize me, Xiaolan? Have you forgotten me so easily, bewitched by that woman?" The girl cried out, her voice raw with emotion, as blood began to seep from where her teeth bit her lip. She then lowered her head, murmuring bitterly, "Now I have nothing left. Are you going to take away even the last few Magikarp you gave me? Here, take them back." The girl straightened, bent down, and picked up the container holding the Magikarp, flinging it toward Yang Fan. The crowd gasped in alarm, quickly retreating to create space. The girl, with a mix of longing and resentment in her eyes, glared at Yang Fan. "Now I return everything that belongs to you. From this day forth, whether I live or die, I shall have no further ties to you." A single, brilliant tear fell from her eye as she slipped past Yang Fan and began to walk away, step by step, out of the crowd. Just as she was about to exit the throng, she turned back without looking and added, "As for this child, you need not assume any responsibility. He deserves better than a father like you." The girl seemed poised to say more, but merely shook her head with a bitter smile, continuing her journey into the distance, leaving Yang Fan adrift in the wind, while the onlookers began to murmur and point at him. The lively Magikarp on the ground seemed to emit a strange glow from their lifeless eyes. "Am I a father now?" Yang Fan mumbled, bewildered. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the judgmental stares of those around him, akin to how one would regard a scoundrel. Suddenly, he grasped the gravity of the situation. "My heavens, this story has ensnared me as well. It's a pity that Xiaolan isn't pursuing a career in theater. Her talent is wasted." Though these thoughts flitted through his mind, Yang Fan did not remain idle. He grabbed the snack-eating Shinado beside him and hastily pursued the direction Xiaolan had taken. Behind him, a crowd of people exchanged glances. "Do you think this Yang Fan is really a scoundrel?" It seems so. That girl didn't appear to be lying. Didn't you notice? The item Yang Fan held was a commemorative piece from his first journey into this world. How could that girl possibly be his child? Exactly. Let us ponder this further. Are we to conclude that we have all been deceived? It seems the fool in this tale is none other than myself. However, Yang Fan had no time to clarify. He was fully engaged in utilizing the faint aura of the wave bestowed upon him by Rilu to seek out Xiaolan's whereabouts. Although lacking the full power of the aura, rendering him defenseless, the ability to track someone through the wave was quite effective. Pointing in a direction, Yang Fan addressed Shinado. This way, Shinado. Teleport. In a flash of spatial distortion, Yang Fan and Shinado found themselves not far behind Xiaolan. However, the scene before them left Yang Fan astonished. Xiaolan was commanding a Bulbasaur in battle against a familiar adversary, the notorious Team Rocket from Kanto. Chapter 42. Is Team Rocket's mission mutual? In the plains of Hualan City. The scene unfolded as follows. Hey, little girl, hand over your belongings, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Two Team Rocket members glared menacingly at Xiaolan. This dramatic moment was witnessed by Yang Fan, who had arrived via teleportation. This Xiaolan is truly formidable. She dares to take on Team Rocket's possessions. Yang Fan murmured to himself, hiding behind a mound of earth. Hey, you there, lurking around. Come out. One of the Team Rocket members, seemingly hearing his voice, shouted in their direction. With his cover blown, Yang Fan decided to step out boldly into view. What are you doing here? Before anyone else could speak, Xiaolan, impatient, called out to Yang Fan. Don't you realize they are Team Rocket? Why would you brazenly reveal yourself? Hearing Xiaolan's words, Yang Fan shrugged nonchalantly, saying, I haven't even settled the score with you over the slanderous accusations of me being a scoundrel. You really are. Xiaolan gritted her teeth in frustration, glaring at Yang Fan, who appeared utterly unfazed. Clearly, he was the one who had caused her business to falter, yet she found herself bearing the brunt of the blame. Furthermore, she, as a girl, had wagered her dignity in this matter. Have you gained anything from this? Upon reflecting on those little blue nuisances, a surge of indignation welled up within her, as she bit down on her lower lip and cast a fierce glare at Yang Fan. Oh, please, do not look at me like that. What if you find me attractive and genuinely fall for me? Yang Fan feigned narcissism, adjusting his non-existent bangs, intending to provoke the girl before him. I must be blind to ever find you appealing. Xiaolan promptly retorted, though her gaze inadvertently drifted over Yang Fan's features. It must be said, aside from his rather unpleasant demeanor, he was indeed not unpleasing to the eye. Just when the atmosphere between the two began to take a peculiar turn, the two members of Team Rocket could no longer contain themselves. You brat. You scoundrel. Do you think Team Rocket is a mere afterthought? Wheezing. Execute mud bomb. Arbok. Acid. No sooner had they spoken than a foul-smelling sludge surged towards Yang Fan and Xiaolan, accompanied by the sizzling sound of the acid that followed suit. Directly attacking the trainers, were they? Yang Fan sighed inwardly at the reckless antics of the two Team Rocket members. Truly, it seems that villainous organizations are unreasonable in every world. Shinai Duo. Use light screen to block. Then, magical shine. Upon receiving Yang Fan as command, Shinai Duo crossed her arms before her chest, her crimson eyes emanating a purple glow as an invisible wall materialized to shield Yang Fan and Xiaolan. Even the Bulbasaur, previously engaged with Team Rocket, found refuge behind the luminous barrier. Remarkably, the light screen remained unyielding against the onslaught of mud and acid, suggesting that the two Pokémon had only just reached the elite level, unable to breach the defenses of a quasi-champion like Shinai Duo. However, Yang Fan was not about to grant them another chance. A blinding flash of white light erupted forth. Wheezing and Arbok cried out in anguish as the brilliance faded, leaving the two Pokémon sprawled on the ground, devoid of the ability to continue battling. The two Team Rocket members stood dumbfounded, having underestimated their adversary. What now? One of them queried, bewildered. Isn't the boss nearby? Let us call for him. The other suggested, clenching his teeth as he produced a communicator. Boss, we have identified suspicious individuals. They may be linked to Mutuo. The girl who stole our important items is also here. Immediate assistance required. Immediate assistance required. After relaying their message, the two Team Rocket members regarded Yang Fan with newfound bravado. You brat. When our boss arrives, let us see how you fare. They sneered. Yang Fan, witnessing their deranged bravado, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead before turning to the still stunned Xiaolan. Is there no compulsory education in your Pokémon world? Huh, what? Compulsory education? Xiaolan, interrupted by Yang Fan's inquiry, absent-mindedly responded. What is compulsory education? Upon hearing this, Yang Fan instantly comprehended the situation. No wonder these Team Rocket lackeys were of such low caliber. They lacked even basic education. The educational standards in the Pokémon world must be lamentably poor. With this in mind, Yang Fan commanded Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip to bind them. Hesitant, Bulbasaur first glanced at its master, then turned to the aloof Shinai duo. With a sudden jolt, it ultimately chose to follow its heart. 5 vines emerged from the flower bud on Bulbasaur's back, adeptly ensnaring the 2 Team Rocket members, even thoughtfully gagging them. Observing Bulbasaur's prowess with the 5 vines, Yang Fan felt a surge of admiration. This Bulbasaur was indeed remarkable. It could wield 5 vines even at this stage, indicating its exceptional potential. Yet, he did not dwell on it for long. Instead, he settled himself on the grass and beckoned Xiaolon to join him. Initially resistant, fatigue overcame Xiaolon, and she plopped down on the grass a modest distance away from Yang Fan, allowing her body to relax completely. So, Xiaolon, what exactly did you take from them? Yang Fan inquired with curiosity. He was eager to discover what had prompted Team Rocket to pursue her so fervently. If it were something trivial, the well-off Team Rocket would hardly concern themselves. However, if it were of considerable importance, Yang Fan would be all the more intrigued. After all, anything associated with Team Rocket was bound to be of exceptional quality. Mutuo? Wait, Mutuo? Yang Fan suddenly pondered aloud, prompting him to ask directly. You didn't happen to take Mutuo's Pokeball, did you? Xiaolon shook her head in response. No, I don't even know what they mean by Mutuo. Yang Fan felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing her answer. He had genuinely hoped Xiaolon had managed to acquire Mutuo's Pokeball. I don't know what is valuable. I just grabbed a few things. Besides, the situation demanded that I act quickly, so I just collected what I could and left. With that, she produced a peculiar Pokeball from her space belt. Its regal purple exterior bore an insignia on the central button. This is a Master Ball. Chapter 43, The Great Battle. Upon seeing the Pokeball Xiaolon had revealed, Yang Fan could no longer maintain his composure. As the foremost secret of the Sylph Company, it was a conclusion reached after extensive discussions among the League's upper echelons and all Pokémon researchers that the existence of the Master Ball must never be disclosed to the outside world. Since then, the Master Ball had vanished from the Pokémon world, with only the League's secure storage possibly harboring a few samples. The Master Ball technology developed by Sylph Company had also been sealed away by the League. This Pokeball was likely something Team Rocket had painstakingly acquired, and now it had been unwittingly brought out by Xiaolon. It was no wonder Team Rocket was relentlessly pursuing her. What's wrong? Is this thing really valuable? Xiaolon, observing Yang Fan's peculiar expression, inquired eagerly. Well, it's not merely a question of value, Yang Fan replied, returning the Master Ball to Xiaolon. Not a question of value? Xiaolon fell silent at Yang Fan's response. She was no naive girl devoid of understanding. Previously pursued by Team Rocket, she had resorted to trickery out of desperation in the bustling city of Huawan. However, now, even a powerful gym leader like Yang Fan was returning the Master Ball to her, indicating that this Pokeball truly must not come to light before others. Then, Yang Fan, you should leave. I was wrong in the past, and I sincerely apologize. Team Rocket is after me. I cannot drag you down with me. Upon hearing Xiaolan's words, Yang Fan realized that this girl before him was not inherently wicked. At least her nature remained good. Reclaiming the tightly clutched Master Ball from Xiaolon, he smiled and said, I will assist you this time. Consider it my token of gratitude. But please refrain from labeling me a scoundrel again. I am still an innocent youth. Hearing Yang Fan's playful tone, Xiaolon couldn't help but chuckle. Just as the two shared a light-hearted moment, Yang Fan's Pokédex emitted a series of urgent beeps, prompting him to answer the call. Doctor, what is it? I just arrived in Huawan City. Yet the situation unfolded unexpectedly. Before Yang Fan could finish his sentence, Professor Oak interrupted him with an urgent tone. As Dr. Oak recounted the tale, Yang Fan's gaze towards Xiaolon grew increasingly tense and piercing. Soon after, Shinado pointed towards a group of figures emerging in the distance. Calling out to Yang Fan. Observing the silhouettes afar, Yang Fan's expression turned even colder. Doctor, I understand. However, I fear I won't be able to leave now. Yes, I will ensure my safety. After uttering these words, Yang Fan ended the call and turned to Xiaolon to explain. We are likely in trouble. Team Rocket has completely sealed off the roads from Hualan City to Nibi City and Kurei City. Hualan City has now fallen out of the League's control. This incident is likely due to Mutuo. Without hesitation, Yang Fan elucidated the situation to Xiaolon, candidly revealing the purpose of the Master Ball she had taken. It possesses the power to capture any Pokémon, even binding the forces of deities. As Yang Fan had anticipated, it was only upon hearing the Master Ball's capabilities that Xiaolon comprehended the gravity of what she had brought out. Stunned, she stood frozen in place, muttering incessantly. If news of the Master Ball spreads, it won't just be Team Rocket, Even other nefarious organizations from different regions might come to stake their claim. After all, it surpasses all ordinary Pokémon, even quasi-deities. Oh my. As she gazed towards the approaching members of Team Rocket, Yang Fan murmured to himself. To encounter Team Rocket's wrath on my very first visit to the Pokémon world, what a stroke of misfortune. Yet, Xiaolon, standing beside him, seemed oblivious to his words. She remained engulfed in deep remorse, unable to fathom that her blunder had brought such calamity upon Hualan City. Turning to the bewildered Xiaolon, Yang Fan grasped her hand and delivered a firm, yet gentle slap to her face. Smack! This action truly jolted Xiaolon awake. She stared at Yang Fan, utterly at a loss for what to do. Enough. Do not blame yourself any longer. You are not at fault in this matter. Yang Fan addressed Xiaolon. How can that be? It's clearly because of me. Xiaolon anxiously attempted to explain that all of it was her fault, but Yang Fan interrupted her. No, perhaps you have actually done something right. Done right. Xiaolon was perplexed by Yang Fan's intent. I'll explain later. This is not the time for idle chatter. In the blink of an eye, Team Rocket surged towards Yang Fan and Xiaolon with a menacing aura, entirely different from the previous two lackeys they had encountered. Are you the ones? The leading Team Rocket member sneered, casting a glance at the two overly excited individuals beside him before dismissing them entirely. He then turned his hoarse voice towards Yang Fan and Xiaolon. Faced with the stark contrast of this new Team Rocket, Yang Fan found himself unusually serious. The aura emitted by this individual far surpassed the pressure he had felt from Wang Wu and Li Shi. So, Team Rocket has finally arrived. Yang Fan murmured to himself. Team Rocket, as the most formidable evil organization spanning the Kanto and Johto regions, had indeed reached a level of power that could rival the League. They monopolized nearly all underground enterprises and operated various research institutions dedicated to enhancing Pokémon strength. Particularly after Sakaki ascended as Team Rocket's leader, this phenomenon had escalated. The Mutuo project, orchestrated by Sakaki, had consumed over a decade of effort. Now, with the success of the Mutuo project, Team Rocket's confidence soared, boldly sealing off the entire city, showing utter disregard for the League. During Dr. Oak's recent phone call, Yang Fan learned that Team Rocket had, at the cost of the lives of the entire populace of Hualan City, barred any League personnel from entering. Anyone who defied this order would face the obliteration of the entire city. Thus, Yang Fan found himself isolated and defenseless in Hualan City. This explained Dr. Oak's repeated insistence on ensuring his safety. However, it seemed that a fierce battle was now inevitable. With a swift motion, he threw out two Pokeballs, and as two brilliant flashes of white light erupted, the formidable shiny Gyarados and the enchanting Milotic materialized before them. Witnessing Yang Fan's immediate release of Pokémon, the leading Team Rocket member smirked cruelly. With a wave of his hand, the rest of Team Rocket encircled Yang Fan and Xiaolon like a pack of wolves. The stage was set for a fierce confrontation. Chapter 44, The Clash with Team Rocket. The Master Ball is currently the most crucial element in Team Rocket's Mutuo project. According to the lead researcher, Dr. Shiba, Mutuo's power transcends that of the legendary Mew. Hence, the name Mutuo was coined. This signifies that such power is beyond the grasp of an ordinary trainer. To that end, Dr. Shiba devised a device intended to restrain Mutuo's power during external combat scenarios, ensuring that while wielding Mutuo's abilities, one would not be overwhelmed by its extraordinary powers. However, this entire plan hinges on the condition that Mutuo can be recalled into the Pokeball. Otherwise, attempting to impose a restraining device on Mutuo without the confines of the Master Ball is nothing short of a fool's errand. This is precisely why Team Rocket is willing to go to such lengths to retrieve the Master Ball stolen by Xiaolon. If they can seize the Master Ball and bind Mutuo within it, regardless of the cost, despite the League having diminished much of Team Rocket's strength, Sakaki would not hesitate for a moment. He would deem it the most reasonable sacrifice. After all, possessing Mutuo's power would make Team Rocket unrivaled in the world. Yet now, Sakaki could not fathom that all his elaborate schemes had been thwarted by a mere trainer, one not even officially recognized by the League. Reflecting on the nearly 20 years of effort poured into this plan, having nearly exhausted Team Rocket's resources, only to end up with nothing. Not only had Mutuo fled, but the Master Ball had also been stolen. Sakaki's fury was palpable. He slightly furrowed his brow, but refrained from displaying his inner turmoil on his face. As the mastermind behind Team Rocket's rise, he had long made it second nature to mask his emotions. He then lightly brushed his hand across the side of Meowth and, with an icy demeanor, spoke to the two executives behind him. Now that the League's attention is focused on Hualan City, activate the Legendary Bird Project immediately. Prepare for Araki and the others. Also, Inform the three beasts and Athena to intercept any champions descending from the quartz plateau. Apollo, standing behind him, nodded and promptly responded. Our informants within the league have already relayed the current situation. Only Kina and Shiba from the Kanto League have set off to support Hualan City. As for Dato and Kikuko, they remain in Johto and have yet to return to Kanto. However, Apollo hesitated for a brief moment, uncertain whether to divulge this ambiguous news. Hearing Sakiki's cold snort, Apollo was instantly drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly answered. However, the informant also provided a clue. Sinnoh champion Cynthia has reportedly arrived at the Kanto League and is prepared to assist Hualan. Before Apollo could finish, Sakiki suddenly lifted his head, stroking Meowth in his arms, and coldly inquired, "Is the information accurate?" However, considering that Apollo has chosen to speak, the veracity of the information is likely to be quite reliable. Yet, one cannot help but wonder what the champion of Sinnoh is doing in Kanto. A faint murmur reverberated throughout the office. Before Sakiki, Apollo dared not even breathe. Before long, as his fingers entwined nervously, Sakiki suddenly recalled something. Apollo, investigate whether Cynthia has previously ventured into that world. Additionally, ascertain which individuals among those traversing worlds today have been present in Hualan City. After uttering these words, Sakiki waved his hand dismissively, his gaze coldly fixated on the flickering lights on the screen behind him. According to his conjecture, since Cynthia had arrived in Kanto and chosen to support Hualan City, there must be something here that draws her in. Otherwise, a champion wandering aimlessly across the globe would surely have been dismissed by the League long ago. Moreover, I hope you are not connected to her. Otherwise, I might have no choice but to intervene personally. Mutuo. At this moment, on the plains of Hualan City, Yangfan's main forces had already emerged. Confronted with the encirclement, there was no trace of panic on their faces. "Kid, offending Team Rocket is the gravest mistake of your life," sneered the leading Team Rocket captain. He had witnessed many instances where heroes attempted to save the day before Team Rocket, yet after being subdued, they resembled lifeless husks. Is that so? However, I believe your encounter with me will become an indelible nightmare in your life. Yang Fan retorted coldly. Very well. I have no desire to waste words with you. Everyone listen. I only desire that item. The rest is of no consequence. With that declaration, the other Team Rocket members promptly unleashed their pokeballs. Their eyes filled with malice as they glared at Yang Fan and Xiaolan. Yang Fan, perhaps you should leave. This matter. Xiaolan began, but Yang Fan interrupted her. Now is not the time for such remarks, especially since your Ivysaur has yet to relinquish its duty to protect you. Yang Fan gestured towards Ivysaur, which stood nervously in front of Xiaolan. Despite the hints of fear evident in its expression, it bravely held its ground. Ivysaur. Seeing Ivysaur's actions, Xiaolan regained a measure of courage. Just as she was about to embrace Ivysaur, she hesitated, recalling something that stopped her. Yang Fan noticed the insulated gloves on Xiaolan's hands and couldn't help but smirk, choosing not to comment further. Everyone, attack, under the captain's command. The nearly fully equipped Team Rocket members unleashed their elite Pokémon. In an instant, countless flashes of white light illuminated the scene as various Pokémon appeared across the grassy field. However, the majority consisted of Arbok and Coughing, with many others like Rattata and Beedrill also joining the fray. Undoubtedly, every Pokémon possessed elite-level strength. This entire scenario was exceptionally clear to Yang Fan through his aura. Milotic. Use Rain Dance, and make sure to protect Xiaolan. Gyarados. Execute Surf indiscriminately. Gardevoir. Employ Moonblast. Anyone who breaks through the Surf's range, take them down. Even amidst the encirclement of countless Pokémon, Yang Fan remained calm as he directed his team. He then took Xiaolan's hand and ran towards a nearby hillock where he had previously sought refuge. This was the only location within the encirclement that would not be affected by Gyarados' indiscriminate surf attack. Chapter 45. Breaking the Encirclement. Mutuo emerges? On the plains of Hualan City, under Yang Fan's methodical command, and supported by 2 quasi-elite level Pokémon and 1 gym level Pokémon. The configuration of his small team was nearly insurmountable for Team Rocket. In the wake of Gyarados' tremendous waves, non-flying type Pokémon were almost the first to be overwhelmed, struggling desperately amidst the crashing surf. Before they could even escape the surf's reach, they succumbed to exhaustion and lost their fighting capabilities. Even those capable of flying faced insurmountable obstacles as Gardevoir, clad in black, would offer them no respite. The 7-colored radiance shimmering amidst the waves appeared exceptionally beautiful and resplendent. Yet concealed beneath it lay a deadly threat. Gardevoir, wielding quasi-elite strength, was undoubtedly the most vital offensive Pokémon in Yang Fan's squad, capable of Mega Evolution. Without elite-level Pokémon in play, defeating Yangfan was virtually impossible. Nevertheless, even within a world of formidable Pokémon, elite-level trainers were a rarity, at least in Yangfan's understanding. The only trainers renowned for their elite-level prowess in Kanto, aside from a few executives of Team Rocket, were primarily veteran gym leaders and the league's champions. However, these esteemed trainers would not be present here. Following the barrage of attacks from Gyarados and Gardevoir, the situation on the battlefield became exceedingly clear. Team Rocket's squad had been utterly annihilated. Not a single Pokémon remained standing in pristine condition. Where did this guy come from? I've never heard of such a character. The Team Rocket captain's expression darkened as he gazed at Yangfan, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. What was initially a guaranteed victory had turned into a chaotic confrontation due to Yangfan's unexpected involvement. It seemed he would need to report back to headquarters. As the captain contemplated this, he retrieved a communicator from his pocket. Yangfan, aware of the captain's intentions, was just about to command Gardevoir to act when an exceedingly powerful yet perplexing aura approached him through his own aura. Before Yangfan could fully comprehend the situation, a humanoid Pokémon radiating an intangible force suddenly descended from the sky. What is this? Mutwo. Both Yangfan and the Team Rocket captain recognized the apparition of Mutwo, and their thoughts aligned. However, upon landing, Mutwo first cast a disdainful glance at the Team Rocket members before flicking 3 fingers, causing the elite-level Team Rocket squad to vanish from Yangfan and Xiaolan's sight in an instant. Yangfan watched this unfold in awe, impressed by Mutwo's formidable power. Yet, he soon came to understand the true depth of Mutwo's prowess. Human, are you calling for me? Mutwo, is that my name? Why do they all refer to me as Mutwo? Do you know why I was born into this world? What is the meaning of my existence? A barrage of questions echoed in Yangfan's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned as he gazed at Mutwo. Is this Mutwo's telepathy? Yangfan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Mutwo could hear his thoughts. Telepathy? What is telepathy? Is your name Yangfan? What significance does that name hold? Why does this human worry about you? Answer my questions, human. Before Yangfan could respond, Mutwo's inquiries continued to pour forth, this time tinged with urgency. The overwhelming mental force surged into Yangfan's consciousness, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. However, this sensation quickly dissipated under the influence of his aura. Mutwo seemed to sense this unique power, stirring a flicker of interest within it as it regarded the human before it, all while Xiaolan looked on in terror. Mutwo soared through the skies, carrying Yangfan and his Pokémon away into the horizon, leaving behind Xiaolan and Miaogua, who stood bewildered and at a loss. Suddenly struck by a thought, she dashed towards the Pokémon Center in Hualan City. In her recollection, very few dared to cause a ruckus in the Joy family's Pokémon Center, and if she wished to rescue Yangfan, it was the only place where she could contact the outside world. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sharona received a summons from Professor Okido, prompting her to hasten to Hualan City in the Kanto region with great urgency. Upon reaching Kanto, she quickly summoned her Garchomp, mounting it as it sped through the air like a jet. As Garchomp soared at incredible speed, Sharona continuously contacted Professor Okido, eager to ascertain Yangfan's current condition. As her first friend after becoming champion, Sharona could not allow anything to go amiss for Yangfan. Doctor, what is the situation now? Alas, I still cannot reach Xiaofan, and the entire city of Hualan is under blockade by Team Rocket. Currently, only the Joy family's Pokémon Center remains untouched. I see. Please inform me immediately of any updates. Understood. After ending the communication, Sharona urged, Garchomp, increase your speed. At that moment, Garchomp transformed into a streak of light, accelerating even further. In the Hualan Cave, Yangfan held his head, an expression of pain etched on his face. Despite having the protection of his aura, the situation under Mutwo's psychic influence was still dire. Human, answer my earlier question. Mutwo's voice pressed once more upon Yangfan. It was at this moment he realized he had been brought here by Mutwo. Observing his surroundings, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Had he been kidnapped? A quick glance at his Pokémon revealed that aside from the ever-watchful Shinado, who still retained some awareness, both Gyarados and Milotic lay unconscious on the ground. Noticing Yangfan's lack of immediate response, Mutwo felt a flicker of affection for him as he showed concern for his Pokémon. Rest assured, they are merely asleep. Mutwo's voice reassured Yangfan. Hearing this, Yangfan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then turned to Mutwo and said, As for your previous question, I do not know the answer. However, I know one thing. Whoever enters this world inevitably has a story of their own, and it is a story that must be crafted by oneself. Upon hearing Yangfan's words, Mutwo rarely displayed a pensive expression. She was indeed perplexed about her own origins. As a weapon coveted by Team Rocket to dominate the world, her value lay solely in her power. Team Rocket cared little for her thoughts, for her existence was merely to live as a tool. Chapter 46. The Life Mentor Yangfan. For Yangfan, considering his current battle prowess, along with the capability of mega-evolving Shinado and utilizing Z-moves with his Digger Spy, there was no need to pursue Mutwo's power. Moreover, with the assistance of the system, his future strength might surpass Mutwo's. Thus, without any covetousness towards Mutwo, her perception of him was quite favorable. The two, one human and one Pokémon, sat within the Hualan cave, engaging in a slow exchange. Dream? Who is that? Why should I be called Mutwo? Mutwo inquired, mirroring Yangfan's seated position. Dream is the first Pokémon that came into existence in this world. It was once said to be the origin of all Pokémon. The name Mutwo was likely bestowed upon you by the one who created you, with the hope that you would one day surpass Dream. Moreover, you are also derived from Dream's genes. Yangfan speculated about the name Mutwo, considering the eccentricity of the old man who named her. Is Dream very strong? Mutwo asked, curiosity piqued by the mention of the name. Strength is merely a relative concept. However, given your current abilities, it can hardly be considered your opponent. You should aim for a broader horizon. Yangfan began to impart some peculiar insights to Mutwo. Not quite understanding? Mutwo responded, her curiosity heightened as she faced Yangfan, increasingly intrigued by this human who held such knowledge. The reason you feel lost now is that you lack a sense of belonging in this world. Upon hearing Yangfan's words, Mutwo fell into a moment of contemplation. Although she did not fully grasp the notion of belonging, the sentiment conveyed in Yangfan's words stirred a feeling of sadness within her. What is this sense of belonging? Why do I feel pain? What is the purpose of my existence? Mutwo questioned, anxiety creeping into her voice. As a being endowed with exceptional psychic power, her sensitivity to human emotions was magnified manifold, which is why she felt the pain in Yangfan's words so acutely. Perhaps had she not encountered Yangfan, enslaved by Team Rocket and surrounded by selfishness, she would have become as cruel and tyrannical as depicted in the anime. The sense of belonging is quite simple. It is when you are sad, in pain, or joyful, and the first person or Pokémon you wish to share that with is your sense of belonging. This is why I advise you not to be fixated on Dream. That little one is difficult to deal with. Yangfan recalled Dream's penchant for mischief, confident that if the two ever crossed paths, they would not cease until chaos ensued. To want to tell someone, or a Pokémon, is that what belonging means? Mutwo pondered this statement silently. Before she could fully contemplate, Yangfan continued, as for the purpose of existence you mentioned, our arrival in this world is inherently meaningless. The so-called meaning is merely an excuse to convince ourselves. Upon hearing Yangfan's declaration, Mutwo abruptly lifted her head, locking her gaze onto him. No meaning? An excuse to convince myself? What should I do then? Mutwo murmured to herself, her immense psychic energy swirling around her. In an instant, countless small stones began to fall. Observing this, Shinado swiftly used her psychic abilities to raise a protective shield over Yangfan's head. Seeing Mutwo descending into despair once more, Yangfan shook his head and approached her, extending his right hand to gently flick her forehead. Pop! The crisp sound snapped Mutwo back to her senses, leaving her staring blankly at Yangfan. You truly are stubborn, Yangfan remarked, retracting his hand and adopting the demeanor of a philosopher. Look at humans. They are born with nothing and gradually build families and lives. The efforts they exert along the way are the very meaning of their lives, are they not? Similarly, Pokémon possess unparalleled power from birth. Some aspire to become the strongest using that power, while others simply wish to live peacefully. Ultimately, it all depends on one's perspective. Do what you wish. Do not fear if you cannot find direction right away. Just do what you believe is right. After imparting these words, Yangfan fell silent, moving to attend to Milotic and Gyarados. Upon her first arrival in the realm of elves, confronting a foe as formidable as Mutwo indeed posed a significant challenge for them. After hearing Yangfan's remarks, Mutwo remained seated on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. At the entrance of the blockade in Hualan City, a report reached Athena, stating that Mutwo had manifested and taken away an unfamiliar elite trainer. This news stirred something within her. It was widely known that capturing Mutwo would pave a smooth path for Team Rocket's future endeavors. As senior officials, they would be the first to reap the rewards. Thus, Athena promptly dialed into Team Rocket's private network to connect with Sakaki. Hello, Athena? Sakaki's voice came through. Lord Sakaki, we've discovered traces of Mutwo in Hualan City. Where? He inquired. Currently, Based on our exploratory findings, the only response is emanating from the Hualon Cave. The Hualon Cave, you say? Mobilize all personnel to divert Mutwo at all costs. Sakaki commanded with unwavering authority. Athena nodded slightly, swiftly contacting all Team Rocket members stationed at the blockade in Hualon City to converge upon the Hualon Cave. Meanwhile, Sakaki, at the secret base in Judo City, rose and exited the facility, retrieving an ancient-looking pokeball and tossing it into the air. Roar! A dragon-esque roar reverberated throughout the entirety of the base. Charizard, head towards Hualon Cave, Sakaki succinctly commanded. Should anyone witness this, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. The man revered as the Earth's Sakaki now commanded a Charizard that had reached the pinnacle of championship level. This naturally raised questions about the extent of Sakaki's hidden high-level Pokémon. As Sakaki made his way towards Hualon City, Mutwo emerged from its stupor, its gaze drifting towards Yang Fan. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it. Yang Fan, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Mutwo's intense stare, quickly inquired. Well, I was actually wondering if I could temporarily accompany you. Mutwo asked timidly, astonishing Yang Fan. Are you serious? He questioned in disbelief. Upon Mutwo's earnest nod, he continued, I'm not quite sure what to do right now either. Perhaps following you would be a worthwhile choice. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that Mutwo did not intend to stay with him indefinitely. Rather, it would remain by his side until it discovered its life's purpose. Oh, that is fine. No problem. Yang Fan responded without hesitation. After all, this was Mutwo, undeniably a being of champion caliber. Then, I look forward to working with you, Mutwo, he added, observing Mutwo's joyful demeanor. Working together? Mutwo expressed confusion, yet managed to comprehend the sentiment through its psychic abilities and emotions, a faint smile forming upon its lips. I look forward to it, Yang Fan. Mutwo echoed back, imbued with a cheerful tone. After Mutwo decided to accompany Yang Fan, he recalled his Milotic and Gyarados into their Pokeballs and promptly exited the Hualon Cave. However, upon stepping outside, he was met with the sight of dozens of flying Pokémon hovering in the sky, encircling the cave's exit. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, his icy gaze fixated on Yang Fan. Sakaki, the mastermind behind Team Rocket. Even he has come? Yang Fan surveyed his surroundings, refraining from speaking immediately. Sakaki, however, wasted no time, bluntly stating, hand over Mutwo and the Master Ball, and I may let you go. Yang Fan's surprise at Sakaki's directness was palpable. Indeed, to become the foremost organization spanning 2 regions, one must operate with such efficiency, devoid of the verbose negotiations typical of other villains. Yet, this forthright threat only steeled Yang Fan's resolve. Not responding to Sakaki, he displayed a fierce determination. For Yang Fan, the Elite Four was no longer his goal. The championship was now within his sights. Observing Yang Fan's unwavering spirit, Sakaki reiterated his threat. All support from the League is currently obstructed. Hand over Mutwo and the Master Ball now, and I assure you, once I obtain them, I will withdraw. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance. With your 2 Pokémon, which barely qualify as elite, you stand no chance. In the face of Team Rocket, you are nothing. His final words were delivered with a calm yet menacing undertone, familiar to those within Team Rocket. They knew that when Sakaki lowered his voice, it signified the most chilling of threats. This condescending demeanor dismissed Yang Fan entirely. After all, in Sakaki's view, regardless of Yang Fan's strength, he was merely a gym leader for less than a month. Yet, the fierce determination reflected in Yang Fan's eyes rekindled a sense of pressure within Sakaki, igniting a desire to utterly crush him. In response to Sakaki's intimidation, Yang Fan maintained a stoic expression, a slight smile playing on his lips, refraining from engaging in verbal sparring. Action would serve as the ultimate testament to his capabilities. He commanded his shiny Gardevoir, use Psybeam. In an instant, a torrent of radiant energy surged forth from Gardevoir, hurtling towards Sakaki. Witnessing Yang Fan's audacious attack, Sakaki's eyes glinted with cold malice. It had been ages since anyone dared to provoke him so brazenly. With a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned a Pokeball, pressing the button firmly before hurling it. Come forth, Nidoking. As a brilliant flash illuminated the scene, a massive Pokémon emerged, positioning itself before Sakaki, exuding an aura that instilled fear in the hearts of the surrounding Team Rocket members. To Yang Fan's eye, this Nidoking clearly possessed strength that had reached the pinnacle of the Elite Four, teetering on the edge of championship status. Boom! The Psybeam collided with Nidoking, resulting in a cacophony of explosions, rocks cascading from above like rain. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, particularly ambushes from Team Rocket, Yang Fan released all of his Pokeballs. Summoning his Pokémon, Milotic, Shiny Gyarados, Flababy. They appeared around Yang Fan, their eyes brimming with hostility as they confronted Sakaki and the Team Rocket members. As the chaos subsided, Sakaki surveyed Yang Fan's assembled Pokémon, a knowing expression crossing his face. Indeed, despite the League's efforts to bolster your reputation, it ultimately amounts to this lot. Is this all you have? Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Nidoking, unleash Earth Power. With a thunderous roar, Nidoking unleashed a powerful tremor that reverberated through the ground toward Yang Fan, a yellow energy orb materializing and barreling forward with relentless speed. Milotic, use Ice Beam. Gyarados, Heavy Tread. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Fan commanded Milotic and Gyarados to retaliate. Although Ice Beam and Heavy Tread were not the most optimal responses, Yang Fan was eager to witness the prowess of a champion-level trainer. Crack! Boom! As the Ice Beam encased the Earth's ochre energy in frost, Gyarados' Heavy Tread triggered an even more violent tremor. In the midst of this indiscriminate assault, Milotic was shielded by Gardevoir's telepathy. Meanwhile, on Team Rocket's side, everything around them began to sway precariously under the intense vibrations, and a tremendous rumble echoed throughout the entire Hualon Cave. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, Yang Fan could clearly see that, under the combined assault of the three Pokémon, Nidoking showed no signs of budging. It stood resolutely, like a statue, guarding its trainer, Sakaki. This revealed a stark truth. Ordinarily, Gardevoir, Milotic, and Gyarados, when competing purely on their combat strength, were no match for Nidoking. However, should Gardevoir Mega evolve, and with Yang Fan's command as a trainer, the situation would be fraught with unpredictability. Chapter 48. I believe I cannot lose. Gardevoir. Use Future Sight to create opportunities for Gyarados and Milotic. As Gardevoir crossed its arms and closed its eyes in prayer, Sakaki wore a casual, cold smile. Can even Future Sight be mastered? It seems the League's efforts to bolster your reputation are not without merit. A champion-level Gardevoir would indeed become a renowned powerhouse in today's Pokémon League, wouldn't it? But if you were to vanish here, how heartbroken would Professor Okido and Cynthia be? Yet, do you truly believe you can contend against my numerous Team Rocket members with just these few Pokémon? After uttering this, Sakaki chuckled softly, gesturing to his companions, Athena and Lance, who promptly released two Pokeballs. Out emerged Athena's Arbok and Lance's Crobat. All three Pokémon exuding a terrifying aura as they surged toward Yang Fan. Sakaki, with a hint of mockery, observed Yang Fan and remarked, "Now it's fair. 3 against 3. But with your Pokémon, can you still claim victory?" Upon hearing Sakaki's words, Yang Fan remained motionless as a series of prompt sounds echoed in his mind. Ding! Your Gardevoir, incensed by the opponent's taunts, has awakened its potential, elevating its strength to mid-champion level. Ding! Your Milotic, perceiving the critical nature of this battle, has awakened its potential, boosting its strength to low champion level. Ding! Your Gyarados, feeling insulted as the king of Gyarados, is fueled by an overwhelming battle spirit, awakening its potential to peak champion level. Ding! Your Audino, feeling overlooked on its first appearance, realizes its lack of presence is too weak, leading to an explosive evolution, enhancing its strength to peak gym level. Ding! Your Mutwo, enraged by Sakaki's desire to reclaim it as a weapon, has transcended its telekinetic abilities to level 1 god. As these notifications echoed in his mind, a faint smile mirrored on Yang Fan's face, akin to Sakaki's. Looking at Sakaki, he replied, "Fair? Indeed, it is fair, but I believe this time I cannot lose." His assured tone left Sakaki and all Team Rocket members utterly astonished, particularly Sakaki, who was momentarily taken aback by Yang Fan's declaration, then burst into a hearty laugh. However, after his laughter subsided, Sakaki's expression swiftly shifted to one of cold, calm resolve, akin to that of a predator gazing upon its prey. "Cannot lose? I do not know where you derive such confidence, but once I grind you to dust, we shall see how you fare." Nidoking, Rock Slide. Another tremor shook the ground, and massive boulders descended from above, hurtling toward Yang Fan's head. Due to the narrow entrance and limited height of the cave, the rock slide was alarmingly close to Yang Fan, almost within reach. Witnessing Yang Fan's lack of resistance, Sakaki turned to his subordinates, gesturing for them to prepare to recall Mutwo. Yet, at that very moment, a brilliant light of evolution flickered around Yang Fan. Simultaneously, Gardevoir, Milotic, and Gyarados unleashed an aura that rivaled that of Crobat and Arbok. Sakaki, upon hearing the commotion, immediately turned to investigate. To his astonishment, He found Nidoking's rock slide being met head-on by Gyarados, who had forcefully pushed it aside. Crack! Boom! With the sound of rocks shattering upon impact, the colossal boulders were deflected by Gyarados. This scene utterly bewildered all Team Rocket members. How could this happen? Was Sakake's Nidoking not strong? That could not be the case. Athena had once witnessed Sakake's Nidoking pinning Haku's Dragonite to the ground. Thus, there could only be one possibility. Yongfan's Gyarados had achieved a breakthrough in the heat of battle. Moreover, it had ascended to the same level as Nidoking, peak champion level. Athena and Lance exchanged stunned glances, their astonishment nearly spilling over. This was no ordinary breakthrough. It was an instantaneous leap to peak champion level. Even after so many years within Team Rocket, they had encountered only a handful of peak champion level Pokémon. Aside from those induced by Team Rocket's experiments, nearly all peak champion level Pokémon were the mainstays of regional champions or seasoned trainers. Yet here was Yongfan, who had somehow achieved this. Sakake's eyes widened in surprise as he observed Yongfan's various displays of prowess. Could he truly control Pokémon breakthroughs? Observing the unfolding situation, Sakake murmured softly to himself. The world of Pokémon is vast. It is not surprising to encounter bizarre abilities. Indeed, Sakake himself was a beneficiary of special abilities. The power of the Tokiwa allowed him not only to enhance his physical prowess, but also to communicate and train Pokémon effectively. Thus, he understood well the extent to which special abilities could amplify a Pokémon's strength. Now, he was beginning to suspect that Yongfan possessed such a unique capability, the ability to facilitate Pokémon breakthroughs in battle. Nidoking, Flamethrower. With a low growl, an inferno of scorching flames erupted from Nidoking's mouth. The air along its path seemed to ignite, propelled by a terrifying heat toward Gyarados. This time, Sakake's target was unambiguously Gyarados. Undoubtedly, this was Sakake's test, an attempt to gauge Gyarados' current strength level. While it was feasible for Gyarados to withstand Nidoking's rock slide with sheer physicality, such feats were not particularly challenging for a Pokémon of that caliber. Moreover, as the leader of Team Rocket, Sakake could not accurately assess a Pokémon's strength. Consequently, he was uncertain of the extent to which Gyarados had improved. For these reasons, Sakake's attack was aimed squarely at Gyarados, whose formidable presence appeared to pose the greatest threat. Despite feigning indifference, Sakake was keenly focused and cautiously observant of Gyarados' condition, refusing to underestimate him due to Yongfan's earlier displays of power. After all, he was a seasoned trainer and the leader of Team Rocket. Without a hint of subtlety, it is utterly inconceivable that the Rockets could have developed to such an extent. Simultaneously, they stand on equal footing with the Kanto and Johto regions, to the point where the League must consider the Rockets' stance in their actions. Fixated on the oncoming jet of flames, Yongfan's expression remained remarkably composed, devoid of any trace of panic, with a slight smirk gracing his lips. Then let it come. Gyarados, we're heading back. Water Cannon. Chapter 49. The True Power of Sakake. Scheming. Under Yongfan's command, a massive sphere of water coalesced within Gyarados' mouth. The assembled aquatic energy elicited a joyful gasp from the Milotic standing behind Gyarados. The water energy within the Azure Cave was exceptionally abundant, and coupled with Gyarados' peak champion level prowess, the water cannon surged forth with formidable might toward the approaching jet of flames. What appeared to be a ferocious and scorching jet of flames met the water cannon in a dramatic confrontation. Sizzle! A dense cloud of steam instantly enveloped the entire entrance of the Azure Cave, as the jet of flames was completely dispersed by the water cannon. Even Nidoking staggered backward a few paces due to the force of the impact, halting only to catch his breath. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Sakake, despite having prepared for it, felt an unusual weight in his heart, gaining a newfound understanding of Yongfan. The true prowess of Gyarados at the peak of its power was laid bare before him. In the face of type advantage, Nidoking was no longer a match for Gyarados. He had never anticipated that Yongfan's unique ability could forcibly elevate a pseudo-champion level Pokémon to the peak of champion status, a staggering leap that was truly remarkable. Yet, amidst the astonishment, Sakake was also filled with a sense of regret for such a talented individual. Yongfan should not meet an early demise here. Moreover, observing the 4 Pokémon beside Yongfan breaking through their limits signified that his potential had yet to reach its zenith. It must be noted that even Sakake's current power, the Tokiwa Force, had reached a plateau, meaning his strength would be capped at the champion level unless he possessed even more formidable Pokémon. And Mutuo was the key to Sakake's breakthrough. Upon this realization, a sigh escaped Sakake's lips. Regrettably, events had progressed to a point of no return. Yongfan, you are quite impressive, if given sufficient time. I fear no one in the league would stand a chance against you. However, you no longer have that opportunity. Once this petty skirmish concludes, I shall demonstrate to you what it truly means to be at the champion level. The chasm separating champion from elite is known as the Abyss. Come forth, Charizard. No sooner had he spoken than a Charizard, engulfed in vibrant orange flames, appeared on the battlefield. Charizard, blow away. Take them all outside. At Sakaki's command, Charizard swiftly soared behind Yongfan, the speed of its orange glow rendering Yongfan's aura nearly imperceptible. Before he could react, Charizard's powerful wings flapped vigorously, unleashing a tempest that propelled Yongfan and his Pokémon toward the cave's entrance. Caught in the eye of the storm, Yongfan found even breathing a challenge. Clutching tightly onto the weakest of his Pokémon, the Buneary, he shouted, "Shame in! Teleport!" Whoosh! The spatial distortion rippled, and Yongfan's figure vanished amidst the chaos of the wind. Moments later, outside the Azure Cave, Yongfan struggled to steady his rapid breaths, having gained first-hand experience of the power of a champion. No wonder Sakaki claimed that the distance between champion and elite was akin to an abyss. It was indeed no exaggeration. The speed of this champion-level Charizard even left a peak champion-level Gyarados unable to respond. Is this what it means to be a champion? Yongfan murmured as he watched Sakaki emerge from the cave. Charizard, activate your ability, Sunny Day. With another fierce roar, the flames on Charizard's tail surged dramatically, with a tendril of fire shooting skyward. The previously somewhat humid environment now felt oppressively hot. For Yongfan, who possessed 2 water-type Pokémon, this was decidedly unwelcome news. Under the blazing sun, Charizard's power would likely increase once more, while Milotic and Gyarados would find their strengths diminished significantly. Milotic, Gyarados, Rain Dance, Yongfan commanded calmly. Although he anticipated the effectiveness of the Rain Dance would be minimal, the ultimate result still caused him to frown. Under the dual Rain Dance of Milotic and Gyarados, only a small area around Yongfan was graced with a gentle drizzle, so limited that it barely extended 10 meters around him. The weather effects of a champion-level Pokémon cannot be altered at will, Sakaki remarked derisively as he observed Yongfan's futile efforts. The suppression brought about by a champion transcends mere physical prowess. It is an overwhelming force across all aspects. Yongfan ignored Sakaki's taunt, silently observing Milotic and Gyarados as they basked in the light drizzle, while he could not bolster their strengths through Rain Dance. As long as they were not adversely affected by Charizard's Sunny Day, they would be fine. Sakaki's eyes glinted as he regarded Yongfan, who continued to resist stubbornly. With a fierce gaze, he commanded, Charizard, Flamethrower, attack Gyarados. Capture the king before the thief. As long as Gyarados, the strongest of Yongfan's Pokémon, is dealt with, the others will pose no significant threat. Although Gyarados has a resistance to fire-type moves, under the enhancement of Sunny Day, that resistance is almost negligible. In fact, if Gyarados were to endure the attack, it could very well be knocked out in one blow. At this moment, Charizard, amplified by the blazing sun, had flames roaring fiercely from its tail. With a thunderous roar, a gigantic fiery X shape coalesced before Charizard, hurtling at breakneck speed toward Gyarados. Yet, this was merely the beginning. True Pokémon battles do not unfold in the turn-based manner of games. Sakaki did not halt the onslaught. He ordered his Crobat and Jengar, prepare, Sludge Bomb, ready to strike at any moment. Crobat, Poison Fong, be prepared to follow up. The elite-level Jengar could unleash its venom without needing to inject it directly. Even a mere brush would result in a terrifying poison. Meanwhile, the already swift Crobat flapped its wings furiously, enshrouded in dark purple poisonous energy. Under Jengar's toxic influence, Crobat's Poison Fong would inflict double damage. This was the essence of Pokémon strategy. From Charizard's activation of Sunny Day to Jengar and Crobat executing a coordinated assault, this entire strategy had been meticulously rehearsed by Sakaki countless times. Yongfan, observing the barrage of attacks, his eyes glimmering with cold resolve, remained entirely composed. He simply issued a straightforward command. Shame in. Mist Terrain deploy. Milotic. Muddy Water. Gyarados. Wait for the peak of Muddy Water. Use Hurricane. Such simple orders were Yongfan's assessment of the current situation, representing what he believed to be the optimal strategy. Chapter 50. The special use of Tokiwa Force? Outside the Azure Cave, a pink mist gradually spread from Shaman's form. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entirety of the battlefield, even shrouding Charizard, Crobat, and Jengar within its embrace, while uniquely sparing the area where Milotic resided. What kind of move is this? Sakaki pondered, slightly furrowing his brow as he observed the rapidly expanding pink mist surrounding him. The energy carried within the mist is certainly not one of the numerous attributes announced by the Alliance. In fact, even the laboratories of Team Rocket have never encountered such energy. Could it be a new attribute? No, that is absolutely impossible. Reflecting on certain possibilities, Sakamoto shook his head in self-mockery. Yang Fan's shock was indeed far beyond that of his contemporaries, yet the discovery of a new attribute is not something that occurs easily. Even Professor Okido, a paragon of both research and training, could not guarantee the unveiling of a new attribute, let alone the development of new attribute moves. Such an endeavor is nothing short of impossible. Sakamoto suppressed his inner doubts, merely considering this as some sort of special technique from Yang Fan's world. In the arena, the fiery blast unleashed by Charizard surged rapidly towards Gyarados. Following this fiery onslaught, a faintly visible purple Zubat was poised to strike, prepared to launch its own assault on Gyarados. Meanwhile, Gyarados and Milotic were not idle. A torrent of muddy water surged forth from Milotic, a deluge infused with the strength of a Pokémon that had transcended to the elite level, resembling a massive mudslide. With an unstoppable momentum, it charged towards the formidable fiery blast. Upon witnessing the torrent, Gyarados unleashed a long-awaited storm. Instantly, the scene at the Azure Cave unfolded like a natural disaster before everyone's eyes. The storm intertwined with the muddy flow collided directly with the fiery blast. Simultaneously, within the Azure City Pokémon Center, is this truly the power of Pokémon? How have humans managed to survive? Murmured Xiaolon, while everyone inside the center gazed in stunned silence at the scene unfolding on the screen. Thanks to the Alliance's specialized psychic equipment, they were able to witness the battle at Azure Cave. Moreover, such equipment demands a high caliber of Pokémon, requiring at least an elite-level psychic Pokémon. And it must be a psychic type like Alakazam, well-versed in telekinesis. However, the current Pokémon strength at the center was limited. With the equipment, they could only relay psychic transmissions from a considerable distance, rendering Yang Fan and Team Rocket's specific circumstances unclear, let alone their appearances. Miss Xiaolon, please tell us honestly, how powerful is this Yang Fan gym leader? Can he ensure his own safety? Miss Junsha, clad in uniform, regarded Xiaolon with a serious expression. After Team Rocket had relocated to Azure City, the Alliance began to gradually infiltrate the city center to investigate the situation. I do not know. Faced with Miss Junsha's inquiry, Xiaolon found herself at a loss for words. Presently, the power Yang Fan displayed in the video had exceeded her expectations. Having witnessed Ho-Oh and Lugia since childhood, she found Yang Fan's exhibited power to be on par with those legends. However, whether those legends had been earnest when showcasing their strength remains uncertain. Watching the catastrophic scene in the video, Miss Junsha also felt a headache coming on. In the footage, the muddy vortex gradually subsided, and the fiery blast began to dissipate. Yang Fan, I admit you are indeed impressive. Had you not been involved in this matter, I might have considered appointing you as Team Rocket's second-in-command. But now it is far too late. Observe closely what constitutes champion-level power. Charizard, release, overheat. Sakamoto shouted at Charizard. Green sparks began to emanate from his body, dancing through the air before merging into Charizard. Instantly, Charizard was engulfed in raging flames, letting out a thunderous roar. After absorbing these special sparks, it was as if a solar deity had descended, painting the entire sky crimson. Sakamoto's actions left Yang Fan momentarily taken aback, yet he soon considered a certain possibility and became fully alert. It is crucial to note that overheat is a skill that inflicts significant self-harm after damaging the opponent. Upon striking the enemy, it drastically diminishes one's own special attack capabilities. Such knowledge is taught in elementary Pokémon schools, and Sakamoto could not possibly be unaware. Therefore, the issue lies with the vital energy sensed by Yang Fan through the aura. Yang Fan did not perceive the green sparks on Sakamoto, nor did Athena and Lance, who were nearby. Unbeknownst to them, this was Sakamoto's special ability, the power of Jitan. According to records, the power of Jitan possesses abilities of healing, enlightenment, and affinity. These powers are inherited separately. Sakamoto inherited the ability to disregard particularly severe side effects of certain moves. Moreover, through years of practical application, he also comprehended how to enhance a Pokémon's strength, albeit this ability cannot be maintained for long and can only be utilized in battle. It can be said that the power of Jitan was a significant factor in propelling Sakamoto to the champion level. As Yang Fan beheld the formidable Charizard, he made a bold decision. Shinado, use Taunt on Zubat. Milotic, utilize Life Dew, then prepare for Recover. Boom. Under the escalating temperature generated by Charizard, the surrounding air resonated with explosive sounds. As the power reached its zenith, The arena was instantly shrouded in smoke and dust, the air searingly hot. Yang Fan's skin was scorched by the heat wave, rendering him as red as a boiled shrimp. Amidst the smoke, Charizard, ablaze with flames that were beginning to turn pale, bore a fierce gaze, its body even beginning to flow with molten lava. The terrifying heat seemed capable of incinerating the very heavens. Witnessing Charizard's overwhelming presence, Yang Fan felt a tremor of apprehension, his fists clenching lightly. This is the prowess of a champion-level trainer and Pokémon. Indeed, it surpasses that of deities. Yet Yang Fan would not simply resign himself to demise. With a strategy in mind, he focused intently on Shineido's provocation. Milotic, the next move is up to you. Chapter 51, A Suicide Attack? Yang Fan's calculation. Under Yang Fan's deliberate guidance, the lurking Zubat was incited by Shineido's provocation and charged towards her with crimson eyes, its venomous fangs dripping with lethal purple venom. Huh, a trivial trick. Sakamoto scoffed at Yang Fan's maneuver, dismissing it entirely. Charizard's overheat was primed and ready. There was no way Yang Fan could withstand this move. Trivial? You shall soon find out, Yang Fan retorted, unfazed by Sakamoto's taunts. Now, Shineido, swap places with Milotic. Milotic, recover. Having reached the mid-level of the elite rank, Shineido could now seamlessly execute multiple moves. While maintaining the effect of taunt, she exchanged positions directly with Milotic. This allowed Zubat's fangs to bite into Milotic. Subsequently, an eerie purple energy began to emanate from Milotic, causing her to appear lethargic. This is the effect of toxic. After being poisoned, Milotic's body tightened like a rubber band. The unique ability of her shimmering scales activated. In a state of abnormality, all defenses are heightened. Witnessing this scene, Sakaki could not help but burst into laughter. Yang Fan, do you truly believe that with your marvelous Milotic, you can withstand the onslaught of Charizard's overheat? Do not jest. He scoffed. I estimate that even before Charizard launches its attack, it will be severely injured by its own poisoning. However, after uttering these words, Sakaki abruptly froze in place. For he beheld with his own eyes that the noxious gas enveloping Milotic had entirely dissipated. Yet, the heightened defenses granted by its ability remained intact. Could this be the effect of the mist? Sakaki thought, a tinge of astonishment coursing through him. After all, the previous position of Shineido had been shrouded in a misty terrain. He also noted that as the pink fog slowly permeated, the signs of Milotic's poisoning faded away. What a blunder! With the enhancement from the Marvel scale, coupled with its halved resistance to fire-type attacks, Milotic's defenses now reached an alarming level. Most importantly, the Charizard, specifically trained by Sakaki, had honed its overheat to pursue the dual goals of no side effects and maximum damage, transforming what was once a wide-area attack into a singular focus. It can be said that if Charizard fails to eliminate Yang Fan's main Pokémon in one strike, it would soon face a torrential onslaught. Was this also part of your calculation? Sakaki's gaze darkened as he scrutinized Yang Fan across the battlefield. It had been a long time since he felt the sensation of being completely seen through. Nevertheless, that would only hold true if your Milotic could withstand the attack. Charizard, directly assault Shineido. Zubat, use Mean Look on Shineido. Now, let's see how it can evade. Following Sakaki's command, Charizard erupted into flames, charging toward Shineido like a deity of fire. Beside it, Zubat cast its dark, penetrating gaze upon Shineido. Within the black stare, countless eyes emerged in the void. Fixated on Shineido, unable to escape the fight? You underestimate me. Shineido, magic coat, and send it back. Yang Fan commanded urgently upon witnessing Zubat's black gaze. A peculiar mirror materialized before Shineido. The eyes within the black stare suddenly found themselves reflected in the mirror, staring back at the Zubat behind them. Struck by the black gaze, Zubat plummeted from the sky, trembling on the ground. Previously, it had approached Gyarados to deliver a finishing blow, yet now, under Shineido's provocation, it found itself directly in front of Milotic and Gyarados, becoming the perfect target. Furthermore, Zubat, paralyzed by the black gaze, could not move. A single strike from Gyarados would inflict catastrophic damage upon it. At this moment, Yang Fan remained remarkably composed, meticulously assessing the ongoing battle, his brow furrowing slightly. Now, eliminate it. Gyarados, Ice Fong, seize Zubat, and then hit it back with Water Gun. Gyarados, who had been waiting patiently on the sidelines, could no longer contain its fury. With a mighty flap of its expansive tail, Zubat was sent soaring into the air. Gyarados opened its jaws wide, its razor-sharp fangs glistening with frost, and lunged at Zubat. Crunch! The Ice Fong instantly pierced through Zubat's wings, securing an unyielding grip. Awakened from the black gaze, Zubat screamed in agony, thrashing desperately. Yet it could not escape Gyarados' grip, only suffering further. But this was not the end. Crack, crack, crack. A sudden frost enveloped Zubat, freezing its entire form. Gyarados' wrath had amplified the power of Ice Fang, plunging Zubat into a frozen state. With just this single strike, Zubat, a fellow elite-level Pokémon, found itself in dire peril. Its wings pierced and ensnared in ice, Zubat was now utterly incapacitated, unable to re-enter the fray. Now, Gyarados, unleash Water Gun directly at Charizard. Shinado, teleport to Charizard's front. Yangfan's commands were sharp and decisive, seizing every opportunity on the battlefield. After all, this was true Pokémon combat, entirely distinct from the turn-based games of his previous life. Here, unless one is competing in an arena match, any underhanded tactics can be employed against these villainous organizations. Only by seizing every fleeting opportunity on the battlefield can one hope to turn the tide. At the very moment Gyarados released its water gun, all three Pokémon sprang into action. Shinado's gaze sharpened, its hands crossed, its psychic energy shimmering. Milotic positioned itself to intercept Charizard's advance, while Gyarados' water gun surged forward. In an instant, all four Pokémon engaged in a fierce confrontation above the Hualan Cave. Charizard's flames were partially extinguished by Gyarados' water gun. And as the water gun surged forth, Zubat was sent flying by Charizard's powerful fist. Amidst the rising steam, Charizard charged directly toward Milotic. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, the shockwave radiating outward with the force to upturn everything in its path. Even the screens at the Hualan Pokémon Center were affected, losing their images. Meanwhile, at Yangfan's position, a humanoid Pokémon quietly descended. Chapter 52, Trapped in Despair. Steam billowed, enveloping the entire Hualan Cave in mist. Sakaki watched as Zubat, battered by Charizard, struggled to rise from the ground. Coldly and sharply, he commanded, "Zubat, use your final Tailwind." Having just escaped the clutches of ice, Zubat rallied with determination, enduring the pain of its pierced wings, and began to flap vigorously. The energy of flight coalesced, and a massive gust of wind surged toward Charizard, filling the arena. Tailwind, an exceptionally potent support skill capable of significantly enhancing the speed of allied Pokémon. For a Pokémon of Zubat's caliber, doubling its speed was well within reach. Even as it teetered on the brink of losing its combat ability, Zubat managed to summon the Tailwind. As the steam dispersed, Yangfan had no choice but to concede that Sakaki was indeed decisive. In the face of imminent incapacitation, Zubat had reacted swiftly to utilize a buffing skill rather than a retreating maneuver. Was this the final shred of value extracted from a Pokémon? Once the steam cleared completely, the flames surrounding Charizard gradually diminished. It appeared largely unscathed, though its heavy breathing revealed that the recent overheat had indeed drained much of its energy and stamina. Even Gyarados' water gun had inflicted notable damage. However, the contrast with Milotic was stark. Its body charred, not a trace of its former beauty remained. It seemed as though it had ceased to breathe. Has it taken the overheat head-on and perished? Athena murmured. Beside her, Lance could not help but retreat in disbelief. The true strength of Charizard was unknown to them. Even Apollo, who had been by Sakaki's side all along, remained oblivious to Sakaki's true power. However, it seems that the expression on the boss's face is rather grim. Lance whispered to Athena. Upon hearing this, Athena turned her gaze towards Sakaki, only to discover that his countenance was dark, entirely devoid of the triumphant demeanor one would expect after defeating Yangfan. Conversely, Yangfan appeared unfazed by the loss of a Pokémon, a faint smile gracing his lips. Clap, clap, clap. Sakaki suddenly began to applaud Yangfan, exclaiming, "You truly surprised me. First, you allowed Milotic to become deliberately poisoned, leading me to believe you intended for it to withstand Charizard's overheat. Then, as the steam obscured both Charizard's and our vision, Milotic did indeed suffer the brunt of Charizard's initial assault. But afterward, you had Shinado endure the attack, didn't you?" Sakaki coldly stated the facts, pointing at Yangfan's gasping Shinado. Hearing Sakaki's words took Yangfan aback. He had not anticipated that his and Shinado's telepathic connection would be discerned by him. Nevertheless, Sakaki's assertion was not without merit. While the steam shrouded their sight, Milotic endured the initial onslaught of overheat, and Charizard was inadvertently led to believe it had struck true. Yet, in the subsequent moment, Shinado utilized teleport to position itself beside Milotic, expending most of its energy to create a decoy. During the brief interval of overheat, it employed Psychic to instantaneously relocate the decoy before Charizard, while both it and Milotic retreated to Yangfan's side amidst the vapor. It could be said that once Yang Fan perceived the energy gap during Charizard's overheat, every element of the battlefield fell within his calculated foresight. Until then, Sakaki had displayed little emotion, appearing rather indifferent. After all, as long as his champion-level Charizard remained, he felt invincible. However, upon witnessing Yang Fan's prowess, which rivaled that of the Elite Four, and his terrifying command over the battlefield, Sakaki realized further combat was unnecessary. He repressed his disdain for Yang Fan. To be cornered by a mere few champion-level Pokémon was indeed remarkable. Yang Fan had proven himself a unique contender, one capable of engaging him on equal footing. Observing the faint smile on Yang Fan's face, Sakaki spoke softly. "You are truly formidable. Even if Dato or I were at your age, we could never match your strength. The outcome of this battle has undoubtedly been within your grasp. If I were to proceed methodically, even my champion-level Charizard would ultimately fall to you. I concede. I have lost this battle. However, I have not lost this matter. Let everything conclude here." At this juncture, Sakaki paused for 2 seconds before coldly continuing. "The reason Team Rocket has dominated the Kanto and Johto regions is not solely due to my champion-level prowess. To realize our ultimate ambition of conquering the world, certain sacrifices are, regrettably, unavoidable. While I no longer harbor hopes for Mewtwo, I am certain the Master Ball resides with you. Everyone, release the assigned self-destruct Pokémon. Utilizing the favorable wind, converge upon Yang Fan and unleash self-destruct. The Master Ball will not be destroyed by self-destruction. This time, you cannot escape. All Pokémon self-destruct." Upon hearing Sakaki's declaration, Yang Fan's expression shifted to one of alarm, his gaze sharply fixating on the surrounding Team Rocket members. A surge of anger welled within him. Why do these villains always resort to self-destruction when cornered? If Sakaki's plan were to unfold as stated, it would result in nearly hundreds of Pokémon detonating simultaneously. This was utterly horrifying. The madness reached its zenith. Self-destructing Pokémon do not resurrect. Hundreds of Pokémon would perish. Was this the price Sakaki spoke of? Moreover, should these Pokémon proceed with their self-destruct, the resultant force could level half of Hualan City. It could even lead to catastrophic flooding due to the destruction of Hualan Cave, drowning the entire city. Madness. All of it madness. Although Yang Fan had anticipated the villainous tendencies of Team Rocket, he had never envisioned such a frenzied course of action. Sakaki's willingness to go to such lengths for a Master Ball was unfathomable. Nevertheless, after a fleeting moment of shock, Yang Fan swiftly regained his composure and issued orders. Milotic. Gyarados. Return. Shinado. Erect Reflect. In the next instant, Shinado crossed its arms, conjuring layers of reflect barriers to encircle Yang Fan's position. All his Pokémon returned to his vicinity, their expressions fierce as they surveyed their surroundings. "Hey, do you need my assistance, Yang Fan?" A gentle voice resonated within Yang Fan's mind. Chapter 53. Mewtwo's Intervention? Gyarados' Mega Evolution. Yang Fan, do you require help? Mewtwo's unique telepathic communication inquired suddenly. Although it had expressed a desire to accompany Yang Fan in Hualan Cave, it ultimately wished to gauge his capabilities as a trainer. Otherwise, it would not have so recklessly ventured into the Master Ball. Not for now, Yang Fan replied solemnly. Mewtwo could not yet manifest by his side. Otherwise, given Sakaki's nature, he would inevitably be pursued by various members of Team Rocket. At that moment, all Team Rocket members produced their Pokeballs, forcefully releasing the designated self-destruct Pokémon. A flurry of white light flickered across the battlefield. Pokémon such as Geodude, Electrode, and Weezing, all capable of self-destructing, manifested, encircling Yang Fan. Furthermore, due to the favorable wind bestowed by Crobat, all self-destruct Pokémon surged rapidly towards Yang Fan and his team. If all these Pokémon reached Yang Fan's vicinity, it would culminate in a cataclysmic explosion. Though the Pokémon now confronting Yang Fan were at most elite level, the sheer volume was enough to incite a qualitative change. Hundreds of Pokémon self-destructing simultaneously was a terrifying prospect. One even Mewtwo, capable of contending with legendary beings, would hesitate to confront directly, let alone attempt to withstand. As the self-destructing Pokémon drew ever closer, Yang Fan's mind raced with strategies to counter the impending disaster. Sweat beads began to form on his forehead. This situation was unlike any he had faced before. It was far too terrifying. A single misstep could seal his fate here today. Currently, the circumstances bore no resemblance to those in the real world, where he could evade the self-destruct zone using the speed he had learned from his Pokémon. This time, however, the self-destructing Pokémon targeted him directly. As a human, if he failed to dodge even one of the self-destructs, his fate would be dire. Since evasion was not an option, His only recourse was to incapacitate all these Pokémon before they could self-destruct. This was his sole choice without revealing Mutwo as a trump card. However, if Mutwo were exposed, the subsequent assassination attempts and assaults orchestrated by Team Rocket were far beyond what a mere tavern owner could endure. Thus, the only recourse was to eliminate every single one of these self-destructing Pokémon to halt their advance. Although the self-destructing Pokémon were, at best, of elite caliber, Yangfan's 3 Pokémon were utterly incapable of dispatching all of them within mere seconds. This was an insurmountable task. What could possibly be done? Yangfan racked his brains in desperation, as if the specter of death loomed ever closer, counting down to 0 at any moment. In that very instant, the Dragonite beside Yangfan suddenly let out a thunderous roar, glaring fiercely at the approaching self-destructing Pokémon. A notification chimed in Yangfan's mind. Ding! Dragonite senses your distress and, fueled by anger towards the encroaching Pokémon, has ignited its latent genes, achieving Mega Evolution without the need for a Mega Stone. Mega Evolution. Upon hearing this phrase, hope ignited in Yangfan's eyes, dispelling the tension that had gripped him. He was no stranger to Mega Evolution. It was a technique that Shinado had mastered back at the Sea City Gym, offering a tremendous boost in combat power. However, while Shinado's Mega Evolution excelled in overpowering individual foes, it struggled with area of effect attacks. Conversely, Dragonite's Mega Evolution bestowed upon her a torrent of water-type energy akin to the vast ocean. With such immense power, Dragonite's water-type moves would be amplified to a terrifying degree. Simultaneously, Sceptile withdrew his Charizard, and the once sweltering air gradually returned to a refreshing coolness as a torrential downpour began. The rain dance technique was activated. This sudden downpour further fueled Yangfan's hope. Sceptile, rubbing his fingers together, coldly addressed Yangfan, "I admire you. At such a young age, you have achieved what others can only dream of in a lifetime. The League even aims to mold you into a second Red. Yet, the one thing you should not have done is take from Team Rocket. The genius of the League will ultimately fall to my hands." Hearing Sceptile's words, a smirk of mockery crept onto Yangfan's lips as he slowly replied, "Do you truly believe I will perish here?" The sardonic tone of his response momentarily stunned Sceptile, who could not comprehend why Yangfan remained defiant even in the face of certain doom. In the next moment, Yangfan turned to Dragonite, who was eager to test her newfound power, and commanded, "Dragonite, Mega Evolve, tear these wretches apart." His words resonated through the air, and a kaleidoscope of colors began to emanate from Dragonite. Her form expanded within this radiant glow. In mere seconds, a Mega Dragonite, twice the size of her previous form, materialized before all present. Everyone in attendance stood agape at the spectacle. Could it be that Dragonite had evolved once more? Athena and Lance could hardly believe their eyes. Team Rocket had researched this concept of surpassing evolution, yet their efforts had ultimately been in vain. They never imagined that such a long unrealized dream would manifest in Yangfan. Before the entrance of the Azure Cave, water-type energy danced joyfully like butterflies. The torrential rain poured down in reverence for the birth of Mega Dragonite, as if the very rain itself was defying logic, cascading towards Dragonite in an offering. In the incredulous gazes of Team Rocket, Mega Dragonite was born. The once black-scaled Dragonite now bore faint blue patterns across her body, and her dorsal fins rose majestically with her new form. Countless droplets of water swirled around her, as if in homage to their sovereign. The most visually striking feature was Mega Dragonite's expanded physique. With a mighty roar, Mega Dragonite unleashed a ferocious gaze upon the Team Rocket members below. She was the tyrant of the waters. Chapter 54, Utter Domination. "Is this the Kalos region?" murmured Sceptile, drenched and frowning at the transformed Dragonite. The Kalos region held the Megastones in higher regard than life itself. How could Yangfan possess such a treasure? At that moment, Sceptile's confusion towards Yangfan deepened. How could something unattainable even for Team Rocket manifest in Yangfan's possession? Taking a deep breath to quell his bewilderment, Sceptile gazed at the colossal Mega Dragonite before him, feeling an uncharacteristic sense of powerlessness. The already peak-level Dragonite, after Mega Evolution, had unexpectedly shattered the boundaries between the champion and the Elite Four. It wasn't just Sceptile. All members of Team Rocket trembled in fear at the awe-inspiring sight of Mega Dragonite, unsure of how to proceed. At such a young age, Yangfan was capable of matching the champion-level Sceptile. The potential for his future achievements seemed boundless. Team Rocket had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Panic, fear, dread, retreat. A myriad of pessimistic emotions spread among Team Rocket's members the moment Mega Dragonite emerged. Even Athena and Lance, who typically dismissed Elite Four trainers, recoiled in terror. their throats dry with apprehension. Sceptile, can we truly contend with this creature? Upon hearing this, Sceptile merely looked up at the sky, then, in a voice that was not loud but clear enough for Team Rocket to hear, he stated, no matter how powerful it appears, it is merely a Pokémon. 100 self-destructing Pokémon could take down even a legendary. It cannot emerge unscathed. After speaking, Sceptile surveyed the surroundings. Observing his leader's unperturbed demeanor, the Team Rocket members slowly regained their composure. Was this the result of Sceptile's extraordinary charisma and commanding presence? Yang Fan, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of respect for Sceptile. Yet, respect or not, an enemy remained an enemy. All Team Rocket members immediately commanded their self-destructing Pokémon to charge at Yang Fan with utmost speed, preparing to unleash their self-destruction. Even if he is a god, Team Rocket will drag him down. Let us not forget, we have created gods before, not to mention a mere Elite Four trainer. With these words, all Team Rocket members surged forward, emboldened as if they had received a surge of adrenaline. All their pessimistic sentiments were swept away, replaced by wild aspirations for Team Rocket's future supremacy. They commanded the self-destructing Pokémon to rush towards Yang Fan with fervor. However, today was not like any other day. With Mega Evolution, although Dragonite had sacrificed her flying capabilities and speed, her other abilities had received a terrifying enhancement, especially her Water-type moves, which, in this downpour, were more than sufficient to obliterate these Pokémon. Yang Fan lowered his eyelids, allowing the rain to wash over him, and softly commanded, Dragonite, you surf with all your might. Crush these Pokémon. Now, Yang Fan no longer restrained his strength, nor did he ponder whether he should hold back to save these self-destructing Pokémon. The Rocket team was intent on taking his life. His only desire now was to make them pay the price they so rightfully deserved. The Gyarados let out a fierce roar, its head thrown back. The torrential rain above fell with even greater fervor, as if the endless ocean in the void had sprung a leak, continuously pouring down. Suddenly, fissures appeared on the ground, and countless streams of water defied logic, surging back into the earth, coalescing into a sphere of the purest water-type energy, enveloping Gyarados entirely. The blue currents swirled around him incessantly, gathering strength in this fortuitous moment. In fact, they even formed a dragon of water in the air. Gyarados surveyed the surroundings, observing the reckless self-destructing Pokémon charging towards him from all directions. The entwined water dragon spiraled in the air before launching straight towards the ground. In that instant, countless torrents of water surged upwards, completely engulfing all the self-destructing Pokémon in front of the Hualan Cave. Surf. A simple move, yet it unleashed a cataclysmic effect akin to an apocalyptic deluge. The terrifying force of the massive waves instantly captured everyone's attention. Hundreds of streams erupted like high-pressure fountains, casting a misty hue over the entirety of Hualan City. As Cynthia rushed towards the scene, she was taken aback by the towering water spouts in the distance and urged her Garchomp to hasten. Above, a red-haired man cloaked in a cape observed the inexplicable downpour, and the arrogance in his eyes transformed into sharp intensity, prompting his Dragonite to accelerate towards the destination. The Alliance personnel at the Hualan City Pokémon Center stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the surging waters erupting from the ground. Even Misty, the water-type gym leader, gazed pensively towards the direction of Hualan Cave before hastily making her way there. Meanwhile, at the battlefield within Hualan Cave, every self-destructing Pokémon was caught in the terrifying pull of the colossal waves. Unable to endure the pain, they all detonated simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook with each massive explosion, reverberating across the land. Amidst the myriad of sparkling droplets, hundreds of Pokémon, no match for a single strike, were utterly crushed in the deluge. Just one blow was enough to send numerous columns of water soaring into the sky, dragging over 100 Pokémon into the terrifying tide, completely obliterating them. This scene plunged all Rocket Team members into a state of incredulous panic. According to Sakaki, no matter how powerful Gyarados was, it was merely an ordinary elite-level Pokémon. It was inconceivable that it could face the self-destruction of hundreds of Pokémon unscathed. Such reckless actions were beyond the realm of even legendary Pokémon. Yet now, they bore witness to the fact. With just one strike, Gyarados had effortlessly neutralized their final trump card. The sheer shock of hope transforming into despair left everyone feeling a prickling terror. They remained utterly clueless as to what manner of creature this Gyarados was, and how it could possess such formidable power in an instant. Only Sakaki maintained his composure, fixating his gaze on Yang Fan and Mega Gyarados, his thoughts racing. This scenario enveloped the entire battlefield in an eerie tranquility. Chapter 55, The Arrival of Dado. Observing the Mega Gyarados, which resembled a demonic deity, Lance instinctively took 2 steps back, unable to suppress the terror within him, and turned to Sakaki, trembling, and said, "Boss, what do we do now?" This utterance encapsulated not only Lance's own fear and confusion, but also reflected the gazes of all Rocket Team members, filled with hope directed towards their leader, Sakaki. If even the self-destruction of over 100 Pokémon could not inflict substantial harm on Yang Fan, what could? What could possibly defeat him? Sakaki's expression remained inscrutable as he surveyed the Rocket Team members. Even with over 20 years of experience navigating the Pokémon world, he had never encountered anyone quite like Yang Fan. The Alliance had the audacity to compare him to the next Dado? He shook his head in bemusement and said to Yang Fan, this time, the Rocket Team has lost. But next time, it will be different." Despite his words, no hint of defeat crossed Sakaki's face. Instead, it was adorned with a calm, confident smile. He then retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. Upon witnessing Sakaki's movement, Yang Fan's heart sank, bracing himself for the continuation of battle. Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated from the sky. This sudden dragon's roar shattered the tense atmosphere between the two, and both men, their expressions shifting, turned their gazes skyward. In contrast to Yang Fan's confusion, Sakaki took decisive action, instructing Athena and Lance to lead the Rocket members to retreat. These were the elite of the Rocket Team. Losing them carelessly would indeed be a source of anguish for Sakaki. Aware of Sakaki and the Rocket Team's withdrawal, Yang Fan had no intention of obstructing them. Firstly, he was uncertain of how many champion-level Pokémon Sakaki still possessed. Even a figure like Sakaki, known as the Earth King, could be hiding one, as he was currently using a champion-level Charizard, making it hard to believe he had no hidden strength. Secondly, the dragon's roar from the sky made even Mega Gyarados uneasy. Without knowing whether the newcomer was friend or foe, it was best not to reveal his strength prematurely. Meanwhile, the Rocket Team began their gradual retreat from Hualan Cave. A massive dragon's silhouette appeared in the sky, spiraling amidst the torrential rain. Then came another dragon's roar. Just as the heavy rain and dark clouds had dominated the sky, they suddenly cleared, revealing sunlight. Under the illumination, Yang Fan discerned the type of Pokémon. It was a Dragonite. Apart from Dragonite's endearing yet slightly foolish visage, Yang Fan perceived an aura of ferocity through his aura perception. In the Kanto region, there was only one person capable of commanding a Dragonite at such a level. One of the Elite Four of Kanto, the champion of Johto, Dado. Ha 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 ha. With a resounding laugh, Dragonite hovered above Hualan Cave, and the figure on its back became visible. A man who appeared no older than 30, with fiery red, explosive hair, his eyes brimming with an overbearing pride, donned a flowing red cape that swayed in the wind. He stared down at Sakaki and Yang Fan with an air of supreme arrogance. "You've come too, Dado?" Sakaki furrowed his brows slightly, discreetly stepping a few paces into the depths of Hualan Cave. Having battled Dado numerous times, he understood all too well how exceedingly arrogant this man was. Until he had thoroughly defeated him, Sakaki's identity as the Rocket Team's boss would remain undisclosed to Dado. Presently, the Rocket Team found itself in a precarious predicament. With the loss of Mutuo, their ultimate weapon, they lacked the support of any other legendary or mythical powers. Consequently, apart from Sakaki's singular top-tier strength, the others remained either underdeveloped or utterly ineffective. This grand operation to seize control of Hualan City had to succeed. Yet they had not anticipated the emergence of Yang Fan as an unexpected variable. Thus, he must hasten back to oversee the affairs of the Rocket Team. In the forthcoming period, the League is bound to launch a vigorous hunt for the members of the Rocket Team. This is the price to pay following the failure of this operation. Observing Sakaki retreating into the marine cave, alongside the proud Dado upon the mountainside, Yang Fan stood silently in place. Although Dado could be considered a colleague in comparison to Sakaki, Yang Fan did not perceive any camaraderie with him. Given the haughty and arrogant glint in Dado's eyes, the glare of this champion Dado was indeed irksome. It seems that the League's support has arrived rather swiftly. Upon hearing Sakaki's words, Dado replied with a hint of amusement. "Isn't it simply because you and this gym leader are rather intimidating? Remember, at the upcoming League conference, you shall encounter each other again. You, the gym leader of Tokiwa City, are somewhat lacking in competence." At this juncture, Dado's gaze shifted to Yang Fan, now tinged with a modicum of interest. However, he was disappointed to find that Yang Fan exhibited no sign of change upon having his identity revealed by Dado. He remained rooted in place, merely observing the banter between the two. "Alas, it seems your calculations have gone awry, Dado. The failure of my rocket team's plan rests solely upon your shoulders. Yet, you must have already been aware of my identity, right? It is surprising that even those from another world are cognizant of my identity, while the League remains blissfully ignorant. Sakaki cast a perplexed glance at Yongfan. From the onset, Yongfan's myriad abilities had left an indelible impression upon him. Yet now, Sakaki could not fathom Yongfan's lack of surprise regarding his true identity. It should be noted that even those within the rocket team were oblivious to it. But how did this gym leader from another world come to possess such knowledge? In that moment, Sakaki's wariness towards Yongfan escalated. The unknown is always the most daunting. To Sakaki, Yongfan now embodied an enigmatic presence, an unprecedented force capable of enabling Pokémon to transcend their limits. Mega evolution. Furthermore, the mystery surrounding his identity. All these factors served as reminders for Sakaki to exercise caution around this youth, who was evidently not yet of age. Yongfan, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Sakaki remarked with a smile directed at Yongfan. Then, recalling something, he candidly advised Yongfan, beware of that fellow above. He is not as simple as he appears. Dato, huh? Huh. The 4 heavenly kings of Kanto have never taken the League seriously. With that, Sakaki ventured deeper into the marine cave. Dato, upon hearing these words, offered no rebuttal. Only after Sakaki's figure vanished into the depths of the cave did Dato finally speak, his voice low and measured. I cannot simply pretend I did not hear that, and to depart like this. Do you not regard me, the Kanto Heavenly King, with any respect? Dragonite. Destruction Beam. Chapter 56. Am I Dato's brother? Above the marine cave, Dato's voice resonated with a fierce and arrogant timbre. Beside him, Dragonite opened its maw, revealing sharp teeth. As immense power continued to coalesce. In an instant, a blinding beam of light erupted forth, swift and ferocious, as if it had surpassed the sun's radiance. It whipped up a tempest of wind and debris, carving a deep chasm at the entrance of the marine cave. This was swiftly followed by a thunderous roar. The ground trembled anew, the violent shaking nearly causing Yongfan to lose his footing. In an instant, the entire marine cave was engulfed in a haze of dust, with fragments soaring through the air. The deafening sound of the explosion threatened to rupture one's eardrums, while powerful shockwaves from deep within the cave propelled debris outward. Shinado conjured an invisible reflective barrier before Yongfan, shielding him from the onslaught of the explosion's aftermath. As the tumult began to subside and the dust settled, Yongfan lowered his hand from his face, gazing into the marine cave. This, he murmured, taken aback by the sight before him. The marine cave had been obliterated. A chasm, several meters wide, now exhaled wisps of steam from the ground. The entire expanse of the marine cave had been flattened, the stone walls above crumbling, with countless fragments still cascading down. Yongfan's Pokémon remained acutely alert, fixated on Dato's Dragonite. Meanwhile, at the very spot where Sakaki had vanished, a colossal Metagross stood firmly, its body shimmering with a rocky luster. Indeed, Sakaki had concealed his prowess. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Metagross, Yongfan could not help but bitterly smile. Now was not the time, Dato. As Sakaki's voice trailed off, he glanced back at Dato and Yongfan. Suddenly, a sandstorm materialized around him. Once the tempest dissipated, Sakaki's figure had vanished. At this moment, Dato and Yongfan's gazes met in the void. An ethereal voice echoed within Yongfan's mind once more. Yongfan, he is perilous. Moreover, I sense another force emanating from him. Yes, I am aware. One of the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto. Arguably, he is the mightiest of Kanto. However, what do you mean by another force? As Dato approached Yongfan, an unsettling sensation welled within him. Yongfan truly detested the expression in this man's eyes, the kind that dismissed everyone else, as though he were the chosen one. Such arrogance and self-importance were undoubtedly the result of a trainer's journey unburdened by obstacles. In contrast to the recently departed Sakaki, whose demeanor was somewhat sinister yet balanced with composure, Dato appeared significantly less mature. Though Yongfan possessed a system, he had always navigated the trainer's realm with utmost caution. Yongfan, the League's anticipated third you. That Dragonite, radiating immense pressure, has brought Dato before Yongfan in an instant. Without any action, merely gazing at Yongfan, he uttered those words. Observing Dato's upright posture, seemingly ingrained in his very bones, Yongfan murmured, "You? Is that the moniker bestowed upon me by the League?" Upon witnessing Yongfan's apparent ignorance, Dato unexpectedly shook his head, offering clarification. Not at all. You is a designation given to promising trainers across every region by the League. Naturally, you are recognized as the third you to emerge from the Kanto region. With this declaration, Dato abruptly paused, studying the air beside Yang Fan with contemplation. However, after a moment, he shook his head and turned his gaze back to Yang Fan. In that instant, as Dato diverted his attention, Yang Fan's heart nearly leapt from his chest. That position was none other than where Mutwo had been lingering since the outset. Remarkably, Dato seemed to possess a faint awareness of Mutwo's presence. However, this unsettling Kanto Heavenly King appeared to harbor an inexplicable fondness for him. Yang Fan, you share my lineage, and possess the power of the Aura Guardian. My dear brother. Upon hearing Dato's proclamation, Yang Fan was utterly astounded and hastily retorted, Brother, I have no siblings. Moreover, I am what you refer to as a person from another world. Please do not tell me that my parents are some scions of a prestigious family who ventured to another world for an adventure. That is hardly amusing. You, a busy man, should cease with your jest. I have matters to attend to. With a shrug, Yang Fan recalled Gyarados and Milotic, preparing to head towards Marine City with Shinado. Since the other party bore no ill intentions, there was little for him to worry about. Moreover, someone as exceedingly arrogant as Dato would hardly resort to underhanded tactics. He himself wished to avoid entanglements with the denizens of the Pokémon world. Besides, hadn't Sakaki just mentioned that the Elite Four of Kanto were far from simple? Yang Fan did not believe that Sakaki would take the time to deceive him or to sow discord. On the contrary, that might have been a genuine warning. Observing Yang Fan's movements, Dato offered no further explanation, merely stating in a nonchalant tone, Do you truly believe your father, Yang Yi, disappeared while exploring a secret realm? Upon hearing these words, Yang Fan halted, turning to face Dato with an expression devoid of emotion. What do you know? Dato did not seem surprised by Yang Fan's reaction. Yet he did not rush to answer the question. In this world, there are only two individuals capable of inheriting the power of the dragon. That is, myself and you. The power of the dragon? What is that? Yang Fan, currently disinterested in such matters, pressed for further information. What do you truly know? Dato, unfazed by Yang Fan's dismissive demeanor, continued. Do you have any idea how many secret realms exist in the Pokémon world? Why is it that Yang Yi encountered no issues in numerous realms before disappearing solely in that one? Hearing Dato's enigmatic words, Yang Fan felt no inclination to linger. He turned and walked toward Hualon City. The information Dato shared was not new to him. In fact, he had heard it countless times before. Observing Yang Fan's indifference, a subtle smile crept onto Dato's lips. You and I are truly alike, my dear brother. With that, he vanished in a flash, riding his Dragonite and soaring back into the sky, heading toward the Quartz Plateau. Meanwhile, Yang Fan encountered a familiar face on his way to Hualon City. Are you alright, Yang Fan? Am I too late? Speak, what happened? Chapter 57. The joy of tormenting one's wife. The funeral pyre of pursuing one's wife. Watching the ever-concerned Cynthia, Yang Fan's previously somber expression softened with a hint of warmth. Oh, I'm perfectly fine. See, I'm right as rain. He hopped around for emphasis, smiling at Cynthia. Phew, as long as you're alright. Cynthia exhaled in relief, her anxious heart gradually settling. However, recalling her earlier bold actions, a blush crept across her cheeks, an emotion unbecoming of the champion of Sinnoh. If word got out, Yang Fan would surely be the target of countless betrayals. Cynthia quickly waved her hands in front of Yang Fan, eager to clarify. I was just worried about you getting hurt. After all, you're one of my few friends. And I had to show some concern. Noticing Cynthia's ears turning crimson, Yang Fan chose not to confront her words. Such a relationship was beneficial for both of them at this moment. Alright, let us head back to Hualon City and rest. You must be exhausted from rushing over with your Garchomp. Afterward, Yang Fan noticed several dried leaves atop Cynthia's head and reached out to remove them. However, as Cynthia watched him draw nearer, she felt as if she might ignite, her recently calmed heart racing once again. Could it be? This is happening too fast. I'm not ready yet. But if it's Yang Fan, Cynthia's mind was awash with pink bubbles as she gazed dazedly at Yang Fan's youthful, handsome visage, involuntarily closing her eyes. Meanwhile, as Yang Fan reached to help Cynthia with the leaves, he noticed her eyes flutter shut and her chin slightly raised, momentarily taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure, grinning mischievously as he leaned closer to her. After a long wait, he felt nothing akin to the anticipated soft sensation. Cynthia opened her eyes in confusion, only to find Yang Fan grinning and snapping pictures of her with his phone. Suddenly recalling her earlier embarrassing moment, Cynthia dashed toward Yang Fan. Yang Fan, delete those photos. Why not keep them? Upon returning to the center of Hualon City, Yang Fan found himself subjected to an interrogation by Miss Jun Sha of the League, while an official interview hovered nearby, eager to pounce. However, while dealing with these formalities, Yang Fan's peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. Was it Shirlu? Noticing Shirlu, Yang Fan swiftly dispatched the official personnel before hurrying to catch up with her. Senior Shin? He called out uncertainly. Before long, Yang Fan noticed that Shirlu appeared to have lost a considerable amount of weight. Upon hearing the familiar voice behind her, the frail figure quivered before turning silently to throw herself into Yang Fan's embrace. Feeling her silent sobs, Yang Fan let out a bitter smile and asked, Shirlu, what brings you to Hualan City? Weren't you studying under Professor Okido? After a moment, Shirlu raised her head, gazing longingly at Yang Fan. Her tear-streaked face was visibly worn, and her once bright eyes were now red and puffy. Why didn't you tell me about all that has happened? Professor Okido hasn't informed me of your situation. I only just saw your news. As she spoke, crystalline tears threatened to spill from her eyes once more. Well, I didn't want to worry you, Yang Fan replied with a wry smile, scratching the back of his head. He had hoped to shield Shirlu from unnecessary concern. Yet she still managed to find him in Hualan City. By the way, Shirlu, how was your time with Professor Okido? Yang Fan quickly changed the subject before she could fully process her emotions. Oh, the people at Professor Okido's Research Institute are quite caring. I'm now certified in advanced Pokémon care. As she spoke, Shirlu produced a small red booklet from her pocket, adorned with the League's steel seal and anti-counterfeiting markings. Seeing the proud expression on Shirlu's face, Yang Fan could not help but feel elated for her. He was also astonished by her talent in Pokémon care. This was an advanced Pokémon care certification. In the Pokémon world, this passport had posed challenges for many Pokémon breeders. The renowned Xiaoxue, from the bustling food street, was among the few who had managed to obtain an advanced care license. Thus, Shirlu's ability to pass the advanced Pokémon care examination in such a short period signified her exceptional talent in this field. Congratulations, Shirlu. Have you decided where to go next? The League or Yang Fan feigned casualness in his inquiry, secretly wishing Shirlu would assist him at his dojo, especially since the High City Dojo was in dire need of attention and lacked the qualifications for a formal opening. Therefore, he held little hope for her answer. Of course, the League. Upon hearing Shirlu's response, Yang Fan felt a pang of disappointment, responding half-heartedly. Certainly, the League in High City. Noticing Yang Fan's unusual sensitivity to her emotions, Shirlu quickly explained. What? The League in High City? Yang Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The alliance at the Sea City Gym? Is it not merely his own Sea City Gym? At this moment, Yang Fan finally comprehended that this little girl had been waiting to witness his embarrassment. Brother Fan, were you just worried that I would choose the alliance? Truly unexpected. The Yang Fan classmate, who had always kept me at bay, would actually one day worry about my absence from his gym? Shirlu's peculiar tone echoed in Yang Fan's ears. You, Shirlu, do you truly wish for this? Yang Fan, caught between laughter and tears, then solemnly inquired of Shirlu. Of course it's true. You wouldn't reject me again, would you, Yang Fan? Shirlu continued her performance, her heart secretly delighted. Humph. Now you know what it means to look down upon this lady. This is what they call a fleeting moment of delight in tormenting one's wife leads to the fiery grave of pursuing her. The little drama in her heart made Shirlu quite pleased. In a moment of carelessness, she inadvertently spoke her inner thoughts aloud. As Yang Fan heard this, he could not help but feel a twinge of guilt towards the little girl. The reason for his previous rejections had stemmed from his own inadequacies, compounded by the disappearance of his parents, which he did not want to appear so simple on the surface. If Shirlu were to become too close to him, it could potentially bring her grave misfortune. However, now, Yang Fan was no longer afraid. Chapter 58, The Shura Field? News from Professor Oak. Yang Fan. While Yang Fan was conversing with Shirlu, a mature female voice suddenly reached their ears. Without overthinking, Yang Fan turned around to greet the newcomer. Cynthia, where did you disappear to just now? It's those people from the Alliance. If I were to appear beside you, I'd probably be stuck here for quite a while. Cynthia replied to Yang Fan, her gaze curiously drifting to Yang Fan's back. In an instant, the eyes of Shirlu and Cynthia met, and Yang Fan, caught between the two, suddenly felt a chilling dread wash over him. What on earth is this weather? Why has it suddenly turned so cold? Yang Fan muttered to himself, continuously rubbing his arms for warmth. Then Cynthia took the initiative to ask Yang Fan, who is this? Before Yang Fan could answer, Shirlu, unwilling to be overshadowed, extended her hand and explained to Cynthia, I am Shirlu. Currently, I am Yang Fan's childhood friend. Perhaps even his fiancé. Hearing this, Yang Fan was utterly dumbfounded. Hey, what is going on, Shirlu? What fiancé? And there's no need to specify childhood friend. Right? Young Fan, still somewhat bewildered by the situation, could only smile wryly at the two whose gazes were nearly sparking with intensity. However, upon hearing Shun Shiryu's declaration, Cynthia did not display any particularly special reaction. She maintained the poise of the Sinnoh champion and accepted Shun Shiryu's handshake. Cynthia, currently, Young Fan is the only male friend in the Pokémon world. Yet, what other relationships may arise in the future remains uncertain. Observing the unspoken clash between Shun Shirlu and Cynthia, Young Fan truly felt at a loss for words. Is this the legendary Shura field? Just as the three found themselves enveloped in an unusual atmosphere, another female voice came rushing in. Young Fan, are you alright? Running towards them, Xiaolan looked at Young Fan with an anxious expression. However, upon seeing the trio, she appeared momentarily taken aback. I'm fine, what's the matter? Young Fan exclaimed, looking at Xiaolan as if she were a lifesaver. Well, Professor Oak has arrived in Hualan City and wants you to come over. Noticing Young Fan's eager expression, the whimsical Xiaolan quickly stated her purpose. As Young Fan dashed out, she suddenly added, Young Fan, thanks to you this time, otherwise, my little baby and I would. Xiaolan's voice was not loud, and as she spoke, she pretended to tenderly caress her abdomen, as if she truly bore something within. This remark was simultaneously heard by Shun Shirlu and Cynthia, causing a sudden chill to envelop Young Fan. Turning to glance back, he saw Shun Shirlu and Cynthia's gazes, as if they were about to devour him. Meanwhile, Xiaolan, with a doting expression on her face as she gazed at her belly, noticed Young Fan looking over, and her eyes instantly curved into a crescent moon, yet the smile at her lips betrayed her true nature. You just wait. Young Fan mouthed silently to Xiaolan before hastily disappearing down the quiet corridor. Once Young Fan vanished, Shun Shirlu and Cynthia, both with dark expressions, cornered Xiaolan against the wall. Just moments ago, the seemingly invincible Xiaolan now resembled a forsaken kitten, timidly crouching in the corner. Professor, I'm here. Upon entering the office, Young Fan found Professor Oak engaged in a discussion with Hualan gym leader, Xiaoxia. Xiao Fan, you've arrived, is everything alright? Professor Oak inquired, concern evident in his voice as he spotted Young Fan. Young Fan naturally shook his head to indicate he was unharmed. This is Xiaoxia, the gym leader of Hualan City. You should be around the same age, right? Professor Oak remarked with uncertainty. Should be, doctor? Xiaoxia, dressed in a blue short-sleeve shirt, responded indignantly. Then she turned to Young Fan. Hello, Young Fan. Thanks to you, Hualan City has been saved. Observing Xiaoxia's familiar demeanor, Young Fan warmly replied, It's nothing. Just doing my part. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Young Fan, Doctor, I'll take my leave. I need to check on the Hualan cave. After Xiaoxia finished speaking, she bid farewell to Young Fan and Professor Oak before exiting the office. Young Fan then directed a questioning gaze back at Professor Oak. Xiao Fan. This time Team Rocket has truly been pushed to their limits. They VE captured all 3 legendary birds in the Johto region. And we VE received internal news that they are also targeting Mew. Crack. As Professor Oak finished speaking, the office table suddenly split in half. Simultaneously, Professor Oak's demeanor turned serious, and a formidable Houndoom appeared in the room, alertly surveying its surroundings. Mutwo, calm down. Young Fan continuously communicated with Mutwo through his aura. Young Fan, I heard it. News about Mew. In Young Fan's aura perception, Mutwo was undeniably agitated. This battle spirit was something Young Fan could comprehend. After all, endowed with intelligence surpassing that of humans, it was caught in the turmoil of reality and illusion, yearning to prove itself through its own strength. This was also why Young Fan's previous encouragement had failed to sway Mutwo. I beg you, Young Fan. The name Mutwo signifies transcending dreams. I must prove myself. Upon hearing Mutwo's plea, Young Fan promptly agreed. I understand. I will fight alongside you. The exchange of consciousness was merely a fleeting moment. Young Fan looked at the still vigilant Professor Oak. In response to the puzzled look from the other, he spoke. Doctor, there's no need to search. Everything is fine. Seeing Young Fan's nonchalant demeanor, Professor Oak chose not to press further. Doctor, you just mentioned that Team Rocket has captured all 3 legendary birds in Johto? In the Johto region, the 3 legendary birds are revered as divine Pokémon. Moltres, Articuno, Zapdos. These 3 Pokémon are interlinked, maintaining the entire climate balance of the Johto region. The fact that Team Rocket has completely wiped them out indicates that they are genuinely serious about challenging the Alliance. Indeed, not long after the Hualan Cave incident occurred, reports of abnormal weather began to emerge from the locations of the legendary birds. The Alliance exploration team had just discovered that the 3 legendary birds had been captured, with traces left behind by Team Rocket at the scene. Furthermore, not only in Kanto but also in Hoenn and Sinnoh, the presence of Team Rocket was noted. It appeared they were all in pursuit of the legends left behind in the regions. After listening to Professor Oak's discourse, Yang Fan found himself deep in contemplation. He wondered why Giovanni would allow Team Rocket to act so recklessly. Moreover, their operations across multiple regions did not align with Giovanni's usual modus operandi. Chapter 59, Garchomp. The Power of the Dragon. In the office at the center of Hualan City, Yang Fan increasingly sensed that Giovanni was concocting something dreadful. Previously, in the Hualan Cave, despite possessing numerous champion-level Pokémon, Giovanni had chosen to battle with only one champion Charizard alongside him, particularly after Dato's arrival. The emergence of the Ultra Iron Tyranitar was undoubtedly a champion-level Pokémon, potentially rivaling Dato's Dragonite. Additionally, after the battle concluded, Giovanni's words echoed in Yang Fan's mind. The Elite Four of Kanto and the Alliance are not of one mind. What did he intend to convey? A divide and conquer scheme? Yang Fan furrowed his brow, unable to make sense of it all. Xiao Fan, what are you thinking? Professor Oak inquired with a hint of concern in his voice. Doctor, regarding the Elite Four of Kanto, before Yang Fan could finish, a series of knocks interrupted from outside. Oh, what brings you here? Standing at the door were Shun Shirlu, Cynthia, and Xiao Lan, eagerly peering into the office. Yang Fan, I must return to Sinnoh. There are matters at the Alliance that require my attention. Cynthia was the first to bid farewell. I apologize for making you come all this way for nothing. Don't mention it. Your safety is what matters most. Do be cautious on your journey back. Understood. And make sure to perform well in the upcoming exchange competition. Farewell. Goodbye. The two exchanged pleasantries, oblivious to the astonished expressions of the other two at the door. It was at this moment that Yang Fan noticed Xiao Lan, wearing a mischievous grin, while Shin Shirlu's cheeks were puffed up in jealousy. Yang Fan, I too must take my leave. Thank you for saving me this time. Just promise you won't abandon me next time. As she spoke, Xiao Lan dramatically began to put on a performance, playing the role of a tragic heroine. My lady, you should hurry along. Seeing Xiao Lan's antics, Yang Fan feigned impatience, waving her off. In response, Xiao Lan giggled and scampered away. Shin Shirlu, witnessing this, huffed and retreated into the room. Observing Yang Fan's flustered demeanor, Professor Oak couldn't help but sigh. Youth. How delightful. Xiao Fan, here is the gift I promised you. Professor Oak presented a Pokeball to Yang Fan. What is this? Without hesitation, Yang Fan accepted the Pokeball, raising it. Illuminated by light, he could discern the Pokémon contained within. Garchomp, a Dragon-type Pokémon from Sinnoh. This Garchomp was originally a twin. You have met its sister before. Thus, nurture it well. Xiao Fan, I have faith in your abilities. Professor Oak patted Yang Fan's shoulder with a smile. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Yang Fan's mind. Ding! You have acquired your first Dragon-type Pokémon, successfully activating the special gene within you, Dragon Master. At that moment, as Yang Fan grasped the Pokeball, an unprecedented sensation washed over him. He could effortlessly sense Garchomp's emotions and thoughts within the ball, unlike his aura, which required active perception of a Pokémon's feelings and existence. This feeling was instinctual. He could clearly perceive Garchomp's emotions. Is this what it means to be a Dragon Master? Yang Fan murmured to himself. He subsequently pressed the button on the Pokeball, and a burst of white light enveloped the room. A small dragon baby, standing at just 1 meter tall, yet undeniably adorable, materialized before him. Upon its appearance, Garchomp felt an immediate sense of familiarity and excitedly rushed over, wrapping its tiny arms around Yang Fan's leg. Yang Fan carefully lifted Garchomp, noting the unique rough texture in his hands, likely a characteristic of Garchomp's rugged skin. Seeing such a delightful Garchomp, Shin Shirlu, who had just been a tad jealous, couldn't help but inch closer. Utilizing her remarkable nurturing talent, she quickly formed a bond with Garchomp, showcasing once again the formidable prowess of Shun, the campus belle. Dragon-type Pokémon are notoriously aloof, standing above all ordinary Pokémon due to their immense power. Naturally, this strength often renders them exceptionally volatile and domineering. This is precisely why Dragon-type Pokémon are typically nurtured from their juvenile stages. Hey! Just as Shun Shirlu tended to Garchomp, Yang Fan was about to inquire about Professor Oak's earlier statement when a phone call interrupted him, causing his words to falter. I understand. I'll be there shortly. Professor Oak's expression grew grave as he ended the call, the weight of the situation evident on his face. Xiao Fan, you should take Shirlu back now. I will explain everything to you later. At present, It seems the Pokémon world is on the verge of a significant crisis. With a forced smile, Professor Oak uttered these words, glancing at Yang Fan and Shen Shirlu. A crisis in the Pokémon world? Yang Fan was taken aback by Professor Oak's statement. As a champion-level trainer and Pokémon researcher, Professor Oak regarded the safety of the Pokémon world as paramount. What could possibly prompt such a declaration? Moreover, Yang Fan couldn't shake the feeling that when Professor Oak mentioned the impending crisis, his gaze had inadvertently flickered toward him. A fleeting glimpse of worry and guilt captured in his eyes, which Yang Fan sensed through his aura. Could this matter be related to me? Or perhaps, reflecting upon Professor Oak's seemingly unprompted assistance, Yang Fan doubted it was merely due to Shen Yan. Thus, the only plausible connection was that Professor Oak had some interaction with his parents. Now, the urgency to distance himself from the Pokémon world likely tied into the mystery of his parents' disappearance. Rapidly processing this information in his mind, Yang Fan lowered his gaze, solemnly asking, "Is this related to my parents? If so, please, doctor, you must tell me." In a certain sense, Professor Oak's concern was for Yang Fan's safety. If something unfortunate were to occur, he might not be able to shield Yang Fan. However, compared to Professor Oak's considerations, Yang Fan was far more focused on the enigma surrounding his parents' disappearance. Was it truly an accident, or was it orchestrated? "Brother Fan, are you alright?" Just as Yang Fan fell into silence, Shen Shirlu peeked over Garchomp's head, cautiously regarding the two. I'm fine. Let me escort you back." After retrieving Garchomp into the Pokeball, Yang Fan turned to Shen Shirlu, opting to shield her from the unfolding situation. Chapter 60. The Sequence of Events? The Appearance of Mew? Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Shen Shirlu appeared somewhat reluctant, her eyes gazing up at him with a look of dismay. Yet, she understood that accompanying Yang Fan without causing trouble was the best she could do. However, with no combat capability, she truly felt like a burden. Having come to this understanding, Shen Shirlu, with a sense of reason, addressed Yang Fan. "Brother Fan, I will wait for you at the dojo. You must return safely." Sensing the change in Shen Shirlu, Yang Fan felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow, yet he stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "Shirlu, this endeavor is truly perilous." His words trailed off, as he recognized that some matters did not require explicit articulation. Understanding the nuance, Shen Shirlu bid farewell to Professor Oak and Yang Fan before making her way to the spatial gate. In the current office, Professor Oak, feeling the weight of Yang Fan's scrutinizing gaze, could no longer contain the truth. "Xiao Fan, when you were just 10 years old, your parents undertook a mission from the League to explore the spatial gate. That mission was arguably the closest anyone has come to the legendary tasks in the history of the League." Closest to the legendary? Upon hearing Professor Oak's assertion, Yang Fan could not help but recall the legends of the Pokémon world, the mythical Pokémon of Kanto, the legendary birds of Johto, and the titans of Hoenn. Could it be that his parents were entwined with those legends? Suppressing his curiosity, he continued to listen to Professor Oak's elucidation. "To this day, I remain ignorant of the true nature of that legendary power. No documentation exists that pertains to it. It was during that mission that the League's insatiable desire for legendary power incited its wrath." Reflecting on the past, Yang Fan could sense the despair in Professor Oak's voice. It was important to note that, a decade prior, Professor Oak had been the first champion of the League, and those who achieved such a title were undeniably gifted trainers. Not to mention the formidable trainers like Yang Fan's parents who participated in that exploration. So this incident. Yang Fan clenched his fists and inquired. This time, Team Rocket has discovered the whereabouts of the mythical Pokémon. It was after that legendary power erupted that we found ourselves in dire straits. And it was the mythical Pokémon that led us away from there. The mythical Pokémon? This revelation was indeed unexpected for Yang Fan. Then, where's the mythical Pokémon? He pressed Professor Oak for answers. According to recent intelligence, its location has been traced back to Goldenrod City. Moreover, that is one of Team Rocket's bases. I hope you consider this carefully. Without allowing Professor Oak to finish, Yang Fan dashed out the door, activating his Pokédex to locate Goldenrod City. In an instant, he and the eager Mewtwo vanished from the vicinity of Celadon City. Professor Oak, who had hurried after Yang Fan to dissuade him, found himself staring at the empty corridor, engulfed in profound doubt. On the path to Goldenrod City, Yang Fan and Mewtwo flickered along the roadway. Since Mewtwo was still unfamiliar with directional sense, it needed to pause intermittently to recalibrate. "Mewtwo, once we reach Goldenrod City, will you be able to find the mythical Pokémon's location?" "Indeed, I can already sense it." A feeling of both affinity and aversion. With that, Yang Fan and Mewtwo vanished once more. Behind them, an elegantly dressed young lady trembled with excitement. hastily making her way toward Yongfan and Mutuo, followed closely by a butler-like figure who hurried to catch up. Miss, wait for me. Meanwhile, at Team Rocket's base in Goldenrod City, a member reported to a young girl, "Ma'am, we have located the precise whereabouts of the mythical Pokémon. Is that so? Continue tracking it. Report its location to me at all times. This time, I want to see where it escapes." With that, the girl vanished from the base, while the remaining Team Rocket members displayed a nonchalant demeanor. In the forest adjacent to Goldenrod City, Yongfan and Mutuo were attuned to the presence of the mythical Pokémon. "I can feel it. Its aura is overwhelming. The mythical Pokémon is nearby." Yongfan's eye sharpened as he resolutely followed Mutuo's lead. "Then let us proceed, Mutuo." Responding to Yongfan's command, Mutuo utilized its psychic powers to propel them through the clouds. Yongfan's mind was flooded with Mutuo's visualization of the mythical Pokémon's flight path. Observing the illogical and chaotic route, Yongfan furrowed his brow and remarked, "This trajectory is indeed befitting of the most mischievous Pokémon. It's as if it's been playing a game." Even while soaring at remarkable speeds, Yongfan could converse freely within the protective energy field of Mutuo. Suddenly, Mutuo decelerated. "Yongfan, I sense another psychic presence." Mutuo communicated with Yongfan. "Another psychic presence? In Goldenrod City, could it be her?" "Mutuo, accelerate. We cannot allow Team Rocket to get ahead." As Yongfan's words echoed, Mutuo surged forward, transitioning from stillness to motion with flawless grace. Before long, high above the ground, Yongfan gazed down at the desolate earth below. Mutuo raised one of its arms, and its body began to shimmer with an extraordinary violet light, a manifestation of accumulated psychic energy. Accompanied by a low growl from Mutuo, Yongfan noticed the clouds appearing to fracture like a shattered mirror, ultimately exploding outward. As the illusionary realm shattered, a pink figure flickered into view. Even with his heightened perception, Yongfan barely caught a glimpse of the fleeting silhouette. However, Mutuo would not hold back. Born as a combat machine for Team Rocket, it once again coalesced visible psychic waves in its hands. A colossal spoon materialized within Mutuo's grasp, a tangible manifestation of its formidable psychic prowess. Mutuo then gently traced the spoon across the ground, summoning a blade of spatial energy that plummeted from the heavens. Unlike the grandiose energy collisions of other Pokémon, this spatial blade descended silently, carving a fissure thousands of meters long into the earth. Every object that encountered this blade was instantly rendered to nothingness. This was Mutuo's psychic blade, a power that could rival legends, even standing tall among the mightiest of them. Chapter 61, The Weakness of Nashi. I sense the mythical Pokémon's thoughts are filled with rage. Mutuo's voice echoed in Yongfan's mind. "Yes, dive down, Mutuo. Our time is limited. We must resolve this battle swiftly. Team Rocket is likely on their way." As Yongfan's voice faded, a purple streak, akin to a shooting star, sliced through the sky. In Yongfan's view, an entire expanse of bustling city loomed ahead, with Mutuo unleashing an overwhelming psychic force that made the air tremble. They descended upon an abandoned factory adjacent to the urban sprawl. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, reverberating through the heart of Kanto's most vibrant district. Goldenrod City, undeniably the epicenter of the Kanto region, was encircled by Celadon City, Ikrutique City, Violet City, and New Bark Town. Not only was it the commercial hub of Kanto, but it also served as a crucial transit nexus to Johto. In such a locale, to engage Pokémon in battle and provoke an explosion of this magnitude sent shivers down the spines of every member of the Kanto League. "Everyone, accelerate." The path from Ikrutique City to Goldenrod City was set ablaze with urgency. A muscular man with a buzz cut bellowed towards the Alliance team behind him. "It seems that Team Rocket has indeed discovered Mew." Following closely behind, a woman clad in urban chic attire and donning silver glasses spoke up. "Team Rocket is serious this time. Yet, I fail to comprehend why there has been no word from the Johto region thus far. I have no idea. Moreover, the Johto region is of no concern to me. Aren't you the champion of Johto?" Upon hearing the lady's words, the man grimaced in silence, subsequently choosing to remain quiet and focus solely on his path ahead. As the dual champion of both the Kanto and Johto regions, Shiba's priorities were still firmly anchored in the Kanto League, especially given the current lack of a champion in Kanto. Although Dato possessed formidable strength, the presence of this woman before him effectively stifled his aspirations. Kona, proficient in Ice-type Pokémon, completely obstructed Dato's path to claiming the Kanto championship. While Kanto may lack a champion, Dato nonetheless wielded significant influence over the upper echelons of the Kanto League, with the other three champions primarily revolving around him. Yet, even they remained utterly perplexed by Dato's true desires. Standing nearby, Kona had naturally come to understand Shiba's thoughts through years of companionship. Observing Shiba's growing agitation, he gently advised, "Don't overthink it. When the time comes, he will speak. After all, during that incident, didn't Dato ensure the safety of both you and me? He surely has his own considerations. Perhaps he has yet to come to terms with that event." After speaking, Kona, seemingly filled with self-doubt, adjusted his glasses. "Indeed, unbeknownst to us, a decade has already passed. I can scarcely fathom the power we once possessed. Initially, these two champions were regarded as symbols of strength by all trainers. Yet now, they displayed expressions of insecurity and timidity, a sight that would astonish any onlooker." Meanwhile, outside an abandoned factory in Goldenrod City, Naza, with an icy demeanor, utilized her psychic abilities to survey her surroundings. "This is the place. Alakazam, conduct a thorough search. Locate Mew for me. Moltres, be prepared to strike at any moment." As a flash of white light flickered, Alakazam deftly maneuvered its spoon, scanning the area meticulously. Initially, Moltres regarded Naza with a hint of hostility, but soon recollected itself. Focusing on the surroundings. "This is the sacred land of Kanto, one of the legendary birds. I can't believe Team Rocket has actually succeeded in capturing it." In that instant, Yang Fan realized why the main members of Team Rocket had been largely absent during the incident at the Azure Cave. Only the non-combatant Athena and the logistics manager Lance were present. It turned out that the others were preparing to confront the legendary birds. Truly, Sakaki is worthy of his reputation. He never puts all his eggs in one basket. From the very beginning, he had no intention of reclaiming Mew and the Master Ball from Yang Fan. This was all part of his preparation for a future confrontation with the League. "Yang Fan, Mew has entered a spatial layer once more. I need additional time to determine the location of the spatial point." Within the realm of consciousness, Mutwo's voice resonated once again. It hasn't escaped?" A puzzled Yang Fan inquired. "It cannot escape. The vicinity, spanning several thousand meters, has been enveloped by my psychic powers. Any movement will be detected immediately." Hiss! How terrifying! Yang Fan involuntarily gasped, astonished by Mutwo's formidable prowess. That very breath was also heard by Naza, who demanded, "Who's there? Show yourself." Both Naza and Alakazam turned their gazes toward Yang Fan's location. During Alakazam's earlier probe, she had been fully utilizing her psychic abilities. However, in this vicinity, the capabilities she had relied upon for years proved utterly ineffective. All her dispersed psychic energy vanished without a trace, heightening her anxiety. After all, losing the powers that had protected her for so long was disconcerting. In the abandoned factory, the atmosphere was tense, and the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Naza, her nerves frayed, directed her gaze toward the source of the sound. "Since you refuse to show yourself, don't blame me for being impolite." Moltres, flamethrower. Instantly, a torrent of flames, comparable to those unleashed by Sakaki's Charizard, engulfed the entire factory. Some metallic components even melted into a liquid state. The areas targeted by the flames were reduced to ash. Yet, there was no sign of the expected presence. Did I mishear? Or is it truly a ghost? Contemplating the possibility of a legendary apparition, Naza's body began to tremble. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, having been teleported aside by Mutwo, observed Naza's unusual demeanor. Beneath the crackling flames, he spoke softly. "I never imagined that the esteemed leader of Team Rocket, Naza, would have something to fear. Do you wish for me to reveal myself?" The peculiar tone, combined with the somber ambience, rendered Yang Fan's voice deeper and more gravelly. Upon hearing this voice, Naza's body shook even more violently, as she desperately employed her psychic powers to uncover the truth. Although she was a renowned psychic within the League, beneath Mutwo's all-encompassing psychic field, she couldn't stir a single ripple. "Stop searching. You won't find me. If you truly wish to see me, then I shall reveal myself." As a gentle breeze brushed against Naza's face, Yang Fan suddenly appeared behind her, gripping her throat firmly. "Now I have emerged. What shall we do now?" Chapter 62, The Awakening of the Waveguide. Feeling the constriction around her neck, Naza dared not make any sudden movements. However, upon sensing the heartbeat of the person behind her, she relaxed slightly. As long as it isn't a ghost, she could accept anything else. As Naza began to ease, Alakazam swiftly reacted, its eyes fixed intently on Yang Fan, its spoon beginning to move erratically. Although Yang Fan had successfully taken Naza hostage, he remained vigilant. Noticing Alakazam's movements, he promptly warned, "Don't move. Otherwise, you can test whether your psychic powers are quicker or my actions are." Upon hearing Yang Fan's threatening words, Alakazam paused, then glanced at its trainer. Naza, held captive by Yang Fan, could only nod in resignation. She did not believe that her alakazam could swiftly neutralize the person behind her. If her psychic abilities were still functional, she might have been able to contend. However, now that she was at someone else's mercy, and her powers were rendered useless here, she could only hope that this person would not harm her. Reflecting on these thoughts, Naza forced a smile and said, "This young man, perhaps we can discuss matters?" Hearing Naza's soft voice, Yang Fan found it hard to resist. Noticing a certain reaction from Yang Fan's body, Naza's mind began to conjure up numerous inexplicable scenarios. Darkening her mood once again, she quickly reverted to her original demeanor, cool and agitated, retorting, "Haven't you taken enough advantage yet?" Sensing the alluring fragrance wafting from her, reminiscent of the unique freshness of the Pokémon world, Yang Fan awkwardly adjusted his posture and replied, "I fear there may not be another opportunity. What if Lady Naza turns her back on me later? Besides, I certainly cannot compete with your alakazam and molters." Ignoring Yang Fan's jest, Nazi engaged in deep breaths, striving to maintain a tranquil disposition. "I will return Hoodie and the Firebird, and hand over the Pokeball to you. Now, can you release me?" Upon hearing Nazi's reply, Yang Fan was initially inclined to refuse. Yet, the voice of Mewtwo resonated in his mind. "Yang Fan, I have located Mew." With newfound determination, Yang Fan gazed at the serene Nazi and spoke softly, "I apologize, Gym Leader Nazi. Please wait." Having served as a high-ranking officer within Team Rocket for many years, Nazi was well aware of the implications of his words. Before she could articulate her thoughts, a powerful chop struck her delicate neck, rendering her unconscious in an instant. Observing his trainer being subdued, Hoodie was thrown into a state of disarray. Meanwhile, the Firebird, who had been watching the scene unfold, let out an impatient screech. However, as it sensed an ominous pressure in the vicinity, it cautiously emitted a low call. "Mewtwo, teleport them all away." Adhering to a principle of non-lethal confrontation, Yang Fan kindly requested Mewtwo to transport everyone away. Otherwise, when the area inevitably transformed into a battlefield, survival would be a daunting challenge. The combat prowess of Mewtwo and Mew was not to be trifled with. Although their destructive capacity may not rival that of top-tier legendaries like Rayquaza, they were certainly formidable. As Nazi vanished before his eyes, Yang Fan addressed Mewtwo, "Let us commence." No sooner had he spoken than the space before him shattered, an overwhelming force of suction emanating from the rift. As the fabric of reality crumbled, a charming white and faintly pink Pokémon looked at them with a mixture of confusion and indignation. "Is that Mew?" Although Yang Fan recognized the adorable creature before him as the one who had once rescued Professor Oak, he knew that engaging in meaningful communication would inevitably lead to a fierce battle. As a prankster Pokémon, Mew might perceive him merely as the protagonist of a joke if he lacked sufficient strength. Therefore, whether for Mewtwo or in pursuit of the truth, this battle was imperative to win. "Mewtwo, utilize Shadow Ball." Yang Fan inhaled deeply and commanded coldly. As a Psychic-type Pokémon, it was only logical for Mew to counter with Ghost-type moves. Although type advantages might not hold significant weight in battles of this caliber, Yang Fan's order prompted Mewtwo to gather dark energy between its hands. Subsequently, several dark orbs of energy manifested in the void, exuding an eerie aura. As this energy coalesced, even the shadows beneath them seemed to quiver. Meow? In that moment, Mew finally sensed the threat. Its eyes, reminiscent of the world's primordial form, grew serious. As Mewtwo's Shadow Ball shot forth like artillery shells towards Mew, the latter transformed into a pink apparition, gracefully dancing amidst the barrage of shadowy spheres. Boom, boom. The evaded Shadow Balls struck the ground nearby, targeting a site that had long been earmarked as a landmark in Golden City. After such bombardment, it was likely that the project would need to be relocated. Observing Mew's evasive maneuvers, Yang Fan muttered to himself, "Is Mew's fighting spirit truly so weak?" While there had been no direct confrontation between them, Yang Fan realized that he was struggling to keep pace with the rhythm of Mewtwo and Mew. As Mew dodged, it relied on its limited aura to barely perceive the unfolding battle. Ding. Your aura power feels insufficient to even discern the traces of battle. The accumulated energy erupts, achieving perfection. Upon hearing the familiar system notification, Yang Fan's lips curved into a slight smile. He had not anticipated that his abilities could be enhanced by the system. With this realization, Yang Fan unleashed the perfected aura power within him, creating a substantial disturbance in the arena of battle between Mewtwo and Mew. Mew widened its eyes, sensing the rising energy emanating from the human below. An inexplicable sense of familiarity and kinship washed over it. Simultaneously, Yang Fan experienced an unprecedented clarity of mind and a sense of fullness coursing through his body. Watching Mew flit gracefully through the sky, A smile crept across his face. Mutwo, use Future Sight to seal off Mew's escape routes. Under Yangfan's direction, Mutwo waved its hand, sending several purple psychic waves towards Mew, which then concealed themselves around the elusive Pokémon. At Mutwo's level of power, the technique of Future Sight required no specific timing. The instant Mutwo willed it, these hidden forces would erupt instantaneously, ensnaring Mew thoroughly. Trapped with no avenue for retreat, Mew gazed at the grinning human below, its expression growing increasingly familiar. Wasn't that the smile it wore after successfully executing a prank? With this thought, Mew pouted, gathering a formidable force within its diminutive frame. Mutwo, be cautious, Yangfan urged, alerting Mutwo to Mew's impending action. This little creature was certainly serious now. Chapter 63, A Clash of Titans. Mew's ultimate move. In the abandoned factory of Golden City, the ceiling was torn asunder by the aftermath of their battle. Debris swirled in the air as energy surged once more, and the current tense atmosphere felt akin to a balloon stretched to its limits, poised to explode at any moment. Seizing the opportunity during the standoff, Yangfan hurriedly familiarized himself with the recently acquired perfect aura, striving to make a significant impact in the unfolding conflict. Meow. At this juncture, Mew launched an offensive. Unlike its previous defensive approach, Mew, now irritated by Mutwo's relentless assaults, decided to counterattack. For years, it had been regarded as the origin of all Pokémon, its symbolic significance overshadowing its combat prowess in the eyes of many. Few had witnessed Mew engage seriously in battle. Moreover, endowed with the genes of nearly every Pokémon, it could transform into any Pokémon to execute its pranks across the world. Throughout its endless journey, it had encountered countless Pokémon, and even the legends from various regions had crossed its path. While its fighting spirit may not have been particularly strong, Mew's experiences and insights gained over the years meant that its power was far from what most imagined, a mere emblem of good fortune. A lack of fighting spirit did not equate to weakness in combat. In fact, during battles, Mew had seldom taken things seriously. Observing the aura orbs materializing around Mew, Yangfan felt no surprise or confusion, for he understood Mew's capabilities were deeply ingrained in his mind. From Professor Oak's prior explanations, he knew Mew had once rescued them from a formidable adversary. Furthermore, in the recesses of his memories from a past life, Mew's power was on par with Mutwo's. Even without earnest engagement in combat, though he harbored a reluctance to confront Mew, Yangfan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This was a perfect opportunity to experience the power of legends firsthand and sharpen his combat skills against such formidable foes. Mew was indeed a worthy opponent. Mutwo, unleash your true strength. Yangfan contemplated the battlefield, feeling an adrenaline rush coursing through him. Suddenly, a blue energy erupted from within him, linking him with Mutwo soaring above. At this moment, Yangfan and Mutwo's forms synchronized perfectly. Was this the power of the perfected aura? Feeling the continuous surge of aura emanating from within, Yangfan and Mutwo exchanged a knowing smile. Mutwo, let us unleash Aura Sphere. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming barrage of aura spheres surged forth, eclipsing the quantity of Mew's own. The projectiles struck the vicinity of the abandoned factory, creating a cacophony of explosions. Mew appeared somewhat taken aback by Yangfan and Mutwo's response. Its large, innocent eyes sparkled with countless questions, utterly perplexed as to why its own aura spheres were being overshadowed. The playful demeanor it had maintained dissipated, replaced by the realization that its opponent's strength might far exceed its expectations, comparable even to those formidable beings it had encountered previously. A sudden memory of another dark entity flashed in Mew's mind, igniting a spark of determination in its eyes. In an instant, a cloud of pink mist enveloped its form. Yangfan, what is this? Mutwo inquired with uncertainty echoing in its thoughts. Observing Mew's transformation, Yangfan responded with a tense expression. This must be transformation. Mutwo, we need to proceed with caution. Transformation, a signature move of both Ditto and Mew, typically lacks the potency to bridge the gap created by the inherent differences among Pokémon species. Ditto's transformation can only mimic the skills and traits of other Pokémon, but its efficacy is considerably diminished against certain specialized abilities. However, when utilized by Mew, this skill undergoes a profound metamorphosis. As a legendary Pokémon of the Kanto region, Mew's innate abilities surpass those of nearly all ordinary Pokémon, rivaling even some legendaries from other regions. Coupled with its vast knowledge of various Pokémon, Mew effectively elevates transformation to a level akin to exclusive moves like Groudon's Cliff Blade. Indeed, the moment Yangfan's words faded, the pink mist dissipated, revealing a dense cloud of black fog. The once adorable visage of Mew vanished, replaced by a countenance that instilled trepidation. The Pokémon now bore an appearance as profound as a black hole. This was none other than Darkrai. Mew's movements were unceasing, as the surrounding black fog expanded outward like waves, eroding anything it touched. This was the Dark Pulse, a manifestation of its sinister nature. Witnessing such a formidable onslaught and Mew's relentless actions, Yang Fan exhibited no signs of concern. In fact, a slight smile graced his lips, as if all was well within his grasp. Darkrai, a being capable of contending with the Sinnoh deities, possessed unparalleled combat prowess. Furthermore, as a Dark-type Pokémon, it directly countered the Psychic-type Mew. Was Yang Fan not anxious? In the shadows, a mature woman with flowing, light blue hair observed the battle with keen interest, accompanied by a Dark-type Houndoom that seemed at odds with her presence. Darkrai, let us see how you shall contend with this, she murmured, her gaze fixed on Yang Fan. As the ominous Dark Pulse approached, Yang Fan remained unfazed, calmly directing, Mewtwo, use agility. Evade the Dark Pulse. At that moment, Mewtwo, previously inactive, surged forth with the speed of a bullet, enveloped in a violet aura. Agility, a technique requiring the Pokémon to envelop itself in psychic energy to achieve remarkable speed, allowed Mewtwo to pierce through the attack range of the Dark Pulse. Crucially, due to Mew's transformation into a Dark type, its understanding of the skill was limited, rendering it incapable of evading in that fleeting moment. Yang Fan had deliberately refrained from having Mewtwo attack first, instead employing the aura to observe Mew's timing for skill activation. Mewtwo became a streak of light, cloaked in a purple halo, charging at Mew's position. Now, Mewtwo, unleash the most powerful Aura Sphere. Given the proximity and the fact that Mewtwo's Aura Spheres dealt double damage to Dark types, this strike would undoubtedly inflict significant harm. Chapter 64, The Battle Commences. Although Mewtwo's assault came abruptly, Mew remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of anxiety at being on the verge of being hit. In the span of mere seconds, as Mewtwo's Aura Sphere neared Darkrai, Mew suddenly reverted to its original form, deftly evading the attack with its petite figure. Mewtwo's strike missed entirely, the Aura Sphere crashing into the ground with a resounding explosion, sending a gust of wind that tousled the hair of the woman lurking in the shadows. At that moment, both Pokémon in the arena could hardly conceal the gleam in their eyes. Despite Mew's lack of combat fervor, its extensive experience in the Pokémon world made it rare to encounter an equally formidable opponent. Mewtwo perfectly fulfilled this desire for challenge, while Mewtwo was eager to prove itself by vanquishing Mew. However, in this moment, it no longer viewed Mew as a mere rival to surpass, but as a genuine adversary. The woman in hiding felt her own battle spirit surge upon witnessing this exchange. The disparity in power between the two was not overtly apparent. Yet, under Yang Fan's guidance, Mewtwo had gained a slight upper hand in the earlier skirmish, though this alone would not secure victory. Mew's prowess had only begun to reveal itself, and the slight advantage could easily be neutralized in subsequent encounters. Nevertheless, during this initial clash, Mew's combat acumen left Yang Fan genuinely impressed. Observing the inability to fully grasp Darkrai's power and realizing an attack was imminent, it had cancelled its transformation to evade, seizing a fleeting opportunity. Mew's mischievous journey over millennia was not merely play. Its combat talent and experience were exceptional, perhaps even surpassing some legends who relied solely on brute strength. Now Mew, seemingly at ease, felt a strange familiarity towards the unseen Pokémon across from it, and the human who constantly mocked it from below. Its admiration outweighed its anger, igniting a competitive spirit. Despite the desire to engage Yang Fan and his Pokémon in a serious battle, Mew's objectives were of paramount importance, and hastening the conclusion of this conflict was imperative. Simultaneously, it sensed an unsettling force lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Meanwhile, far atop Silver Mountain, Steven received word from the League. Are the villainous organizations across the regions starting to stir? Seeking out the legendary Pokémon. Team Rocket, huh? Giovanni, you are indeed impatient. Standing at the pinnacle, Steven felt a chill of solitude. Yet the news elicited an unusual smile upon his otherwise stoic visage. The world is on the brink of transformation. My brother, are you ready? With those words, the stage was set. As Wataru vanished atop the Silver Mountain, only the echoes remained, resonating in the air. Shiba, I've received word from Wataru. The operation is about to commence. We must hasten our return to the support team, Kina remarked, glancing at the special symbols in his hand. Addressing Shiba, who was ahead. The operation is about to begin? But what about the mission now? Shiba clearly struggled to grasp the situation. They were all acutely aware that Wataru's mentioned operation was understood by the four Heavenly Kings. If the operation was indeed set in motion, it would mean standing firmly against the Alliance. The current Alliance task might still hold some value for us, particularly concerning Mew. Wataru's implication was that we should act directly. As for them, it mattered not. Kina whispered, his gaze darting towards the team ahead. Is that so? I understand. Then let us proceed directly. After exchanging a glance with Kina, Shiba suddenly bent forward, adopting a poised stance. Kina sighed and shook his head, then summoned a Dragonite and leaped onto its back. The two advanced towards the abandoned factory where Yang Fan was, under the astonished gazes of all the trainers in their team. Meanwhile, within the abandoned factory, Mew appeared somewhat anxious, gazing with wide, innocent eyes at Yang Fan and Mewtwo, an indescribable aura emanating from its being. Gradually, its entire form began to transform. Unlike the previous transformation of Darkrai, Mew's metamorphosis was notably slow, with energy continuously flowing into its body from the surrounding space. Meow. With a resounding cry, Mew's physique began to grow robust, its silhouette shifting amidst the distorted space. When it reappeared, it had assumed an entirely different form. Its body was entwined with crimson and violet stripes, adorned with disc-like appendages on its shoulders, and two formidable ivory-like protrusions flanking its mouth. Upon witnessing this Pokémon, the mature woman lurking in the shadows was rendered speechless with astonishment. Yang Fan, too, wore a grave expression. Palkia, one of the legendary deities of Sinnoh, the guardian and creator of space, a legend whose power has reached its zenith. Yang Fan inhaled deeply. To be honest, it would be a lie to say he was not anxious. Confronted by Mew, now indistinguishable from the real Palkia, Yang Fan truly sensed the oppressive aura of a top-tier legend. Mewtwo, under the weight of this pressure, found its movements hindered. Was this Mew's true strength? As Palkia unleashed a spatial blade, ripples erupted in the space near Yang Fan. The observer who had been hidden now fully materialized before Yang Fan and Mew. How did she end up here? Yang Fan mused, momentarily puzzled, but soon dismissed the thought. The current battle was not one she could simply escape from. Human, I can see that you are formidable. However, should you choose to continue fighting? Mew, transformed into Palkia, unprecedentedly spoke. Yet before its words could finish, Yang Fan grasped the underlying significance. Were it not for the connection with Mewtwo, Yang Fan would have genuinely wished to foster a rapport with Mew. However, given the circumstances, if this opportunity was missed, no one could ascertain when they would see Mew again. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Your Mewtwo feels stifled by Mew's transformation pressure, unleashing all potential and comprehending Mega Evolution without the need for a Mega Stone. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Yang Fan flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his pearly whites. Give up? I'm afraid not. The word abandon does not exist in my lexicon. Chapter 65, Intensifying. The Ether Rift's Psychic Breakthrough. Hearing Mew's words as Palkia, Yang Fan refrained from further comment. He gazed at Mewtwo soaring in the sky, his eyes sharpening with determination. Surpass your own limits. Mewtwo, evolve once more. Mewtwo, why? As the words fell, Mewtwo seemingly responded to Yang Fan's expectations. A prismatic glow enveloped it, connecting with Yang Fan. As its form began to contract, the enlarged head sprouting protrusions resembling headphones. Its aura surged, ultimately countering Palkia's oppressive presence. This scene rendered Mew momentarily astonished, disbelief flickering in its transformed eyes. This was a legendary-level transformation, a Mega Evolution. Such a phenomenon was not commonplace, accessible to every individual or Pokémon. Most importantly, only the three legendary Pokémon of Hoenn, Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza could achieve this transformation, which they referred to as Primal Reversion, not Mega Evolution. In contrast, Yang Fan's was a unique Mega Evolution specific to the Kalos region. This exceptional evolution required not only profound synergy with the Pokémon, but also a corresponding Mega Stone. Without it, the transformation could not be initiated. Although not yet widespread in the Pokémon world, certain individuals within the Alliance had experienced the enhancements brought forth by Mega Evolution. Lihua, who remained paralyzed with astonishment, was aware of this, stemming from investigations conducted by Lu Bo's clandestine organization during their time in Johto. However, the local alliance maintained strict control over such megastones. Any trainer attempting Mega Evolution in the Kalos region would be duly recorded by the alliance. Currently, the megastones could only be produced and circulated in Kalos, making them exceedingly rare elsewhere. Even Lu Bo had not obtained one. Only those champions who had made significant contributions to the alliance could possess such stones. For these apex trainers, The Alliance would spare no effort in providing resources if even the slightest possibility for enhancement arose, no matter how minuscule. This was the essence of being a champion. The significance of champion-level trainers was incomparably greater than that of Elite Four trainers. Yet now, before them stood this unknown youth, possessing a Mega Stone capable of facilitating another evolution for a legendary Pokémon. This revelation left Li Hua bewildered. However, on the battlefield, Mew had no time to remain in shock. After a brief moment of astonishment, it readied for another offensive. Humans and unknown Pokémon. Behold, this is the wrath of the divine. Upon hearing Mew's proclamation, Yang Fan narrowed his eyes, murmuring, "Is this a bid for a decisive blow?" As Yang Fan anticipated, following this declaration, Palkia began to emanate a black spatial force, spiraling together in front of it. The Ether Rift? Yang Fan observed as the space above continued to crumble, becoming a part of Palkia's might. The Ether Rift was Palkia's unique skill, boasting absolute accuracy and double damage. Even the genuine Palkia had to weigh the consequences of employing such a move, as it would lead to a period of fatigue, diminishing all its abilities. Thus, Palkia would only use this technique in a genuine confrontation against Dialga, marking a true showdown. As Yang Fan observed the slight upward curve of his lips, his heart surged with an unusual excitement. Throughout his extensive training in Pokémon battles, he had never before relished such an exhilarating clash. On one hand, it was the formidable strength of Mutwo that impressed him. On the other, it was the thrill of battling a legendary Pokémon without the anxiety of encountering any despicable tactics. Taking a slow, deep breath, he allowed a faint smile to grace his face and resolutely declared, "Then let us settle this with one decisive move. Mutwo Y, unleash Psycho Break with all your might." Psycho Break. This was also Mutwo's signature move, boasting immense power, albeit with considerable backlash. Most crucially, while it was a special attack, the damage calculation against the opponent was based on their defense. Faced with Palkia, whose special defense seemed even more formidable, Psycho Break was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Yang Fan was determined that this would be the moment to truly determine the victor. As he gazed at Mutwo, brimming with psychic energy and poised to unleash its ultimate attack, Mew could not help but pause for a moment. A faint smile gracing its features as it regarded both the enigmatic Pokémon and the human directing it below. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Mew held a deep admiration for the bond between the trainer and his Pokémon. Throughout the contest, Yang Fan had not exhibited any desire to capture Mew, nor had he resorted to any underhanded tactics. The battle had been a true test of Pokémon prowess and the trainer's experience. Moreover, since all of its familiar companions had succumbed to slumber, this was Mew's first encounter with a worthy adversary. Had it not been for its own pressing matters, perhaps it would have relished the opportunity to engage further with the human below. Yet, this moment could still be considered the best of conclusions. At this moment, the gathering of spatial rend was teeming with energy, with countless shards of space swirling and pulsating before it, as if drawing in myriad worlds. Mutwo concentrated all its psychic energy into its hand, forming an enormous spoon. Though it lacked any overtly powerful aura, it consistently emanated an ethereal presence. This was the ultimate clash of two Pokémon, the titanic confrontation between Spatial Rend and Psycho Break. With a resounding roar, the two forces collided. Palkia howled to the heavens, unleashing a fearsome power that pierced the sky, creating black rifts in the atmosphere. A crackling sound echoed as shards of space converged upon Mutwo. Simultaneously, the spoon in Mutwo's grasp descended, unleashing an invisible wave of energy without a sound. With a soft pop, everything around seemed to dim and fade into obscurity. The two attacks, Spatial Rend and Psycho Break, were not the types to boast overwhelming momentum. Yet the terrifying might they encapsulated caused wild Pokémon in the vicinity to tremble in fear, fleeing the area in desperation. In the midst of darkness, one glimpsed the light. In silence, one could hear the thunder. The ultimate moves clashed. All existence lost its luster amidst the terrifying silent energy, reduced to ash. Chapter 66. The Smoke Clears. Who is the victor? After the collision of their ultimate attacks, the world within the battlefield lost all color. Moments later, the most potent energies had been exhausted, leaving behind a tumult of smoke that engulfed the entire arena, rendering the details within utterly obscured. In this chaotic maelstrom of energy, Yang Fan's aura could not penetrate the turmoil, forcing him to furrow his brow as he focused on the heart of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Mei Hua, slowly regaining her senses, clenched her fist in anticipation of the final outcome. Should Yang Fan truly prevail over Mew, it would signify the emergence of yet another individual capable of capturing legends in the Pokémon world. After several tense seconds, the thick smoke finally began to dissipate. In the central area, both Palkia, transformed by Mew, and Mutwo stood their ground, covered in innumerable wounds. The chests of both Pokémon heaved as they reached their limits. Upon witnessing the battlefield, Yangfan and Mew exchanged nods, their eyes brimming with mutual admiration and respect. Only they, standing closest to the clash, could truly comprehend the overwhelming power unleashed in that moment. Had such a level of skill been displayed at the League Conference, it would undoubtedly have drawn the admiration of countless trainers and sparked global astonishment, instantly catapulting them to the pinnacle of the Pokémon stage. Just as they locked eyes, an inconspicuous wave of darkness swept over Mutwo and Mew like a gentle breeze. Their bodies trembled, reverting to their original forms. With a thud, Mew, unable to sustain itself any longer, collapsed to the ground, its eyes swirling in disbelief. It was clear that during those fleeting seconds, Mew had been desperately resisting, unwilling to fall before Yangfan and Mutwo. Yet, in the end, it had not anticipated being outmatched by the unassuming woman beside them. As Mew fell, it reflected on all the battles it had faced from its inception, encountering the first formidable adversaries and journeying across various locales, meeting many companions of its era. Throughout its existence, it had never lost a single battle nor succumbed before Pokémon or humans alike. Yet now, it had lost, defeated by the straightforward trainer before it and the unfamiliar Pokémon. It had also succumbed to the inherent flaws of humanity. Although it understood the minuscule margin between itself and the Pokémon known as Mutwo, perhaps one more attack would have toppled Mutwo. After the assault, it had fallen first. Ultimately, it had lost. Anger flickered in Mew's gaze, coupled with a grudging acknowledgement of Yangfan, before it lost consciousness. As Yangfan beheld Mew sprawled on the ground, he too was taken aback, never anticipating victory in this battle. Moreover, the cause of his triumph had been the unexpected intervention of the Chengdu champion behind him. Although Mutwo had gained a slight advantage during the prior skirmish, defeating a legendary Pokémon in such a manner felt almost ephemeral. At that moment, an unsettling sensation coursed through Yangfan. He felt no elation in having officially vanquished Mew. He swiftly turned, glaring at the woman he had initially overlooked, and asked in a low voice, "You intervened?" Hearing this, Meihua couldn't help but chuckle, a playful glint in her eyes as she replied, "Little brother, I would never let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Now you have no remaining strength, do you? And can your only Pokémon still fight?" With those words, although Meihua found Yangfan's victory over Mew hard to believe, the prospect of an easy gain was too enticing to disregard. Yet, she remained vigilant, aware that any trainer capable of commanding a Pokémon that could defeat Mew was not to be underestimated. Yangfan, Mutwo, barely managing to prop itself up, attempted to rise and assist. However, after the fierce battle, it too was gravely injured and had just been ambushed by Meihua's nefarious wave. At this moment, it was already quite commendable that she had not collapsed directly like a dream. Observing the triumphant smile adorning Li Hua's face, Yangfan chose to disregard Qiao Meng's presence and instead posed a question to Li Hua before him. "Do you truly believe victory is assured? That upon discovering your presence, I would simply allow you to remain here as a spectator? Do you think you can orchestrate a scenario where both the clam and the fisherman benefit?" Despite Yangfan's barrage of inquiries, Li Hua's demeanor remained unperturbed. With a gentle smile, she replied, "I must concede that you are formidable. Yet, without your Pokeballs, what chance do you truly have?" Yangfan's gaze was drawn to the several Pokeballs that Li Hua toyed with. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. However, upon noticing the black and white Pokémon beside Li Hua, realization dawned upon him. "Is that a Galarian Pokémon, the Urshifu, utilizing its ability to steal my Pokeballs without detection? I must say, your character is rather malevolent." Yangfan's voice rang coldly. Rather than taking offense, Li Hua clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Haha, you flatter me. The charm of dark types is not something everyone can appreciate, young man. I have high hopes for you." However, before she could finish, Yangfan interrupted her. "Do you genuinely believe you have me at your mercy?" Li Hua felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding as a slight smile graced Yangfan's face. She quickly commanded her black Houndoom, "Houndoom, stay alert and protect me." Yet, it may have been too late. Yangfan remained silent, but in the center of the battlefield, an array of formidable attacks suddenly erupted. "Is this future sight? When did you?" Before Li Hua could finish her thought, Yangfan's figure flickered and he dashed directly in front of her. The Houndoom instinctively positioned itself to shield its trainer, baring its sharp teeth at Yangfan. Unfazed by the menacing display, Yangfan enveloped his arm in aura and delivered a powerful punch. The Houndoom lunged, but this time, it did not possess the crushing force it had before. Upon impact, the creature felt a thin barrier impede its attack. However, Yang Fan's arm was still left bloodied beneath the creature's razor-sharp fangs. At that moment, the future sight attack struck. Under Chao Meng's command, several attacks instantly sent the pokeballs from Li Hua's grasp flying into the air. One particular attack collided squarely with a pokeball's button. What? No. Chapter 67. The battle between women. Upon witnessing Yang Fan riskily detaining Houndoom, Li Hua understood the gravity of the situation. When her pokeball was sent flying, she grasped Yang Fan's intent. The man's objective had never been to engage in a mutual destruction with her, but rather to seize the pokeball she held. Furthermore, unbeknownst to Li Hua, Chao Meng had already positioned Future Sight around Mew, initially intending to prevent its escape. However, the ensuing battle had ensnared both Mew and Yang Fan. I warned you. Do you truly believe you have me cornered? Yang Fan said, pressing down on his bleeding arm, a smile gracing his lips. If his aura was not mistaken, the pokeball struck by Future Sight contained his shiny Gyarados. Gazing at the distressed expression on Li Hua's face, Yang Fan declared with chilling resolve, Gyarados, arise. In a flash of white light, the imposing and darkly magnificent form of Gyarados materialized on the battlefield. Li Hua, champion of Johto, though I know not your purpose for being here, since you have chosen to strike, you must face the consequences. Yang Fan's unwavering gaze fixed upon Li Hua, each word meticulously enunciated. Clearly, her presence here was no mere coincidence. A champion from the Johto region would not venture to the Kanto region without a significant task at hand, especially with someone like Professor Elm, who had reached the pinnacle of the Pokémon world, backing her. In that moment, confronted with Yang Fan's resolute visage, Li Hua could not help but admire his decisiveness. She had risked herself while meticulously plotting her escape route. Even when cornered, she displayed no sign of panic. However, she retorted, but I have not lost. A wild smile crept across her lips. Houndoom, use foul play on Gyarados. Li Hua's strategy was undeniably cunning, earning her a newfound respect from Yang Fan. Facing an unfavorable type matchup against Gyarados, she opted for foul play, a move that capitalizes on the opponent's strength. This Johto champion possessed an astute understanding of Dark-type Pokémon and their moves. Gyarados, use Surf to wash it back. Yang Fan's command was straightforward. The Gyarados, having reached the pinnacle of its power, could invoke monumental changes with its every action. Especially in a state of fury, the Surf attack surged forth like a tempestuous wave. Caught off guard, Li Hua's Houndoom had no time to reach Gyarados before being swept aside by the crashing waters. Simultaneously, as he issued commands to Gyarados, Yang Fan engaged in a mental dialogue with Chao Meng. Chao Meng, can you still use Recover? I have managed to regain some strength, but I can still use Recover. Chao Meng replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan urged Chao Meng to restore itself before retrieving all the Pokeballs while ensuring Mew's safety. Although Chao Meng's movements were subtle, it was crucial to remain vigilant against a formidable trainer like Li Hua, who embodied the essence of dark types. Cunning, deceitful, frenzied, and ruthless, these traits were intrinsic to dark-type Pokémon and transcended notions of right and wrong. At that moment, they resonated within their trainer as well. Lunala, use Dark Pulse on the Pokémon over there. Noticing the flickering lights surrounding Chao Meng, Li Hua hastily threw out another Pokeball to issue her command. As the white light dissipated, the expected Lunala failed to materialize. Instead, a cacophony of piercing laughter echoed around them. Ah, just as I suspected. I truly detest these nuisances. As a shadowy figure lunged at Chao Meng, a chilling voice reverberated through the air. A reflective barrier appeared before Chao Meng, deflecting the shadow's claws entirely. Oh, it seems you are not in the best of circumstances. Hearing the familiar voice, Yang Fan could only manage a wry smile. It appears I should have dealt with you back then. At Yang Fan's unrelenting words, the newcomer bristled with indignation but maintained her icy demeanor. Humph, truly despicable. After uttering this, Naz's figure materialized beside Chao Meng, her piercing gaze fixed intently on Yang Fan. She was one of the elite trio of Team Rocket, the gym leader of the Kanto League. To have been knocked out by a mere boy, and to have been taken advantage of, Naz had never experienced such humiliation. Li Hua, noticing Naz's unwavering stare at Yang Fan, could not help but remark, when did Team Rocket's minions start seeking boyfriends? At this moment, restraint became utterly impossible. Alakazam, utilize Hypnosis on the Moonlight Fairy. Then, unleash Destructive Ray immediately. Upon receiving the command, Alakazam's eyes shimmered with a violet haze. Bolstered by Natsuki's own psychic prowess, both Pear Blossom and the Moonlight Fairy were simultaneously immobilized. Observing the brewing Destructive Ray from Alakazam, Pear Blossom momentarily shedding her playful demeanor, urgently shouted to her leader and the nearby Urshifu. Urshifu, protect! No sooner had the words left her lips than a searing, destructive white beam surged forth, crashing violently before Pear Blossom. In an instant, the recently settled dust was once again stirred up. Yang Fan watched this scene unfold without haste, even suppressing a chuckle. After all, battles between women are not an everyday spectacle. During this interval, after regenerating itself, Mutwo retrieved all of Yang Fan's Pokeballs before succumbing to unconsciousness. Simultaneously, as the conflict intensified, urgent beeps echoed from both combatants' pockets. Unlike ordinary alerts, only the bosses behind their respective organizations could send such urgent communications. After exchanging a puzzled glance, Natsuki and Pear Blossom hesitated, halting their actions. With vigilance, they produced their specialized communicators. Upon seeing the number displayed, both instinctively glanced towards Yang Fan, their emotions becoming complex. After a brief pause, they answered the call. The mechanical voice from their communicators resounded. Alliance support is on the way. All operations are to be cancelled. Repeat. Alliance support is on the way. All operations are to be cancelled. If Yang Fan is spotted, please report immediately. Yang Fan is of utmost importance. Please, BZZZ. Before the voice could finish, the signal abruptly vanished, leaving only the piercing sound of static. Chapter 68, Liberation of All Pokémon. In the Hoenn region, on a remote island's periphery, two extraordinarily powerful Pokémon loomed ominously in the void. Sakaki, upon hearing the static from his communicator, though somewhat indifferent, maintained an expression devoid of frustration. What? The signal is lost after merely 2 minutes? It appears your Team Rocket's technology leaves much to be desired. Standing alongside him, Toru, having spent considerable time in Sakaki's company, understood him well. Sakaki, too, recognized that Toru's words were merely a mockery. Having both been born in the evergreen forest and blessed by its essence, their personalities were thoroughly intertwined. With only the two of them present, there was no need for pretense. So what brings you here? It's barely been an hour since we last met, and you've sprinted from Kanto to Hoenn. Your Dragonite must be nearly exhausted. Sakaki retorted, maintaining the dignified demeanor of the Team Rocket leader. You're not doing too poorly yourself. Your Team Rocket base has expanded to Hoenn. Toru proudly replied. Having regained his composure, the arrogance within him was not something everyone could bear. Enough of that. I simply wish to know why you've come here. Are you truly willing to squander over a decade of effort? To let Yang Fan benefit from it all? Sakaki shook his head, adjusting his sleeve as he set the communicator aside, speaking softly. Yang Fan is shrouded in mystery. I cannot comprehend him. As for why I am here, you likely know in your heart. Moreover, the crux of the matter is that this situation is beyond the capacity of just the two of us to resolve. Regardless, we cannot allow these matters to fall into the hands of others. However, if we have 3 champion-level trainers, it should not be a concern. Upon hearing Sakaki's words, Toru, unusually, did not voice a direct opposition but instead nodded symbolically. With a sweeping gesture, his red cloak billowed in the wind as he gazed at the central area of the island. No need to worry too much. In aerial combat, I am not inferior to anyone. And on the ground, ISNT there you, the Earthmaster Sakaki? Hearing Toru's boastful response, Sakaki nodded slightly. Although Toru was excessively arrogant, he, being known as the Dragon Master, truly had no equal in aerial encounters. And as one specialized in ground-type Pokémon, the Earth was indeed his domain. Just as Toru and Sakaki tacitly agreed to ally, the previously tranquil island suddenly began to tremble violently. Simultaneously, the Charizard and Dragonite in the sky emitted bewildered roars. Grr. Grr. Noticing this change, Toru and Sakaki exchanged glances and promptly retrieved their Pokeballs, gripping them tightly. Sakaki then inquired, glancing at the area slowly sinking in the center. Can you hear anything? Wait, don't speak. Toru extended his hands, dispersing green particles before him, and after several seconds, he spoke. Yes, it's here. The soil on this island is pure white, capable of calming all Pokémon. Currently, in the central area of the island, residual energy from the psychic type can be detected. Receiving Toru's affirmative response, Sakaki let out a relieved sigh. In truth, he had been searching for this location for quite some time, but had been unable to confirm it until now. Discovering its position was undoubtedly monumental news. Sakaki toyed with the Pokeball in his hand, gazing at the central area gradually collapsing, and asked, how long until we can directly access the island? For within this island lies the abode of the elusive Mew, which they had sought for so long. Yet an island favored by legends is not easily accessible. Toru, possessing acute sensitivity to the energies within the island, pondered for 2 seconds before decisively stating, The protective energy in this area will require approximately 3 to 4 hours to dissipate completely. If influenced by external energies, it may be expedited. However, Toru paused for 2 seconds, sensing energies emanating from the central collapsing area that differed from the psychic type, and continued, there are other energies present. And this dissipating energy is formidable. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, beneath the ocean's depths, a few lappers bore a boy adorned with an icy mask who spoke first, anxiety evident in his voice. Trouble has arisen. On the other side of the island, there are 2 extremely powerful energies, their reactions significantly exceeding ours, and they have already begun to engage. Upon hearing the boy's words, another young man, also masked yet radiating an imposing aura, growled softly, damn. I didn't expect Team Rocket to be this swift. What is Pear Blossom doing? Has she yet to locate Young Fan? As he spoke, the young man glanced at the silent, elderly figure with white hair in the center. Kazuki, you're getting anxious. The elder, toying with a specialized pokeball, replied with an impassive expression. No, I apologize. I became overly excited. Please forgive me. Kazuki quickly apologized. It was evident that this elder was none other than one of the Elite Four of Johto, the Psychic Master. And this venerable figure, if all goes as expected, is the ultimate hidden boss of the Pokémon world. Lubo. Their presence is the expected scenario. If they were not here, that would indeed raise concerns about potential issues within. Staring at the Pokeball in Lu Bo's hand, a hint of greed flickered in Iju's eyes. Yet he skillfully concealed it. Trained from a young age by Master Lu, he had long since mastered the art of disguise. But, don't you wish to meet him? Master Lu suddenly directed his gaze towards the boy who had previously spoken. He is your father, after all. Lu's words were light and devoid of inflection, seemingly ordinary. However, to the boy's ears, they struck like thunder. His entire body jolted, shrinking back in trepidation, rendered speechless. After a lengthy pause, Iju hastily whispered, so what do we do now? Shall we merely watch them engage? Glancing at the pokeball in his hand, a mocking expression crept across Lu's face. This island is not as simple as it appears. Just wait, until that power has fully awakened. At this point, Lu abruptly halted, turning to the boy beside him. By the way, once you obtain that power, what do you intend to do? The boy lifted his head, boldly fixing his gaze upon Lu's emotionless, icy facade, articulating each word with conviction. When all power converges, I shall liberate all Pokémon. Chapter 69. The Crimson Flames ignite the heavens. The Phoenix King emerges. In Hualan City, amidst the ruins of an abandoned factory, Nasi and Lihua heard the buzzing sound emanating from the communicator. Instinctively, they both set down their devices, glancing at Yang Fan, who was engrossed in the unfolding drama. Filled with a sense of regret, little brother, consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, I won't be so lenient. After uttering this, Lihua summoned a dark raven, vanishing into thin air before the two. Meanwhile, Nasi continued to regard Yang Fan with a murderous glare, and in an instant, she appeared right before him, intent on reclaiming the dignity lost from his earlier insult. Yet, with his perfected aura manipulation, Yang Fan was not so easily ensnared. No matter how formidable Nasi's psychic abilities were, her physical reflexes could not surpass those of Yang Fan, enhanced by his aura. As Nasi materialized before him, she had not anticipated Yang Fan's remarkable reaction speed, even after enduring a fierce battle. Seizing the moment during her teleportation, Yang Fan swiftly took action. Maintaining the same stance and position, he captured Nasi's slender neck with one hand while encircling her waist and arms with the other. Nasi, you truly have a short memory, he remarked softly, observing her in his grasp. In truth, he bore no significant animosity towards her. Despite her affiliation with Team Rocket, there was no direct conflict of interest between them. Furthermore, she had once saved Mutwo during Lihua's attempted triumph. Likewise, Yang Fan had no intention of causing her harm. Feeling the hard sensation behind her, a flush unexpectedly crept onto Nasi's frosty visage, yet she maintained her composure. I never imagined Mutwo truly resided with you. Aren't you afraid of Team Rocket's retribution? Indeed, Yang Fan wished to avoid utilizing Mutwo's powers in the Pokémon world unless absolutely necessary. As Team Rocket had many spies lurking about, the risk of exposure loomed large, threatening not only his endeavors in the Pokémon realm, but also his tranquility in the real world. Nevertheless, even if Sakaki were to discover that Mutwo was in his possession, he would likely not be overly concerned. At present, Team Rocket was ensnared in a precarious situation, scrambling across various regions, not only in pursuit of legendary traces, but also in their struggle against the Alliance. How much strength could Team Rocket muster under such conditions? Unless one was a seasoned champion like Sakaki, Yang Fan had little to fear. Do you have any extra strength left to seek me out? Hearing the taunting tone in Yang Fan's voice, Nasi was well aware of the truth. While outsiders were oblivious to Team Rocket's plight, she, as an officer, was acutely informed. Team Rocket was already at the end of their tether. Their brazen confrontation with the Alliance was merely a facade, utilizing the cover of expendable pawns to initiate their true activities. Moreover, internal discord plagued Team Rocket. Often, Sakaki was the sole force maintaining a semblance of peace and unity. As for those who occupied dual roles as both Alliance leaders and Team Rocket officers, who could guarantee they were not double agents for the Alliance? Just as Nasi and Yang Fan contemplated these complexities, a tremendous roar erupted from the front of the abandoned factory. As the cacophony subsided, they noticed a familiar figure sprawled on the ground, alongside a struggling dark raven. Is it her? Yang Fan released his hold on Nasi, and they swiftly distanced themselves, each adopting a wary stance. Yang Fan discreetly concealed the fallen Mutuo within his embrace, for not everyone could resist the allure of legends. Be careful. What if she dies? A man and woman emerged from the crumbling walls of the factory, with the woman expressing her disdain. Kona, Shiba. Upon seeing them, Nasi was the first to call out. Little Nasi. Kona turned at the sound, casting a discreet glance at Yang Fan, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. However, his expression remained impassive as he inquired, Little Nasi, what brings you here? And who is this? Yang Fan, he interjected. I am the gym leader of the Haishir Gym of the World Alliance. In this delicate moment, Yang Fan chose to reveal his identity, harboring a subtle wariness towards Kona and Shiba due to Sakaki's earlier comments. The World Alliance, you say? Then we are colleagues. Kona winked flirtatiously at Yang Fan, while subtly signaling Shiba with a gesture behind his back. All of this did not escape Yang Fan's perceptive aura. Yet, at that moment, he too was curious about their true intentions and decided to play along with the charade. Yang Fan, you seem quite young, Kona began. But before he could finish, Shiba abruptly interrupted him. In the midst of Yang Fan and Nasi's astonished gazes, Li Hua, who had just departed, eerily stood up like a marionette. Her entire form appeared disjointed, and it was then that Yang Fan noticed a chilling ice mask had materialized upon Li Hua's face. Her hair transformed to a deep black, emanating an ominous aura. Shiba, standing closest to Li Hua, instinctively sensed the looming danger, his muscles tensing into that of a warrior. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the onlookers, a piercing cry resounded from the heavens, nearly shattering eardrums. As the sound dissipated, the sky was engulfed in a fiery crimson hue, as if flames sought to consume the very atmosphere. The sudden onslaught of scorching heat and terrifying temperatures caught everyone off guard, warping the very fabric of space. As if it were on the brink of shattering, the clouds, filled with an abundance of golden flames, began to boil and tremble violently, as if preparing to welcome their sovereign. The entire city of Jinhuang was enveloped in sweltering temperatures, while far off in the city of Chengdu, the bell tower, an elderly monk, tears streaming down his weathered face, incessantly cried out, "You have returned. At last, you have come back." Surrounded by the astonished monks, the old monk slowly recounted the legendary tales of the city. Meanwhile, around the bell tower, water, fire, and lightning converged, enveloping the tower in a protective embrace. In the midst of Yang Fan and Nasi's astonished expressions, a radiant spirit emerged from the fiery clouds, cloaked in a kaleidoscope of colors. Chapter 70. Could you be a little gentler? The Legend of the City. The Phoenix King. As this spirit manifested from the golden flames, both Kona and Shiba gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. Nasi, however, turned to Yang Fan, whose expression remained utterly unperturbed. In the presence of such a legendary figure that had left even the Elite Four of Kanto in shock, Yang Fan's calm demeanor piqued Nasi's curiosity about his origins. The Phoenix King had long been revered as an ancient legend in the Johto region, celebrated alongside Lugia as a guardian deity. It had vanished from human sight, retreating to the bell tower due to the wars among mankind. In a remarkable turn of fate, it resurrected 3 spirits who had perished in the flames that consumed the tower, allowing them to traverse the human realm to observe whether humanity had repented. Legend held that when the Phoenix King returned, the crystal bell atop the tower would ring. Having often heard tales of the Phoenix King in the elder stories, there was an inherent reverence for it. Being so close to the Phoenix King for the first time, both Shiba and Kona were compelled to exclaim in awe. As for Yang Fan, he remained perplexed, failing to grasp the significance of Li Hua's mission and why Lu Bo would summon the Phoenix King for her protection. Typically, Lu Bo would refrain from employing the powers of legends unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, As Yang Fan felt the gentle breath of his companion, he realized that not all members of Team Rocket were singularly devoted. At that moment, the Phoenix King directed its gaze towards the twisted figure of Li Hua. Its eyes ablaze with fierce crimson light, the flames on its tail suddenly igniting with intensity. With a powerful flap of its wings towards Kona and Shiba, countless golden flames surged forth, igniting the very rocks beneath them. Yang Fan widened his eyes in astonishment. The Sacred Fire. This was the Phoenix King's exclusive ability. The Sacred Fire. Much like the distortion blade utilized by the transformed Palkia, legendary exclusive abilities typically wielded terrifying power, and now, the Phoenix King appeared to be in a state of fury. In the next instant, the flames surged directly toward Kona and Shiba, incinerating everything in their path with an overwhelming heat. Yang Fan quickly reacted, throwing himself over Nasi as they rolled across the ground. Although the Phoenix King was not targeting them, the ensuing shockwaves would have severely injured them without the protection of their spirits. Despite the beauty of the moment, Yang Fan had no time to savor it. He hastily retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket. Shinai Duo. Mega Evolution. The Pokeball erupted in brilliant white light. Shinai Duo emerged from the radiance, enveloped in a resplendent aura, shrouded in a veil of black. As the scorching waves approached, walls of light materialized before Yang Fan, while a green shield enveloped him completely. Nasi, lying beneath Yang Fan, gazed in awe at Shinai Duo's form. As the psychic gym leader, she was well aware of Shinai Duo, but witnessing its mega evolution was a first. Suddenly, she caught sight of Yang Fan's face, dust-covered and expressionless, which now bore a faint curve of a smile. Yet, Yang Fan had little time to ponder such things. Amidst the onslaught of sacred fire, he could only rely on his exceptional aura to detect the faintest reactions. In the very heart of the flames, Kona and Shiba struggled valiantly against the catastrophic attack, while Li Hua lay beyond their capacity to assist. However, within Yang Fan's aura, Li Hua's energy exhibited some fluctuations. The surrounding fire energy seemed to harbor no intention of harming her, instead continuously mending her injuries. Indeed, the Phoenix King was undoubtedly a secret safeguard laid by Lu Bo. Regardless of whether Li Hua completed her task, her safe return was assured. After all, champion-level trainers were not a dime a dozen. Lu Bo would not treat a gifted trainer like Li Hua as expendable. Unlike Sakaki, who believed in brute force in numbers, Lu Bo's organization valued individual prowess, ensuring each member shone brightly in their own right. However, at that moment, Yang Fan's aura detected two forces within the flames appearing to diminish. He swiftly commanded his long-awaited Gyarados, use Hydro Pump at maximum power against the flames. With a resounding crash, even without the influence of sunny weather, Gyarados' water-type move was significantly weakened due to the intense heat. As water collided with fire, a cloud of steam engulfed the battlefield, diminishing the flames considerably. Under such circumstances, Kona and Shiba should be able to manage. Otherwise, they would not deserve their titles as champions. In a fleeting instant, a shockwave burst forth from the flames, carving a path through the fiery ocean. What is happening? Has the Phoenix King gone mad? Shiba exclaimed as he dashed out of the passage, his words laced with incredulity, with Kona closely trailing behind. The Phoenix King, upon seeing them escape, refrained from further assault, instead casting a contemplative gaze upon Yang Fan. As the two emerged, gradually regaining their composure, they noticed the Phoenix King's unyielding focus on Yang Fan. Kona hastily inquired, Yang Fan, what is going on? Why has the Phoenix King suddenly appeared? Or perhaps... His words trailed off as he shifted his gaze to Yang Fan, who was noticeably swollen in places. Despite having narrowly escaped the fiery onslaught, Kona and Shiba were still rife with questions. For any spirit, whether ordinary or legendary, to attack humans unprovoked posed a grave threat. Yang Fan shook his head at Kona, then pointed towards the area behind them where Li Hua stood. I don't know. It may have something to do with the person behind you. Be cautious. Maintaining his steady gaze with the Phoenix King, Yang Fan suddenly noticed the golden flames on its wings flickering anew. He quickly pushed Nasi down, and they both rolled behind a toppled column within the factory. As for Kona and Shiba, being champions, did they really require protection from others? Could you be a little gentler? Nasi finally exclaimed, unable to contain her girlish protest at Yang Fan's ambiguous actions. Chapter 71, Confronting the Phoenix King. Champion-level Shinai Duo. Ignoring Nasi's gentle plea, Yang Fan wasted no time, issuing a direct command. Shinai Duo, use Magical Shine to attack the Phoenix King. This assault was not merely a whimsical endeavor to inflict harm upon the Phoenix King. Instead, she aimed to capture the attention of Ho-Oh. From the very beginning, Ho-Oh had focused its gaze upon him, which was undoubtedly troubling news. After all, humans do not possess the physical resilience of Pokémon. Even the closest to a Pokémon, the fighting-type champion Shiba, could not withstand the assaults of a Pokémon. Thus, it was imperative for the Pokémon to divert Ho-Oh's attention, allowing Yangfan the time to devise a strategy. Furthermore, the Mega Evolution of Gardevoir would significantly enhance its stamina and special defense. While its formidable psychic abilities would ensure it could withstand Ho-Oh's onslaught, even in a direct confrontation with Ho-Oh, it could hold its ground for a considerable duration. While Yangfan harbored thoughts of overcoming Ho-Oh, the current circumstances and his rational mind indicated that such a feat was nearly impossible. Unlike the battle between Mewtwo and Celebi, where both wielded legendary power and Yangfan narrowly triumphed over Celebi at the last moment, facing the true Ho-Oh was a completely different endeavor. At least for now. Gardevoir's aspiration to defy the heavens and vanquish the divine was sheer folly, especially considering that Ho-Oh was the apex legendary Pokémon of the Johto region. Nevertheless, even in the presence of the overwhelming power and pressure exuded by Ho-Oh, Gardevoir showed no signs of retreat. As a darkened, mutated Gardevoir, it exhibited an intense possessiveness towards Yangfan, being exceedingly concerned about anything pertaining to his safety. Upon hearing Yangfan's command, Gardevoir's psychic energy radiated brightly. Her icy gaze locked onto Ho-Oh in the sky as she gradually crossed her arms. With a soft whoosh, the golden flames before Ho-Oh suddenly parted, unleashing an invisible fairy force that surged towards Ho-Oh's face. The bizarre trajectory of the attack, combined with its unpredictable path, caught everyone off guard. The attack left Naza standing beside Yangfan, momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with astonishment. Similarly, Kona and Shiba looked on in disbelief. As elite trainers of the Pokémon League, they were acutely aware of the unique Mega Evolution characteristic to the Kalos region. However, such transformations were still rare, with only champions in each region potentially possessing a Pokémon eligible for Mega Evolution and thus obtaining a Mega Stone. Even their most familiar ally, Dato, lacked such an item. While Kona and Shiba marveled at Mega Gardevoir, Naza's shock was magnified. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the spectacle, while insiders discern the nuances. As a specialist in psychic Pokémon, she understood all too well the terrifying potential of Yangfan's Gardevoir. The previous attack was not something just any Pokémon could unleash. Although she did not comprehend the attributes of that attack, Gardevoir was a psychic Pokémon she knew intimately. To think that Yangfan's main force was a psychic-type Pokémon. This thought caused Naza's face to flush with a deep crimson. Amidst their awe, Yangfan remained furrowed in thought, his gaze fixed on Ho-Oh. He did not believe that the recent attack would inflict any tangible damage upon Ho-Oh. The sky was awash with roiling golden flames, and the invisible attack was engulfed within this seething inferno. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly, a wind blade enveloped in golden flames sliced through the fire. This was an air slash augmented with sacred fire. The already formidable air slash, enhanced by the sacred flames, compressed the surrounding space, colliding directly with Gardevoir. The ensuing explosion reverberated violently. The Mega Gardevoir, which had nearly reached champion level after its evolution, was forced back several paces, pain evident on its visage. Yet, this was not the end. The once boiling golden flames abruptly receded, revealing Ho-Oh and Scathe, its body radiating with golden fire, showing no signs of injury. Its fierce gaze mockingly fixed upon Gardevoir. The flames on its tail surged once more, gathering energy for another sacred fire attack. Gardevoir halted its retreat, gazing upwards at Ho-Oh, an unquenchable fury coalescing within, its aura growing increasingly formidable. However, Ho-Oh's relentless assault continued unabated. Gyarados, use your most powerful hydro pump, Yangfan commanded, unwilling to sit idly by. Though he was uncertain of Gardevoir's current condition, it was imperative that Ho-Oh's attack did not connect. Gyarados let out a furious roar, fixating on the unknown Pokémon that had harmed its dear companion. Anger coursed through it as it gathered the scant water energy around them. A hydro pump, considerably smaller in scale than before, began to take shape. However, relying on this hydro pump to counter the overwhelming sacred fire was tantamount to folly. Alakazam, use Rain Dance. A sudden, cool voice pierced through the chaos. Naza, commanding Alakazam to alter the weather, noticed Yangfan's puzzled expression and, with a hint of pride, declared, "Don't get the wrong idea. Consider this as a reward for saving me earlier." As she spoke, the normally stoic girl's earlobes flushed a bright red. Yangfan chose not to expose her somewhat proud yet bashful demeanor, merely offering her a friendly smile, only to be met with her furrowed brow once more. Sighing inwardly, Yang Fan shook his head and turned his gaze back to the darkened aura enveloping Gardevoir, his concern palpable. With Naza's assistance, Gyarados finally managed to form a somewhat presentable hydro pump, yet it was still a mere drop in the bucket. As the sacred fire drew closer, Yang Fan's brow furrowed, his grip tightening around Milotic's Pokeball. In the next moment, a sizzling sound erupted as water clashed against fire, enveloping the area in steam once more. Yet this time, the sacred fire far surpassed its previous power, completely evaporating Gyarados' hydro pump. Simultaneously, the attack of the sacred fire was upon them. At that moment, a notification echoed in Yang Fan's mind. Ding! Your Gardevoir senses a life-threatening crisis and feels inadequate, deepening its mutation and evolving into a shiny Gardevoir, unlocking its potential and elevating its strength to champion level. Chapter 72. Choosing to stand against legends. Champion level Gardevoir. Yang Fan noted the notification in his mind, his gaze dropping as he pondered. While this development was indeed cause for celebration, it was still but a drop in the ocean when faced with the legendary Ho-Oh, a being of terrifying might. For these legendary Pokémon, their power transcended even the classification of champion or elite. In their eyes, a champion-level trainer was hardly noteworthy, akin to an ordinary passerby, eliciting no interest whatsoever. Moreover, the oppressive aura that Ho-Oh emanated further diminished Gardevoir's strength, rendering it incapable of inflicting any substantial damage. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Gardevoir refused to relent, steadfast in its duty to protect Yang Fan, elevating its power to champion level. In that very moment, the dark energy enveloping Shinado gradually subsided. Compared to moments ago, her figure appeared even more enchanting and alluring as she turned her head to glance at Yang Fan, the depth of affection in her eyes unmistakable. Though no words were spoken, all emotions and convictions were encapsulated in that single glance. Undoubtedly, in this battle, Shinado was determined to exert her utmost effort. She was resolutely prepared to fight, even in the face of overwhelming odds and no hope of victory. Shinado could not bear to witness her trainer being harmed before her eyes, nor did she wish to suffer a humiliating defeat. The intensity of her gaze caused Yang Fan's heart to shudder, prompting him to clench his fist gently. The furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, revealing a faint smile as he turned to Naji and extended his hand. Naji, may I borrow your hand for a moment? Huh. Oh, yes, sure. Though uncertain of Yang Fan's intentions, Naji complied eagerly, her cheeks visibly flushed. After all, this was her first time holding hands so intimately with a boy. Moreover, Yang Fan had indeed given her reasons to trust him, setting aside the previous two instances where he had risked his life to save her. The mere presence of a Pokémon of the champion level, Shinado, was enough to inspire confidence. Although Naji did not comprehend why Yang Fan's Shinado had undergone such strange changes in such a short time, she chose to bury her questions deep within her heart for the moment without voicing them. Once Naji's petite hand rested in his palm, Yang Fan used his other hand to gently touch her forehead with his index and middle fingers. In an instant, a surge of aura energy erupted from him without reservation, signifying the heroic power of the aura. This sudden display rendered the other two individuals, who had lingered on the fringes of the battlefield, momentarily silent. Kona. Our next step. Shiba gazed at Yang Fan, now brimming with aura energy, in astonishment. Let us observe the situation. I never anticipated that Ho-Oh would come here for that individual, Kona remarked, keeping a watchful eye on the mysterious figure beneath Ho-Oh, who maintained an odd stance. As for us, if we can intervene, we should. We have not fully severed ties with the Alliance yet. As Kona brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear while glancing at Shiba, Naji's mind became crystal clear, revealing a detailed map connecting their location to the entirety of Golden City. On this three-dimensional map, Yang Fan had meticulously marked several key locations. After completing this task, Yang Fan stumbled slightly. The immense output of aura energy was a considerable strain on him. Taking a slow, deep breath, he recalled Gyarados into its Pokeball and addressed the now-awakened Naji solemnly. Naji, I have marked the map completely. If anything unexpected occurs, please follow the marked locations and teleport us together. These markers have been inscribed with my aura and will resonate with the residual aura within you, significantly reducing the energy cost of your teleportation. As long as we can make a swift exit and enter Golden City, Ho-Oh should cease its attacks. If my analysis is correct, Ho-Oh's target is that individual, and we happen to be perceived as adversaries, which is why it has launched an assault on us. Most legendary Pokémon prefer not to engage with humans unnecessarily and would not attack human territories without provocation. Through this reasoning, Yang Fan had gained sufficient assurance that Ho-Oh's true target was indeed Li Hua, likely because it had sensed Mew's presence within him. However, he chose not to articulate this. As for the ulterior motives behind Ho-Oh's involvement, it was highly plausible that Lu Bo intended to exploit Mew's ability to transform into other legendary or mythical Pokémon to fulfill his desire to reverse time and resurrect his previous two Laprases. Given that he had dispatched Li Hua to the Johto region, it was evident he had received news of Mew's presence there. To prevent Li Hua's efforts from going to waste, he would certainly not want to embark on a futile venture. Thus, he would likely be lying in wait at Mew's habitat. When Yang Fan first laid eyes on Ho-Oh, he had already formed a suspicion. Lu Bo was not merely a trainer of brute strength. He understood that if Ho-Oh and Lugia were to become visible to the public, it would signify only one thing. The priestess of the Sea Shrine and the monks of the Bell Tower would closely monitor the movements of these two Pokémon. Moreover, utilizing ancient, time-honored secret methods, they would establish contact with them. If news of their capture were to spread, even Lu Bo's formidable prowess would invite assaults from various alliances. Having considered this, Yang Fan was now convinced that by utilizing Nagi's teleportation, his safety would be assured. Gradually rising from behind the crumbled wall, he walked silently toward Shinado. Observing Yang Fan's actions, Nagi momentarily froze, then hurriedly called out to him. Yang Fan, what are you doing now? Hearing the concern in Nagi's voice, Yang Fan turned back and smiled gently before pointing at the soaring Ho-Oh in the sky. I am now preparing to stand alongside my partner in battle. For I once promised her that regardless of the difficulties I may face in the future, even if I were to confront a legendary Pokémon, I would do everything in my power to assist her, even if it meant leaving just a trace of our struggle upon the legendary. This was a vow made when they were still Larvitar. We are destined to grow stronger together. So now it is time to challenge the legends. Chapter 73, Teaching the Legends a Lesson. As soon as Yang Fan finished this impassioned declaration, a notification chimed in his mind once more. Ding. Your Gyarados has sensed the emotions between you and Shinado, its fighting spirit soaring, feeling compelled to assist its companion in battle, unleashing its potential and elevating its strength to the champion level while mastering Mega Evolution. Wow, Gyarados has reached the champion level. Upon hearing the notification, a smile crept onto Yang Fan's determined face. All along, Shinado, Gyarados, and Milotic had been his primary battle partners, their strengths nearly on par with each other. Most importantly, after enduring numerous battles together, the synergy between the three Pokémon and Yang Fan had become remarkably harmonious. Retrieving Gyarados' Pokeball from his pocket, he hurled it with vigor. A brilliant flash of white light erupted, revealing the fearsome Gyarados, cloaked in a menacing aura, standing alongside Shinado. Both Pokémon were aberrations within their species, their transformed appearances leaning toward darkness. In this moment, Shinado and Gyarados resembled the closest of comrades in the trenches. Despite their silence, their synchronized movements spoke volumes. Meanwhile, the two Johto champions, who had been deliberating their next course of action, were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Gyarados, their incredulity palpable as they muttered to themselves. Could it be a champion-level Gyarados? How is that even possible? The Gyarados had only recently attained elite-level strength, yet it has now inexplicably broken through to champion level? Shiba's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head repeatedly. The scene before him truly transcended his comprehension. Wait a moment. Shiba, have you noticed that his Gardevoir has also reached champion level? Kina, standing nearby, incredulously inquired. What? 2 champion-level Pokémon in succession? Shiba, bolstered by Kina's revelation, finally recognized that Yang Fan's Gardevoir had also, unbeknownst to him, ascended to champion level. The anguish within him rendered him momentarily speechless. This was utterly astounding. To possess 2 champion-level Pokémon at such a young age is remarkable. The only individuals who could possibly match such strength are likely Professor Oak and other trainers from the older generation. As Kina and Shiba gazed on in astonishment, Yang Fan strode confidently towards Gardevoir and Gyarados, his steps resolute. Standing tall, he fixed his piercing gaze upon the Ho-Oh soaring in the sky. Undoubtedly, this direct confrontation with a legendary creature was a provocation of the highest order. He was issuing a challenge to the legend itself. Even if he exerted every ounce of his energy and faced the likelihood of defeat against Ho-Oh, he could not turn a blind eye to Gardevoir's fierce determination. Once, in a dilapidated little home at the Sea City Gym, he and Ralts had vowed to grow stronger together. Observing the ignorant humans and Pokémon below, Ho-Oh's expression remained eerily calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Having existed in the Pokémon world for countless ages, it had witnessed innumerable humans and Pokémon. They often revealed their insatiable thirst for power upon realizing their own strength. Yet, it would ultimately teach these humans a harsh lesson. The delusion of conquering a legend is woefully fragile. Golden flames erupted from its tail, and its wings flapped majestically. Another sacred fire ignited. As a legendary Pokémon of the Johto region, it commanded the atmospheric currents of the entire Pokémon world and stood as one of its mightiest beings. Even though Gardevoir and Gyarados had reached the pinnacle of champion level in the eyes of others, they were not worthy of a second glance. Moreover, these Pokémon were mere puppets, captured by humans, devoid of self-awareness. The golden flames surged with an oppressive heat, instantly engulfing the entire space as they surged menacingly towards Gardevoir. Yangfan's gaze flickered momentarily. Fixating on the approaching sacred fire, he commanded, Gyarados, Mega Evolve. Use Hydro Pump against the sacred fire. Gardevoir. Also employ Moonlight to minimize the power of the sacred fire. Upon receiving Yangfan's commands, the battle-hungry Gardevoir and Gyarados swiftly gathered their energy. Boom. ZZZZ. The energy sphere and the water blast collided with the sacred fire. At that moment, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the abandoned factory. Smoke and steam billowing from the point of impact. Yet, in the next instant, the sacred fire burst forth from the smoke, charging towards Gardevoir. Yangfan remained calm, unperturbed by the oncoming flames. He knew that 2 champion-level attacks could not offset the outcome of the sacred fire. However, he could clearly see that the flames' power and speed had significantly diminished, and even the state of the golden flames was faltering. Gardevoir. Use Life, Dew on Gyarados. Gyarados. Use Bite to completely extinguish that flame. The Mega Gyarados roared defiantly, dark energy swirling around its maw, an ominous and malevolent aura enveloping it. Then, with a powerful flick of its tail, the gaping maw of dark energy clamped down on the sacred fire. Simultaneously, Gardevoir's Life Dew cascaded over Gyarados. Sizzle. The sound of water extinguishing fire resonated. The diminished sacred fire was utterly obliterated by Gyarados' bite, dissipating into the void without inflicting a single scratch. Ho-Oh lowered its proud head, gazing at Gardevoir and Gyarados with a look of bemusement, evidently surprised that these insignificant ants, in its eyes, could withstand its attack. Yangfan's gaze fell, a faint smile gracing his lips as he mused aloud. The synergy between Pokémon and trainer is not merely superficial. A competent trainer can unleash a Pokémon's full potential, while an exceptional trainer can evoke 1,000-fold of their strength. This time, even the legends shall not have it easy. Yangfan's objective was crystal clear. He understood that with his current strength, defeating Ho-Oh was a mere fantasy. Yet at the very least, he intended to make it pay a hefty price. This notion was not solely his. It resonated with Gardevoir and Gyarados as well. Chapter 74. An Unexpected Person? Yangfan's gaze lowered as he meticulously analyzed the unfolding situation. He commanded Gyarados, Gyarados, use Surf to approach Ho-Oh. Then employ Hurricane to trap it. In the next moment, a menacing aura enveloped Gyarados as massive waves of water began to churn beneath her. Despite the surrounding water-type moves being severely weakened by Ho-Oh's flames, Gyarados, now a champion, gathered enough water energy to create a formidable tidal wave. The overwhelming spray of water caught the attention of Ho-Oh, prompting it to shift its position in the sky. Just as Ho-Oh became somewhat erratic, Gyarados surged forth with the force of the surf, her expression fierce as she unleashed a furious hurricane. The water stream, propelled by the hurricane, engulfed Ho-Oh in an instant. The unexpected water vortex momentarily halted Ho-Oh, causing its golden flames to flicker and diminish. Witnessing this, Sheba could not help but display admiration, exclaiming, "Incredible battle intuition. Decisive combat commands. This battle awareness is simply beyond belief." In this environment, to devise a strategy to restrict Ho-Oh's movements. Utilizing Gyarados' flying attributes along with the concealment of Surf and the properties of Hurricane to forcefully trap Ho-Oh. Upon hearing Sheba's words, Kina expressed skepticism. Isn't this just a Whirlpool? As someone skilled in Ice-type Pokémon, Kina drew parallels between Yangfan's combination move and Whirlpool. No, it's different. Whirlpool cannot approach Ho-Oh, and its charging time is too long, making it vulnerable to Ho-Oh's counterattacks. Sheba shook his head, gazing at the composed Yangfan, his astonishment evident. Kina and Naji were equally taken aback. After all, in the Kanto region, Sheba, the fighting-type elite, was praised even by Dewey for his combat instincts. Unlike Kina's disbelief, Naji felt a flicker of joy at Sheba's praise, her gaze fixated on Ho-Oh in the sky, a bit entranced. Yet even legends, when suddenly besieged by a combination move, could experience a momentary lapse in concentration. Yang Fan's demeanor turned icy, a smile curving at the corners of his lips as he quickly turned his attention to Gardevoir. Blue waves of aura surged around him, as the previous bout had restored a modicum of his aura. At this moment, Yang Fan poured every last drop of that limited aura into Gardevoir. This time, he held nothing back. Under the influence of the power of aura, Shineido's aura surged dramatically. However, the Phoenix King was not foolish. The sudden assault from the Gyarados could only be executed once. Therefore, with this singular opportunity, Shineido had to exert itself to the fullest, leaving no room for regret. Its aura continued to rise. Meanwhile, Yang Fan's voice began to tremble. As he felt a slight dizziness, Shineido's strength had already reached its zenith. Yang Fan commanded urgently, "Shineido, now is the moment. Channel the power of the moon to strike at the wings of the Phoenix King. Give it your all." The rainbow-hued wings were the Phoenix King's greatest weakness. It was a well-known truth that a feathered phoenix was no match for a mere chicken. Should the Phoenix King lose its ability to fly, Yang Fan would still possess a fighting chance. Crucially, the wings were the most vulnerable part of the Phoenix King's anatomy. If they could unleash their strongest attack on this specific area, it was very likely to inflict significant damage on the Phoenix King. This was the only and most effective strategy against it. As Shineido's aura reached its limit, Yang Fan hesitated not for a moment and commanded Shineido to unleash its attack. If they waited for the Phoenix King to regain its composure, a mere tremor of its wings would be sufficient to disperse the water vortex. At this instant, as the Phoenix King was momentarily distracted, Shineido's dark energy boiled over, its gaze like lightning fixed upon the Phoenix King, its hands firmly clenched towards the creature hovering above. A surge of pink energy erupted from the void, launching a full-scale assault on the Phoenix King's wings. This strike encompassed all the energy of both Yang Fan and Shineido. Boom! Energy howled. Flames surged. The Phoenix King let out a pained cry, momentarily losing its balance in midair. In Yang Fan's eager gaze, several golden feathers suddenly drifted down from the sky. This was it. They had succeeded, utilizing the water vortex to ensnare the Phoenix King. Combined with Shineido's powerful strike against its most vulnerable wings, they had finally inflicted some damage. The feathers falling from the sky served as the best testament to this achievement. Even if it was merely a few feathers shed from the Phoenix King, it was already sufficient. After a brief moment of fluttering in the air, the Phoenix King quickly regained its senses, its divine flames reigniting with ferocity, as if the previous attack had not even grazed its form. Its terrifying regenerative abilities were utterly disheartening. More importantly, this strike of moonlight power had thoroughly enraged the Phoenix King, its proud gaze locking onto the humans and elves below. Observing the golden feather in Yang Fan's hand, flames erupted in its eyes, and with a powerful flap of its wings, a chilling aura pressed down upon everyone present. The Phoenix King let out a long, piercing cry. Countless golden flames ignited upon its wings, shooting down like shooting stars towards Yang Fan and Shineido, a collision unavoidable. In a mere glance, Yang Fan instantly discerned that this barrage of attacks was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Moreover, given the current state of Shineido and Gyarados, should they bear the brunt of this divine fire, they would likely lose their lives. This was not simply a loss of combat capability, but a matter of life and death. Just then, a sudden unfamiliar voice, a melodious cry from a girl, rang out from behind Yang Fan. "Let us go, Reshiram. Use Fusion Flare to block it." This unexpected voice heralded a torrent of crimson flames that surged forth, momentarily halting the Phoenix King's divine fire, even extinguishing it within this fiery deluge. Fusion Flare, Reshiram's signature move, Fusion Flare. Under Yang Fan's watchful eyes, the Fusion Flare surged directly towards the Phoenix King. This was a clash of two unique abilities, fire against fire. Moreover, it was a battle between two legendary beings from different regions. Boom! The collision of the two abilities triggered a tremendous explosion. The flames consumed and burned each other, and upon reaching a certain equilibrium, they suddenly vanished altogether. The space itself seemed to collapse in disbelief as the flames dissipated. Chapter 75, The Battle of the Gods. In the wake of this incredible astonishment, Yang Fan quickly turned to look back, observing the massive Reshiram floating in the void, soaring towards the Phoenix King. Behind Reshiram, a girl clad in a black jacket and ultra-short shorts with flowing black hair rushed towards Yang Fan. The moment he laid eyes on her, a question arose in Yang Fan's mind. Why was Reshiram appearing in the Johto region? Did these legends truly have nothing better to do? The critical point was that Reshiram was a legend from the Unova region. What purpose could it possibly have in venturing so far to Johto? Unlike Yang Fan's bewilderment, Kona and Shiba appeared utterly astonished upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Reshiram. while Naji seemed less animated, likely due to her unfamiliarity with the legends of the Unova region. Is it truly so easy for legends to appear before us now? Kona chuckled wryly, recalling how he had to undergo numerous trials just to even catch a glimpse of Articuno, feeling the vast disparity between individuals. Perhaps we have fallen behind. The youth of today are truly remarkable. Shiba sighed, as even as a champion of the league, encountering successors far beyond her capabilities left her feeling a sense of helplessness. However, she seemed to recognize that the girl was the Pokédex holder from Unova. Noticing the red Pokédex the girl carried, Kona remarked casually, "Is that so? No wonder." In previous years, each Pokédex holder was limited to the level of a champion, with the most renowned reaching the rank of champion. How is it that two newcomers capable of contending with legends, even commanding them, have appeared together? Kona shook his head, unable to answer Shiba's question. Instead, he turned to the girl, who was now approaching them, and abruptly asked, "Are you the Unovan trainer, Tuko? The newcomer who won the Unova conference this year and successfully thwarted Team Plasma?" Huh. Upon hearing Kona's words, Shiba's eyes widened in shock as she scrutinized the girl standing before them. At that moment, after witnessing Reshiram block its flames, the Phoenix King flapped its wings in anger. Perceiving this as a provocation from humanity, its divine flames ignited once more, fueling its signature move. In the next moment, another wave of divine fire, like a meteor of heavenly flames, descended, aimed squarely at Reshiram, hovering in the void not far away. As the Phoenix King's divine flames approached, the special engine at the tip of Reshiram's tail began to spin rapidly, the flames within boiling over. It slowly opened its mouth, and a surge of azure flame energy formed at the forefront, the terrifying temperature even surpassing that of the Phoenix King's divine fire, before it erupted forth with ferocity. Unyielding. A direct confrontation. This was yet another signature move of Reshiram. Blue Flare. The flames of legends in this state, after concentrating energy, possessed the terrifying ability to alter the weather or even incinerate the world itself. As Blue Flare and Divine Fire collided, a cacophony of explosive sounds ensued, both being flames, one primarily destructive, while the other primarily restorative. This led to an even more twisted and peculiar fusion of two fundamentally different flames. Threads of black matter began to manifest in the space, spreading outward. The young girl hastily approached Kina and Shiba, eager to explain herself. "I am Tuko from Unova. You must be Kina, the champion of the Johto region. That Reshiram is my friend. We were journeying through Johto when we suddenly sensed an unusual surge of fiery energy, prompting us to rush here from the city. We happened to witness Ho-Oh attacking you, so I summoned Reshiram for assistance." Upon hearing Tuko's explanation, Shiba shrugged nonchalantly. Yet he was keen to personally challenge her prowess. Meanwhile, Kina regarded Tuko with an unexpected smile, his fox-like, alluring eyes concealed behind his golden glasses, pondering something inscrutable. "Thank you for your help, Tuko. You've truly been a great aid." Shiba boisterously expressed his gratitude. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tuko dashed over to Yangfan's side. She realized that the individual who had been battling Ho-Oh was this amiable young man. "Hello, I am Tuko from Unova. Indeed, I am Yangfan. A person from another world," he replied. With Ho-Oh shifting its focus onto Reshiram, Yangfan felt a momentary sense of relief. "You are from another realm?" Upon hearing Yangfan's introduction, Tuko's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had encountered something utterly implausible. She scrutinized him curiously. "Is there a problem?" Yangfan inquired, frowning slightly. No. I merely find you quite different from those traditional beings from other worlds." Tuko quickly interjected, attempting to redirect the conversation. Yangfan, however, sensed that she was concealing something. At that moment, the battle between Ho-Oh and Reshiram intensified. Tuko had no time to elaborate further to Yangfan. The primary concern was to calm Ho-Oh, for if Reshiram were to unleash its true flames, each clash of their abilities could result in catastrophic regional disasters. Shiba stepped forward, addressing both Tuko and Yangfan, his gaze fixated on the fiercely clashing Ho-Oh, worry evident in his eyes. The erratic weather further illustrated the turmoil caused by the atmospheric currents. Upon hearing Shiba's words, Kina and Tuko's pupils narrowed as they surveyed their surroundings, a chill creeping into their hearts. The weather in the entire area had become utterly abnormal. The sky was devoid of clouds, while the nearby Goldenrod city was engulfed in ominous dark clouds, creating a stark contrast as if two worlds existed within a mere 5 kilometers of each other. Kina could scarcely fathom the ramifications if Ho-Oh's wrath were to obliterate the economic hub of Johto. As rain poured down upon Goldenrod City, other locations were likely experiencing various disasters triggered by atmospheric disturbances. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with tension, Tuko turned her gaze to Ho-Oh, clasping her hands in a prayer-like gesture, softly beseeching, "O legendary being, brave in the pursuit of truth, please acknowledge the world you safeguard. Cease your fury." A fiery crimson aura enveloped her as she communicated with Ho-Oh. Was this the power of the Tao Trio represented by Reshiram? The strength of the Tao Trio was not as widely known as the powers of the Evergreen or Wave Guidance. Only trainers recognized by the Tao Trio throughout generations could wield such power. In this moment, Tuko manifested the strength bestowed by Reshiram, symbolizing a unique force of truth and the embodiment of beautiful reality. This power could potentially pacify even the most agitated of Pokémon and strengthen the bonds among them. It was through this authentic force that Tuko could contend with the raging Ho-Oh, under the watchful eyes of Yongfan and the two Johto champions. Ho-Oh gradually came to a halt in the sky with astonishing swiftness, its once raging flames beginning to settle. Reshiram, too, ceased its assault. Is it all over? Kina pondered, uncertainty lacing his voice. It should be, Shiba nodded, gazing up at the tranquil Ho-Oh with a hint of relief. That's good. Truly, thank you. But before Shiba could finish his sentence, a piercing cry erupted from Ho-Oh, and suddenly, the sky ignited as if ablaze. Golden flames rapidly consumed the yellow-tinged heavens. Reshiram was struck by an unforeseen attack. Reshi, Tuko, who had been in communion with Reshiram, was abruptly severed from their connection, her voice filled with disbelief. What is happening? Undoubtedly, Tuko was now engulfed in utter confusion. At Ho-Oh's side, an eerie distortion began to ripple through the air. In the next instant, a colossal white bird-like Pokémon emerged, its calm eyes fixed on Reshiram, lifting Ho-Oh's form and soaring higher into the sky. Noticing the sudden arrival of Lugia, Yongfan furrowed his brow and calmly explained to Tuko, "Don't panic. That attack was merely a show of intimidation. It won't harm Reshiram. And have you noticed? The scars on Lugia are not something an ordinary Pokémon could inflict." Upon hearing Yongfan's words, Tuko's face was filled with urgency as she quickly turned her attention to Lugia. Indeed, Lugia bore immense scars all over its body, particularly a horrifying wound on its abdomen. What kind of Pokémon could inflict such damage? Shiba exclaimed in astonishment. It was well known that Lugia and Ho-Oh were both legends of Johto, powerful enough to best so-called champion-level trainers. The notion that a trainer's Pokémon could cause such harm was difficult for Shiba to comprehend. As Shiba's words lingered in the air, Natsu and Kina exchanged incredulous glances at Lugia, while Tuko urgently called out to Reshiram, "Reshi, are you okay?" Hearing her voice, Reshiram slowly rose back to its feet. Although the sudden attack had caught it off guard, the actual damage inflicted was minimal. It seemed that Lugia was indeed nearing its limits. Just when everyone believed the situation had settled, another unexpected attack surged toward Ho-Oh and Lugia. Light of Ruin. A colossal beam of energy struck Ho-Oh and Lugia with unimaginable speed. The earth-shattering roar of energy accompanied the impact, enveloping both Pokémon. Shiba and Kina's eyes widened in shock. They had not anticipated another unforeseen event at this moment. How could it be him? Tuko murmured, recognizing the dark figure that had emerged in the sky. Comparable in size to Reshiram. Could it be that the legends of Johto have fallen to such depths? Completely subservient to human commands? A youthful voice echoed from above the black silhouette. What did he mean by that? Shiba, overwhelmed with shock, could hardly articulate a response. Completely subservient to human commands? Have the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh and Lugia been captured by humans? The thought of Ho-Oh's irrational aggression towards humans in an attempt to protect the one wearing the ice mask, and the mysterious scars adorning Lugia, all suggest that the words of this young boy may indeed hold a sliver of truth. Alas, the dignity of legends has been utterly lost by your hands. Let this matter rest for now. The boy spoke once more. As Ho-Oh and Lugia issued warnings to those around, they gradually vanished into the heavens. Following the disappearance of the two Johto legends, a shadowy figure slowly descended before Yongfan and his companions. "I didn't expect to find you here as well." The boy leapt down from the back of Zekrom, curiously surveying everyone present. He disregarded the cautious gaze of Tuko, as if she were an enemy, and fixed his final look upon Yongfan. "What brings you here?" Tuko was the first to inquire, addressing the boy. The others were unaware of the terrifying nature of this youth, but she had witnessed it firsthand. In the heroic tales sung throughout Unova, she knew that a significant portion of those achievements was orchestrated by him. And a human said to have been born from Pokémon. Furthermore, he was acknowledged as a representative of ideals by Zekrom in Unova, a champion of freedom for all Pokémon. "I see you're here too. It seems you have outpaced me." In shook his head, offering no response to Tuko's question. What do you mean? Tuko's eyes flickered, and she cast a somewhat guilty glance at Yang Fan. What does this have to do with me? Yang Fan furrowed his brow, his suspicions intensifying. Zekrom, it appears we have indeed fallen behind this time, and placed his hand upon Zekrom's back and spoke softly. He then suddenly turned his gaze sharply toward Yang Fan. A visitor from another world? This truly surprises me. I look forward to your future actions. Perhaps we might become friends. After uttering these words, and leapt onto Zekrom and vanished from sight. Yang Fan is a very dangerous individual. It's best to avoid any entanglements with him. Tuko recalled Reshiram and, after a moment of contemplation, shared her concerns with Yang Fan. Yang Fan did not respond immediately, his mind racing with thoughts. Meanwhile, within the spatial backpack he carried, an item tightly wrapped began to emit a frenzied glow. Chapter 77. Am I the Jester again? After N's departure, the scene was left in chaos. The Alliance's team soon arrived, accompanied by Miss Joy and Miss Junshaw from Goldenrod City. However, thanks to the explanations from Kinta and Shiba, Yang Fan found a moment of respite and was not overly scrutinized. Just as he was about to make his escape with Mew, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Miss Natsum, is there something else? Yang Fan inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Hadn't everything been settled? Did Natsum still wish to reclaim Mutwo and Mew from him? I must thank you this time. But next time, I won't let you off so easily. Natsum stammered, a shade of unexpected crimson blooming on her previously icy countenance. Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle at Natsum's reaction, yet he resolutely replied, I stand by my words. Next time, I will confront you directly. Upon hearing this, Natsum could not help but shoot him a glare filled with murderous intent, her teeth biting into her lips, her ears flushed with anger. Until we meet again. Miss Natsum. Yang Fan shrugged nonchalantly and waved goodbye as he stepped away from the crowd, regardless of the outcome of this incident. The important thing was that he had survived. Moreover, Yang Fan had achieved his initial goal of gathering information about Mew, who was currently nestled in his arms, peacefully asleep. Finding a small inn where he wouldn't be disturbed, he released both Mew and Mutwo. Yang Fan then gazed at the faintly glowing Mew, pondering, what is this? Just as he reached out to touch this intriguing energy, he suddenly felt a barrier against his fingertips. Could it be the protection of the world as well? Yang Fan withdrew his hand and muttered to himself. Such unique legends are instinctively protected by the world when they suffer injury. This protective barrier must be a result of that. Little one, I hope you can reveal to me the truth of what transpired back then. As he keenly observed Mew, his gaze shifted to Mutwo. Mutwo, are you feeling better? Mutwo, having awakened, was slowly rising to its feet, albeit appearing somewhat weak. I am fine. Mutwo slowly shook its head, its attention drawn to the peculiar pokeball beside Yang Fan, accompanied by a vague sense of unease. Yang Fan, have I been captured by you? Mutwo inquired, its eyes reflecting confusion and uncertainty. Yang Fan, upon hearing Mutwo's question, met its gaze with clarity. Indeed, I look forward to your guidance. After saying this, Yang Fan extended his hand toward Mutwo. This was a sensation he had never experienced before, and it brought back memories of their earlier battle. A smile began to form at the corners of his mouth as he replied, yes. From now on, let us support one another, Yang Fan. In that moment, Mutwo truly recognized Yang Fan. Ding. Mutwo willingly became your Pokémon. Your special talent has been activated, awakening the seed of psychic ability. Would you like to activate your psychic talents? Upon hearing the familiar prompt in his mind, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Typically, system notifications do not draw such attention. Why had this particular one suddenly emerged? Just as Yang Fan was caught in uncertainty, a sudden knock echoed at the door. It was this very sound that prompted Yang Fan to instinctively agree to activate his psychic talents. As the voice of activation resonated in his mind, a wave of excruciating pain surged throughout his body. For a moment, Yang Fan could not contain his cries of agony. Yang Fan, what is happening? Mutwo observed Yang Fan closely as he emitted sounds of distress. Yang Fan gripped the sheets beneath him tightly, the veins beneath his skin twisting like worms, his complexion paling to a ghostly hue. It was only after a prolonged period of writhing that Yang Fan's body finally began to calm. Mutwo continuously employed its regenerative abilities, tirelessly mending Yang Fan's ruptured skin and blood vessels. The sheets beneath Yang Fan were now drenched in blood, painting a horrifying scene. With great effort, Yang Fan managed to open his eyes, meeting the worried face of Mutwo. Nearby, small Pokémon like Shinado and Buniri gathered anxiously at the bedside, their expressions filled with concern for Yang Fan. What is happening to you all? Yang Fan struggled to voice his thoughts. Are you alright, Yang Fan? Mutwo's telepathic voice resonated within Yongfan's mind. I'm fine, but why are they all out? At that moment, Yongfan felt utterly drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. I released them because I was worried about your condition, Mutwo explained. The reason was also due to the semi-transparent nature of the Pokeball. Shinado was particularly sensitive to Yongfan, prompting Mutwo to release them. So that's how it is. Yongfan breathed a sigh of relief, addressing the gathering of Pokémon at his bedside. I find myself in no particular trouble, yet I appreciate your concern. A brilliant smile adorned my pale visage, leaving Shinado and the others in a state of unease. Ultimately, Yongfan acquiesced to allow Shinado to remain outside to tend to him, while the others returned to their Pokeballs. After all, it would be disastrous if the quaint little and were to collapse under the weight of their presence. Yongfan, should anything arise, do not hesitate to summon me, Mutwo remarked before returning to its Master Ball. Rest assured, I shall not be modest, Yongfan responded with a grin. Given his current condition, it was entirely plausible that he might encounter issues involving Mutwo. After all, he was, in fact, a severely injured individual, hesitant to even appear at the Pokémon Center. Especially since Goldenrod City was the very stronghold of Team Rocket. Giovanni would undoubtedly relish any misfortune that befell him. System, what exactly is my current predicament? Yongfan's thoughts delved into his mind as he urgently inquired of the system. This situation was unprecedented. He was utterly perplexed as to its nature. Meanwhile, a persistent knock echoed from outside the door. Ding! The system chimed. As the host has gained Mutwo's recognition, the dormant psychic ability seed within the body has awakened. This seed has been activated by Mutwo, and the host's body currently cannot withstand Mutwo's formidable psychic powers, resulting in this condition. Furthermore, should Mutwo engage in battle again, it will adversely affect the host's body to some extent. It is advised to avoid utilizing Mutwo's powers directly until the psychic ability is fully developed. Upon hearing the system's lengthy explanation, Yongfan was rendered speechless. In the end, was I merely the fool in this scenario? Chapter 78. The troublesome young lady. As Yongfan lay on his bed, gradually recovering, he gazed at the cold, luminous night sky. He slowly began to accept this reality. He had never anticipated that gaining Mutwo's acknowledgement would come with such constraints. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Shinado. A nearby Shinado gently held a glass of water, bringing it to his lips. A ripple of emotion stirred within Yongfan's heart. Had he inadvertently fulfilled the lifelong aspirations of countless individuals? The alluring yet enigmatic Shinado. Abruptly, these fanciful thoughts invaded his mind, prompting him to shake his head and dismiss them. One should not. At least, it should not be a proactive endeavor. During Yongfan's moment of distraction, Shinado had already replaced the blood-stained sheets in the room. It was undeniable that Shinado possessed the qualities of a diligent homemaker. Yet, at that moment, a series of urgent knocks resounded from outside the door, the impatience of the knocker palpable. Shinado. Shinado. Yongfan feebly gestured for her to investigate the source of the commotion. Only a handful of individuals knew his whereabouts at this time. Finally, the door swung open. You Shinado? A flustered voice from the girl outside echoed. Miss, have we mistaken our target? Impossible. I distinctly saw him residing here. The girl's indignant tone piqued Yongfan's curiosity. Clearly, she was not someone he recognized. Who, then, could she be? Shinado, let them in. Yongfan called from within, simultaneously signaling Shinado to be prepared for an instantaneous escape. After all, he was uncertain whether they were friend or foe, and given his current state, it was prudent to exercise caution. Did you hear that? I am referring to him. The girl defiantly shouted to another individual, before hastily entering Yongfan's room. Miss, please take care. Mind your appearance, came the exasperated voice of the other person as they entered, glancing cautiously at the vigilant Shinado. I apologize for the intrusion. My young lady can be rather thoughtless. I hope you can overlook it. Upon hearing this apology, Shinado's expression softened slightly. Otherwise, she would have unceremoniously expelled the girl who had barged in without cause using her psychic abilities. Inside the room, intrigued, Yongfan strained to sit up and peer towards the door, eager to catch a glimpse. In an instant, a flash of pure white captivated his gaze. It was not merely the girl's attire that was white, but rather the ethereal aura she exuded, akin to a pristine blossom flourishing in a meticulously tended garden. The girl appeared to be of a youthful age, likely a year or two younger than Yongfan. Clad in a flowing white dress adorned with delicate pink lace at the hem, wisps of sheer fabric cascaded from the skirt, revealing her petite feet encased in pink crystal heels. May I ask who you are? Yongfan inquired, taking in the girl's radiant presence. She sparkled with an undeniable charm, yet her labored breathing revealed that she had hurried to reach him, likely the same individual who had knocked initially. Yet, Yang Fan felt an inexplicable familiarity with her, as if he should know her well. Observing her features closely, he noted that her visage was strikingly beautiful, as though crafted by the most benevolent of deities, with an innate nobility and sophistication reminiscent of a princess from a grand castle. You possess the ability to teleport, do you not? The girl exclaimed breathlessly, her brows furrowing as she regarded the boy, who was only slightly older than herself, yet bore an unexpected maturity. Despite his pallid complexion, which suggested a grave ailment, she was not there merely to admire his looks. She was far more interested in his remarkable psychic capabilities. Miss, should you wish to inquire about another's abilities, might it not be prudent to first introduce yourself? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow, his brow furrowing. He had indeed performed teleportation, but only under the guidance of Mutwo and Shinado. He would not foolishly admit his lack of skill. Maintaining an air of mystery was essential when one was unaware of the other's true nature. Ding! A notification resounded in his mind. The host's psychic ability feels underestimated, automatically gaining the skill of teleportation. Yang Fan couldn't help but be taken aback. How fortuitous it was that, in his fatigue, he had inadvertently learned to teleport. Yet, he was cautious about overusing his psychic abilities, as he found the aura manipulation to be far more manageable. Through the probing of his aura, Yang Fan soon realized that the girl harbored a potent and volatile force within her, akin to an untamed bomb, poised to explode at any moment. Just then, Shinado and a mature woman dressed like a steward approached from outside. Yang Fan found it difficult to discern the woman's age. She appeared to have been raised in a noble household, exuding a unique elegance in her every gesture. He even noticed a few pokeballs at her waist, indicating that she was a formidable trainer in her own right. "Forgive me, but I am Yang Fan," he introduced himself. "Oh, my sincerest apologies, Lord Yang Fan." The steward curtsied slightly, lifting her long skirt. "My young lady is the heir of the Battle Castle in the Sinnoh region, Gardevoir." The steward's pride was evident as she spoke of her young lady's status, clearly taking great pride in her. "Ah, now that I know, please teach me. Teach me how to harness psychic abilities, or I shall refuse to leave your side." Gardevoir's eyes sparkled with fervor, her entire being trembling with excitement. It was evident that she had reached her limit. The moment her emotions surged, she became uncontrollable, burdened by a life fraught with calamity. She was weary of the solitary existence she led, one in which she even hesitated to engage with others. Yang Fan, too, was taken aback. The individual he sought to recruit into the world of Pokémon appeared before him in such a tumultuous manner. Truly, what a highborn lady she was. Did she possess the audacity to threaten others? She seemed utterly oblivious to the nuances of social interaction. Yang Fan shook his head in resignation, finally comprehending the meaning behind Sharona's words prior to his venture into the Pokémon realm. Was this tantamount to inviting trouble upon himself? Chapter 79. Gardevoir, you must be graceful. Upon hearing the girl's words, not only did Yang Fan shake his head in exasperation, but even the butler accompanying him wore a rueful smile. The girl's expression was both erratic and deeply sorrowful. Yang Fan was acutely aware of her profound suffering, an uncontrollable power tormenting her mind to the brink of madness. Yet, if he intended for Gardevoir to serve as an apprentice at his dojo, he could not simply acquiesce to her demands. This exceedingly self-centered young lady was hardly in a state conducive to cooperation. To comply with her whims could lead to unforeseen complications at the dojo. Observing her escalating emotions, he noted the fluctuations of her psychic abilities beginning to stir violently. Yang Fan frowned slightly. Should Gardevoir's powers erupt here, he could only imagine the extent of the injuries that would ensue, perhaps even culminating in a catastrophic incident. If the League were to discover this, Gardevoir's family would likely face dire consequences. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Fan slowly nodded and spoke. "Gardevoir, what a melodious name. Like a blooming white rose, yet." He leaned closer to Gardevoir, fixing his gaze upon her. He extended his right hand, gently placing his fingertip upon her fair forehead. To master one's psychic abilities, the most fundamental and crucial element is grace. With a flicker of ethereal light, Yang Fan utilized his aura to quell Gardevoir's tumultuous energy, forcibly bringing it under control. He then disregarded the dazed noblewoman, reclining once more upon the bed. Although he had not fully recuperated, the influence of his aura suggested that complete recovery was imminent. Witnessing this scene, the butler stood agape, unsure of what to say. In her experience, whenever the young lady became agitated, serious repercussions would inevitably follow. Yet, astonishingly, this seemingly unassuming boy, exuding an aura of maturity beyond his years, had managed to resolve the crisis. Perhaps he could indeed assist their mistress. Shanai? The irritable Shanai called out to the entranced duo, hands placed firmly on her hips. A look of impatience etched upon her face. All right, Shanai. Yang Fan waved his hand gently toward her. In his mind, he communicated telepathically, please escort them out, Shanai. It seems Mew is stirring awake. Sensing Mew's petite form trembling beneath the covers, Shanai understood and promptly ushered them out. Nodding in comprehension, she vanished in a flash of light, taking both individuals with her. For Shanai, having reached champion level, teleporting two people was no arduous task. After depositing them outside, she turned and re-entered the room without a word. Lanshin, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, Gardevoir finally snapped back to reality and addressed her butler. What is your command, my lady? I wish to make him mine. Gardevoir's eyes suddenly ignited with intensity, uttering a chilling declaration that startled her butler. My lady, are you serious? Lanshin inquired cautiously. He is extraordinary. I want him to be wholly and utterly mine. Fortunately, Yang Fan remained oblivious to Gardevoir's fervent proclamation, or he would have been left in a state of bemusement. After all, Gardevoir was undeniably a young and beautiful heiress. Gently cradling Mew, who was gradually waking from her slumber, Yang Fan patiently awaited the moment this little creature would open her eyes. Are you awake? The first thing Mew saw upon awakening was a large face looming before her. Clearly startled, she covered her big eyes with her tiny hands, too frightened to look up, even using her tail as a makeshift shield. Observing Mew's adorable demeanor, Yang Fan felt as though his heart had been healed. Yet he had not forgotten his true purpose, to uncover the truth behind Mew's past. Psychic, can you assist me with translation later? Yang Fan inquired, grasping the Master Ball hanging from his neck. Of course, came Mewtwo's reply. Yang Fan gently moved Mew's tiny hands away from her face. Little Mew, it's me. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Mew slowly lifted her head to gaze at Yang Fan. As recognition dawned, she recalled being defeated by this human. Her cheeks puffing up in indignation as she turned away, refusing to look at him. All right, little one, don't be angry. Look what I have. Yang Fan retrieved his backpack from the bedside table and extracted a container filled with colorful energy cubes. He held one out in his palm, moving it closer to Mew. The enticing aroma wafting from the cube drew Mew's attention, and before long, she could no longer resist. She darted forward, embracing the energy cube with glee as she began to nibble on it. Indeed, both humans and Pokémon are powerless against the allure of delectable cuisine. Yang Fan mused inwardly. For this was the most expensive energy cube he had purchased in the real world, a treat capable of sustaining both Shanai and Gyarados for an entire day. Now, can you listen to me? Yang Fan gently poked Mew's soft cheeks, speaking in a soothing tone. Ing. Mew pointed at the energy cube container Yang Fan held, initiating a round of bargaining. You, little one, are truly wasted in business. Yang Fan chuckled as he placed the container into Mew's hands. Eagerly, Mew dove into the container, waving her tiny hands at Yang Fan as if to say, in light of this treat, I forgive you. What do you wish to know? Seizing the opportunity, Yang Fan produced his phone, displaying a family photograph of 3. Have you seen the 2 individuals in this picture? Especially this man. When did you encounter him? What transpired at that time? This is of utmost importance to me, and I hope you can provide the truth. His voice trembled with excitement as he implored, please, Mew. This was the closest he had ever come to uncovering the truth about his parents' disappearance, and it was no wonder he was so animated. Anyone in his position would likely feel the same. Mew slowly raised her head, her gaze fixed upon the image of the blissful family, and fell into deep contemplation. She pointed toward the man in the photograph, gesturing repeatedly at Yang Fan. Chapter 80, The Enigmatic Truth. Mewtwo, I understand. Yang Fan observed Mew's movements, simultaneously communicating with Mewtwo in his thoughts. Although the power of the aura can comprehend the general thoughts of the spirits, its efficacy diminishes significantly when it comes to legendary beings such as Mew. Thus, it is only through the intervention of Mewtwo that one can accurately grasp the essence of what Mew wishes to convey. I seem to recognize this individual. Mew gestures. Gradually, Mewtwo's voice resonates in Yang Fan's mind. The previous events transpired with Arceus, then the dragon. The world tree fell ill. There are other villains. Arceus became enraged, and I brought them out. This person did not emerge, and I could not wield my power. Hearing the fragmented words echoing in his mind, Yang Fan could not help but furrow his brows. Is this the extent of Mewtwo's translation? I am uncertain, Mewtwo's somewhat despondent voice replied. I comprehend what it is saying. Yet when I attempt to translate it, I can only achieve this level. Moreover, each time I articulate it, I am constrained by a certain force. Observing Mew, who is diligently toiling away with energy cubes, Yang Fan took a deep breath to calm himself. It appears that discerning the truth from Mew is likely impossible. Simultaneously, the fact that his father's disappearance is somehow linked to Arceus? From what Mutwo just translated, one can glean coherent fragments. It seems that some nefarious organization discovered the location of the World Tree, leading to a severe affliction, which in turn incited Arceus's wrath. His father and Professor Oak must have met during that tumultuous time. Subsequently, Mew discerned that they were not the ones harming the World Tree, and thus brought them out. However, for reasons unknown, Mew's powers proved entirely ineffective on his father, and he has not appeared since. Then, what does the dragon mentioned by Mew signify? The dragon? Is it referring to DUI? No, that cannot be right. 10 years ago, DUI had yet to obtain the title of Dragon Master, and given his strength at that time, he could not possibly have participated in a confrontation with Arceus. As Yongfan pondered, nearly at his wit's end, he remained baffled by the true nature of this dragon. His already pale countenance grew even more as he overexerted his mental energy pondering these matters. Shinado observed Yongfan's furrowed brow and immediately enveloped him in her embrace. Gently massaging his head, she hoped to alleviate his distress. Leaning against Shinado's soft warmth, Yongfan gradually relaxed, his furrowed brow easing as he succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next day, it was nearly time for lunch. After stretching his limbs, Yongfan felt the fatigue of the previous day had completely vanished, even leaving him feeling more vigorous than before. Yongfan began to call out, but upon seeing Shinado asleep beside the chair, he quickly covered his mouth. It appeared that Shinado had exerted herself to care for him the previous day. He quietly approached, lifting her gently and placing her in the still warm bed, whispering, "Please rest well today, Shinado." After tucking her in, Yongfan tiptoed out of the room. He failed to notice that as he turned to leave, Shinado's eyes widened, filled with emotion as she watched him, only burying her head in the blankets to breathe deeply before drifting back to sleep. However, that little rascal Mew must have departed as well. Upon stepping outside, Yongfan gradually became aware of Mew's absence. "It flew away shortly after you fell asleep last night." Mutwo reminded him in his mind. "Is that so? Mutwo, can you still sense that power you mentioned yesterday?" Yongfan recalled the events of the previous day and decided to inquire. Perhaps Mew was the reason for it all. "No, that power is constantly influencing me." "Is that so?" Yongfan murmured to himself with a wry smile. "Oh, my dear father, what on earth have you entangled yourself with?" Even though he had not gleaned any particularly useful clues from Mew, Yongfan's next objective remained to investigate the dragon Mew referred to. Moreover, he possessed an uncanny feeling that this dragon was undoubtedly intricately connected to him. This almost instinctual or prophetic sixth sense stemmed from a stirring deep within Yongfan's heart. While dining at a small restaurant, Yongfan suddenly sensed a familiar aura. What are you doing here?" Toko glared at the man who had left without a word the day prior, a surge of anger welling up within her. She had postponed her upcoming gym battle solely for him, yet after saving him, he had vanished without so much as a thank you. Now, seeing Yongfan, Toko clenched her teeth, wishing she could crush him. Sensing Toko's palpable animosity, Yongfan, bewildered as to what he had done to offend her, feigned casualness. "You're eating here too? Humph, that's none of your business." Toko furiously sliced her meat, her eyes fixed on Yongfan. How about I move to another place?" Observing her intense resentment, Yongfan, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, tentatively suggested. "No." The moment the words left his lips, Toko pointed her fork at him and yelled, attracting the attention of other diners who chuckled, as if witnessing a couple bickering. "You humph." She shoved food into her mouth, grabbing Yongfan's hand and swiftly escaping the restaurant, nearly mortified. Miss Toko, are we that familiar?" Yongfan remarked, glancing at Toko's grasp on his hand. Indeed, trainers from the Unova region are certainly more expressive than those from Kanto, he mused, contrasting Toko's fiery demeanor with the shy Nazi, who had often blushed at his comments. At Yongfan's words, Toko initially felt nothing, but suddenly noticed the warmth emanating from their joined hands, leaving her momentarily speechless. Why does this keep happening these days? Is it a curse of romantic fate? Yongfan reflected on the recent events, nearly driven to madness by the women around him. Chapter 81. I can give you anything. What exactly do you want? Yongfan asked directly, ignoring Toko's embarrassment as he pulled her to a corner. Since their encounter yesterday, he had suspected Toko was concealing something from him, but he had been hesitant to speak up, especially after her cryptic words before leaving. "What? There's nothing. I just wanted to see Toko." Caught off guard by Yongfan's directness, turned her gaze to the clouds, struggling to find an adequate explanation. However, the words eluded her. "So, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm not a villain. I can't possibly harm you, Yang Fan sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. He simply could not fathom what Toko was hiding, her indecisive expression evoking a sense of frustration. If you don't speak, I will leave. Seeing that Toko remained silent, Yang Fan turned on his heel and walked away. Suddenly thrust into this situation, he was still hungry. However, as Yang Fan turned to leave, Toko gazed at his retreating figure with a complex expression. She murmured to herself, Lacey, could he truly be the one? There's no mistaking it. I can feel that relentless energy emanating from him. Is it the aura of a dragon? Toko, watching Yang Fan vanish from sight, retrieved a photograph from the inner pocket of her garment. The image depicted a middle-aged man cradling a boy and a girl in each arm. The little girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Toko in her childhood. Additionally, in the lower right corner of the photograph, a small inscription read, United Regions, Yangyi, Lu. Silently placing the photograph back in her pocket, Toko's expression shifted to one of agitation. She roughly tousled her hair, muttering, so annoying. Lacey, can I truly abandon this identity? Standing in the shadows, Toko lingered in silence for a while, receiving no response. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and stormed off in a huff. Meanwhile, as Yang Fan was packing his meal to return to his room, he remained blissfully unaware that a rather troublesome individual awaited him at his door. Sharona. The Kanto region truly lives up to its reputation as the cradle of humanity. It's simply marvelous. Although I didn't find the legendary Nagi gym leader, I may have encountered a psychic expert even more formidable. She, was able to forcibly suppress my psychic abilities. Can you imagine how thrilled I was? Cynthia stood at the threshold of Yang Fan's room, animatedly speaking on the phone, her voice trembling with excitement, even tinged with a hint of tears. This was the happiest day she had experienced since awakening her powers. Miss, could you please slow down? Don't get too carried away. Came a gentle voice from the other end, laced with a touch of exasperation. Though Sharona often found Cynthia's childish antics tiresome, she understood her excitement as the only person with whom Cynthia could truly confide. For someone like her, who could potentially lose control at any moment and struggled to form friendships. Discovering someone capable of containing her psychic powers felt akin to a traveler stumbling upon an oasis in the desert. The exhilaration could drive one to madness. Gradually calming herself, Cynthia wiped her eyes and said, however, it seems he dislikes me a bit. Just yesterday, upon our first meeting, he had Shinado teleport me and launching away. If possible, I would like him to remain by my side, so I need not worry about my powers spiraling out of control. I could shop, watch movies, and go out without a care. Hearing such childish sentiments, Sharona felt a headache coming on and covered her forehead. What exactly are you trying to say? I want to bring him back to Sinnoh, Cynthia exclaimed, her voice suddenly rising. Yet, fearing Yang Fan might overhear, she quickly covered the phone's microphone and whispered, but he seems incredibly powerful. I had Lanshin look into his background, and he is from another world. His combat style is fierce. I doubt I could stand against him. Especially that dazzling Shinado of his. It looks so fierce. Dazzling Shinado? Sharona's voice unintentionally rose in response, her tone becoming serious. Is it the black Shinado? Yes. The black one, not cute at all. Cynthia prattled on. Yesterday, Yang Fan Shinado had instilled in her a sense of helplessness, a suffocating feeling she never wished to experience again. Thus, she sought Sharona's aid, as she was the only champion she could rely on for assistance. Upon hearing this, Sharona understood that Cynthia had indeed encountered Yang Fan. Cynthia, the Sinnoh League is undergoing reforms, aiming to enhance the prestige of its champions. In the future, every winner of the Sinnoh Conference will have the opportunity to participate in a champion challenge. Thus, I may be quite busy. Though she declined Cynthia's request, the matter was indeed pressing. With villainous organizations becoming increasingly active across various regions, the Sinnoh League sought to promote a powerful champion to stabilize the situation, which had been a source of concern for Sharona of late. Upon hearing Sharona's refusal, Cynthia felt disheartened. No matter how much she pleaded, it seemed Sharona was unwilling to help. Cynthia, you cannot continue like this. I remember you were not like this when you were the esteemed daughter of a noble family. No matter how challenging or painful life may be, you must maintain your elegance. Sharona admonished gently. Hearing these words again, Cynthia felt on the verge of breaking down. Why does everyone insist I must be elegant? Am I not the princess of the battle castle? Does controlling my powers truly require elegance? Internally, Cynthia raged, completely oblivious to Yang Fan standing at the staircase, watching her in bemusement. Upon returning to her room, Cynthia followed Yang Fan silently, her head bowed. After closing the door, she weakly asked, Did you hear everything? Are you embarrassed now? Yang Fan inquired, genuinely surprised. Yes, From the moment you called out wanting to bring him back to Sinnoh. Upon hearing Yangfan's response, Cynthia buried her head deeper in shame. Could you teach me how to control my powers? I'll give you anything. Soft sobs emanated from behind Yangfan as Cynthia gazed up at him with wide, tearful eyes. Chapter 82, Cynthia's Past. Cynthia, you must maintain your elegance. After displaying such a countenance, the phrase inexplicably surfaced in Cynthia's mind. Immediately, she reined in her emotions, turning her back to Yangfan as she tidied her hair, which was more delicate than fine gold dust, and adjusted her dress, reminiscent of a princess. Her exquisitely fair face still bore traces of her earlier tears, creating a striking contrast against the modest furnishings of the small inn. Had the surroundings been even slightly more opulent, it would have felt as though a princess had descended from a fairy tale. Hello, Mr. Yangfan. Allow me to reintroduce myself. You may call me Cynthia from now on. At that moment, Cynthia exuded an air of refined grace, lifting the hem of her dress and offering a slight curtsy to Yangfan, revealing a glimpse of her slender legs concealed beneath the gown, igniting the imagination. Have you investigated my background? While I somewhat understand why you sought me out, your unexpected arrival yesterday was hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Yangfan replied formally, though he felt slightly uncomfortable emulating the etiquette of ancient European nobility. Upon hearing Yangfan's words, Cynthia's expression changed. She feared he would refuse her once more, and in her anxiety, she sought to provide a detailed explanation. But Yangfan, aware of her intentions, simply raised a finger and, using his newly acquired powers, silenced her. The girl, unable to open her mouth despite her struggles, could only emit muffled cries. Ignoring her plight, Yangfan approached her and spoke softly. Do not worry. I am fully aware of your intentions. From a tender age, the awakening of uncontrollable superpowers instilled in you an overwhelming fear of human interaction, for you were acutely aware that your abilities could precipitate calamity. Even your parents, burdened by disappointment, withdrew their support, leaving you to dwell in the desolation of an uninhabited battle castle, accompanied solely by a solitary butler, your only companion amidst sheer despair. From the recesses of his memory, Yangfan unearthed the life story of Kirlia. Prior to mastering her superpowers, her existence was a tapestry woven with despair and monotony. Why? Kirlia's pupils constricted, as though Yangfan had pierced the veil of her innermost fragility. At that moment, Yangfan had released his control over her. Yet she struggled to articulate her thoughts, attempting to voice her anguish but failing to utter a single word. Yangfan had unearthed the sorrow she most fervently wished to conceal, only to have it ruthlessly laid bare by him. Why do you refuse me, knowing all this? Kirlia articulated, albeit haltingly, under Yangfan's gentle gaze. Her delicate, enchanting visage now bore the marks of fury, resembling a beautiful yet fragile porcelain doll. Her demeanor teetering on the brink of madness. Yangfan perceived the beauty and madness intertwined in Kirlia, fully aware that her understanding of her own superpowers had spiraled into obsession. She could no longer discern whether her volatile temper had incited the chaos of her abilities or if the instability of her powers had warped her temperament. This intricate interplay of cause and effect had ensnared her in a web of confusion. For had she mustered even the slightest resolve to temper her rage or control her abilities, she would not have found herself in such a plight. Observing Kirlia's eyes, Yangfan smirked and inquired, "Why should I acquiesce to your demands, my lady? One must not presume too much when seeking assistance." Furthermore, Yangfan's focus remained fixed on investigating other matters, leaving him little time to indulge this pampered heiress. "But I have already stated my intentions. Speak your desires plainly. I shall give you anything within my power, or assist you in acquiring what you lack." Kirlia felt her emotions spiraling beyond her control, her powers beginning to writhe restlessly. Witnessing this, Yangfan furrowed his brow and placed a finger upon her brow, dispersing the imminent eruption of her abilities entirely. However, at that very moment, the frosty visage of Shinado materialized before them. In the wake of Yangfan's astonishment and Kirlia's gasp, Shinado's eyes shimmered with a mysterious light, teleporting Yangfan and Kirlia onto the bed. Within the confines of the room, Kirlia's lips turned pallid, devoid of color, her exquisite countenance glistening with anxious perspiration. Her beautiful eyes filled with turmoil. The earlier emotional upheaval left her little capacity for contemplation. Rational thought reclaimed dominion over her mind. In this intimate setting, Kirlia's fear burgeoned, prompting her to instinctively clutch the pokeball at her waist. Yangfan, not oblivious to her subtle movements, regarded Shinado with a frown. The abruptness of Shinado's teleportation took him by surprise. "Shinado?" he called out tentatively, only to find her sulkingly turning her head away, entirely dismissive of his presence. Is Shinado perhaps feeling jealous? The thought weighed heavily on Yang Fan, who found himself burdened by yet another complication with this heiress, while his own companion was experiencing issues of her own. I am not a psychologist, he lamented inwardly, resolving to first soothe Kirlia before any unpredictable consequences ensued. Are you feeling calmer now? Yang Fan inquired, observing Kirlia cowering in the corner of the bed as if guarding against a thief. Upon noticing Yang Fan's lack of impropriety, she relaxed slightly, though her hand remained poised atop the pokeball, just in case. Unbeknownst to her, her current posture was rather unseemly in Yang Fan's eyes. Due to the bed's limited space, Yang Fan and Kirlia occupied separate territories. Kirlia, curled upon the bed, had inadvertently loosened the buttons of her white shirt in the midst of her earlier excitement. From his vantage point, Yang Fan could distinctly discern more than he intended. Ahem, one must maintain decorum. He felt compelled to break the awkward silence. Do you think I am toying with you or merely seeking amusement at your expense? He gazed sternly at Kirlia, their proximity allowing him to catch a faint whiff of her youthful fragrance. Kirlia, flustered under his scrutiny, clutched the sheets tightly and leaned back, struggling to suppress her embarrassment as she stammered, What do you mean? I assure you, I am not deceiving you. The essence of training superpowers lies in maintaining elegance. Chapter 83. Is this therapy? Yang Fan continued. One must consistently rein in one's temper, regardless of the situation or environment. You must continually remind yourself that you are a lady of noble lineage and maintain poise under all circumstances. Elegance is the calm that emanates from within, not a mere facade. Standing at the edge of the bed, Yang Fan guided Kirlia with his words. Meanwhile, Shinado, sulking in silence, eavesdropped. For Yang Fan's counsel seemed to resonate with her as well. Remember, even in battle, one must uphold inner elegance. Even in defeat, face it gracefully. Even when confronted with death, wilt like a sacred rose. This is true elegance, a poised confrontation with all challenges, retaining one's inherent nobility and inner strength. As he spoke these words, Yang Fan infused his guidance with his aura, facilitating Kirlia's comprehension of this vital lesson. But can I truly achieve that? Kirlia's heart brimmed with yearning for Yang Fan's ideals, yet she wrestled with self-doubt, questioning whether she could genuinely embody what he professed. With a firm yet gentle slap to her cheek, Yang Fan declared, Kirlia, you must recognize your true identity as a genuine heiress. You are innately superior to others. You possess powers that others can only dream of. Therefore, you should wield them with an elegance that would evoke envy in all women. Command them. You must, and will surpass everyone else. His resonant voice, amplified by his aura, penetrated deep into Kirlia's heart. To her, these words felt hauntingly familiar. Yet the previous utterances had lacked genuine understanding. She had only perceived deception and falsehood. However, to Kirlia, Yang Fan was unlike anyone else. He possessed a remarkable power that he wielded with effortless mastery. In her eyes, he was her kindred spirit, the one who understood her most intimately, the sole individual who comprehended her true needs. People are often inclined to trust authority, and Yang Fan embodied that authority. Although Kirlia mistakenly interpreted Yang Fan's aura as a superpower, the truth remained that his influence was profound. This fortuitously placed Yang Fan in the position of being the most trusted individual by Jaidelia. Can I truly accomplish this? Jaidelia's beautiful eyes sparkled with a myriad of emotions, showing no concern at all for Yang Fan's hand resting upon her delicate face. In a fit of excitement, she even grasped Yang Fan's arm, drawing him slightly closer. Why would I deceive you? Though my stay here is fleeting, I shall temporarily seal your superpowers, allowing you to experience the emotions of an ordinary person. Moreover, during this interlude, you must exert every effort to control yourself and learn the art of maintaining elegance. Although this was a spur-of-the-moment idea from Yang Fan, it undeniably proved to be precisely what Jaidelia required. He also conceived of an ideal experimental subject, Master Nasi. However, persuading that icy beauty to assist would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge. I understand now. So, must I also embody elegance? Gazing at the proximity of their faces, a mere 5 centimeters apart, Yang Fan felt a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. No, at this moment, you should be bashful. Just as the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly intimate, Shinado, nearby, expressed her discontent by tugging at Yang Fan's arm, pulling him back. Yet Jaidelia, emboldened by some inner courage, offered a subtle smile to Shinado and effortlessly took hold of Yang Fan's other hand, flawlessly exemplifying the elegance Yang Fan had just mentioned. At that moment, a female voice suddenly emerged from the doorway. Why is the door left ajar? Does he really reside here? Lacey, you must be mistaken. Outside. Toko abruptly pushed open the door, and the scene that unfolded before her was Jaidelia and Shinado vying for Yongfan's attention. I saw nothing. You all. Please, continue. After a moment of stunned silence, Toko politely bowed and with a thud, closed the door behind her. So, do you understand now? That is how the situation stands. Yongfan rubbed the bruise Shinado had playfully pinched on his arm and helplessly explained to Toko. Oh, I see. So, this young lady views you as her lifeline? Toko remarked, pointing at Jaidelia, who still held Yongfan's right hand, her expression devoid of emotion. I truly have no idea how it came to this. Had I known, I wouldn't have said so much to this noble lady. This is truly a misfortune. Yongfan internally chuckled bitterly. Indeed, you are as expected. Toko commented flatly, her gaze fixed on Yongfan with the disdain typically reserved for a faithless man. I am not the person you think I am. Yongfan reiterated emphatically. Do you think I don't keep up with the latest news from the Alliance? Toko retorted, producing her phone and pointing to the headline in bold red letters. Shocking. The genius master from another world has such an unknown side. The prominent headline was particularly eye-catching. Below it, accompanied by photographs, was clear evidence of Yongfan and another girl lamenting on the ground. Upon seeing that photograph, Yongfan was utterly dumbfounded. Who on earth penned this article? Such talent deserves a position at UC. This was unmistakably a scene from when he had been in Hualan City, embodying a dramatic role. It truly was a case of starting with a picture and relying entirely on fiction for the narrative. After putting her phone away, Toko observed Yongfan's mortified expression and couldn't help but smirk. What's wrong? Are you contemplating life after your unfaithful image has been exposed? Hearing Toko's words, Yongfan's brows knitted together tightly. However, he took a deep breath and gradually composed himself. Enough about that. What brings you here? Please, just tell me directly. I would prefer not to play guessing games any longer. At that moment, Toko finally recollected her purpose. She stood and pulled Yongfan into the inner room while instructing Jaidelia, who followed closely behind. You, stay outside. You are not permitted to enter. Upon hearing herself being so summarily dismissed, Jaidelia's brow furrowed, her noble temperament flaring up. Yet recalling Yongfan's earlier advice, she immediately cast a pitiful gaze in his direction. You wait outside for a moment, okay? Very well, Master Fan. Jaidelia, unfazed by the rejection, hummed a little tune as she settled onto the sofa in the outer room. Her spirits remarkably high. Chapter 84, Toko's Secret. You are my sister? After the door closed, Yongfan and Toko exchanged glances, each seemingly waiting for the other to speak first. Ahem, so what exactly is the matter? Yongfan finally cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. However, Toko remained rooted in place, lost in thought. Hey, you aren't starting the guessing game again, are you? Yongfan waved his hand in front of her, exasperated. I can hear you. Toko shot him a glare, her tone tinged with annoyance. I just haven't figured out how to articulate this to you. With a heavy heart, Toko resumed her silence, gazing out at the clouds drifting across the sky. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Yongfan too fell silent. The two remained in the room, enveloped in an uncomfortable stillness. After what felt like an eternity, the sky outside gradually darkened. Actually, I could be considered your sister. Toko's unexpected declaration shattered the lengthy silence, sending shivers down Yongfan's spine. Are you certain? Such a jest is not to be taken lightly. Yongfan, startled, furrowed his brow and spoke seriously to Toko. This was not a matter to be taken lightly, especially as it pertained to their parents. However, given Toko's prolonged contemplation before speaking, it seemed unlikely that her words were unfounded. Take a look at this photo. Toko retrieved a concealed photograph and handed it to Yongfan. Under the golden light of dusk, Yongfan struggled to discern Toko's expression. Yet, through the perception of his wave power, he could detect the deep-seated sorrow she concealed. Are you all right? He inquired cautiously as he accepted the photograph. How could this be possible? The moment he laid eyes on the figure in the photograph, shock overwhelmed Yongfan, causing his breath to quicken. Even with the dim lighting in the room, he was unmistakably certain. The man in the photograph was none other than his father, Yang Yi. Is this real? Yongfan mumbled to himself. If the contents of this photograph were genuine, the events of that year would become even more enigmatic. It is worth noting that at the time depicted in the photograph, Yongfan was only 3 or 4 years old. The interdimensional portal had only recently been opened. However, as the most crucial passage between the two worlds, all individuals traversing it must undergo qualification testing. There were even superpower spirits that would leave unique marks on each traveler. These marks were singular, with each individual's traits being entirely unique. Moreover, These marks could be inherited by other superpower spirits, ensuring that all individuals passing between the two worlds had their records meticulously documented within the Alliance. Even now, those with unique marks could access the exclusive passageway akin to Yang Fan, the holder of the illustrated guide. However, one aspect raised Yang Fan's suspicions. As I traversed the spatial portal previously, I was distinctly not detected to bear any markings. Moreover, how could I, at the tender age of 3 or 4, possess any memories? Yet now, gazing upon this photograph, I find myself utterly unable to recall such events. Could it be that my memories have been altered or erased? Contemplating this unsettling possibility, Yang Fan hastily directed his psychic link towards Mutuo, imploring, "Mutuo, conduct a thorough scan of my brain." Upon hearing Yang Fan's frantic words, Mutuo was momentarily taken aback, responding with a hint of trepidation, "Yang Fan, have you truly made this decision? A deep scan of the brain is not something I can guarantee with full confidence. One misstep." Mutuo's voice trailed off. But Yang Fan was acutely aware of the stakes. Should either Mutuo or he encounter any complications, the consequences could be dire, potentially resulting in his becoming a mere shell of his former self, or worse, suffering complete brain death. Yet, the thought of his memories being manipulated or stripped away, not to mention the uncertainty surrounding his parents' disappearance, left him deeply unsettled. "I understand. Mutuo, proceed without hesitation. For added safety, envelop your psychic abilities with a protective wave." Though Yang Fan's heart raced with anxiety, he refused to engage in any actions lacking assurance. With the wave's protection, even if Mutuo's powers were inadvertently applied with excessive force, or if he faltered against the torment of the deep scan, the wave would mitigate the adverse effects to the greatest extent possible. "Tuko, even though you are my sister, I find this difficult to accept. Could you grant me a moment?" Yang Fan gently addressed Tuko. "All right, I will step outside for now. Please take your time to consider," she replied, clearly wishing to say more, yet recognizing Yang Fan's subtle refusal, she exited the room. "Thank you," Yang Fan murmured softly as he observed Tuko leaving. Although he was puzzled by how she had inadvertently discovered his whereabouts, and even produced a photograph of their father, it nonetheless provided him with a unique clue. After locking the door, Yang Fan lay quietly on his bed, mentally urging Mutuo, "Let us begin." "Very well, but you must endure." Mutuo responded with an air of seriousness. Due to the nature of the psychic seed, it was advisable for Mutuo to refrain from exerting power. Within the Master Ball, he could offer maximum protection to Yang Fan. In the profound silence that enveloped the space, Yang Fan felt his heart begin to race. Suddenly, a suffocating sensation surged through his mind. This was it. The process had commenced. Mutuo's formidable psychic abilities enveloped Yang Fan's entire brain, gradually infiltrating the neural pathways with meticulous control. The excruciating sensation of tearing within his mind rendered Yang Fan almost despondent. In that moment, he lay still, akin to a lifeless form, save for the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, a testament to his continued existence. However, within the depths of his mind, torrents of memories surged forth, inducing a splitting headache. The relentless influx of information nearly ensnared him into a state of oblivion, as he beheld scenes from his childhood unfold before him. Mutuo diligently searched for any signs of alteration, aware that only psychic entities could covertly manipulate human memories. Yet, such modifications invariably left traces, unless the capabilities of the entity surpassed even Mutuo's comprehension. In what felt like an eternity, Yang Fan remained utterly still, tormented by a pain akin to being pricked by needles in his brain. Yet, he could not afford to succumb to unconsciousness. He had to remain vigilant or risk losing himself amidst the overwhelming tide of information. Gritting his teeth, he felt cold sweat trickle down his unmoving body, as though he had emerged from water. Outside, Shinado paced anxiously, her heart racing. Having grown up alongside Yang Fan, especially as a psychic entity, their minds were intertwined. After Tuko had exited the room, she sensed a wave of dread wash over her, yearning to rush in and check on Yang Fan. However, Yang Fan was well aware of Shinado's nature and had instructed Mutuo to establish a psychic barrier at the door, not only to prevent intrusion by any ill-intentioned individuals, but also to signal to Shinado that he wished to remain undisturbed. "What on earth did you say to him?" Gardevoir endeavored to maintain her composure, yet her gently furrowed brow betrayed her concern. "I told him I was his sister. Do you believe that?" Tuko replied with an impassive expression. In stark contrast to Yang Fan's reaction, Gardevoir's brow unexpectedly unfurled, and she gracefully seated herself, lifting a glass of water from the table to sip slowly. "Oh, I see. So, Lord Fan did not accept you? Are you not surprised?" Tuko inquired, astonished. She had often pondered what their encounter would be like, yet when the moment arrived, she found herself hesitant to face Yangfan. What is there to be surprised about? Gardevoir set her cup down. This is quite commonplace. Our household used to be so quiet, but now, as I hear from Longsheen, it is nearing full capacity. My uncles bring someone home almost every year. I have grown accustomed to it. At Gardevoir's words, Tuko found herself momentarily at a loss for a retort, feeling as though Gardevoir was perpetually flaunting her wealth. Casting aside such thoughts, she redirected her gaze to the closed door, genuinely uncertain how she would confront Yangfan, the victor of the Pokémon League from the Unova region, the Unova hero. In this moment, she revealed an uncommon sense of self-doubt. Do not doubt yourself. Authenticity cannot reside within an insecure individual. The voice of Reshiram echoed in Tuko's mind. Yet, if he truly is a dragon, Tuko murmured to herself, follow the guidance of authenticity. The truth within will reveal the correct answer. After a brief pause, Reshiram fell silent once more, leaving Tuko to contemplate these words, patiently awaiting the outcome. The room was filled only with the sound of Shinado pacing back and forth, devoid of any other noise. After enduring what felt like an interminable ordeal, Mutwo's voice finally roused the steadfast Yangfan from his stupor. All right, I have found it, Mutwo exclaimed, tinged with fatigue. What? You found it? Yangfan attempted to speak, but the searing sensation in his throat proved unbearable, causing him to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Within the span of just 2 days, Yangfan had fainted twice. In that fleeting moment of unconsciousness, his hand instinctively pointed at the jar left behind by Mutwo on the table. Observing Yangfan's collapse, Mutwo remained vigilant, utilizing his powers to check on Yangfan's condition. After confirming that all was well, he too took a moment to rest within the Master Ball. This intricate and refined ability of deep scanning is, indeed, a considerable burden for it. Meanwhile, outside the door, Shinado, upon sensing the withdrawal of Mutwo's psychic powers, gently opened the door. In an instant, she teleported to Yangfan's bedside, employing her abilities to examine his condition just as Mutwo had done. After confirming that he was not in grave danger, she gradually eased her anxious heart. It was only then that she quietly crouched by his bed, tenderly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Noticing that Yangfan was drenched in perspiration, she frowned slightly as she gazed outside, her resentment surging like psychic energy. Another wicked woman. To Shinado, anyone who approached Yangfan was undoubtedly up to no good. At that moment, while dabbing Yangfan's sweat with a handkerchief, Shinado noticed his hand pointing towards a jar on the table. Tears welled in her eyes as she tenderly tidied up around him. After placing a gentle kiss on his forehead, she took the Pokeball at his waist and exited the room. How is he, Master Fan? Is he all right? At the door, Shinado gazed anxiously inside, while Gardevoir, who had been waiting impatiently, was fervently concerned. This was her long-awaited encounter with her teacher. Nothing must go amiss. Meanwhile, Tuko observed Yangfan with a complex expression, hesitating for a long while before finally uttering a sentence. Shinado. However, Shinado harbored no fondness for the two women before her. To her, one was a vixen vying for Yangfan's attention, and the other was the culprit responsible for his current state. Irritated, she responded curtly while gesturing with Yangfan's Pokeball. Gardevoir, who was extremely concerned for Yangfan, instantly grasped her meaning and eagerly replied, I'll take you both. I guarantee it will be delicious and filling. Eager to establish a good relationship with everyone around Yangfan, Gardevoir felt a surge of excitement. This was her first step towards winning Shinado's favor. Perhaps, when Shinado spoke to Yangfan later, he would become even more attentive to her. I won't go? Tuko suddenly interjected. I'll just stay here and watch over him. Seeing the evident disbelief in the eyes of both Shinado and the Pokémon, Tuko added, Shinado? Upon hearing Tuko's words, Shinado felt a twinge of concern. Yet, through Gardevoir's perceptive insight, an inexplicable psychic energy suddenly flowed towards Shinado. Afterward, she cast a complicated glance at Tuko. However, she swiftly took Gardevoir's hand and exited the room, shooting a fierce glare at Tuko as she left, her eyes conveying an unmistakable warning. Tuko stood momentarily stunned. How could Shinado, who had just regarded her as a potential threat, now trust her to remain here? Human. Come in quickly. Chapter 86. The Truth? The Power of Dragons. Who is speaking? Tuko appeared vigilant as she surveyed her surroundings. The voice, akin to Reshiram's, resonated directly within her heart. Reshiram, is that you speaking? She inquired, cautiously approaching Yangfan's bedside while scrutinizing every object around her. Such a voice could only be the mischief of a ghost-type Pokémon. Be careful. It seems your brother is not as simple as he appears. After uttering this, Reshiram's voice abruptly seemed to be muffled by something. Reshiram? 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 Despite her persistent calls for Reshiram within her heart, she received no response. Who are you? Tuko calmly questioned her surroundings, her hand already gripping a pokeball, poised for action. Human, what is your relationship with Yongfan? Mutwo's voice reverberated once more within the confined space. Incineroar, come forth. Ignoring Mutwo, Tuko hurled the pokeball into the air, with a flash of white light. The entire room trembled as the nearly 150-kilogram Incineroar, engulfed in hellish flames, materialized within the small confines. I do not know your intentions, but if you harbor any ill will towards this person, I advise you to reconsider. Listening to Tuko, Mutwo found amusement in her bravado. Human, you truly are unaware of the vastness of the world. Having been influenced by Yongfan, Mutwo surprisingly employed a four-character idiom. In an instant, a suffocating sensation enveloped Tuko and Incineroar from all directions. Surrounded by Mutwo's psychic powers, Tuko found herself rendered speechless. Even Incineroar's hefty form began to levitate slowly, struggling against the invisible force. If this scene were witnessed by others from the Unova region, they would undoubtedly be astonished. This was the region's recognized hero, touted as its most promising contender for championship status, yet he was utterly powerless to resist. Boom. Just as Tuko felt she could no longer breathe under the weight of this psychic force, a flicker of azure flame erupted from her body. Huh, is this the legendary power? Mutwo remarked, taken aback. To think that this little girl, buried deep within Yongfan's memories, now possessed such legendary strength. An unknown Pokémon. You have crossed the line. A resonant voice emanated from Tuko. Following this, a white, meteor-like stone ablaze with azure flames floated in the air, and that voice originated from it. I see. So this is how you legends operate. Mutwo stated abruptly. It seems we do not belong to the same faction. After hearing Mutwo's words, the two Pokémon conversed in cryptic terms that Tuko could not comprehend. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, Yongfan's weak voice emerged from the bed. Yongfan, are you feeling better? Mutwo inquired with concern. I'm fine. What is happening here? Yongfan scanned the room, his attention immediately drawn to Tuko and the floating azure flame meteor. Inheritor of the dragon, is this how you welcome guests? Reshiram addressed Yongfan, its tone imbued with a distinct sense of superiority that caused him to frown. Such a condescending demeanor. It was indeed reminiscent of the arrogance displayed by legends like Ho-Oh, who regarded ordinary humans with disdain. Reshiram, uninvited guests do not require my hospitality. Though Yongfan's body felt somewhat weak, the flow of aura gradually began to mend his form. And what exactly do you mean by the power of dragons? The mention of dragons sparked Yongfan's interest, as it held the most significant information concerning his parents. As the heir to the power of dragons, how could he be ignorant of its meaning? Reshiram's demeanor shifted noticeably, a scoff escaping it at Yongfan's inquiry. So what is the power of dragons? And why am I the inheritor of such power? Please explain in full detail. Yongfan, in a state of flustered concern, was acutely sensitive to any information related to dragons. Even his very temperament has been influenced, rendering him irritable and restless. Yongfan, utilize the aura to maintain your composure. A flash of violet light illuminated the interior, and Mutwo materialized behind Yongfan, while a surge of purple psychic energy pulsated in his hands. The formidable psychic force enveloped Yongfan, who, guided by this energy, retracted all the aura back into his body. Under the power of the aura, he became aware of a blood-red orb radiating a sinister glow within his mind. This is it. Yongfan extracted it with the aura. Mutwo's psychic abilities echoed within Yongfan's consciousness, revealing the latent power it had just unearthed from the depths of his mind. Unlike the aura and psychic seed that Yongfan had awakened, this power exuded an overwhelming sensation of ferocity, desire, and destruction, as if it were a conglomeration of every negative emotion in existence. With a crisp sound, the power was perfectly enveloped by Yongfan's aura, which subsequently utilized its properties to eliminate it. Is this the essence? After removing the entity, Yongfan felt a wave of clarity wash over him, a long-lost lucidity flooding his mind. How is this possible? The meteor-like Reshiram floated in the void, nearly tumbling down, its tone laced with astonishment, leaving the nearby Tuko bewildered. Since gaining Reshiram's recognition, she had never witnessed such shock from it towards any event. Even when facing its perennial adversary, Zekrom, they merely exchanged pleasantries. Reshiram had always displayed indifference towards Tuko's life, making its astonishment at human behavior utterly unfathomable. You actually extracted the dragon? Upon hearing Reshiram's words, Yang Fan's brow furrowed as he gazed at the blood-red orb suspended in the void, murmuring, "Is this the dragon? Just this?" Initially elated at having removed the insidious energy that had subtly influenced him, Yang Fan's thoughts shifted. This is the dragon's power. The dragon that Mutwo mentioned earlier must be this. Chapter 87. The Proud Reshiram? Is this the inheritor of this legacy? This power Reshiram's heart brimmed with astonishment as it observed Yang Fan purging the malevolent dragon energy. This fundamentally shattered its understanding cultivated over millennia. Since the world first witnessed the emergence of a trainer inheriting the dragon, none had met a favorable end. As these trainers obtained unmatched power, their minds were incessantly corroded by the dragon, ultimately transforming them into mere beasts driven solely by their desires. Hence, before these world-destroying inheritors emerged, they would exhaust every means to diminish this power until the inheritor was extinguished and the dragon's power would once again succumb to slumber. Until the next suitable inheritor arose, even these legends could not ascertain the whereabouts of this power. Reshiram, I apologize for my earlier actions. Mutwo was also concerned for my safety. However, please tell me, what exactly is the dragon? Yang Fan's aura sensed Reshiram's emotional fluctuations. After this power was expelled, the energy within the meteor trembled noticeably. Under Yang Fan's aura, everything was laid bare. After a prolonged silence, the voice emanating from the meteor spoke once more. I am well aware, but why should I tell you? Reshiram suddenly adopted a haughty demeanor, its meteor form gradually quieting as it returned to Tuko's hands. Yang Fan, who had been rebuffed, nearly choked on his own saliva at Reshiram's sudden aloofness. What is the meaning of this? Wasn't the agreement to be forthright with one another? I have already apologized. You are the emblem of the Unova region's heroes. Is this how petty you are? Clutching the meteor, Tuko found herself at a loss for words. On one side stood her long-lost brother, and on the other, her mentor on her journey as a trainer. She was caught in a limbo, unable to stand or sit, merely gazing vacantly at the Reshiram. Can't you think of a solution? Yes, Reshiram. Help me devise a plan. I am utterly bewildered by this situation. You truly are. Forget it. It's unfair to expect you to resolve such matters. I feel insulted. Amidst the bewildered gaze of Reshiram, Tuko nonchalantly returned it to its pokeball. Tuko, at this moment, was completely at a loss for words. Awkwardly searching for a topic. Brother, Yang Fan, the Pokémon behind you. I have never seen it before. Pokémon? You mean Mutwo? So that's its name. The conversation between the two was exceedingly uncomfortable. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside. They're back. I'll go check. After leaving this remark, Tuko hastily exited the room. Remaining indoors felt more exhausting than battling in 10 gyms combined. Mutwo. Is my memory experiencing issues? Indeed. I have noticed a discrepancy. Is it this entity? Yang Fan pointed at the dragon energy morphing in the void, his thoughts becoming convoluted. No. This is merely something I have just discovered. Moreover, based on its characteristics, it should not have existed for long. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily extracted. According to Reshiram's previous reaction, this entity was indeed quite troublesome. Yet, having so effortlessly eliminated it suggests it may not have exerted much influence. What could it possibly be? Yang Fan gazed at the ascendant moon outside, softly inquiring. I do not know. Upon hearing Mutwo's response, Yang Fan did not display any excitement. Instead, a faint, bitter smile graced his lips. So it is true? The ability to silently alter one's memories could mean that my father, Yang Yi, has also had his memories tampered with. Such a feat could not possibly be the work of mere humans, given the technological capabilities of both worlds. The only conceivable source could be a powerful Pokémon. Who could fabricate such realistic memories and connect them so seamlessly? What is their ultimate intention? When was that photograph of Tuko taken? Why has Tuko's memory remained untouched? Or perhaps her memories have also been modified. As countless enigmas flooded his mind, Yang Fan's head began to throb intensely. Having awakened the psychic seed, his abilities were inherently linked with Mutwo. However, the immense psychic energy Mutwo had just employed exceeded what his body could withstand. After meticulous consideration, his mental faculties were already in a state of extreme depletion. The fact that he had not succumbed to unconsciousness was a testament to his rapidly developing psychic powers. Yet, such premature advancement should not be employed too frequently, as it could very well lead to counterproductive outcomes. Yang Fan, in the future, you should refrain from utilizing my powers excessively. Mutwo, having returned to its master ball, expressed concern for Yang Fan's condition. No need. This might actually accelerate the growth of my psychic abilities. In response to Yang Fan's words, Mutwo remained silent. However, a significant part of Yang Fan's anguish stemmed from the consequences of Mutuo's recent excessive tension during its confrontation with Reshiram. It had not anticipated that its momentary impulsiveness would inflict such profound suffering upon Yang Fan. Mutuo felt a surge of guilt within, suddenly comprehending the sense of belonging that Yang Fan had previously articulated. Was this what it felt like to be concerned for someone's safety? Reflecting on the grand philosophies Yang Fan had shared, Mutuo sensed that it had acquired something precious, something that might seem trivial to others but was invaluable to it. A faint creak interrupted the moment. Yang Fan noticed two small heads peering quietly through the doorway. Upon closer inspection, he saw Shineduo and Gardevoir, one above the other, straining to catch a glimpse of him. "Come in." He beckoned gently as he rose slowly from his bed, glancing at the two sneaky figures at the door. "Shineduo." Hee. Embarrassed yet quick to comply, Shineduo and Gardevoir opened the door and entered, carefully dimming the room's lights to their lowest setting. "What has suddenly forged such a close bond between you two?" Yang Fan inquired, taking the pokeball from Shineduo's hand. It hadn't been long since their last encounter, yet their relationship seemed to have surpassed his expectations. The earlier tension between them dissipated entirely. In Yang Fan's eyes, Shineduo and Gardevoir resembled two intimate friends. Dressed in white, Gardevoir and clad in black, Shineduo appeared as two pure roses, one dark and one light, blooming in a garden. "Yang Fan, it is rather unseemly to pry so directly into the secrets of young ladies," Shineduo remarked, her eyes briefly flickering with a hint of concealed shyness, though it vanished almost instantaneously, unnoticed even by Yang Fan. Observing the poised Gardevoir, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "In such a short time, you've managed to recruit Shineduo to your side? Truly, you are remarkable, Miss Gardevoir," he teased. He found Gardevoir's current demeanor quite appealing, a stark contrast to her previous volatile temperament. Now, as she endeavored to forge a friendship with Shineduo, it was a welcome change. With Shineduo's presence, he felt reassured that she would not suddenly lose control of her powers. Moreover, this young lady could learn fundamental social etiquette through her interactions with Shineduo. "All thanks to you, Yang Fan," Gardevoir whispered, her hand over her mouth, her noble demeanor beginning to radiate an effortless elegance. Though still somewhat inexperienced, Yang Fan believed that one day, Gardevoir would mature into a competent and graceful member of the Elite Four. "Wait, Yang Fan, what is that?" Gardevoir suddenly pointed at the swirling dragon force hovering in the air. The constantly shifting entity evoked a sense of unease within her. Approaching it felt akin to sinking into quicksand, the suffocating sensation almost compelling her to flee the room. Yang Fan pondered for a moment before responding. "Just think of it as trash." The statement was not particularly loud, yet it was audible outside. Reshiram, held in Tuko's hands, nearly slipped from her grasp. "What do you mean by trash? We expended considerable effort to deal with that. By your logic, are we legendary beings not even worthy of being called trash?" Frustration surged within her, yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, Yang Fan was indeed the only one capable of successfully extracting the dragon force. Reshiram?" Tuko murmured from the sofa. "What is it?" Reshiram, having regained its composure, listened intently to its chosen trainer. "My brother, Yang Fan. Since he has removed the dragon force you mentioned, does that mean I won't have to battle him anymore?" "I don't know. While Yang Fan is indeed the first human to eliminate the dragon force, its emergence indicates that he is undoubtedly the human trainer it has chosen. However, this situation is beyond our control, Tuko. The appearance of the dragon force has certainly been sensed by those in Hoenn and Sinnoh, and I have a premonition that the world is on the brink of transformation." Observing Tuko's silence, Reshiram found itself at a loss for words. The trainers it had previously chosen were all deeply devoted to the truth, yet Tuko's sudden lack of confidence caught it off guard. Why, after all, should the truth manifest in this young girl? Moreover, Tuko was the only human trainer Reshiram had encountered capable of fully inheriting the truth, much like N, the trainer chosen by Zekrom. Is the world poised for yet another transformation? Zekrom, perhaps this time it is an opportunity. A flicker of azure flame darted across the meteorite, appearing more vigorous than before. Yet, it came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Lost in contemplation, Tuko remained oblivious to this change. However, Gardevoir, who had just exited the room, noticed something peculiar about the stone in Tuko's possession. She did not dwell on it, understanding that everyone harbored their own little secrets. But as she shifted her gaze away, she noticed a backpack lying beside Tuko. The slightly unzipped zipper revealed a faint glow emanating from within. Yang Fan." Gardevoir called out to him from the inner room. "What is it?" Yang Fan replied. "Yang Fan, it seems there is something inside your backpack." "My backpack?" "Yes." Something is glowing inside, and it gives me a rather unsettling feeling. Can you bring it here, Gardevoir? Yangfan asked, perplexed. How could his backpack be glowing all of a sudden? All right. However, as Gardevoir's fingers brushed against the backpack, a sharp pain shot through her, akin to a prick from a needle. Gardevoir, are you all right? Hearing her cry, Yangfan quickly rose from his weary state. With Shineduo's support, he made his way to the outer room. What happened? Yangfan asked, shielding his eyes, unable to bear the sight before him. The scene exceeded his wildest imagination. Gardevoir, caught off guard by the force emanating from the backpack, instinctively reached for Tuco, and in the midst of their panic-stricken expressions, they inevitably stumbled into one another. For reasons unknown, both their faces flushed crimson as they exchanged glances, each detecting the embarrassment reflected in the other's eyes. Then, the simultaneous exclamations from the pair nearly sent Yangfan into a frenzy. They both rushed back into the inner room, Gardevoir covering her face. Unable to meet Yangfan's gaze, and dashed inside. Tuco cast a sharp glance at Yangfan, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. What on earth was happening? Supported by Shinai, Yangfan stared blankly at the two women's actions, completely taken aback, and before he could even react, he found himself barred from entry. However, the somewhat ambiguous posture shared between the two women lingered indelibly in his mind. Slowly making his way to the sofa, he turned to Shinai and said, Shinai, could you check on them? Reluctantly, Shinai, who had just poured water for Yangfan, proceeded towards the room. Yangfan then found himself momentarily silent as he gazed at the meteorite on the coffee table. Chapter 89, The Guardian of the Unova Region. Shall we converse? Yangfan spoke deliberately, fixating on the meteorite. I have nothing to say, resounded the exasperated voice of Reshiram from within the meteorite. Oh dear. Is this truly the demeanor befitting a legend of the Unova region? Human, do not attempt to provoke me. I shall not divulge anything. Faced with Reshiram's obstinacy, Yangfan felt a twinge of helplessness. He mumbled to himself, it seems the true culprit behind the chaos of the dragon veins is still humans. Suddenly, the meteorite erupted in fierce azure flames, incinerating the entire table. Reshiram, Shinai, hearing the commotion and the rising temperature in the room, Tuco and Shinai swiftly opened the door, looking towards Yangfan and Reshiram. Is this your way of throwing a tantrum, Reshiram? Yangfan's eyes glimmered with a hint of intrigue. Regarding the Unova dragon veins, he had merely mentioned it in passing, not expecting it to have any effect. Human, I know not how you learned of this matter. However, I cannot disclose anything regarding the dragons. Reshiram's frustration was palpable, almost overwhelming. The azure flames enveloping the meteorite intensified, causing even the plants in the room to begin wilting. Reshiram, upon witnessing this scene, Tuco immediately approached and grasped the meteorite, her true power surging forth. Under Yangfan's slightly worried gaze, the azure flames gradually subsided. Consequently, Tuco's body weakened, and she began to slump backward toward Yangfan. Oh dear, why must it be this way? Although he was still uncertain whether Tuco was truly his sister, since she regarded him as her brother, he decided to care for her for the time being. He gently laid her down on the sofa and exhaled a long sigh. Then he looked at the meteorite tightly clutched in Tuco's hand and spoke softly, Reshiram, all I wish to know is what exactly are dragons. Is it truly that difficult? Or is there perhaps another secret hidden within? As a legend of Unova, Reshiram should not be so apprehensive about an unknown force. Moreover, from the hints it had provided earlier, Yangfan could surmise that there were other legends involved with this enigmatic power. Perhaps you are indeed. The meteorite stirred gently in Tuco's grasp, and Reshiram's tone turned bitter. Then, as if coming to a realization, it divulged. The power of the dragons has existed for far longer than I can recall. This time frame is far too distant. Yet, since its emergence, my memories have been clouded by thoughts of annihilating this power. As a legend of Unova, Zekrom received this information as well. However, at that time, due to the differing philosophies of the trainers we chose, we engaged in an unending conflict and did not pay heed to this matter. Subsequently, when this power resurfaced, both my trainer and Zekrom's lost all sense of normalcy, and shortly thereafter, the ancient kingdom housing the dragon veins was destroyed, leaving this power to vanish without a trace. Originally, as the guardian of Unova, I inadvertently participated in the very process that led to the destruction of the Unova dragon veins, an indelible memory that haunts Reshiram to this day. It is beyond comprehension why Yangfan possesses knowledge of this event. However, as a human who has witnessed the removal of the dragon power from within, perhaps he indeed possesses some extraordinary quality. Furthermore, the trainer he has chosen is intricately linked to him. Reflecting on the moment when Tuco first inherited her true power, A warm feeling began to blossom within Reshiram. She was entirely different from the trainers it had previously recognized. Tuko harbored no desire for power whatsoever. Had it not been for Reshiram's meticulous coaxing, she might have remained entirely unaware of the immense potential she possessed. Your greatest wish is to find your brother. And now that wish has been fulfilled. Where will you go from here? Reshiram's voice echoed softly across the surface of the meteorite. It appeared that Tuko had begun to grasp a certain possibility, tightening her grip on the meteorite. You mean even you don't know? Yangfan listened intently to Reshiram's narrative, gradually forming his own thoughts regarding the so-called dragons, linking it to the fragmented information previously revealed by Mew. It became increasingly likely that this dragon power had tainted the World Tree. It seemed that if possible, he should indeed make a visit to the World Tree. Having devised his plan, Yangfan retrieved the glowing object from his backpack, the sole item left to him by Yang Yi. In fact, there were mysterious organizations in the real world that sought to seize such artifacts. Yet, up to this point, Yangfan had yet to uncover its true purpose. Even the system could not discern its nature. Mysterious item. Staring at the question mark on the screen, Yangfan reluctantly closed the system interface. What was the true utility of this object? Gazing at the unidentified orb in his hand, his thoughts were abruptly disrupted. At that moment, the orb began to levitate as if controlled by an unseen force, hovering in midair without movement. Just then, a shriek pierced through the room. Gardevoir, wrapped in a blanket, dashed straight into Yangfan's embrace. Holding the trembling Gardevoir, whose fear was palpable, Yangfan was momentarily distracted by the intoxicating scent that filled his nostrils. However, he managed to suppress his wandering thoughts, keeping his gaze fixed on the now-opened door. In an instant, a beam of blood-red light surged forth from the room, hurtling directly towards Yangfan. Yangfan, be careful. The Mutuo contained within the Master Ball urgently warned him. To his astonishment, the dragon power that had been expelled was somehow drawn back to its host. Just as both Yangfan and Mutuo were on high alert, the blood-red light hesitated mid-flight, as if daunted by some terrifying force. What is this? Yangfan observed for a brief moment, realizing that the item he had discovered in his backpack seemed to have a peculiar effect on the dragon power. He promptly took hold of the orb once more, aiming it at the dragon power in the void. Before he could make any further moves, the dragon power, as if lured by bait, rushed directly into the orb. The entire process was remarkably smooth, utterly beyond Yangfan's expectations. Chapter 90. Bad news. Professor Oak's death? Upon being absorbed into the orb, the dragon power began to languish, completely devoid of its former vigor. The sphere imbued with this power fell once more into Yangfan's hands. All right, it's fine now. Miss Gardevoir, do remember to maintain your elegance at all times. With his palms open, Yangfan allowed Gardevoir to embrace him, feeling a mix of helplessness and amusement. No, just let me be a little willful this once, Lord Fan. Gardevoir clung tightly to Yangfan, refusing to let go, mumbling a few words in a nasal tone. It seemed that today's overwhelming stimuli had taken their toll on the young lady from the Sinnoh nobility, who was struggling to cope. In a life of isolation since childhood, she had finally found a place where she could comfortably indulge in her whims without worrying about her powers causing harm to others. This was infinitely better than being in that frigid castle in Sinnoh. Lord Fan, just let me hold you for a while, just a little while. Gardevoir gradually drifted into slumber while still murmuring these words. Shinado. Yangfan called softly to the now sullen Shinado, who had been sulking in the corner. While he gently lifted Tsuko onto the sofa, Shinado's lips curled into an exaggerated pout, as if she were capable of hanging an oil pot. And now, with Gardevoir joining them, Shinado's jealousy soared to new heights, rendering her completely indifferent to Yangfan's presence. Shinado, please help me out, Yangfan pleaded, showering her with endless flattery. Shinado. After hearing Yangfan's repeated assurances, Shinado finally turned around, signaling him with her hands. Having grown up alongside Shinado, Yangfan naturally understood her gesture. 3 requests? No problem. Standing still, he quickly acquiesced, realizing that 3 conditions were a small price to pay if Shinado was willing to assist. Seeing Shinado reluctantly approach to support Gardevoir, Yangfan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As Gardevoir held on to him, he could discern her smooth skin subtly revealing itself beneath the covers. This was not a moment of indulgence for him, but rather an ordeal. To calm the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Yangfan turned his gaze towards Tsuko, who lay on the sofa. You should go in and rest too. After all, I owe you one. Yangfan shook his head with a wry smile and tiptoed into the room. However, as soon as he reached the doorway, he was met with Shinado's disdainful glare. Shortly thereafter, Tsuko was unceremoniously tossed onto the bed by Shinedo using her psychic powers. Take it easy, Yang Fan exclaimed nervously, aware that the bed was small. And Tsuko was unconscious from overexertion. If Shinedo were to mishandle her, he would truly become the villain who betrayed his kin. Humph. Shinedo coldly snorted at Yang Fan. She was well aware of Tsuko's sensitive status. Despite appearing forceful, she had eased her descent at the last moment. After ensuring both of them were settled, Shinedo pulled Yang Fan into the other room. Shinedo, you promised me. In Yang Fan's bewildered gaze, Shinedo's telepathy suddenly resonated. Typically, they refrained from using this ability, as it consumed Shinedo's mental energy and was only employed in critical situations during battle. So you want it now? Yang Fan asked, somewhat astonished. Until now, Shinedo had never articulated any demands to him. He had thought her previous jealousy was merely a desire for compensation, not anticipating her eagerness to exchange favors so soon. Well then, what is it that you desire, Shinedo? It's that. As Yang Fan inquired, Shinedo suddenly became exceedingly bashful, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. What is that? It's that. Yang Fan noticed something was off about Shinedo today. Upon hearing his words, her heart sank in disappointment. Off. You are the one who's off. She recalled the conversation with Gardevoir after their outing, where Gardevoir had remarked, Yang Fan, you are truly a dense man. After uttering this, Shinedo angrily severed their telepathic connection, turning her back to him. All right, I admit I was wrong today. I'm really sorry, Shinedo. Please forgive me this time. Yang Fan rushed to her side, looking pitiful. The day's events had indeed exceeded his expectations. Shinedo, reflecting on her disrupted plans and seeing Yang Fan's exhausted expression, Shinedo found it in her heart to forgive him. Thank you, Shinedo, for always being by my side. You've been with me since childhood. Grasping Shinedo's hand, he walked to the window, gazing at the resplendent starry sky. Yang Fan felt himself completely relax, quietly reminiscing about the past. Shinedo, observing Yang Fan's carefree demeanor, Shinedo too became immersed in their shared memories. Back then, life was uncomplicated, merely focused on survival. So, Shinedo, Yang Fan's eyes remained fixed on her without blinking. I've always, truly, thank you for being by my side. At this moment, it seemed a shooting star crossed his gaze. Shinedo's heart was likewise filled with the brilliance of that fleeting moment. Under the vast expanse of twinkling stars, in that small room, a young boy kissed an enigmatic lady, who looked both dignified and slightly dazed as she gazed at him. What's the matter? The boy asked with a smile, his expression pure enough to melt all the ice in the world. The lady said nothing but quietly extended her hands towards him, and the boy instinctively embraced her. The atmosphere between them was profoundly harmonious as time drifted slowly beneath the celestial display. Hey, Lord Fan, it's time to wake up. The morning call roused Yang Fan, who rubbed his eyes vigorously. Upon opening them, he found Gardevoir's angelic face merely inches away. What's wrong, Lord Fan? Your Pokédex has been ringing incessantly. The Pokédex? Confused, Yang Fan immediately began searching for it. Meanwhile, Shinedo approached him solemnly with the black Pokédex in hand. Yang Fan, the Pokédex says Professor Rowan is gravely injured and on the brink of death. Chapter 91, Secrets of Silver Mountain. What did you say? Professor Rowan is gravely injured? How could this be? Yang Fan's voice rose sharply, disbelief etched across his face as he turned to Shinedo. Such news was nothing short of a fantastical nightmare. Professor Rowan was one of the most esteemed champions in the Pokémon world. Although he had not been active in battles for several years, his prowess as a champion was beyond question. How could he suddenly be gravely injured? Stunned, Yang Fan hastily accepted the black Pokédex from Shinedo and scrutinized the incoming information, fervently praying that this was merely a cruel jest. As he opened the black Pokédex, a hollow sensation washed over Yang Fan, and the very air in the room seemed to grow thick. Is it true? Gazing at the glaring red text on the screen, Yang Fan finally comprehended that Shinedo had spoken the truth. What on earth happened? Silver Mountain. In the message conveyed through the Pokédex, a clear signature appeared, the Silver Mountain Pokémon Center. Having gathered all his belongings, Yang Fan stepped out of the room without a moment's hesitation. As he walked, he murmured, Cordelia, I apologize. It seems I am unable to teach you how to control your psychic powers for the time being. Master Fan, do you wish to ask something? Cordelia abruptly ceased her inquiry, merely shaking her head and softly replying, Master Fan, please, take care. It appeared that she had genuinely grasped the essence of elegance, much to Yang Fan's relief. Yet, he was acutely aware of the confusion that lingered within her. Nevertheless, having uttered those words, Cordelia had finally taken her first step along the path of grace. Now then, Toko. Huh. Oh, what's wrong? Toko's expression mirrored her surprise. Yet it was also tinged with profound concern. Due to our location on Silver Mountain, I lack any capable flying Pokémon, so Young Fan admitted somewhat sheepishly. After all, among his Pokémon, none possessed remarkable speed in flight. If he were to summon Mewtwo, it was likely that he would faint midway due to the excessive use of psychic energy. Thus, resorting to Toko's Reshiram was a necessity. Alright. After confessing to Young Fan yesterday, Toko found herself uncharacteristically reserved in his presence. Do not dwell too much on our relationship, for I believe Professor Oak may have insights. Besides, even if we are not siblings, we are still quite good friends, are we not? I have always regarded you as a brother. Upon hearing Young Fan's comforting words, Toko gradually calmed her anxious demeanor. After years of waiting, she had finally received news of her brother. The thought of their relationship becoming strained due to her own actions filled her with guilt. Yes, alright, brother, Young Fan. It's perfectly fine for you to call me brother. I have long wished for a sister as beautiful and adorable as you. Young Fan's words echoed in Toko's ears, causing tears to well up in her eyes like pearls rolling freely. Thank you, brother. Toko silently expressed her gratitude. Fully aware of the delicate nature of their relationship, she understood that they could not rush things. Reshiram, can you take my brother along? Initially, Reshiram, transformed into a meteor, had no intention of accompanying Young Fan. However, considering that its trainer had already defected, it begrudgingly agreed. Thank you, Reshi. Feeling Toko's joy, Reshiram sensed a resurgence of its own latent power. It couldn't help but sigh, pondering how it had encountered such a trainer. After vacating the room, Young Fan, Toko, and Chedelia arrived at the expansive plains outside Golden City. Take care, Chedelia. Master Fan. May fortune favor your endeavors. Standing beside Reshiram, Young Fan momentarily found himself at a loss for words as he observed Chedelia bow slightly. Chedelia, Young Fan began, gazing at the overcast sky in the distance. Master Fan, once you are able to control your psychic powers, would you consider joining my gym? Turning his head to regard Chedelia, Young Fan spoke with unusual seriousness as he extended an invitation. Originally, his purpose in coming to the Pokémon world was to recruit apprentices for his gym. However, who could have predicted the unfolding events that led him to invite Chedelia only now? Master Fan, are you truly inviting me? Chedelia's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard something utterly implausible, fearing that this was merely a consolation offered by Young Fan before his departure. As the gym leader of the Haishir Gym, I formally extend an invitation to Miss Chedelia. Might I inquire if you would be willing to join the Haishir Gym? Young Fan inclined his head slightly and extended his hand toward her. Witnessing this antiquated yet somewhat awkward gesture of respect, Chedelia's eyes held no trace of mockery. Rather, they brimmed with a single, fervent tear. Then, it would be my honor. Master Fan. Without hesitation, Chedelia placed her hand in Young Fan's, responding affirmatively. The 2 days she had spent with him were undoubtedly the happiest of her life. Perhaps, as the tales of old proclaim, during her times of tribulation. Young Fan was indeed the angel sent to save her from despair. After solidifying their agreement, Young Fan leaped onto the broad, sturdy back of Reshiram, and alongside Toko, they soared towards Silver Mountain. Miss, have you truly made your decision? Ranshin, perhaps Master Fan is indeed my salvation. But what of your family? Family? Huh. Decisions made by me, Chedelia, require no input from them. Outside the plains of Golden City, Chedelia's confident voice reverberated. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner, a girl with short, light green hair gazed at Reshiram's retreating figure with a complex expression, seemingly murmuring Young Fan's name. Simultaneously, within the Silver Mountain Pokémon Center, the previously solemn atmosphere had dissipated, replaced by the frantic bustle of Nurse Joy, who was drenched in sweat as she directed rescue operations. Some had already collapsed in exhaustion, lacking any semblance of dignity, while various cries of anguish echoed throughout the most technologically advanced Pokémon Center in the region. Chapter 92. Family. At this moment, deep within the innermost chamber of the Pokémon Center, Professor Oak. Why are you shouting? Are you truly going? Yes. There is no room for negotiation. None whatsoever. Very well, count me in. Do you realize that you may never return from this journey? Are you not afraid? You old fool, if you are not scared. Why should I be? The elderly man with a bald head and sunglasses spoke in a dazed manner. Are you still worried about it? Of course. That is my life's work. Rest assured, nothing will happen. Hasn't Team Rocket hinted at the emergence of new Pokémon species? Perhaps. Xiaobo, what is the matter? Stay behind. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Professor Oak gazed at the distant black clouds on the horizon, his expression oscillating between guilt and resignation. After a prolonged silence, the room fell into an uneasy quiet. Not long after, the silhouette of a Dragonite vanished atop Silver Mountain. May your choices prove wise. Oak. Xiaobo stood by the window, trembling as he clutched a small piece of black solid in his hand. Who are you? What business do you have intruding into Silver Mountain? At the entrance of Silver Mountain, Yang Fan and Toko found themselves being interrogated by the Alliance guards. I have urgent matters. I need to see Professor Oak. This is proof of my message. Yang Fan displayed the Pokédex in his hand, which clearly bore Professor Oak's special endorsement, prompting the Alliance guards to grant them passage. Toko likewise produced her own Pokédex, for in any realm. Individuals like Yang Fan and Toko, as Pokédex holders, were considered reserve forces within various regional alliances. Thus, they possessed certain privileges to traverse restricted areas, akin to high-ranking officials of the Alliance. Upon achieving a certain level of strength, they could even serve as reserve Elite Four members. What on earth is happening? Upon their arrival at Silver Mountain, Yang Fan and Toko were immediately met with the sounds of various anguished cries. Toko could not help but exclaim at the sight before her. She had not been a stranger to scenes of brutality. During the confrontation between the United States and the Plasma Team, I encountered numerous abhorrent experimental sites. Yet in stark contrast to the current Silver Mountain, those past scenes seemed trivial in comparison. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies lay scattered across the ground, with countless blackened stains of dried blood. Some corpses were carelessly discarded, trampled underfoot by hurried passers-by, who paid them no heed. Miss Joy, who remained active amidst the chaos, could no longer utter a sound, resorting solely to gestures to direct the rescue efforts. Her partners, Happiny and Chansey, had long since succumbed to unconsciousness on the floor. The harrowing spectacle evoked a profound discomfort within Yang Fan. Gripping the pale, trembling hand of Toko, he ventured deeper into the Pokémon Center. Fortunately, everyone here was preoccupied, racing against time and death, entirely oblivious to Yang Fan and Toko. The two moved unobstructed to a special room deep within the center. Yang Fan slowly placed his hand on the doorknob, the icy sensation sending shivers down his spine. He could scarcely imagine what awaited him inside. Would Professor Oak lie silently on the bed, or had something worse befallen him? Sensing Yang Fan's anxiety, Toko gently pressed her hand over his, her gaze resolutely fixed upon him. Creak. The doorknob turned slowly, the door opening with a sound that grated on the nerves. Come in, young man. A voice belonging to an elderly man resonated from within. However, it was clearly not Professor Oak's voice. Confused, Yang Fan pushed the door open and stepped inside slowly, with Toko trailing closely behind him like an eager shadow. Who are you? Yang Fan inquired, surveying the room and the oddly dressed elder. This man exuded a peculiar sense of familiarity. Yang Fan, I believe I recognize you. The voice of Mutuo echoed from the Master Ball hanging from Yang Fan's chest. Could he be Professor Sycamore, the principal architect behind Team Rocket's Mutuo project? Moreover, he was also the gym leader of the Indigo Plateau. His prowess rivaled that of Professor Oak, a top-tier trainer specializing in fire-type Pokémon. I am Professor Sycamore. Professor Oak specifically instructed me to await your arrival. Sycamore turned to face Yang Fan. However, as soon as he spoke, he noticed the Master Ball on Yang Fan's chest. In an instant, he lunged towards Yang Fan, fixating intently on the ball. This Pokeball, where did you acquire it? Professor Sycamore's excitement was palpable, completely oblivious to the blood seeping through the bandages that adorned his own body. Yang Fan, about to voice a response, furrowed his brow as a flash of purple light illuminated the room. Mutuo materialized from the Master Ball. Indeed, it is you. Mutuo. Professor Sycamore's face flushed crimson as he gazed at Mutuo with eyes filled with fervor. You seem overly excited. Why not take a rest? Mutuo, observing Sycamore's state, bore an expression reminiscent of Yang Fan's own. With a flicker of ethereal light, boom. Sycamore was unceremoniously flung onto the hospital bed, despite his wounds reopening. He gazed at Mutuo with a look of contentment and pride that made Yang Fan uneasy. Yang Fan, I must return. Mutuo, unable to tolerate the scene, unleashed a regeneration and returned to the Master Ball. Professor Sycamore, where is Professor Oak now? Yang Fan approached the bedside, mustering the courage to disregard Sycamore's fervent gaze. You are Yang Fan, are you not? Is this what Professor Oak left for you? However, first, you must answer me a question. Sycamore waved a black solid object at Yang Fan. A question? Please, go ahead. Suppressing his urge to retaliate, Yang Fan braced himself for Sycamore's inquiry. What do you believe Mutuo is? A life? The mention of Mutuo prompted Yang Fan to take the matter seriously, no matter the circumstances. Mutuo represented the culmination of this man's life's work, having devoted a significant portion of his time. It must have pained him to see Team Rocket exploited as a weapon of war. Mutuo is my family. After a prolonged contemplation, Yang Fan offered this heartfelt response. In his heart, Mutwo was already a part of his family. Family, you say? A splendid answer. Young man, treat it well. Its future holds far more potential than its current state. After speaking, Sycamore tossed the black solid object to Yang Fan and succumbed to slumber on the hospital bed. Chapter 93. The final message. Yang Fan. Tuko exclaimed from behind him, her large eyes sparkling. What is this? After speaking, she seemed to realize the ambiguity of her stance and took a step back from Yang Fan. Is this something Professor Oak left behind? Unaware of Tuko's peculiar demeanor, Yang Fan was entirely focused on the black solid in his hand. After a moment's thought, he replied, this should be related to the Pokédex. The Pokédex? Tuko produced her own Pokédex for comparison and discovered that the shape of the socket beside it matched the black solid perfectly. With a click, Yang Fan connected the Pokémon World's USB drive to his Pokédex. The black Pokédex flickered momentarily, revealing the figure of a man in a lab coat who began to speak slowly. Xiao Fan, by the time you see this message, I may no longer be on Silver Mountain. I have contemplated this for a long time and ultimately decided to convey these matters to you. Otherwise, when my old bones finally give out, these truths might vanish with me. Is he referring to father? Yang Fan murmured, fully aware of what Professor Oak was alluding to. Though puzzled by the manner of his revelation, what had transpired during his absence from Hualan City, the image of Professor Oak in the Pokédex paused briefly, his eyes reflecting a whirlwind of thoughts. When the two worlds collided and the spatial gate manifested, peculiar changes began to emerge across the globe. Among the most extraordinary were the secret realms within various forbidden places. Professor Oak reminisced about those exploratory days, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Your father and I met during an exploration mission for the Two World Alliance. At that time, I was merely participating as the champion of the Alliance, while your father assumed the role of the temporary leader of this mission. Temporary leader? Is my father truly that powerful? Just as the exploration mission was proceeding smoothly, a misfortune struck. With a sudden shift in tone, Professor Oak's voice took on a gravity laced with weariness. In that secret realm, the gods appeared. That power was entirely beyond our comprehension, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. All documented legends manifested in that place. It remains a secret realm that the Alliance has yet to conquer. As he recounted the harrowing experiences within the secret realm, a profound sense of helplessness washed over Professor Oak. In that realm, we encountered an abundance of unknown totems, ancient murals depicting a bygone era. We also discovered a world tree, hidden from the eyes of humanity, existing somewhere in this world. Within its branches lay powers that could drive anyone to madness. That was the power left behind by the creator deity. Professor Oak's fervor surged, his elderly, clouded eyes now glimmering with a hint of crimson. A sight that appeared truly terrifying. Yang Fan sensed something amiss about Professor Oak, particularly the strange, blood-red glimmer emanating from him. Upon the revelation of this entity, the entire exploration team descended into madness. In pursuit of the clues to harness its power, distrust brewed among them, leading to open conflict. Yet, your father, in his determination to swiftly conclude the expedition, exerted his formidable strength to suppress the insurrection. However, an explosion of chaos was inevitable. Professor Oak let out a soft sigh, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. At that time, some members of the team conspired against him and even extended an invitation to me. I was unable to dissuade them and ultimately had to inform Yang Yi. After your father learned of this, that faction, having received intelligence from an unknown source, launched a surprise attack on him during the night. The secret realm was already peculiar before entering. Your father had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of refraining from using power beyond the level of a champion. However, after being ambushed by those individuals, every dragon-type Pokémon present went berserk, launching indiscriminate assaults. My Dragonite was among them. Subsequently, the realm was bombarded by powers exceeding that of the champions, inciting the wrath of the deity. Our entire force was annihilated. After recounting this, Professor Oak appeared to age several years, his entire being exuding an air of exhaustion. As for the events that followed, you are likely already aware. Some of us were rescued by Mew, yet he has not resurfaced since. The last two sentences were spoken in a hoarse voice. Afterward, the entire Pokédex plunged into darkness. Is this truly the end? Following the viewing of this video segment, a profound silence enveloped the hospital room. Yang Fan began to ponder the identity of the deity Professor Oak mentioned. Simultaneously, he contemplated who among them had conspired against the exploration team. If his conjecture was correct, the strange red glow emanating from Professor Oak could very well be the dragon power residing in his backpack, the very same entity Mew had referred to in the hotel. So, where precisely was the secret realm that even two worlds could not conquer? What connection did all of this have with that deity? Once more, Yang Fan felt the entire world shrouded in a thick mist. For now, he resolved to ascertain Professor Oak's safety, letting out a silent lament. Bang! A heavy thud resonated from the 2 hospital beds. There lay Xiaobo in a peculiar position, devoid of dignity. Yang Fan, exasperated, approached and repositioned Xiaobo back onto the bed. I wonder how you've lived to such an old age. Ahem. Xiaobo weakly opened his eyes. You brat took my Mutuo, and you don't even have the decency to say something nice? Alright, enough of the games, Xiaobo. Where on earth has Professor Oak gone? Yang Fan pressed urgently. Well, Xiaobo feigned ignorance, attempting to evade the question. Speak up. Yang Fan's impatience was palpable as he hastily urged him. If you don't, Mutuo will never appear before you again. Yang Fan, incensed by Xiaobo's antics, delivered this ultimatum with a stoic expression. No. Startled by Yang Fan, Xiaobo quickly regained his composure. He has gone to the location of the World Tree, on a small island adjacent to Hoenn and Sinnoh. Under Yang Fan's cold gaze, Xiaobo reluctantly divulged the truth. At that moment, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the sky outside. The entire world trembled. Boom! Far away on the island, Professor Oak was jolted awake by the thunderous crack of lightning. Weary, he opened his eyes, which were now bloodshot. Chapter 94. The Transformation of the World. At this moment, Professor Oak, his body entangled in bandages, bore a striking resemblance to Xiaobo in the hospital room. The only difference was that he was drenched in blood, rendering him a gruesome sight. What is the situation outside? Professor Oak forced himself to inquire. Having rushed from Silver Mountain, he had not slept a single second. The situation is dire. A panting member of the Alliance burst in, his face haggard, unable to mask the panic in his expression. The island has already sunk 2/3 of the way. It is predicted that within 3 minutes, the entire island will be submerged. No sooner had he finished speaking than a deafening explosion resonated, accompanied by a fierce gale that overturned the makeshift resting area. Cough, cough. Buried beneath the rubble, Professor Oak surfaced, pulling the Alliance member from the depths. Hey, are you alright? Professor Oak shook the man's arm, but upon realizing he had completely lost consciousness, he sighed and shook his head. Quickly, Wind Speed Dog, take him to safety. At Professor Oak's command, a shaggy yet disheveled Wind Speed Dog appeared, still stained with drying blood, dripping onto the ground. Struggling, it hoisted the Alliance member onto its back and limped away. As a champion-level Pokémon, its current disheartened state was truly lamentable. Professor Oak, battered and bruised, opened his mouth to speak, but could not find the words. His eyes suddenly welling with tears. Wind Speed Dog, I owe you an apology. In mere minutes, he might descend into the depths of the ocean along with this small island, and his Pokémon could very well meet the same fate. Besides the Wind Speed Dog carrying that Alliance member, there were also Dragonite and Kangaskhan, both champion-level Pokémon. They had curled up beside Professor Oak, now awakened, their bodies marked with injuries yet remaining vigilant around him. Suddenly, a young man cloaked in a hood appeared above the island, striding confidently toward them. Dragonite and Kangaskhan exchanged resolute glances. Professor Oak gripped the earth beneath him tightly, blood once again oozing from his bandaged arms, his teeth clenched. Occupying a high position within the Alliance, yet unable to rectify the situation, he felt he deserved to die. But to involve so many Alliance members and his own Pokémon, he could not rest in peace. Especially those young individuals who had just come of age, their lives tragically extinguished upon this nameless island. Not to mention the offspring of Kangaskhan. As a trainer, how could he accept such a fate? As the renowned Professor Oak, how could he find peace of mind? Professor Oak, it has been a long time. The young man stood before him, casually adjusting his cloak, displaying an air of arrogance. You are Datu. Professor Oak struggled to believe. What is happening? Datu, why are you here? Huh? Has the Alliance abandoned you? Datu gazed pityingly at the prostrate Professor Oak. What need is there for such an alliance to exist? Professor Oak felt bewildered, though unwilling to accept this truth. The reality lay starkly before him. Look, Professor Oak. Datu tossed a Pokédex at his feet. This is the current state of the Alliance. Slowly picking up the fallen Pokédex, Professor Oak rose unsteadily, limping as he walked. How is this possible? Observing the information from various regions on the Pokédex, he was utterly confounded. Abnormal climate events were reported worldwide. Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and other regions were suffering from unknown disasters. The Alliance urged gym leaders across the land to take emergency rescue measures. The situation of the Alliance is critical. Trainers everywhere are called to lend their strength. Do you see? Datu remarked, gazing towards Silver Mountain. They merely mobilized their subordinates. those in high positions continue to conceal their true powers. Furthermore, Dado gestured for Professor Oak to flip through the pages. Several vividly realistic photographs assaulted Professor Oak's gaze. The images depicted the rescue of Pokémon, yet they were already secretly injecting these Pokémon with syringes, transporting them to unknown laboratories. These are, gazing at the photographs. Professor Oak found himself at a loss for words. This world, it is time for transformation. As Dado shifted his gaze, he stepped forward, fixating intently on Professor Okido's eyes. So, Professor, make your choice. Will you be swept away by the tides of the era into the vast sea? Or will you embark upon a sailboat bound for a new world? Dado's voice, though not loud, resonated in Professor Okido's ears like an incantation. This sentiment seemed eerily familiar to him. Yukishiro, make your decision. Expel that young fellow. The power of the Creator God is ours for the taking. This is an opportunity to change the world. Two conflicting voices echoed incessantly in Professor Okido's mind, their speakers' visages beginning to blur together. Get away from me. Professor Okido shouted with all his might, while his Dragonite and Snorlax flanked Dado, encircling him. So, you remain unchanged from before. Dado sighed deeply, yet uttered words that sent a chill through Professor Okido. Before? The overlapping faces in Professor Okido's mind jolted him awake. Was it you back then as well? Professor Okido grappled with his confusion. Dado, no. Who exactly are you? Power always cycles, Dado lamented, shaking his head. He felt no astonishment at Professor Okido's impending choice. Had the professor opted for a different path, he could not possibly be Professor Okido. What has transpired must recur. What has been done must be done again. On the submerged island, Dado's soliloquy echoed around him. Let it become the waves of the era, Yukishiro. As his words fell, the waves surrounding the island surged violently. A colossal force accompanied by a cataclysmic roar surged toward the small island. At the crest of this wave, Professor Okido discerned a dark, avian silhouette. Could it be? At that moment, Professor Okido's prowess as a champion shone through. Dragonite, Snorlax, use Ice Beam against the base of the wave. At his command, the champions unleashed their full might in this life-or-death moment. Despite their prior injuries, the majesty of champion Pokémon could not be submerged by mere waves. Feudal resistance. Dado stood atop Dragonite, shaking his head. Mutuo. Psychic. Chapter 95. Yang Fan's arrival. The emergence of Ligia. Amid the overwhelming waves, the area frozen by Dragonite and Snorlax was swiftly dismantled, and the remaining members of the Alliance on the island displayed expressions of impending doom. Do we truly have no hope? At least we bought them some time. In the end, was it the Elite Four, whom we had always relied upon, that would bring about our destruction? Why haven't the Hoenn Elite Four appeared? Where are the champions? They began to question the very figures they had trusted. This was, after all, a natural human reaction. Crash. Boom. In an instant, the ice shattered. The waves howled. Everything was about to be crushed beneath this torrent. Even Professor Okido felt despair. Is it finally over? Slowly, he closed his eyes, his mind flooded with fragmented memories of a life lived. Mutuo. Psychic. Surprisingly, the sensation of being obliterated by the monstrous waves did not come. Instead, a youthful voice faintly reached their ears, prompting many to open their eyes in confusion. What is this? They widened their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before them. An invisible attack obliterated everything in its path, creating a vast vacuum amidst the surging waves. Oh, Dado looked quizzically at a small dark spot in the sky. So, you have come after all, my brother. Am I unscathed? Professor Okido, sensing something amiss, opened his eyes to behold the unfolding scene. The surrounding waves had formed a hollow. Even the seasoned champion, Professor Okido, could not suppress a sigh. How ironic, my championship. Under normal circumstances, had these legendary entities not appeared, then a champion would indeed represent the pinnacle of power. Even engaging with legends like the legendary birds would pose no issue. You should not have come, Dado proclaimed proudly from Dragonite's back. Could it be? Professor Okido's eyes reddened as he focused on the approaching dark figure. Is it the Hoenn champion? Or perhaps one of the Elite Four? The Sinnoh champion would suffice as well. The Alliance members began to murmur excitedly. After all, this was their last glimmer of hope. Dado cast a disdainful glance at the excited crowd, thinking, a bunch of ignorant ants, still clinging to the notion of being saved by the Alliance? Is it really him? Professor Okido was momentarily frozen, staring at the increasingly distinct figure in the sky. Tears still lingered on the faces of the nearby Alliance members, who turned to Professor Okido with expressions of joy, asking, Professor, who is here to save us? The Elite Four of Hoenn are occupied with battling Team Aqua and Team Magma, Mikuri and Daigo are still engaged with Rayquaza in the Sky Pillar, Dato explained calmly. But that attack? An Alliance member stammered, unable to comprehend that Dato would offer an explanation. But even more disheartening was the realization that if the incoming figure wasn't the Alliance's strongest force, then who could it be? The other members of the Alliance began to doubt Dato's honesty, but they had no evidence to substantiate their fears. Moreover, at this moment, Dato had no reason to deceive them. To him, they were merely fish on a chopping block, ready to be dealt with at any moment. May good fortune be with you. Dato resumed his haughty demeanor. He has arrived. At least your lives are spared. The crowd watched with heavy hearts as they awaited the imminent arrival. Meanwhile, Professor Okido pondered in confusion. Why did Yang Fan know of this place? Amidst their watchful anticipation, Reshiram descended, carrying Yang Fan and Tuko to the small island. Upon seeing Yang Fan, the doubts buried deep within Professor Okido suddenly lost their significance. Even having weathered many storms, a warm wave surged within him, his eyes reddening as he strode forward. Wishing to embrace Yang Fan but restraining himself for the sake of dignity, instead delivering a firm pat on his shoulder. What brings you here? The force of that pat nearly startled Yang Fan to death. Given Professor Okido's injuries, even such a gesture felt like intense exertion, causing blood to well up from his right arm once more. Professor, please calm down. Don't exert yourself too much. Yang Fan, taken aback by Professor Okido's bloodied appearance, felt a lump in his throat. He was astonished by the depth of this emotion and briefly surveyed the other Alliance members behind Professor Okido, who were all gaping in awe. You have indeed arrived, brother. Dato unexpectedly descended to a height comparable to Yang Fan's. Damn it, who is your brother? Stop claiming kinship every day. Yang Fan retorted with irritation. Having unexpectedly gained a sister like Tuko, he was already somewhat taken aback. But Dato's brotherly declaration nearly sent him over the edge. I told you, we are destined brothers. Dato proclaimed loudly to Yang Fan. This is an undeniable truth. Yang Fan abruptly turned to Tuko, smiling. Tuko, please look after Professor Okido for a moment. I have something to attend to. All right, just be careful. It's fine. Don't worry. Tuko nodded slightly, assisting Professor Okido to a spot further from Yang Fan. Yang Fan. Take care. Professor Okido managed to choke out as he was helped along, a memory of Yang Fan as a child being held in his arms surfacing in his mind. Indeed, it's coming fast. Initially brought to the realm of the elves by Yang Yi, Yang Fan felt somewhat reserved. Little did he anticipate that time would pass so swiftly, leading him to a point where he would require Yang Ye's protection. Thus, was it all orchestrated by you? Yang Fan's expression remained impassive as he directed his gaze towards Dewey. He had no desire to become entangled with Dewey, yet reality often takes one by surprise. Why not inquire with those behind you? Upon hearing Yang Fan's inquiry, Dewey erupted into laughter, gesturing towards the members of the Alliance behind him. Yang Fan turned to glance at the injured members of the Alliance. No, it wasn't him. It was someone else who appeared later. Previously, we were contending with that ominous creature, entirely black and machine-like. The Alliance member, under Yang Fan's scrutinizing gaze, stammered out an explanation. Do you understand now? Dewey regarded Yang Fan with an unusual expression, while his cloak fluttered without the influence of wind. However, a showdown between us brothers is still necessary. Arise, Ligia. Chapter 96. Fierce Battle. The Power of Dark Ligia. No sooner had Dewey's words left his lips than a massive, ebony avian Pokémon leapt forth from the waves. Its entire form was shrouded in darkness, and its unique blood-red eyes instilled a sense of dread, causing some timid members of the Alliance to collapse in terror, their legs too weak to support them. Is this the sea god Ligia? One quavered, uttering the name of the Pokémon, though their eyes remained filled with fear. The so-called sea god of the Johto region was meant to protect the currents of the area. Why, then, had it devolved into such a monstrosity? Wrathful, frenzied. Its eyes were filled with boundless madness. On the eerily tranquil island, devoid of conversation, only the howling sea breeze could be heard. The brine-laden wind tousled Yang Fan's hair. Yet he remained eerily calm as he locked eyes with Dewey. Give me a reason, Yang Fan intoned gravely. Is there a necessity for a confrontation between us? Gazing up at Dewey, who perched high among the clouds, Yang Fan hoped for an explanation. A reason? Dewey's eyes shifted to the world tree at the island's center, and amidst his haughty demeanor, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face, quickly supplanted by a manic gleam. Consider it the price you pay to save these individuals. Ligia. Hydro Pump. The Hydro Pump technique, once a legendary ability, transcended the ordinary. Before Dark Ligia, countless water spheres materialized, erupting into a barrage of high-pressure jets aimed directly at the island below. In an instant, the waves surged thunderously. Every member of the Alliance on the island felt their hearts sink, having lost all faith under the onslaught of that enigmatic Pokémon. Even seasoned champions like Professor Oak and Gym Leader Shiba lay grievously wounded. Now, this dark Lugia was evidently far more vicious than the prior creature, and that seemingly barely adult youth could hardly stand as a match for the renowned Dewey. It seemed we truly, the Alliance, have we been forsaken? Hearing the despondent remarks from the crowd, Toko, who was tending to Professor Oak, could no longer contain herself and shouted at them. There are still those fighting. Why do you choose to surrender like this? Her eyes blazed with frustration. Enough, Toko. Professor Oak interjected, attempting to soothe her. They too are, sigh. The words he could not finish were rooted in the shared understanding of the crushing disappointment that weighed heavily upon them after a fleeting glimmer of hope. This suffocating sense of despair was something he felt deeply as well. Boom. The water columns splashed, enveloping the entire island. The members of the Alliance sat dazed, unable to shake off the shock. Shinai Duo. Mega Evolution. Lunar Power. Amidst the thunderous roar of the waves, Yang Fan calmly tossed forth a Pokeball, and then, the shadowy Mega Shinai Duo emerged. Oh, Dewey observed the transformed Shinai Duo, astonishment washing over him. He recalled Yang Fan's prowess from their recent battle with Sakaki. At that time, Yang Fan's Shinai Duo was merely at the elite level. How could it have ascended to champion level in such a short span? Though Dewey himself was a champion of the Johto region, he had never encountered a trainer who advanced to champion status so swiftly. Moreover, possessing a Mega Evolution Stone from the Kalos region? Quite unexpected indeed. Dewey gazed down at Yang Fan with an air of superiority, yet his tone remained condescending. However, the power of a legendary Pokémon is not something a champion-level creature can contend with. Indeed, no sooner had Dewey spoken than the barrage of hydro pumps from Dark Lugia overwhelmed the lunar power of Shinai Duo. The onslaught surged directly toward Yang Fan himself. As the cataclysmic water columns threatened to obliterate everything, all present held their breath. Even Yang Fan remained motionless, frozen in place. Shinai Duo, too, could only watch helplessly as its trainer stood imperiled by the oncoming tide. Where has he gone? Dewey scanned the surroundings. As the youngest trainer to ascend to the champion throne in Johto, his combat experience was exceptional. If that Yang Fan below showed no resistance, then surely he would be elsewhere. Now's my chance. Yang Fan's voice resonated suddenly from behind Dewey. Shinai Duo, use teleport, then hypnosis. Yang Fan commanded through telepathy. Behind me? Dewey muttered to himself. He promptly spun around, delivering a powerful punch. Years of battling various nefarious organizations had taught him that such a counterattack was the most effective against a trainer's ambush. Even if the opponent sent out a Pokémon, he could create enough distance with his own movement for his Pokémon to retaliate. However, unfortunately for him, he was facing Yang Fan. In the instant Dewey turned, he could not help but exchange glances with Yang Fan. But to his surprise, Yang Fan was not behind him. Instead, he stood directly before Shinai Duo's eyes. Thud. Hypnosis activated. Dewey watched as Shinai Duo radiated an eerie psychic force from its unsettling gaze, causing him to lose his footing and tumble from Dragonite's back. Simultaneously, as Dewey fell victim to Shinai Duo's hypnosis and lost consciousness, the dark Lugia he had commanded descended into a frenzy, wreaking havoc upon its surroundings. It even regarded the sea beneath it as an enemy. Deoxys. Yang Fan unfastened the Master Ball from his chest, addressing the appearing Deoxys in a measured tone. Please help contain that mad creature in the sky. Buy us some time. Upon hearing Yang Fan's command, Deoxys readily obliged. Yet a thought crossed its mind. Yang Fan's body had not fully recovered. If it overexerted its psychic abilities again. Don't worry. If I act swiftly, I can finish this quickly, Yang Fan assured, sprinting towards the direction where Dewey had fallen, waving at Deoxys. Just ensure it doesn't strike that tree on the island. Seeing Yang Fan's resolute demeanor, Deoxys focused intently on the dark Lugia above, its form instantly materializing above the creature, launching a colossal Psystrike downward. Boom! The thunderous explosion jolted everyone awake. No one had anticipated that this youth, initially dismissed by them all, could truly bring down the formidable champion Dewey. Though the tactics employed were less than honorable, at such a moment, who could afford to concern themselves with such matters? Chapter 97, The World Tree? With Deoxys having diverted Dark Lugia's attention, Yang Fan felt a surge of relief as he dashed toward the location where Dewey had fallen, under the protective wing of Dragonite. There was no concern that this champion from the Johto region would suffer a fatal fall. Upon encountering Lance, the adorable Dragonite by his side was fixated on Yang Fan, fully aware that this very human was responsible for its trainer's plummet from the skies. Huh. Staring at me 1T help, Yongfan sighed softly. Turning to his Gardevoir and instructing, Gardevoir, use Disable. In a state of daze, the Dragonite succumbed to the spell without a hint of resistance. It seems Lance has been too lenient with you. You 1T even fight back? Yongfan mused, bemused by the Dragonite's surprising gullibility. Is this what a champion-level Dragonite is like? He internally scoffed at Lance. From his backpack, Yongfan retrieved a sphere imbued with the essence of dragon power. He held some suspicions regarding Lance's current condition, and the perfect aura he perceived revealed a simmering violent dragon energy within him. But didn't T-Res Hiram say that dragon power can only be inherited by one individual? Yongfan pondered aloud, squatting down. The current situation was indeed beyond his expectations. Freshly armed with definitive knowledge about dragon power, it was now manifesting in another person. The entire affair seemed to grow increasingly enigmatic. Watching the crimson energy emanating from Lance being absorbed by the sphere, Yongfan retracted it and turned to the self-doubting Dragonite, saying, "Your trainer is fine for now. You must protect him, understood?" The immobilized Dragonite nodded eagerly. Although it was unaware of Yongfan's true identity as a dragon-type Pokémon, it could sense the menacing dragon energy and grasped that Lance's earlier state was indeed troubling. "All right, Gardevoir, release it," Yongfan directed towards the Mutwo hovering above. It was time to address the formidable foe. "Mutwo, how formidable is this creature?" "Not particularly strong, but..." "What?" "It has tough skin. My previous attack didn't seem effective." Before Mutwo could finish, the Dark Lugia unleashed its assault directly at it. Destructive Beam. Fortunately, Yongfan had the foresight to have Mutwo lure the Dark Lugia into the skies. Otherwise, the small island could have been obliterated, submerged beneath the waves. As the might of the destructive beam dissipated, an explosion echoed across the distant sea. Despite the considerable distance, the tremors from the island's upheaval were palpable. Roar! The Dark Lugia, incensed by its missed attack, seethed with fury. In Yongfan's aura perception, it had succumbed entirely to the dragon power, becoming a mere puppet. "Mutwo, use Psychic." With Yongfan's command, Mutwo soared into the air, its psychic powers surging, causing even Yongfan to feel the intense flow of energy. A violet beam suddenly illuminated, crashing into the Dark Lugia. Boom! The explosive sound drowned out the Lugia's cries, and those on the island could barely glimpse its thrashing form through the dispersing smoke. "Res Hiram, lend a hand," urged Tuko, standing beside Professor Oak, as she called forth Res Hiram. The true power surged forth, transforming a blazing meteor into a soaring dragon. "Res Hiram, Crossfire. Now let us conclude this battle. Gardevoir, unleash Moonblast." Roar! Amidst the conflagration, the tsunami of psychic energy, and the roar of fairy magic, only the anguished cries of the Dark Lugia resonated in the air. I never imagined she possessed such formidable power. I truly underestimated them. Observing their fervor, it was evident they were the promising protégés of Professor Oak. The future of the League appeared bright. Despite being situated on an island teetering on the brink of submersion, the apocalyptic scene instilled them with a surge of confidence. "Is this the end?" Yongfan furrowed his brow, gazing at the smoke billowing from the explosion, a sudden pang of anxiety gripping his heart. "Mutwo, be wary. That creature may still be lurking." Before he could finish, Mutwo executed a teleportation, swiftly vacating the area. Instantly, the smoke below was enveloped by a violent gale. The colossal form of the Dark Lugia emerged amidst the storm. How is this possible? The members of the League were left aghast, unable to comprehend how the creature could unleash a widespread attack after such cataclysmic force. The Dark Lugia had surpassed their wildest imaginings. "Is it unharmed?" Yongfan murmured, brow furrowed. In that moment, his aura surged forth, spiraling toward the Dark Lugia. "Here? No, that is not it. Here? Roar!" Under the influence of Yongfan's aura, the Dark Lugia began to rampage, as if only through wanton destruction could it quell the disquieting power within. "Rampage! Go wild!" Dark explosion! The dragon energy coursed through the Dark Lugia, its ferocity overwhelming all its senses. Suddenly, the thrashing Dark Lugia paused, inhaling deeply as if to draw in the very atmosphere around it. The tangible winds coalesced within its mouth, and in the desperate gazes of onlookers, it unleashed a blast. A cataclysmic hurricane erupted. Whoosh! Ugh! The air surged violently, shaking the earth to its core. Everything was swept away like grains of sand in the face of the Dark Lugia's explosive force. Yongfan and Tuko, still on the island, hastily commanded Gardevoir and Res Hiram to shield them. The crowd released every Pokémon they could muster, forming a protective circle. The air was filled with deafening howls. As if the very fabric of reality was tearing apart, leaving them yearning for unconsciousness. As the tempest, of indeterminate magnitude, swept across the land, the island, once on the brink of being submerged in the fray, astonishingly withstood the dark explosion. Is this the power of the World Tree? Yang Fan glanced at the diminutive World Tree at the center, its verdant specks floating gracefully, untouched by the dark Lugia's wrath. Simultaneously, a surge of pure energy erupted from the World Tree, racing toward Mutuo. Ding. Your Mutuo. Chapter 98. Is the incident concluded? System upgrade. Ding. Your Mutuo has absorbed the pure energy of the World Tree. Psychic abilities significantly enhanced. Mega evolution awakened. Buzz, buzz. Detected that the host has now linked with Mutuo's genes, gaining a portion of the world's essence. Due to the host possessing champion-level Pokémon, the novice phase is skipped. Would you like to retain this awakening and upgrade the system? If a choice is not made within 10 seconds, the upgrade will be cancelled, and subsequent upgrades will be indefinitely postponed. Upon hearing the series of system notifications echoing in his mind, Yang Fan found himself momentarily at a loss. Standing there in a daze, muttering, "Is this really forcing me to upgrade the system?" Without a moment's hesitation, he consented to the system upgrade, choosing to retain Mutuo's opportunity for Mega Evolution. After all, if the system missed this chance for advancement, the indefinite postponement could stretch on for who knows how long. What if it took hundreds of years? Yang Fan dared not gamble on such a possibility. Moreover, the system upgrade might very well bolster his strength again. System? What exactly is this novice phase? When the host possesses a champion-level Pokémon and possesses basic self-defense capabilities, the novice phase concludes. What are the specific functions of the upgraded system? The host is advised to examine it independently after the upgrade. The upgrade requires 24 hours. Please be patient. Well, this system remains as laconic as ever, sparing words like gold. Let us first address the immediate situation. Yang Fan refocused his attention on the tempestuous, overcast sky. The dark Lugia, guided by the power of the dragon, must have expended considerable energy with its previous move. Additionally, it had been struck by the attacks of Mutuo, Reshiram, and Mega Gardevoir. Although it currently lacked any rationality, the physical damage inflicted upon it was undeniably real, resulting in a near-total loss of mobility. Mutuo, assess the situation up close and be cautious with your aura, Yang Fan murmured inwardly. Responding to Yang Fan's command, Mutuo enveloped itself in a protective aura, leaving no gaps. Thanks to the comprehensive link established between them, Yang Fan's impeccable aura was largely inherited by Mutuo. Gradually approaching the immobile dark Lugia, Mutuo's telekinesis began to radiate, creating a psychic net around the dark creature. This net was also coated with aura to prevent the dragon's power from escaping upon sensing danger. In a sudden flash, a crimson light surged from the massive form of dark Lugia, hurtling directly towards Mutuo. However, it had underestimated the strength of Mutuo and Yang Fan. After sufficient preparation, there was no way it would prevail. The dragon's power found itself ensnared by the pervasive psychic net, and the aura above seemed to diminish its strength significantly. It's over now. Yang Fan exhaled in relief, tossing a pokeball towards Mutuo. Mutuo, capture it. Under Mutuo's telekinetic influence, the ball instantly teleported to its front. The dragon's power flowed into the ball like a stream of water. Yang Fan, this colossal creature? Mutuo instantly reappeared at Yang Fan's side, returning the ball to him. Utilize self-restoration on it, and return it to the sea. Yang Fan gazed at the floating Lugia in the sky, feeling somewhat conflicted. Despite being a dark Pokémon, it was an innocent victim of the dragon's power. Moreover, lacking a suitable Pokeball to capture it, returning it to the ocean seemed the best course of action. Understood. Mutuo nodded firmly at Yang Fan, then swiftly teleported back into the sky. Observing Mutuo's elusive teleportation, Yang Fan couldn't help but dream about when he would be able to wield such powers independently. I truly envy you all. Gardevoir. Yang Fan withdrew his musings and smiled at Gardevoir beside him. Gardevoir gently patted Yang Fan's shoulder in a comforting manner, her expression suddenly turning adorably charming. Enough of this. Let us go check on Professor Oak and the others. As Yang Fan spoke, he headed towards the World Tree. Professor Oak and Tuco were resting there, while Reshiram cast a disdainful glance at Yang Fan. Excuse me, sir? A member of the Alliance approached Yang Fan as he walked by. Is there something you need? We are grateful for your timely rescue. We will always remember this favor. Timely. I did not come specifically to rescue you. What? Then who are you? I came to find Professor Oak. Moreover, as you all anticipated from the Alliance, Yang Fan abruptly halted, pointing towards Dato, who had just sat up. It appears they have completely abandoned you. Yang Fan's words struck like nails, embedding themselves into the hearts of every individual present. What? The Alliance really has, are we merely cannon fodder? The expressions of the Alliance members turned pallid. This was not mere conjecture from Yongfan. During his departure from Silver Mountain, he had overheard conversations from the adjacent room of Shaber, where discussions indicated that the Alliance was critically short-handed, and the emergence of the legendary Pokémon had left them unable to assist an unknown island. Had they not discovered traces of Mew, they likely would not have concerned themselves at all. Even if they learned about Professor Oak's insistence to come here, they would have chosen to ignore it. Are you feeling better? Yongfan looked at the despondent Dado on the ground, a smile unexpectedly creeping onto his face. Was his happiness indeed built upon the suffering of others? Dado gazed up at Yongfan. Though physically weak, the pride in his eyes had not diminished. Sigh. I truly should not have saved you, Yongfan lamented, then walked towards Professor Oak and Tuko. Professor, can you hold on? Seeing the professor covered in blood, Yongfan felt a wave of concern. Haha, this old body can still move. I'll take you to the Pokemon Center right away. Yongfan supported Professor Oak, quickly turning to Tuko. Tuko, I'm counting on you once more. No worries, bro. Tuko waved dismissively, then began conversing animatedly with Reshiram. Xiaofan. What is it, Professor? You've seen that video before, right? You don't harbor any resentment towards me, do you? None whatsoever. Ultimately, it was still my boom. Before Professor Oak could finish his sentence, a violent explosion erupted from the cluster of Alliance members nearby. Chapter 99, The Unreliable Ally. The World Tree Unsealed. What is happening? Professor Oak's brow furrowed, struggling to rise towards the source of the explosion. He understood that the current Alliance team could not withstand any further blows. The initial unknown Pokémon and the recent Dark Lugia had utterly extinguished their last flicker of hope. Professor, take it slow. I'll check it out. Yongfan assured Professor Oak, then hastened towards the site of the explosion. What the? Before Yongfan could approach, a familiar surge of energy radiated from the crowd. This is the power of the dragon. Witnessing the dragon's power blazing like a magnificent sun, a fleeting surprise flickered in his eyes. It was evident that the dragon's power drawn from either his own being or Dark Lugia was nowhere near as potent as this surge. The strength of this power was exponentially greater than that which he had previously collected. What in the world had these individuals done? Tuko was also taken aback by the commotion, covering her mouth in disbelief. Reshiram's worried gaze was fixed on the ever-shifting dragon's power in the sky. Is the seal broken? Dado stood behind everyone, the effects of hypnosis still lingering as his legs felt weak. Noticing Dado's mention of a seal, Yongfan immediately perked up, turning his attention to Dado. Seal? What do you know? This was no trivial matter. Yongfan could distinctly recall the mention of a seal in his father's notes. Furthermore, it was precisely about the missing world tree. Everything could not simply be a coincidence. A seal? Could it be Professor Oak had also heard Dado's voice? Lowering his head in contemplation, after merely 2 seconds, he abruptly raised his head, eyes wide in astonishment at the massive dragon's power, muttering to himself. Could it be that incident? Professor, do you know something? Yongfan urgently inquired. He was well aware. After all, he had personally created that very thing. Observing Professor Oak's dazed expression, Dado stood beside Dragonite, mocking him. That thing, Yongfan murmured to himself. Immediately, he squeezed through the throng, racing towards the location of the world tree. As anticipated, at the roots of the world tree, buried within approximately half a palm's width of soil, lay a stone tablet. Neither too big nor too small, toppled upon the ground. Scattered around were signs of disturbance. Yongfan stepped forward, grasping the stone tablet in his hands. And an overwhelming chill enveloped him instantly, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. Even a layer of frost began to form between his brows. However, just as the frigid air threatened to completely encase him, his aura instinctively surged throughout his body, resisting the cold. Exhaling slowly, Yongfan released a breath that transformed into a white mist. Who among you dared to disturb this object? Holding the stone tablet, he cast a fierce glare at the surrounding members of the League, his eyes smoldering with wrath that sent shivers down their spines. This artifact could even bypass his perfected aura's defenses. Moreover, it appeared to be the creation of Professor Oak, serving as the source of power that sealed this draconic force. The League members exchanged glances, each hesitating to voice a response, their eyes betraying their guilt. Truly, it is said that those who suffer often harbor something despicable. Witnessing their silence, Yongfan's sympathy for their plight dissipated significantly. Indeed, as Du said, the League is rotten to the core. With that remark, Yongfan refrained from saying more and returned to Professor Oak's side. The remaining League members merely exchanged bewildered looks. Professor, what is the origin of this object? Yang Fan inquired cautiously, holding up the stone tablet. This was created by me and Lu Bo during our exploration of the secret realm to suppress that malevolent force. At that time, your father, Yang Yi, managed to contain this power within something akin to your sphere, but the force was too immense to be entirely confined. If left unchecked, it would inevitably resurface in this world one day. We discovered that the world tree possessed purifying abilities, which is why we sealed it beneath its roots. However, Professor Oak paused, failing to continue. You have found that relying solely on the world tree's power cannot completely purify this force. It is, in fact, continuously eroding the world tree. Yet you have no means to counter it, only hoping that the seal will slow the erosion while seeking a definitive solution. Am I correct? Du interjected, picking up where Professor Oak left off. Yang Fan, upon hearing this, merely furrowed his brows without interruption. On the contrary, Du grew increasingly animated, nearly spitting in Professor Oak's face as he spoke. What you currently cannot comprehend is why this seal, once located in the secret realm beneath the world tree, has now been discovered on this obscure island. Moreover, the size of the world tree seems amiss, does it not? With his pride restored, Du's demeanor became even more arrogant. Upon hearing Du's questions, Professor Oak's countenance turned pale. Take your time to ponder these questions, Du proclaimed, vaulting onto the back of his Dragonite. The well-prepared Dragonite took off without delay, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a lingering echo of his words, with power emerging. Those individuals will soon arrive. You shall remain here forever. As his voice faded into the distance, Yang Fan felt a flicker of suspicion arise within him and turned to glance at Professor Oak and Reshiram. Here, only these two would grasp the significance. Upon hearing Du's words, Reshiram abruptly tossed Toko onto his back. With powerful beats of its wings, the immense wind pressure caused Professor Oak to struggle for breath. Reshiram, calm down, Toko exclaimed anxiously. We cannot wait any longer. They are truly coming. Reshiram's voice trembled, urgency evident. If they did not leave now, it would indeed be too late. Yang Fan, you and Toko must flee. Do not concern yourself with this old man. Professor Oak, realizing the impending horror, urged Yang Fan while pushing him forward. Yang Fan, something is approaching. After dealing with the Dark Lugia, Mutuo also turned to Yang Fan, warning him. What is coming? Yang Fan asked Mutuo hastily. I do not know yet, but there are many, and their presence rivals my own. Chapter 100, Rising Tides. In the Hoenn region, what is happening? A man exuding an aura of grace exclaimed urgently. Calm down, Mikuri. A sharply dressed man reassured him. As Mikuri's longtime friend, Daigo understood him well. Due to the Sky Pillar's disturbance, he and Mikuri had to abandon their pursuit of Team Aqua and Team Magma. I apologize, Daigo. I became too agitated. Mikuri took a deep breath to steady himself, feeling remorseful. As the champion of the Hoenn region, I failed to notice such a significant change at the Sky Pillar. It is not your fault, Mikuri, Daigo said, patting Mikuri on the shoulder, his expression softening. The priority now is to investigate. You are right. Mikuri regained his composure and headed towards the pinnacle of the Sky Pillar. Who goes there? A female voice suddenly echoed within the Sky Pillar, followed by the descent of a dark-haired girl from the top. Who are you? Daigo queried first. Given the Sky Pillar's status as a crucial site in the Hoenn region, entry was not granted lightly. Even in this exceptional circumstance, there would be League members stationed at the entrance. I am Shijina, a member of the Meteor People. She introduced herself, living near the Meteor Falls. She was not unfamiliar with Daigo and Mikuri. Meteor People? Daigo was momentarily taken aback. Although he usually focused solely on stones, he had certainly heard of this group. They are the ancient inhabitants of Meteor Falls, right? Mikuri shot Daigo a disapproving glance. You spend all your time thinking about your stones and have never heard of them. Haha. Daigo chuckled sheepishly, clearly conceding the point. So, Shijina, you are here because... Mikuri gestured towards the tumultuous top, concern etched on his face. I have come to see Lord Dragon God. I can perceive that special flow of clouds. Flow of clouds? Yes. Whenever Lord Dragon God descends, a unique flow of clouds forms in the sky. I noticed it 2 days ago. Wait, 2 days ago? Indeed, 2 days ago, Lord Dragon God had already arrived, and the flow of clouds was directed towards Kanto. Kanto. Upon hearing Shijina's words, both Mikuri and Daigo exclaimed simultaneously, their expressions growing increasingly complex and shocked. It seems something truly grave has occurred in Kanto. Daigo anxiously turned his gaze towards Kanto. We cannot dwell on this any longer. Mikuri, upon receiving the news, became extraordinarily urgent and quickly asked Shijina, what about this flow of clouds? The flow of clouds extends all the way to the surface of Hoenn Sea, likely landing on some island. Shijina replied, though her face bore little urgency. All right, Daigo. The matter regarding Rayquaza is of utmost importance. We must head there immediately. Yes. Metagross, come forth. Upon summoning Metagross, Mikuri and Daigo swiftly soared towards the direction indicated by Shijina. Our deal is struck, so you. Shijina spoke coldly to a shadowy figure in the darkness. Clap. Clap. Applause echoed from the shadows. The transaction is complete. We will assist in fulfilling our promise. After the words were spoken, the pillar of the sky returned to its tranquility. Only Shino remained, ascending to the pinnacle, gazing longingly in the direction where Daigo and his companion had departed, lost in silence. Meanwhile, at the Pillar of Guns in the Sinnoh region, Granny, have you figured it out? Cynthia was urging her Garchomp to support the crumbling ruins, while Dr. Kirlia leaned down, meticulously examining something. All right, let us depart. Upon hearing Cynthia's prompt, Kirlia carefully placed a small rock-like object into a vacuum bag. Garchomp, Dragon Claw. No sooner had the command left her lips than Garchomp's dual blades traced countless paths, shattering the collapsing ruins above. Not even the tiniest pebble could breach its protective barrier. Boom. The vast ceiling of the ruins was utterly destroyed, engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. Cough, cough. Dr. Kirlia covered her mouth, coughing incessantly, grumbling, Cynthia, can't you have your Garchomp be a bit gentler? Hee. My apologies, Granny. Cynthia replied with a childlike tongue-out gesture. But then, as if struck by a thought, she pouted playfully. At your age, still acting like a child. Kirlia shook her head, then urged Cynthia. We must hasten to our next destination. However, Cynthia noticed Kirlia's faltering steps and her troubled expression. But your body can hardly withstand this. Do not concern yourself with me. But the temporal deities of Sinnoh have vanished. This world is on the brink of chaos. Even the one from the distortion world has appeared. I can scarcely imagine what calamities may befall us. Granny, where shall we go? Let us visit Lake Valor. I hope the lake spirit can impart some knowledge. Garchomp, let us proceed. Like a jet fighter, Garchomp sped toward Lake Valor with Cynthia and Kirlia aboard. Simultaneously, such phenomena were not confined to Hoenn and Sinnoh alone. Alola and Galar regions were experiencing similar disturbances. All across the globe, dragons that had been spoken of since antiquity were rising in varying degrees of unrest. On a nameless isle in Hoenn, where the world tree resides. It seems the situation is dire. A youth riding a black dragon peered down, his hat obscuring most of his expression. So, do beings from another realm require my assistance? Your Pokémon appears quite content with you. And, upon seeing the youth, Tuko felt a surge of anxiety. Assistance? Apologies. I am not interested in your ideals. Yongfan retorted sharply. The current circumstances were already fraught with tension. This sudden emergence was akin to seeking trouble. As a bearer of dragons, how can you utter such words? And suddenly lifted his head, scrutinizing Yongfan closely. Have I underestimated you? Yongfan felt his anger rising at NS remarks. Damn it, are they all riddles? What is this bearer of dragons nonsense? Until we meet again. With a wave of his hand, N ascended with the black dragon. Moreover, it seems your troubles have already arrived. Chapter 101. Are you here for a holiday? The Arrow of Storm. Witnessing NS' immediate retreat left Yongfan with a tinge of disdain. What kind of person is this? He mused inwardly. But he quickly realized that the surroundings had fallen eerily silent, so quiet that it felt unnatural, as if everyone had held their breath, the atmosphere frozen. Dr. Yongfan turned to glance at Professor Oak, only to be met with three colossal figures, all of them fixated intently upon him. The slender, soaring Rayquaza. The legendary Palkia, Master of Space. The legendary Dialga, Master of Time. Are you here for a holiday? Yongfan said with a forced smile. Who could have anticipated that the beings on par with Mutwo's power would be these three legends? Their numbers were indeed formidable, three legends standing atop the Pokémon world. In the presence of these legends, it was no wonder that Reshiram and N had displayed such concern. The two legends of Unova, when isolated, would certainly falter against these titans. However, perhaps a legend like Kyurem, with its ice dragon attributes, could hold its own. Roar. Three distinct dragon roars reverberated across the isle, the immense sound waves causing the very ground to tremble. What is happening? Yongfan's expression hardened as he unleashed his aura power. In an instant, the ground cracked. Utilizing the backlash, Yongfan distanced himself from the three legends. Yongfan, do you need to intervene? A gentle voice echoed in his mind. Mutwo's telepathic connection. Not yet. Let us observe the situation. Noticing that the three legends showed no inclination to attack, Yang Fan gradually moved toward Professor Oak and Tuco. Facing the three legends was indeed a daunting task. Generally, legends do not appear before humans lightly, seeking to avoid direct interference in human affairs. The sudden appearance of three legends was certainly a shock to both Professor Oak and Tuco. The frequent manifestation of legends. Was the prophecy truly coming to fruition? Professor Oak sat dazed, murmuring, "Yang Yi, what did you see on the prophetic stone tablet?" After being rescued from the secret realm by Shalebi, Professor Oak had sought traces of Yang Yi. However, even after becoming a renowned Pokémon professor, he had been unable to locate the whereabouts of the ancient ruins. The mission from that time had begun to fade into obscurity. During the earlier incident, both Professor Oak and Yang Yi had encountered a mysterious stone tablet adorned with unknown totems. It seemed only Yang Yi could decipher its peculiar symbols. Yet, due to the tense atmosphere within the team, no one dared to inquire. Moreover, Yang Yi had not disclosed anything to them, hastily dismissing the matter with a vague response. Only Professor Oak knew that the contents inscribed upon that tablet were far too intricate to be summarized in a mere sentence. Shuaicheng, have you ever imagined a day when the legends of your world would appear in droves? How could that be possible? Those legends are elusive as shadows. I meant to say, imagine it. Shuaicheng, you truly lack a sense of humor. It's no wonder Kikuko cough, let us not speak of her. No. I mean, why are you pondering such things? If it were ever to come true, perhaps the era would indeed undergo a transformation. Incomprehensible, he thought. Recalling his conversations with Yang Yi in the secret realm, a sense of helplessness washed over Professor Oak as he gazed at Yang Fan, who stood defiant against the three legends, the figure resembling Yang Yi increasingly merging in his mind. Yang Yi, perhaps he truly can achieve what we could not. In the heart of the isle, the oppressive aura from the three legends made Yang Fan's breathing labored, while the other alliance members had completely lost consciousness. The frail human form could not withstand the legends' encroachment. They could only rely on their Pokémon's strength to barely hold their ground. What on earth do they intend to do? Yang Fan felt a tingling numbness in his feet, yet no one could provide him with answers. Was it the power of the dragons? Or the world tree? Countless speculations flashed through Yang Fan's mind, especially the immense dragon power, which seemed to harbor a malice that even these three legends could scarcely resist. What is the intention of the three legends here? Yang Fan's voice rang out with crystal clarity, questioning the trio of legendary beings. Yet, as time trickled by, the three remained motionless, their unwavering gazes fixed upon Yang Fan. Meanwhile, hey, Dowu, how's the situation on your end? Things are looking grim. Mr. Adai, is there a problem? Indeed. It appears that someone has witnessed our two heroes from the United Alliance in the Hoenn region, so I was wondering if you had any specific news. The Black Dragon and the White Dragon? I haven't received any updates, but I have an urgent matter at hand. I will inform you later. Alright. Hey, boss. Has everything been taken care of? The video signal has been successfully established, but due to some unknown magnetic field, the distance may be considerable. Is that so? No matter. Disseminate all video signals through the multilateral beast. Understood. Thud. The Alliance? Huh. A bunch of self-righteous pretenders. When legends descend, what transformations shall this world undergo? Ambitious individuals? Families? Organizations? A hypocritical alliance. Let the world witness how fragile the order you uphold truly is. Upon the issuance of Sakiki's command, the entire rocket team sprang into action like a finely tuned machine. Streams of video messages spread like a virus, infiltrating every electronic device. In this era of enlightenment, the populace was unified by a singular message. The legends have appeared. What fate awaits humanity? What is this? A virus? Why is it all the same message? Doesn't the Alliance care about this? Exactly. Are they turning a blind eye to the spread of false information? Stop it. This seems like a live broadcast. The title is genuine. Surely this is a joke. Though legends have always existed, isn't this merely a tale for children? Damn, it's actually real. Everyone, hurry and take a look. At that moment, the storm conjured by the rocket team began to wreak havoc. Hey, something's wrong, adults. What is it? Why the panic? In a serene retreat adorned with flowers at the Alliance headquarters, several high-ranking officials shouted impatiently at the flustered maid who barged in. Master, it's bad. The maid stumbled into the garden, her face a canvas of panic. How many times have I told you to keep quiet? A powerful figure in the garden casually toyed with a wine glass, speaking with indifference. I apologize. The maid immediately knelt, fervently apologizing, her expression turning ashen as if a realization struck her. What is it? Speak. The legends have appeared. What? Legends? You're not joking, are you? Where's the news? Suddenly, The tranquil atmosphere of the garden shattered, and the demeanor of the dozens of high-ranking officials shifted dramatically. Hearing the words of their superiors, the maid stifled her fear and presented the news. Is this truly a legend? Rayquaza, Palkia, Dialga. This could spell disaster. Regardless, this live broadcast must be terminated immediately. Agreed. The power of the legends cannot be displayed before the public. If this continues to spread, chaos will ensue. Wait. As this sentiment rippled through the high-ranking officials, an unexpected voice pierced the air. Upon recognizing the source, all present exchanged silent glances, struck dumb. The speaker was none other than the highest authority and chairman of the Kanto Region Alliance, a figure who had personally engaged in the Alliance's secret realm exploration over a decade ago. Chairman, is there a problem? A nearby official inquired cautiously. Their current status was largely attributed to this chairman's influence, and thus, they maintained a degree of reverence in informal settings. Ignoring the question, the chairman merely gazed intently at the live broadcast, focusing on a boy who seemed vaguely familiar. This boy evoked memories within her, particularly of past events. Yang. The chairman suddenly uttered a name, recalling something, and hastily added, "No need to concern ourselves with this matter. This broadcast is undoubtedly being orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives. The Rocket Team, or perhaps the Elite Four. In any case, let this event unfold. It is high time the public understands the Alliance's struggles." After delivering this statement, the chairman drained her glass in one gulp and turned to leave, leaving the bewildered Alliance officials behind. The chairman makes a valid point. Let us proceed as she suggested. Indeed, the public ought to comprehend our difficulties. After exchanging a few words, the garden returned to its previous state of tranquility and indulgence. However, from the opulent mansion behind the garden came a soft lament. Yang. He is your son, isn't he? Time has flown by so swiftly. This little one has grown so much. This sorrowful utterance came from none other than the Alliance chairman, who had just been elevated in status within the garden. Achoo! Is someone speaking about me? Yang Fan rubbed his nose, murmuring unexpectedly, in the presence of the three legends. He felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. Fortunately, after a brief period of scrutiny, they diverted their attention, collectively focusing on the orb of dragon power above the world tree, granting Yang Fan a momentary respite. Brother, are you all right? Once the oppressive presence of the legends dissipated, Toko hurriedly leapt down from Rishiram's back, rushing toward Yang Fan. I'm fine. First, go check on Professor Oak. Yang Fan managed a wry smile. Attempting to move his completely numbed limbs, the tingling sensation akin to needles was quite unbearable. I'm all right. Before Yang Fan could fully recover, Professor Oak slowly made his way toward him. However, he did not appear as well as he claimed. His body was drenched in blood, his face as pale as a ghost, and even his speech came out in fragmented bursts. Were it not for the robust human constitution in the Pokémon world, Professor Oak might have already succumbed. As long as you are all right. Yang Fan observed Professor Oak's ability to move, momentarily alleviating his worries. He turned to Toko and instructed, Toko, you must take the professor and leave now. But, Toko, if you consider me your brother, take the professor and go. At Yang Fan's words, tears streamed uncontrollably down Toko's face. She had just found Yang Fan not long ago, and now, so soon, they were to part again? Xiao Fan you. Professor Oak gazed at Yang Fan, attempting to articulate a few words, yet he could not continue. He understood Yang Fan's reasons for staying, and this reason was one he could not refuse. Professor, you know this. Yang Fan looked directly at Professor Oak, enunciating each word clearly, his gaze unwavering even in the face of the three legends nearby. There are certain truths I must uncover. This is a journey I must undertake in my growth. If I do not resolve this matter, I may never find peace. Therefore, Yang Fan did not need to finish, for the resolute glimmer in his eyes conveyed everything to the two before him. If the past events remained unresolved, Yang Fan would never truly find relief. Professor. After Yang Fan's declaration, Toko, her heart heavy with sorrow, suddenly turned to Professor Oak and said, Let us go. We cannot obstruct my brother's path. As she turned, Toko's clothes were already soaked with tears, her eyes reddened, and her small fists clenched tightly, even her nails digging into her flesh unnoticed. Roar! A sudden roar of a dragon shattered the atmosphere among the three. Yang Fan hastily called out to Toko, There's no time left. You two should leave first. After uttering these words, he dashed towards the world tree. Observing Yang Fan's retreating figure, Toko quickly assisted Dr. Moku and climbed onto the back of Reshiram. As their vantage point ascended, the entire island appeared increasingly diminutive beneath them. What secrets lay hidden here? What transformations might the world tree undergo? With the oppressive aura emanating from the three legendary beings bearing down upon him, Yang Fan approached the location of the World Tree. Under the strain of differing energy fields, even his perfect level aura shield nearly suffocated him. What is this? Noticing a small black dot incessantly shifting at the roots of the World Tree, Yang Fan felt a sense of perplexity. Logically, as an embodiment of the world's will, the World Tree should not exhibit such a small black dot. Could it possibly be the ailment spoken of by Dream? Suddenly, just as Yang Fan was caught off guard, that inconspicuous black dot abruptly expanded beneath his feet, ensnaring him as though it were a swamp. Chapter 103. The Reversed World? Yang Fan, engulfed by the dark mire, momentarily found himself at a loss. The same bewilderment enveloped both Mutuo and Mega Gardevoir on the island. The entire situation unfolded in a most peculiar manner. After Yang Fan vanished, the two Pokémon instantly teleported to the spot where he had disappeared. Yet, despite being among the most powerful of psychic beings, they detected no abnormalities and could not ascertain the reason behind Yang Fan's sudden disappearance. What should we do now? Gardevoir, having relinquished her mega form, asked Mutuo with a frost-laden expression. Let us wait. My connection with Yang Fan hasn't entirely faded. He should be safe for now. Mutuo exhaled slowly, then turned his gaze towards the three legendary beings enveloped in dragon energy above the World Tree. For now, let us distance ourselves. I will keep watch for when Yang Fan returns. After a brief exchange, the two psychic Pokémon vanished from the vicinity of the World Tree. However, the subtle mental energy field surrounding them indicated that they remained vigilant about the situation. Yet, as top legends of the Hoenn and Sinnoh regions, they were not oblivious to such minor tricks. But, with their pride as legends, they would not concern themselves with trifles. They also sensed a lingering presence of surveillance around this small island. However, this did not diminish their yearning for the dragon energy. In the face of the immense dragon power released by the World Tree, everything else seemed inconsequential. Meanwhile, those watching them, is this what it means to be a legend? Even through the lens, one could feel that overwhelming pressure. To be honest, I'm already drenched. Upstairs, you are not alone. By the way, who is stronger? The champion or the legends? Nonsense. Of course, it's the champion. I think the legends might be a tad stronger. Under the clandestine machinations of Team Rocket, everything unfolded in the direction that Sakaki had anticipated. When the power of the legends was finally revealed to the public, what expressions would they wear? Daigo, can you go any faster? I can't. This is the fastest speed of Metagross. Damn it. Why is Rayquaza here? Don't worry. What if it's just on a vacation? Perhaps there are rare stones on that island. You forget it. You and your obsession with stones. I can't even talk to you. The two champions conversed effortlessly as they soared at the supersonic speed of Metagross. Yet, what awaited them on that unknown island was far from benign. Meanwhile, where am I? Yang Fan slowly awakened from the darkness, and the first sight that met his eyes was the upside-down skyscrapers, the reversed city, the bearer of the dragon. Just as Yang Fan was on the brink of full consciousness, an ancient and distant voice echoed beside him. You are. Yang Fan, slightly disoriented, turned around, his pupils narrowing in an instant. A surprised tone escaped his lips. Giratina. Upon fixing his gaze behind him, he beheld four stout legs that made him feel exceedingly small. He then looked up, only to find a menacing head entwined with a golden ring, exuding an overwhelming presence. A pair of wings seemingly composed of phantoms adorned its back, rendering it even more fearsome. Oh, it seems you are familiar with our legends? Giratina regarded Yang Fan with surprise. In this age of vanishing legends, humanity held most tales of legends with a mere storytelling attitude. No one had ever genuinely regarded the legends with esteem. The fact that Yang Fan could utter its name was rather commendable from a human perspective. You brought me to this place, did you? Yang Fan was acutely aware that legends would not engage with humanity without sufficient reason. Indeed, to see that you are not astonished and even pose a question to us. Giratina suddenly exhibited a flicker of interest in Yang Fan. Yet, it was merely a fleeting curiosity. In its endless lifespan, humanity was but a drop in the ocean. Inconsequentially small. Listening to Giratina's haughty discourse, Yang Fan couldn't help but pout. These legends always regarded humanity as mere insects. Yet, humans could wield power that even these legends found astonishing in critical moments. Bearer of the dragon. Giratina looked down upon Yang Fan, its tone suddenly somber. Do you comprehend the fate you bear? Fate. Yang Fan smiled slightly, having grown self-reliantly from a young age. He never believed in such notions of destiny. What? Does the master of the reversed realm, Giratina, also believe in such things? If even Giratina, a being born of Arceus, believed in the nebulous concept of fate, it could only imply that these legends were not as formidable as they claimed. Haha. Humanity, we indeed do not believe in fate. Giratina replied unequivocally. However, your status as the bearer of the dragon is worthy of such a notion. Oh, pray tell. That was a matter from over a decade ago. Get to the point, please. Lord Giratina, Yang Fan grimaced. Why did these elder beings always relish reminiscing? Fine, I shall be brief. Over a decade ago, that previous bearer also visited the reversed world and, like you, did not believe in fate. Hearing such absurd claims, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming urge to climb atop Giratina's head and deliver a resounding blow. Could such events truly be fate? Yesterday, I indulged in a jet meal. And today I found myself in a restroom. Was that also fate's prank? Human, I know you wouldn't hastily believe such things. Giratina paused, then continued, but at that time, he faced a situation akin to yours today, surrounded by those 3 legends outside. Upon hearing this equally dramatic tale, Yang Fan found himself speechless. Could it truly be fate? Typically, encountering a regional legend was as arduous as climbing a mountain, let alone 3 legends appearing simultaneously. This was akin to joyfully parading down the street after winning the lottery, only to have a comet crash down upon your head. And yet, you continued to stroll about as if nothing had transpired. Such odds were nearly impossible to replicate. So what did he do? Yang Fan suddenly found himself intrigued by the subsequent actions of this person, encountering someone with a shared experience across different worlds. A sense of nostalgia often arises when one meets an old acquaintance in a foreign land. I don't know, Giratina shook its massive head, responding in a deep, resonant voice. But before Yang Fan could pose another question, it continued. However, that time, the world underwent a calamity. Chapter 104. The catastrophe caused by legends. Calamity? Upon hearing the words uttered by Giratina, Yang Fan found his curiosity piqued. What could elicit such a profound reaction from a being as formidable as Giratina? What calamity had this world previously endured? Moreover, he had heard nothing of any cataclysmic events in the Pokémon realm over a decade ago. Could it be that this memory had been concealed or eradicated? Indeed, it was a disaster. Giratina's voice was heavy and oppressive, a flicker of fear glimmering in its eyes, causing its immense form to sway in the boundless darkness as it recalled the past. That period was a time all legends preferred to forget. Wait, all legends? Yang Fan interjected, his brow furrowed in confusion as he questioned Giratina. Isn't the bearer of dragon power only affecting dragon-type Pokémon? How could it involve all legends? This aspect truly baffled Yang Fan. While it was true that on the small island, both Haruto and that dark Lugia were influenced by dragon power, such instances were merely exceptions. Furthermore, the secrets surrounding Haruto could not be hastily concluded as solely being the result of dragon power. There were certainly deeper mysteries hidden within him. Heh! Giratina suddenly chuckled, regarding the diminutive human before it with a hint of pity. Humans are always like this, utterly unable to accept powers they do not comprehend. With a narrow perspective, you attempt to fathom the entirety of existence. Such endeavors are indeed akin to a fanciful tale for you. Hey, I was merely asking, is it necessary to delve into such profundities? You keep insisting on humanity's narrow-mindedness. Why don't you solve the problem yourself then? Yang Fan internally lamented, feeling utterly exhausted from critiquing Giratina. This colossal being, dwelling in the distortion world, truly seemed like an ancient recluse. However, it is understandable that you do not grasp this, given the brevity of human life. You have achieved a remarkable state among your kind. Giratina continued, let me elucidate. The term dragon power is merely a human appellation. In our eyes, this force is known as the origin. Oh, and then what? Yang Fan retorted flatly, his response completely exceeding Giratina's expectations. What was wrong with this human? Shouldn't he be frightened? Feeling a twinge of dismay due to his own overdramatic musings, Giratina pressed on, aware of the urgency of the situation. The origin is something all legends yearn for, myself included. The reason it has a peculiar effect on dragon-type Pokémon is that this origin is the essence of dragons. When influenced, dragon-type Pokémon can attain powers exponentially greater than before. Dragon's origin? Surely, that cannot be something Arceus possesses? Yang Fan mused, stroking his chin, a flicker of speculation igniting in his mind. And how does this relate to the catastrophe? That disaster was entirely due to the bearer of the dragon's origin. She sought to subjugate all legends, intending for the entire world to fall under human governance, excluding us legends from the equation. However, she did not foresee that we are not mere overseers of worldly rules. Rather, the very rules of the world are embodied in us. Giratina's words resonated with profound melancholy born from deep misunderstanding, laced with the anger of being underestimated by humans. The entire distortion world trembled in response. the inverted sky shattered, and the distorted city felt the reverberations. The endless void splintered like a mirror into countless fragments. How absurd! Not only do humans fail to comprehend, but they also audaciously seek to harness the power of legends. That battle nearly overturned the entire world. Although I resided in the distortion world, I was ultimately affected by the Pokémon world's turmoil, and my powers were significantly diminished. That human, while pursued by those 3 dragons outside, fortuitously entered this distortion world. However, Giratina abruptly paused. A flicker of nostalgia danced in its eyes. Although she was the bearer, she retained a fragment of her consciousness at the critical moment. Not wholly consumed by dragon power, during that time, she learned much in my distortion space. Observing the reminiscent expression on Giratina's face, Yang Fan felt a sense of helplessness. Thus, that moment in time was akin to this very moment. Giratina's gaze bore an inscrutable quality as it locked onto Yang Fan. Therefore, I would assert that this is also a matter of destiny. So, Giratina, you still haven't disclosed anything. Yang Fan replied with irritation. After all this talk, what was the purpose of bringing me to the distortion world? Human, forget it. I shall not stoop to your level, Giratina declared haughtily, though its tone betrayed a hint of insecurity. So, will you not simply let me go? Yang Fan sighed and raised his hands in surrender. You can go, but do you wish to be torn to shreds by that dragon? Surely not. Reflecting on the earlier entrance, when Rayquaza and the others appeared sluggish, Yang Fan found himself uncertain. The reason I did not harm you earlier was due to the remnants of the dragon's origin within you. However, as of now, I have absorbed that essence, so. Giratina stated, its demeanor unflinching, showing no sign of remorse. So that is your true intention for bringing me here. Yang Fan's gaze bore into Giratina, his tone laced with a palpable sense of resentment. Ahem. Do not dwell on trivial matters, human. Giratina averted its eyes from Yang Fan, but soon mustered the dignity befitting a legend. Human, what I am about to convey is of utmost importance. With the emergence of the dragon's origin, chaos among legends will inevitably ensue across the globe. As we legends manifest the world's rules, such upheaval will yield irreversible consequences. Even the world you inhabit will be swept up in this storm from the Pokémon realm. Most critically, should the legend's chaos reach a certain threshold, drawing her attention, perhaps both worlds will face annihilation. Hearing Giratina's words, Yang Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating seriously. If what Giratina stated was accurate, then the entity it referenced must be Arceus. This is the platinum orb capable of entering the distortion world. Take it. A golden orb gradually emerged from Giratina's form, settling into Yang Fan's hand. Next, I will reveal the weaknesses of the dragon's origin, but whether you succeed ultimately depends on you. The profound voice echoed within the distortion space. Meanwhile, in the Pokémon world, chaos reigned supreme. Chapter 105. A despairing world, is this the end of the world? Help! Who will come to my rescue? Where's the League? Across Hoenn, nearly all major cities had transformed into desolate wastelands. Crumbling skyscrapers, agonized cries for help, and the frenzied actions of extremist organizations. What in the world is happening? Daigo gazed at the horrific images transmitted to his Pokédex, his clenched fist bleeding from the pressure. Daigo, it seems the world has indeed experienced unforeseen events. Mikuri's eyes widened in horror as he fixated on the small island now visible to them. As champions of Hoenn, they bore the weight of their failure to protect the populace during this crisis, a grave dereliction of duty. Yet, the opportunity to resolve the situation lay upon that very island. Mikuri was acutely aware that something monumental had transpired there, capable of shaking the world to its core. With a tremendous speed, Metagross surged across the ocean's surface, creating waves that crashed around it. In mere seconds, they had comprehended the entirety of the small island's visage. Have we finally arrived? Daigo gazed at the island, which was on the verge of submergence, the icy glint in his eyes betraying his emotions. Regardless of what transpired on this isle, he was resolute in capturing the culprit responsible for Hoenn's dire predicament. Yet, before his feet could touch the soil of the island, Mikuri abruptly seized his arm. Wait, look, what is that? Daigo was taken aback by the astonished expression on Mikuri's face. What could possibly elicit such a reaction from the water-type champion? Following the direction of Mikuri's pointed finger, he beheld a sight at the island's center. Atop a not particularly tall tree, 3 colossal Pokémon were swirling above. In their midst, a bizarre, distorted energy was continuously shifting. It was, indeed, Rayquaza. Daigo turned in shock to face Mikuri. Only now did he realize that the girl at the sky pillar had not deceived them. The sky deity of Hoenn, Rayquaza, was truly present. And not only that, The legendary Pokémon of Sinnoh were also here. Mikuri's lips parted slightly as he slowly uttered. The appearance of 3 legends signifies that something monumental has transpired. Moreover, while legends might merely be tales to the ordinary populace, as champions of the league, the highest echelon of the organization, they were acutely aware of the terrors embodied in such legends. Daigo, this time, we might truly confront the legends. Mikuri left the thought unspoken. As Daigo, a longtime friend of Mikuri, understood him implicitly, it was apparent that this time, the odds were decidedly grim. Let us proceed, Mikuri. Daigo declared with unwavering resolve as he strode toward the World Tree, his steps imbued with determination. Even against legends, I shall seek justice for Hoenn. In that moment, Daigo cast aside all frivolity. Observing his friend's demeanor, Mikuri couldn't help but smile. Slightly adjusting his sideburns, he remarked, Daigo, it has been a long time since we fought side by side. At Mikuri's words, Daigo found himself momentarily taken aback, gazing at the formidable legends in the distance. Indeed, let us hope this does not mark our final battle together. As soon as the words left his lips, the 2 champions charged toward the World Tree. Their resolute figures left the audience of the live broadcast in a state of perplexity. Hoenn's champions, are they? What could compel them to go there at such a time? Is it because of this calamity caused by these legends? Speculations swirled among the crowd, leaving them in confusion. Has it finally begun? The battle between Hoenn's champions and the legends. I have eagerly awaited this moment. In the Johto region Hiwata City, Sakaki's voice resonated throughout the room. Behind him stood an immense legendary Pokémon, motionless like a robotic sentinel. In the Hoenn region, boss, Daigo and Mikuri have both gone to that small island. It appears the plan is progressing splendidly. Within the submarine beneath the sea, Mizuki observed the silhouettes of Daigo and Mikuri on the live stream, a smirk curling his lips. Issue the command to eliminate the Elite Four at all costs. Accelerate the search for Kyogre's whereabouts. We have waited far too long for this moment. At this instant, in the Sinnoh region at Lake Valor, Grandma, the time and space deities have appeared in Hoenn. Cynthia exclaimed anxiously to her grandmother, as the Sinnoh champion. The fact that the legends from her region had ventured to another was troubling. Although humanity could not intervene in the movements of legends, her compassionate heart felt a pang of guilt upon witnessing the turmoil in Hoenn. The lake's guardian remained silent. It seemed that the prophecy had truly resurfaced. Kazunari gazed gravely at the red light emanating from the lake's center, her aged countenance appearing even more haggard. The prophecy, could it be? Cynthia seemed to recall something, her expression one of disbelief as she looked at her grandmother. At that moment, on the nameless island, shall we take action? Mikuri gripped his Pokeball tightly. Faced with the 3 legends hovering above the World Tree, he felt an overwhelming pressure, one he had not encountered in ages. He even momentarily overlooked the unconscious members of the league around him, entirely overwhelmed by the oppressive aura. Hold on, let us rescue these people first. Daigo commanded his Metagross. Understood. Mikuri nodded in agreement, summoning his Milotic to transport the individuals to the island's edge. The phone lines were dead. It appeared the signal had been jammed. Mikuri set down his Pokédex, releasing a deep sigh. He had hoped to summon the league to rescue everyone, but it seemed that hope was futile. Let us proceed inside. Boom. Before Daigo could finish his sentence, the entire island trembled violently, as though it were experiencing an earthquake of unimaginable magnitude. What is happening? Mikuri exclaimed, struggling to maintain his balance, his face a mask of confusion. Such a force capable of shaking the entire island was undoubtedly beyond the capacity of a mere champion. Even the powerful Garchomp of the Sinnoh champion could not cause such a scale of tremor with a full-force earthquake. Could it be? Daigo's expression darkened as he watched the 3 legends vanish into the center, his sense of foreboding reaching unprecedented heights. Daigo, be careful, Mikuri shouted amidst the chaos. What? An ominous feeling washed over Daigo, and he instinctively bellowed, Metagross. Teleport. Bang. In the blink of an eye, Daigo and Mikuri shifted positions. Turning back to see that where they had just stood, a bottomless black void had emerged. The surrounding seawater was being violently sucked in. They couldn't help but look up. In the sky, the 3 legends were fixated on them. Their eyes filled with a feral rage that even those watching the live broadcast could not help but feel a shiver of dread. Chapter 106. World Turmoil. The hopes of the people. Could this be because? Gazing at the scenes unfolding in the live stream, the members of the league responsible for managing the spatial gateways between the Pokémon world and the real world gasped in horror. The terror in their eyes sent a chill down the spines of all present. What is happening? A heavy voice echoed from outside the door. Moments later, a tall, robust middle-aged man entered, pushing the door open. Lord Chun, the spatial gateway has suddenly exhibited unusual activity. The spatial tunnel seems to be on the verge of collapse. The member who had inadvertently exclaimed stood trembling as he responded. His reaction was understandable. The spatial gateway, being the crucial conduit connecting two worlds, must be safeguarded against any issues. Furthermore, since its inception, such phenomena had never occurred. The occurrence of large-scale spatial turbulence within the tunnel was an unprecedented event. Is the information accurate? The man referred to as Lord Chun approached the monitoring apparatus by the tunnel, observing the erratically fluctuating indicators with a grave expression. If the spatial tunnel were indeed compromised, the consequences would be unimaginable. The information is confirmed, but the League member hesitated in his response. But what? Speak. Lord Chun demanded sternly, his tone urgent. What time is it for hesitation? I suspect it may be related to the live broadcast. The League member gritted his teeth, finally voicing his conjecture. Although he wasn't entirely certain, it was evident that the previously stable spatial tunnel could not suddenly manifest such issues without cause. If there was an anomalous factor, this legendary battle broadcast featuring the champions was the most conspicuous culprit. In a live broadcast, Master Chun took the video from a member's hands, and upon catching sight of the footage, he momentarily appeared lost in thought. The legends of the Pokémon world. The two champions of the Hoenn region. The ferocity of such a battle is beyond imagination. In comparison to the pinnacle of power in the real world, the prowess within the Pokémon realm is slightly inferior. Champions, those trainers of unparalleled strength, are exceedingly rare. Yet, at this moment, two living champions stood before him, confronting the legends of the Pokémon world. How could such a spectacle not leave him astounded? Wait, what is that? After a brief moment of distraction, Master Chin's gaze swept over a nondescript corner of the video, where a fleeting figure ignited his suspicion. However, his instincts as a trainer assured him that he had not misseen. In the video, that fleeting shadow was unmistakably a black, shiny Gardevoir. Could it be that Yang Fan is also present? Chun Xianzhong dared not delve further into his thoughts, for this revelation was simply too extraordinary. The newly appointed gym leader, who had just passed the gym evaluation, was actually involved in such a grand scale of battle. Suppressing his astonishment, Chun Xianzhong clutched the video tablet and made his way outside, leaving the previous member of the Alliance bewildered. Master Chun, could you at least return my tablet? The members of the Alliance present exchanged mocking glances, as if to say, who told you to disclose such information to him? However, among these numerous Alliance members, one unremarkable member cast a deep, contemplative gaze toward Chun Xianzhong's figure, his thoughts a mystery. Subsequently, he smiled and excused himself, claiming he needed to use the restroom, disappearing from the room. At the headquarters of the Alliance. Is that so? I understand. With a click, the call ended, and a faint echo of a response lingered in the room, catching the attention of that old dog, Chun. Could it be related to Yang Yi? Issue a directive. Maintain constant surveillance on Yang Fan's movements. Simultaneously, conduct a thorough search of the Haisher gym. Understood. Despite the room being occupied by only one person, the sound of a second voice reverberated. After all was said, the room fell back into its usual silence, as if nothing had transpired. The video on the table continued to play, capturing everything on the nameless island. Daigo, be cautious. Metagross, protect. Milotic, Aqua Ring. The island echoed with the relentless roars of battle, while colossal waves incessantly battered against the island, on the verge of submergence. Nevertheless, the two champions of Hoenn valiantly resisted the assaults of three legendary Pokémon. Boom! The raging torrents surged forth like tidal waves, fracturing the surrounding space and revealing a twisted, dark realm of chaotic energy. Cough, cough. Have these individuals truly unleashed their full power? Mikuri, disregarding his disheveled appearance, coughed twice and glanced at Daigo. The might of legends exceeds my imagination, Daigo murmured, fixated on the three colossal dragons spiraling in the sky. Mikuri, it seems this time we are truly destined to remain here. What nonsense are you spouting? Mikuri retorted sharply. I have no intention of being buried here with someone who only understands rocks. Haha, whether you want to or not, it seems you have no choice. Daigo suddenly appeared enlightened, smiling as he looked at Mikuri. You, be careful. Just as Mikuri intended to speak, his eyes widened in alarm, and he lunged to push Daigo to the ground. Bang! A searing beam of energy erupted behind Daigo. Fragments of rock flew wildly, striking both Mikuri and Daigo, as crimson blood seeped through their garments. Metagross, use Ice Punch on Dialga. Milotic, employ Ice Beam on Dialga. The two, recovering swiftly, urgently commanded their Pokémon. Years of synergy had ingrained their connection to the core. Without needing further elaboration, they instinctively targeted the severely injured Dialga in the fray. Boom. Whoosh. In an instant, Ice Punch and Ice Beam struck Dialga, descending from the sky. Coupled with the double damage of Ice-type moves against Dragon types, Dialga was sent tumbling through the air, crashing down onto the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Well done, Daigo. Mikuri, tidying his long sideburns, grinned at Daigo. Do not let your guard down, Mikuri. Be cautious. Daigo's gaze remained fixed on the other two dragons in the sky, an air of calm beginning to envelop his expression. If these two legends were to inflict mutual destruction, perhaps there truly lay a chance to triumph over legends. Haha, did you see that? Indeed, champions are the strongest. I want that boy from earlier to see this. This is what it means to be a champion. Yes. Where did that boy go? That boy, I have found him. He is the interdimensional gym leader who recently made headlines in the Alliance, known as the genius trainer, Yang Fan. How did an interdimensional individual end up here? I do not know. Let us wait and watch. The outcome should reveal itself soon. Chapter 107. The Dragon Star Cluster that douses hope. Mikuri. Daigo's gaze was solemn as he regarded the duo of dragons in the sky. In this moment, the aura of the Hoenn champions was vividly displayed. Understood. Mikuri nodded in realization, then quickly commanded Milotic. Use Aqua Ring. Target Palkia with Dragon Tail. Metagross. Utilize Magnet Rise, then fire Ice Beam at Milotic's target. Upon hearing their trainer's commands, the two Pokémon did not hesitate. Having known each other since their weakest stages, they had evolved into champions, their experience in battle countless. Like their trainer, the unspoken bond between them transcended verbal communication. As Milotic's form stiffened, a golden current enveloped her. Subsequently, her elongated figure floated freely in the air. The amassed dragon-type energy in her tail was now primed, and in a blink, she darted toward Palkia, hovering above. Observing this, Metagross unleashed a frigid gust of air, following closely behind with an ice beam. Below, Daigo and Mikuri clenched their fists, their eyes sharpened as they focused on Palkia, engaged in a fierce battle with Dialga. Under the relentless assault of Dialga, Palkia struggled to unleash its true strength, remaining at a disadvantage. At that moment, the attacks from Milotic and Metagross drew near. Sensing the urgency, Palkia swiftly retaliated with its claws. Crack! The space behind it shattered like a mirror. Within the chaotic energy of the dark, distorted realm, an overwhelming pull emerged, consuming all attacks from Milotic and Metagross. Even Milotic's body was uncontrollably drawn into the turbulent space. Milotic, Metagross, Daigo and Mikuri shouted in unison. In the midst of the fray, Metagross flickered and instantaneously teleported beside Milotic, utilizing the residual electromagnetic force still clinging to Milotic. It hoisted her onto its back and then teleported to the ground. Upon seeing the unscathed Milotic and Metagross, Palkia's fury ignited. Already driven to madness by the power of the dragon, it became even more volatile. In that moment, it lost all sense of reason, redirecting its wrath. It unleashed a devastating spatial rend downward. The terrifying energy of spatial rend tore through the fabric of space along its path. An unrelenting pull surged from all directions. Daigo and Mikuri could only rely on the immense weight of Metagross to avoid being entirely swept away. Is this the fabled power? It seems we have indeed underestimated it. Daigo cast a wry smile towards Michiru. He had initially thought that vanquishing a legendary Pokémon would steer events in a favorable direction. Yet who could have anticipated that we had grossly underestimated them? Michiru sighed in agreement. The duo now found themselves in dire straits. However, they must still muster the strength to fight. Daigo, reminiscing, gently caressed the head of his Metagross. What do you intend to do? Michiru shouted at Daigo. That method is not yet fully realized, and its success rate is lamentably low. Have you truly thought this through? Listening to Michiru's words, Daigo was all too aware that this newly devised method had been disseminated by the League to champions like them, in hopes of achieving complete control. The League's experimental conclusions indicated that should they fail, both Pokémon and trainers would suffer severe backlash from the energy. Some Pokémon might even lose their lives as a result. In other words, this unconventional approach is akin to gambling with the lives of both the trainer and their Pokémon. I have made up my mind. After all, Daigo paused, continuing, this is our last chance for victory, is it not? Michiru, gazing into Daigo's resolute eyes, fell silent, though his trembling form betrayed his inner turmoil. Very well. Do not fret. I am Daigo. Metagross has always believed in me. With a smile, Daigo, perched atop Metagross, declared. You. Michiru opened his mouth, yet ultimately found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the viewers of the live broadcast stared in stunned silence at Daigo. who seemed prepared to face death, even though Daigo's visage appeared somewhat blurred on the screen. The sight of him standing firm on the island against two seemingly insurmountable legendary figures resonated with nearly everyone. What does Champion Daigo intend to do? Is there truly no hope left? Champion Daigo, sobbing. At the headquarters of the Hoenn region's Pokémon company, an elderly man with a head of white hair, his eyes red-rimmed, gazed at the video in speechless despair. A speedboat raced across the waters of the Sinnoh region. Champion Daigo and Yang Fan. Cynthia set aside her tablet, observing the increasingly dimming sky, her heart feeling as though it were constricted by an unseen force. In the laboratory of the Kalos Region S League, numerous personnel sat gathered, their gazes fervently fixed upon Daigo's figure. Is he finally going to use it? That power. In the frenzied eyes of the researchers, Daigo retrieved two oddly colored stones from within his pocket. He placed one of the stones upon Metagross. Now, are you ready? Metagross. Daigo gently stroked the Pokémon that had accompanied him to the pinnacle of his journey, his eyes suddenly ablaze with an extraordinary confidence. Let us evolve, Metagross. As Daigo's voice rang out, a kaleidoscopic energy enveloped both Metagross and Daigo. Within this surge of energy, Metagross began to undergo a remarkable transformation. When the energy finally dissipated, a completely altered Metagross stood before everyone. Mega Metagross. Have we succeeded? Daigo and Michiru gazed at the scene before them, scarcely able to believe their eyes. In stark contrast to the excitement of Daigo and Michiru, a hint of disdain flickered in the eyes of Palkia, hovering in midair. It then unleashed two powerful spatial rend attacks. Metagross. Ice Punch. Block those attacks. With a swift motion, Mega Metagross appeared before the spatial rend, its four robust arms emanating an icy aura, intercepting the attacks with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Witnessing this, Palkia displayed a glimmer of incredulity. Though it was merely a casual attack, it was unexpectedly thwarted by a human-esque Pokémon. It roared furiously into the sky. Meanwhile, the now impatient Dialga circled angrily in the air. Subsequently, the glimmer of hope that had just appeared for Daigo and Michiru vanished entirely, replaced by overwhelming astonishment and an insurmountable sense of helplessness. Not a single viewer in the live broadcast dared to utter a word, all rendered speechless by the shocking scene unfolding before them. Chapter 108. Unbearable. Yang Fan emerges. Dragon Meteor. A deluge of dragon meteors. In the footage, countless meteors descended upon the island like a torrential meteor shower. The thunderous roars, the ear-splitting sonic booms, the sizzling sound of rising temperatures, accompanied by a cacophony of deafening explosions. Daigo and Michiru had completely abandoned any notion of resistance. This apocalyptic spectacle ignited an undeniable feeling of helplessness within the hearts of the two Hoenn champions. Can we truly contend with this? Michiru trembled as he spoke, his gaze fixed upon the rapidly descending meteors, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. The power of legends. Daigo, feeling utterly deflated, slumped to the ground. Dragon Meteor. A dragon-type move. Any Pokémon possessing the dragon type would likely wield this skill. However, compared to Dialga's Dragon Meteor, it was as if a mere candle stood against the sun. There was no semblance of comparison. Is this truly the power of legends? Even the two champions cannot withstand it? The legends we often discuss are, indeed, this formidable? What has the League concealed from us over these years? Perhaps the League harbors its own unspoken burdens. Have they been shielding us from the legends all along? Will the legends bring about humanity's demise? In the wake of witnessing the terrifying meteor shower, all those watching the live broadcast fell into profound doubt. These ordinary citizens, having never heard of any legends, were thus left ignorant of the power they possessed. Hence, upon witnessing this scene firsthand, their fear of the unknown erupted within them. Have they still not made contact? At this moment, the Hoenn League was in utter chaos. As the acting executive officer managing the League's affairs, their hearts sank as they beheld the apocalyptic imagery on the screen, spiraling out of control. They paced back and forth within the League's office. Report. The area where the champions are located has exceeded the signal range. A League member, head bowed, responded with a pallid face. No signal? Then how is this live broadcast occurring? The executive officer bellowed at their subordinate. You better hurry and re-establish contact. Yes. If anything were to happen to the two champions of Hoenn, none of you would escape unscathed. Not even I. There is no hope left. Daigo struggled to lift his weary body, fatigued from the mega evolution, as he gazed at the impending meteors. He suddenly turned to Michiru and said, Indeed, there is no hope left. Michiru, sporting a look of resignation, met Daigo's gaze. Their years of friendship remained unchanged even in this moment. As they watched the approaching meteors, Daigo and Michiru accepted their fate, casting a glance at the Pokémon that had always stood by their side. Regret flickered in their eyes. Yet ultimately, the meteors drew ever closer. Those watching the broadcast could not bear to keep their eyes open. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated throughout the surroundings. The hearts of all citizens quaked. Were the two champions to meet their end like this? Wait, what is this? Suddenly, someone questioned aloud. Gradually, more individuals opened their eyes. Staring at the video footage, their mouths agape in disbelief. With wide, incredulous eyes, they fixated on a scene that seemed utterly impossible. Has it truly manifested? In the subterranean base of Tokawaji City, Sakaki sighed deeply in the darkness, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. Yangyi, you truly resemble him. In the garden atop the Silver Summit, the head of the Alliance gazed at the image of the boy on the screen, lost in reverie. Daigo, Daigo, as Daigo, eyes closed, suddenly heard a familiar voice near his ear. He wondered, is that Milotic? Am I truly able to hear his voice even after death? Slowly, Daigo opened his eyes to find the excited visage of Milotic before him. Milotic? Have we already passed on? Daigo queried softly, skepticism lacing his words. We're fine. Daigo, Milotic shouted with fervor, his trembling hands pointing at the boy who had suddenly appeared in midair. It's him. He saved us. Following Milotic's gesture, Daigo looked up to see a youthful figure suspended in the air, emanating a faint blue energy, amidst a cloud of what appeared to be remnants of a meteor explosion. Who is he? Daigo mused, uncertain. I don't know, but he managed to halt the dragon's celestial swarm. Milotic stared in astonishment at the unexpectedly powerful young fan, overwhelmed by the magnitude of his strength. Such a formidable youth, and yet I've never heard of him. Could he be a newly emerged trainer? Hey, you two gentlemen below. Yang Fan casually brushed off the dust from his hands and called out to the still-dazed pair. Gentlemen, are you addressing us? Milotic muttered incredulously to himself. As a champion trainer revered in the Hoenn region, he found it hard to accept being referred to as gentleman by someone younger. Come now, Milotic, given his age. It's only fitting for him to call us that. Daigo reassured Milotic with a relaxed expression. Young man, might you share your name with us? Daigo inquired of Yang Fan. I am Yang Fan, the gym leader of the interdimensional sea city. Yang Fan replied, a touch of bashfulness in his demeanor. Having gleaned the greatest weakness of the dragon's power from the reverse realm of Giratina, he had unwittingly absorbed the special energy that emanated from Giratina, unlocking memories that even Mutuo could not unravel. Consequently, he had obliterated the influence of the dragon's essence upon him, allowing him to be reborn anew. Interdimensional gym leader? Milotic exclaimed in disbelief. Regardless of the world, one must possess recognized strength to attain the title of gym leader. And for Yang Fan to inherit such a position at such a young age was indeed remarkable. Thank you, gym leader Yang Fan. Daigo expressed his gratitude. As the heir of the Zavochi family, his noble upbringing was evident in his demeanor. Daigo champion, Milotic champion, let us discuss certain matters later. Yang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. After all, we still have 2 dragons to deal with. Mutuo, Shinado, Yang Fan, you've returned. The voices of the 2 Pokémon resonated with excitement. Even Mutuo's tone carrying a hint of disbelief. Its psychic abilities continuously monitored the entire island, yet Yang Fan's arrival had not stirred a single ripple. Chapter 109, The Enraged Palkia. Yang Fan, are you alright? Shinado, unable to contain her urgency, teleported to Yang Fan's side, anxiously inspecting him from head to toe. I'm fine, Shinado. Yang Fan replied with a gentle smile, clearly perceiving her genuine concern. Next time, you mustn't leave me behind. Wherever you go, take me with you. Shinado pouted, cutely demanding Yang Fan's attention. All right. I won't leave any of you behind. Yang Fan affectionately ruffled Shinado's hair, his lips curling upwards. Their bond, forged through years of companionship, was irreplaceable, particularly since Yang Fan had entirely shed the adverse effects of the dragon's essence and unlocked the long-sealed memories in his mind. To him, everything felt transformed. Yang Fan, you seem different somehow, Mutuo remarked, having teleported over with curiosity glimmering in its eyes. Mutuo, I've recovered. Yang Fan beamed back at Mutuo. Have your memories returned? Mutuo inquired, incredulous, as it was the one most familiar with the intricacies of Yang Fan's memory nodes, the power contained within which had once stumped even it. To think that Yang Fan had resolved such a predicament merely by his absence. Then, do you recall anything? Mutuo pressed further, intrigued by the sealed matters within Yang Fan's mind. Of course, Yang Fan began, but was abruptly interrupted by Palkia, who had been left to stew in silence for too long. Consumed by the dragon's power, it held no regard for the humans before it, feeling utterly disrespected. As the god of space, It had never endured such affront. Not only had Daigo's Mega Metagross thwarted its attack, but Yang Fan had also managed to intercept the dragon's celestial swarm that even it had to avoid. Coupled with the chaotic surge of the dragon's power, Palkia was now in a state of complete rage. The orbs on its arms radiated blinding violet light, and its aura surged to its zenith. It appears now is not the time for idle chatter, Mutwo. Yang Fan observed Palkia's movements with keen focus. He was well acquainted with the prelude to its signature move. After all, he had previously witnessed Mutwo transform into Palkia, thus he had some insight into countering this deity of space. Indeed, let us eliminate it, Yang Fan. Mutwo echoed, its eyes gleaming with determination as it fixated on the familiar adversary. Shinado, please keep an eye on the two below, Yang Fan instructed, turning to Shinado. Understood. Be careful. Yang Fan. Yes. Trust me, I'll be fine. The two champions below tensed at the eruption of Palkia's aura, their bodies instinctively tightening in response. Just moments ago, it had seemed a foe they could barely contend with, but now it loomed as an overwhelming force, its presence suffocating. Why do I feel so constricted? One of them gasped. Me too. The moment that purple Pokémon roared, I felt utterly unwell. Could this legendary creature even affect us? I think it's quite possible. Can this young man truly defeat it? Impossible. Even the champions fell before it. How could he? In the eyes of many, Yang Fan's emergence was merely a brief reprieve for this world. The screen depicted a legendary being so powerful that even two champions united were no match for it. This enigmatic youth, who had appeared from nowhere, stood little chance against such might. In that moment, hope seemed to evaporate from all. Despite Yang Fan's unknown technique that had halted the formidable dragon's celestial swarm, the vast chasm in power rendered such efforts little more than a temporary delay. Yang Fan. In a corner of Tokawaji City, Xiao Lan gazed at the screen with a complex expression, her heart inexplicably aching. Meanwhile, at the Pokémon Center on Mount Silver, Professor Oak and Shiba silently observed the unfolding scene, both lost in their thoughts. Instead, it was the tearful Tuko at the side. Old man, did you truly create this sprite capable of contending with legends? Trust me, Snowflake. It will undoubtedly astound everyone. Xiao Fan, however, was undeterred by the tone of Professor Okido. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized the screen intently. Mutwo, it's here. Yang Fan observed Palkia with unwavering focus, and it began to stir. At the apex of the violet orbs upon its arms, Palkia's razor-sharp claws suddenly slashed towards Yang Fan's direction. Two blades, rending the fabric of space, hurtled towards them. Wherever they passed, space was cleaved inch by inch. This was Palkia's exclusive skill, spatial rend, a familiar technique. Yang Fan remained unperturbed, yet his hands did not cease their movements. Following the incident of reversing space, the psychic seeds within him had awakened, though not yet fully matured. However, they were sufficient for Mutwo to unleash its powers in battle, while still retaining enough surplus for brief spatial relocations. With his hands weaving through the void, Yang Fan's body began to shift in tandem with his movements. Mutwo, do not conserve your psychic energy. Predict its future and seal its movement trajectory. Almost simultaneously with the execution of the spatial rend, Yang Fan's voice resonated. Mutwo waved its hands, and the purple light in its eyes blazed forth. The intangible psychic energy in the void completely sealed off Palkia's movement path, despite Palkia's title as the god of space. Evading Mutwo's foresight by slipping into the void was nearly impossible. After all, once Palkia was locked onto by Mutwo's formidable psychic power, even the slightest fluctuation in spatial energy would trigger the hidden foresight to erupt. Now Mutwo, psychic smash, send that spatial rend flying. Yang Fan's words were imbued with a fervent zeal. Upon hearing Yang Fan's command, Mutwo exhibited no surprise. Instead, the corners of its mouth curved into a slight smile. Its psychic energy surged forth, forming an immense spoon in its hands. This was a spoon crafted from the purest psychic energy. Thus, before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Mutwo swung it with the force of a baseball bat. Chapter 110, Spatial Rend vs. Psychic Smash. Is he out of his mind? Macaulay's eyes widened in disbelief. Terrified of missing any crucial details, his voice laden with incredulity. This boy doesn't seem reckless at all. Daigo, too, watched Yang Fan suspended in midair, his astonishment evident. Although neither were experts in psychic Pokémon, their champion status granted them insight into details invisible to ordinary trainers. Engaging the god of space from Sinnoh in a direct clash was a path neither Macaulay nor Daigo had envisioned. While this young man appeared self-assured, and his previously unseen sprite seemed extraordinary, it was hardly a justification for confronting a legend head-on. As they beheld the imminent collision of ultimate attacks, a sense of helplessness welled up within Daigo and Milotic. Could this boy, who had rescued them, truly possess only this level of prowess? They were not alone in their confusion. Other ordinary trainers watching the live broadcast were equally baffled. Has this kid gone mad? Completely insane. The world has lost hope. What courage does he possess to confront a legend directly? Whispers spread among the crowd, and the flicker of hope that had briefly ignited was once again extinguished by Yang Fan's own hand. Before the legendary Pokémon, which even two champions could not withstand, what might this underestimated boy bring to the world? At that moment, this question echoed in the hearts of nearly all viewers. Have you completely mastered Mewtwo's power? Truly, you are remarkable. Sakaki observed the poised Mewtwo on the screen, a flicker of fervor and regret crossing his eyes. Mewtwo, they must think we are both mad. Yang Fan communicated with Mewtwo through their psychic link, his tone devoid of anxiety, even tinged with a hint of exhilaration. You have truly changed, Mewtwo replied, its voice light, yet imbued with excitement. Initially conceived as a war machine by Team Rocket and developed by Xiaofan, Mewtwo harbored a latent combative nature deep within its essence. It had previously been unaware of this inclination, buried within its subconscious. However, in this moment of Yang Fan's growth and the resonance of their genetic connection, both had reached a newfound understanding. Thus, Yang Fan's decision to have Mewtwo retaliate against Palkia's assault with such overwhelming force was born from this revelation. Watch closely. This could be a strike that alters the course of history. Yang Fan was ablaze with fervor, causing both Milotic and Daigo below to plunge into deep contemplation. Perhaps we do not truly understand him. How can we presume to speculate on his actions? Milotic murmured to himself, while Daigo was left speechless, gazing at Yang Fan suspended in the air. Yang Fan, vigilant against the approaching Palkia and protective of the two watching Shinado, was met with gazes full of pride akin to that of a lover witnessing their partner shine on stage. As the spatial Ren drew ever closer, the suffocating tension in the air intensified. Yang Fan's complexion flushed, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Now, he shouted. At that moment, his purple psychic energy and blue aura erupted simultaneously. Two beams of energy, one purple and one blue, intertwined and surged towards the heavens. To the astonished eyes of the crowd, they converged upon the already colossal spoon wielded by Mewtwo. Incredible, simply unbelievable. I remember who he is now. Quick, tell the others upstairs. Yes, the young leader of the otherworldly gym, celebrated in the league's announcements. Yang Fan. I remember him too. He's the one with all the sensational headlines. You must be mistaken upstairs. No way. It's him. I even considered him a mentor and pasted his photo in my notebook. Forget the trivialities. Do you think he can succeed? He should be capable, regardless of the outcome, just for his audacity to confront a legend head-on. If I survive this, I will definitely revere him. I second that. Agreed. At this moment, gazing upon the colossal spoon merging with three sources of power, everyone's hearts were tethered to Mewtwo's spoon. The violet spatial Ren drew ever closer. Space continued to fracture. Mewtwo, launch it. Yang Fan shouted at the impending legendary attack. Alongside Yang Fan's roar, Mewtwo swung its gigantic spoon. Boom. Bang. Crack. Spatial Ren versus Psychic Smash. In an instant, an overwhelming gust of wind forced Daigo and Milotic to the ground. The only sounds that reached their ears were the whisper of the wind and the shattering of space. Beyond that, no other sounds could be heard. At this moment, Shinado erected a verdant protective shield for the two. Though they still struggled to breathe under the pressure of the energy tide, it was, at least, a touch more comfortable. As for the audience watching the live broadcast, at the instant of impact, the entire streaming image was utterly torn apart. In the final frames, only a vague silhouette of a colossal wave could be discerned, and thereafter, the screen was completely lost. However, on the nameless isle, Daigo and Milotic bore witness to everything unfolding before their eyes. The sun and moon lost their light. The heavens and earth faded, unlike the tumultuous waves in the distance. Once the energy tide concluded, the surrounding sea fell into an eerie silence, akin to entering an endless night. Finally, after an indeterminate passage of time, the darkness before Daigo and Milotic began to fracture like shattering glass, gradually revealing the original sunlight. This was. Milotic widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene presented before him. Could a trainer truly attain such heights? Daigo's uncontainable astonishment and his spontaneous exclamation plunged the entire scene into silence. It seemed that only Shinado, anxiously searching for Yang Fan, remained oblivious to the changes in their surroundings. Breathe. Calm down. Mikuri forcefully slapped his own face, lowering his hand only when his cheeks were flushed. He continued to gaze incredulously at the spectacle ahead. Chapter 111. The two in shock. Mikuri, do not be overexcited, Daigo slowly articulated, his heavy breaths betraying that he was not entirely composed either. I cannot. Mikuri opened his mouth to utter 3 words. But the lingering redness on his face and the ache in his cheeks conveyed that everything before him was no jest. It was real. Incredibly real. The ocean. Utterly obliterated by the energy tide. Beneath the isle lay a gaping abyss. Countless torrents of seawater surged inward, yet the isle remained unscathed, suffering no harm. Listening to the thunderous sound of the waves rushing in, Daigo and Mikuri were left utterly dumbfounded. Throughout their journeys, they had never witnessed a battle of such colossal scale, let alone the consequences that such a clash could provoke. Daigo, do you think we could reach this point? Mikuri, trembling slightly, turned to Daigo. This might, perhaps. Daigo hesitantly responded, yet ultimately fell silent. As close friends, Mikuri understood his thoughts well. After witnessing such a battle, those lacking mental fortitude might find their convictions utterly shattered. The fact that Daigo and he, as champions of Hoenn, were not immediately rendered speechless by fear was already commendable. Enough. Do not dwell on it. Mikuri comfortingly patted Daigo's shoulder, unaware that his own demeanor had not been particularly commendable either. Who was thinking about what? Daigo retorted, his brows furrowed, displaying no signs of being affected. Then why do you look as if you've lost a stone? It's precisely because I lost a stone. Huh, what? The stones from the ocean floor. I haven't collected enough yet. I missed a splendid opportunity. Daigo lamented, gazing regretfully at the increasingly filled underwater chasm, sighing repeatedly. You are truly beyond help. Mikuri sighed deeply, exuding a sense of helplessness. By the way, that boy? After a brief silence, both suddenly recalled something and simultaneously looked up. Earlier, they had been so startled that they completely forgot about Yang Fan's existence. Only now did they remember him. Shauna, Shinado suddenly exclaimed, her form flickering as she ascended into the sky. Though she could not fly, her psychic-type teleportation allowed her to momentarily hover aloft. Armor Bird, go assist. Daigo promptly tossed a pokeball, uncertain of Shinado's intentions, but following her was always a wise choice. Gur. Upon emerging, Armor Bird observed Shinado teleporting in midair, a glimmer of seriousness flashing in its eyes. As a Pokémon of the elite rank, it could distinctly sense the impending danger radiating from Shinado. Nonetheless, upon hearing its trainer's command, it resolutely followed suit. Shauna. In the midst of teleportation, Shinado suddenly halted, her form uncontrollably plummeting downward. Shinado. Yang Fan's voice resonated from above. Subsequently, much to Armor Bird's astonishment, he caught Shinado's falling body. As a steel and flying type, it suddenly felt overwhelmed. When did humans acquire the ability to fly? Am I about to lose my job? Like a scene where Daigo had abandoned it, Armor Bird instantly sank into despondency. What is wrong with it? Yang Fan pondered, confused by the despondent demeanor of Armor Bird. No, I don't know. Shinado whispered in her heart to Yang Fan. For some reason, Yang Fan sensed an air of shyness emanating from her. Gazing at Shinado, cradled in his arms, Yang Fan felt equally bewildered. Yang Fan. At that moment, Mutwo appeared from the sky, accompanied by a colossal Pokémon floating beside it. Palkia, is everything all right? No, it seems your method worked wonders. That's good, let us descend. Yang Fan tightened his grip on Shinado and followed Mutwo's teleportation, descending directly to the isle below, leaving Armor Bird in a state of bewilderment. Where am I? Who am I? What am I here for? A trifecta of existential questions incessantly echoed in Armor Bird's mind. Meanwhile, on the isle, Daigo spotted Yang Fan's figure and wondered why Armor Bird had yet to descend. However, in just a few seconds, Armor Bird, as if having glimpsed the meaning of life, glumly flew to Daigo's side. Without even a glance at Daigo, it pecked the button of its pokeball with its beak, transforming into a beam of red light and retreating into the ball. What just happened? Daigo was bewildered, utterly perplexed by Armor Bird's sudden change. Hey, what are you thinking? Let us go. Mikuri urged Daigo to hurry along. Daigo, without much thought, followed Mikuri as they rushed towards Yang Fan, completely unaware that in those fleeting seconds in the sky, Armor Bird had comprehended the world. Yang Fan, I truly thank you this time. Daigo and Mikuri stood before Yang Fan, solemnly expressing their gratitude. Had it not been for Yang Fan's timely intervention, they would have likely been reduced to ashes beneath the Dragonstar cluster. It's nothing, no need to mention it. Yang Fan, setting Shinado down, waved his hands dismissively, feeling unworthy of such gratitude from two renowned champions. As a mere gym leader in the seaside city, Despite his intricate connections with Professor Oak, he held a profound respect for the two. After this, let us hope no more problems arise, Mikuri said earnestly, gazing at the unconscious Palkia. He had no desire to once again experience the terror of being at the mercy of legends. It should not happen again, right? Yang Fan replied uncertainly, recalling that in the distortion world, Giratina had merely mentioned the weaknesses of the origin of dragons. However, whether eliminating those weaknesses would lead to a recurrence was never addressed. With a gaze that was somewhat intricate, he uttered, "There may be some unimaginable events that will transpire thereafter." Upon hearing these words, Yang Fan nearly choked to death in disbelief. You have conveyed so much, only to culminate in this final, unfathomable revelation? Just as Yang Fan was about to retort, he was expelled from the reverse world by Giratina. This was also the reason why even Mutuo failed to detect Yang Fan's whereabouts. In the realm of Pokémon, the reverse world serves as a mere shadow of the Pokémon world. The process of transitioning from this shadow back to one's corporeal form merely involves a transformation of state. This process can only be perceived by those Pokémon that exist within the shadows. Chapter 112. Rayquaza, do I not care about my dignity? Shunti, or perhaps, could it be that Yang Fan knows the cause of the legendary upheaval? Suddenly, a hint of doubt flickered across Mikoli's face. Upon contemplating this possibility, Mikoli felt as though he had grasped something significant, casting a peculiar look at Yang Fan. Due to the world tree, Yang Fan did not withhold any information and recounted the sealing of the world tree truthfully, albeit slightly omitting the involvement of Professor Oak. Is that so? I did not expect the Dragon Master of Johto to also Dato's side, his eyes filled with disappointment for his colleague. If such events were indeed linked to Dato, it would render him unable to remain in the Pokémon League. Should we report this matter to the League? Mikoli suddenly inquired of Dato. He was well aware that Dato was not the type to enjoy reporting behind others' backs, and as champions of Hoenn, they had no jurisdiction over Dato from Kanto and Johto. Furthermore, it was unnecessary to mention that Dato himself was a champion. Hence, whether this matter warranted a report to the League needed further discussion between the two. After all, if what Yang Fan claimed were true, the ramifications of this situation would be significant. Gentlemen, we shall discuss this matter later, Yang Fan remarked while gazing at the dimming sky. There remains one adversary yet to be dealt with. Roar. As his words fell, the oppressive black clouds in the sky made it difficult to breathe. At the center of the stormy clouds, a green, dragon-like Pokémon flickered in and out of sight. Rayquaza, the most formidable opponent. Dato and Mikoli paled as they fixed their eyes upon Rayquaza's silhouette, their hearts racing once again. Although they had managed to eliminate the other two Sinnoh legends, this dragon-type legend from their own region was the most challenging to confront. Moreover, Dato and Mikoli were only accompanied by a single main Pokémon, while their other Pokémon were also of elite caliber. Involving them in this battle would undoubtedly complicate matters for Yang Fan. Do you still feel confident, Gym Leader Yang? Dato queried gravely. Yang Fan's performance in the previous battle had surpassed Dato's expectations, yet it seemed to have drained Yang Fan considerably. Do not overexert yourself, Gym Leader Yang, Mikoli echoed, casting a concerned glance towards Yang Fan. Do you believe me if I say I'm fine? Yang Fan's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, the previous battle had taken its toll. However, the side effects were not so severe. Moreover, aside from the substantial energy expenditure, Mutuo had sustained little injury. I am quite alright, so do not worry. Although amused internally, Yang Fan kindly reassured them. In many respects, these two were far more amiable than other champions from different regions. However, Yang Fan paused, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. What is it? Both Dato and Mikoli inquired in unison, unaware of what Yang Fan intended to convey. Do you not think the League may have a hand behind this matter? What do you mean? This location is relatively close to the Hoenn League headquarters. Isekai'd? Indeed, it is not far. Mikoli and I arrived from the Sky Pillar in less than half an hour. Then the question is evident. Why, after such a prolonged interval, have we not seen any sign of the League? Upon hearing Yang Fan's conjecture, both Dato and Mikoli fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, Yang Fan is correct. They had only taken a brief time to arrive from the Sky Pillar. Yet nearly 2 hours had elapsed since their arrival on the island, and still, there was no sign of League support. Mikoli had even specifically reported their location to the Hoenn League headquarters during their journey, repeatedly mentioning the connection between the Hoenn disaster and Rayquaza's appearance. Yet, the League's assistance remained conspicuously absent. Could it be? Mikoli refrained from continuing, shifting his gaze to the gravely serious Dato. Such matters were becoming increasingly apparent. However, they had been rather careless amidst the storm's chaos. In any case, We shall address these matters later. Dato shook his head, meeting Mikoli's gaze, subtly moving his lips. Very well. As long as the two champions have their own considerations, Yang Fan remarked nonchalantly. In truth, he did not intend to sow discord between the Hoenn champions and the League. Rather, he had harbored suspicions during the earlier battle, especially regarding everything witnessed atop Silver Mountain. Why had there been such extensive casualties from the League on an island situated within the Hoenn region? Yet only Professor Oak and Shaba had ever engaged in battle here. Both were undeniably affiliated with the Kanto League. Even if Professor Oak acted out of guilt, why? After Rayquaza's prolonged presence, had there been no word from the Hoenn League? Particularly after the battle with Palkia? Mutuo had informed Yang Fan of an unidentified signal source nearby, intensifying Yang Fan's suspicions. Perhaps this matter concealed a far more clandestine struggle within the League itself? Roar. Observing the humans below who completely disregarded his presence, Rayquaza was infuriated. Do you not consider the occasion while speaking? Do you not see the colossal dragon awaiting you? Do I not have any dignity? With anger that had no outlet, Rayquaza unleashed its most ferocious power before the three humans. Instantly, a tempest howled. The ocean waves surged. Amidst the oppressive black clouds, Rayquaza's spiraling figure coalesced into a terrifying vortex. The might of Hoenn's most powerful legend was laid bare for all to witness. Is the signal source repaired? Boss, it has been re-established. The previous issues were due to energy surges. At that moment, all those who were on edge around the globe witnessed the restarted visuals anew. Their feeble hearts raced once more at the display of the legend's power. Is it finally resolved? Where is Yang Fan? Where has my master gone? What in the world is that? A colossal green caterpillar. By the gods, a green caterpillar. That is the sky god Rayquaza of Hoenn. Well, it certainly resembles a green caterpillar. As the visuals continued to illuminate, the people beheld the brave youth standing resolutely before the malevolent dragon once more. Xiao Fan, I told you my created Pokémon could never fail. Is the plan ready? It has all been addressed. Currently, the Kanto League lacks high-end combat power. As for Rayquaza, it ultimately does not possess the ability to traverse time. The bearer of the dragon's power challenges the mighty dragon? What a splendid spectacle awaits. Chapter 113, The Gift of Rayquaza. Mutuo. Indeed, Yang Fan and Mutuo descended below the clouds, gazing intently at the oversized green caterpillar. Humans, you possess an audacious spirit. How dare you provoke the god of the skies? Before Yang Fan could utter a word, Rayquaza was the first to bellow in fury at him. Has it not lost its consciousness? Is Rayquaza's self-awareness so profound? In the distortion world, Giratina had informed Yang Fan that any Pokémon that has absorbed the essence of the dragon would be influenced by it to some extent. Only those creatures with exceptionally strong self-awareness, or those capable of absorbing such violent emotions, would remain unperturbed. Giratina, being the sole Pokémon governing the distortion world, reigns over its entirety. The distortion world is but a shadow of the Pokémon realm, essentially a reservoir of the negative energies that seep from the Pokémon world. In other words, it is akin to poison for one, yet nectar for another. To Giratina, such negative emotions are hardly a matter of consequence. Rayquaza must indeed be one of those dragon-type Pokémon with an exceedingly strong self-awareness, as Giratina had described. Since ancient times, dragon-type Pokémon have not only been synonymous with immense power, but have also been associated with brutality, arrogance, and madness. The essence of the dragon merely amplifies these emotions. Rayquaza exemplifies the attribute of pride to its utmost. Pride, or rather, it possesses an attitude of being invincible in this world. Upon seeing the insignificant human it has always regarded as such daringly meet its gaze, how could it not feel enraged? Truly, how prideful it is. Yang Fan, observing the wrathful Rayquaza, remarked calmly that all dragon-type Pokémon seem to share this common trait. Human, there is a familiar scent about you. Is it the power of the dragon? Are you the bearer of this generation? Before Yang Fan could respond to Rayquaza's inquiry, the dragon suddenly changed its demeanor and questioned him. Oh, the term bearer is rather unappealing. Could it not be phrased more elegantly? Yang Fan rolled his eyes at the remark. Whether it be Giratina or Rayquaza, the moniker of the dragon's bearer is indeed rather ungraceful. To be the bearer of the dragon, you should consider it an honor. Rayquaza held its head high, begrudgingly forgiving the human for daring to gaze upon the great sky god. I am honored. I am quite honored. Yang Fan raised an eyebrow and spoke with a hint of significance. This is the peculiarity of this world. Nearly all legends possess their own unique powers, Tetsu's true power, Satoshi's eternal power, and so forth. Yet, What Yang Fan carries is merely the broadly encompassing essence of the dragon. Therefore, whether one feels honored or not is inconsequential. It is merely the nature of this power that seems to exude a superiority over others. Thus, elucidate your intentions, bearer, since you have not succumbed to chaos. The rest shall be manageable. Chaos. That refers to the negative emotions within the essence of the dragon. Huh. How could such a lowly and tedious power possibly affect the proud sky god? That is reassuring. Yang Fan exhaled deeply. Were it not for the necessity, he would prefer not to engage in battle with these legends after having just concluded a fight. After all, these legends embody the rules of the world and serve as its guardians. Should any mishap occur, he would become a grave sinner, wouldn't he? Moreover, the Sinnoh duo still lies unconscious on the island due to the chaos of the dragon's essence, unaware of the irreversible changes that have transpired in this world. He hoped nothing serious had occurred. Yang Fan's eyes shimmered, and he chose to remain silent. What is happening? Is Yang Fan conversing with legends? My master is indeed the strongest. Do we not need to fight anymore? Is it ending just like this? The minds of the onlookers seemed unable to grasp the situation. They unanimously believed that legends would bring calamity to humankind and never imagined such a peaceful resolution was possible, especially for those in the Hoenn region. Witnessing the dissipating dark clouds revealing a glimmer of the setting sun felt akin to rebirth. Human, I am quite curious as to how you discern that this power is the essence of the dragon. Rayquaza now expressed keen curiosity. The term essence of the dragon is one that exists only within the lore of dragon-type legends. Historically, every bearer merely referred to this power as the dragon's might. No one has ever called it the essence of the dragon. It was Giratina who informed me. Yang Fan candidly disclosed to Rayquaza. There was truly no need for secrecy. Giratina, you say? I see. A peculiar glint flickered in Rayquaza's eyes, seemingly harboring trepidation towards Giratina. Trepidation? Could it be? A multitude of speculations flashed through Yang Fan's mind. Logically, Rayquaza's strength should rival that of Giratina, and given that one is a Hoenn legend while the other is from Sinnoh, opportunities for their encounter are rare. Why would there be any trepidation? Moreover, Rayquaza's personality does not seem one to act in such a manner. Could it be that there is an issue with Giratina? Recalling Giratina's demeanor in the distortion world, Yang Fan found himself harboring a sliver of doubt. Indeed, entangling oneself with these legends yields no good. With a long sigh, Yang Fan shook his head, wearing a wry smile. Human, as a token of our first meeting, I bestow this gift upon you. Rayquaza soared in the sky, and a beam of starlight suddenly descended upon Yang Fan. What is this? This starlight contains my power and can, to a certain extent, ensure your safety. Yang Fan was at a loss for words. Why do these legends always bestow gifts upon him? After his initial battle with Ho-Oh and Lugia, he received Ho-Oh's golden feather and Lugia's silver plume. Subsequently, in the distortion realm, Giratina gifted him the platinum orb. Now, Rayquaza has even granted him this power. Is the title of the dragon's bearer truly that advantageous? Yang Fan pondered silently, aware that while these treasures and powers were alluring, as the saying goes, one must always guard against others. These items belong to legends, and they may be keeping an eye on his every move. As he sought the truth of the past, he would inevitably have to interact with these legends. Thus, it would be prudent to refrain from utilizing these powers too often. No one knows what schemes these legends might be concocting in the shadows. Chapter 114, the incident concludes. Well, human, the matters here are settled. Let us part ways. Rayquaza soared high into the heavens. Farewell, Lord Rayquaza. Yang Fan smiled faintly, bidding farewell to Rayquaza. Although he did not comprehend why, in the end, Rayquaza had set aside its proud demeanor towards him, it was nevertheless a positive sign, was it not? Earning the favor of a top-tier legend is no trivial feat. As he watched the departing figure of Rayquaza, Yang Fan fell into deep contemplation. For some reason, he sensed that Rayquaza harbored a certain fondness for him in its tone. Yang Fan, can it be trusted? At that moment, Mutuo suddenly inquired from the side. It understood more than it let on. It was simply prudent to remain silent in the presence of Rayquaza. After all, with such a being, one that is not of the dragon type yet can contend with legends, appearing alongside Yang Fan, who could guarantee that Rayquaza would not harbor suspicions. These legends are not mere ordinary Pokémon. They are not cold embodiments of world rules, but possess their own thoughts and schemes, regardless of whether it is worthy of trust. We currently find ourselves devoid of alternatives, do we not? Yang Fan grinned at Mutuo, acutely aware that, under the present circumstances, no legendary being could be deemed trustworthy. However, If he truly wished to unravel the mysteries surrounding the events that transpired in the secret realm, he had no choice but to delve into these legends. Moreover, having a sense of camaraderie is undoubtedly preferable to being adversaries. Indeed, Mutwo responded with a hint of understanding. As Yangfan's Pokémon, it naturally contemplated matters from his perspective. Especially after discovering that the memory nodes within Yangfan's mind had been unlocked, it increasingly felt that it could not resolve every issue flawlessly. Perhaps there existed even more formidable Pokémon in this world. As Yangfan pursued the path of uncovering past events, he would inevitably encounter challenges that even Mutwo could not surmount. Thus, it was imperative for Mutwo to continue its journey of growth. Enough of such musings, let us descend. Yangfan gazed downward, his eyes seemingly harboring an infinite galaxy. Following the restoration of his memories, he had come to comprehend many things, including the circumstances that led Yang Yi to bring him into the Pokémon world. The identity of Toko also rendered him somewhat embarrassed. Initially, due to his father's act of saving Toko's parents, he had been taken to stay at Toko's home even before their mission commenced. Toko's parents treated Yangfan as if he were their own flesh and blood. At that time, Toko was likely just beginning to form memories, which led her to perceive Yangfan as her elder brother. However, having multiple such younger sisters is not an entirely unpleasant situation. Casting aside these trivial thoughts, Yangfan and Mutwo descended onto the small island and approached Daigo and Mikuri. Indeed, what a remarkable battle it has been. Witnessing Yangfan effortlessly vanquish Rayquaza in just a few exchanges, Mikuri glanced at the seemingly youthful Yangfan, admiration radiating from his eyes. Truly, his future knows no bounds. Daigo nodded in agreement. Observing Yangfan drawing closer on the island, both men exhibited expressions of disbelief as they reflected on their experiences since arriving. Daigo and Mikuri felt a surreal sense of enchantment. Before arriving on the island, they had both been revered champions in Hoenn, standing at the pinnacle of all trainers. Yet now, having witnessed the power of legends, perhaps their mindsets would undergo a transformation. Is it truly over? It should be. Why does it feel so surreal? I have already thought of the headlines for the news. Yangfan, forever enduring. Thank you, master. I wonder when you will impart the secrets of courting young ladies. You up there seem a bit off. After the conclusion of this battle, a sense of relief washed over the hearts of the people, freeing them from anxieties about the world's annihilation. Have we succeeded? Yang Yi, you have a fine son. Perhaps you were indeed right. The executive officer at the Alliance headquarters observed the scene on the screen and drained his glass of red wine, then gracefully glided across the room, placing a yellowed photograph on the table. Yangfan. Giovanni at Team Rocket's base switched off the video, sighing in the darkness. You have won. Truly splendid. Xiaolan covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yangfan. At that moment, on the unknown island, an arriving Cynthia, once again delayed, stood atop her Garchomp and waved towards Yangfan and the others. Ah, Cynthia, what brings you here? Yangfan inquired, puzzled. How does Cynthia know of this place? Has she also received internal news from the Alliance? In truth, you have been live-streamed from the very beginning. Cynthia observed with pity at Daigo and Mikuri. This stream originated from an unknown source, but it is undeniable that since Daigo and Mikuri set foot on the island, they have been watched by people from all corners of the world. What? Mikuri, upon hearing Cynthia's words, leaped up in excitement. It's over. My glorious image is completely ruined. Daigo regarded Mikuri with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. He was all too familiar with Mikuri's character. Embarrassment on a global scale is more unbearable than death, a situation that can only be described as a complete social demise. There is no saving it. Better to be reborn. Ignoring Mikuri's lamentations, Daigo furrowed his brow and inquired of Cynthia. Champion Cynthia, does the Sinnoh League not provide any support? Yes. Isn't that what I am here for? No, I meant reinforcements from the League. This should be in place, I suppose. Cynthia answered uncertainly, as this question genuinely perplexed her. As the champion of Sinnoh, her actual authority was rather limited. Even the Sinnoh League had introduced a new champion challenge to further diminish the powers of the champions. Is that so? Thank you. Daigo's frown deepened, his suspicions regarding Yangfan's earlier statements growing stronger. Could it be that the League harbors some unspeakable secrets? Enough of this discussion. Let us first vacate this cursed place. Mikuri, utterly disheartened, rose as if a ghost, whispering into Daigo's ear. Damn, you startled me. Seemingly genuinely frightened by Mikuri, Daigo instinctively swung a fist, only for Mikuri to catch it, clearly accustomed to Daigo's reflexive responses. Well then, shall we depart? Cynthia turned her gaze towards Yangfan. For some reason, She suddenly felt as if Yang Fan had transformed into an entirely different person. He seemed more genuine. Chapter 115. The Discovery of the World Tree. No need for that. You all should return first. Yang Fan declined Cynthia and Mikuri's proposal, gazing at the distant World Tree. He had finally discovered this place. Although he had gained much and unlocked the memory nodes within his mind, it was evident that there existed things here that he had yet to uncover. There could even be clues left behind by his father, Yang Yi. Why? Cynthia looked at Yang Fan in surprise. Previously, she had been uncertain whether Yang Fan had changed, but now she could assertively state that something unknown had undoubtedly transpired within him. Back in Yang Fan's Sea City gym, she had once extended an invitation to him, and though he had declined, it had been a gentler refusal than the current bluntness. In comparison to the past, Yang Fan had resembled a caged beast, a sense of restraint always surrounding him. Now, however, he appeared as a soaring eagle, unafraid of the challenges ahead. I have matters to resolve, so I cannot accompany you. Yang Fan smiled at the trio. At that moment, the expressions of the three observing Yang Fan shifted slightly. Yet they refrained from probing further. As champions from various regions, they were not devoid of emotional intelligence. They understood that everyone harbors secrets. In such a situation, it would be wise not to pry too deeply, especially since both had been saved by Yang Fan. Any further breach of decorum would surely earn his disdain. Offending a promising young trainer with a bright future is hardly a prudent course of action, especially considering Yang Fan had already surpassed them by a considerable margin. Well then, Cynthia said regretfully as she bid farewell to Yang Fan, turning to board the tardy boat. As the champion of Sinnoh, it was unthinkable for her to humble herself to seek out secrets from others. Farewell then, Gym Leader Yang Fan. Gym Leader Yang Fan. Should you venture to the Hoenn region, do remember to inform us. Daigo and Mikuri also smiled as they bid farewell to Yang Fan. As champions, they have encountered numerous matters, though most of the championship affairs have been delegated by Daigo to Mikoli. However, there are pressing issues that now require his investigation. Naturally, Mikoli, as his most trusted ally, would assist him in retrieving pertinent information within the league. Farewell. Yang Fan waved his hand in farewell. But out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a group of league members forgotten by everyone else, and quickly called out to Daigo and the others, "Wait. What about these individuals?" Aghast, both Daigo and Mikoli felt their faces flush, realizing they had overlooked this matter entirely. How could they have forgotten? Fortunately, these league members had demonstrated remarkable resilience, managing to avoid being caught in the perilous turmoil of the legendary battle. Their luck was indeed extraordinary. What shall we do? Daigo and Mikoli exchanged glances, utterly at a loss. The speedboat could only accommodate 10 people, and with the driver and Sharona, it was already nearing its load limit. Let us take a few each, Sharona suggested. Among the Pokémon of the three, some could carry passengers, albeit primarily tailored for their personal mobility needs. However, given the current situation, there was no other option. All right then, come forth, Skarmory, Milotic, Dragonair, Gyarados. With a flash of white light, several larger Pokémon materialized. Yang Fan then utilized his psychic abilities to lift the unconscious league members onto the backs of some of the Pokémon. He couldn't help but wonder why Daigo Skarmory was regarding him with such a mournful gaze. Well then, this time, it's truly farewell. Yang Fan bid adieu to the trio, unable to conceal the smile in his eyes. What could he do? Daigo and Mikoli insisted on placing some of these individuals onto the speedboat, which resulted in half of it being submerged in the sea. Thankfully, the technology in the Pokémon world was quite advanced. Otherwise, they might not have been able to move at all. Infuriated, Sharona released her Garchomp, dashing away without a backward glance. Goodbye, Yang Fan. Daigo and Mikoli waved their farewells. Yang Fan watched as the speedboat receded into the distance, then turned his gaze back towards the World Tree at the island's center. Beside him, Mutwo and Shinado followed closely, as if to prevent a repeat of the last unexpected incident. There is no need for such caution, Yang Fan chuckled, shaking his head at the two Pokémon. The prior encounter with Giratina had merely been an accident. However, the serious expressions of Mutwo and Shinado conveyed their concerns. Oh well, do as you please. He said no more and hastened to the base of the World Tree. Gazing up at the lush canopy, a wave of tranquility enveloped him. A gentle breeze caressed the treetops, causing the leaves to rustle in a symphony of joyful melodies, as though no battle had ever taken place here. Everything was as serene as a summer's day in the countryside. Even Yang Fan's aura sensed a faint, joyous emotion emanating from the World Tree. Could this be the will of the world? Yang Fan pondered, stroking his chin. The sensations conveyed from the World Tree could indeed be referred to as the world's will. Was it perhaps because he had aided in resolving the sealed dragon's origin? That seemed implausible. While the dragon's origin had its issues, the world tree, as a manifestation of the world's will, being tainted by this power raised significant questions. If the dragon's origin could be absorbed by legends, it must be part of the world. Why then would it corrupt the world tree? What was at play here? Yang Fan contemplated for quite some time, but could not deduce an answer, resigning himself to search for other clues beneath the world tree. Even the smallest deviation from the ordinary would suffice. After his relentless pursuit, he indeed stumbled upon a peculiar sight. At the center of the world tree's trunk, a small black that was steadily expanding. No way, not again. Yang Fan stared at the dot, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Could Giratina be encountering issues again? Not only did Yang Fan grow anxious, but even Mutuo and Shinado sensed something amiss, their psychic powers coalescing into a palpable form. What is this? However, as the black dot swelled into a small tree hollow, it ceased its expansion and began to morph into a genuine cavity. Could it be another legendary Pokémon emerging through the world tree? Yang Fan speculated, for any creature manifesting from it would undoubtedly be of legendary caliber. Yet, observing the stillness of the hollow, he steeled his resolve and slowly extended his hand inside. What is this? It feels soft. It seems to be moving. Chapter 116, News from Mew in the World Tree. Why does it have a slightly damp sensation? As Yang Fan's hand delved deeper, his expression suddenly shifted, alternating between red and white. Yang Fan, what is wrong? Mutuo and Shinado looked at him with growing concern, fearing any mishap would only deepen their guilt. It's nothing, just a peculiar sensation. Yang Fan struggled to articulate his feelings, unsure how to explain this to Mutuo and Shinado without compromising his dignity as a trainer. Besides, how would Shinado perceive him? Such a fate would be far worse than the embarrassment he felt with Macaulay. Meow? Purr. Just as Yang Fan hesitated about withdrawing his hand, a faint purring sound emanated from the tree hollow. Had he not enhanced his hearing through his aura, he might not have even caught it. This sound felt oddly familiar. Driven by curiosity, Yang Fan withdrew his hand from the hollow, revealing a small, adorable Pokémon clinging to his finger and licking it incessantly. Oh, is it you? Upon seeing the Pokémon in his hand, both Shinado and Mutuo let out a sigh of relief, having feared something unfortunate had transpired. But knowing this little one was involved, they felt assured that no major disturbances would arise. Even if complications did occur, Mutuo was confident in his ability to subdue Mew should the need arise. Hey, little one, wake up. Yang Fan gazed at the dreaming Mew, who appeared to be lost in thoughts of food, a smile curving his lips as if he had been healed. Purr. Mew slowly opened its drowsy eyes, surveying its surroundings. Upon spotting Yang Fan, Mutuo, and Shinado up close, it leapt from Yang Fan's hand, albeit still in a daze, wobbling in midair and nearly plummeting to the ground. Thankfully, Yang Fan caught it once more. Otherwise, this little creature might have truly learned what it felt like to fall. You naughty little one, what are you doing here? Mew, cradling its small head, looked around, seemingly searching for something. A special voice then resonated in Yang Fan's heart. Was this Mew speaking? Yang Fan curiously regarded the Mew in his hand, and he did not suspect that it was Mutuo or Shinado making the sound. He was well acquainted with their voices. Mutuo had a light, ethereal tone, while Shinado's voice exuded a regal pride laced with sweetness. Who's talking? That same voice echoed within Yang Fan's heart again. It seemed this little one was still not fully awake. Yet, in its mind, it had already formed the image of him as a naughty one. Was it due to the last battle? Did it mean, you naughty one? Suddenly, as if recalling the source, Mew gazed at Yang Fan with its big, innocent eyes, incredulously staring at him, and then quickly covered its mouth. You wicked creature. Oh no, I mean human. What brings you here? Dream floated gently from Yang Fan's grasp, her petite visage adorned with a subtle blush, reminiscent of a child caught in the act of mischief. And why do you find yourself here? Yang Fan, rather than responding to Dream's inquiry, retorted with a teasing question of his own. I don't know. I was simply napping in a tree, surrounded by delectable treats, and suddenly, here I am. Why? And why are you here again? Having lived in solitude, Dream appeared to have had little interaction with humans, let alone those capable of understanding her innermost thoughts. She shyly lowered her gaze and responded in a faint whisper. You won't call me a wicked creature anymore? Yang Fan chuckled at the sight of Dream's bashful demeanor. He never expected the prankster to exhibit such a vulnerable expression. Yet, it was true that Dream generally possessed a gentle disposition, making her one of the few legendary spirits that held no hostility towards humans. Oh, I see, I apologize. Dream replied, her large eyes wide with regret, as she looked up at Yang Fan. The feeling of being caught off guard by him left her genuinely embarrassed, rendering her speechless. All right, don't be shy. Here, take this. Yang Fan withdrew a familiar cube from his backpack. This is a delicious treat. Upon seeing the cube, Dream's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly embraced the jar, plunging her head inside. This was a farewell gift from Gardevoir, meant for Yang Fan, a token of goodwill. Witnessing Dream's eager demeanor only widened Yang Fan's smile. He placed the jar atop the branch of the world tree and pointed at it, asking, Little Dream, do you find anything amiss with this world tree? Well, Dream swallowed the energy cube in her mouth and replied, the world tree seems fine. It's just that this one is a bit smaller than the one I sleep in. Yang Fan's expression shifted upon hearing Dream's response. The one you sleep in? Are there many world trees? Indeed, there are many world trees, each located in different places. Yang Fan's curiosity piqued. Could you take me to the world tree where you reside? His earlier suspicions were confirmed. This world tree was not the only one. During discussions with Professor Oak and Datu, it was made clear that this world tree was not the one they had previously explored. The true world tree likely resided where Dream dwelled. Dream hesitated, reluctantly returning the jar to Yang Fan. The world tree won't let you enter, so, I'll give it back. What does that mean? Yang Fan raised an amused eyebrow, observing Dream's reluctance as he playfully patted her small head. Did this little creature actually comprehend the rules of human society? Go ahead and eat. All of this is for you. You need not take me with you. Just share some information about the world tree. Truthfully, this was Yang Fan's first step towards unraveling the enigma. However, Dream's assertion that the world tree would not permit him entry surely held merit. As a manifestation of the spirit of the elven world, if it wished to remain hidden from humans, it would be virtually impossible to find. Perhaps it was wiser to adopt a more relaxed approach. Establishing a good rapport with Dream might lead her to speak on his behalf to the world tree. This was undoubtedly the closest avenue he had to the truth. Really? Dream gazed at Yang Fan, her large, innocent eyes sparkling with delight, as if fearful of his potential change of heart. Absolutely. Enjoy. Yang Fan chuckled, nodding affirmatively. His words were spoken with sincerity. He could never bring himself to deceive such an endearing spirit. All right then, I shall share what I know about the great tree. Dream began. The tree was injured previously, so now, aside from me, it seems no one else can enter. Others have sought out the great tree, but it insisted I send them away, lest I be denied a place to sleep beneath its branches. After that, I haven't seen anyone approach the great tree again. The world tree actively encouraged Dream to venture out? Could it have foreseen the arrival of humans at that hidden realm? Or did it intentionally guide the exploration team into the secretive area? What could its motives have been? Was the subsequent injury of the world tree a factor in its calculations? After absorbing everything Dream had disclosed, Yang Fan found himself back at square one. He appeared to have grasped a crucial point, yet it felt as if he had unraveled nothing at all. This is quite vexing. Yang Fan sighed, rubbing his forehead with a wry smile. After all the endeavors and battles he had faced, he found himself confronting an unsolved mystery. Even he felt a tinge of exhaustion. Suddenly, a soft sensation at the back of his head, accompanied by a fragrant aroma, caused Yang Fan's tense thoughts to gradually ease. Without turning around, he simply closed his eyes and murmured, Thank you, Shinado. As the gentle breeze rustled the leaves, the surrounding atmosphere began to resonate with the sounds of chirping insects. When Yang Fan next awoke, the moon hung high in the sky, and the dazzling starry river reflected in his eyes. At that moment, he felt enveloped in a layer of mysterious starlight, evoking admiration from those who beheld it. Yet, on this small island, he found himself alone. Only Shinado remained. Gazing intently at Yang Fan, her eyes brimming with unadulterated affection, openly displayed before her trainer. Well done, Shinado. Yang Fan turned to smile at her, his own eyes concealing a romance profound enough to melt hearts. Having lived alongside Yang Fan, Shinado possessed an unparalleled understanding of him, both in daily life and in combat. Their bond transcended words, a connection even Mutuo, linked to Yang Fan by genetics, occasionally struggled to achieve. Gently approaching Yang Fan, Shinado entwined her arm with his, resting her head against him. Yang Fan instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Together, they gazed at the resplendent starry sky, their hearts at peace. Meanwhile, Mutuo sat atop the world tree, gazing up at the radiant stars, lost in contemplation, cradling a slumbering spirit that bore a striking resemblance to him, its mouth moving as if dreaming of delectable delights. Subsequently, silence enveloped the surroundings. Oh, it seems we've lost our sense of direction. Yang Fan, having tidied everything on the island, prepared to return to the Kanto region. At this moment, he found himself confronted with a formidable dilemma. In this expanse of the Fanyuan Sea, without a sense of direction, it seemed that even the ferocious Gyarados would be lost in oblivion for an eternity. Nevertheless, there was no choice. With the Pokédex waterlogged and inoperative, he resolved to stride forth in a singular direction. Casting a glance at the drenched black Pokédex, Yang Fan helplessly addressed Gyarados. This was, after all, a measure of last resort. Who could have foreseen that he would neglect to check the device for issues before departing with Cynthia and the others yesterday? Even a nautical chart would suffice. Yet now, Mew, are you truly willing to accompany us? Yang Fan inquired of the Mew perched upon his shoulder, gazing out at the distant sea. To his surprise, after consuming the energy cube yesterday, Mew had not only opted to stay, but had expressed its desire to journey with him. Well, primarily, I am uncertain of the route back, Mew replied timidly. It typically emerged from the world tree, gravitating towards areas bustling with people, and had never before traversed the surface of the sea. Now stranded on this island, it found itself unable to return. Then let us proceed in this direction, Yang Fan proclaimed, standing atop Gyarados, brimming with enthusiasm. I shall become the king of the pirates. Wait. It seems I have wandered onto the wrong set. With Yang Fan's sudden exclamation, Gyarados, invigorated, let out an unexpected roar skyward. Ah, be cautious, Gyarados. I'm about to fall. Meanwhile, at Professor Oak's laboratory in Pallet Town, he lay upon a hospital bed, a visage of worry etched upon his face. A video phone rested beside him, indicating a recent call had been made. Huh, Shueching, your research facility is rather impressive. Suddenly, a bald figure burst through the door. Enough, Shaber. I am not in the mood for your antics. Professor Oak retorted irately, regretting his decision to allow Shaber into his laboratory, having underestimated the old rascal's mischievous nature. Yet, he could not resist the relentless pestering of this unabashed old fool, now lamenting his earlier decision. Doctor, just as Professor Oak wallowed in regret, the figure of Tuko appeared at the entrance. Tuko, are you feeling any better? He asked with concern, noting that the young girl had appeared utterly exhausted since yesterday. Today, she looked even more pallid, her countenance reflecting a stark transformation within the span of a single day. I feel somewhat better, but I still have not received any news about my brother. We are still investigating. Upon hearing this, Tuko's steps faltered, as if on the brink of fainting. Chapter 118, Bad News. Tuko, young lady. Both Professor Oak and Shaber were immediately alarmed, their calls summoning the medical staff on duty to rush in. Joy, please assist. Professor Oak anxiously watched as Joy supported the fainted Tuko, a wave of guilt washing over him. After a considerable period, Joy managed to place the unconscious Tuko onto a nearby bed, approaching Professor Oak to reassure him. Doctor, do not worry. She is merely fatigued and will recover with some rest. Is that so? That is a relief. After Joy's confirmation, Professor Oak let out a sigh of relief and lay back down, for his own severe injuries rendered him unable to rise and walk like Shaber. I say, Shueching, you have never shown this level of concern for your grandson, Shaber remarked, observing the Pokémon in the backyard of Professor Oak's lab. He had known the professor long enough to recognize that aside from his research, the only individuals he truly cared for were his grandchildren. However, since returning from another world, the old man seemed transformed, fixating his attention on that lad named Yang Fan with unusual intensity. He cannot be your illegitimate child, can he? Surely he is not the offspring of that old hag, Kikuko? Yet, something felt off. The boy exhibited a demeanor far too upright to be the progeny of Kikuko. Shaber continued his analysis, entirely oblivious to the deepening frown on Professor Oak's face. You old scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? Professor Oak suddenly shouted, only to wince as the movement tugged at his wound, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Serves you right. That LL teach you to be so impassioned. Shaber chuckled, approaching the bed to inspect the bandages wrapped around Professor Oak's body, casually remarking, nothing serious, you want to die? Shaber, I should never have revealed that matter to you. You certainly did not say that back then. Fine. I concede. I cannot win this argument. Haha, just as well. After a brief uproar of chaos, the hospital room fell into an unexpected silence. Noticing Professor Oak's breathing had stabilized, Shaber muttered to himself, some individuals, when angered, simply let it go. Truly, the older one gets, the less one understands the ways of the world. The mix of sarcasm and sincerity echoed in Professor Oak's ears. Initially prepared to retort, he suddenly felt deflated, turning toward Shaber with resignation. Enough. Spare me your cryptic remarks. How on earth did I come to know such a rogue? All right, now tell me, what exactly is going on? Shaber adjusted his sunglasses atop his bald head, and sat at the bedside, ready to listen attentively. Xiaofan. He is the son of Yang Yi, Professor Oak finally stated after a long pause. Yang Yi. No wonder the boy seems familiar. So he is that fellow's son. Quite the same, with that dreadful temperament. Shaber scoffed, though a subtle smile graced his face, contrasting with his words. You are no different. The same wretched temperament. Professor Oak retorted from his bed, a hint of nostalgia flickering across his features. However, even if he is Yang Yi's son, it hardly warrants your excessive concern. Upon hearing Shaber's words, Professor Oak winced in pain. He has embarked on the same path as Yang Yi. What? Are you serious? He is truly like Yang Yi? Shaber gasped, startled, rising to his feet, his lips pale as he stared at Professor Oak. This was no trivial matter. In Shaber's recollections, although he had not participated in the exploration team like Professor Oak, the words of Yang Yi still echoed vividly in his mind. Why do you wish to create Pokémon? What business is it of yours? Huh. Then let us have a battle, Shaber. If you win, tell me. Why? Pokémon can feel pain. So contemplate your goals, Shaber. You are creating a life, not an object. So what do you wish for? As for me, perhaps I desire the scenes from those memories surged through Shaber's mind, clear as day, reminiscent of an ultra-high-definition film. So do you wish to help him? I do not know. I should have gone during the expedition enough. Xueqing. It has been so many years. Have you not moved on? Move on. Now. Aside from us two old bones who vaguely remember those events, who else recalls? Professor Oak's face flushed with anger as he shouted, but after uttering those words, a faint, almost imperceptible sound escaped his lips. I do not wish to completely forget the past. That man should not merely reside in the memories of us two old men. Those who were once present have scattered or passed away. They know I am searching for them and have been evading me in fear of being found. Yet, the events of those days will inevitably resurface. Just wait and see. On the day when Yang Fan finally unravels the truth, I am eager to witness their expressions. Xiaobo found himself at a loss for words, utterly stunned by Dr. Oki's remarks. He merely sat there on the bench, oblivious even to the sunglasses sliding off his head. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter a single phrase. So, what is Yang Fan doing now? It was a message from Jiazilan. Jiazilan, why would she reach out to you? She has uncovered some clues regarding the previous battle, along with some ominous news. Ominous news. Indeed. Jiazilan sent me a message in the early hours, expressing her certainty that soon, the two worlds will undergo cataclysmic changes. Such certainty? Yes. So this is why you contacted Yang Fan, to prepare him? Pretty much. After all, he belongs to an alternate realm. Before Dr. Oki could finish his sentence, an individual burst in, breathless, exclaiming, Doctor, we have found news about Yang Fan. Quick, bring it here. Dingling, dingling. At that moment, the video phone beside Dr. Oki's sickbed rang urgently. You can step outside. I will check it immediately. Understood. Once the researcher exited the ward, Dr. Oki took a deep breath and answered the call. Hello? Is this Xueqing? Yes. Do you have concrete information? Indeed. The influence of the time-space deities is significant. The impact is expected within the next 12 hours. Chapter 119, Constant City. Is it really that imminent? Though I am reluctant to admit it, cough cough. The effects may occur even sooner, cough cough cough. You should rest for now. I will attempt to contact Xiaofan again. Understood. With a click, the call ended, and Xiaobo, unable to contain his impatience, inquired, what did Jiazilan say? The situation may be more dire than we anticipated. What should we do now? We must first contact Xiaofan and urge him to return to the alternate realm as swiftly as possible, otherwise. Dr. Oki's brow furrowed. His gaze clouded with profound worry. He had not anticipated such severe consequences for the world, yet this was the domain that Jiazilan had dedicated her research to. As an expert in the legends of the Sinnoh region, Jiazilan had seldom erred in this area. Let us first check Xiaofan's location. We must not cause Toko unnecessary concern. That young girl cannot afford to damage her health. Casting aside any useless distractions, Dr. Oki picked up the intelligence that had just arrived and began to scrutinize it. Xiaofan is in Constant City? Constant City? How did he end up in that place? I am unsure. The timing doesn't add up. Yesterday, I inquired with Sharona, and they left by speedboat. In just a single night. This young lad traversed the entire waters between Hoenn and Kanto, riding a Gyarados to reach Constant City. If my guess is correct, that is indeed the case. Xiaobo and Dr. Oki exchanged incredulous glances, both struggling to accept this reality, especially since both were champion-level trainers. The idea of crossing two bodies of water in such a short span was astonishing. Although Dr. Oki's Dragonite might accomplish such a feat, it would require sufficient resting points. making it difficult to achieve this goal while carrying another person. The two gazed at the intelligence depicting Yang Fan disembarking from the Gyarados, rendered speechless. Excuse me, where's this place? Having just returned to land, Yang Fan recalled his Gyarados and halted a passerby on the street to inquire. Just moments ago, he had been gliding through uncharted waters with his Gyarados. The sun blazed mercilessly upon him, and he could hardly bear it. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He still possessed a travel artifact, the Platinum Orb. It could grant him access to Giratina's Distortion World. In the Distortion World, Giratina could transport him far more efficiently than trudging through this heat. Without hesitation, Yang Fan produced the Platinum Orb and directly accessed the Distortion World. Much to the astonishment of his Gyarados, a dark portal abruptly materialized above the ocean. All right, Gyarados, let us enter. Mew, you'd better not come out later. Yang Fan called to Mew perched on his shoulder. This little creature, who had initially appeared joyful, now lay listlessly on his shoulder, devoid of energy. That big fellow is terrifying. I want nothing to do with it. Seemingly sensing the malevolence emanating from the Distortion World, Mew hastily nestled into Yang Fan's embrace, refusing to emerge. Very well, let us proceed, Gyarados. Roar. This was Yang Fan's inaugural venture into the Distortion World, and he felt a tinge of excitement within. A human? Why have you entered again? Is it to admire my grandeur? Before Yang Fan could begin his search for Giratina upon entering the Distortion World, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Oh, I merely wish to request your assistance. Yang Fan suppressed a grin and forced a smile. In such circumstances, it is best not to provoke it. Assistance? Speak, then. I happen to have time. Let me showcase my power. Giratina raised its head proudly, its demeanor akin to that of the arrogant Dado. It's nothing much. I just need Lord Giratina to help me teleport to the Johto region. Yang Fan raised an eyebrow at the dragon before him. Johto? Where might that be? That is. Yang Fan suddenly found himself at a loss, grappling with Giratina's question. Indeed, for this reclusive dragon that rarely ventured beyond its domain, it was understandable that it was unaware of Johto's location. However, the crucial point was that Yang Fan himself had no idea either. His expression stiffened. Yes, it is the forest with the aura of time. Just as Yang Fan felt cornered, Mew's soft voice resonated in his mind. The aura of time? Could it be referring to Dialga? Yes, that must be it. For Giratina, such locations should be relatively easy to locate. Is it the forest with the aura of time? Do you know this place? Yang Fan relayed Mew's words to Giratina, his heart fluttering with trepidation. The aura of time. I see. It is there. Upon hearing Yang Fan's description, Giratina instantly comprehended. In the next moment, Yang Fan's vision blurred, and the scenery within the Distortion World shifted dramatically. A vast expanse of withered forest appeared on the distant shore. This must be it. The forest imbued with the aura of time. Giratina's tone revealed no emotion. Mew, is this the place? Yes, it is. Having received Mew's confirmation, Yang Fan turned to Giratina, stating, this is the place. I shall be departing now. Thank you once again, Lord Giratina. Waving his hand in gratitude, Yang Fan acknowledged Giratina. Subsequently, the Platinum Orb emitted a radiant glow, and the portal to exit the Distortion World reopened. Watching as Yang Fan vanished from the Distortion World, Giratina's gaze lingered on the spot where he had just disappeared. The aura of the World Tree. Mew? A decaying voice reverberated throughout the Distortion World. Meanwhile, in the very location where Yang Fan had just been, a multitude of sludge-like entities suddenly emerged. Depart from the Distortion World. You are not welcome here. Giratina's furious roar ensued, causing the surrounding matter to warp. At the same time, as Yang Fan materialized above the waters of Constant City, the ocean waves suddenly surged as if propelled by an unseen force, crashing down upon him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, utilizing his psychic abilities to halt the tumultuous waves, or else he would have found himself drenched. This spectacle was fortuitously captured by a fisherman by the shore, destined to become the headline of various newspapers in due time. At this moment, Yang Fan remained oblivious to his newfound fame. The individual he had intercepted gazed at him with a peculiar expression, intermittently responding, this is Conan City. You must be the renowned Yang Fan from another realm? Yang Fan, observing the other's animated demeanor, felt an ominous premonition welling up within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and hurriedly dashed towards the Conan forest, leaving the bewildered individual to grapple with the wind alone. Chapter 120. A chance encounter by the roadside, a lowly? Phew. Thankfully, I ran fast. Otherwise, if he called out to me, I might not have been able to leave. Yang Fan leaned against a large tree, panting heavily. Having ascended to the ranks of tabloid notoriety, he had developed a profound understanding of the commonalities between two worlds. In summary, it could be expressed in a single phrase: utterly inept at everything, yet a master at spectating. However, the current predicament was vexing. The Pokédex was unresponsive, and he could not reach Dr. Oki or Tuko. He sincerely hoped they would not worry excessively. As he ambled through the verdant Conan forest, inhaling the fresh air, his spirits began to lift considerably. Meanwhile, the elusive Mew, who had been hiding, fluttered from his embrace and circled around him, seemingly in high spirits. "Are you planning to leave?" he inquired. "Mew?" it replied, "I'm not quite sure yet. I would like to play a bit more before returning." "Won't the world tree be upset?" "Well, it shouldn't be, though I'm unclear how I ended up here." It appeared the world tree held a parental-like status in Mew's heart. Wasn't he this akin to a child running away from home, reluctant to return? "Then, does that mean you will continue to follow me?" Upon hearing Yangfan's question, Mew seemed torn. It even perched on his shoulder, furrowing its brow in deep contemplation. "Oh, this little creature." Yangfan smiled gently, respecting Mew's choice. Although his means were modest, he could still afford to keep Mew as a cherished mascot. Nevertheless, he decided to explore this most renowned forest in the Kanto region first. Sakaki and Watanabe had both received the blessings of the Conan forest. What secrets could this forest hold? Muttering to himself, he ventured deeper into the woods. Following a flowing river, surrounded by lush greenery, he listened to the gentle melody of the water and observed the spirited sprites frolicking nearby. Within this forest, Yangfan's long-buried sense of oppression began to dissipate. "Come out, everyone. I truly apologize for keeping you confined within the Pokeballs for so long." Strolling alongside the riverbank, Yangfan released all his Pokémon. From his first companion, Shinado, to the evolved Minas from his ugly fish, and the Gyarados he had encountered near the coastal waters, as well as the Jigglypuff entrusted to him by his father at the Pokémon Bank. There was also the Riolu hatched from the compensation egg provided by the League and the round shark gifted by Professor Okido. Unbeknownst to him, Yangfan had unwittingly assembled a full team of 6 Pokémon. Time truly flies. My friends, I sincerely apologize for keeping you cooped up in your Pokeballs for so long. This is entirely my fault. I am not a qualified trainer. As he gazed at the Pokémon encircling him, Yangfan felt a pang of guilt. He had faced enemies of ever-increasing strength, while his initially enhanced Pokémon had become his primary combatants. The newer Pokémon, such as Riolu and Round Shark, had yet to gain any battle experience. "I've truly squandered your potential," Yangfan lamented softly to Riolu and Round Shark. Yet, these two little fellows showed no signs of resentment. Instead, they affectionately nudged closer to him. As Pokémon, they possessed their own consciousness and preferences. Since beginning their journey with this trainer, their hearts had been set. Especially after witnessing the battles of other Pokémon alongside Yangfan, they felt not only regret, but also excitement. This at least indicated that they too might one day engage in combat with such formidable opponents, perhaps even surpassing them. Riolu, Shark. Haha. Alright, little ones. Your future is bound to be brighter. Yangfan beamed at the two smallest Pokémon, laughing joyously, unaware that behind him, the long-eared rabbit was blushing as it observed his back. Shinado? Huh. Upon seeing the long-eared rabbit's demeanor, Shinado smiled knowingly. Familiar with this expression, she teleported directly to the rabbit's side and whispered something, causing the long-eared rabbit to scamper before Yangfan, clutching its Pokeball and diving inside. Ah, what? Yangfan turned, bewildered, to see Shinedo's teasing gaze, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Meanwhile, in the middle of the river, Minas and Gyarados lay blissfully, enjoying the gentle currents washing over them. As water-type Pokémon, this was perhaps their most cherished way to relax. Suddenly, a panicked and indistinct scream reached Yangfan's ears. He looked upstream and saw a dark figure rushing toward him through the water. Following closely behind seemed to be a person. Gyarados, Minas, intercept that Pokémon. Shinado, be ready to rescue. As the figure drew nearer, Yangfan finally discerned the person trailing behind. A dire situation indeed, as they appeared unconscious, likely having inhaled water. Roar! Gyarados bellowed in response to Yangfan's command, eager to discern which fool dared to disrupt its leisure. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as Minas and Gyarados launched into action. Water cannons, fueled by the abundant energy of the river, coalesced and surged toward the Pokémon in the water. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared. The human in distress was teleported to the shore by Shinado. Simultaneously, the Pokémon was sent flying by the two water cannons, a rather frail Magikarp. Yet, this might just be its moment of glory. Being struck by a champion-level Gyarados and a master-level Minas, it would surely become a figure of respect among its fellow Magikarp. As Yang Fan approached the person rescued by Shinado, he was taken aback when he fully recognized them. Did I just find a lily by the roadside? With damp, golden hair tied into a high ponytail and ragged clothing, the frightened expression on her pale face struck a chord of familiarity. Though puzzled, Yang Fan instinctively employed his aura to assess her condition. After using his psychic abilities to expel the water she had swallowed, he finally exhaled in relief. It was only then that he recalled the identity of this little girl. Wasn't this Huang from Conan Forest? Chapter 121. The Future Champion Trainer? Huh, where's this? Where am I? Beneath the starry night sky, Conan Forest emanated an indescribable tranquility, surrounded by the sounds of chirping insects. The countless twinkling stars illuminated the night. By a crackling campfire sat a reassuring figure. Oh, you're awake? Yang Fan turned to gaze at the little girl. After a brief period of healing, she still looked somewhat frail. It may be attributed to her solitary upbringing in the Everwood Forest from a tender age, coupled with a meager supply of nourishment. Big brother? Who are you? Xiao Huang pondered, rubbing her small head in an attempt to recall past events. A flicker of anguish crossed her frail visage. Was I fishing? And then that great carp king pulled me into the water? As memories began to resurface, Xiao Huang instinctively buried her head into her curled knees. How could such a thing happen? I merely wished to catch dinner. When she had hooked the carp king, her intent was merely to apologize and release it. Yet, that very fish seemed to be provoked, suddenly dragging her away. Are you all right? Yang Fan approached, holding several tree fruits, his gaze soft as he inquired. I'm fine, thank you, big brother, Xiao Huang replied shyly. Her eyes cast down at the remarkably handsome yet warm-hearted figure before her. Having resided in the Everwood Forest her entire life, she had indeed seen little of the world. However, her bashfulness was not from the sight of a handsome man, but rather from her innate struggle with social interactions. Her circle was quite limited. Apart from the well-meaning elders in her village, she seldom engaged with outsiders. There's no need to be so shy. I'm not a monster that devours people. Yang Fan observed her expression with mild surprise. He had not anticipated that the resolute Xiao Huang, who had the audacity to confront the likes of Yulong-Du, could exhibit such timidity. Yet, to be candid, aside from battle, Xiao Huang had always been a pure and innocent girl in private. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Her face flushed deeper at his words, her speech becoming somewhat incoherent. All right, no more apologies. Let's eat. You've surely grown hungry after sleeping for so long. These were freshly picked by the long-eared rabbit from the nearby thicket. Noting her demeanor, Yang Fan refrained from teasing her further, offering the fruits to Xiao Huang while glancing at the long-eared rabbit. Thank you. Initially hesitant to accept, Xiao Huang saw the rabbit by the fire, eavesdropping, and thus took the fruit without further delay. She promptly bit into it, the sweet, juicy fruit soothing her cracked lips, filling her heart with warmth. For someone like her, who appeared unremarkable and somewhat unkempt, she had never anticipated such kindness from a stranger. Furthermore, witnessing the long-eared rabbit's demeanor towards Yang Fan greatly improved her opinion of him. After all, she believed one's character could be accurately gauged by the behavior of their Pokémon. If possible, could you ask your friend to join us as well? Yang Fan smiled, pointing toward a patch of grass behind her. Chiao. Startled, Xiao Huang turned to look behind her. She was perplexed by Yang Fan's mention of a friend. Did she have any friends in this forest? It's Chiao. Bathed in the faint glow of the fire, she discerned a yellow figure peering from the foliage. Chiao. Upon seeing Xiao Huang unscathed, the Pikachu darted from the underbrush into her embrace. Chiao, how did you get here? It had been there for quite some time, accompanying her all along. Yang Fan returned to the fire, observing the flames that danced upward, speaking calmly. Indeed, as he stated, this Pikachu had appeared shortly after Xiao Huang was rescued, initially cautious but retreating to watch over her once it realized she was unharmed. Undoubtedly, as the embodiment of the Everwood strength, Xiao Huang surpassed both Du and Sakaki by a considerable margin. If she were to truly mature, perhaps one day she would staunchly defeat Du in battle. The thought brought a mischievous smile to Yang Fan's lips. If Du were to learn that a little girl like her would one day vanquish him, I would love to see the expression on his face then. However, this also led him to ponder. Does this mean I have saved a future champion? Although Yang Fan's current strength was comparable to that of typical champion-level trainers, he still lagged behind the likes of Du, Sakaki, and Sharona. Moreover, he possessed only a Gyarados and a Gardevoir as champion-level Pokémon, with his other Pokémon being considerably weaker. Thus, he had much ground to cover if he wished to catch up to the mainstream champion trainers. Meanwhile, as Yang Fan contemplated his future path, the world around him suddenly underwent a peculiar transformation. What is this? Observing the changes in the fire, Yang Fan's expression shifted abruptly. Rising to his feet, he closed his eyes, a surge of aura emanating from him. What is wrong with this big brother? Xiao Huang, alarmed by Yang Fan's unusual behavior, clutched Qiao, watching him with concern. This is wrong. Very wrong. Yang Fan's aura clearly indicated that something extraordinary was occurring within the Everwood Forest. This anomaly was so bizarre that he could scarcely articulate it. Although the surroundings seemed unchanged, an inexplicable sense of oddity lingered in the air. What was this feeling? Moreover, there was no sign of Mew. What was transpiring in this world? Could this be the consequence that Giratina had foretold? In a fleeting moment, Yang Fan contemplated countless possibilities. Could it be the aftermath of the previous battle? Or perhaps Giratina, Palkia, Dialga, or even Rayquaza? To Xiao Huang, it seemed as though only a few seconds had elapsed. However, in Yang Fan's mind, augmented by superpowers, he had already calculated various scenarios innumerable times, striving to seize the most crucial piece of information. Palkia, Dialga. Is this it? Time, space. They are interconnected. With his eyes tightly shut, Yang Fan suddenly opened them amidst the darkness. Chapter 122. A World Transformed. Qiao, what is wrong with this big brother? Noticing Yang Fan's peculiar demeanor, the perceptive Xiao Huang could sense his tension. To her, this big brother was an exceptionally formidable trainer, and the Pokémon by his side exuded a sense of reliability. With wide eyes, she gazed at Yang Fan's silhouette, a glimmer of envy flickering in her clear, pure gaze. A trainer, newly of age. Xiao Huang harbored an earnest yearning for the profession of a trainer. Yet, having grown up without parents in the Everwood Forest, she relied on the kindness of the village elders for sustenance. As for becoming a trainer, she could not even afford a single Pokeball, let alone pursue the path of a trainer. Furthermore, even if she were to capture Pokémon and become a trainer, the expenses of nurturing them would be substantial. It was unrealistic to think one could grow stronger merely by foraging for fruits by the roadside. Contemplating this, a sense of desolation washed over Xiao Huang's eyes. Perhaps she would never become a trainer in this lifetime. At that moment, the Everwood Forest remained unchanged, its nocturnal tranquility enveloping every corner. Accompanied by a gentle breeze that brushed against Yang Fan and Xiao Huang's faces, the suddenly awakened Yang Fan felt a wave of fatigue. As if cold sweat had soaked through his back, he and Xiao Huang were merely a few dozen steps apart. Yet, under his perception of the aura, the two individuals felt as though they were separated by an entire world. This must be the consequence that Giratina spoke of. The severity of the situation took Yang Fan by surprise, leaving him somewhat breathless as he stood in place. In that moment, he sensed that the entire Pokémon world seemed to reject him. To make matters worse, the very fabric of time and space around him was undergoing a transformation. Although he and Xiao Huang were situated beneath the same canopy of trees, the extension of the aura revealed that time was accelerating around him, spinning wildly as if fueled by a turbocharger. What else has Giratina concealed? Yang Fan pondered, feeling as if he had unwittingly entangled himself in an extraordinary affair. With a wry smile, he murmured to himself, before gathering his belongings and retracting the Pokémon by his side, stifling the overwhelming sense of rejection. He turned to Xiao Huang and said, "I'm sorry, little sister. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. But, big brother, thank you." Xiao Huang began to express herself, but she noticed the twitching muscles on Yang Fan's face. Ultimately, she grasped the gravity of the situation and, after expressing her gratitude, fell silent. "This Pikachu has been quite concerned for you. If possible, allow it to stay by your side. Consider this our gift for our first meeting today." Yang Fan produced 3 Pokeballs from his bag and placed them on the ground before Xiao Huang. It was not that he was unwilling to hand them directly to her. Rather, a subconscious instinct warned him that doing so could escalate the consequences even further. After completing these actions, Yang Fan hurriedly dashed toward the city of Jubilife, where the space portal was the nearest. Time was of the essence. With each passing moment, the world seemed to exert an even greater force of rejection upon him. Were it not for Mutwo's formidable psychic abilities and perfect aura, which mitigated some of the pressure, he would likely have been utterly crushed by now. As Yang Fan raced toward Jubilife City, Professor Rowan stood anxiously at the center of the city, near the location of the space portal. Beside him, Toko gazed hopefully at the end of the street. By all accounts, Xiao Fan should have sensed something amiss. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Professor Rowan muttered restlessly in front of the portal, holding a video phone that was still connected to Dr. Sycamore on the other end. "Don't worry, he will arrive." The exasperated Shabar, feeling dizzy from Professor Rowan's incessant pacing, finally spoke up. Since leaving Professor Rowan's lab, the professor had been rambling, exacerbating his already anxious state. However, at that moment, Professor Rowan had no time for banter. Unable to bear the stillness of the street any longer, he turned to Dr. Sycamore and asked, "How much longer do you think it will take?" Cough, cough. "This situation can likely hold for about 10 more minutes. All other beings from different worlds within the Alliance have already evacuated. It seems you are the only one left." Dr. Sycamore's words acted like a death knell, heightening Professor Rowan's agitation. "Is there truly no way to find him? Can't we even communicate?" He pressed, unwilling to give up. "I have explained this numerous times. Snowy, the records do not lie, and right now, you are simply flustered with worry." Dr. Sycamore responded with a calm demeanor, contrasting with Professor Rowan's rising panic. "I know. But..." Professor Rowan hesitated, caught off guard by his thoughts, yet he could not articulate them. "He seems to be coming." Just as Professor Rowan was at a loss, Shabar, who had been aimlessly wandering along the street, caught sight of a figure at the intersection and quickly called out to Professor Rowan and Toko. "What? Are you sure?" Both Professor Rowan and Toko exclaimed in unison. "It must be him. I think I still remember the shape of that brat." Shabar replied uncertainly, rubbing his bald head. Yet, he himself could not guarantee it. After all, he had only met Yang Fan once, and he was not entirely certain of his appearance, having been preoccupied with Mutuo at the time. "Forget it." Professor Rowan pointed an accusatory finger at Shabar, his frustration boiling over. However, considering the urgency of the situation, he refrained from lashing out. "Brother." Only Toko remained fixated on the figure at the street corner, her heart fervently praying. "It's you. It has to be you." With unwavering focus, she watched as the silhouette gradually emerged from the darkness. Tears flowed freely from her eyes, and she covered her mouth in fear of disturbing Yang Fan with her voice. "It truly is him. Finally, he has arrived." Both Professor Rowan and Shabar sighed in relief, supporting each other as a sense of gratitude washed over them. "It seems we need not worry any longer. As long as he successfully traverses the space portal, the rest will be up to him," Professor Rowan remarked, observing Yang Fan drawing closer. "Wait, this isn't good. Snowy, damn it. Why is there no signal at this moment?" Dr. Sycamore, far away in the Sinnoh region, stared at his unresponsive phone, worry etched across his face. "Grandma, what's wrong?" Cynthia rushed in from outside, noticing her grandmother's anxious demeanor. "Why is this blasted phone malfunctioning at such a critical time?" Dr. Sycamore furrowed her brow, glaring at the device. "No signal? That seems unlikely. Let me take a look." Cynthia took the phone from Dr. Sycamore and examined it closely, finding no issues. "It seems fine. Did you perhaps press the wrong button? Do you think I'm so old that I can't even use a phone properly?" Grandma, I was merely speculating," Cynthia replied, hoping that Professor Rowan would manage to resolve the situation in time. "Is there something else happening over there with Professor Rowan?" she asked, looking at Dr. Sycamore with a hint of exasperation. She couldn't fathom why her grandmother seemed so closely intertwined with Professor Rowan, especially since it appeared that problems frequently arose on his end. If they're to talk, they might as well do it openly. "I want to say a word." "What are you mumbling about?" It's nothing, Grandma. It's best if it's nothing. Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. Snowy and I are just ordinary friends." Yes, just ordinary friends. I never claimed there was anything more." "Cynthia." Dr. Sycamore's voice erupted, echoing in Cynthia's ears. Having grown up under such a tone, she immediately recognized that her grandmother was genuinely angry. She quickly resorted to flattery, fawning over her and playfully squeezing her hands and legs. However, it was evident that Dr. Sycamore was not truly upset at that moment. She silently gazed toward the Kanto region, her eyes reflecting an unshakable sorrow that spoke volumes. "Young Fan, Snowy, please don't act rashly." Despite being under the same luminous moon, something extraordinary seemed to be unfolding within Jubilife City. "What is happening?" Young Fan stumbled along the streets of Jubilife, increasingly besieged by an overwhelming sense of rejection. Strangely, there was not a soul in sight within the city. According to reason, as the premier forest city of the Kanto region, Tokawamachi should be bustling with activity at this hour, yet it is eerily silent. For reasons unknown, Yang Fan's aura seems to incessantly remind him of the lurking dangers surrounding him. This sensation, however, bears no resemblance to that of a spirit. Rather, it feels akin to the malignancy of being watched, reminiscent of the essence of dragon power. Could it be Dado? That seems implausible, for since his injury, he has yet to recover, let alone regain his mental vigor. Those under the influence of dragon power typically remain in a state of weakness for an extended period. Hence, this predicament cannot be resolved by ordinary means of healing. If it is not Dado, then could there be another under the control of dragon power? This notion cast a shadow of doubt in Yang Fan's mind. Nevertheless, according to Giratina, the dragon power has historically chosen but a single host. The emergence of dragon power within Dado is already an anomaly. If it were not so, then only one possibility remains. Could it be the true essence of the dragon? Yang Fan scrutinized his surroundings, articulating the answer aloud. From the moment the dragon power was revealed by Mew, he harbored suspicions. This so-called dragon power is not a malevolent force. Rather, it possesses an independent consciousness. This is evident from its vulnerabilities. Power only exists in a relationship of mutual restraint. If it were merely a force, the dragon power would have long been extinguished by the aura. It would not exhibit the resistance and fear witnessed during the purification of Palkia and Dialga. Suddenly, as Yang Fan pondered, shadows began to flicker around him, dancing under the dim moonlight in an unsettling manner. Have I truly hit the nail on the head? A slight smirk crept onto Yang Fan's lips as he concentrated the aura, wrapping it tightly around himself, with his pokeball at the ready. Yet his feet continued to press forward towards the spatial portal. The priority remains to traverse the portal swiftly. Otherwise, the world's rejection could obliterate him from existence. How ironic. As the bearer of dragon power, I find myself being consumed by my own strength. Yang Fan gazed at the ominous shadow before him, mocking it with a casual tone. In this world, whether it be the aura, the power of Tokawamachi, or the true power inherited by Toko, all stem from the traits of the inheritor, born from the blessings of the world. Yet, the dragon power stands as a complete anomaly. Once chosen, one becomes susceptible to this force, leading to growing irritation and ultimately a complete loss of self-awareness, becoming a mere puppet to this power. The previous inheritor likely fell victim due to your influence. Yang Fan raised an eyebrow, thoughtfully observing the shadow, his tone tinged with certainty. He remained oblivious to the true intentions behind this dragon power or the essence of the dragon. He did not particularly care. Under the protection of Mutuo, it was unlikely anyone could harm him. However, should there be any ill intentions directed at him or those around him, even if the dragon power refrained from provoking him, he would obliterate this force entirely. Whether it was due to Yang Fan's assertion or not, the shadow writhed in apparent frustration, yet it refrained from launching an attack. It seems the aura truly has a remarkable effect on you. Yang Fan chuckled, shaking his head. He had no desire to play with this bizarre force any longer. The pressing matter was to pass through the spatial portal. Furthermore, he remained uncertain of what awaited him on the other side of the portal. The shadow observed Yang Fan approach it nonchalantly, feeling the aura's pulse inflict a stinging sensation upon itself. Cuckoo-ack. Like one incensed, the shadow emitted an odd sound. Shortly after Yang Fan departed, it transformed into a familiar figure, gazing intently at his retreating silhouette. If Yang Fan were to glance back, he would undoubtedly be astonished. The true form of this shadow was, without a doubt, Arceus, the legendary creator of the Pokémon world, the supreme deity, standing above all legends. Chapter 124, The Farewell of the Pokémon World. At last, the boy has arrived. Shaber, leaning against the wall while supporting his aching back, gazed mournfully at Yang Fan below. From the moment he laid eyes on the boy, Oak had been overly excited, behaving as if he were not the one gravely injured. He seemed to be in better shape than I am, yet he fled far more swiftly. Oh, my poor back. Very well. Once we return, I shall treat you to a meal. Treat me to a meal? Instant noodles, perhaps? Oak shot a puzzled glance at Shaber. Alas, the matter of Yang Fan's safety had him genuinely agitated. Can I take you to dine at the League? Now that sounds more reasonable. The laughter of the two elders echoed in the air. Meanwhile, Toko remained fixated on Yang Fan's figure, a flicker of nostalgia passing through her mind. This farewell may very well extend the duration until they meet again. Brother. Watching Yang Fan advance step by step towards the spatial portal, her heart ached with bittersweet sorrow. Yet, she understood that expressing her feelings was futile. Prior to their arrival, Professor Oak and Professor Kazuna had already informed her that if Yang Fan continued to interact with this world, it would accelerate the collapse of the spatial portal. At that point, Yang Fan would likely be obliterated by the temporal forces between the two worlds. At this moment, at the entrance of the spatial portal in Tokawamachi. Why is the spatial portal still open? Was someone here just now? Yang Fan observed the portal still ajar, a spark of realization igniting in his mind. He felt an undeniable attachment to this world. It bore the traces of his father and the bonds he forged with friends and esteemed elders, Professor Oak, Toko, Blue, and Gradalia. He was immensely grateful for their care during this time. With his back to the portal, he gazed at the serene Tokawamachi under the night sky, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Mutuo, are you ready? Let us return to my world. I have been prepared for quite some time. Yang Fan, let us go together. Yang Fan grasped the pokeball at his chest, a broad grin illuminating his face. throughout his time in the Pokémon world. Aside from forming these friendships, his greatest achievement was perhaps gaining Mutwo's temporary acknowledgement. Now, as he prepared to return to his own world, he couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Professor Oak, thank you for your care during this time. I will nurture the Garchomp you gifted me with utmost dedication. Toko, I look forward to our next meeting. Please, no tears. Shouting these words into the surroundings, Yang Fan strode confidently into the spatial portal. Given the recent events, it was clear someone had been present, deliberately avoiding him. Aside from Professor Oak, who might be aware of the world's changes, the likelihood of anyone else knowing was slim. And even if someone overheard, so what? Can't I indulge in a bit of melodrama? This boy, he took away my Mutwo and didn't even utter a word of thanks. Shaber fumed, watching Yang Fan's vanishing figure, his irritation evident as he pouted. Yang Fan is just like his father, so infuriating. Haha, don't be angry now. Yang Fan likely did not anticipate your presence here, did he, Toko? Professor Oak laughed heartily as he playfully patted Shaber's shoulder, eliciting a wince of pain from the latter. Professor, Grandpa Shaber, I too shall return to the Unova region. Wiping the tears from her face, Toko beamed at Shaber and Professor Oak. In that moment, the joyful smile she wore when she first met Yang Fan returned to her visage, leaving both Professor Oak and Shaber momentarily speechless. It seems that this little girl has truly come to terms with her feelings. The exchange of glances between Professor Oak and Shaber was laden with mutual relief and admiration. After all, such matters cannot be openly articulated. It is best for Toko to find her own way. Have you figured it out? Good. That is splendid news. Please convey my regards to Professor Houndum. Understood, Professor. Observing the rejuvenated Toko, Professor Oak refrained from saying much more. The paths ahead must be traversed by the youth, and he could only provide guidance in the form of direction. Toko. As if struck by a sudden thought, Professor Oak called out to her, who was riding Reshiram. What is it? Once you arrive in Unova, if possible, please keep an eye on that fellow, Green. Green? I understand, Professor. With that, the figures of Toko and Reshiram vanished into the boundless night. Professor Oak felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart, rejuvenating him by several years. I say, Shuecheng, what is it? Do you think Toko and Yang Fan are a suitable match? Why are you pondering such things? Just asking. Let's see what the young ones think for themselves. As long as it's not like my own experience. As the words hung on his lips, Professor Oak turned to glance at Shaber, who was listening intently with a teasing expression. What are you hoping for, you old rascal? Nothing. Please continue. Get lost, you shameless old man. Do tell. How was it back then? Were Giselin and Kikuzi both your romantic interests? Speak another word, and I shall accuse you of slander. The laughter of the two elders echoed far and wide under the night sky. Meanwhile, after Yang Fan traversed through the spatial gate, in the sky pillar of the Fangs region, was the sky god once again bestowing divine oracles? Zagana gazed at the flowing clouds above, murmuring softly. This time, she distinctly perceived the immense figure of the sky god traversing the clouds, casting a long gaze in the direction of the Kanto region before returning to the cosmos. Waiting? What exactly is being awaited? Is that person in the Kanto region? Selected by the sky god. Zagana donned her cloak once more and set her course towards the meteor falls. The oracle concerning the sky god must be fully conveyed back to her clan. Simultaneously, in the energy factory of Punching City in the Galar region, a colossal Pokémon, ensnared within a sturdy cage, slowly raised its head. How has the Eternatus awakened? Witnessing this scene, a tall, elegant woman with a mature composure instantly changed her expression, furrowing her brow as she inquired of the staff beside her. We are currently investigating the situation. It appears to be due to an energy tide. An energy tide? The tension in her brow eased slightly. Such incidents occasionally occur within the energy factory. However, during previous large-scale energy tides, Eternatus had not awakened. Why is this happening now? Yet upon seeing Eternatus fall silent once more, she dismissed the concern, merely noting the occurrence. Chapter 125, Unexpected? Reactions from the Real World. Report. The spatial gate is showing signs of activity again. He must be back. Notify Prosecutor Xinyan to rush to the spatial gate immediately. Yes. The messenger hurriedly exited the office building, which towered high behind him. Bearing the emblem of the World Alliance, the very place where Chun Qianzhong currently worked, the headquarters of the World Alliance. Most significant members of the Alliance conduct their business within these walls. Following his successful apprehension of members of a mysterious organization in Haishur, Xinyan was promoted to Special Prosecutor of the Alliance, endowed with special authority within the jurisdiction of the Alliance. He possessed the power to take decisive action against alliance organizations within his domain. Hello? What is it? Mr. Chun from the Spatial Gate Management Office. Please come over at once. Understood. In his office, Shen Yan, clad in his customary black attire and sunglasses, hung up the phone with a serious expression. What does he want from me? Could it be news of Xiao Fan? It must be. I had previously asked him to check on the returnees. And only Xiao Fan has yet to come back. Thinking of the little princess at home who has been glum due to Yang Fan's absence, and reflecting on how, as her uncle, he had neither been able to assist her nor alleviate her woes. Every time he considered his promotion, he found it was all thanks to Yang Fan. Shen Yan couldn't help but smile wryly as he hurriedly placed the thick stack of plans on his desk and made his way to the Spatial Gate Management Office. Have you arrived? Is it Xiao Fan? It can't be mistaken. The transmission data from the Spatial Gate is accurate. It's the previous catalog code. Which city is the destination? In the Eternal City. The Eternal City? Are you certain? Shen Yan's expression shifted upon hearing that name. Once a figure akin to a mob boss, he now frowned, resembling someone ready to strike. What's wrong? Why the seriousness? Is there something amiss with that place? Chen Xianzhong's heart sank at the sight of Shun Yan's expression. Oh, it's nothing. It seems that place is under the Wang family's influence. Isekai'd? The Wang family? Yes. The Lord of Eternal City has always been from the Wang family, which is why the Alliance tends to turn a blind eye there. This could be problematic. Problematic? Are you worried about Yang Fan's previous dealings with Wang Wu? Although Wang Wu brought this upon himself by collaborating with the mysterious organization. How should I put it? I just have a feeling that there might be issues there. Is that so? Upon hearing Shun Yan's concerns, Chen Xianzhong also furrowed his brow. Initially, he had sought out Yang Fan specifically for the World Exchange competition, but he hadn't anticipated Yang Fan's connection with Shen Yan, who was also a close friend of his and Yang Yi during their school days. Thus, even though the Pokémon Alliance had temporarily cancelled the exchange competition for unknown reasons, he had continually kept an eye on Yang Fan's situation. Hearing Shun Yan's words now, he felt a deep concern. Then let us set out for the Eternal City immediately. Even if the Wang family acts, they won't go too far, considering the face of the World Alliance. Time is of the essence. Let me give a quick briefing before we leave. Very well. I'll wait for you downstairs. After their discussion, Shun Yan returned to his office, handed over the materials he had prepared to his subordinates, and headed straight for the ground floor of the building. Let us go. Chen Xianzhong, seated atop the Alliance's specially bred bee drill, pulled Shun Yan up from below. In truth, he had his own Pokémon for travel, but this time, he aimed to retrieve Yang Fan and to intimidate the Wang family, making the Alliance's bee drill the optimal choice. Otherwise, upon reaching the Eternal City, where the Wang family held absolute power, they might not even recognize his identity. As the two ascended on the bee drill's back, they flew towards the Eternal City, seemingly oblivious to the mixed crowd surrounding the World Alliance building, where various families and organizations had their spies observing. These individuals were meticulously trained, bearing backgrounds that revealed no blemishes. Unless they exposed themselves, their true intentions would be exceedingly difficult to discern. In addition to fulfilling their daily responsibilities, these individuals meticulously document the movements of significant figures within the Alliance building. The whereabouts of such individuals are considered exceedingly valuable information for certain organizations. Thus, as Shen Yan and Chen Xianzhong departed from this location, countless pairs of watchful eyes lingered in the shadows, scrutinizing their every step. Meanwhile, in Yongcheng, the news had reached the ears of the head of the family. Indeed, master, both Chen Xianzhong and Shun Yan have exited the Alliance building, yet their destination remains uncertain. Is that so? Proceed. Continue to monitor their movements. Within the largest estate in Yongcheng, an elderly man reclined in a creaking rocking chair. Shen Yan, Chen Xianzhong, I wonder if you still remember this old codger? He rasped, his voice trembling with emotion as he coughed intermittently. Gradually, he retrieved a small vial from his robe and tilted it back, consuming its contents. Moments later, the flush of his aged face began to subside, and his breathing steadied. He rose from the rocking chair, appearing rejuvenated, and made his way to the grand entrance. Above him, two prominent characters hung suspended, Wang family. Simultaneously, in the realm of reality, whispers of Yang Fan's imminent return circulated incessantly. It remained a mystery who had leaked this information. The young trainer, who had succeeded in inheriting the dojo's qualifications at a remarkably tender age, was once again in the public eye. Countless discussions erupted regarding the turmoil this young gym leader would unleash upon his return. Moreover, the Haisher Dojo had yet to be officially recognized on the Alliance's list of sanctioned gyms. Some ambitious individuals were eager to test whether this youthful gym leader was truly as invincible as the rumors suggested. As preparations for Yangfan's return unfolded, he found himself ensnared within the spatial portal, grappling with uncertainty. What on earth is happening? Yangfan's exasperated voice echoed through the spatial tunnel. He had initially believed that his journey through the Pokémon world would cease upon entering the portal. To his dismay, complications arose within this realm. Shortly before, upon entering the portal, Yangfan had been engulfed by a peculiar spatial fluctuation, seemingly directed at him with no forewarning, appearing abruptly and unexpectedly. It appeared that his adversary had not yet given up. Faced with such a predicament, Yangfan's mind instinctively recalled the enigmatic dragon power he had previously encountered. After all, only Palkia possessed the ability to disrupt spatial stability. Chapter 126, System Upgrade. Within the spatial tunnel, the once stable surroundings were now beset by ominous waves of distortion. This unsettling energy resonated with Yangfan, reminiscent of his previous encounter with the essence of dragon power, ferocious and imbued with malice. I can't believe they actually tracked me here. He sighed, gathering his aura in his hands. Though wielding destructive aura within the spatial tunnel was perilously risky, the urgency of the situation compelled him to act. Suddenly, a jet of black light surged towards Yangfan from behind. "I've been expecting you," he exclaimed, redirecting his aura to counter the oncoming force. The black ray dissipated as if melting away under the influence of his aura. However, as Yangfan's aura neutralized the dragon power, the spatial barriers around him twisted and warped, becoming increasingly erratic. This sensation feels eerily familiar. He sensed a pressure surrounding him, recalling a time when he had felt this power before. Could it be Mew? Reflecting on the time Mew had perched upon his shoulder, he recalled the faint aura it exuded. Initially, he had assumed it was merely Mew's power radiating outward, but now he pondered if it was somehow connected to dragon power. Could it be that Mew has also been affected? The voice of Mutwo inquired. That seems unlikely. Mew has just emerged from the World Tree. Such power would not target it as a host. Yangfan followed Mutwo's line of thought, realizing the improbability of such an occurrence. After all, Mew, as the closest Pokémon to the World Tree, could not be compromised by dragon power without resulting in catastrophe for the Pokémon world. Furthermore, dragon power possessed its own consciousness, typically infecting only those Pokémon of dragon type capable of inciting global calamities. Thus, Mew was quickly dismissed as a possibility. With a frenzied mind, Yangfan continued to analyze the situation. Due to the spatial fluctuations, the tunnel leading to the real world had become severely distorted. He had to prioritize resolving the immediate crisis. Mew, the World Tree, dragon power, self-awareness. That's it. Yangfan, have you made a connection? Yes. Didn't you tell us that the World Tree possesses self-awareness? Indeed. Could it be related to the World Tree? It seems plausible. Dragon power, akin to the World Tree, embodies self-awareness, and both share nearly identical origins. Are you suggesting that dragon power might be a manifestation of the World Tree itself? It is a possibility, but we lack concrete evidence. Otherwise, it could not solely rely on Palkia's power to genuinely influence the tunnel between the two worlds. In that case, this is problematic. Before Mutwo could finish, a force entirely antithetical to dragon power surged towards Yangfan. The speed was so rapid that he barely had time to react, instinctively gathering his aura to shield himself from the impending attack. What? This is unbelievable. Yangfan's eyes widened in disbelief as he swiftly grasped Mutwo's Pokeball. Inspecting it closely, this force had just completely disregarded his aura. He hadn't even sensed its presence before it struck directly against Mutwo's Pokeball. Mutwo, is everything all right? It seems there are no significant issues. That's a relief. Upon hearing that Mutwo was safe, Yangfan allowed himself a moment's respite. Just then, the familiar sound of the system alert echoed once more. Ding. System upgrade complete. Initiating System 20. The system upgrade is finished. I thought it required 24 hours. Why the sudden change? Due to uncontrollable factors, such as the current constraints imposed by the world's will, the system upgrade has been delayed. Is that so? Yangfan's mind raced, suddenly realizing the implications of the system's words. What exactly is the world's will? The world's will is the consciousness of the creator of the Pokémon world. Just now, the host was locked onto by the world's will. The creator of the Pokémon world? Does that mean Arceus was just watching me? Indeed. What the hell? Yangfan's expression transformed into one of despair. How had he unwittingly caught the attention of Arceus? This was troublesome. He would have to exercise greater caution in the Pokémon world from now on. System notification. The host is temporarily unable to access the Pokémon world. Why not? Currently, due to your previous actions, The Pokémon world is locked down by the world's will, making it impossible to traverse for a short duration. My actions? Could it have been from the battle earlier? Yang Fan had not anticipated that he had already drawn Arceus's attention from that moment onward. However, since it is currently impossible to return to the realm of the elves, I shall strive to enhance my own abilities in the real world. I will fully inherit the Haisher Gym and elevate its prestige to new heights. Subsequently, I shall embark on a quest to uncover the whereabouts of my missing parents. A friendly reminder, in the real world, the host will be unable to harness the powers of Mutuo. Oh, but why is that? The host has been locked by the world's consciousness, and Mutuo itself possesses a fragment of the original power from the elf world, rendering it unusable here. I see. So that explains the surge of power directed at the Pokeball earlier. Yang Fan chuckled wryly and shook his head, not overly concerned. After all, there is hardly any need to wield Mutuo's power in the real world. Moreover, if Mutuo were to join the fray, there would be little need for my other Pokemon to engage in battle. So, does the system still randomly upgrade Pokemon? The system has detected that the host has surpassed the novice phase and will now activate the training mode. Training mode? Indeed. Since the host has acquired self-defense capabilities, the system will enhance various aspects according to the efforts exerted by the Pokemon. Is that so? Sounds good. Yang Fan felt that the upgraded system seemed more intelligent. This development would benefit not only the Pokemon, but also himself. Although he had triumphed in battles against various foes in the elf world, he had distinctly sensed his own shortcomings in Pokemon battles, often relying solely on brute strength to prevail. With the capabilities of this system, it appeared that he too would need to exert himself. Nevertheless, for now, let us proceed. Observing the spatial barrier gradually solidifying, Yang Fan set off once more. Chapter 127, The Real World. The Wong Family. In the reality of Yong City. Welcome, Prosecutor Shun and Lord Chun, to Yong City. As Shun Yin and Chun Qianzhong arrived in Yong City, a banner had already been unfurled in the city's no-fly zone below. It seemed the Wong family had been well prepared. Be cautious. Do not be deceived by their facade. Do you think I can be intimidated by the Wong family? Quit jesting. Let us go. Shun Yin and Chun Qianzhong exchanged knowing glances, their eyes conveying mutual understanding. They had not informed anyone of their departure this time. Yet the Wong family had somehow received word. It appeared that the alliance building had indeed been infiltrated by these so-called families. Prosecutor Shun has been soaring to new heights lately. What brings you to Yong City? A middle-aged man, his face aglow, regarded Shun Yin with a genial expression, revealing no hint of hostility whatsoever. It is merely a matter of duty. There was no need for such grand arrangements. However, may I inquire who you are? Forgive my rudeness. I am Wang Zhe, the Lord of Yong City. Lord Wang, how did you come to learn of our arrival in Yong City? As he scrutinized the smiling members of the Wang family, Chun Qianzhong stated plainly. He held no fear of the Wang family in Yong City. Being a direct member of the Alliance's headquarters, one of the few who had attained his position through sheer merit, Shun Yin, well acquainted with the current head of the Spatial Gate Administration, owed his position to his own strength. Thus, despite the Wang family's dominance in Yong City, they could not overshadow him. This matter need not trouble you too. The Alliance has entrusted the Wang family with the governance of Yong City for a reason. Wang Zhe continued to smile at Chun Qianzhong, though his slitted eyes momentarily revealed a glimmer of coldness. His words were a veiled threat to Chun Qianzhong. This was not the Alliance building. No matter how high your position, in Yong City, you must comply with the Wang family's directives. Even if the Alliance's higher-ups visited Yong City, they too must heed the Wang family's will. Chun Qianzhong immediately recognized the underlying threat in Wang Zhe's tone and, despite his fiery temperament, was about to erupt when Shun Yin intervened. He cast a puzzled glance at Shun Yin, who discreetly gestured with his fingers behind his back towards the crowd loitering not far away, then shook his head. A camera? At that moment, Chun Qianzhong finally understood that Wang Zhe was not a simple adversary. Everything had been meticulously prepared. Had he acted on impulse just now, he would have undoubtedly found himself plastered across headlines as an Alliance member unjustly assaulting the Lord of Yong City. You two may proceed. Everything has already been arranged. As he observed the restrained Chun Qianzhong, Wang Zhe appeared somewhat surprised. It seemed that Shun Yin was not merely the beneficiary of nepotism, as the rumors suggested. He possessed a modicum of discernment. However, it was evident that he did not regard Shun Yin with much respect. Ultimately, in Yong City, the Wang family dictated the terms. Considering that Chun Qianzhong had already broached the subject, Wang Zhe felt no need for further concealment, directly addressing those beside him before turning to Shun Yin and Chun Qianzhong. You two must be weary from your journey. The Wang family has prepared guest rooms. Should you require anything, Do not hesitate to command the servants. As for your mission, the Wang family will lend their unwavering support." With that, Wang Zhe turned on his heel and departed, showing no regard for Chen Qianzhong. Infuriating. "All right, Qianzhong, stop glaring. Let us go." Yet, the Wang family is truly overstepping. This time, we were unprepared. We should assess the situation before making further decisions. I suspect Xiao Fan will arrive soon. Very well. It's just that the Wang family is so overtly monitoring us. Chen Qianzhong huffed indignantly, even spitting towards Wang Zhe's retreating figure. How dare they presume him to be a mere brute? Their words conveyed a singular message. In Yong City, there was nothing the Wang family could not accomplish. However, if they failed to recognize the subtleties, they would inevitably find themselves perpetually thwarted. "Please, follow me." The attendant left by Wang Zhe bowed slightly to the two. "Let us go. We must not appear belittled." Shunyan smiled as he trailed behind the servant. "What time is it? And you can still manage a smile." Chen Qianzhong lamented with a hint of exasperation, yet he still followed suit. "Have they all arrived?" "They have already settled into the designated guest rooms." "Excellent. Have the other matters been clarified?" "There are leads. It seems to pertain to the spatial gate in Yong City." "The spatial gate? I understand. You may leave now." "Certainly." Head of the family. Meanwhile, within the Wang family estate in Yong City, the stooped figure retreating was none other than Wang Zhe, the lord of Yong City. Before him sat an elderly gentleman, the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Wan, once a top-tier champion-level trainer within the Alliance. According to predictions from the Alliance, he had been on the cusp of the championship title, merely a step away from glory. Yet for reasons unknown, he had abruptly chosen to retire at the peak of his career. The next individual thrust into the limelight by the Alliance was Yang Fan's father. "Yang Yi, Shenyan, Chen Qianzhong, you have arrived splendidly. The spatial gate? It must be due to Yang Ye's son still being trapped within." Wang Wan, with an expression that seemed to reflect the tranquility of a life well lived, reclined in his rocking chair, lost in thought. "As your mentor, I take great delight in your current achievements." However, at this juncture, Wang Wan's voice took on an unexpectedly sharp tone. "Though my grandson may be lacking, it remains a matter for the Wang family. What authority do you possess to incarcerate him in an Alliance prison? Furthermore, Yang Fan, a truly remarkable talent. In comparison to his father's innate gifts, he is equally impressive. Yet in the end, he shall meet his demise at my hands." Cough, cough. Cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing erupted unexpectedly. Wang Wan, as per usual, retrieved a small vial from within his cloak and poured its contents directly into his mouth. The pills within the bottle shimmered with an otherworldly blue hue, distinctly unlike any cough remedy available in the market. Once his breathing gradually returned to a steady rhythm, Wang Wan regarded the vial in his hand with a furrowed brow. It was depleting rapidly. He resolved to seek them out again at the earliest opportunity. With that thought, he flung the empty vial behind him. The wind speed dog, resting nearby, seemed to sense the commotion without opening its eyes. It expelled a plume of orange-yellow flame from its nostrils, incinerating the vial completely, leaving no trace behind. Only the acrid scent of charred remnants lingered in the air of the courtyard. Chapter 128, Successfully Arrived. Yong City. At long last, the end was in sight. It had been quite the arduous journey. Within the confines of the spatial tunnel, Yang Fan rubbed his sore arms. The previous transition from the Sea City's portal to the Elven world had been instantaneous. However, due to the spatial barriers surrounding the Elven world, it took nearly 2 hours to traverse the tunnel, even with the system's assistance. First, he would return to the dojo, then pay a visit to Uncle Shun and Shirlu. As for the world exchange competition, it seemed unlikely it would proceed. It would be prudent to inform Uncle Shun. Regarding the mysterious organization, he would take things as they came. As he approached the last radiant threshold of the spatial gate, Yang Fan closed his eyes momentarily. When he opened them again, night had already draped its cloak over the outside world. In the distance, the bustling streets of the city echoed with faint sounds of revelry. The air tinged with a familiar mix of smoke and the scent of burning. There was no trace of the distinctive maritime breeze. Evidently, this was not Sea City. Judging by the proximity of Shirkong City to Hualan City, it was clear that he had arrived in Yong City. As he descended the steps of the spatial gate, Yang Fan sensed something amiss. Although spatial gates were not rare, the utter lack of human presence around him was perplexing. Unlike the portal in Sea City, which was situated in the heart of its most vibrant square, the location of Yong City's portal was unusually secluded. Was the lord of this city fearful of excessive profits? Moreover, the breeze carrying the scent of burning brushed against his face, causing a slight sting. Attempting to emit his aura, Yang Fan discerned a faint blue essence wafting from the city, reeking of decay. It appeared that Yong City harbored its own secrets. He decided to spend the night in Yong City and find a way back to Sea City the following day. As he gazed at the distant flickering lights, he murmured to himself, Yong City, a historically rich city not far from Sea City, its exact origins lost to time. Even the school textbooks stated that its existence was untraceable. What was known, however, was that it had emerged long before the elves graced this world. Was this the source of the ominous aura? Yang Fan stood at the roadside, his gaze fixed on an ancient residence before him, his eyes flickering with intrigue. His aura was persistently alerting him that the foul blue essence emanated from this very mansion. However, a stern voice interrupted his thoughts. No loitering. Keep your distance. A guard stationed before the estate warned him. How quaint. Yang Fan frowned slightly, feeling a sense of disdain towards the characters inscribed upon the mansion, the Wang family. Wang Wu. He hoped there was no connection. Without lingering further, he cast one last glance at the foreboding estate before shaking his head and moving toward the street, leaving the guard perplexed. Logically, the people of Yong City should know that the Wang family estate was not to be approached lightly. Why was this traveler acting so strangely? Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? As Yang Fan stepped beyond the boundaries of the estate, a stranger casually draped an arm around his shoulder and whispered urgently in his ear. Let's go? I'll find a place to talk. Not waiting for Yang Fan to respond, the individual dragged him without hesitation to a seemingly antiquated stall. What do you want? Yang Fan inquired, furrowing his brow. Ever since he had emerged, he had been led along by this mysterious figure. What were their intentions? Listen to me. Are you the master of the dojo from Sea City? And do you wish to return there? The person spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Their true appearance remained concealed beneath a cloak, revealing not a hint of their identity. From the sound of their gravelly voice, it was evident that they were likely attempting to disguise themselves. Oh, you know me? Yang Fan regarded them suspiciously, a hint of amusement bubbling within as he extended his aura to probe further. Despite the well-crafted facade that would fool an ordinary person, it was no match for the extraordinary powers of the elven world. What? A woman? Coughing slightly, he was caught off guard. What is wrong with you? The enigmatic woman's voice took on a sharper edge as she detected the sensation of scrutiny emanating from all directions. Her voice, now tinged with a hint of anxiety, suggested she felt that Yang Fan's demeanor was one of great restraint. And nothing. Yang Fan's face flushed as he downed the tea on the table in one gulp. Who would have guessed that the mysterious figure before him was a woman, and moreover, possessed an alluring figure? What's going on with you? The mysterious woman, clearly flustered by Yang Fan's odd expression and laughter, dropped her pretense and began to question him directly. She was beginning to suspect that the feeling of being watched had originated with him. It's nothing, please continue. Striving to maintain his composure, Yang Fan settled down to listen to her. Really? The woman eyed him dubiously, yet upon seeing no further peculiarities, she returned to her previous line of questioning. Is your name Yang Fan? Yes. Do you wish to return to Sea City? By the way, shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking all these questions? Cough. You don't need to know my name. The woman stammered, feigning nonchalance as she glanced around apprehensively. Hey, we're closing up. Oh, all right. Here is the payment for the tea. Yang Fan placed the money on the table and then turned to the mysterious woman. Let us talk as we walk. Okay. The woman, who had initially sought to maintain an air of mystery, now seemed rather foolish as she followed closely behind Yang Fan. By the way, you still haven't told me your name. Yang Fan remarked as they strolled together along the ancient streets of Yong City. Despite the late hour, the streets were alive with the soft murmur of conversation, dispelling any sense of desolation. The mysterious woman appeared dejected, her hands clutching the tattered cloak draped over her shoulders, exuding an air of lethargy. If I'm not mistaken, you must belong to the Wang family of Yong City. After all, based on the guard's demeanor, it's clear that no one dares linger near that estate. So the only ones able to stop me would be those unafraid of the Wang family. Moreover, you've been wearing that cloak all along, as if trying to evade someone. Given the cliches from melodramatic dramas, could it be that you are a pawn to be married off by the Wang family, yet have fled to escape such a fate? Chapter 129, Yong City, a place of entrapment. Have you been watching too many soap operas? The mysterious girl suddenly looked up at Yang Fan, at which point she removed her hood entirely. Before Yang Fan stood a woman whose dignified appearance belied her character. Reminiscent of an unwed maiden from an ancient noble family, her poise was graceful, and her eyes sparkled with a captivating light. However, one could easily surmise her thoughts. The girl lowered her head in melancholy, pondering something. Could it be that you are truly the unwed young lady of the Wang family? Upon beholding the girl's true visage, Yang Fan was taken aback. By all accounts, a woman of such beauty should not be clad so simply, yet it was understandable, given that she was likely evading the Wang family. Well then, if you prefer silence, so be it. But surely you could enlighten me as to how you came to know my identity? Observing the girl's ashen expression, Yang Fan chose not to pry further. He had no desire to become embroiled in the tangled love stories of these noble families, lest his well-meaning assistance lead to discomfort. Moreover, he found himself puzzled as to how she was aware of his identity. Though he had garnered attention in the real world, it was limited to the Sea City and the Alliance. It was implausible that news of him had reached this relatively secluded place, Eternal City. Furthermore, how did she know that he wished to return to Sea City when he returned through the spatial gate? Yang Fan had clearly observed that there was no one present in the vicinity of the gate. Thus, it was impossible for anyone to be waiting for him there. Upon hearing Yang Fan's inquiry, the girl's countenance shifted slightly. From the previous pallor of despair, a glimmer of hope flickered in her gaze as she looked at him. This expression was not unfamiliar to Yang Fan. In the world of Pokémon, when members of the Alliance, who had witnessed their psychological defenses obliterated by legendary powers, saw him successfully withstand the Dark Lugia, they bore the same look of hope. It seemed she truly felt cornered by the Wong family. Surely, in the Alliance, who did not know the master of the Yang Fan Pavilion from Sea City? He had thwarted the plans of a mysterious organization, apprehended significant members, and even passed the rigorous gym assessments as a youth. Any one of these accomplishments would suffice for the Wong family to boast about for a lifetime. Not to mention, he had also vanquished legendary Pokémon in the Pokémon world. The mysterious girl gazed at Yang Fan with wide, glistening eyes, as if about to burst with admiration. However, even with Yang Fan's somewhat thick skin, he felt a twinge of discomfort from her extravagant praise. Enough, enough. Please, cease your flattery. I begin to doubt whether I am truly as formidable as you claim. Yang Fan shook his head, offering a wry smile. Though her compliments were well articulated, he remained vigilant regarding the girl. After all, she seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of him, while he was left entirely in the dark. Hence, it was prudent to maintain his guard. You mentioned returning to Sea City? What leads you to believe I wish to go back? Yang Fan interrupted the girl, his gaze penetrating as he studied her. Such insights were not typically within the grasp of an ordinary girl. And how could she ascertain that he would be near the Wong family's estate, prepared to recognize him? This is merely my conjecture. Conjecture? The girl hesitated, as if Yang Fan had exposed her. Let us consider it your guess, but what precisely is your intention in stopping me? Yang Fan's eyes bore into hers once more as he raised a finger to her lips, silencing her impending response. If you truly refuse to divulge the truth, then we shall have to part ways. At this moment, they reached the end of the street. Absent the illumination of nearby shops, the Eternal City street appeared somewhat desolate. The once charming city, vibrant by day, now revealed its dilapidated state under the night sky. The girl opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately hesitated. Her heart filled with trepidation, and chose to remain silent. Is that so? Very well. Thank you for accompanying me to that tea house today. The flavors were delightful. My lady, it seems our paths shall cross again by fate. With that, without a backward glance, Yang Fan strode away, unfazed by leaving such a delicate figure alone in the depths of night, trusting in the fundamental decency between individuals. If you place your hopes in me, yet view me merely as a tool, hesitating to share even the most basic information, then I'm afraid I shall not serve you, noble lady. The girl stood alone in the Eternal City street, the sounds of insects chirping echoing around her. The lanterns, which appeared quaint in daylight, now seemed ominous in the cool night breeze. Wait, the girl called out urgently to Yang Fan, twisting anxiously, fearing a monster might emerge from the shadows to consume her. Yet, with that single cry, Yang Fan showed no sign of turning back. Why is there such a disparity between people? As Yang Fan walked ahead, he found himself comparing this timid young lady to Kirlia. Unlike this somewhat timid noblewoman, Kirlia seemed more fitting of a Western aristocratic lineage. Indeed, the Wong family has sealed off the entire Eternal City. The city now exists in a state of ingress only, rendering your return to Sea City nearly impossible. Watching Yang Fan recede into the distance, the girl finally revealed the secret she had been concealing. Is that so? Eternal City is sealed? Yang Fan paused to contemplate the validity of her claim. If true, his plans to return to Sea City would undoubtedly encounter significant obstacles. Observing Yang Fan halt, the glimmer of hope in the girl's eyes intensified as she eagerly continued. This is information you can verify with anyone. They all know it. Since you're aware that this information is widely known, why do you not inquire with others? Yang Fan turned back to face her, speaking loudly. The girl's expression darkened again. Indeed, such matters could easily be confirmed by asking anyone. Why hadn't he sought others? As they both fell into silence, a commotion erupted in the distance. Have you seen this person? The Wang family has issued a bounty. Anyone providing information about the individual in this photograph will be exempt from 2 years of taxes and gain entry into a subsidiary of the Wang family. What? Splendid. A 2-year tax exemption. All right. Any leads must be reported immediately. Everyone else, continue searching over there. Yes. Upon hearing this uproar, the girl's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. How could they know so quickly? I had everything arranged. How could it happen so fast? What now? The girl, cloaked in her garment, felt an urgent panic, nearly forgetting Yang Fan as presence. It seems you are indeed fleeing from them. At that moment, Yang Fan appeared behind her, observing the approaching Wang family pursuers. He whispered softly in her ear. It is now certain that she has ties to the Wang family. Furthermore, according to the information transmitted through the Wave Guide, the rewards offered by the Wang family to locate her were undoubtedly enticing to the merchants. Though these may merely be words from the Wang family. Ah, Yang Fan. The girl recognized the familiar voice and remembered that she had someone nearby who could save her. She grasped his arm desperately, pleading with wide, innocent eyes. Yang Fan, please, save me. Save you? Miss, it seems we are not well acquainted, are we? Yang Fan replied with a calm demeanor, deftly avoiding the girl's tugging. Just then, a flash of white light emerged from the girl's embrace, revealing a cute, yet somewhat frail Eevee at her feet. Eevee, it appears this young lady's identity is far from ordinary. One must acknowledge that Eevee is not only a coveted creature in the Pokémon realm, but also in the real world. Given that Eevee's natural habitat is exceedingly rare, its presence in the hands of trainers is akin to a phoenix feather, as many have been tightly controlled by the League. Thus, trainers who possess an Eevee are often those with substantial backgrounds and favorable relations with the League. It was indeed unexpected that this disheveled girl would be among such elite company. Eevee. Eevee. The newly emerged Eevee appeared weak and was anxiously scanning the distant street for the approaching Wang family, standing protectively in front of the girl as if ready to sacrifice itself for her safety. Eevee, why did you come out on your own? Do not worry. We will be fine soon. The girl crouched down, cradling the trembling Eevee in her arms, attempting to soothe it. However, the fear reflected in her eyes betrayed her own trepidation as a trainer. The Hypno has detected us. This way, we must not let the young lady escape. Otherwise, we shall all suffer the master's wrath. Yang Fan, utilizing his aura to overhear the conversations among the pursuers from the Wang family, began to speculate about the girl's identity. Furthermore, Hypno, it seems you have been marked with a mental imprint. A mental imprint? The girl looked incredulous upon hearing Yang Fan's words. Such imprints are not uncommon in the present world, particularly in the real world where psychic Pokémon are often seen as possessing extremely limited combat capabilities. However, this unique power is regarded as significant by some. Consequently, the League and certain families have collaborated to develop rare applications of psychic abilities. A mental imprint. This type of mark was also encountered when traversing the spatial gates. Only those, like Yang Fan, who possess a Pokédex do not require such imprints. Otherwise, they would inevitably be marked to ensure their identity. Nowadays, some families utilize mental imprints akin to tracking devices. As long as the bearer of the imprint remains alive, the psychic Pokémon that recorded the imprint can accurately locate its position, the precision of which depends on the psychic Pokémon's level of power. Given the mobilization of the Wang family, it was evident that the Hypno's level was no trivial matter. Could it be from that time? The girl appeared horrified as she recalled the moment she was marked. The method of implanting a mental imprint is not overly complex. A psychic Pokémon simply needs to permeate its abilities into a person's mind, resulting in the creation of a mental imprint. Yet, individuals typically experience a sense of repulsion during this process, which is why most people do not intentionally seek such marks. We're truly done for. Eevee. With a face ashen as death, the girl collapsed to the ground, clutching Eevee, her eyes reflecting a desire for oblivion. If you have resigned yourself to this fate, why do you not tell me? Yang Fan observed the scene, closing his eyes and shaking his head. Although he felt a pang of sympathy, he would not act to save her until he was certain of her trust. After all, in the world of Pokémon, even those revered as the pride of the Kanto region, the Elite Four, have begun to turn against the populace. The feeling of betrayal by someone trusted is truly unbearable, and Yang Fan had no desire to experience such a sensation. At this point, I cannot afford to conceal anything. The girl managed a desolate smile as she rose from the ground, elegantly brushing the dust from her attire. Despite the dirt smudging her features, it could not conceal her inherent beauty. In that moment, Yang Fan perceived an elegance in her that was absent in Gardevoir, manifesting perfectly in this girl. Her movements were imbued with the grace of ancient customs, captivating Yang Fan's attention. Indeed, compared to Gardevoir's Western princess-like elegance, the ancient charm of this Eastern etiquette is far more pleasing. Yang Fan, the esteemed curator, my name is Jiang Huaiwe. Jiang Huaiwe. The name sounded somewhat familiar to Yang Fan. After living in the real world for several years, he could recall some prominent families within the League. Jiang. Is that the family that discovered the mental imprint with the League? Indeed, you are correct. Jiang Huaiwen nodded resignedly. What was initially intended as a signature move of her family had ultimately led to her downfall by their own creation. The unpredictability of life. As the saying goes, one is often repaid in kind. But how did you end up on the Wang family's territory? My father informed me that the head of the Wang family could provide a cure for this child. She glanced at the EV in her arms, noting its alarming frailty compared to other Pokémon. At this juncture, there is no turning back. Once a mental imprint is established, it cannot escape the Wang family's vigilance in Eternal City. Thus, I beseech you, Yang Fan, take Eevee away. This is my final request. As Jiang Huaiwe, with teary eyes, delivered her last words, Yang Fan's lips twitched in disbelief. What is this? You are already speaking of final requests? Are you entrusting me with your fate here in Baidi City? Chapter 131. The Absurdity of Daily Life. What final requests? I have never had the habit of collecting corpses. Yang Fan's gaze turned cold as he observed the approaching Wang family pursuers. However, the mental imprint is a subject of my family's specialized research. Once established, it cannot be forcibly removed unless undone by the Pokémon that created it. My father conducted experiments previously, and those who had their imprints forcibly removed invariably suffered brain death due to the conflict of psychic powers. Therefore, while the Wang family has yet to arrive, you should take Eevee and leave. Jiang Huaiwe pleaded anxiously, nearly kneeling before him, a stark contrast to her usual noble demeanor. Yang Fan had never before experienced such a lowly request from someone of her stature. Sigh, is this mental imprint truly so troublesome? He asked, turning to Jiang Huaiwe on the ground. In comparison to the dragon power detected alongside psychic abilities in the Pokémon world, it pales in insignificance. Even the deeply hidden dragon power could be resolved by me and my psychic Pokémon, let alone an imprint from a hypno that barely reaches elite level. Yang Fan, I assure you, Jiang Huaiwe began, but her words were cut short as she noticed the Wang family members approaching at the street corner. This is it. We are truly finished. As the pursuit drew nearer, the former lady's complexion turned ghostly pale as she sat on the ground, seemingly contemplating the grim fate that awaited her if captured. A fleeting glimmer of resignation flickered in her eyes. Is this the direction? One of the Wang family pursuers exclaimed. The hypno is heading this way. There's someone. Let us investigate. They quickly spotted Yang Fan's silhouette against the pitch-black night. Despite the girl's striking figure, her overall slenderness rendered her indistinguishable in the shadows, leaving the pursuers unaware of her vulnerable state on the ground. Master Yang Fan, it seems you cannot escape this predicament either. It is I who owe you an apology. Should fate allow us to meet in another life, I would gladly toil as a humble servant to repay your kindness. Jiang Huaiwe gazed at the spirited youth before her, filled with self-reproach. It was her who had drawn him into this murky affair. Given the Wang family's notorious reputation, Yang Fan was surely in grave danger as well. Hey, have you seen this person? A group of imposing figures from the Wang family stormed towards Yang Fan, barking orders with an air of authority. They waved an electronic device in front of him, revealing the image of a strikingly beautiful and charismatic woman. Apologies, but I have not seen her. Yang Fan responded with a smile. Meanwhile, the others who had accompanied him were still scouring the surrounding area. As only Yang Fan was visible in this corner of the street, it was only one individual who approached for routine questioning. Moreover, due to the wall behind Jiang Huaiwe, she remained undetected for the time being. Really? Concealing information from the Wang family will not end well for you. I know nothing of this Wang family and wish to remain ignorant of any consequences. I have not seen her. Yang Fan retorted defiantly. You scoundrel. Who is that behind you? The burly man, who intended to teach Yang Fan a lesson, was taken aback by the sight of Jiang Huaiwe slumped on the ground. This changed everything. The next scene left Jiang Huaiwe utterly astounded. The man who had initially noticed her suddenly fell silent, as if struck dumb. What is this? Jiang Huaiwe's eyes widened as she stared at Yang Fan. You, do not speak. Silence. Yang Fan snapped irritably, turning to the woman. He had no desire to become embroiled in this affair, yet fate had conspired to place Jiang Huaiwe in his path. In a letter penned by his father, it was noted how the Jiang family had aided him. Much of the funding for the current dojo in Haishur came from the Jiang family. For the sake of his family's dojo, he felt compelled to assist. Oh, Jiang Huaiwen nodded weakly, resembling a child reprimanded by a parent. The recent events were likely to haunt her for a lifetime. Under the cover of night, Yang Fan's eyes shimmered with an eerie violet glow that beckoned one to plunge into its depths. This ability bore a striking resemblance to the powers of his own psychic Pokémon, did it not? Hey, are you done questioning? The young man who had been searching the vicinity, accompanied by a Hypno, approached. What is wrong with Hypno? The Hypno suddenly began moving toward Yang Fan. The young man followed, a look of suspicion etched on his face. This is it. Yang Fan, perhaps you should just hand me over. Jiang Huaiwei observed the unfolding events with a sense of despair. She was acutely aware of the terrifying potential of the mental imprint they had developed. Under the guidance of the Hypno, they would undoubtedly be discovered, though she couldn't fathom what Yang Fan had just accomplished. Employing such a power must impose a significant burden on him, making it unlikely he could wield it again so soon. Yet, at that moment, Yang Fan remained silent, standing resolutely in place as the violet glow in his eyes gradually faded. Ergu, what did you uncover here? The increasingly cautious young man inquired, inching closer. He gripped a pokeball tightly, ready to unleash it at a moment's notice. However, things were not as straightforward as he presumed. Begone. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through the eerie street. Damn it, today is truly uncanny. The young man seemed oblivious to the ominous voice, merely grumbling in place. Yet the Hypno beside him clung to his pant leg, tugging insistently, as if sensing something terrifying. What is happening? Could there truly be something amiss? Alarmed by the Hypno's behavior, the young man felt a shiver of apprehension. He had heard that psychic Pokémon could perceive things invisible to ordinary humans. And the recent gust certainly felt suspect. Oh heavens, could it be we have encountered something genuinely sinister? Ergu, if you don't come here right now, I'll leave. Ergu. Ah, I'm coming. What's wrong, Captain? Just as the young man summoned the courage to investigate, Ergu emerged from the shadows. Are you a man or a ghost? Captain, what nonsense. Of course, I'm human. Damn, you scared me half to death. What a day? The young man barked at Ergu, only to feel relief wash over him when he confirmed there was indeed a shadow. Chapter 132. Why are you so proficient? Was that person suspicious? Not at all. That was my relative. Just two youngsters out for a thrill. Such matters need not be disclosed. Show a little discretion. Yes, you are right, Captain. I'll certainly have a word with them later. Let us go. We should search elsewhere. With that, the two resumed their search in another direction. Behind Yang Fan, Jiang Huaiwei, who had remained silent until now, finally exhaled in relief. However, the lingering shock in her eyes had not yet dissipated. This man before her. What is he truly? How can a human possess power surpassing that of Pokémon? Just moments ago, when the young man had approached, Jiang Huaiwei had felt an overwhelming surge of energy emanating from Yang Fan, far exceeding even her father's ace Pokémon, Alakazam. Considering that Alakazam had long been trained to a near-champion level, could it be that Yang Fan had attained the level of a champion-class Pokémon? The thought of standing before someone akin to a champion-level Pokémon left Jiang Huaiwei feeling increasingly anxious. Is Master Yang Fan truly human? Phew, what an exhausting ordeal. Once the pursuers had retreated, Yang Fan released the mental pressure he had been exerting. One must admit, psychic abilities are indeed remarkably effective. Connected to the genes of Mutuo, Yang Fan had inherited an immense mental prowess. However, the psychic seed had yet to fully mature, limiting his capacity to wield his full strength. Thus, after hypnotizing the first burly man, he felt somewhat fatigued. The intimidation of the Hypno was also achieved through the power of his mental energy, and that commanding shout was intentionally projected through his psychic strength. Such unique power could only be sensed by highly perceptive psychic Pokémon. In other words, if he had faced a Pokémon like Arcanine, today would not have been so effortless. By the way, what kind of look is that? Are you really human? Of course. Jiang Huaiwei, having been scolded by Yang Fan, appeared particularly pitiable. Yet the immediate crisis had finally been averted. With a carefree demeanor, she began to affectionately ruffle her EV in her arms, a sight that stirred a yearning in Yang Fan. Such a small, fluffy Pokémon was undeniably addictive to touch. However, thoughts of his own shiny Gardevoir surfaced. No, what is fluffiness compared to Gardevoir's allure? Casting aside these peculiar musings, Yang Fan truly scrutinized Jiang Huaiwei. What do you intend to do? Jiang Huaiwei noticed Yang Fan's unabashed gaze and defensively positioned EV in front of her chest. How self-important. Who's even looking at you? Hand it over. To her surprise, Yang Fan merely shot her a glance before snatching EV from her grasp. Hey, give it back. Jiang Huaiwei hastily rose to her feet, addressing Yang Fan, who could have anticipated that Yang Fan's gaze was not upon her, but rather on the EV clasped in her hands. In that moment, She suddenly felt a twinge of self-consciousness about her disheveled appearance. Was it truly inappropriate? Indeed, was it so? Ignoring Jiang Huaiyue, Yang Fan lifted the EV, utilizing his aura to meticulously sense the little creature's body, discovering a familiar energy within. Psychic energy. Why did Evie not resist? Observing the EV in Yang Fan's hands, behaving as if it were a well-behaved child, Jiang Huaiyue found herself utterly bewildered. This power was entirely unlike that of the human Yang Fan. How was it that EV was so obedient in his grasp? What extraordinary abilities did this man possess? As she gazed on, Jiang Huaiyue lost track of time. Her eyes fixed on Yang Fan. Hey, are you done staring? Suddenly, Jiang Huaiyue heard a voice calling out beside her. As she snapped back to reality, she noticed Yang Fan looking at her with an expression of exasperation. Remembering her earlier thoughts, she felt a surge of embarrassment and found it difficult to meet his gaze. Let us find a place to rest. We can talk about your matters later. Oh, at that moment, Jiang Huaiyue, feeling as lost as a headless chicken, had completely lost track of Yang Fan's words. Although she had been raised with strict discipline, she had also read certain books that were delicately veiled in meaning, and the plots within seemed to be unfolding perfectly around her and Yang Fan. Even the mental imprint she bore was momentarily forgotten. How about here? All right. Upon arriving at a Pokémon Inn, Yang Fan sought Jiang Huaiyue's approval. Then let us go? After she acquiesced, he wasted no time in yanking off the tattered cloak she wore. What are you doing? Don't you find this garment uncomfortable? And covering your face, are you so afraid others will suspect you are being pursued? Yang Fan had been holding back his irritation throughout the journey, and he finally voiced his thoughts. Reflecting on her actions, Jiang Huaiyue realized Yang Fan had a valid point. Enough of this. Let us go. After wrapping Jiang Huaiyue in his embrace, Yang Fan strode into the inn. Presenting his identification at the front desk, he secured a room. All the while under the innkeeper's suggestive gaze, before ascending the stairs with the room key in hand. Phew. Finally, I can have a proper rest. Locking the door behind him, Yang Fan threw himself onto the plush bed, the soft mattress momentarily easing the burdens on his mind. What is wrong with you? After a brief respite, Yang Fan turned to Jiang Huaiyue, who still huddled in the corner, her lips twitching slightly. Why did you only book one room? And why are you so experienced at this? Do you often bring girls to book a room? Noticing Yang Fan's somewhat helpless expression, Jiang Huaiyue finally voiced her earlier concerns about Yang Fan's embrace. Seriously, what a neurotic. Upon hearing Jiang Huaiyue's question, Yang Fan couldn't help but admire her unique way of thinking. When did you start pondering such matters? It seems your attraction to the Wang family has some merit. Shinado, come forth. Without further addressing Jiang Huaiyue's inquiries, Yang Fan summoned Shinado. Shauna. Upon emerging, Shinado initially regarded Jiang Huaiyue with caution. However, once it sensed that the young girl posed no threat, it shifted its focus to Yang Fan. Shinado. It's actually Shinado, and it's even a variant. The moment Jiang Huaiyue beheld the darkened Shinado, she was rendered speechless by shock. As a member of the Jiang family, well-versed in psychic abilities, she naturally recognized the Pokémon without difficulty. Chapter 133, Secrets of the Wang Family. Alright, can we discuss why the Wang family is pursuing you? Yang Fan inquired softly while seated on the bed. Jiang Huaiyue, kneeling on the soft mat, wore an expression of grievance. Having just been reprimanded by Yang Fan for her careless remarks. Who told me to gossip in front of Shinado? It gets quite upset when I speak ill of Yang Fan. Observing Jiang Huaiyue's tearful eyes, Yang Fan remained unmoved. The allure of a beautiful woman meant little to him, especially with his substantially enhanced mental fortitude. In the current situation, despite Jiang Huaiyue's Jiang family lineage, she was akin to a ticking time bomb, with the potential to explode at any moment. Furthermore, the reasons behind the Wang family's blockade of Yong City and their pursuit of Jiang Huaiyue remained unclear. Yang Fan could not fully trust this seemingly pitiful Jiang family heiress. Yes, it's because I overheard a secret of the Wang family. A secret? Yang Fan responded with surprise. It was not unusual for families to harbor secrets. But what could be so significant that the Wang family would go to such great lengths to pursue Jiang Huaiyue, disregarding her status as a Jiang family heiress? Can you enlighten me? After pondering for a while, Yang Fan suddenly posed the question to Jiang Huaiyue, suspecting that the Wang family's secret was related to the blue energy he had sensed, but he could not fathom the deeper implications. Taken aback by Yang Fan's unexpected inquiry, Jiang Huaiyue, still kneeling on the ground, paused momentarily. Why had this guy suddenly changed his demeanor? He had been so brusque just moments ago, and now he was asking for her opinion? This only deepened her confusion about Yang Fan's character. Actually, I could tell you, but do you really want to know? After a protracted silence, Jiang Huaiyue replied. What difference does it make whether I know or not? It's merely a matter of whether you choose to speak. Yang Fan shrugged nonchalantly, showing little concern about the Wang family secret. If Jiang Huaiwa chose not to divulge it, that was perfectly fine with him. At least he would not have to expend energy pondering these matters. Contemplating her predicament, Jiang Huaiwa ultimately decided to share the secret she had overheard regarding the Wang family. Not long after I arrived at the Wang family, I overheard someone mention that Lord Chun and Lord Shin from the Alliance had come to Yong City. Due to my father's connections, I was supposed to pay a visit to both lords. However, to my astonishment, the two individuals were discussing a shocking secret. As she spoke, Jiang Huaiwa couldn't help but glance up at Yang Fan, only to find that he displayed no signs of surprise. Instead, he yawned, appearing as if he had just awakened. Hey, aren't you excited? Why should I be? You. It was now Yang Fan's turn to be speechless. He had initially hoped this heiress would possess some insightful information. Yet here they were. That is not my fault. Such a serious matter. How could they possibly speak of it so casually? Gazing at Jiang Huaiwa with a piercing glance, Yang Fan observed her muttering softly. But they only mentioned a specific location. What location? It seems to be somewhere within the Wang family's domain. What kind of look is that? I've already told you everything. There's nothing more to say. Jiang Huaiwa, resembling an irate lioness, had completely shed her earlier grace and poise. Indeed, women are ever so capricious. Previously, when he saved her, she appeared so pitiful. And now, is she no longer pretending? Has her true nature been revealed? Although Yang Fan had not fully comprehended the events transpiring within the Wang family, he had begun to formulate his own plans. The Elven Inn. Yes, that's it. Let us go in and inquire. Mind your tone. This is property of the Elven realm. Even though the spatial gates are currently shut, one must still show some respect. Understood. Just as Yang Fan and Jiang Huaiwa were engrossed in their own thoughts, familiar sounds of a search echoed from below. This is bad. They've tracked us down. At the instant Jiang Huaiwa heard those sounds, her expression shifted. She had anticipated that despite being saved by Yang Fan, she would ultimately succumb to the fate of being captured again. Bearing the mental mark, she was acutely aware that there was no escape in the territory of Eternal City. Observing Jiang Huaiwa, who was once again cowering in a corner, filled Yang Fan with a mild sense of exasperation. He truly could not fathom what she was so afraid of. Shinado, lend a hand. Upon hearing Yang Fan's command, Shinado instinctively approached Jiang Huaiwa, her eyes shimmering with a mysterious violet glow, fixating intently on Jiang Huaiwa's gaze. The mental mark of a quasi-king could simply be erased, couldn't it? This was the last phrase Jiang Huaiwa heard before losing consciousness. Is Shinado ready? Shauna. Yes. Thank you for your hard work. Standing by the window and observing the sudden retreat of the Wang family's pursuers, Yang Fan's expression fluctuated with brightness. Having just instructed Shinado to eliminate the mental mark from Jiang Huaiwa's mind, it was no arduous task for him. Moreover, as a precaution, Yang Fan had Shinado leave behind an inconspicuous psychic marker on Jiang Huaiwa. This was far superior to any mental mark devised by the Jiang family. Originally, this was a signature move of Mutuo, but with Mutuo unable to utilize its powers, the task had to be entrusted to Shinado. This psychic marker merely left a tangible residue of psychic energy on a person or Pokémon, and due to the nature of psychic powers, such a mark would remain undetected by ordinary individuals. Watching the EV that had fallen asleep alongside Jiang Huaiwa, Yang Fan felt a pang of curiosity. How could an unevolved EV retain residual psychic abilities? Typically, EVs are highly adaptable, yet Jiang Huaiwa's EV had become exceedingly frail due to an excess of lingering psychic energy. It seemed this young lady held many secrets. Shauna, it's about time. We must take action. Let us go, Shinado. Chapter 134, Night Exploration of the Wang Family. This must be the place. Under the cloak of the boundless night, Yang Fan and Shinado arrived at the Wang family estate. Haven't they located the young lady yet? Not yet. I heard that after the Jiang family's young lady fled, the master executed several individuals. Is it that serious? Of course. It was witnessed by my aunt's niece who works as a servant there. Alas, I wonder when we will find her. Otherwise, we want to have time to switch shifts. Who can argue with that? Today was supposed to be a holiday. With enhanced physical capabilities from his aura, Yang Fan effortlessly leapt atop the wall. Listening to the conversation of the two passing below, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. The master they spoke of, could it be the head of the Wang family? Executing several people without hesitation. TSK. Clearly life means little to him. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Yang Fan began to reassess the opulent mansion before him. Logically, with technology having advanced to this extent, such a grand estate ought to be equipped with surveillance. However, extending his aura in a sweeping arc revealed no trace of modern technology whatsoever. Was this due to a fear of damaging ancient architecture, or were there deeply hidden secrets? Let us go, Shinado, we need to investigate. Just as Yang Fan prepared to leap down, he noticed Shinado making a pained sound beside him. What's wrong? Shinado, don't frighten me. Yang Fan hurriedly helped Shinado to sit against the wall, enveloping his palm with aura energy and gently placing it on her. System, what is happening? Ding. It appears that Shinado has grown too rapidly without sufficient time to master her own powers, resulting in a backlash of energy. Backlash. At the system's revelation, Yang Fan nearly widened his eyes in disbelief. Previously, his opponents had all been elite trainers from the Pokémon world, many at the level of champions. Thus, with the system's enhancement, both Shinado and Gyarados had nearly attained champion-level prowess simultaneously. Now, if Shinado was experiencing a backlash, did that mean Gyarados was too? You guessed correctly. Gyarados is also currently undergoing a backlash. Is there any solution? Speak quickly. Yang Fan pressed his palm to Shinado's forehead, her furrowed brows beginning to ease slightly. Ding. The only solution available is for the system to crystallize the energy within Shinado, which would resolve the backlash issue. Crystallization? Are there any side effects? The side effect is that while the crystal exists, Shinado cannot utilize powers exceeding the level of a Quasi-King. Or else she will be completely overwhelmed by champion-level power. Is that so? Upon hearing the system's response, Yang Fan did not hesitate, gazing at Shinado with concern. Then let us proceed. As long as Shinado and Gyarados are safe, that's all that matters. Ding. Command received. Shinado and Gyarados are now undergoing crystallization. This must be the penalty for their rapid power enhancement. Who would have thought retribution would come so swiftly? Gently rubbing Shinado's forehead, Yang Fan had completely forgotten that they were in the Wong family estate and that he was still in danger. System. What about Milotic and Buniri? As long as their power levels do not exceed that of a champion, there is no major issue. Future training tasks will include this. That's good. That's good. Reflecting on how Milotic's power had also been enhanced by the system, Yang Fan felt a rush of anxiety. However, upon receiving the system's reassurance, he finally felt at ease. Shinado, are you feeling better? As Shinado opened her eyes and looked at Yang Fan, who wore a worried expression, she seemed like a child who had made a mistake, unable to meet his gaze. It's all right. Shinado, even if we lost our strength, we can continue to strive. Ultimately, your well-being is what matters most to me. In truth, Yang Fan felt no regret over Shinado's diminished powers. After all, he had hardly trained her at all. Her achievements were solely the result of her own efforts. He had merely facilitated the manifestation of her capabilities during battles. Shauna. Under Yang Fan's words that resembled a confession, Shinado's cheeks flushed crimson, and she leapt into his embrace. Too shy to raise her head, fearing he would catch sight of her awkward smile. All right. We still have matters to attend to. But you must rest inside your Pokeball for now. You must listen. You're still quite weak and cannot engage in battle. Yang Fan raised a finger, speaking sternly. Shauna, even if you act cute, it won't work. With no other choice, Shinado obediently entered her Pokeball under Yang Fan's unwavering gaze. Yang Fan then redirected his attention to the somewhat eerie estate. Fortunately, the estate was remarkably expansive, resulting in a relatively sparse flow of personnel. Otherwise, just at that moment, Yang Fan would undoubtedly have been discovered several times. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. While Yang Fan was secretly reveling in his fortune, the sudden murmur of two voices emerged from the inner garden ahead. Why did the head of the family suddenly instruct us to pay attention to the spatial gate? Isn't it all about that Yang Fan? He managed to get the grandfather's most cherished grandson involved. But how can the head of the family be so certain that Yang Fan will emerge from the spatial gate in Yongqing? That thing has been neglected for who knows how long. Indeed. However, this news was conveyed today by those two individuals from the Alliance. It should be quite accurate. Is that so? I wondered why the head of the family would send us to the spatial gate at this time. It truly is a thankless task. Stop complaining, brother. Just do your job well if you don't want to be fed to the fairies. You didn't see the sorry state of those few individuals today. Right. Big brother, look at me. I'm already slurring my words after just a few drinks. Let us hurry. Fortunately, in this vast courtyard, it's just the two of us. Otherwise, if someone overheard us, you'd be in for it. As soon as the words left their mouths, the two hurriedly fled down the gravel path of the courtyard. So they came from the Alliance today? It must be Uncle Shun and Uncle Chun. Yang Fan mused, his brow slightly furrowed. He hadn't gleaned much information from their conversation, so he decided to venture further in, hoping to discover where Uncle Shun and the others might be. Just as Yang Fan set off, a sudden barrage of curses erupted from the inner garden. Hearing the commotion, Yang Fan's expression darkened. He was at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he leaped behind the foam mountain in the garden, straining his ears to listen intently. What is that Yang Fan anyway? Just a half-grown lad without a single hair on his body. The head of the family even instructed me to keep an eye on him. Why should I? My flame horse is about to reach the monarch level. And the head of the family assigns me these trivial tasks. Damn it. It's infuriating. Chapter 135. Shun Yin and Chun Xianzhong's resolution. Keep your voice down. Just because you've had a couple of drinks doesn't mean you should lose all clarity. In Yang Fan's line of sight, a tall, slender middle-aged man was leaning against the wall, cursing vehemently. Beside him stood a somewhat stout bald man, who also chimed in with admonishments. At the bald man's feet lay a remarkably imposing black Lucario. I don't care. I'm just not happy. Keep it down. Enough already. I'm telling you. What skills does that kid named Yang Fan possess? Just because he defeated that waste, Wang Wu? Huh. It's like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Wang Wu's lineage doesn't lift a finger and expects us to clean up after him. Damn. After uttering this, the slender man kicked at the foam mountain beside him in frustration. What Yang Fan hadn't anticipated, however, was the display of power that left him somewhat astonished. The foam mountain, known for its considerable sturdiness, something Yang Fan was well aware of, was left with a sizable dent from that kick. This strength and physical prowess seemed to be nearing that of certain combat-type Pokémon. Were all the Wang family members this abnormal? Through the dialogue between the slender man and the bald figure, Yang Fan discerned that there were indeed numerous power struggles within the Wang family. He was also taken aback to learn that the head of the Wang family had sought to create trouble for him, all stemming from the incident involving Wang Wu. Recalling the grotesque state of Wang Wu, Yang Fan's gaze towards the slender man suddenly glimmered with a cold light. If all the members of the Wang family had undergone the implantation of Pokémon bodies, suddenly, a round of applause echoed from behind, causing the two below to grow wary. Well said. Keep cursing. Don't stop. Emerging from the shadows was a young man dressed like a wealthy scion. Ah, so it's you, Wang Chun. Are you happy that your brother has been captured? The slender man shot an unimpressed look at Wang Chun, who had just emerged. Happy? Of course I'm thrilled. I can't wait for him to die sooner rather than later. It's splendid to be in such a wretched state. Neither human nor beast? The old man is foolish. Those people are not to be trifled with. Wang Chun lamented, casting a pitying glance at the slender man. So your true nature is finally revealed, Wang Chun. But too bad you're a useless fool who can't change a thing. The slender man sneered. Even the stout bald man instinctively looking down on Wang Chun. Useless? Huh. At least being useless means I want to end up like you, in such a grotesque state. Whoosh. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the slender man's foot moved, and a stone flew straight at Wang Chun's face. Wang Chun, don't think just because you're currently the only third generation of the Wang family that I won't dare to touch you. I, Wang Chu, am not afraid of threats. Next time, I'll aim for your head. Wang Chu glared at Wang Chun with disdain before turning to leave the courtyard. The stout bald man hurrying to follow. Huh, I hope you die soon. Wang Chun stood in place for a moment, staring at Wang Chu's retreating figure, before uttering each word with precision. What is this? A mimosa? I'm fine. Wang Chun felt a tug at his pant leg and squatted down to see a small green creature beside his feet. He then cradled the mimosa and vanished within the inner garden. Indeed, life within a large family is far from easy, Yang Fan murmured as he watched Wang Chun disappear. It's time to seek out news of Uncle Shun and the others. But Wang Chu, I shall remember you. Yang Fan gazed at the spatial gate before vanishing from sight. Are you ready? I never expected that my visit to the Wang family would yield such significant secrets. You are quite clever, knowing to delay the time of Xiao Fan's arrival by a few hours. This is indeed a temporary measure. Let us hurry. Once the Wang family catches on, it will likely be too late. All right, after we exit, let us first locate Xiao Fan. Otherwise, I fear for his safety. Before he could finish, a voice rang out. You both possess remarkable skills. Just like that, you intend to carry away the secrets of my Wang family? Where are you planning to go? A throng of dark-clad individuals surged in from outside, encircling Shun Yin and Qin Xianzhong. Wang Zhe. Chun Xianzhong glared at the grinning man before him, his fury nearly consuming him. Since their arrival in Yongcheng, Shen Yin and he had uncovered numerous secrets of the Wang family. Taking advantage of the family's relaxed vigilance due to the information they had provided, they had gleaned several clues within the vast mansion. What astonished Chun Xianzhong even more was how, under Shun Yin's seemingly supernatural intuition, they had unearthed various hidden matters concerning the family. The extensive research on Pokémon experiments and human trials was all firmly etched in his mind. Just the thought of the tortured Pokémon and humans inside made Chen Qianzhong want to swallow Wangzhe whole. Lord Chen, there's no need to look at me like that. The entire Yongcheng is now sealed off. Even if you escape, where can you go? So you might as well stay obediently in Yongcheng. Who knows? You might even become an excellent experimental subject. Wangzhe grinned ominously, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light. You, calm down. How can I calm down? It has come to this. We must charge ahead. Ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Earthquake. Chen Qianzhong, disregarding any further discussion with Shen Yan, hoisted him and mounted the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Moments later, a cataclysmic tremor erupted. Boom. Is that an earthquake? Yang Fan, still searching elsewhere, abruptly looked up towards the source of the commotion. However, the Wang family mansion was far too vast. Even his wave guidance could not extend to that location at the moment. No, I must get over there and take a look. Upon uttering these words, Yang Fan unleashed his wave guide and psychic abilities, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. How could this be possible? Haha, Chen Qianzhong, do you genuinely believe that your king-class prowess will allow you to break free from here? What a ludicrous notion. How infuriating. Cough, cough. What should we do now? Chen Qianzhong, witnessing Wangzhe withstand the king-class earthquake and scathe, momentarily fell into shock before recalling the weight of Shen Yan on his shoulder. Cough. This must be the outcome of the Wang family's experiments. By transplanting the formidable physique of a powerful Pokémon into a human, they have obtained extraordinary strength and physical capabilities. I was asking you what to do, not requesting an explanation. Now you choose to consult me? Why didn't you heed my advice earlier? Well, let us not dwell on that. As you just mentioned, given the circumstances, we can only fight our way out. Chapter 136, Crisis. Haha, you truly believe you can break through this encirclement? Such audacity. Deep within the Wang family estate, Wangzhe chuckled upon observing the duo atop the armored dinosaur. How dare you act on the Wang family's territory? Be prepared to face the consequences of becoming experimental subjects. Everyone, charge. As long as they are not killed, it will suffice. With a wave of his hand, dozens of Wang family guards brandished their Pokémon. A glance revealed a multitude of Rattatas, Nidorans, and Nidorinas, with even a few Nidokings, already at their final evolutionary stage. This truly complicates matters, Chen Qianzhong remarked, his eyes betraying no sign of fear as the Pokémon army surged forward. Armored Dinosaur. Rock Slide. As Shen Yan stated, there was no retreat left. They could only fight desperately. Faced with such a massive Pokémon assault, Chen Qianzhong opted for Rock Slide. While its power may not be overwhelming, the added effect of instilling fear in the opponent was the best option available. If he could frighten a portion of the Pokémon, they could force their way out with the armored dinosaur's sturdy physique. Enormous boulders defied the laws of physics, plummeting from the sky. They struck the heads of the Pokémon, who, surprisingly, did not choose to evade. Instead, they charged forward as if enraged, heedless of danger. As the rock slide concluded, only a handful of Pokémon succumbed to fear. Completely contrary to Chen Qianzhong's expectations. Fear? A clever idea, but our Wang family guards are not cowards. Listen up, everyone. As long as we capture these two alive, your names will forever be absent from the experimental roster. Wangzhe laughed unabashedly from behind. The other guards, upon hearing this, exhibited a more fervent bloodlust in their eyes. At this moment, they disregarded all strategy and commanded their Pokémon to unleash their most potent attacks. Injuring their own comrades was of no concern. As long as they could erase their names from the experimental list, this group had truly gone mad. This is not a sustainable strategy. Chen Qianzhong observed the horde of Pokémon advancing like a zombie apocalypse and resolved firmly. Meanwhile, Shen Yan sat calmly atop the armored dinosaur, taking in the current situation with keen awareness, pondering silently. He understood that, without any Pokémon of his own, any decision he made would significantly affect Chen Qianzhong's judgment. In such circumstances, remaining untroublesome was the best course of action. Haha, Chen Qianzhong, I advise you to surrender. Perhaps I could even administer a sedative during the experiments. However, should you continue to resist, the consequences will be uncertain. Wangzhe taunted, attempting to undermine Chen Qianzhong's resolve. Nonsense. Wangzhe, I would rather die here than let you have your way. Upon hearing Wangzhe's words, Chen Qianzhong cursed vehemently. There was no choice left. It was time to gamble everything. Shen Yan, let us hope for good fortune. Chen Qianzhong clenched his jaw as he focused on the impending attack. Still clutching another Pokeball in his hand. Armored Dinosaur. Sacrificial Charge. Roar. As if understanding its trainer's plight, the armored dinosaur unleashed a deafening roar. Its aura surged with unparalleled intensity, the essence of a king-class Pokémon erupting forth, momentarily halting the advancing Pokémon. This is king-class power? Is it truly so? Wang Zhe observed Chen Qianzhong's desperate stand with a cold smirk. He had witnessed this level of strength countless times. Ultimately, they all became obedient subjects for the Wang family's experiments. However, Chen Qianzhong's eruption exceeded his expectations. Upon receiving the command, the armored dinosaur's aura intensified beyond that of an ordinary king-class Pokémon. This was, in fact, one of Chen Qianzhong's trump cards. His armored dinosaur possessed a hidden ability, Sacrifice. When executing an attack that inflicts recoil damage, its power increases by 20. This increase is based on its king-class strength. Naturally, such a self-destructive technique was seldom employed by Chen Qianzhong. Moreover, the existence of this ability amplified the recoil damage significantly. Yet, the current situation left no room for hesitation, and he firmly believed that the armored dinosaur would comprehend his intentions. Boom. Bang. Help me. The armored dinosaur radiated an aura potent enough to shake the entire estate. With each step, the Wang family residents trembled. Some of the guards charging forward could not help but emit cries of despair. Sacrificial charge? How is it possible for it to be so powerful? Wang Zhe gasped in shock at the armored dinosaur that exceeded his imagination. This task had been specifically assigned to him by the Elder. If they were to escape, not only would he lose his position as the Lord of Evernight City, but he might also find himself as a subject on the experimental table. Realizing this, Wang Zhe shouted urgently, "All of you, regardless of the consequences, as long as you stop them, you will be removed from the experimental list and directly manage the Wang family's affairs." Hearing this even more enticing reward, the guards surged forward like zombies drawn to a brain, completely frenzied. Rattata, Hyper Fong, Nidorina, Tackle, Nidoran, Poison Sting. Countless Pokémon unleashed their abilities in a frenzy towards the armored dinosaur. Simultaneously, in the wake of the sacrificial charge, several Pokémon and their trainers were left bloodied and mangled. Charge! If they escape, I will ensure you perish before my eyes. Wang Zhe bellowed at the guards as the armored dinosaur broke through the encirclement. Yet, in comparison to the impending punishment, the armored dinosaur presented a more terrifying challenge. The guards stood frozen, paralyzed by fear at the sight of the armored dinosaur's sacrificial charge. How infuriating! Could they truly escape? A wave of regret washed over Wang Zhe. He lamented his audacity in accepting this task and misjudged Chen Qianzhong's strength. Alas, impudent youth, you dare to strike against my Wang family and leave so easily? Just as Chen Qianzhong believed he was on the verge of breaking through the encirclement, a voice, aged and authoritative, shattered his illusion. An armored dinosaur with a sacrificial ability? It shall make for an intriguing research subject, so we shall keep it. Rapidash. Overheat. A torrent of flames surged like a tidal wave, crashing into the armored dinosaur. Roar. Just as the sacrificial charge concluded, the combined effects of the recoil damage and the overheat attack sent the armored dinosaur crashing to the ground, together with Shun Yin and Chen Qianzhong. They were thrown far away. Chapter 137. Shun Yin is gravely injured. Yang Fan has arrived. Ugh, how infuriating. So close. Shun Yin, are you alright? Chen Qianzhong grimaced as he stood up from the ground. Even with his physical prowess, he found it somewhat taxing. It seemed Shun Yin. I'm fine. Don't worry. Shun Yin, appearing unscathed, also rose from the ground, retrieving his sunglasses that had been flung off, placing them back atop his head. Yet, unbeknownst to his outward demeanor, blood was gushing from the back of his right hand, concealed beneath his sleeve. It was far from as trivial as he made it seem. Two esteemed guests from the Alliance. Yet why do they go to such lengths to probe into the secrets of the Wang family? The Wang family had always been open as the moonlight, but alas, you two seemed to illuminate the gutters. An elder, trembling as he leaned on his cane, emerged from behind Wang Zhe, his voice low yet resonating with profound impact. Second Master, you have arrived. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Wang Zhe knelt without hesitation, fervently bowing until blood oozed from his forehead. He understood well that this arrival signified the end of everything. Xiaozhe, I have watched you grow, haven't I? Yes. Yes, Second Master. I was orphaned as a child, and you raised me. That as well. Ultimately, you must heed the words of the Second Master. Second Master, your command. You have faltered in this matter, but I do not hold it against you. However, your failure lies in your inability to discern character. The sound of the cane striking the floor echoed in the somewhat secluded courtyard, resembling a countdown to Wang Zhe's doom. What do you mean by that, Second Master? These two clearly came to investigate the ancestral secrets of the Wang family. Why do you treat them with courtesy? Their claimed alliance status is likely a mere facade. The second master spoke with an air of indifference. To him, Chen Qianzhong and Shun Yin were merely fresh subjects for study. As for the alliance behind them, in the realm of Yong City, the alliance had never been regarded highly. As long as a pretext could be found, it mattered not whether they were from the alliance. They could only heed the words of the Wang family. Indeed, you are right, second master. These two must be plotting against the secrets of the Wang family. It is my failure to recognize their intentions that has caused you concern. Wang Zhe was oblivious to the thoughts of Chen Qianzhong and Shun Yin behind him. His only concern was survival. Knowing this, he resolved to accept his punishment. Following the family regulations of the Wang family, one must do as dictated. The final decree of the second master was finally uttered. Yet upon hearing the response, Wang Zhe's countenance turned ashen and he froze mid-bow. He had never imagined he would face such consequences. What? Do you have objections? The second master impatiently tapped his cane. Wang Zhe dares not. Coming back to his senses, Wang Zhe deeply bowed once more towards the second master. Second master, thank you for your nurturing grace. With that, Wang Zhe retreated through the back door of the courtyard, fully aware that once he stepped out, he would likely never see the second master again. Is this what the Wang family has become? Insane. They treat their own like this, let alone those outsiders. Shun Yin and Chen Qianzhong stood beside the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, coldly observing everything. They had not anticipated that the so-called Wang family would turn so ruthlessly against their own. During the afternoon search, they had learned of the so-called family regulations, which essentially involved transferring matured bodies directly onto humans. Moreover, such transplant surgeries inflicted pain comparable to that of death by 1,000 cuts. Anesthesia or hypnosis were not options, as they would only increase the likelihood of failure. The records of the Wang family documented those who could endure this agony and ultimately survive. Barely 1 in 100. All right, it is time to resolve your fates. The elder declared, I still desire some peace and quiet. Flame Horse, deal with them. The second master's cane pointed at Chen Qianzhong. Thud, thud. The Flame Horse's footsteps approached slowly, its flames illuminating the dark space as bright as day. A king-level flame horse. Chen Qianzhong was certain. It was undoubtedly a king-level flame horse. He never expected the Wang family in Yong City would not only engage in illegal human spirit experiments, but also conceal so many king-level trainers. Not only Chen Qianzhong was shocked. Shun Yin quietly took note of the situation. There were countless families within the alliance like this one, if they all operated like the Wang family. Still thinking of resisting? The second master watched impassively as Chen Qianzhong suddenly threw out a pokeball. Since you are so ungrateful, do not expect mercy. Flame Horse, charge. As the command was issued, the sound of rushing hooves echoed. Makhok, block it. Chen Qianzhong shouted at the newly appeared Makhok. However, in the face of the king-level Flame Horse, the quasi-king-level Makhok was somewhat lacking. Without even utilizing fire-type moves, the Flame Horse sent Makhok flying with sheer physical power, continuing its relentless charge towards Chen Qianzhong. Damn it, Makhok, are you alright? Chen Qianzhong's heart wavered as he watched the oncoming Flame Horse. Be careful. Shun Yin suddenly yelled at Chen Qianzhong, then shoved him back. Shun Yin faced the Flame Horse's charge directly. This is infuriating. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Use Drill Run against Makhok. Witnessing Shun Yin being violently thrown by the Flame Horse, Chen Qianzhong could no longer contain himself. After issuing the command, he swiftly hoisted the unconscious Shun Yin onto his back, standing before Makhok and bracing for the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, which was barely hanging on. What are you trying to do? The second master watched with keen interest, showing no concern that they might escape. Now, Makhok, use your leverage to throw him with Drill Run. Chen Qianzhong pulled out a climbing rope from his belongings, tying it into a noose. He secured one end tightly around himself and Shun Yin, then rushed towards the direction of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, yanking it sharply. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was ensnared tightly. Oh, so that is how it is. The ideas of the younger generation are truly bizarre. The second master nodded in approval. Chen Qianzhong and Shun Yin, propelled by inertia, soared out over the Wang family estate. Flame Horse, unleash Flamethrower. Boom. The searing flames rushed toward Chen Qianzhong, growing closer. And he could feel the intense heat. Was there truly no hope left? Milotic, Hydro Pump. Just as despair enveloped Chen Qianzhong, a familiar voice rang out from afar. Chapter 138, Acknowledging One's Weakness. Milotic, Hydro Pump. In Chen Qianzhong's astonished gaze, an exceptionally familiar figure materialized before him. It was Milotic, Yang Fan. He has indeed grown stronger again. As Chun Qianzhong watched, the flamethrower was completely dispersed by the hydro pump, creating a cloud of steam in the air. What? There are still people coming to save you. Have these reckless youngsters multiplied? The second master remarked, his words deliberate. Meanwhile, the pressure from his cane had carved a deep pit into the stone pavement. Flame Horse. Execute a full-power fire blast. The fierce flames surged toward Chun Qianzhong in a devastating assault, intent on sealing their fate. In that case, Milotic, use Surf. Yang Fan's aura surged, targeting a weakness in the structure below. As long as that weak point can be breached, the interconnected structures will undoubtedly collapse. Uncle Chun, jump down. While Minos unleashed its Surf, Yang Fan was not idle. He directly utilized his psychic abilities to communicate with Chun Qianzhong from afar. Got it. Come back, Tyranitar. Upon hearing the sudden voice, Chun Qianzhong hesitated not for a moment. He swiftly recalled the Tyranitar, which was still propelled backward by inertia, and then, with Shun Yin on his back, plummeted downwards. Without protective measures, a fall from such a height would spell certain death. However, contrary to what Chen Er and Chun Qianzhong envisioned, the two individuals descending towards the ground seemed to be caught by an unseen force, floating in midair. A psychic-type Pokémon. Perhaps, they truly came prepared. Chun Er remarked casually, then struck the ground 3 times forcefully with his cane. Block their path. With that, he moved towards the spot where Chun Qianzhong and the others had just fallen, accompanied by his fiery steed. Truly, they would not allow the elderly to rest in peace. Are you alright, Uncle Chen? After using his abilities to rescue Chun Qianzhong and the others, Yang Fan hurried over. However, upon noticing Shun Yan, who remained motionless behind him, he was taken aback. Fortunately, through his aura perception, he sensed signs of life within Shun Yan. It's nothing. It's just Shun Yan. Let us get out first. Alright. Yang Fan gently laid Shun Yan down from Chun Qianzhong's back, positioning him behind himself. Just as he intended to retreat, a nearby wall was suddenly shattered. Have they caught up so quickly? Strength Pokémon. I'm so glad you're alright. Chun Qianzhong, seeing the powerful Pokémon rushing through the broken wall, felt a surge of joy and quickly embraced it. The reason he had hesitated to use this final trump card was that doing so would mean leaving the strength Pokémon behind. For him, sacrificing a Pokémon was out of the question. Thankfully, Chen Er did not act against it, allowing the strength Pokémon to follow suit. Xiao Fan, let us hurry. Rumble. However, before Chun Qianzhong could finish his sentence, the ground suddenly heaved, forming hills as if some monstrous entity was advancing beneath. This is bad. Under Chun Qianzhong's horrified gaze, an extraordinarily massive figure loomed in front of them. Steelix, the evolved form of Onyx, possessing ultra-high defense and the destructive power capable of obliterating a small city. Moreover, if Yang Fan was not mistaken, this was a king-level Steelix. How is it that king-level Pokémon are so commonplace here? Yang Fan thought helplessly as he faced the Steelix that stared unblinkingly at them. It was one thing to encounter powerful trainers in the Pokémon world, but why was it the same in the real world? Currently, his main Pokémon, Mewtwo, Gardevoir, and Gyarados, were temporarily unusable, leaving only Minos as his sole king-level Pokémon. At this moment, Yang Fan realized the inadequacy of his knowledge about Pokémon. His understanding was insufficient, and he felt decidedly outmatched in a battle of equals. Previously, he had relied on the system's assistance to crush his opponents with overwhelming Pokémon levels. However, waiting for death was not Yang Fan's style. Minos, give Steelix a shampoo. After executing Surf, unleash Ice Beam. Minos, being slightly smaller than Steelix, showed no sign of fear as it faced the colossal creature. Both being king level, it wasn't clear who held the advantage. Besides, Minos had the upper hand and type advantage. For the Steelix, which was doubly weak to water, Minos' Surf could be deemed fatal. Roar. Due to its massive size, the Steelix became an easy target in the confined space of the Wong family residence. Clearly, those who sent this Steelix to block them had not considered this. Alright, Uncle Chun, let us move quickly. As Yang Fan saw the Steelix writhing in agony from the Surf, he helped Chun Qianzhong mount Minos. Simultaneously, the ice beam was launched instantaneously. A remarkably smooth ice path formed atop the still crashing waves. This was a scene Yang Fan had inadvertently recalled from an animated series in his past life. Although it was a spur-of-the-moment application, it proved to be immensely useful. Riding on Minos, Chun Qianzhong watched as the wind tousled Yang Fan's hair. For some reason, he suddenly felt as though Yang Fan had matured in an instant. Haha, youngsters really do run fast. This old man can't keep up. Chen Er arrived slowly, leaning on his cane, observing the Steelix. Drenched and writhing in pain on the ground, he said nothing further. Merely, within this eternal city, where could you possibly run to? Heh, foolish youngsters. The ominous voice echoed throughout the now chaotic Wang family estate. Search quickly. They cannot have gone far. As Chen Er had stated, 2 out of the 3 were injured. Seal off the entire city. Search every household, and simultaneously instruct the tech team to cut off all signals in the city. We must not allow even a single fly to escape Eternal City, within the territory of the Wang family estate. Yang Fan and Chun Qianzhong hid in a dark corner, refraining from making any noise. The previously dim estate was now ablaze with light. However, thanks to Yang Fan's aura perception, they had evaded many waves of searches by the Wang family. It must be said that in terms of escape, the aura truly proved effective. Trapped within the Wang family residence, Yang Fan found himself in a rather amusing predicament. If the World S were to discover how he was utilizing his aura, he feared Arceus would cast him a disdainful glance. Hey, were you just being chased? Chapter 139, Wang Family Waste? Wang Chun, were you the ones causing that commotion? After fleeing to a secluded part of the Wang family estate, Yang Fan had not even noticed someone approaching him. The aura provided no warning, and the footsteps of the newcomer were nearly inaudible. How careless. How did returning to the real world turn out like this? Yang Fan mused, half amused. Previously, when battling individuals like Sakuragi and Dato in the Pokémon world, he had held his own without a hitch, yet here in the real world, he felt like a clown. In the Pokémon world, he struck with great force. But in reality, he cowered meekly? After a self-deprecating thought, Yang Fan finally looked up to see the newcomer's face. However, upon recognizing him, he was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he this Wang Chun, the so-called Wang family waste referred to by that tall, thin man? What was he doing here? Moreover, as Yang Fan surveyed the surroundings, he realized that this residence, within the Wang family, was likely superior even to the quarters of the servants. Isn't Wang Chun the brother of Wang Wu? Hey, hello? Was that commotion from your side? Wang Chun asked once more. Although he was indifferent towards the affairs of the Wang family, he would not pass up the chance to celebrate its misfortune. I mean, would you believe me if I said it wasn't he? Yang Fan's aura allowed him to scrutinize Wang Chun once more, and he discovered something astonishing. The shroomish behind Wang Chun was surprisingly in sync with him on the aura frequency. Such a phenomenon Yang Fan had only witnessed in Shaohuan, a being seemingly blessed by the evergreen forest. Could this be the real-world equivalent of the power of evergreen? Do you think I'm foolish? Upon hearing Yang Fan's response, Wang Chun retorted with a hint of irritation. However, it was then that he truly took in Yang Fan's appearance. You are Yang Fan. Shoo, quiet. Suddenly startled by the voice, Chen Qianzhong promptly covered Wang Chun's mouth. Observing this scene, the shy bud could not help but repeatedly nudge Chen Qianzhong's calf with its flower bud. Enough. Uncle Chun, he won't call those people over. Yang Fan, who had previously gleaned some insights into Wang Chun's past in the inner garden, interjected to offer reassurance. To some extent, Wang Chun might harbor even more animosity towards the Wang family than they did. After all, a person who discovers a stinking sewer can hardly be as knowledgeable about it as someone who has lived there all along. Fine, I shall release you. But do not shout loudly. Chen Qianzhong warned Wang Chun. Who? You are truly Yang Fan. Wang Chun exclaimed, lifting the shy bud by his feet. Gazing at Yang Fan like an ardent fan starstruck, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed I am, Yang Fan replied hastily, feeling a shiver run down his spine from Wang Chun's intense stare. Although he was uncertain why Wang Chun admired him so, under the current circumstances, it could be a fortuitous turn of events. At least it would prevent the Wang family's pursuers from being drawn to their location. It is indeed Yang Fan. You are the one who defeated Wang Wu. Can you share the details? How did you manage to win against him? Wang Chun's joy was palpable, almost making him leap with excitement upon hearing Yang Fan's affirmation. Had he not caught the warning glance from Chen Qianzhong, he might have actually done so. Isn't he your brother? Why do you harbor such hatred towards him? Yang Fan probed tentatively, although he had heard some background during their time in the inner garden. The specific details still eluded him. Moreover, since he was merely making a brief stop at Wang Chun's, he had little interest in the latter's past. However, understanding whether Wang Chun was lying would provide insight into his trustworthiness. Those big families. It's all just the same old story. Wang Chun retorted. Brother? He is no longer my brother. That man, no longer human nor ghost, has long ceased to be my brother. Even now, the entire Wang family has descended into hell. The second young master's quarters have yet to be searched. Go and check. The second young master has been decent to us. Remember to show some respect. Understood. The moment Wang Chun finished speaking, several guards from the Wang family strode in through the door. Second young master, a wanted criminal has infiltrated the Wang family. The second master has sent us to capture him. We apologize for the intrusion. Wang Chun was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the guards, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic as he glanced toward the spot where Yang Fan and Qin Xianzhong had just been. But that place was now utterly empty. Second young master? Second young master? Oh, you may proceed with your search. Wang Chun, suddenly regaining his composure under the guard's scrutiny, turned to them and said, Yes, apologies. Please search as needed. As the guards conducted their thorough inspection, Wang Chen's arms, still clutching the shy bud, trembled slightly, fearing they might uncover even the slightest clue. Nothing here. I have nothing. Several guards reported in succession, then huddled together to address Wang Chun. Second young master, we apologize for the disturbance. However, should you spot any suspicious individuals, please notify us immediately. Dismissed. With that, the guards hastily exited, rushing to other locations. Wait. Does the second young master have any further instructions? Nothing much, just inquiring how these wanted criminals managed to infiltrate the Wang family. That I do not know. My apologies. No matter, how is the security in Yong City at present? Not long ago, the second master ordered our brothers to completely seal off Yong City, and it is the highest level of lockdown. At this point, not even a mosquito could escape. Was it a direct order from the second master? I understand. I take my leave. Once the guards had completely vanished from Yang Fan's waveguide range, he and Qin Xianzhong descended from the beams hidden behind Wang Chun. They were fortunate that the building was ancient, providing ample hiding spots in the rafters. Had it been a modern structure, they would have been discovered long ago. Moreover, Yang Fan and Qin Xianzhong overheard the conversation between Wang Chun and the guard captain without missing a single word. The current situation was urgent. Yong City had been entirely sealed off, and it seemed that even if Wang Chun wished to assist them, escape would be improbable. The only path left for Yang Fan was to first extricate Xun Yan from the Wang family estate and rendezvous with Jiang Huaiyue, as she might possess some leads. Then, they could find a way out through the less guarded areas of the Wang family. This was the sole strategy available to them. However, the thought of returning to the real world, with its myriad constraints, left Yang Fan feeling somewhat despondent. First, he had been restricted by Arceus in the space tunnel, unable to utilize Mutuo's powers. Then, while infiltrating the Wang family, Shinado and Gyarados were incapacitated due to power backlash and were currently recuperating, with no indication of when they would recover. Now his only formidable warrior was a single Milotic, and Long-Eared Rabbit's Z-move was merely a last resort. Chapter 140, Return to the Inn. Finally leaving. Yang Fan, why did you vanish so quickly? I hadn't even had the chance to prepare. Wang Chun said, somewhat embarrassed. When the guards had burst in, he had genuinely not reacted in time. He had truly believed Yang Fan would be captured, and if that happened, his hopes for revenge would be utterly dashed. No need for further words. We must take our leave. Yang Fan replied, casting a glance at Qin Xianzhong, who was carrying the unconscious and seriously injured Xun Yan. With Qin Xianzhong's ace, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, severely wounded and unable to fight, only Yang Fan's Milotic remained capable of battle. They needed to return to the Pokémon Inn first. The waveguide continued to extend outward, and such extensive coverage was no small drain on Yang Fan's stamina. Even though he was relatively robust, he clenched his teeth, striving to maintain the waveguide's extension. Without it, their remaining psychic powers would hardly suffice to carry them to their destination. Can you hold on, Xiaofan? Would you like me to take over? Qin Xianzhong, limping and furrowing his brow as he observed the sweat pouring down Yang Fan's forehead, inquired. Don't worry about me, Uncle Chun. We must move quickly, or the Wang family will return. Yang Fan replied. The two shared an unspoken understanding as they stepped out of Wang Chen's dilapidated courtyard. Just as they were about to exit the yard, Wang Chun called out from behind. Yet, Yang Fan and Qin Xianzhong continued forward without looking back. Yang Fan, may I request your assistance with something? After struggling to voice this request, Wang Chun fell to his knees, pressing his forehead heavily against the ground. However, what Wang Chun did not anticipate was that, just as his forehead was about to touch the ground, the expected pain did not manifest. Instead, it felt as though he encountered some invisible barrier, rendering him unable to lower himself further, no matter how hard he tried. As a man, you should handle your own affairs. There is no need to debase yourself to plead with others. Yang Fan stood at the courtyard door, not turning around, but his voice resonated clearly in Wang Chen's ears. Although he was uncertain of the depths of Wang Chen's hatred, he had even applauded the fact that Yang Fan had sent his brother to prison. Shouldn't he strive to accomplish what he desired on his own? Why rely on others? I reflecting on the words his parents had once imparted to him, Wang Chen knelt there with his head bowed, tears streaming down his face. The shy bud jumped onto Wang Chen's cheek, gently wiping away his tears. Father, mother, I am sorry. Wang Chun knelt on the ground, silently weeping. The greatest hope now lay before him, yet ultimately, he found himself lacking in strength. Just as Wang Chu and the others had said. He was nothing but a useless fool. Alas, if you truly possess the resolve to forsake everything, come find me here. After uttering these words,
Yang Fan turned his back on Shen Yan and departed without a glance back. This place? Wang Chen wiped away the tears from his face.
Rising to gaze at the Wang family mansion, which appeared dreadfully ominous beneath the night sky, remaining speechless for a long while. Perhaps it is time for me to make a genuine decision. The Wang family, huh? A clan that should have long descended into hell. Why then do I covet all that is superficial about it? Xiao Fan, do you truly believe in him? Chen Qianzhong, who was continually bouncing up and down on the road, glanced at Yang Fan, his worry evident in his voice. The secrets of the Wang family may indeed reside within him, and in this current situation, could it possibly get any worse? Sweat trickled down Yang Fan's forehead, cascading down his cheeks, yet his gaze remained remarkably resolute. His aura could sense the immense power hidden within Wang Chun. Were it not for the urgency of the present circumstances, he might have even considered bringing Wang Chun to his dojo as an apprentice. Indeed, the current predicament was already dire. Chen Qianzhong sighed inwardly at the boundless darkness of the night. They had initially intended to follow Yang Fan. But who could have predicted that Shun Yin would suddenly produce a small notebook detailing some of the Wang family secrets in Yong City? This was also the reason they were searching for evidence at the Wang residence. Furthermore, Chen Qianzhong had seen this notebook long ago. It had been entrusted to Shen Yan by a high-ranking official within the Alliance. At the time, he had thought it merely a reward for Shun Yan from the Alliance. But it was all just his misconception. All right, we have arrived. Time passed silently as the two of them continued their evasive maneuvers. Just as Chen Qianzhong was still processing the situation, Yang Fan abruptly declared, "We have arrived. Let us go in." Chen Qianzhong instinctively replied, "Right. Uncle Chun, this way." Yang Fan, carrying Shun Yin on his back, rushed to the rear of the elf inn, pointing to a room where a faint light still glimmered. "That room. Uncle Chun, you go up first. I will join you shortly." "Huh? Are you trying to make things difficult for me?" Chen Qianzhong looked at the straight water pipe beside him, completely taken aback by Yang Fan's suggestion. Given his current physical condition, could he really climb up 5 stories via this seemingly frail pipe? It was preposterous. I was inconsiderate. Yang Fan had not anticipated this either. Observing Chen Qianzhong, whose robust physique contrasted sharply with the water pipe, he resembled a corn cob skewered by a bamboo stick. "Uncle, wait a moment. I will go up first and come down to fetch you," Yang Fan exclaimed. His eyes suddenly radiated a peculiar violet light, and Shun Yin, resting on his back, began to levitate and floated directly into the 5th-floor room. "Let us go, Uncle Chun." After completing this feat, Yang Fan wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to look at Chen Qianzhong. "Holy cow, what is this?" Chen Qianzhong, taken aback, blurted out a classic line as soon as Yang Fan turned around. Uncle Chun, please keep your voice down." Yang Fan moved aside, as Chen Qianzhong's exuberance nearly splattered him with saliva. My apologies. My apologies." Though Chen Qianzhong whispered his apologies, the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable. It was unbelievable. This sort of supernatural ability, typically found only within elves, Yang Fan was able to wield himself. It was simply something he had never dared to imagine before. All right, let us ascend and discuss this further." Yang Fan, his expression darkened, cradled Chen Qianzhong in his arms. He then gathered his aura in his arms. "Wait. Go." He seized the moment. Chen Qianzhong felt a powerful thrust from behind, and by the time he realized what was happening, he was already on the 3rd floor. "You're really heavy." Yang Fan shook his slightly sore arms, then activated his powers, accurately tossing Chen Qianzhong into the 5th-floor room. Chapter 141. Shun Yin Awakens. The Secrets of the Wang Family. Holy cow. Xiao Fan, you nearly scared me to death. Inside the 5th-floor room, Chen Qianzhong's face still bore the shock of being thrown high into the air, and he patted his chest, still feeling a tremor of fear. Necessity dictates action. "I apologize, Uncle Chun." Yang Fan could only offer a sheepish apology. This was indeed his oversight. He had not anticipated that Chen Qianzhong could not climb up that water pipe. Hence, he had to resort to a more forceful approach. "I'm fine. Just didn't expect you to be so capable. We've only just arrived in Yong City. TSK. The youth of today are truly bold." Chen Qianzhong glanced around the room, noticing the quilt on the bed haphazardly arranged, and then looked at Yang Fan with an ambiguous expression. Hearing Chen Qianzhong's words, Yang Fan's face darkened. He had no intention of acknowledging this shameless old man. He sat upright, utilizing his aura to examine Xinyan's condition. Seeing this, Chen Qianzhong fell silent. What is the situation? It's somewhat serious. There's no immediate danger to life, but 3 of his ribs are broken. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have hesitated back then. Don't blame yourself, Uncle Chun. Our greatest trouble has yet to be resolved. Yang Fan temporarily stabilized Shen Yan's condition using his aura. However, since aura was not a specialized healing ability, he could only perform urgent measures. Under the circumstances of broken ribs, he managed to temporarily halt the internal bleeding. It was quite unfortunate that due to the size of the room, meanness could not manifest within. Otherwise, Xinyan's condition might have improved. Looking at Shun Yan lying on the sofa and glancing at Jiang Huaiyue, who was sound asleep on the bed, Yang Fan felt a pang of frustration. What time is it? How can you still sleep? Aren't you afraid the Wang family will drag you off to their laboratory while you slumber? Subsequently, under Yang Fan's aura, he pinched Jiang Huaiyue's nose tightly, causing her entire face to flush red. Wake up! Wake up! What time is it that you're still asleep? Seeing Jiang Huaiyue, whose face turned red from difficulty breathing, Yang Fan released his aura and called softly in her ear. I was suffocating awake. Jiang Huaiyue, startled, looked at the face before her without hesitation and let out a loud scream. But Yang Fan was already prepared, and his aura pinched her nose once more. The sudden sensation of suffocation jolted her awake instantly. What did you say? Let me go? Oh, I'm sorry. Are you trying to kill me? Who told you to be so deep in slumber that I couldn't wake you? Jiang Huaiyue glared at Yang Fan, her face filled with fury. As the well-known young lady of the Jiang family, she had never experienced such humiliation. All right, step aside. Make room for the injured. Ignoring Jiang Huaiyue's current state, Yang Fan instructed Chen Qianzhong to lay Xinyan on the bed. You are Uncle Chen? Then he must be Uncle Shen. Jiang Huaiyue, recognizing the 2 familiar figures, couldn't he help but ask. You are Huaiyue? Chen Qianzhong, assisting Shun Yan onto the bed, recognized the voice and found it somewhat familiar. He then turned to look at Jiang Huaiyue, who was dressed like a beggar, with a questioning gaze. It's me. What are you doing here? Jiang Huaiyue asked. Astonished. I came to fetch Xiao Fan with Shen Yan. Xiao Fan? You mean Yang Fan? Yes. But how did you end up in Xiao Fan's room? On the bed? Upon hearing Chen Qianzhong's question, Jiang Huaiyue fell momentarily speechless, her large, watery eyes glancing fleetingly at Yang Fan. It's fine if you don't answer. After all, you're young. Just sort it out yourself. But I fear Shen Yan will be heartbroken. After all, he has always regarded Xiao Fan as his son-in-law. As he observed Chen Qianzhong continuing to ramble on, Yang Fan couldn't help but interject. Please, stop, Uncle Chun. We should consider what to do next. The interruption caused Chen Qianzhong to immediately adopt a serious demeanor. Indeed, the current circumstances were not conducive to reminiscing. However, for some unknown reason, Jiang Huaiyue stared at Yang Fan with a peculiar gaze for a moment before plunging into contemplation. Cough. Time slipped away unnoticed. And apart from the sound of a few breaths, not a single word broke the silence of the room. Outside, the sky began to brighten ever so slightly. A sudden fit of coughing shattered the tranquility. Uncle Shun, are you awake? Yang Fan was the first to react, hurriedly rushing to the bedside. Xiao Fan, did you save us? Xinyan's voice was weak and intermittent. As a clerical staff member of the Alliance, he had seldom engaged in conflicts. He never expected to find himself in such a predicament in the territory of Yongcheng. Cough. Xiao Fan, leave Yongcheng quickly. The Wang family is not to be trifled with. Cough. Have Qianzhong inform the Alliance at once. The Wang family harbors a great secret. They may even be a subsidiary of a mysterious organization. Upon seeing Yang Fan, Shun Yan divulged all his findings regarding the Wang family investigation to him. Understood. Uncle Shun, please rest well. I know what to do. Yang Fan whispered. He had anticipated that the Wang family had clandestine ties to a mysterious organization. Moreover, during the Alliance's tournament in Haishur, the organization had sought to seize something from him, a matter he had not forgotten. However, the currently available Pokémon were hardly a match for the Wang family. Furthermore, with Yongcheng under strict martial law, he truly felt a sense of helplessness. Xiao Fan, Shen Yan called out again, his strength gradually returning. The relationship between the Wang family and the mysterious organization is maintained through certain illicit substances. Substances? Yes. A high-ranking official from the Alliance once provided me with a notebook detailing the Wang family's illegal experiments concerning banned substances. Banned substances? Isn't the Wang family involved in Pokémon body transplants? No, that is merely the surface of their operations. Just the surface? When you saved us, Did you encounter the second master of the Wong family? He possesses a Rapidash. If that's the case, it indeed aligns. Although Yang Fan was unaware of who the second master of the Wong family was, the sight of that fiery Pokémon was firmly imprinted in his memory. In truth, almost all high-ranking members of the Wong family had been injected with banned substances. A significant portion of their prowess stemmed from these illicit enhancements. Banned substances? Could it be that thing? Yang Fan recalled the blue aura he sensed before the Wong family estate, which had filled him with an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Thus, you must exercise caution. Do not confront the Wong family directly. That substance is a nearly perfected technology, and the Wong family conducts experiments on human subjects to ensure efficacy and secrecy. Therefore, we must notify the Alliance immediately. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Before Shen Yen could finish speaking, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the door. Chapter 142, Pursuit. Wang Chen's meeting gift? Who is it? Chen Xianzhong, startled awake by the knocking, instinctively shouted before suddenly opening his eyes and scanning the room. Upon seeing Shen Yen, he rushed to the bedside. Shen Yen, are you all right? I'm fine. How about you? I'm all right. Observing the two men's silent exchange, Yang Fan decided to approach the door. He extended his aura. Sensing a familiar wavelength with no other presence nearby, Yang Fan opened the door. You've arrived? Yes, I'm here. How have you decided? Will you join us in confronting the Wong family? I have made my decision. Wang Chun stood resolutely at the door, his determination even causing Yang Fan to regard him with newfound respect. Then come in. All right. Amidst the skeptical gazes of those present, Wang Chun finally stepped into the room. Now please explain. What compels you to join us? Chen Xianzhong seated himself at the bedside, scrutinizing Wang Chun with a furrowed brow. Well, if you prefer not to share. That's fine, but our perception of your joining us may need to be re-evaluated. I'll tell you, under the intense scrutiny akin to an interrogation, Wang Chun ultimately relented and shared his background in its entirety. After listening to Wang Chun's tale, the room fell into a profound silence, as none had anticipated that this seemingly frail youth bore such a tragic history. Has the Wang family truly lost all semblance of sanity? Even their own son, Chen Xianzhong exclaimed in outrage upon hearing the tale, while Shen Yen shook his head in response. All right, what information do we currently possess? Jiang Huaiwei, you go first. Yang Fan shattered the silence, addressing Jiang Huaiwei. Me? Why are you asking me all of a sudden? Caught off guard by Yang Fan's scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Huaiwei timidly recoiled. I came because my father mentioned there was a way to treat EV within the Wong family. I inadvertently overheard them discussing a laboratory deep within the Wong family's estate. As Jiang Huaiwei spoke, Wang Chun's expression shifted, as if he had realized something. Wait, you are the eldest daughter of the Jiang family? Yes. Why? At the banquet in the Wong family, I overheard Wang Chu, the second master's son, mentioning something about the eldest daughter of the Jiang family having a special significance to the old patriarch. Special significance? Jiang Huaiwei's face turned pale as she pieced together Wang Chun's words. Could it be related to the mysterious organization Uncle Shen mentioned? After all, as fellow families within the alliance, the Wang family had no reason to target Jiang Huaiwei. Yet, if it were a command from the mysterious organization, it would all make sense. Xiaofan, what should we do next? At this moment, Chen Qianzhong inquired. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Fan had silently assumed the role of their pillar of support. Next, we must first find a place to tend to Uncle Shen's injuries. Wang Chen, are you familiar with Yongcheng? I am quite familiar with Yongcheng. Is there a large, inconspicuous location we can find? Such a place. Noticing Wang Chen deep in thought, Yang Fan surmised that he was likely a seasoned recluse. Don't you ever venture outside? Currently, Shen Yan's injuries posed a significant dilemma, and Yang Fan also needed to devise a strategy to contend with the Wang family's Pokémon that had been enhanced through illicit means. Especially the Pokémon wielded by the second master of the Wang family, whether it be the Rapidash or the Steelix, both represented formidable power. Without the recovery of Shinado and Boca, relying solely on Mainanas would prove exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, given his recent encounter with the Wang family, enhancing his battle experience had become a pressing concern. System, can you offer any suggestions? Ding. System 20 cannot provide any recommendations to the host. System 20 merely assists the host and Pokémon in their growth. Well, it seems that upgrading was less beneficial than I anticipated. Ding. The host has surpassed the beginner stage. System 20 focuses solely on training. Alright. So what can I train now? Ding. Detected a weakness in the host's foundational knowledge of Pokémon. Please complete the trainer's entry exam first. With a furrowed brow, Yang Fan found himself utterly speechless at the system's insistence. Of course, He was aware of his own deficiencies. But he never anticipated being confronted with an entry exam for trainers. I must admit, the system is quite adept at creating obstacles. Despite this thought, Yang Fan couldn't help but immerse himself in the questions of the system's entry exam. What about the evolution levels of Charmander? The various types of Pokeballs? The dynamics of type advantages? The methods of skill acquisition? How does one discern a Pokemon's emotions? What training is required for the enhancement of a Pokemon's abilities? Discussing the harmonious coexistence of Pidgey and Spearow. What on earth is all this? The more he read, the more he felt like an ill-prepared gym leader. While he could manage to answer the earlier questions, the latter ones seemed insidiously perplexing. Can Pidgey and Spearow coexist amicably? Any reasonably sane trainer would never capture these two flying-type Pokemon, encouraging them to coexist peacefully. It would be more sensible to offer myself as a sacrifice to entertain them. Who knows, they might even bond as brothers upon witnessing such an act. Damn it, is there even a standard answer to these questions? Ding. A standard answer exists. Really? Ding. Would you like to view the answer? Yes. Yang Fan reluctantly selected yes. He was certainly not incapable of answering. He merely wished to see how Pidgey and Spearow could possibly get along. Ding. The answer has been dispatched. Please review it at your leisure. After the system's prompt, Yang Fan eagerly began to peruse the information. The methods of skill acquisition for Pokemon. Each Pokemon possesses a unique learning style, which, to some extent, is influenced by its type. In an environment aligned with its corresponding type, the efficacy of skill acquisition can be greatly enhanced. The activation of hidden traits in Pokemon. The theoretical exploration of the potential for human-Pokemon synergy. Ahem. Straying off topic. Upon encountering this answer, Yang Fan felt an unexpected flicker of anticipation within him. However, after thoroughly absorbing the most crucial points, he genuinely felt as though he had yet to even cross the threshold of becoming a trainer. Like a naive child, blissfully unaware of the treasure trove at his fingertips, he would confront adversaries with brute force, oblivious to the myriad of alternative strategies available. Yang Fan, gym leader? Huh. What's the matter? Actually, I feel quite embarrassed today, so please accept this. Wang Chun extended his hands toward Yang Fan, presenting an antiquated-looking box. Chapter 143, The Wrath of the Wang Family. The Pursuit. Is this for me? Due to the haste of my arrival, Wang Chun, seeing Yang Fan accept the box, scratched his head awkwardly. This item had taken him considerable time to select. Initially, he had come with the expectation of being turned away. To his surprise, Yang Fan and the others had genuinely accepted him, so it seemed best to offer this gift to Yang Fan. Even if it provided a modicum of assistance, he felt he would have lent a small hand. Ding. Special item detected. Leftovers. When carrying this item, a Pokemon's stamina will gradually recover during battle. Best suited user detected. Milotic. As Yang Fan opened the box, the system's voice chimed in succession. Pokemon item. Leftovers. Yang Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wang Chun would gift him such an item. In the real world, there are not many items available for Pokemon use. Even certain berries, aside from the most common orange berry and citrus berry, are rarely found in the real world due to the stringent control of the Pokemon League over the smuggling of such items through dimensional portals, coupled with the unsuitability of the real-world environment for berry cultivation. For quite some time, the World Alliance had attempted to cultivate berries, but ultimately, only a small number of fruit trees could survive in specific environments, as items that can directly enhance a Pokemon's combat prowess are even scarcer. The fact that Wang Chun had chosen to present something like leftovers to Yang Fan speaks volumes about his determination. Are you truly giving this to me? I recall you having a Rosalia. Wouldn't it be more suitable for it to have this? Yang Fan closed the box and asked Wang Chun. I understand the current situation and I can't offer much help, so I just thought it would be beneficial for you. Therefore, please accept it, Gym Leader Yang Fan. This. Seeing Wang Chun's earnest plea, Yang Fan felt a hint of exasperation. He turned to Chen Xianzhong and Xin Yan, who were seated by the bed, seemingly unfazed and engaged in conversation. All right then, I will accept it for now. Really? Thank you. Well, I should be the one expressing my gratitude. Observing the boy in front of him who appeared to have accomplished his goal, Yang Fan's lips twitched. However, I am only temporarily accepting this. Once this situation is resolved, if you wish to reclaim it, just let me know. Did you hear that? Huh. No way. Wang Chun repeatedly waved his hands and shook his head. Once something is given, it's impolite to ask for it back. All right, let us hurry. If the Wang family. Before he could finish, a roar resonated from below the Pokemon Inn. This is the place. The second master said so. They are likely here. Previously, due to it being the Pokemon League's property, there was no thorough search. Now, search each room. Yes. The guards of the Wong family surged into the small inn like piranhas drawn to blood, peering through the window. Chen Qianzhong's expression grew grave. What do we do now? Should we run? Run? Where would we go? Yang Fan shot a glance at Jiang Huaiwe, surprised that this young lady was still contemplating escape. They had already been found. The earlier plan to find a place to heal Shun Yin was likely no longer feasible. The arrow was knocked, and they had no choice but to release it. Uncle Chun, I will draw their attention. You take them and escape through the back as quickly as you can. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, I fear. All right, I understand. Chen Qianzhong hoisted Shun Yin onto his back and turned to Jiang Huaiwe. Huaiwe, stick with me for now. As for him, Wang Chun, you shouldn't appear with us for the time being. Head back. Yang Fan instructed Wang Chun. Given the current situation, while Wang Chun had gained their trust, he was still considered one of their trump cards. He must not be exposed unless absolutely necessary. Then let us move. Milotic, come forth. Yang Fan stepped into the corridor and tossed a pokeball to the side. The rather large Milotic appeared in the hallway. I'm sorry, Milotic. It's a bit cramped here. Please take this item. After handing the leftovers to Milotic, the energy from the item immediately began to restore its stamina. Milotic. That's him. The wanted criminal who infiltrated the Wong family last night. Go. Milotic. Use Aqua Ring on Uncle Shun. Surrounding water energy began to coalesce, transforming into a small droplet brimming with life energy, which then fell upon Shun Yin. Cough cough. The Aqua Ring had an immediate effect. After expelling a mouthful of foul blood, Shun Yin felt remarkably lighter. All right, Qianzhong, put me down. Is that possible? Really? Let me down. Chen Qianzhong, though somewhat skeptical, lowered Shun Yin. Such a healing move is typically associated with Pokémon like Chansey. How could Yang Fan's Milotic possess it as well? This lad harbors quite a few secrets. Uncle Chun, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up. At the staircase, Yang Fan, relying on the physical advantages bestowed by his aura, blocked the guards who had not undergone body transplants in the narrow corridor. Oh, hurry. After witnessing Chen Qianzhong and the others flee into the distance, Yang Fan finally felt at ease. However, as he looked at the seemingly endless stream of guards charging forward, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he spoke in a chilling tone. Minas, water cannon, the immense torrent of water, akin to a deluge descending from the heavens, exhibited even greater force in the confined hotel corridor. Under the onslaught of this deluge, countless guards from the Wong family were swept out of the hotel entrance like refuse in a flushing toilet. Moreover, the area where Yang Fan and Minas stood could not withstand the sheer force of the water, causing the ordinary floor to collapse beneath them. Nevertheless, within the water flow ring conjured by Minas, Yang Fan was securely caught. Flame burst. Be careful. Just as Yang Fan landed, he heard a sinister laugh. Subsequently, a fierce blaze surged towards him. Minas, water cannon. As steam billowed from the clash of fire and water, the air was filled with a thick mist. Oh, not bad. You can indeed withstand the fiery breath of the flame horse. It seems Wang Wu's defeat at your hands was not without reason. Amidst the billowing steam, a tall and slender figure gradually emerged before Yang Fan. Wang Chu. I never expected the Wang family would truly send him. Chapter 144. The true nature of the potion? You are Yang Fan? The second master was indeed correct. It was you who rescued those two last night. Wang Chu slowly walked in through the already collapsed doorway, accompanied by a pale yellow flame horse. Unfortunately, we still found you. Observing Yang Fan and Minas, Wang Chu wore a particularly arrogant smile. Behind him, Chen Qianzhong and the others were besieged by the rest of the Wang family, desperately holding their ground solely through brute strength. Did they not manage to escape? Seeing this scene, Yang Fan's gaze flickered, contemplating a way to break the impasse. Hee. Still pondering a way out. Don't waste your energy. Offending the Wong family in Yong City leads to this fate. Flame Horse. Trample. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Chu commanded the Flame Horse to attack once more. Responding to the order, the Flame Horse raised its front hooves high and then stomped down ferociously. A fissure in the stone-paved ground surged toward Yang Fan. Wave of water. Yang Fan's aura was in full force at this moment, meticulously observing every move of the Flame Horse. The action of the opponent raising its front hooves presented a perfect opportunity. Thus, while utilizing his aura to evade the attack, he continued to issue commands amidst the swirling dust. In that sandstorm, Minas's water wave condensed with astonishing speed, surpassing Wang Chu's expectations. And even the speed of attack seemed extraordinary for a water-type Pokémon. The positioning and velocity rendered the Flame Horse utterly defenseless. Like a cannonball, the water wave erupted upon contact with the Flame Horse, sending it tumbling to the ground, where it had to stomp several times to regain its footing. Amidst the dust kicked up by the flame horse, Wang Chu found it somewhat difficult to discern Yang Fan's actions and commands. However, for Yang Fan, the dual perception afforded by the aura and psychic abilities allowed him to launch a preemptive strike. Just as the flame burst had unexpectedly attacked, Minos finally returned the favor. Moreover, it seemed Yang Fan had begun to discover a combat style distinct from his previous approaches during this battle. Indeed, he possessed considerable skill. As the dust settled and Wang Chu surveyed the battlefield, his expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Yang Fan's Minos would be significantly stronger than he himself, already exhibiting undeniable king-level prowess. Meanwhile, his flame horse, being merely at the quasi-king level, was at a disadvantage against Minos, making it clear that this battle would not be as straightforward as he had envisioned. At this moment, he needed to rescue Uncle Chun and the others. Yang Fan noticed that the situation for the besieged brute strength forms seemed dire. Should they be captured by the Wang family, Yang Fan would truly be powerless to save them. Hey, is this all the Wang family's capable of? A quasi-king level flame horse. TSK. Pathetic. Yang Fan deliberately provoked Wang Chu's emotions. From the conversation between Wang Chu and Wang Chen the previous night, he had gleaned enough insight into Wang Chu's character. Arrogant, conceited, even bordering on hubris. Who the hell do you think you are, Yang Fan? While you were fighting, I was still nursing at my mother's breast. Flame horse. Attack. As Yang Fan had anticipated, after a brief moment of emotional provocation, Wang Chu's fury surged, and Yang Fan could faintly discern a hint of fiery skin through the crevices of his clothing. This was certainly not the appearance of a mere human. It seemed Wang Chu had indeed undergone a body transplant with a Pokémon. The Wang family is truly monstrous. Yang Fan regarded Wang Chu with disdain, a glare that only fueled Wang Chu's rage further. The flame horse behind him seemed to sense Wang Chu's impatience and swiftly returned to its previous position. Open your mouth for me. If I don't bring him to his knees today, I swear I won't bear the Wang surname. Wang Chu retrieved a small vial-like object from his pocket. This is it, the forbidden substance that Uncle Shin spoke of regarding the Wang family's illicit concoctions. A drastic enhancement to a Pokemon's power level? What? Can't win, so now you're resorting to drugs? Such cowardice. Yang Fan continued to provoke. His intentions were far from simple. Hee. Yang Fan, do you really think your taunts will have an effect on me? Once the flame horse consumes the potion, prepare to find yourself on my Wang family's experimental table. Moreover, since I've revealed it, I have no fear of you knowing. This potion is a product of our Wang family's considerable effort, and as for the experimental materials, Wang Chu cast a sinister glance at Minos beside him. His greed unmistakable. Damn it, what will you do now? Why don't you try it yourself? Flame horse, drink it. Wang Chu tossed the potion aside, and the flame horse, already poised, eagerly opened its mouth to receive it. Hee. The time has come. Minos, leap. In the next instant, before Wang Chu could even alter his expression, Minos, fully charged and ready, launched itself like an arrow from a bow. Yang Fan's eyes gleamed with a peculiar purple light as he firmly locked onto the position of the potion suspended in midair. Wang Chu had barely begun to react when Minos' massive form collided with him and the flame horse. Naturally, the potion found its way into Yang Fan's grasp. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted outdoors. Wang Chu and the flame horse were sent flying by Minos' overwhelming power. However, despite the lack of any additional energy, the impact from pure physical prowess seemed to inflict minimal damage upon them. The flame horse merely swayed its head slightly, while Wang Chu was slammed against the wall, a trickle of blood escaping from his mouth. Is this the Wang family's secret potion? Yang Fan stepped out of the room, contemplating the vial in his hand. System. Analyze this. Ding. Detected a special item from the real world. Unknown potion. Contains the essence of a king-level Pokémon, capable of perfectly elevating a Pokémon weaker than king level to that status, but with tremendous side effects, rendering it incapable of any further breakthroughs for life. Such severe side effects? Are there any weaknesses associated with a Pokémon that uses this potion? Ding. After usage, the resilience of elves against weaknesses or counter-type attacks diminishes significantly. Thus, it is inadvisable for the host to employ it. Ah, I see. No wonder that the quasi-elite level Rapidash was sent flying by Milotic's water pulse. And the Steelix from the elite family last night met the same fate. One wonders what merits this thing possesses. Has the Wang family truly severed ties with the alliance over it? Oh, no, they also have the elf body transplantation surgery. Yang Fan's gaze turned cold as he observed Wang Chu rising slowly from the ground. I see now. What purpose does the Wang family have in capturing those elite level elves? In the real world, When a trainer perishes, their elves inevitably revert to a wild state, unable to be recaptured by anyone, as per the Alliance's regulations. Yet the Wong family exploits these elves for pharmacological experiments? Truly a masterful scheme. Moreover, it is unlikely that the Wong family alone possesses such vast resources. Is there a mysterious organization backing them? Chapter 145, Action Plan. Are you human or ghost? Wang Chu struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes meeting Yang Fan's with a sudden tinge of fear. It was not merely the loss of the potion that frightened him, but rather the innate human dread of the unknown. The power that had manifested within Yang Fan was something he had never encountered before. The unknown. Huh. Now you feel fear? What a pity. You reap what you sow. Eliminate him. Water cannon. Damn it. Flamethrower. In the horrified gazes of the Wong family guards surrounding them, water and flames once again intertwined. Yet how could flames, ignited in a state of panic, fully consume the water? Furthermore, this Rapidash was not of a high level. Otherwise, like the one from last night, it might have fought valiantly using flame charge. Subsequently, amidst the smoke and steam, Wang Chu, along with Rapidash, was struck and lost consciousness. What now? Should we inform the second master? The Wong family guards whispered among themselves, witnessing Yang Fan so effortlessly dismantle the previously arrogant Wang Chu. They were not devoid of intellect, naturally understanding the consequences of confronting him. After dispatching Wang Chu, Yang Fan disregarded the astonished gazes of the surrounding Wong guards and instead turned his attention to the struggling Makhok and Chun Qianzhong nearby. Milotic, let us proceed. Milotic, joyously following behind Yang Fan, coiled around him and swiftly swam towards Chun Qianzhong's location. Ratata, use Hyperfong. Makhok, block with cross chop. Nidoran, tackle. Huh. Damn it. These people lack honor. Chun Qianzhong seethed as he watched Makhok nearly falter under the onslaught. When had he, a dignified elite trainer, ever endured such humiliation? Defeated by these mere underlings who barely qualified as elite? The thought alone was enough to make him lose face. Cough. Qianzhong, perhaps you should seek out Xiao Fan first. Don't worry about me. Shun Yin was equally concerned for Yang Fan, having heard whispers about a notable figure from the Wong family arriving. He wondered if Xiao Fan could manage. Alas, it was foolish to delve into the secrets of the Wong family. Not only had he put himself and Chun Qianzhong at risk, but even Yang Fan. Yet thinking of his superior, Shun Yin was at a loss for words. Ultimately, it stemmed from past debts. What are you saying? How could I abandon you here? Chun Qianzhong retorted, irritated by Shun Yan's suggestion. Had it not been for Shun Yin shielding him last night, he might have been in the heavens by now. Simultaneously, Makhok was once again sent reeling by a multitude of elves. Its battered body bore the marks of countless attacks. It's time. Everyone charge. He can't hold on much longer. The core guards of the Wong family roared with excitement. If they could accomplish this mission, they would receive a death exemption from the Wong family, effectively removing them from the experimental list. But the outcome, was it truly as favorable as they envisioned? Milotic, surf. Even before the cheers of the crowd could fully resonate, waves of water surged from all directions, pulling them back to reality. Ugh, help. Ugh, save me. I can't swim. No, don't pull me. The overwhelming waves flipped the attacking Wong guards upside down, all swept away in the torrent. Meanwhile, Chun Qianzhong and his companions remained unscathed at the center. Is that Xiao Fan? Chun Qianzhong exclaimed incredulously. Since their encirclement by the Wong family, the guards had incessantly spoken of a formidable figure from the Wong family arriving, the second generation strongest, leading them to genuinely believe that Yang Fan was in dire straits. However, upon the dissipating waves revealing Yang Fan and Milotic, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are you alright? I'm fine. Xiao Fan, you've saved us once again. It's nothing. By the way, did Wang Chen escape? He did. He blended into the crowd and fled the moment we arrived. What about contact with the Alliance afterward? Chun Qianzhong fell into contemplation regarding the issue of connecting with the Alliance. He had attempted to reach out, even using special numbers to call for support since last night. Yet each time, he was met with the message of no signal. Thus, they had been unable to contact the Alliance until now. I see. It seems the entire Eternal City's signals have been blocked. In truth, Yang Fan had not harbored much hope regarding this matter from the outset. After all, if he could anticipate the Alliance's actions, could the Wong family not do the same? So now what shall we do? Chun Qianzhong glanced anxiously at the approaching reinforcements from the Wong family. They're still away. The most perilous location is the safest place. Yang Fan slowly articulated his plan to Shun Yin and the others. This had been his intention all along. However, due to the sudden backlash of power from Shinado and Gyarados, this plan had been relegated to last. You mean, directly to the Wang family estate? Xunyan inquired. Yes. Currently, our greatest nuisance is indeed the continuous influx of these Wang family guards. I had previously considered the scenarios we might face at the Wang family estate. The terrain there is complex, filled with gardens, making tactics like the previous group assault nearly impossible to execute. Upon hearing Yang Fan's explanation, Chun Qianzhong nodded in agreement. Since last night, group assault tactics had proven disadvantageous for a trainer like him, who lacked large-scale damage skills. However, once we reach the Wang family estate, what we may have to confront are those elite-level elves. As he spoke, Yang Fan himself felt a lack of confidence. Under the constraints placed on nearly all elves, he had only Milotic at his disposal. If he were to encounter someone like Wang Chu, who resorted to drugs when unable to fight, it would indeed spell trouble. But does that not place you in greater danger? The usually silent Jiang Huaiwei suddenly addressed Yang Fan. That may be true, but you can take refuge in Wang Chen's courtyard. That way, both I and Uncle Chun can engage in battle without excessive concerns. Although her words might sound harsh, they struck a chord. In the absence of Shun Yin and Jiang Huaiwei, Chun Qianzhong could hold his own against the second master of the Wang family, relying solely on Mak Hoke. Moreover, I suspect the device obstructing signal communication is also within the Wang family premises. As I engage in battle, I shall assist in locating you. If you see the surging waters, it signifies that the alliance can be contacted. Chapter 146. Commence action. Very well. Without further ado, let us proceed. Yang Fan addressed the trio. Currently, the Eternal City is besieged by the Wang family's guards, making it no trivial task to reach the Wang family estate. Moreover, we are accompanied by Shun Yin and Jiang Huaiwei, who are not particularly adept in combat. However, Yang Fan harbored an inexplicable feeling regarding Jiang Huaiwei. This seemingly demure young lady from the Jiang family might very well surprise him with her remarkable capabilities. Hurry, this way, stay close behind. The incessant influx of Wang family guards surged from all directions. It was only a matter of time before their location was discovered. It appeared that splitting up was the only option. I shall attract their attention. You must follow closely. Yang Fan gestured to the three. He then recalled Menace into its Pokeball. Although the recovery time within the Pokeball is limited, it is certainly better than having none at all. Additionally, he would need Menace to battle upon reaching the Wang estate. That would undoubtedly be a grueling contest. Thus, allowing Menace to rest now would help preserve her combat readiness. Come forth, Buniri, Riolu, Garchomp. He threw out 3 Pokeballs in quick succession. Observing Riolu and Garchomp, who had hardly fought alongside him before, he felt a pang of guilt. Riolu, Garchomp, I look forward to your assistance in the future. Ryu, roar. Now, Buniri, I shall rely on you as well. Buniri. Watching Buniri unleash its full power, Yang Fan felt a surge of excitement. Given that they were about to engage in street combat within Eternal City, smaller Pokémon could prove to be more effective. Moreover, this would provide Yang Fan with the opportunity to hone the combat experience of his Pokémon against the Wang family guards. Simultaneously, he needed to nurture his Pokémon to prevent them from lagging behind. Among the 3, Buniri, having mastered the Z-move, was the strongest, reaching gym-level prowess, while Riolu and Garchomp were of ordinary strength. However, with the nurturing experience gained from Shinado and others, Yang Fan would not falter in his approach. Following the training methodology provided by the system, Buniri should prioritize speed training, and both Riolu and Garchomp's speed were equally paramount. Hence, speed must take precedence in urban warfare. As Yang Fan stealthily infiltrated the alleys of Eternal City, his mind was incessantly devising training strategies for the 3 Pokémon. There was no alternative. Time was of the essence, and he had no luxury to spare on training. The only option was to glean experience from battle. Buniri, Riolu, use Quick Attack. Garchomp, target their feet with Sand Tomb. Precise commands flowed from Yang Fan's lips as he raced towards the Wang family guards. There he is. Everyone attack. Hey, don't push me. Observing the chaos among the Wang family's pursuers, Yang Fan's eyes glimmered with determination. He would not hesitate to act against these individuals merely because they were ordinary folk. Those who continued to aid the Wang family, despite knowing their heinous deeds, were hardly virtuous themselves. Whoosh! Buniri and Riolu transformed into streaks of white light, crashing into the Wang family pursuers one after the other. Meanwhile, the unevolved Garchomp, with its little legs flailing, caused the cobblestones beneath the guards to transform into fine, yellow quicksand. Ah! Help! Help! Someone pull me out! Save me! Countless cries for help echoed through the alley, yet Yang Fan and his 3 Pokémon remained unfazed. Witnessing this, Shunyan silently pursed his lips and averted his gaze. while Qin Xianzhong wore an expression of approval. In stark contrast to the two, Jiang Huayue's face was devoid of color, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as she watched the Wang family guards being struck down by Yang Fan. Yes. Continue. Quick attack. Feint. Sand tomb. One command after another escaped Yang Fan's lips. Waves of Wang family pursuers fell before their relentless assault. The sun had fully risen. Yet the streets were devoid of any ordinary folk save for the guards clad in traditional Wang family attire. Yang Fan soon discerned that the Wang family estate was not far from their current position. Observing the Wang family members standing at a distance, hesitant to approach, he recalled his 3 Pokémon. Based on their recent performance in battle, Buniri's speed advantage was evident, and with repeated use of quick attack, its speed had visibly improved. However, Yang Fan understood that this was likely just an initial effect. Such significant improvements might not persist with further training. Similarly, both Garchomp and Riolu surprised him with their control over sand and strength, respectively, leaving him feeling a tinge of shame. After such rudimentary and hasty battle training, their advancements were remarkably apparent. How much precious time had he squandered with the hands-off approach towards Gyarados and Shinado? Furthermore, the entry-level training manual provided by the system noted that as Pokémon grew stronger, training became increasingly challenging and progress slowed. Thus, the recovery training for Shinado and Gyarados was now an urgent necessity. Buniri, Riolu, Garchomp, return. You all did wonderfully. Now, take a well-deserved rest. Yang Fan recalled his 3 Pokémon and praised them. They were now less than 20 meters from the Wang family estate. They had nearly reached their limit. Their strength was still developing, and their stamina could not keep pace with such exertion. Next, Venus, Rain Dance. Now inundate this estate. Unleash the greatest surf. As the light of the Pokeball dimmed, the serpentine form of Venus emerged beneath the sky. Radiant and captivating, Venus reappeared. Hiss. A simple call resonated. Yet, the sky was soon engulfed by howling winds. Dark clouds completely shrouded the Wang family estate. In that moment, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded before the eyes of the Wang family's guards. The overwhelming waves, mixed with chilling droplets, crashed against the ancient and decaying structure. Pat, pat, boom. The initially sparse raindrops transformed into a torrential downpour, cascading from the heavens. At this moment, Yang Fan, amidst the deluge, noticed Venus breathing heavily. The energy expended from 2 powerful moves was substantial. It seemed that training his Pokémon could no longer be delayed. Chapter 147, The Wang Family's Conspiracy. Are they coming? In the depths of the Wang family estate, an elderly man with graying hair reclined in a chair, his voice weak and feeble. Yes, they have reached the threshold of our home. The Wang family's second elder leaned on his cane, his aged visage displaying a tone of deference. Is that so? I did not anticipate this boy to be even more unruly than his father in his youth. Cough, cough. Should I go? No need. However, the second elder's expression turned uncertain. Since you say so, brother, then I shall refrain from going. He had witnessed Yang Fan's prowess firsthand. A single Venus had successfully withstood the onslaught of a Rapidash and Steelix, single-handedly escorting Xin Yin and Qin Xianzhong out of the Wang family estate. If he lacked ability, he would have likely been apprehended the previous night. How could it come to this situation where others impose upon us, and those younger generations of the Wang family? Alas, it is difficult to articulate. A sigh flickered in the depths of the second master's eyes, yet he remained unfazed, standing gracefully in the courtyard, gazing at the fragrant blossoms and verdant grass, lost in thought. Ahem, dear second, you remain unchanged. Some matters must be let go. Otherwise, how can those young ones grow? You speak wisely, elder brother. The second master gently tapped his cane on the ground. I have been too rigid in my views. It is good that you recognize this. Alas, the elder rose unsteadily from his recliner, yet when he straightened his body, he appeared significantly taller than the second master of the Wang family. Come, accompany your elder brother for a stroll, and, by the way, let us meet our guests. Guests? Upon hearing this term, the second master instantly comprehended. This guest, it seems, is not ordinary. Choosing to arrive at this moment likely indicates ill intentions. Second, stop dawdling. Yes, he promptly quickened his pace to follow the elder, moving with a speed that belied the need for a cane. Haha, a distinguished guest arrives, and I have failed to extend a proper welcome. My sincerest apologies. The head of the Wang family is too gracious. Please, take a seat. The head of the Wang family insists. In an opulent and antiquated guest house, the elderly man, who moments ago seemed frail, now sat in the principal seat with a radiant glow, taking a small sip of tea before smiling at the visitors. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Oh, Since the head of the Wang family speaks so directly, I shall not conceal it. Please, proceed. The intention from above is to secure the next batch of goods in advance. We hope the head of the Wang family can facilitate this. In advance? The elder's expression remained unchanged as he continued to sip his tea, though his right hand began to trace circles on the table instinctively. Meanwhile, the second master suddenly coughed twice, striking the ground with his cane several times. Second, are you well? My esteemed guests. I apologize, cough cough. My health has waned somewhat. The second master covered his mouth, gesturing apologetically to the elder. No need for concern. If you are truly unwell, please rest. It's nothing. Cough cough. With a distinguished guest in attendance, how could I possibly neglect my duties? Very well, let us continue. Good. About the earlier matter. Might the head of the Wang family be able to accommodate us? To be candid, there are no goods available at present. No goods? Surely. The head of the Wang family is not jesting with us? The cloaked figure's voice was hoarse in response. From the outset of providing the research materials for the medication, it had been agreed that 70% of the goods must be supplied before the start of each quarter. Yet since last quarter, the Wang family has been withholding more and more, reducing the supply from 70% to a mere 50%. Hence the request for an early collection this time. Huh, are you jesting, my lord? The Wang family would never dare to make light of your esteemed selves. It would be best if the head of the Wang family could expedite the delivery of the goods, for we have other tasks to attend to. That can be arranged. Would you like to take a look at this item first? The elder suddenly shifted the conversation, sweeping his hands across the table. A brand new vial of blue potion lay calmly on the surface, which the second master respectfully presented to the cloaked figure. What is this? You both must be esteemed individuals from above. This item should not escape your notice. The cloaked figure scrutinized the blue potion in his hands for a moment. Could it be? Realizing a certain possibility, the cloaked figure promptly threw a pokeball. As a flash of white light appeared, a somewhat frail and listless Rattata emerged. The cloaked figure carefully dripped a drop of the potion into the Rattata's mouth, his gaze fixated on the creature's transformation, unwilling to look away. Merely seconds passed, and the Rattata swelled as if it had ingested a growth agent. Its body expanded 2 to 3 times, and its demeanor turned ferocious and wild. Yet, this transformation did not last long. The Rattata emitted a piercing shriek. Immediately following, a resounding explosion erupted within the luxurious guest house. Crimson blood splattered across the ground. Yet none of the seated guests displayed a hint of emotion. Even the elder, who had produced the potion, maintained a smiling countenance, holding his teacup, lost in contemplation. How is it? Do you gentlemen have any insights? Indeed. However, I wonder, what is the head of the Wang family's stance on this matter? The cloaked figure remained indifferent to the blood splattered across him. Then I shall speak plainly. The Wang family shall provide 5 vials of this potion each quarter. However, the source of the raw materials must be supplied by you, and the previous agreement is rendered void. The head of the Wang family knows this is impossible. After a moment of silence, the cloaked figure shook his head slightly. Although he understood the value of the potion presented by the Wang family, which surpassed that of all previously supplied potions combined, he regrettably lacked the authority to alter the agreement on behalf of those above him. Haha. Please inform your superiors of this matter. For now, allow me to extend the hospitality of the Wang family. Boom. Before the head of the Wang family could finish his statement, a thunderous sound erupted outside. What is happening? Do not worry, esteemed guests. It is merely a skirmish among some younger generations. Second, send Wang Li to investigate. Yes, being held in such high regard by the head of the Wang family. He must be a remarkable talent among the younger generation. Haha, you flatter me. He is but a descendant of the family capable of withstanding 2 vials of the new potion. 2 vials. Are they of the same kind as before? You truly possess foresight. Esteemed guest, the cloaked figure found himself momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing such an exaggerated remark. As an expert in researching such potions, he was acutely aware of their potency. A Pokémon capable of enduring 2 vials would likely be nearing the pinnacle of champion status. The Wang family truly conceals its depths. Chapter 148, Wang Li. Second uncle? What brings you here? Ali, I am currently occupied with your elder uncle. You must handle this matter. Deep within the Wang family estate, Wang Li furrowed his brow as he gazed at the overwhelming waves in the distance. Just as he regained his composure, the second master of the Wang family appeared in his courtyard. As the most outstanding successor among the second generation of the Wang family, and the only trainer capable of enduring 2 vials of the new potion, he rarely made visitors to this residence. Handle this matter? Which outsider is it? Yes, this person is none other than Yang Fan, the master of the Haisher Dojo, who once sent Wang Wu there. Is that so? Very well. I shall go. Wang Li swiftly donned a garment that had been drying in the courtyard, responding only faintly as he made his way toward the estate's entrance. By the way, you should be aware of this news. I merely wanted to inform you. Yang Fan is the son of Yang Yi. Boom. Just as the second master of the Wang family finished speaking, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. Yang Yi, I understand. Without turning back, Wang Li continued toward the estate's entrance, leaving a trail of shattered stones in his wake. I hope Uncle Chun and the others can reach Wang Chun's residence smoothly. Under Yang Fan's command, the surf of Milotic nearly submerged half of the Wang family estate, providing an excellent opportunity for their initial plan. However, he had been waiting at the entrance of the Wang family estate for some time and had yet to see any core members of the Wang family. This situation seemed rather strange. Given the Wang family's reputation in Yongcheng, it was unlike them to be caught off guard without response. Yet, this was also beneficial, allowing Milotic to conserve its strength. Although it had become slightly fatigued from using two powerful skills in succession, it could still recover slowly with the assistance of the leftover food, especially considering that Milotic possesses significantly greater stamina than both Gardevoir and Gyarados. It is better equipped to handle the forthcoming intense battles with relative ease. Moreover, the majority of the core members of the Wang family experience a detrimental side effect of enhanced vulnerabilities after consuming potions, which implies that with Milotic's diverse offensive capabilities, as long as the individuals dispatched by the Wang family are not purely water-type Pokémon, he stands a considerable chance of victory. By now, Uncle Chun and his associates must have discovered Wang Chen's whereabouts. Yang Fan's aura was continuously monitoring the vicinity of Wang Chen's residence. And thanks to the psychic imprint of Gardevoir on Jiang Huaiyue, his heightened perception allowed him to glean their movements. His current objective was to locate and dismantle the machine concealing the Wang family signal. Once Xunyan and the others dispatched their call for assistance to the Alliance, Yang Fan would be free of any lingering concerns. Although he perceived the World Alliance as not entirely benevolent, he believed that with the connections of Xunyan and Qin Xianzhong, the Alliance would likely send reinforcements. Milotic, let us depart, he called out. With that, he strode directly into the depths of the Wang residence, encountering no guards daring to obstruct his path. In fact, the guards along his route hastily cleared a way for him. This individual is utterly terrifying. I've never witnessed such formidable prowess with young Master Wang Li. One guard exclaimed. Panic-stricken, we must flee. If he goes berserk, we cannot contain him. I'll head home to collect my belongings. You all continue. Wait for me. Amid the chaotic retreat of the Wang family's guards, only a handful remained indecisive, unsure of how to proceed. As Yang Fan continued to employ his aura to search, he suddenly detected an exceptionally powerful presence swiftly approaching within his range. It appeared to be a core member of the Wang family. Milotic, prepare for battle, he commanded. Simultaneously, Milotic, attuned to the surrounding energies even in the rain, sensed the approach of formidable auras. Many of the Wang family's guards displayed expressions of horror. Young Master Wang Li, he has emerged? Run. Hey, why are you running? Didn't you say young Master Wang Li was incredibly strong? Of course. You wouldn't know, when young Master Wang Li battles, he shows no mercy. Young Master Wang Wu faced him in a sparring match and was bettered in for 2 months. Wait, let me finish. Hey, you two are quite inconsiderate. Why are you both fleeing so quickly? The discussions among the nearby guards of the Wang family reached Yang Fan's ears. It seemed he was indeed facing a formidable adversary, similar to other Wang family descendants. Young Master Wang Li exhibited inhuman traits. His bare torso revealed numerous scars, and his grotesquely robust legs did not fail to evoke a sense of revulsion in Yang Fan. Was he still undergoing transformations and augmentations? One could discern that he was far stronger than the half-baked modifications of Wang Wu and Wang Chu. You are Yang Fan, aren't you? Young Master Wang Li called out, standing a short distance away, separated only by a narrow courtyard. Yet his voice pierced Yang Fan's ears with an agonizing intensity. The Wang family's Wang Li? Yang Fan did not respond directly, but instead posed a counter-question. His gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Despite his aura repeatedly warning him of the man's danger, Yang Fan remained resolute, unwilling to yield an inch. Oh, how intriguing. Such a gaze. It's been many years since I've seen it. I wonder how much of his talent you've inherited? Young Master Wang Li's tone was tinged with nostalgia, yet the individual before him was not the same as before. Inherited? You know my father? Huh, do I? Perhaps your father might not share the same sentiment. What do you mean? Yang Fan was somewhat perplexed by Wang Li's insinuation. Indeed, I detest that expression. Then, crush it. Don't. Young Master Wang Li suddenly swept his hair back with a decisive motion, his gaze sharpening as he fixated on Yang Fan. The resounding thud of a colossal mass crashing to the ground reverberated throughout the Wong residence. Yang Fan, closest to the impact, felt his insides jolt. Don't. A ground-type Pokémon, perhaps? Quickly regaining his composure, Yang Fan steadied his breath and regarded the imposing figure of Donphan with trepidation. This young Master Wong Li was undoubtedly no ordinary foe, and this Donphan was likely an equal to Milotic, if not considerably stronger. Above Milotic's strength tier lay the champion level. This meant that the overall power of this Donphan was perilously close to that of a champion. Yang Fan. No. You must be Yang Yi's son. Allow me to witness just how much of your father's prowess you have inherited, commanded young Master Wong Li Donphan. Seismic Tremor. Chapter 149, Invincible. As young Master Wong Li's command echoed, the oversized Donphan, surpassing its kin in size, lunged forward with its massive legs. The ground beneath Yang Fan shattered like glass. The narrow courtyard between them crumbled into ruins. Milotic. Leap. Yang Fan, struggling to evade the fissures beneath him, directed Milotic with urgency, his gaze filled with apprehension toward Wong Li and Donphan. Seismic Tremor? This ability can control its magnitude at will. It became evident to him that he had been rather naive in his previous assessments. Aqua Jet, counterattack. Yet the current circumstances left him little time for contemplation, and he swiftly instructed Milotic to retaliate. Milotic. In midair, Milotic gathered its energy, exuding an air of pride, faced with such a massive entity as Donphan. As the tremor paused momentarily, the surrounding water energy surged forth, launching a torrent toward Donphan, creating a formidable wave amidst the rain. This Aqua Jet, enhanced by the rainy weather, boasted power rivaling that of some champion-level moves from Gyarados and Gardevoir, even sweeping away the debris recently displaced by the tremor. However, the overwhelming force of the Aqua Jet seemed to exert no psychological pressure on the adversaries. The expressions of young Master Wong Li and Donphan conveyed merely a sense of tedium. Is this all you're capable of? It seems I have overestimated your strength. Eliminate him. Thunderfang. With young Master Wong Li's command, Donphan's hind legs coiled, its sharp fangs crackling with golden electricity, transforming into a colossal yellow beast that charged toward Milotic. Aren't you going to evade? Yang Fan's expression was complex. From the outset, it appeared that the rhythm of the battle had been firmly grasped by his opponent, rendering his efforts seemingly trivial. Simultaneously, the clash between Milotic's Aqua Jet and Donphan's Thunderfang erupted into a massive shockwave. The entire courtyard was reduced to rubble. The recoil from the Aqua Jet allowed Milotic to maintain its position in midair, yet the accompanying electric currents from Donphan's Thunderfang coursed through the water, affecting Milotic. Crack. The already shattered cobblestones beneath Donphan's feet developed further cracks. However, what astonished Yang Fan the most was that Donphan had withstood Milotic's full-force Aqua Jet with seemingly no harm whatsoever. This left him feeling quite vexed. For in his understanding, as a ground-type Pokémon, Donphan should have been doubly weak against Milotic's water-type attacks, and given the effects of the potion, this powerful move should have been even more potent. On the other side, witnessing the diminished prowess of the water cannon, the Donjia's gaze flickered with a hint of disdain as its electrified fangs surged forth towards the Milotic. Hydro Pump. Yang Fan commanded without hesitation. In such close proximity, evasion was utterly futile. Thus, the only recourse was to mitigate the impending damage. Struck by the Thunderfang, Milotic bore the pain with resilience. As a protective hydro pump encircled her, alleviating some of the electric assault's impact. Soon after, green glimmers adorned Milotic's form, and the agony etched upon her visage lessened considerably. The dual recovery from hydro pump and leftovers. It was unexpected to discover such a rare item. Evidently, Yang Yi had left behind a plethora of treasures. Alas, you remain at this mere level, Wong Li remarked, shaking his head, his gaze towards Yang Fan imbued with a semblance of pity. Self-recovery. Yang Fan disregarded Wong Li's scornful jibes, astonished that even though Thunderfang was not Donjia's native skill, it could still exhibit such formidable power. Moreover, Donjia's resistance to water-type moves was astonishingly high. Withstanding such a formidable water cannon attack, Donjia appeared to feel naught, merely shaking itself in place. What could possibly allow Donjia to disregard water-type moves? Observing the self-recovering Milotic, Yang Fan's mind, amplified by psychic prowess, raced with thoughts. A potion? No. A training method? Could it achieve such a magnitude? A Pokémon's ability? Was there a move capable of rendering water-type attacks ineffective? Suddenly, Yang Fan seemed to grasp a crucial point. It appears you Haven T inherited even a fraction of Yang Ye's strength. Now, let us proceed. With the pride of being Yang Ye's son, you ought to take honor in that. Rock slide. Boom. Donjia swung its trunk skyward, unleashing a multitude of sharp rocks glinting ominously around Milotic. As the shadow of the trunk passed, colossal boulders descended like knives from the heavens. Defend. A sheen of perspiration broke upon Yang Fan's forehead, his breath quickening significantly. A green barrier rose to shield him, completely absorbing the onslaught of rocks. Milotic remained unscathed, and thanks to the continuous effects of hydro pump and leftovers, she had already regained a substantial portion of the damage inflicted by Thunder Fang. What could counter water-type moves? What could nullify them? An array of possibilities flashed through Yang Fan's mind, abruptly halted by a vision. The climactic moves between Ash's Greninja and Alan's Charizard in the animated series came to mind. The technique, humorously dubbed Water Shuriken X Flamethrower. The ability. A spark of enlightenment ignited in Yang Fan's eyes, imbued with the colors of realization. Among the skills within reach, there was virtually nothing that could nullify water-type moves. However, Pokémon traits contained this capability. Thus, the reason behind the water cannon's failure might indeed be related to a trait. With this thought, Yang Fan directed his aura toward Donjia. Donjia possessed only two traits, Sturdy and Sandveil. Yet, Sandveil could hardly provide such incredible resistance to water-type moves. Therefore, the answer was abundantly clear. Sturdy, the trait that nullifies one-hit knockout moves. But could Sturdy grant Donjia such formidable resilience? As he pondered, the aura continued to flow. What is this? Under the perception of the aura, it became evident that Donjia had no point through which water could permeate, even at its most vulnerable. The eyes were shielded by a thick, shell-like layer. Could this be an extension of the Sturdy trait, enhancing a Pokémon's defensive capabilities to such an extent that it could render opposing types utterly ineffective? In that moment, Yang Fan felt as if he had unlocked the door to a new world. So it is, the potential of Pokémon is indeed boundless. I have truly been limited in my perspective. Without any formal training, merely relying on system upgrades to battle, Yang Fan felt as if he had opened up his meridians. The awkwardness he previously experienced in combat vanished, revealing a new realm before him. And Milotic, capable of connecting with her trainer's spirit, seemed to sense the transformation within Yang Fan. Let us continue the battle, Milotic.